The second his eyes snapped open, the first thing that hit him wasn't the morning sun, it was Mr. Vuong screaming his name like a drill sergeant. It took a hot minute for Thien Than's brain to reboot. When reality finally clicked, he shot out of his chair like a rocket. High school? Seriously? He figured he had to be hallucinating. Everything was way too chill. It made him wonder if the last 10 years of hell on Earth, the literal apocalypse, was just some twisted nightmare. But the trauma was real. The memories of everyone he lost were branded into his skull, reminding him that the horror show wasn't a dream, it was history. Somehow, he'd hit the reset button on his life. He was back before the virus turned the world into a buffet for the undead. The second the bell rang, then bolted to the bathroom like he was outrunning a horde. He splashed freezing water on his face, trying to snap out of it. Staring at his reflection, he muttered, "Damn, 10 years ago, me looked soft. No battle scars, no grit, just a baby face. Well, duh. The world hasn't ended yet. Right now, I'm just a nobody high schooler." But the thought of the coming plague hit him like a ton of bricks. He almost forgot he had a mission: stop the apocalypse. This time around, he was going to personally slaughter every single one of those flesh-eating freaks. The rage boiled over. He couldn't hold it back. Bam! He put his fist right through the glass, shattering his reflection into a million jagged pieces. A voice from behind made him jump out of his skin, weirdly familiar but panicked. "Thien Than! Dude, what the hell?" Pure instinct took over, then snatched a shard of glass and spun around, pressing the jagged edge right against the intruder's throat. He froze. The guy staring back at him, wide-eyed and terrified, was Cao Phi, his ride or die from back in the day. Phi ignored the near-death experience and dragged Than out of the bathroom. Then he saw the gash on Than's hand and turned white as a sheet. Since Than refused to hit the ER, Phi had to play nurse. He patched him up, bitching the whole time. "Seriously, man, what is your problem today? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Lucky for you, I've been wrapping injuries since I was a kid, not to brag or anything." While Phi focused on the bandages, then just stared at him. He'd almost forgotten what his best friend looked like alive. It made sense. It had been 10 years of hell, after all. In the original timeline, Phi was one of the first to go when the outbreak hit. Without thinking, Than blurted out, "Phi, I'm gonna keep you alive this time. I promise." Phi looked at him like he had grown a second head. "Huh? Dude, you are seriously tripping today. First you punch a mirror, then you try to slice my throat, and now you're talking like a movie character." But Phi's goldfish attention span shifted to something more important. "Wait, did you confess to Doan Chau yet?" Then blinked. "Confess? Yeah, genius. You said you were gonna make your move on Valentine's Day." "Valentine's?" Then jumped up like he'd been electrocuted. "Yes. Today," Phi said, looking at him with concern. Phi thought his buddy was just nervous about the girl. He had no idea Than was grinding his teeth because he remembered exactly what went down on this cursed day in his past life. It was a core memory of pure humiliation. He remembered gathering every ounce of courage to give Doan Chau that letter, only for her to rip it to shreds in front of everyone. She'd laughed, calling him a loser who was punching way above his weight class. But getting rejected by the school prom queen wasn't why this date was burned into his brain. The real reason? This was the day the world ended. The start of the outbreak. Seeing Than zone out, Phi sighed. "Look, Than, I'm gonna be real with you. Don't do it, man. Forget about Doan Chau. She doesn't date guys like us." Before Than could respond, a pair of long legs strutted into view. Speak of the devil. Oh, right. He'd already slipped the letter into her locker. Now here she was, flanked by her minions, waving his heartfelt confession around like a comedy prop. "Thien Than, did you seriously write this garbage?" She sneered. "Ugh, it's so cringe. Do us a favor and stick to dating trash on your own level, okay?" Her words were designed to kill, sharpened to slice right through the heart of anyone dumb enough to crush on her. But this wasn't the old Thien Than. The guy standing here now had survived the apocalypse. He didn't have time for romance, and definitely not with a toxic witch like her. Then snatched the letter right out of her hand. He crushed it into a ball, looked her dead in the eye, and said, "You know what, Doan Chau? Just looking at you makes me want to puke." Doan Chau froze. She wasn't used to rejection. Her face turned red with pure rage. Then looked at her beautiful, sure, but rotten to the core. Had he been blind in his past life? Because of her, people died. Good people, including Phi. That was the reality of the timeline he left behind. This time around, he was going to avoid her like the literal plague. Phi didn't know the backstory, but seeing his buddy finally grow a spine was awesome. Damn, Than. That was savage. Then ignored the praise. His mind was racing, checking the timeline. May 14th, 2018, 2 p.m. That's when the meteorite hit the atmosphere. Debris rained down, releasing an airborne virus. At first, people just passed out. Then came the screaming. The infected didn't just get sick, they turned into monsters. Humanity tried to fight back. We held the line for a while. But the things evolved. They got smarter, stronger, and eventually civilization collapsed into a living hell. Then checked the clock. 12:50 p.m. He had 70 minutes, then grabbed Phi and spilled everything: the meteor, the virus, the end of the world. He knew how crazy it sounded. Dude, are you writing a sci-fi script or something? Phi gave him a weird look. Did you eat some bad sushi? First you roast the prom queen, and now you're rambling about zombies? Then didn't bother arguing. Talking was a waste of time. He needed to act. Thien Than tossed his wallet at Cao Phi. Go, get biscuits, canned goods, chocolate, and every energy drink they have. Tell them I'm writing a doomsday novel and I need brain fuel. And hey, call your folks. Tell them to hoard medicine and supplies like their lives depend on it. He pointed down the road. Meet me at the abandoned factory. Don't be late. Thien Than vanished before Phi could argue. Staring at his friends retreating back, Phi sighed, completely baffled. Seriously? How much does one guy need to eat? Is he planning a 24-hour binge session? It made sense. In a way, Thien Than had been on his own since the car crash took his parents. All Thien Than could do was pray Phi actually made that call to his family. With that thought, he kicked it into high gear, sprinting like a madman. Target destination, Trang Di boarding school, right next to the city lake. When the world ends, that fortress is the only safe zone. Plus, it was stocked with survival gear. The abandoned factory nearby wasn't bad either, plenty of scrap metal to turn into weapons. But man, this fresh rebirth body was weak. He was wheezing after a light jog. Damn high school physique, he muttered. Zero stamina. It was 1:30 in the afternoon when he struck gold, a solid steel crowbar. Way more versatile than an axe. The early stage infected were slow shamblers. As long as he kept his distance, he'd survive. This factory was going to be the perfect fortress. He gave the crowbar a few test swings, feeling the weight. Not this time, he swore to the empty room. I won't screw it up. I'm coming for you. Footsteps echoed outside. Thien Than looked up to see Cao Phi walking in, looking miserable. But he wasn't alone. Doan Chau was right behind him, flanked by her squad of muscle-headed simps. My bad, man, Phi mumbled, head hanging low. They tailed me. One of the goons stepped forward. Thien Than, get your ass out here, you little punk. You got a death wish? Insulting my girl like that? Thien Than recognized the voice immediately. Bui Duong. Of course, trouble just had to come knocking. He'd almost forgotten that Doan Chau had a fan club of idiots willing to break bones for her, and apparently, they were here to collect a debt. Don't try to run, coward. I'm gonna send you to meet your ancestors, Bui Duong roared, leading the charge into the warehouse. The old Thien Than would have folded, but with the apocalypse ticking down, he didn't have time for high school drama. Before the bully could throw a punch, Thien Than lunged, slamming the crowbar into Bui Duong's skull. The room went dead silent. Get lost, Thien Than spat. Bui Duong collapsed like a sack of potatoes, out cold. Cao Phi rushed over, panicking, but Thien Than didn't blink. He pointed the bloody metal bar at the group. All of you, especially you, Doan Chau, get out, or you don't leave at all. The killer look in his eyes worked. Terrified, Doan Chau and her fan club dragged their fallen leader away, wondering when the school loser became a psycho. Doan Chau was fuming all the way back. She turned on the groggy Bui Duong. I thought you were some tough guy? What was that? Why'd you freeze? But Bui Duong couldn't explain. The aura coming off Thien Than wasn't human. It was like staring down a rabid animal. You couldn't pay him enough to mess with that kid again. Before Shao could nag him more, they stopped. Streaks of light were tearing across the sky. Meteor shower. It wasn't just local. From Japan to the United States, the sky was falling. A global bombardment. While the rest of the world posted photos of the beautiful lights, Thien Than gripped his weapon. He was the only one who knew those lights were the opening credits to the end of the world. Cao Phi, clueless as ever, was already yawning, bored by the celestial show. We've been skipping all day, Phi said. Let's hit the cyber cafe. But before he could finish, the ground lurched. The factory shook violently. Earthquake. Cao Phi froze, gaming forgotten. It was happening exactly like the last timeline. Thien Than checked his internal clock. 20 hours until the virus hits the air. The global coma was next. When humanity woke up, they'd be waking up in hell. Despite fighting it, heavy darkness dragged Thien Than down. He fell into a deep coma, his mind drifting to Ton Yua Huyen, the only girl who mattered. But the dream turned into a nightmare. He saw her, but she wasn't human anymore. She was one of them. The vision of her rotted, twisted face jolted him awake, gasping for air. Beside him, Cao Phi was just stirring. Phi checked his phone and shrieked. 10 in the morning? We slept through the night. Dude, my parents are gonna kill me. We missed school. Phi was hyperventilating. Thien Than just sat there, stone-cold silent. Forget school, Thien Than said flatly. It doesn't matter anymore. Phi stopped freaking out and looked at his friend. Bro, are you okay? You've been acting weird since yesterday. Thien Than didn't bother explaining. He didn't have to. The world was about to do the talking for him. The rusty factory door creaked open. "That was fast," Thien Than whispered. "It already caught our scent." Cao Phi followed his gaze and froze. Standing in the doorway was a figure drenched in blood, face twisted into a snarl, dragging its feet. It looked human, but everything about it was wrong. The outbreak had begun. "Stay back," Thien Than said. "I'll handle this." But Cao Phi, the idiot, puffed up his chest. He didn't see a monster, he just saw some drunk, lost hobo. "Hey buddy, you lost?" Phi stepped closer. Thien Than didn't hesitate. He launched himself forward, cutting between his friend and the walking corpse. With a sickening crunch, he drove the crowbar straight through the creature's neck. Black blood sprayed everywhere. Cao Phi's jaw hit the floor. "Thien Than! What the hell?" Phi screamed. "You just murdered that guy?" Thien Than calmly wiped the gore off his weapon. "Phi, survival rule number 1, never hesitate when it comes to zombies. Grab the gear, we're leaving. It's time I showed you what hell really looks like." Cao Phi's heart was hammering against his ribs, but he swallowed his fear, grabbed the bag, and followed Thien Than toward the exit. As they stepped into the sunlight, Cao Phi stopped dead. The scene before them was straight out of a post-apocalyptic blockbuster, only this time, there were no credits rolling. Just like that, a crowd of weirdos looking like that beer-bellied guy from the factory started tearing their own kind to shreds. Phi heard desperate screams for help, drowning in the feral roars of the mutants. Suddenly, a few of the undead spotted Thien and Phi emerging from the shadows and instantly lunged at them. Phi had zero combat experience and froze like a deer in headlights. Luckily, Thien was a veteran at this game. He dropped another zombie without breaking a sweat. "Watch your six, Phi. Don't get bit," Thien barked the warning. Phi, still reeling from shock, suddenly realized that everything Thien had predicted yesterday had actually come true. The world had literally turned into hell because of this zombie virus. Right then, a piercing scream shattered Phi's thoughts. "Kiet! Min! Don't go there!" They both whipped around to see Chau and Duan holding hands, sprinting like they were being chased by the devil, which they were, in the form of 2 sprinting corpses. Duan was still fully committed to being a knight in shining armor for his crush, swinging a baseball bat wildly at the zombies, snapping at their heels. "Wait, isn't that Chau's crew? Did one of them get tagged?" Phi asked. But Thien didn't have time to worry about those losers. He had to prioritize his own skin. But of course, right at that moment, Chau panicked, tripped over a rock, and totally ate dirt. A zombie snatched her up immediately. She screamed in pure despair. "Is someone there? Help me, please!" In the heat of the moment, Thien charged in anyway, swinging his crowbar to save her life. It wasn't about romance. He just didn't want to deal with another enemy spawning on the map. Thien grabbed Phi and kept moving. Chau sat there, shaking like a leaf, staring at the zombie corpse before scrambling up to cling onto Thien. "Take me with you." Thien knew she was a massive burden, but he figured she would follow them anyway, so he just ignored her. He and Phi hacked a path through the chaos and finally found a clean classroom with no zombies, ducking inside to catch their breath. Thien told Phi to save his energy while they figured out an exit strategy. Thien's current body was way too weak. He couldn't go 12 rounds with the undead for much longer. If he wanted to survive, Thien needed to regain his stats from his past life, and fast. Chau stubbornly tagged along, dragging her obsessive fanboy Duong with her. She wouldn't stop whining. "What are we gonna do? Did someone call 911? Why aren't the cops here yet?" This girl was useless, and her noise was driving Thien up the wall. He snapped, "Chau, zip it." Chau shut her mouth instantly, but Duong couldn't handle his goddess being disrespected like that. He pointed a finger right in Tien's face and yelled, "You are way out of line, man. Chau is just a fragile girl." But that gesture revealed a deep gash on his wrist, blood still dripping down his arm. "That stings, doesn't it?" Thien asked calmly. "Just a little? It's not a big deal," Duong replied, oblivious to the fact that he was already a walking corpse. Thien continued, "You know the first wave got hit by the virus from the meteor? But the second wave gets it from bites, right? Wait, infected?" Phi asked, confused. Since nobody knew the lore yet, Thien started breaking down the details of this new plague. It's known as Ebola. The Ebola virus only targets humans and spreads through air, water, and contact. There is a 70% chance it transmits through the air. But direct contact? That is a guaranteed infection. In other words, you get bit, you become one of them. When Thien said that, Chau immediately turned to look at Duong, her eyes filled with disgust and terror. Duong couldn't handle the truth. He screamed, "What kind of garbage is that? You have been watching too many horror movies, dude." Duong couldn't have dreamed that Thien was actually a time traveler from 10 years in the future. So, every word Thien said was 100% accurate. Thien tightened his grip on the crowbar and stepped forward. Duong would turn in 10 minutes, there was no cure, so Thien had to end him before things got ugly. "You want me to help you go out peacefully? At least you can die like a human being." Sensing the killer vibe coming from Thien, the guy raised his baseball bat and backed away. Stay right there. You take one more step and I swear. Doan obviously wanted to live, but reality was proving Thien right. The transformation was already kicking in. The wound stopped hurting completely. Even Doan could see the veins turning black as he looked at his own hand. Fear and hopelessness crashed over him. Doan looked to Chau, begging for a shred of pity, wanting to tell her he would never hurt her. But in response to his devotion, Chau just screamed coldly, "Get lost! Stay away from me!" Thien and Phi weren't even surprised by how fast she flipped the script. Even though the guy got bit protecting her, now he was just trash. Suddenly, a massive boom rocked the school grounds. Phi and Thien peeked out to check the situation and saw the principal's car smashed against the corner wall. It looked like the guy lost control and rammed the wall trying to bail. But actually, this was a golden opportunity for them. Most of the zombies were swarming the car now. Thien frowned and said, "Minutes left, man. You are going to be a walking meat sack. Let me end it. It is easier than what comes next." The guy stammered in fear. I. He gripped the bat tighter, panic in his eyes. "You liar! I am fine!" Thien just stared at him coldly, waiting for the inevitable. Someone behind called out, "Phi, let's roll." Chau begged frantically. "Chau, no, wait, Thien, don't leave me." Doan stepped forward, grabbing her hand. Chau. Chau snatched her hand back in disgust. "Let go of me, you freak," Doan pleaded. "Don't be scared. I won't hurt you. I just wanted to say if I die, Chau slashed a box cutter across Doan's face and scrambled backward. "If you want to die, go die alone." Doan stood there, stunned by the girl he loved, while Chau sprinted after the others. "Wait for me." Duang's hand hung in midair, then dropped in defeat. He stood frozen in heartbreak as the group abandoned him to his fate. Outside, the undead are going ham, but they haven't leveled up yet. Thien Than seizes the moment to wreck one. All we gotta do is sever the head or the nape to drop him. Right then, a shambler lunges at Cao Phi. He's gripping that axe like a lifeline, shaking. Thien Than barks, "Hesitate and you're dead. It's us or them." Bam! The axe buries itself right in the zombie's skull. Cao Phi doubles down with a few extra hacks just to be sure, sending blood spraying everywhere until the freak falls back, stone cold. With the axe dripping fresh gore, Cao Phi finally lets out a breath he was holding. Holy crap, I actually did it. Behind them, Doan Chau comes sprinting up, yelling, "Cao Phi! Thien Than! Wait up! She's panting like crazy, playing the victim. Don't scare me like that. I thought you guys ditched me." But she chokes on her words when she sees Thien Than's weapon pointed right between her eyes. He gives her the icy glare. "Why are you stalking us?" She immediately switches to damsel in distress mode. "Cao Phi, Thien Than, please don't leave me out here alone." Cao Phi whispers to his buddy, trying to play peacemaker. "Come on, man. We're the good guys. Besides, she's in our homeroom." Thien Than shoots her a look that screams, "I don't trust you," then spins around to leave. "Whatever. We don't have time to babysit you right now. Tag along if you want, but you follow our lead. Got it?" Doan Chau glares at their backs, face twisted in hate. The street is crawling with zombies, so the trio dives into the bushes. Cao Phi whispers, "Plan A. We sprint for the gate and bail." Thien Than shuts that down fast. "No way. Suicide mission. These freaks track sound. I'm gonna sneak into the school broadcast booth and throw a loud party to draw them in. That's your window to escape. That's the play." Cao Phi looks worried. "But what about you?" Thien Than shrugs it off. "Don't sweat it," Cao Phi silently prays. "Please don't die, you crazy bastard." Cao Phi finally notices the girl trembling behind him. "You holding up okay?" Doan Chau pulls her collar down low, trying to flash some skin. "Oh, thank God for you. Thien Than would have totally left me for dead." Internally, she's fuming. "Just you wait, Thien Than. Nobody disses the queen bee and gets away with it. I'll start by breaking your little sidekick." Doan Chau throws herself at Cao Phi, clinging tight. "I'm counting on you to protect me, big guy." Cao Phi freezes, totally awkward with her glued to him. Then the poison starts dripping. Thien Than scares me. All he does is scream and fight. But you're a real man, Cao Phi. You should really watch your back around that psycho. She thinks to herself, "Time to break up the bromance. No guy can resist my charm." But Cao Phi isn't buying what she's selling. He just smiles gratefully. "Nah, I don't see it. Honestly, I'm only breathing right now because of Thien Than." Cao Phi laughs. "You're right. I am a nice guy. But Thien Than? He's sharp and he's got my back. I don't chase skirts, so quit trash-talking him, okay?" Doan Chau grinds her teeth, absolutely furious. "Ugh, kill me now." Meanwhile, inside the school, Thien Than tosses an empty Coke can to make some noise. The horde stops their snack break, heads snapping toward the clatter. Like a hive mind, they scramble up and sprint toward the noise. Thien Than peeks from around a corner, assessing the chaos. Handling this lot, piece of cake. He slips into the broadcast booth, but the console looks like alien tech. How do you even turn this thing on? Just as he's fumbling with buttons, a shadow looms behind him. Thien Than spins around. Who's there? A zombie lunges, jaws wide. He catches it by the throat, squeezing tight as it thrashes wildly. The grip strength is insane. This thing's evolving already? That was fast. He grits his teeth. No way I'm checking out here. While wrestling the monster, his eyes dart around the room. There. An iron rod on the floor. He stretches his arm out, straining to reach it. With the zombie's snapping teeth inches from his nose, his fingers close around the cold metal. Thien Than roars and drives the rod straight into the creature's skull. The thing goes limp and hits the floor with a thud. Thien Than gasps for air, adrenaline crashing. A boss fight in the broadcast room? Are you kidding me? That semi-evolved freak was no joke. He glances at the desk and spots a framed photo. It's a couple looks like the girl in the picture is the monster he just put down. She must have been the school announcer. Pretty girl. He notices a half-knitted scarf on the chair, probably making a Valentine's gift for her guy. Tragic. Shame about the romance. He hits the switch, and the speakers crackle to life. Attention, students. Morning exercise time. Everyone to the courtyard. Testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. The zombie horde goes berserk, clawing at the loudspeakers outside. Cao Phi creeps out from the bushes. He did it. Thien Than actually did it. But when they reach the school gate, it's chained shut. Time is ticking. Come on! Cao Phi swings his axe with everything he's got, smashing the lock. Metal shards clatter to the pavement. The gate swings open and they step to freedom. But Cao Phi plants his feet. Wait, Thien Than isn't here yet. Doan Chau rolls her eyes. Forget him! If we don't move, we're Monster Chau! A bus screeches to a halt nearby. A teacher leans out, screaming, Get in, now! Doan Chau pulls at Cao Phi's arm frantically. Cao Phi, move it! What are you doing? Cao Phi stands his ground, loyal to a fault. I'm not leaving without him. To Doan Chau, this loyalty is just a massive inconvenience. The teacher jumps down. You're Cao Phi, class 2, right? Get on the bus. Cao Phi shakes his head. Not until Thien Than gets back. That's when Doan Chau drops the bomb. Thien Than is a murderer. Sir, I saw him butcher another student with my own eyes. The teacher freezes, face pale. What did you just say? Doan Chau smirks, playing the angle. We have to leave him and lock the gate. If we don't, those things will follow us out. The teacher nods, panic setting in. She's right. We have to go. Cao Phi, stop being difficult and get on. Doan Chau sneers. Still want to wait for your precious hero? Such a good bro. Fine. Go die with him. Cao Phi's expression hardens. Finally showing your true colors, huh? He glares at her. You witch. Cao Phi goes full berserker mode, pointing his bloody axe at the group. Close that gate and I will end you. Anyone who touches it dies. Doan Chau scowls, but backs off. The teachers stand there, jaw-drop students, don't usually threaten to murder faculty. The kids on the bus start whispering, Who is that guy? What's going on? Cao Phi stands like a sentinel, guarding the exit. The bus driver slams the door and peels out. We'll send help from the city, the teacher yells as they speed away. Cao Phi watches the dust settle, stoic. Then he pumps a fist, shouting, I held the line, completely unaware of the zombie shuffling up right behind him. He yanked Phi's collar, jerking him backward hard. Before Phi could even blink, a gnashing, rotting zombie face was inches from his nose, snapping at the air. The creature tackled Phi to the pavement, pinning him down. Phi barely managed to jam his axe handle against its jaw. Get off me, you ugly sack of crap, he screamed. The thing was strong, way too strong. Phi panic spiraled. This is it. Game over. The horde is coming, and I can't hold it back. Damn it, I'm gonna die a freaking virgin. I refuse to check out without getting a girlfriend. Splat. The zombie's head went flying, painting the asphalt red. Phi blinked, stunned by the sudden gore. Thien reached down, offering a hand. You good to walk? Or do I need to carry you? Trust me, Thien said, wiping black blood off his blade. Missing that bus was the best luck we've had all day. One infected person on board, and that thing is just a rolling coffin. They heading to the city? Phi asked. Thien scowled, eyes darkening. Probably. Doesn't matter. I can't stand Doan Chau. That woman is straight up toxic. All right, priority 1. We need a hideout. Phi, if you were on that bus, you'd be zombie Chau by now. Thien shuddered, a memory from his past life hitting him like a truck. He remembered that bus ride. One bite was all it took. In the memory, the bus slammed into a utility pole. The survivors scrambled out, but the crash noise? It was like ringing a dinner bell for every flesh-eater in a 5-mile radius. The mob pounded on a nearby house door, screaming for help. But Doan Chau was inside. She just locked it tight, yelling, Save yourselves! I'm not risking my neck for you losers! Deal with them! The lock clicked shut. Back then, Phi had smiled, naive as ever. Don't worry, they'll open up. But black veins were already snaking up his arm. The infection had him. Tears streamed down Phi's face. It burns. Thien, seriously, get out of here. Run. Thien had frozen, watching his best friend turn into a monster right in front of him. I ran, Thien thought bitterly. I left him to die. Yo, Earth to Thien. Phi's voice snapped him back to the present. Why are you zoning out? Here, eat something. Phi tossed him a snack bar. I know a killer spot to crash near here. Super safe. Thien caught the food, grateful. Thien gripped the wrapper. He had a second chance at life, and he wasn't going to screw it up this time. He looked up at the destination. My cousin's shop, Phi grinned. Welcome to HQ. Got the spare key right here. They slid the metal shutter up. Get in, Thien ordered, scanning the street. Lock it behind me. Tight. I'm sweeping the perimeter. Phi was fiddling with his cell phone, looking desperate. What's the play? Thien asked. My parents, Phi said, voice cracking. I gotta find them, but I can't get a signal. It's dead. They're in District D, right? Thien nodded. I'm heading that way too, but first there's someone I need to find. Non-negotiable. Phi's eyes lit up, forgetting the apocalypse for a second. Oh ho, a girl? You sly dog. Hey, if she's got hot friends, hook a brother up, will ya? Thien sighed. Even at the end of the world, Phi was a hopeless romantic. Night fell, and the banging started. Thud, thud. The undead were slamming against the metal shutters outside, hungry for meat. Phi looked ready to wet himself. Relax, Thien said coolly. That door holds. Now sit down. I'm gonna teach you how to survive this nightmare. This virus isn't new, Thien explained. It's been dormant in our DNA for ages, but that meteor shower, it woke the bug up, and now it's mutating us. Most people's bodies can't handle the overload, they turn into zombies, but a few of us, we can resist. Better yet, we can control it. If you control it, you evolve. Stronger, faster, superhuman. Phi squinted at him. Dude, how do you know all this nerd stuff? Don't ask, Thien snapped. Just copy me. I'm gonna show you how to speedrun your evolution. Breathe steady. Visualize the virus inside you. Don't fight it, dominate it. If you feel weird, don't panic. That's the virus moving. Guide it. It'll pool in one spot on your body. That's your power source. Thien focused. Just like his last life, the energy surged to his right palm. Classic, he thought. Most people get the hand upgrade. Low-level evolution, he analyzed. Boosts stats across the board, but no special powers. Basically, I'm a jack of all trades, master of none. But hey, it beats being dead. I know the cheat code, Thien smirked. Evolution peaks when you're on the brink of death. With my knowledge from the future, I'm not losing. My stats might be average, but I've got one thing nobody else has. 10 years of combat experience in this living hell. Thien drifted into a restless sleep. Suddenly, he was back there, downtown, dragging Huyen across the street. She tripped, hard. Huyen, you okay? My ankle, she cried. It's sprained. Thien looked back. The horde was closing in, teeth gnashing. Get on my back, he yelled. I'm not leaving you. Thien, stop. I'm slowing you down, she sobbed. Just go. You can make it alone. Shut up, he gritted his teeth. We survived together, or not at all. He sprinted toward the bridge, her weight on his back. Then he slid to a halt. Horror washed over him. The bridge, it was snapped in half. Son of a Thien looked back. The zombie tsunami was seconds away. We're trapped. Damn it. Put me down, please, Huyen begged. Hold on tight, Thien roared. I've got this. He backed up, planted his foot, and launched them across the gap with every ounce of strength he had. Thien landed on the other side, skidding to a stop. Safe, but the momentum. He felt the weight lift from his back. Huyen was slipping. He spun around, hand outstretched, fingers brushing air. Gravity had already won. Huyen plummeted toward the river below, falling like a stone. Huyen, no! Thien screamed, jerking awake, sweat pouring down his face. He realized he was being strangled. By a hug? Phi was spooning him, tightly. Get off me! Thien kicked him away. Personal space, you weirdo. Phi sat up, rubbing his eyes, drool on his chin. Huh? Wha? Is it morning? I am never sharing a room with you again, Thien grumbled, packing his gear. Phi watched him, somber now. So, you're really going? She's important, Phi. I have to. Phi nodded, trying to look tough. All right then, go get your girl, but you better bring her back in one piece. Obviously. Thien checked outside, coast was clear. He hopped onto a motorcycle and revved the engine. Above the roar, he shouted one last order. Stay inside. Do not open this door for anyone but me. I don't care who it is, keep it locked. Phi smirked, masking his fear. Yeah, I'm not 5 years old, Mom. Just hurry back. Thien didn't look back. He twisted the throttle, and the bike tore down the empty street. Watching him go, Phi's smile faded. Don't die on me, man, he whispered. Please. Speeding down the highway, it finally hit Angel. Crap. I never told Cao Phi that the girl I'm hunting down is actually my soulmate from a past life, did I? Huyen. She's my everything. Only problem is, in this timeline, we're total strangers. We haven't even met yet. He yanked the handlebars, screeching to a halt in front of a roadside convenience store. He rubbed his stiff neck. Totally forgot the map. Then again, I haven't been on this road in 10 years. Just as he started gripping, a soda can rattled across the asphalt. Angel's eyes snapped to the noise. 2 zombies lunged out of nowhere. Ugh, trash, he scoffed, drawing his blade. Die, you freaks. Swish, heads rolled. Took all of 2 seconds to clear the garbage. He scanned the area, places crawling with infected. Then he spotted movement. Survivors. 2 sisters trapped in the chaos. Inside a sedan, Lalam clutched her little sister, trembling. Outside, the undead were pounding on the glass. It's okay, she lied, face pale as a sheet. We're gonna be fine. Smash! The window shattered. A rotting corpse dove halfway in. Angel grabbed a brick from the curb and hurled it with fastball precision. Beat it! Ugly! The sisters stared, stunned, as this random teenager stood between them and the horde. Angel spun around, delivering a brutal roundhouse kick to the lead zombie's chest. Thud! 2 zombies went flying. Little Latuyet's eyes went wide. Whoa, he's a ninja. Angel didn't pause. He sliced through the remaining stragglers like butter. So cool, Latuyet squealed from the car. Meanwhile, Angel clenched his fist. Reflexes are sharper. Strength is up. Guess evolving early has its perks. I might still be low tier, but compared to regular humans right now, I'm basically a god. He glared at the few zombies left standing. Come get some! A moment later, the ground was painted red. Angel stood amidst the carnage, panting heavily. Lalam stammered, Thank you so much. Angel cut her off, wiping his blade. Save the speeches. This place is a death trap. We need to move. Move? She blinked. There's a convenience store up ahead. Safe enough for now, Angel ordered. Take the kid and hide. Go. What about you? She asked, hesitating. I'll cover you. Just run. She looked at him one last time, then made the call. Okay, let's go. But my teddy, Latuyet cried. Leave it. Lalam dragged her away. Angel turned back to the car, popping the gas cap. His senses were tingling. Everything felt sharper, louder. Must be the first stage of evolution kicking in. Subtle, but I can feel it. He could hear them coming, a massive swarm. Back at the store, the sisters watched from the window. Is that big brother gonna be okay? Latuyet asked. I don't know. Lalam peered nervously through the glass. Stay here. I need to check. No way, the little girl protested. I'm coming with you. Fine, but stick to me like glue. Outside, the horde surged forward. Angel lit a cigarette, took a drag, and smirked. Showtime. He flicked the burning butt into the puddle of gasoline. Boom! A massive explosion lit up the sky, turning the zombie mob into ground beef. Angel walked away from the blast without flinching. Classic action movie style. Lalam ran up, clutching a machete, jaw on the floor. Who? Who is this guy? Angel frowned, annoyed. I told you to stay inside. Are you deaf? He glanced at the kid. And is that your mom? Hey, she's my sister, Latuyet pouted. Angel reached into his pack and tossed her a stuffed animal. Found this in the trunk. Catch. Teddy, you're the best, she cheered. Don't mention it. Angel cracked open a water bottle and chugged it like he'd been in the desert for a week. Latuyet leaned in, whispering loud enough for everyone to hear. Think my sister's hot? She's a total babe. Angel sprayed water everywhere. So, wanna be my brother-in-law? She's single, you know? Angel flicked her forehead. Zip it, brat. Inside the store, Lalam was stuffing a backpack but hesitated. Shouldn't we pay for this? It feels like stealing. Angel rolled his eyes. Lady, look around. The world ended. If we don't take it, someone else will. Don't guilt trip yourself over snacks. She sighed, defeated. You're right, everything's changed. Just yesterday I was a teacher and now, Angel froze. Teacher? Wait, you teach at Sunstar High? Lalam nodded. Yeah, I do. Angel grabbed her shoulders. Do you know a girl named Huyen? She looked uncomfortable. Can you let go of me first? Angel flinched, pulling back. Sorry. Lalam adjusted her shirt. I know Huyen. She's one of my students. You know her? Yeah, Angel mumbled. We're friends, sort of, in another life. If you're looking for her, Lalam said, she's probably still at the school. I left early today, but the students were still in class. Don't worry, she's a smart kid. I'm sure she's alive. Angel looked down, his face unreadable. Silence. Lalam watched him. Crossing a city of zombies for a girl must be love, she thought. She stepped forward and planted a quick kiss on his cheek. Angel touched his face, blushing furiously. The hell was that for? She smiled. A thank you kiss for saving our lives. We're even now. Go find your girl. Latuyet's face dropped. No, the kid screamed. We're going with him. He's a ninja. He can protect us. You'll protect my sister too, right? Shh. Lalam hushed her. Stop it. He's done enough for us. He has his own mission. Latuyet started sobbing. Angel sighed, walked over, and patted the kid's head. Then he looked at La Lam. Can you drive? Yes. Angel stood up, kicking the kickstand of a motorcycle. Well, let's roll. Awesome! The kid yelled from the front seat. La Lam sat behind Angel, wrapping her arms tight around his waist. Why is this happening? She asked over the wind. Why is the world like this? Zombie virus, Angel shouted back, just like the movies. Where are you taking us? Angel slammed the brakes next to an abandoned car. Here. He hopped off. Get in. Watch me work my magic on this lock. Ever hot-wired a ride? La Lam cut in, panic rising in her voice. Hey, you're a high school student. That's a felony. He paused. How did she make him as a student? Oh, right, the uniform. Dead giveaway. La Lam wasn't finished lecturing. If you want to find Huyen, go to the cops. The school is a death trap, no matter how tough you think you are. Angel laughed. A cold, dry laugh. Cops? You really think the boys in blue are going to save the day? She froze, unable to answer. He jerked a thumb over his shoulder. You mean like that guy? A zombified officer shambled toward them, groaning. La Lam's face went ghost white. What's your name? Angel asked, cool as ice. She stammered from behind him. I'm Miss La. He stepped between the teacher and the monster. Listen up, Teach. The rules have changed. He stomped the ground, baited the zombie, and took it down in one fluid motion. This world? It's way messier than your textbooks. The sisters watched, jaws on the floor, as blood sprayed across the asphalt. Angel didn't blink. He started stripping the corpse. Nice loot drop. Luck's on my side today. Riot gear. Solid. Shame about the missing sidearm, though. He tested the fabric. Teeth can't get through this. It'll hold. He tossed a lead pipe to La Lam. Catch. That's your best friend now. Don't lose it. She gripped the cold metal, nodding. Got it. Angel wasn't done. Forget the police. Forget the law. Nobody is coming to save you. You want to live? You save yourself. I hot-wired this car for you. Turn the key and follow my lead. I've got business to handle. Do me a favor. Find my friend. Tell him Angel sent you. La Lam grabbed his arm. Your name is Angel? He nodded. That's me. She took a breath. I'm La Lam. This is my sister, La Tuyette. Please, watch your back out there. You too. Both engines roared to life in unison. La Lam shouted over the noise, Promise me you'll come back alive! Angel smirked. Is that even a question? As he peeled away, La Lam slumped. La Tuyette whispered, You should have told him how you felt, sis. Might be too late now. I know. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. The younger girl shook her head. Adults. So complicated. Bad luck. The highway was a parking lot. On Angel's end, it was dead silent. Too silent. He ditched the bike useless in this gridlock and continued on foot. Angel moved like a shadow between the cars. Then he saw it. Bingo. Squad car. Maybe the cops left some firepower behind. He crept through the maze of metal toward the cruiser. Inside, a rotter. But next to it, a pistol. Jackpot. The zombie heard him and snapped its head up. Angel scrambled back, putting distance between them. The thing slammed its head against the window. Crack. The safety glass shattered. The creature launched itself through the broken window. Crap, Angel muttered. He was boxed in by cars. No running room, just him and the monster. Rotting teeth snapped inches from his nose. Angel grabbed the thing and smashed its skull against a sedan. Bad move. The car alarm blared to life. Honk, honk, honk! Angel whipped out his combat knife and drove it into the zombie's temple. Silence. But he knew the noise would bring more. He couldn't fight a horde in this tight space. He snatched the gun from the cruiser. Meanwhile, over at the school, Class 4 was dead quiet. Two girls sat slumped against the wall, total gloom and doom. Lamsaw looked worried. Lin Lin looked worse. Suddenly, Duang shouted, Boss, look, someone's alive out there. She jumped up, and the trio crowded the window. He just dropped one, she said. But look at that crowd. He swarmed. That car alarm was him, one whispered. Dinner bell for the undead. Angel checked the mag. Silenced pistol. 35 rounds. Not enough. He gritted his teeth. Not nearly enough for this mob. From the classroom, it looked hopeless. No exit strategy. But instead of running, the guy vaulted onto the roof of a stranded bus. Is he crazy? One girl gasped. He's trapped up there. A zombie clawed its way up the side. Angel glared at it. Did I say you could come up here, ugly? Whack! He swung his pipe, crushing its skull. He had to save the bullets for emergencies. It was hammer time. So, Angel went medieval on them. Every rotter that tried to climb the bus got a face full of steel. He stood on that roof like a gladiator, knocking them down one by one. Come get some! I can do this all day! The schoolgirls exchanged glances. Who is this guy? He's a beast. Maybe we should signal him? Hold up, Lamsaw cautioned. We don't know him, friend or foe. Plus, let's see if he survives the next 5 minutes. The siege lasted for hours. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, the street below was paved with corpses. Angel leaned on his pipe, gasping for air, staring down the last one. His legs were jelly. All he wanted was a nap, a long nap. The zombie lunged, fresh as a daisy. Angel swung for the kill shot, but the monster bit down on the pipe, locking it in place. Oh, you want a taste? Angel shoved the metal down its throat. He channeled every ounce of frustration into the blow. Low-level trash. You think you can take me down? He delivered a final, earth-shaking stomp. The creature flew off the roof. Angel put a bullet in it just to be sure. Double tap. Finally, silence. He exhaled, a long, shaky breath. He collapsed onto the metal roof, totally drained, but he felt something shift. A breakthrough? Now was the time to metabolize the virus resistance. Lin waved frantically. Boss, get over here. He wiped them out. All of them. Lam Sa rushed to the window. What? Impossible. There was an army down there. Is he okay? The younger girl asked. He's just sitting there, probably resting. Then, the million-dollar question. Hey, boss, think he'll come save us? Lam Sa sighed. Don't count on it. It's pitch black, he's exhausted, and he doesn't even know we exist. On the bus, Angel closed his eyes, focusing inward. Okay, this sensation, it's stronger than before. Steam began to rise from his skin. First step, control the mutated cells. Channel the viral energy. Phase 1, complete. The virus reorganized his DNA, forging a new neural pathway. Muscles knit tighter, senses sharpened. He picked up the crowbar. It felt light as a feather. Basic zombies? No problem. He flexed his hand. Raw power. Strength is double that of a normal human. Other stats? Likely boosted too. Priority list. Recover stamina, build immunity, and sharpen perception. My omnipotent system has a killer perk. A built-in radar that detects any movement within a 16-foot radius. Downside? I'm paralyzed while I scan. Once I max out the skill, I'll hit 65 feet. But honestly, it's trash compared to the psychic class. I swear, back in the day, Xuan could scan over half a mile without breaking a sweat. You gotta be in there, babe. Hang tight, Xuan. Eyes on the school. Daddy's coming to get you. Midnight. I ping my radar. Still pathetic range. Ugh, useless. I chuck an empty water bottle at the wall in frustration, clank. Big mistake. The rot brains snap to attention. Shuffling feet, groans. They're swarming the noise. Quick scan. 5 basic munchers. No evolutions. Piece of cake. Actually, perfect timing to road test my new upgrades. I dive bomb from the high ground. My evolved physique is practically begging for a workout. Reflexes are tripled, and my speed? Off the charts. The horde is hot on my tail. Behind me, crystal clear. These level 1 creeps don't stand a ghost of a chance against the great Thien. Meanwhile, inside the classroom, just trash and empty wrappers litter the floor. We're out of snacks, Lin whines. Forget the monsters. Starvation's gonna kill us first. Yang pipes up. Hey, boss. Hallway looks clear. Maybe we make a break for it? No way. Lamsa shuts him down immediately. Suicide mission. We stay put. Starving to death isn't exactly safe either, the girl argues. Lamsa sighs, defeated. Fine. Grab the flashlight. The door creaks open, and the trio tiptoes into the dark. Hallway mode. Stealth. You two hit room 2, Lamsa whispers. Chubby kid sat there, bound to be snacks. I'll check room 3. Don't die. Roger that. She splits off, heading into room 3 solo. She's digging through desks when something brushes her leg. Quit it, little bow. Ugh, nothing but comic books. Not even a crumb of a cookie. Wait, a water bottle? Jackpot! Lamsa grins, grabbing the drink. Then a blood-curdling scream freezes her blood. I hear it too from the corridor. Survivors and trouble. Big trouble. Danger close. Scram, little bow. She peeks out total nightmare. Zombies chasing her crew. Help me! Lamsa curses under her breath and bolts. Damn it! Too late for Lin. The jaws snap shut. Crunch. Lamsa stumbles back in terror, bumping into something solid. A body. She spins around, face draining of color. It's Yang. Trapped. Lin's getting turned into lunch by a walker. And Yang? Yang's eyes are rolling back. He's turning. The eater locks eyes with Lamsa. She goes sheet white, spins on her heels, and sprints, screaming her lungs out. Help! I stay cool. Surrounded. Party's here. That scream rang the dinner bell. Time to stop being subtle. Guns out. Bang! The shot echoes in the night. I check the corpse. Weird markings. Great. This ugly mug is in the middle of an evolution. 2 days and he would have been a boss monster. I reload. 25 rounds left. Make 'em count. Suddenly thump noise from a classroom. Huh? Freaks are trying to bash the door down. Someone's definitely alive in there. I trigger my radar. Short-range scan. 6 feet. Ping. Life form, huddled right behind the wood. Silhouette says, female. Could it be Xuan? Inside, Lamsa is shaking, praying to every god she knows. Please, don't come in. Please. Silence. Did they leave? Thump. Nope. She scrambles back in terror. I knock properly this time. Chill out. I'm human. Open the door. Human? Really? She cracks the door. Relief washes over her, but I keep a stone face. Her first words? You got any food? Starving, she mutters. Even my pet mouse gets a snack while she wolves down a protein bar. Hey, I interrupt her feeding frenzy. You know a girl named Xuan? Oh yeah. The school beauty queen. She notices my cigarette. You not eating? Aren't you hungry? I'm good, I reply, exhaling smoke. Lamsa fills me in. Total chaos when the monsters hit. Some ran, some died. Xuan probably got out. Is that so? I murmur. Then I spotted a necklace glinting on her neck. I snatch it. Where did you get this? Hey, she snaps. Hands off, that's mine. I glare, and she shrinks back, flushing. What's your problem? I soften my grip. Your dad. Is he Rohan? Her jaw drops. You know my dad? We go way back. Come with me. I'll take you to him. She slaps my hand away. I don't care about him, but if you keep me fed and safe, I'll tag along. Deal, I say, extending a hand. Let's roll. She grabs my hand, and my grip tightens. Flashback time. Me and Rohan. The gas in the capital is thick, I told him. No wonder the monsters are swarming. Peaceful spot, though, Rohan mused. Might pitch a tent here next time. Suddenly, a low growl rumbled from the house behind us. We aren't walking away from this clean, I muttered. Rohan smirked. Oh? I thought you missed it. I felt it a mutant bursting out. Green skin, razor claws, spikes erupting from its flesh. I stared. What the hell is that? Just another stray, Rohan said, drawing dual blades. He looked like he had a score to settle. Sit back, kid. Watch how a pro handles an exorcism. He launched himself off the ledge. I watched in awe. He landed right on the green freak, blades dancing. Slash, slash, slash. The beast roared and backhanded him. Bam! Rohan flew backward, skidding to a halt. He signaled me. Tag team time. I unloaded my clip. Eat lead, ugly! Ping, ping, ping! The bullets bounced off its hide like hail. It slowly turned its head. It saw me. I stared at my smoking gun. You gotta be kidding me. Empty? The monster charged. I stood there, jaw on the floor, watching death rush toward me. Lucky for me, Lahan sliced that thing's arm off before I became lunch. You're still green, kid, he grunted, stomping for leverage before decapitating the zombie with a single, clean strike. Go to hell, ugly. The corpse hit the dirt with a heavy thud. Watching Lahan huff and puff, I couldn't help but ask, Hey, old man, you gonna make it? And that speed. How? Instead of answering, Lahan popped his buttons, revealing shredded muscle and no way a pair of jet-black wings exploding from his back. Angel's jaw practically hit the floor. You hit a new evolution tier? Dude, you're a straight-up monster. The entire 1st Battalion wouldn't stand a chance against you. Lahan just shrugged it off. Don't flatter me. It's all thanks to that breathing technique you taught me. Later, bouncing around in the back of a military transport, Angel noticed the old soldier staring blankly at nothing. What you looking at so hard? Lahan held up a worn necklace. My daughter's birthday present. She gave it to me, kept a matching one for herself. Like a lucky charm, Angel blinked. Whoa, pause. You have a kid? What's her name? Lam Sun. I enlisted young, never had time to be a dad. She'd be about 18 now. Lahan's voice cracked. If she's even alive. I left her behind when the outbreak hit to join the squad. If I just stayed, I could have saved her. Angel looked at him with rock-solid conviction. Hey, apples don't fall far from the tree. With a badass dad like you, there's no way she's weak. She's a survivor. Back in the present, the silent classroom hummed with energy. Lam San was evolving, steam hissing off her skin. Angel grinned. Perfect. That's a wrap for today. We pick this up tomorrow. The viral chains are linking up, Angel thought to himself, impressed. It's actually working. She really is Lahan's kid, nailed the virus accumulation on her 3rd try. He walked over to the window, lit a cigarette, and took a long, quiet drag. He thought back to his mentor. Lahan paid a heavy price to invent this breathing technique. Now that Angel had been reborn into the past, meeting the guy's daughter felt like some kind of cosmic sign. Up on the roof, a low drone vibrated through the air. The door was splattered with gore, and fresh blood painted the stairwell red. Deep in the dark, empty hallway, something growled. It was the zombie inside the room. Its body sizzled with steam, cells mutating rapidly. You could actually hear the virus bubbling inside it. The air felt heavy with dread as the creature stood up, reborn in a twisted new form. Back in the safe house, Angel tossed a handgun to Lam San. You know how to use that? She nodded. My dad taught me. Good. You're on your own for a bit. Keep your head on a swivel. She rolled her eyes, understanding the subtext danger was everywhere. I know. Smart kid, Angel thought. She gets the stakes. Lam San hardened her expression. Obviously. It's not like I haven't watched a bunch of people get eaten right in front of me. Just stay put and practice. Keep it quiet, and you'll be fine. Lam San watched him go, realizing that weird breathing trick was the only reason he could slaughter monsters like flies. You noticed that, huh? Angel smirked. It's impressive, she admitted, but don't get cocky. I'm gonna be stronger than you. Yeah. Less talking, more training. By the way, where's the breaker room? Basement, she pointed. Behind storage. It's pitch black down there, so take a flashlight. Following her directions, he activated his sensory perception. Scan complete. Area clear, no infected signatures nearby. Safety first. He kept his senses sharp, but finding that power room was the mission. The hallway was a suicide run, too many freaks, too much wasted time. Good thing he snagged that rope from the cop car earlier. Rappelling down from the third floor was risky, but better than the alternative. He gripped the rope and slid down, face set in a grim line. A quick scan outside showed nothing. Time to breach. 8, 9, 10. He pulsed his radar again. Still 0 infected signatures. Was the sensor glitching? He nudged the door open, knuckles white around his grip. The basement was cavernous, way bigger than he expected. His mental map was fuzzy here, he had to tread lightly. Deep in the shadows, the evolved zombie was waiting. An angel walked right into its trap. Bingo. The power grid. He grabbed the handle, then froze. Well, isn't that just my luck? Standing right there was a zombie. It glared at him. Angel didn't hesitate. As it shambled forward, he put a bullet straight through its forehead. Brains painted the wall. Suddenly, a massive fist came out of nowhere. Angel spun around just in time. Ah, hell, a Tier 2 evolved. The punch whistled through the air where his head used to be. Angel backflipped, skidding across the concrete to create distance. That speed is insane, he thought. One hit would have turned him into paste. Tier 2s had reinforced skeletons, basically metal bones, and their skulls were like tanks. I need heavy artillery for this. Lacking that, Angel swung his metal baton with everything he had. Crack! The dust settled, and the thing didn't even have a scratch. You gotta be kidding me, Angel cursed. Tactical retreat time. He shoved a heavy cabinet over to block its path. The zombie snarled, looking up to spot him perched above. Angel sneered down. You really think you can take me out? I've got all the room in the world to dance around you, ugly. He rested the baton on his shoulder, ready. He landed a kinetic blow that sent the creature flying. It slammed into the floor, but to Angel's horror, it scrambled right back up and let out a blood-curdling shriek. The entire school vibrated from the sound. Upstairs, Lam San jumped. She peered out the window, then froze as the sound of shuffling footsteps echoed from the hallway. They were moving like a hive mind, swarming like army ants toward the scream. The beast kept screaming. Calling for backup? Not on my watch. Angel slammed the baton into its skull again. It tried to rise. He smashed it back down. Angel unleashed a flurry of strikes, venting all his frustration on the thing's iron hide. Wham, wham, wham. Just die. Already, his eyes blazed with fury. But it was too late. The stairwell was already trembling with the sound of the descending horde. That steroid-pumped zombie pushed itself off the asphalt. Bad news. I knew I had to pull a tactical retreat before I ended up as its appetizer. High ground first, questions later. I twisted sideways, barely missing a haymaker that would have taken my head off. You want a piece of this, ugly? I sprinted up the stairs. Come and get it! The behemoth paused, confused. A squad of brain-dead minions started shambling after him. I triggered my mental radar and started the head count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Only a quartet of groupies? Perfect. This freak hasn't hit peak evolution yet. A Tier 2 usually rolls with a posse of 10. My lucky day. I slammed my boot against the wall. Hey, rotting piles of garbage! Over here! Every head snapped toward me in slow motion. Locked and loaded. Bang. The bullet grazed the big guy's skull. Close enough. I whipped out my baton and cracked the skulls of the paparazzi zombies first. Minions down. I put a slug right between the boss monster's eyes, but I knew better a pea shooter like this won't drop a Tier 2. But the impact messed up his equilibrium. That was my window. I swung the baton with everything I had, aiming for a home run on his cranium. Crack! Brain matter confetti everywhere. The behemoth crumbled like a sack of wet cement right at my feet. Game over. Tier 2s are usually a nightmare, I scoffed, wiping sweat off my brow. Infinite stamina, summoning powers. Too bad you ran into the angel of death. Back to the power grid. I glanced out the window. Whoa. Every zombie in the school was moshing in the courtyard below. I guess I should thank the dead big guy for the invite. He acted like a dinner bell for the entire campus. Then, something caught my eye. The room next door. The infirmary? Jackpot. I raided the cabinets. Antibiotics, bandages, the works. Talk about stumbling into a gold mine. My karma must be maxed out today. I grabbed a massive bottle of industrial alcohol. Happy hour, boys. I tossed it out the window. The glass shattered on the pavement, drenching the horde. They looked up just as I rained down a few more Molotov specials. I flicked a lighter. You guys really shouldn't crowd the exits. Hasta la vista. Boom. A fireball engulfed the courtyard, turning the undead into a barbecue. From the safety of the room, Lamsaw watched, wide-eyed. That was hardcore. Suddenly, the lights flickered and buzzed to life. Power's back, she cheered, and the PA system is live. I grabbed the mic. Testing. 1, 2. Is this thing on? Whatever. Hey, Nuok Huyen. Yeah, you. I'm here to bust you out. If you're still breathing, meet me at the main gate at dawn. I know you don't know me, but trust me on this one. I cut the feed, biting my lip. Please, God, let her be alive. Silence reclaimed the school. Back in the classroom, Lamsaw smirked. I heard that broadcast. So, you don't actually know Senior 2, do you? I knew it, she continued, playing detective. I bet it was a sunny day, crowded hallway. You locked eyes, and bam, love at first sight. You're totally a stalker, aren't you? Following her around like a lost puppy. Admit it, I nailed it. Bonk, I chopped her on the head. Shut your trap and get some sleep. We move at sunrise. Rubbing the fresh bump on her forehead, she pouted. Fine, meanie. Morning sun blasted through the windows. I already had my gear on. Rise and shine, kid. We're burning daylight. She peeked outside. Angel, there's people at the gate. Maybe it's her. I didn't wait. I bolted out the door, leaving Lamsaw in the dust, screaming my name. Lamsaw scrambled to catch up. As I neared the gate, I saw a silhouette that hair color. It had to be her. Hu Yen, I shouted, heart pounding. I finally found you. I ran up, grinning like an idiot. Then they turned around. Oh, my God. It looked like a truck hit a goblin factory. My soul left my body, but I kept walking. Covering my mouth to suppress a gag, I asked, look, skip the pleasantries. Does anyone know a Tu Thien Huyen? They just stared, drooling slightly. Lamsaw caught up, realizing these two were looking for a bodyguard. They pressed against me, batting their eyelashes. Hey, handsome, save us and we'll make it worth your while. I physically recoiled. Get lost. They froze, shocked by the rejection. One of them started to stammer. Suddenly, Little White, the hamster in my pocket, went berserk. Calm down, fuzzball, Lamsaw hissed. But I saw it. You, I pointed my gun. You've been bitten. Her friend jumped back. What? You're infected? Why didn't you say anything? The girl panicked. No, it's just a scratch, I swear. I leveled the barrel at her head. That bite is 20 minutes old, I calculated coldly. You've got less than an hour before you turn into a flesh eater. She started sobbing. Please, it's nothing. Her so-called bestie shoved her into the dirt. Die already. You almost got me killed, you psycho. Then the friend turned to me, desperate. Take me with you. I'm clean. I'll strip right now so you can check. Just don't leave me here. Adung grabbed her friend's ankle. The friend kicked her away. Let go, you ungrateful leech. I shared my water with you. Consider that debt paid when I see you in hell. She turned back to me. Please, I'll do anything. Just get me away from this monster. The girl on the ground snarled, eyes glazing over. What did you call me? Transformation complete. She lunged, sinking her teeth into her friend's shoulder. Crunch. We just stood there, watching the karma play out. Get off me. It hurts, Adung shrieked. Amai laughed, blood dripping from her mouth. Call me a monster? Fine. We die together. Total insanity. The infection spread instantly. Adung hit her knees, eyes wide. No, I don't want to die. Amai was already gone, just a beast now. I watched without blinking. Huyen isn't here, I said, turning away. Let's roll. We walked away as the screams faded behind us. The parking lot was empty. Just my luck. Son of a... Someone jacked my ride. Looks like we're walking, kid. Little White was staring at me with weirdly intelligent eyes. That hamster isn't normal. He's going to be an asset. You serious? Lamsaw asked, catching my vibe. I showed her the scratches on my hand. I can feel the energy radiating off him. Little guy's packing some serious mutation. Her eyes went round. Evolution? The hamster? She asked. I'm not 100% sure, I admitted. My gut says yes, but in this new world, there's a lot of crazy stuff I don't know yet. 4 days into the end of the world and you know everything? Suspicious, Angel teased. What if I told you I'm a time traveler sent to save your butt? She didn't even blink, totally buying it. Whoa, subject change. Let's pretend I didn't say that. Anyway, Little White might turn into a beast in the future. Who knows? Snap. Angel froze. You hear that? Lamsaw frowned. Hear what? Gunfire, he guessed. Sounds like a cop shop nearby. Your ears broken? Police station. Let's roll. Lamsaw's eyes lit up. Cops? Oh, thank God. That means safety, right? Angel just gave her a creepy, cryptic smile. Down at the station, it was absolute chaos. A handful of cops versus a tidal wave of zombies. Bullets sprayed everywhere, but the horde just kept coming, climbing over their own dead. The police were firing blind. Total pandemonium. Angel and Lam saw, crouched by the gate. A cop screamed, "Chief, we're dry! Ammo's gone, we can't hold them back!" Chief Nya Min grit his teeth. "Hold the line. We need to buy time for the civilians. Defensive positions." Then, reality hit. Plan B. Lam saw slumped against the wall, clutching her head. I thought we'd be safe here." "Safe? Go help them then." Angel laughed darkly. "Safety? In this world? You want to live? You save yourself." He lit a cigarette, took one drag, and flicked it into the dirt. Showtime. He headed for the back door, Lam saw scrambling after him. "Hey! Where are you going?" "Roof. Best view in the house." "We're not helping them?" Angel pressed a finger to his lips. "Shh." He closed his eyes. Ping. Radar on. 1, 2, 3, 4 uglies. "Stay put," he commanded. "Watch my 6." He kicked the door open. The zombies shrieked. Angel moved like liquid smoke dodge. Weave. Crack. One down. Lam saw hugged the wall. "Shh. Little white," she hissed. Inside, Angel was actually dancing with 7 rotting partners, not 4. Whack! Pipe meat face. He wound up for the kill shot, then froze. "Behind you! Hey!" Angel yelled. A zombie was lunging at Lam Sa, jaws snapping. "You filth!" he roared. The distraction cost him a walker, slapped his gun into the dark. Angel blinked. Seriously? He stiff-armed the zombie by its rotting face, fingers digging in, then grabbed its head with both hands. Snap. Neck broken. He spun around. "Saw, shoot it now." She stared at the monster, eyes wide with terror. Her hands shook like a leaf. "Don't. Stay back." The thing roared. She squeezed her eyes shut and pulled the trigger. Bang. Bullseye. The bullet caught the zombie right between the eyes. Brains painted the wall. It dropped like a sack of potatoes at her feet. Smoke curled from the barrel. Angel reached out, his face surprisingly soft. "My bad," she stammered. "I spaced out. You're breathing, aren't you? That's a win. Just pay attention next time." She looked at the body. Angel messed up her hair. "No buts. You're gonna be tougher than me one day, kid." I did the math. From up here, we see the whole show. Lam Sa frowned. "Why aren't you helping them? Spray and pray? That's not fighting. That's a dinner bell for every monster in town. Helping them is suicide," he scoffed. "But they have guns." Angel stepped inside. "Yeah, and no brains. Even a 7-year-old knows you don't fight a horde in a corner. 10 guys against 1,000 biters? That's self-destruction." Lam Sa wouldn't let it go. "Can't we help them escape?" He lit another smoke, calm as ice. "Patience. When they're dead or gone, we raid their stash." Below, the battle was ending. Officer Lam screamed, "Chief, we're swamped. We can't hold it." Chief Nya gave up. "All right, fall back. Retreat," he bellowed. "All units, pull back. Stick together." Lam Sa looked at Angel. "They're running." "Yep, show's over," Angel said. "Grab your gear. We're moving out." I swept the place. Mostly junk, but I found this combat knife and jackpot car keys. "Take the blade." Lam Sa checked the fob. It blinked. Signal strong. Cars in the garage. "Got it. Let's roll." Angel tossed her a magazine. "I'm out. That's the last mag. Do not use it unless you're about to die." Lam Sa nodded. "And this knife?" She play-stabbed at him. Angel caught the blade with 2 fingers, eyes going cold. "I told you. You want superpowers? You have to push your body to the breaking point. Real combat only." "Chip off the old block, huh?" Lam Sa pouted. "I just don't want to be dead weight. I want to be strong." She paused. "Wait, you said the monsters evolved too? Why haven't we seen any?" "I met one," Angel admitted. "Beta version, though. Not fully cooked. Level 2 monsters are rare. Like 1 in a few hundred. They're faster, tougher, and their skin is like leather armor. But they're still killable. The worst part? They scream for backup and take a beating. They're tanky, but a high-caliber round will still drop them. The really nasty ones? They're late to the party. How long until they show up? Depends on the genes. A week. Maybe a month. That thing in the basement was an outlier. And even it wasn't at full power. But hey, they're dumb. They chase noise, not logic. Come on, it was pitch black outside. Status? Clear, Angel said. They bailed. Cars out front. He clicked the fob. Chirp chirp. Headlights flashed in the dark. "Sweet ride," she gasped. "Engine sounds tight," Angel nodded. "Load it up. We're out of here." As the car peeled out of the precinct lot, he threw a warning over his shoulder. "Keep your eyes peeled. Place could be crawling with freaks. Stay frosty." Lam Sa rolled her eyes. "Save the lecture, old man. I'm not a toddler." She tucked Whitey into the back seat with the gear. "You be a good boy now, Whitey." Meanwhile, the perimeter was breached. 2 bogies at the gate, spotted through the binoculars. The lackey reported in. "Boss, the monsters and the pigs are gone. Coast is clear." The boss narrowed his eyes. But, saw a couple walk in. The girl is a total smoke show. The boss took a peek and cursed. "Son of a..." Don't worry about him. Our boys are already inside. He smacked the guy upside the head. You trying to play games with me? Let's go. We grabbed the guns, and then we grabbed the girl. The four-man crew crept toward the back entrance, boots crunching on the pavement. Inside, a horror show. Dead cops and zombies littered the hallway. Angel and Lam Sa started sweeping the rooms. Looks like the cops cleaned house before they checked out, Angel muttered. I'll check the warehouse. The brave girl nodded. Cool. We cover more ground if we split up. Deal, Angel agreed. I'm hitting the second floor. Watch your back. Lam Sa flashed a thumbs up. On it. He took the stairs 2 at a time, eyes shut for a second to focus. No rotting smell, no shuffling sounds. This had to be the stash. He rattled the handle. Locked. Cute, Angel muttered. He took a step back and donkey kicked the door. Crash. The wood splintered and fell flat. His jaw practically hit the floor at what was inside. He rifled through the lockers. Jackpot. He popped open a sealed case. Bingo. 2 heavy-duty sidearms. Yoink, he whispered, holstering them. Standard police issue. Nice. Then he noticed a sticky note on the wall. Confiscated evidence. Pending disposal. It's Christmas morning, baby. He kept digging. Pure gold. Meanwhile, downstairs, Lam Sa was scoring her own haul in the dark. She tallied the loot. Uniforms, Kevlar vests, batons, riot helmets. I can work with this. She let out a satisfied sigh. Clang. Someone kicked a soda can. Angel? She turned, smiling, then froze. It wasn't him. It was the 4 uglies from the gate. Lam Sa glared, brain kicking into overdrive. Outside the room, the boss barked orders. 2. 3 hit the upstairs. 4. You're with me. Lam Sa dove into the shadows. Time to play hide and seek. She squeezed into a locker, heart hammering. Peeking through the vents, she watched the enemy. Number 4 pointed at her room. Boss, storage closet here. Whack! The boss smacked him with a pipe. Keep your voice down, idiot. You want to announce we're here? Crap. They knew she wasn't alone. Check inside, the boss hissed. 4 glanced in, barely trying. Nothing here, boss. Just junk. Fine. Move on. She exhaled too soon. The locker door was ripped open. Surprise. Lam Sa found herself face to face with the boss, who grinned like a wolf looking at a lamb. Upstairs, Angel was packing up when he froze. Footsteps. His gut screamed trouble. Something was wrong. He pressed his back against the wall, melting into the dark. Lackeys 2 and 3 strolled past. Hey, 3 whispered. You think this Angel guy is tough? 2 scoffed. You chicken? The boss is a heavyweight champ. Some local punk ain't gonna touch him. What if he's packing heat? 3 worried. So, it's 4 against 1. We stay in the shadows, wait for him to slip, and bam, knife in the back. Just watch your back, man, 3 started. They turned the corner and stopped dead. Angel was leaning there, smirking. You mean, watch this? Thud. Crunch. 2 bodies hit the floor. Angel dusted his hands off. Wait, 4 guys total. That means the boss is downstairs. Damn it. Lam Sa. Downstairs, the girl was cornered. She had a gun pointed right at the boss, but her hands were shaking like leaves. The boss didn't even blink. The goons feigned surrender. Hands up. Easy, sweetheart, the boss cooed. That thing looks heavy. Why don't you put it down before you hurt yourself? Lam Sa kept her aim steady, eyes narrowing. We're cool, the boss lied, smooth as silk. Just want to talk. Talk to the wall, she snapped. Turn around and walk away. Now. Don't be a brat, he pressed. Drop the piece. We can share the supplies. One big happy family. 4 chuckled darkly. Stay back, Lam Sa screamed. I'll blow your head off. She squeezed the trigger. Click. Nothing. The goons froze for a split second, then grinned. She squeezed her eyes shut, waiting for the bang. Silence. She peeked open one eye to see the boss looming over her, face like thunder. He snatched her wrist. Let me teach you something about guns, doll. You gotta take the safety off first, he sneered. Maybe if you're nice, I'll let you tag along with me. Her hand was in his, but he was still talking trash. Me? Her voice dropped, dark and angry. Here's a lesson for you. My knee? It doesn't have a safety. Wham! Straight to the jewels. The boss's eyes bugged out. His soul left his body. He crumpled to the floor, clutching his crotch, wheezing in agony. 4 scrambled over. Boss, you good? Lam Sa gasped for air. Get her! The boss squeaked out, furious. Don't let her escape. She bolted, but 4 was faster. He grabbed her by the collar just as she reached the door. He hauled her back like a sack of potatoes. Gotcha, you little witch. Get off me, she screamed, thrashing. He jammed his pistol against her temple. Quit moving or I paint the wall with your brains. She froze, staring him down. Then a weird scratching sound. The hell is that? It was Whitey looking extra chunky these days. A rat? 4 sneered. The little furball scrambled up his pant leg and sank its teeth into his calf. Triple A! While he screamed, Lam Sa chomped down on his wrist. He howled, dropping her and stumbling back. While 4 flailed, she scrambled away. He managed to snatch Whitey out of the air. You little pest! Chomp. Whitey bit his finger to the bone. He shook his hand in pain, and the mouse bailed. Whitey, run! Lamsaw yelled. Four's face twisted into pure rage. That's it! You asked for it! He unloaded the clip at her. She dove for the stairwell, lost her footing, and tumbled down the steps. She landed hard, dizzy, trying to crawl away. A hand reached out of the gloom. Angel. Angel! She gasped. Shh. He pulled her into the shadows, pressing a finger to his lips. Four stomped to the top of the stairs. Come out, you little rat! Where are you? The boss limped up behind him, still looking pale. Did you get her? Better, he grunted. Though that little witch nearly scrambled my family jewels. Where'd she go? Bolted upstairs. Number 4 barked. I fired a shot, so her partner definitely knows we're here. That girl is fast, but she's running straight into number 2 and 3. The boss smacked him. You moron! That gunshot was loud enough to wake the dead. 2 and 3 probably bagged them already. Lamsaw whispered, panic rising. What's the plan? Thien Than turned, checking her over. Forget them. How's the leg? I'll live, Lamsaw grimaced. Just stings a little. Hop on. I'm carrying you. Lamsaw's face went crimson. Snap out of it, princess. We don't have time for blushing. Thien Than bolted down the stairs, zero hesitation. That gunshot was a dinner bell. The bad guys are definitely on high alert. While she was busy being embarrassed, Thien Than slammed on the brakes. 2 and 3 blocked the path ahead. He glanced back. Boss and 4 cut off the retreat. Talk about a rock in a hard place. Number 3 grinned. Boss, the warehouse is stocked with weapons. We clipped these 2. We're filthy rich. The boss shot Thien Than a greedy look. Drop the piece, kid. 2 against 4? You're done. Thien Than glared at the barrel, pointed his way. Man, I should have handled this mess 5 minutes ago. We're toast, Lamsaw thought. Suddenly, the boss froze. Thien Than's arm began to pulse and mutate. Even Lamsaw's jaw hit the floor. Crimson energy surged through his arm. With a cold snort and a deadly glare, he moved. Before number 2 could blink, the boss screamed, Number 2, incoming! Thien Than launched himself into the air, fist cocked like a hammer. The thug froze, then panicked and fired blindly. Thien Than sidestepped the bullet like it was in slow motion. Impossible, number 2 gasped. Thien Than introduced his fist to the guy's face. Crack, the thug went down hard. 2 flew backward, smashing the wall and turning his face into hamburger meat. Number 3 stood paralyzed, then shook it off, cursing, as he aimed at Thien Than's exposed back. Too slow. Thien Than planted a boot right in his grill before he could pull the trigger. 3's face crumpled, and he tumbled down the stairs like a sack of potatoes. Hey kid, get up here, Thien Than shouted. Below, the boss caught his falling lackey. 3, you still with us? Number 4 went berserk, spraying bullets. I'm taking you down! A slug chipped the wall right next to Lamsaw. She dove into the shadows. Boss, they're heading for the roof. Wipe them out, the boss roared. Thien Than dragged Lamsaw to a window overlooking a dumpster truck. This spot is compromised. You need to jump. Aim for the trash. Lamsaw turned pale. Are you crazy? Stop stalling, Thien Than barked. Move. Reluctantly, she scrambled onto the ledge. She hesitated. Found them, number 4 yelled from behind. Thien Than didn't wait. He shoved her. Lamsaw screamed as she plummeted. She face-planted into the garbage, looking furious. Up top, Thien Than faced the new arrivals. My Ebola boost is fading, he thought. Gotta wrap this up. Fast. Dual blades in hand, he charged. The gang opened fire. Light him up! Bullets danced around him, but Thien Than weaved through the hail of lead like a phantom. Is he a freaking monster? The boss gasped. Thien Than's first strike was surgical. Slice. The boss's arm detached, spraying hot blood across his own face. He screamed in agony. Thien Than followed up with a brutal kick to the nose, rearranging the guy's features and sending him flying. The henchmen panicked, rushing to their leader. Suddenly, Thien Than dropped in front of them. Their faces went white as they looked into his ruthless eyes. Slash. Their fingers hit the floor before they felt the pain. As they shrieked, Thien Than drove his blades into them twice more. He grabbed them by the throats, lifting them effortlessly. I hate killing, he said icily. So why are you idiots so eager to die? His grip tightened like a vice. Outside, the horde was stirring. Zombies were swarming the police station. Thien Than sensed the danger and dropped the thugs. Killing you would just dirty my hands. Have fun with the undead. The gunfire drew too much attention. This place is a death trap. Here they come. He vaulted out the window and landed right in front of a zombie. Fast little buggers. Thien Than drew his blade. I've got 60 seconds. Swish. Head severed. He mowed down the next one. But his arm was throbbing, glowing brighter. Sweat poured down his face. The backlash? Already? The horde closed in. Just my luck, he thought. As the rotting crowd advanced, a blinding light hit him. A car roared into view, plowing through the zombies like bowling pins. Lamsaw poked her head out. Hey, Angel, I didn't ruin your groove, did I? Nice work. Thien Than grinned. You actually know how to drive? I used to joyride in my dad's car when he wasn't looking, she admitted. He jumped in. Floor it before the rest get here. The car screeched away, leaving number 4 staring in disbelief. Huh? Third brother, they bailed. Fourth brother stammered. I will hunt them down. Number 3 hissed. Brother. Number 4's voice trembled. What is it now? He looked where 4 was pointing. Zombies? Oh no. The street was a sea of walking corpses. They were completely surrounded. Thien Than drove through the night. By dawn, Lam Sa woke up in the back seat, rubbing her eyes. Morning already? Where's Angel? She heard a rhythmic counting. 900, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96. Outside, Thien Than was doing push-ups. Almost done. 997. 998. 999. 1,000. He collapsed. Man, I've gotten soft. He was drenched in sweat. Lam Sa stared blankly. Were you even human before this? 1,000 reps is just a warm-up, he shrugged. If I hadn't burned out my Ebola energy last night, I wouldn't even be breaking a sweat. So, how are you healing up? Lam Sa suppressed a giggle. Good. Thien Than hopped back into the driver's seat. I'm running at about 70%. 2 days of rest and I'll be back to full power. Let's roll. There's a gas station up ahead. Lam Sa smirked playfully. All right, buckle up. The pro driver is taking the wheel. She slammed the gas, and the car shot forward. Moments later, they pulled into the station. Thien Than grabbed a pipe and stepped out, shielding Lam Sa. Hold up. Someone's here, he pointed, doors barricaded with iron bars. Definitely survivors inside. Lam Sa blinked. Wow, you don't miss a thing, do you? Here, take the piece. He shoved the gun into the kid's hands. Watch my back. Closing his eyes, he pushed his psychic senses outward, scanning the gloom. Thump, thump. A heartbeat? Maybe. Someone was in there. Or something. Then gripped his crowbar, old reliable. Crash! The safety glass shattered like sugar candy. He crunched over the debris, stepping into the shadows, but froze dead in his tracks. Whoa. A gas station attendant was slumped against the far wall, looking like a discarded ragdoll, then squinted. Was that a corpse or a trap? Suddenly, the ragdoll's eyes snapped open. A trembling hand clawed at the air. Help! Alive! The man wheezed, then crouched for a closer look while Lam Sa peeked over his shoulder. Yo. Is he gonna make it? Beats me, then muttered. This is new territory. He leaned in, voice sharp. Hey, old-timer. You bit? Scratched? The guy nodded weakly. His right arm was a road map of neon red veins pulsing under the skin. Than's eyes went wide. Holy hell. With that level of mutation, this guy should have been Zombie Chow hours ago. Easy now, then warned as the attendant shifted. He grabbed a knife and Skitch dug right into the guy's arm. Lam Sa hissed through her teeth, wincing. Ouch, that's gotta sting. Bingo, then whispered. He pulled out a small, jagged rock dripping with gore, just as I thought, a meteorite shard. Sky candy. Lam Sa looked like her brain just short-circuited. Space rocks? Seriously? Then wiped the blood off the stone. You remember that light show last month? The meteor shower? Yeah, hard to miss, she shrugged. That's when the eaters showed up, then nodded grimly. Exactly. This little pebble right here? It's ground zero for the Ebola virus. If you're still breathing, you've got immunity. Just don't lick it and you're fine. This thing is pure power, gonna be a game changer. Lam Sa eyed the dying man. So, what about Gramps? Gone, Than said, cold and clinical. Miracle he lasted this long. But then a twitch. The corpse's finger jerked. See, he's moving, Lam Sa chirped. Than's instinct screamed, danger. Get back, he roared, shoving her. The man's eyes flew open again, no pupils, just glowing, blood-red rage. The thing lurched up, growling low. Lam Sa didn't need telling twice she bolted. The fresh zombie ignored her, lunging straight for Thien, jaws unhinged like a snake, then jammed his forearm into its throat, shoving the barrel of his pistol right between its teeth. Sorry, buddy. Time's up. Blam! Brain matter painted the back wall. Than! Lam Sa screamed. Chill, I'm good, he called back, wiping splatter off his jacket. He stared at the glowing rock in his palm. Talk about hitting the jackpot. Back in the day, people killed for a shard this size. Useless now, but later, priceless. He pocketed it. All right, show's over. Let's siphon that gas. We're running on fumes. While he worked, Lam Sa hovered. So, what's the deal with the space rock? Is it gonna give me super cancer or something? Then smirked. Remember that energy trick I taught you? The guy who invented it was the first to bond with one of these. Her eyes went wide. Bond? Like, turn into that thing back there? Nah, humans are too soft right now. We gotta level up first. 3 stages of evolution before you even think about touching the rock. Once you max out your stats and hit the 3rd tier, your body can handle the surge. Then, you become a god. So, Who's done it? She pressed. Literally no one, Then replied. She gave him the side eye. Then how do you know all this nerd stuff? Told you. I'm from the future. She rolled her eyes. Right, and I'm the Queen of England. Makes total sense. Then just smiled. In his last life, he died chasing a fragment like this. Now, he snagged one on a Tuesday. This time, he thought, I'm taking it all the way to the top. They rolled back to Cao Phi's garage. Finally, Phi shouted, waving, then hopped out, followed by the kid. Phi's jaw dropped, eyes glued to Lam Sa. Whoa, sister-in-law? Phi grilled. No, Than sighed. Oh, I get it, Phi winked, nudging him. Mister, I'm a lone wolf actually has a thing for jailbait. You sicko. Shut your mouth, Than warned. Hey, no judgment, we're bros. Though I gotta say, your taste is crunch. Lam Sa stomped her boot directly onto Phi's toes. Mama! Phi howled, hopping on one leg. I told you to zip it, then deadpanned. Now focus. How's the perimeter? Ghost town, Phi wheezed, rubbing his foot. Nobody in or out, just like you said. Then frowned. Strange. The La Sisters should have been here by now. Where are they? Then muttered. Who? Phi asked. Never mind. Then gestured to the girl. Phi, meet Lam Sa. Saved her dad once. She's with us now. Lam Sa, this is Phi. He's useful. Lam Sa gave a loud humph, not even looking at the hopping mechanic. Phi cleared his throat nervously. So, did you find your girlfriend? Phi asked softly. In this hellhole? Then shook his head. Not a chance. Phi nodded. Okay, so what's the play? We stick to the plan, Than said. We head to your hometown. Check on your folks. Phi's eyes welled up. Serious? You do that? Thanks, man. Just don't get your hopes up, Than warned darkly. Expect the worst. Phi slumped. Yeah, I know. Night swallowed the garage. While the others snored, Than sat up, eyes sharp. With Lam Sa and Phi out cold, Than crossed his legs. Time to grind. He focused inward. Breaking the Ebola limit last time gave him a speed boost, but the recoil was nasty. Fatigue, muscle tears, that was the easy part. The real risk? It supercharged the virus in his blood. Without natural immunity, pushing this hard was like playing Russian roulette with zombie mutation. Sweat poured down his face as he wrestled the virus back down. Gotcha, he exhaled. Gotta take it easy until I hit stage 3, or I'm toast. He pulled out the rock. The real prize. Weighing it in his hand. Maybe 200 grams? That was a serious chunk of change. Back then, Huyen was the lucky one merged with a piece half this size and became a legend. Suddenly, Phi mumbled from his cot. Oh, baby. Not there. Nurse. Hey, hey. Blood trickled from Phi's nose, then stared in disbelief. This guy. Phi rolled over, drooling. No, stop. We can't. Then shook his head, flopping back onto his pillow. Idiot. Moonlight faded into a harsh dawn. By the time the sun hit the grease stains on the floor, Than was already sweating. One-arm push-ups. 2,999. 3,000. He collapsed, chest heaving. Perfect. Back in fighting shape. Lam Sa rubbed the sleep out of her eyes, blinking at him. Rise and shine, kid, Than barked. We roll in 10. But first, gearing up, he kicked a duffel bag open. I'm keeping the twin Glocks, he said, tossing a pistol to her and one to Phi. There's more ammo in the truck. Lam Sa pouted, crossing her arms. Hey, how come you get 2? He shut that down fast, said her grip strength and recoil control were total garbage. One pistol is all she gets. It might just be the thing that saves her butt when it counts. She just rolled with it. All right, Angel told his buddy, tossing the gear. This combat suit has your name on it. Armor up, it's for your own good. Cao Phi sneered at the thing in his hands. Seriously? This thing is hideous. I wouldn't be caught dead in it. Angel shrugged, completely unbothered. Style doesn't stop bullets, genius. Put it on or get eaten. Even though he hated it, the kid suited up. Fine, Angel grunted, tossing him a blade. Take this pig sticker too. Keep a dagger on you 24/7. You never know when. Lam Sa and Cao Phi finished the sentence in a bored monotone. It might save your life in a pinch. Angel smirked, glad it sunk in. He spread a map out on the hood while Cao Phi crunched the numbers. Cat District. Even the straightest shot is 900 kilometers from here. That's a 12-hour drive, Lam Sa calculated quickly. We could hit the city limits by nightfall. Angel shook his head. Negative. We're taking the shortcut. Straight through, so Shao City. That's one of the biggest metro hubs in the central sector. We have to punch through it. He paused for effect. Besides, big cities mean big loot. We find a ton of supplies there. Meteor radiation infection rate is sitting at 80%. 12 million residents. You do the math on the Zeds. 9.6 million. It's basically Disneyland for the undead. A literal hell on earth. We could flank it, sure. Adds 1,500 clicks and some nasty mountain roads, but hey, zero chance of getting eaten. Cao Phi spotted the snag. Great. except for the fuel problem. He tapped the gauge. We're rocking maybe 100 liters, tops. And this tank? She's heavy. She drinks gas like water. Pray we hit a pump on the way. If not, well, hope you guys have comfortable shoes, 'cause we're walking. Staying alive makes everything else seem easy. We drive 8 hours a day, spend the rest training and sleeping. If we don't screw up, we hit Huyen Cat the day after tomorrow. But before we roll out, we've got a little ritual. The other two got that sinking feeling in their guts as Angel started hyping himself up. He barked out the orders. Drop and give me 500, then 200 laps. Go. The recruits looked devastated. No way. By the time they finished, they were face down in the dirt, gasping for air. Just, kill me now, Cao Phi wheezed. Same here, Lam Sa whimpered. Angel looked down at them with pure disdain. You guys learned the detox guide technique, didn't you? Weak sauce. You're winded already? Cao Phi snapped, his face red. Bro, are you insane? 500 reps? Are you even human? Lam Sa chimed in, still panting. I saw him do 1,000 the other day. Yesterday morning, 3,000. Angel shrugged. The longer you train with the guide, the harder the grind gets. Your bodies are evolving. Deal with it. Current Earth record is 3,877 in an hour. Once you guys hit second stage evolution, you'll smash that number in your sleep. All right, quit whining. Saddle up. The trio piled into the vehicle. Let's rock and roll. The armored car tore down the highway, eating up the asphalt. Inside, Angel manned the wheel while the passengers passed out. Cao Phi woke up groggy a few hours later. Yo, Angel, switch out. Catch some Z's. I'll drive. Angel raised a skeptical eyebrow. You got a license? Please, Cao Phi scoffed. I was joyriding my dad's whip when I was 10. Angel hesitated. Driving out here isn't like a Sunday cruise. It's risky. Trust me, I'm practically a pro racer. I'm just as good as you. Cao Phi tried to climb over the console. Angel panicked. Whoa, don't be an idiot. You'll kill us. They swapped seats awkwardly. Easy on the paint job, okay? Angel warned. Yeah, I got this. Angel headed to the back to crash. Suddenly, screech! The brakes locked up violently. Lam Sa yelped, and Angel went airborne, flying off the back seat. So much for trust. So, who was the pro racer again? Angel groaned, rubbing his bruised back. Lam Sa nursed a goose egg on her forehead and glared. What the heck was that? Cao Phi stared at the gridlock ahead. Traffic jam, Lam Sa snapped. That's why you slammed the brakes? Angel's spider sense started tingling. Move, now! Cao Phi, floor it. We've got a clinger. A zombie was already clawing at the door. They looked around, totally surrounded. Lam Sa and Cao Phi looked ready to wet themselves. Why are there so many of them? Angel barked from the back seat. Don't just freeze there. Give it the juice. Go, go, go. On it. Cao Phi stomped on the gas pedal. The engine roared, and the beast lurched forward, flying down the road. Lam Sa tumbled around the cabin as the car drifted. Barricade at 12 o'clock, she screamed. What do we do? What do you think? Angel yelled. Ram it, smash! They plowed through the fence, a horde of rabid zombies snapping at their bumper, chasing them like a pack of wolves. Angel checked the rear view. Faster! They're gaining on us, Cao Phi cursed loudly. I can't! This gravel is killing my traction. The road's trash. We can't get up to speed. Angel grabbed his gear from the stash box, checking his weapons. Take the wheel. He popped the sunroof and climbed out. Channeling pure rage, Angel unleashed hell. Eat lead, you freaks. Hanging halfway out the roof, he squeezed the triggers, spraying dual-wheeled fire into the chasing pack. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire was deafening. Lam Sa wasn't just watching. She grabbed a piece, took aim, and let one fly. Boom. Bullseye. Her shot drilled a nasty-looking zombie right between the eyes. The impact turned its head into pink mist. The corpse toppled backward, tripping up the front line. But instead of stopping, the horde shrieked in unison and surged forward, faster and angrier than before. Angel, look out! Cao Phi screamed. Angel spun around to check the front and his jaw dropped. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. What now? A river was approaching fast. Dead end. Cao Phi white-knuckled the steering wheel, fighting to keep the car steady. We're running out of road. What's the play, Angel? Angel didn't even blink. Punch it! We're jumping! The water was rushing toward them at breakneck speed. Are you nuts? Cao Phi yelled. We drop, we die. No choice, no time, Angel shouted over the wind. It's all down to luck now. Cao Phi's eyes hardened. He locked in. Fine, if I'm gonna die, I'm dying fast. He shifted gears and slammed the pedal to the metal. Angel kept his eyes on the swarm behind them. Guns blazing, Angel held the line. Lam Sa squeezed her eyes shut. Cao Phi gritted his teeth, steering straight for the edge. Brass casings rained down as Angel emptied his clips into the undead. The engine screamed at max RPM. The riverbank was right there. Angel glanced back one last time. Cao Phi wrestled the wheel with everything he had. Seconds later, gravity let go, and the car soared into the open sky. Boom. Gravity is a hater. When the car slammed into the ground, Lam Sa and Cao Phi braced for impact, squeezing their eyes shut and waiting for the end. But plot twist. Instead of sinking into a watery grave in the freezing river, the ride stuck the landing right on the dry riverbank. Thien Than was absolutely fuming, totally missing the miracle. He muttered under his breath, "You have got to be kidding me. I am not checking out like this." Then he blinked, looking around in total confusion. The scenery was definitely not the wreckage he expected. Instead, he was staring at lush green fields and cute cottages bathing in the golden hour sunset. Cao Phi stumbled out of the car, checking his limbs. He let out a huge sigh of relief. "Holy cow, we are alive. Talk about luck. The ride is total toast, though." Thien Than surveyed the situation and sighed. "Looks like we are camping out tonight." He turned to the other two. "Leave the wheels. Grab the gear. We are hitting that village up ahead." Lam Sa nodded immediately. "You got it, boss." Without wasting a second, Thien Than adjusted his jacket and started marching toward the village like he owned the place. The trio hauled their backpacks and slowly trekked toward the houses. The sky was getting dark fast. Thien Than, leading the pack, suddenly stopped and scanned the area. His spidey senses were tingling. He turned back to the sidekicks. "Something is off, like, really off." Lam Sa blinked, totally clueless. "Huh? What is the drama?" It was a sleepy village at dusk, sun hiding behind the mountains, with nothing but the wind rustling the leaves. Thien Than narrowed his eyes. "You do not feel that? It is too quiet. Not even a zombie growl or a monster roar. Just nothing." By now, they had rolled into the village square and stopped to look around. Cao Phi and Lam Sa were just looking at the scenery, but Thien Than whipped out his gun, locked and loaded for a fight. Suddenly, crunch, footsteps echoed nearby. Thien Than snapped his aim toward the noise, pointing the barrel straight at the shadow. Cao Phi and Lam Sa nearly jumped out of their skins. They both screamed like little kids. "Ha!" Finally, the figure stepped into the light, holding a rusty pipe. The guy stammered, "Whoa, chill, do not shoot." He threw his hands up with a goofy grin. "I am human, just a dude." Realizing it wasn't a monster, Cao Phi and Lam Sa exhaled hard. "Oh, thank God, you nearly gave us a heart attack." But Thien Than wasn't buying it. He kept the gun trained on the stranger. "Drop the toy. Come here." The guy immediately tossed the metal pipe on the ground. Thien Than stepped up and frisked the suspicious guy like a pro cop. The stranger tried to explain. "Seriously, man, I come in peace. I swear." Thien Than replied coldly, "You talk too much." Cao Phi jumped in to defend the guy. "Thien Than, relax. He is a good guy." The paranoid leader raised an eyebrow. "Good guy? Really?" The stranger blushed and laughed awkwardly. "You are too kind." Once the search was done, Thien Than grilled him. "You rolling solo out here? Where is the rest of your crew?" The guy nodded, cooperating fully. "Yup, everyone else bailed or bit the dust. I am the last survivor in this ghost town." Most people ran for it. Kids went to school, adults went to work, and never came back. Only the elderly stayed behind. The guy kept rambling. "Name is Thien Than. I ran the local grocery store. Crazy how the world went to hell in a handbasket, right?" Meanwhile, the two naive sidekicks were already best friends with him. Cao Phi immediately invited himself over. "Hey, we need a crash pad for the night. Can we stay at your place?" Thien Than beamed. "Totally. Make yourselves at home. I haven't seen a living soul in a week. My crib is just around the corner." Lam Sa cheered. "You are a lifesaver, my dude." Cao Phi wasn't shy at all, thanking him profusely. "I owe you one, big time." Suddenly, Thien Than cut through the happy vibes. He stared straight at Cao Phi, warning him. "Hold up, music plays, bad idea. We are not going." Thien Than turned to Thien Than. "Look, the village is empty anyway. We will just squat in a random empty house. We do not want to cramp your style." Lam Sa protested. "Come on, Thien Than. He is clearly a nice guy. Let's not be rude." Cao Phi agreed, leaning in to whisper loudly in Thien Than's ear. "Bro, stop being so paranoid. Look at him. He looks harmless. Zero villain vibes." Thien Than stood his ground. Better safe than sorry. Thien Than just stood there awkwardly watching them argue about him. Cao Phi insisted. "Thien Than, you are overthinking it. He is a good dude. Plus, it is 4 against 1 if he tries anything funny." After a solid minute of peer pressure from his buddy, Thien Than sighed. Defeated. "Fine, but keep your eyes open." Cao Phi cheered up instantly, slinging his arm around Thien Than's neck and grinning at Thien Than. "Sorry about Grumpy here. He is just shy. Do not mind him." Thien Than laughed it off. "No worries." Moments later, they arrived at Thien Than's place. The guy sheepishly ushered them toward the front door. Thien Than scratched his head, welcoming them in. "Here we are. Come on in." Somehow, like magic, a steaming hot pot was already on the table, looking absolutely delicious. Seeing the bubbling pot loaded with toppings, Cao Phi and Lam Sa were practically drooling. Din Din smiled shyly. I am not a five-star chef, so go easy on the reviews. The table was packed with food, and the crew started eating like they hadn't seen a meal in years. Lam Sa mumbled through a mouthful. This cooking is legit. Seeing them enjoy it, Din Din got generous. Eat up! Do not be shy, Cao Phi, mouthful, replied. Do not mind if I do. It has been ages since I had hot pot. Only Thien Than was eating calmly, watching everything. Din Din noticed and tried to chat him up. Hey bro, loosen up, dig in. But Thien Than kept his guard up, replying coldly, Thanks. I can feed myself. Then, like he had planned it, the guy pulled out some fancy liquor bottles. Hey, my friend, you are too tense. Fate brought us together, right? Let's take some shots. Thien Than muttered to himself, Fate, huh? A wave of nostalgia hit his eyes instantly. In that second, Nua Qiuyen's smiling face flashed in his mind, stinging his heart. He thought, Nua Qiuyen, will I ever get lucky enough to see you again? His emo moment was interrupted by Din Din's cheerful voice. Hey, meeting you guys is destiny. Come on, let's toast. Glasses clinked together loud and clear. Bottoms up. A little while later, the whole squad was completely wasted. Cao Phi wouldn't shut his trap, wailing like a banshee. Pass the ball. Come on, toss it here. Din Bin, playing the supportive host, propped him up. Buddy, you are absolutely trashed. Even Thien Than, usually Mr. Uptight, is completely off the rails tonight. He started screaming at the ceiling. I'm gonna slaughter every last monster in this joint. Top. Meanwhile, Lam Sa was hauling Thien Than's dead weight toward the bedroom, complaining the whole way. Seriously? You drank way too much, Angel. You weigh a ton. They both crashed onto the mattress in a heap. Even blackout drunk, Thien Than was mumbling, Hu Yen, Hu Yen. Lam Sa rolled her eyes, totally over it, unbelievable, wasted out of his mind and still pining after Senior 2. Get a grip. Din Bin spoke up. Hey, sorry folks. Bachelor pad life, I don't have enough beds for the whole crew. You can crash in my room if you want. Thanks, you're a lifesaver. Lam Sa replied sweetly. Din Bin flashed a grin that didn't quite reach his eyes. You hold your liquor well. Surprised you're still standing after all that. Busted. She felt a jolt of panic but played it cool. Oh, I'm a total lightweight. I actually dumped most of my shots into the guys' cups when they weren't looking. Maybe it was the shadows, but his face seemed to twist into something dark. Got it, he murmured, his gaze turning creepy. He turned sharply. Well, sleep tight. I'm hitting the sack. Oblivious to the red flag, Lam Sa called out. Thanks again for tonight, he muttered over his shoulder. Don't mention it. Din Bin walked away slowly. His footsteps echoed down the pitch-black hallway, clack, 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 then stopped dead. He wasn't going to bed. His face went cold as stone. He shoved a side door open. A wall of metallic stench hit the air, fresh blood. The kitchen felt less like a cooking space and more like a crypt. Bloody cleavers and torture tools littered the counter next to piles of unrecognizable, minced flesh. He stepped into his sanctuary. Routine kicked in. He snapped on blood-crusted gloves like he was prepping for surgery. Should have iced Thien Than's crew the second they walked in, he mused. But that Angel kid kept getting in the way. He eyed the bottle of heavy-duty tranquilizers on the table. Useless. That Angel kid is a freak of nature. Even enough sedatives to drop a horse didn't dent him. Plus, he's packing heat. Standing before the gore-streaked fridge, he shrugged. Whatever. Who cares? They die tonight. Little Viet is starving. Meanwhile, back in the guest room, Cao Phi was mumbling through a drunken nightmare. No. Stop. Tickles. He giggled, clearly dreaming about something stupid. Stop it. Lam Sa was about to lose her mind with the noise. She sat up, face scrunched in annoyance, ready to boot his face into next week. Shut up! Are you gonna let me sleep or what? As if sensing the impending violence, Cao Phi rolled over and started snoring quietly. Lam Sa froze, fist midair. Unbelievable. Throat parched, she crept out of the room. I need water before I kill him. She fumbled around the living room. Nothing. Where do they keep the hydration station in this place? Her search led her straight to the ominous kitchen door. She gagged, pinching her nose. Ugh, smells like a slaughterhouse in here. Fighting the urge to vomit, she stepped inside and spotted the refrigerator. Bingo! She yanked the door open and her blood ran cold. What is that? Panic clawed at her throat. She slammed the door shut, terrified, a horrific thought crossing her mind. Oh God, was dinner? People? Suddenly, a voice sliced through the dark. Relax. She spun around so fast she almost snapped her neck. Din Bin stood in the doorway, dead-eyed. I served you pork. I'm not a savage. He casually gripped a carving knife. I was actually debating letting you walk out of here alive. His eyes went completely vacant, void of any humanity. But seeing as you're snooping, I can't let you leave. Crap! Left the gun in my bag! She snatched a knife off the counter and brandished it, screaming, Back off, creep! She backed up, trembling, while he stalked forward like a slasher movie villain. "You think a little girl can take me?" he sneered. "Don't get cocky," she snapped, adrenaline taking over. "I've got a blade too. Odds are 50-50, pal." Thank God for Thien Than's breathing drills, she thought, her heart racing. Last week I couldn't even lift a cleaver without shaking, and now look at me. Okay, he's massive. I can't outmuscle him. I have to play dirty. Without warning, she launched the knife. It spun through the air, a silver blur aiming right for his face. Reflexes sharp, he sidestepped. The blade embedded itself into the drywall with a thwack. He smirked. Ooh, feisty. Almost got me. He never saw the follow-up. "Eyes on the prize, psycho!" she screamed, closing the distance. She delivered a sledgehammer uppercut straight to his junk. You could practically hear the sound of future generations being erased. His eyes bulged out of his skull. He collapsed, clutching his family jewels, wheezing like a deflated accordion. Mother of. While the killer was curled in the fetal position, Lamsaw didn't stick around to watch. She bolted. She scrambled up the stairs but froze halfway. "Wait, the guys are still sleeping ducks. I can't let him butcher them." Din Bin, fueled by rage and pain, stumbled after her, spewing venom. "You little witch! I'm gonna end your whole bloodline!" She looked back and smirked. Judging by that reaction, I hit a really small target. Enraged, he lunged, giving her the gap she needed to sprint. "Get back here!" he roared. "I'm carving your tombstone tonight." She skidded to a halt. A dark staircase loomed ahead. Basement? She checked her 6, he was lagging behind. "Down the rabbit hole we go," she whispered, diving into the gloom. Moonlight sliced through a cellar window, illuminating a figure bound to a chair. It was a woman, frail and terrified, shaking violently in the cold dark. Lamsaw crept forward, squinting into the gloom. Was that a person? Her eyes went wide. Seeing a woman tied up like a Thanksgiving turkey, she didn't hesitate, brain off, hero mode on, and rushed in to help. "Did he kidnap you or something? Chill. I'm busting you out right now." But surprise! The lady whipped around, her face twisted like a melted candle. Note to self, that wasn't a human. That was a straight-up zombie. Pure terror hit Lamsaw. She let out a shriek and scrambled backward, landing hard on the freezing concrete. Staring at the thing, she thought, what the heck? Is that a mannequin gone wrong? Then she clocked the rotting, half-eaten hand hovering in the air and felt her stomach drop. Nope, real human hand. Gross. She yeeted that severed limb across the room like it was radioactive. Absolutely revolting. Meanwhile, the zombie just kept screeching next to her. But our girl is tough. She snapped out of it and took a closer look. Definitely an infected freak. Just then, heavy, frantic footsteps echoed down the hall. Din Bin was coming. Lamsaw sensed him instantly. He stormed in like a raging bull, bellowing, "Where the hell is your mother?" Bin scanned the room, pacing back and forth, checking every nook and cranny. Lamsaw was jammed into a dark corner, literally holding her breath while he hunted for her. Was the coast clear? The zombie spotted Bin and went nuts, twitching and shaking violently. But the guy? He just switched to a super creepy, gentle voice. "What's the matter?" My darling love," staring at that nightmare with pure adoration, he whispered her name to Viet. He gently grabbed those bound, rotting hands and planted a kiss right on them. "You've been through so much." Watching from the shadows, Lamsaw wanted to barf. This guy treats a flesh-eating monster like a trophy wife? Total sicko. Bin smiled sweetly at Tuviet. "I'm so sorry, wifey. I hate keeping you locked up in this basement, but I have no choice." He reached up, caressing her face. "But don't worry." His hand stroked her decaying cheekbone. "I promise I'll come visit you all the time." Suddenly, he froze. His eyes locked onto the severed hand lying on the floor. The corner of his mouth twitched up into a smile that would give Freddy Krueger nightmares. "Looks like we've got company." He slowly bent down, gripping a blood-stained knife, his raspy voice drifting toward Lamsaw's hiding spot. "You think you can hide from me?" The kid stepped out, chin up, looking at him with pure trash-talking disdain. "Dude, you are beyond therapy. Falling in love with a monster? Seriously?" Bin snapped, screaming, "She is my wife! Since when is a husband caring for his wife a crime?" He stared at Tuviet tied to the chair, eyes glazing over with madness. He started rambling like a broken record. "There's no problem. None. She's my wife. Forever. My wife. Mine." Lamsaw frowned, disgusted. "Wake up, psycho. She's dead." But the delusional guy wasn't having it. "Liar. She moves. She runs. She even eats." He gazed at the zombie's snapping, hungry jaw. Ben had completely lost the plot. "She's alive, and more importantly, she's my fiancé." Then it hit him. "Wait, it's been days since my wife had fresh meat, hasn't it?" Gripping the knife, he started a slow, menacing walk toward the girl. He grinned, eyes wild, voice raspy and echoing in the cold cellar. "Honey is hungry. Be a good girl and let me feed you to her." Lam Sa's survival instincts kicked in. The air around her felt freezing, heavy with murderous intent. The killer stared down at the petite teen, his smile stretching wider and wider until it looked unnatural. Lam Sa braced herself. A second later, she launched a high kick aimed right at his head, but he was too fast, and dodged it instantly. Bin snatched Lam Sa's leg out of the air, his grip crushing, immobilizing her completely. Lam Sa eyed the blade inches from her skin and screamed, "Let me go!" But logic doesn't work on crazy. You really thought you could run? He raised the knife high. I'm gonna chop you into bite-sized pieces for her. Just as the blade came down toward her legs, a gunshot cracked through the air, stopping everything cold. The bullet slammed precisely into the knife, knocking it out of Bin's hand. Both Lam Sa and the psycho froze. The shooter? Thien Than. Thien Than! The girl cheered. Bin looked furious. You again? But Thien Than looked rough, his vision blurred. Damn, was there something in that wine? He thought. Careless. Can't I heal from poison? Bin seized the moment, grabbing Lam Sa and pressing a knife against her throat. Drop the piece, or the girl dies. Bin glanced up at the open window. Sloppy, he muttered. Forgot about the basement window. That's how a rat like you got in. Thien Than ordered him to let her go. Bin laughed. You threatening me? I've got the leverage here, pal. Drop the gun. Oh, we're playing the hostage game? Thien Than asked coldly. Without hesitating, he swung his pistol and aimed it right at Tu Viet's rotting head. I've got a hostage too. The devoted husband panicked, screaming, No! My wife! He choked Lam Sa harder, waving his knife at Thien Than. Put it down, you bastard! Thien Than remained ice cold. Let the girl go, first. Bin wasn't bulging. In your dreams. Fine, Thien Than said. Then I'll put this monster out of her misery. Tu Viet groaned, thrashing against her bonds. Seeing his precious wife in the crosshairs, Bin broke down, tears streaming. He switched from tough guy to beggar instantly. Don't shoot, please! I can't live without her! Thien Than didn't lower the barrel. Let the girl walk. You have my word the monster lives. Bin finally cracked. Okay, we trade. Just don't shoot. Suddenly, the ropes binding Tu Viet seemed to slacken. Seeing Bin agree, Thien Than paused, then slowly advanced toward them. Bin went pale. Thien Than's footsteps echoed, gun still raised. Then snap! The ropes holding Tu Viet tore completely apart. In a split second, she ripped free from the chair. All three of them froze, stunned by the sudden turn of events. Thien Than whipped his head around. She was loose. Bin's face lit up with delusional joy. Baby! Lam Sa seized the moment while the guy was distracted, sinking her teeth into his hand with a savage chomp before scrambling out of his grip. Meanwhile, Angel didn't hesitate for a second. He racked the slide and aimed his barrel straight at the wife. Right then, Din Bin panicked and lunged forward to stop the inevitable, screaming for them to hold fire. The split second Angel pulled the trigger, that love-struck fool threw himself in front of his wife, taking the bullet square in the chest. Both Angel and Lam Sa stood there, totally blindsided by his stupidity. A second later, Din Bin's body went limp and hit the cold dirt. He lay there, bleeding out, but still tried to push himself up on shaky arms. Even with a hole in his chest, Bin only cared about little Viet. Honey, are you okay? The guy was blinded by love, looking up desperately at the twitching figure of his wife. Her eyes were dead and empty as she stared down at him. Bin, seeing she wasn't hurt, actually felt relieved and called out to her again. Painful memories flooded Bin's fading mind. He remembered the day little Viet knew she was turning into a monster. She had begged him, please, just kill me. I can't live like this. Back then, Bin had just held her, lying through his teeth. Don't say that. It's gonna be fine. You're gonna be okay. Don't be scared. She had wanted to end it with dignity before turning into a hideous beast, terrified she would hurt him. Kill me, she had said. I don't want to become a monster and kill you. But Bin had just hugged her tighter. Why would you say that? No matter what, you have to survive. Little Viet had leaned into the man she loved, hoping he was right. But reality is a cruel joke. Now, Bin was finally waking up to the brutal truth. Confusion washed over him as he looked at the woman he loved. She wasn't his wife anymore. A split second later, the zombie lunged and tore into Bin's throat. Lam Sa and Angel stood frozen, watching the nightmare unfold. The night went silent, broken only by the wet, crunching sounds of the monster formerly known as Little Viet feasting on her husband. Bin died confused, his eyes wide open, while the thing he called his wife ripped him apart like a feral animal. His body went rigid, then slack, the light fading from his eyes forever. Angel and Lam Sa watched the gruesome scene, unable to look away. While she was busy gnawing on Bin, Angel raised his weapon from behind. This time, no hesitation, he put a bullet cleanly through the back of her skull. The two teens, usually stone cold, looked uncharacteristically somber, staring at the double homicide on the ground. Angel broke the silence, his voice flat. Don't overthink it, Lam Sa. That guy and that woman were dead a long time ago. No feelings left, just meat. He turned and walked away. Let's move. Lam Sa hesitated for a heartbeat, but ultimately turned her back on the bodies and jogged after her leader. A few steps in, sadness flickered in Lam Sa's eyes. She glanced back one last time at the cold corpses before focusing on angels retreating back. Finally, she let her guard down. Why did the world turn into this hellhole? She hung her head, lost in thought. Without the virus, Bin and his wife could have had a happy ending. Angel nodded in agreement. You're right. No pandemic means you, me, and Cao Phi would be living normal, boring lives, probably suffering through high school right now. He paused, flicking his lighter to spark a cigarette. But the world is overrun. That's the reality check. He took a long drag and looked her in the eye. Listen to me, Lam Sa. Right now, there's only one rule. Do whatever it takes to stay breathing. His voice cut through the silent night, chilling under the cold moonlight. The next morning found the crew standing in front of their beat-up vehicle. Angel leaned against a wall, casually smoking, while Lam Sa fiddled with something near the car. Suddenly, Cao Phi stuck his hand out from under the chassis, barking orders. Wrench, now. The girl handed it over but looked skeptical. Are you sure you actually know how to fix a car? Cao Phi bragged from beneath the metal. Didn't I tell you? I've been fixing rides since I was 10 years old. He grabbed the tool, then suddenly popped his head out with a creepy, leering grin to mess with her. Lam Sa jumped, screamed, and chucked the wrench straight at his face. What are you staring at, you pervert? They started bickering immediately. Cao Phi didn't back down. You think I want to look at you? Please, you're flat as a board. Lam Sa, triggered by the insult, exploded. Did you just call me flat? I hope your future wife is concave. Angel just sighed, watching the two idiots go at it. Unbelievable, Angel muttered. He checked his own hand, deep in thought. Ever since I hit level 1 evolution, I haven't made any progress. Fighting trash mobs isn't giving me enough XP. A moment later, Cao Phi slid out. Fixed it. Angel raised an eyebrow. That was fast. Cao Phi puffed out his chest. Of course, I can strip a tank blindfolded. This clunker is child's play. Angel ignored the ego trip. All right, let's roll. Cao Phi looked offended. Hey, not even a good job? Tough crowd. In the distance, the sun was climbing high, painting a peaceful picture with white clouds. But beneath that serenity, a horde of monsters was lurking around a nearby gas station. Cao Phi looked up at his friend, who was scouting from the roof of the car with binoculars. What's the situation? Angel replied coolly. Just a few monsters. Nothing crazy. Cao Phi shrugged. Cool, let's take the detour then. But Angel shut him down instantly. No. Suddenly, Cao Phi felt Angel staring at him intensely. It got so awkward he started blushing, while Angel just flashed a sinister, scheming grin. Cao Phi cracked. Dude, stop looking at me like that. Angel stayed calm. Relax. I just had a brilliant idea. Cao Phi groaned. Oh God, don't do this to me. Moments later, Cao Phi stood frozen, hands shaking uncontrollably as he gripped two machetes. He looked like he wanted to cry. Do we really have to do this? Angel shrugged, brutally honest. You want to level up fast? You gotta get your hands dirty. Lam Sa chimed in, mocking him. Come on, be a man. What are you scared of? But karma hit instantly. Angel tossed a gun at her. Don't worry, she's going with you. She froze. Wait, what? Why me? Angel waved them off. Just go. Stop wasting time. It's just a couple of loser zombies. Lam Sa pointed furiously at the massive swarm ahead. You call that a couple? That's a whole army. Angel didn't even flinch. He just took a lazy drag from his cigarette and scoffed. Please. These things are basic. Slow, unevolved, bottom-tier trash. The girl tried to protest, but Angel shut that down instantly. No debate. He racked the slide on his gun, fired a round straight up into the sky, and gave a cold order. Focus on staying alive. She stared at him, totally shook. She wasn't anywhere near ready, and a tidal wave of the undead was already incoming. In a split second, the gunshot sent a flock of birds scattering in panic. Lam Sa and Cao Phi just stood there, jaws on the floor, eyes glued to the smoking barrel. That boom was like a dinner bell. Every zombie in the vicinity snapped its head toward the noise instantly. Looming nearby was a massive, conspicuous house. Inside, something monstrous was crawling across the floorboards. Suddenly, its body started boiling like a kettle. Rip! 3 jagged spikes burst out of its back. Its eyes rolled back, white and veiny with pure rage. Back in the fray, Cao Phi sliced a monster's arm clean off, sending it flying. He followed up with a brutal stab to the throat and a finisher to the skull. He and Lam Sa took the high ground on the car roof, hacking away at the swarm, rushing them. Stressed out, Cao Phi screamed, Seriously? How many of these freaks are there? Lam Sa, fighting for her life, snapped back. Does it look like I'm counting? Suddenly, a zombie lunged at Cao Phi from his blind spot. He spun around, terrified crap. He raised his blade to block, but his arms were shaking like jelly. Hey, little help over here, she yelled back. I'm swamped too. Just as he was about to be Zombie Chau, a bullet whizzed past and blew the monster's brains out. Cao Phi froze, totally stunned. He traced the shot back. It was Angel, obviously. The guy was lounging on the gas station roof, watching the chaos like it was a movie. "Eyes on the prize," Angel hollered. "Zone out and you're dead meat." Cao Phi shook it off, refocused, and slashed the next zombie so hard it flipped backward. Now Cao Phi had fire in his eyes. He went berserk, smashing the heads of 2 or 3 more monsters into pulp. Lam Sa locked in, deadly serious. She lined up a perfect shot, bang, and popped a zombie's head like a melon. They fought from blue skies until the sun turned gold. Finally, they collapsed on the dirt, gasping for air. Cao Phi wheezed, "You, good?" "Still breathing," she muttered. Training day over, Angel finally hopped down from his perch. "Who said you could nap?" Angel smirked. "Sit up. Time to refine the virus with breathing techniques." They dragged themselves up, groaning the whole way. "You are actually a monster," one of them grumbled. Angel feigned offense. "Oh, we've got attitude? Great. That just earned you double the reps." "Double?" they screamed in unison. Angel's face instantly went cold and terrifying. "I said move." As the afternoon wore on, Angel watched them like a hawk. Suddenly, something weird started happening to Lam Sa. Strange, glowing markings etched themselves onto her skin, and she started shimmering. Angel leaned in, intrigued. She was leveling up fast. Like father, like daughter, Angel thought. Just like Lahan's speed type. Then his gaze shifted to Cao Phi. Angel gave him a judgy look. Zero progress for Phi. Angel rubbed his chin. Maybe the kid needed a change of scenery to trigger the evolution? He shook his head. "Nah, that's stupid," he scolded himself. "Evolution doesn't work like real estate." But then, his eyes locked on a massive house at the foot of the mountain. He felt a weird vibe, a pull. He grabbed his dual blades and headed straight for Carefree Villa. Curiosity won. Angel decided to investigate. Moments later, he stood before the creepy-looking mansion. His nose twitched. The metallic stench of blood was heavy here. Ignoring every horror movie rule, he pushed the door open. First thing he saw, severed limbs scattered like confetti. Angel ventured deeper, casually stepping over the carnage, ignoring the fresh red splatters painting the walls. He scanned the room. Suddenly, whoosh, something came at him from behind with terrifying speed. The hair on his neck stood up. Pure killing intent. He spun around, eyes widening at the nightmare rushing him. Wham! Before he could blink, a massive force slammed into him, launching him straight through the roof. He coughed up a mouthful of bright red blood mid-air. He hit the ground with a thunderous crash. Gasping for air, he muttered, "Son of a, that actually hurt." Angel gripped his blade and forced himself up. He hated cheap shots. "All right," he growled. "Who's the comedian?" He stared ahead, but his annoyance quickly turned to shock. As the dust settled, a hulking, twisted monstrosity revealed itself. Its skin looked like armor plating. Angel realized what he was looking at. A soloist. "Are you kidding me?" His mind raced. A rare mutation. These solo demons only fight alone, but they're absolute tanks. This might actually be the end of the line. The soloist took a deep, rattling breath, charging up. Angel tightened his grip, focusing every ounce of energy he had left. The beast roared like a maniac and threw a punch the size of a wrecking ball. Angel felt the pressure wave. At the very last millisecond, he twisted his body, barely dodging the giant fist. He slammed his feet against a tree trunk and launched himself backward like a coiled spring. He became a blur, locking onto the soloist. Before the beast could track him, Angel raised his blade, ready to deliver a devastating blow. He spun in midair, bringing his dual blades down on the monster's spine with everything he had. The soloist screeched in agony, its eyes glowing a furious, blood-red crimson. The poison demon spun around, launching a savage counterattack. Angel saw the move coming a mile away, but he was too close and totally overextended. Bam! A massive haymaker slammed right into his gut. He got launched like a rag doll, tumbling across the dirt. Dust and rocks went flying everywhere before he finally skidded to a halt. While Angel lay there writhing in pain, the poison stalker stalked closer. It was a harsh reality check. The power gap was insane. The monster loomed over him as he struggled to get back on his feet. The beast flexed its massive arm, winding up to turn Angel into paste. But right before the lights went out, bang! Bang! 2 deafening gunshots ripped through the air, making Angel jump. The stalker took 2 slugs right between the eyes and let out a scream that shook the whole block. Angel stared at the beast, then whipped his head toward where the shots came from. Through the swirling dust and smoke, a familiar silhouette stepped into view. Wait, is that? It was Cao Phi, standing there looking totally clueless with 2 smoking pistols in his hands. Angel screamed, "Cao Phi, you?" Cao Phi smirked, looking pretty pleased with himself. "Bet you didn't see that coming. The great Cao Phi is actually useful for once, huh?" He didn't wait for an answer, unloading a hail of bullets at the monster while shouting, "Angel, get out of the way!" Angel scrambled out of the line of fire as round after round buried themselves in the beast's skull. He looked back, totally stunned. Angel couldn't believe his eyes. At that range, Cao Phi was landing every single shot on the monster's head. A fresh volley of lead slammed into the stalker. Angel yelled over the noise. "Find its weak spot!" Cao Phi shouted back. "On it! Keep it busy for a second," Cao Phi added. Angel grabbed a rock and hurled it at the beast's head, screaming to get its attention. "Hey, ugly, over here!" It worked. The poison stalker snapped its head toward Angel and flashed in front of him instantly, ready to kill. A massive fist smashed into the ground exactly where Angel had been standing a split second before he jumped clear. Angel tried to use his momentum for a mid-air kick, but the beast caught his leg mid-swing. A cold wave of panic hit him. "I am so dead." The stalker threw a vicious uppercut, then another. Angel barely weaved past the punches, but the monster still had a death grip on his ankle. "Desperate!" Angel yelled. "Phi, do something! Now!" Cao Phi stood motionless, eyes locked on the monster's every twitch. The stalker whipped Angel around like a toy, retracting its arm to smash him into the concrete. Just as Angel was about to become a pavement stain, Cao Phi's eyes narrowed. He saw it. His gaze locked onto the monster's temple. His eyes practically glowed. Dual-wielding his pistols, Cao Phi unleashed a precision barrage right at the weak point. Bingo! The bullet drilled straight into the temple and blew out the other side. An instant later, the monster's skull cracked wide open. Freed from the grip, Angel crashed onto the grass, lying panting next to the fallen beast. "Gotcha!" Cao Phi cheered. But the stalker wasn't done yet. It was shaking, trying to get up. Angel stood up slowly. "Still kicking, huh? Tough luck." He grabbed the monster's head with both hands. The beast tried to push him off with its last ounce of strength, but Angel wasn't letting go. Gritting his teeth until they almost cracked, Angel summoned every last drop of power he had left. RIIIP. With a sickening tear, he ripped the stalker's head and spine clean out of its body and tossed it across the lawn. Dust settling, Cao Phi ran over. "Angel, you okay?" Angel smirked. "You did it, man." Cao Phi looked unsure. "I guess so." Panting heavily, Angel asked, "Is that your new evolution power?" Cao Phi's face suddenly turned serious. He picked up a pebble. "See that leaf falling over there?" Angel squinted. Way off in the distance, a tiny leaf was drifting down. Cao Phi wound up and whipped the pebble. It flew like a bullet, pierced the leaf dead center, and pinned it to a tree trunk. Angel's jaw dropped. "How do you like them apples?" Cao Phi asked, acting cool. Angel grabbed him in a headlock. "Dude, that was sick!" Cao Phi blushed a little. "Just doing my thing." Suddenly, his pupils constricted to pinpoints as he focused his eyes. "What do you see?" Angel asked. Cao Phi put his hands on his hips. "Check that stone pillar way out there. Let's see. 5, 2, 0, 6. Sure enough, those exact numbers were etched on the pillar. Cao Phi grinned. "Distance doesn't mean anything anymore. And since I evolved, monsters look like they're moving in slow motion. Everything is crystal clear. I could count the wings on a fly from here. Visual prowess and neural evolution, not physical strength," Angel realized. "You're a beast, Cao Phi. Let's go home. I'm getting you a sniper rifle." Cao Phi smiled, clenching his fist. He whispered to himself, "Finally. I'm not just dead weight anymore." Angel heard him and slapped him hard on the back. "Don't be weird. We're partners, man." Cao Phi bit his lip, genuinely touched. He reached out a hand. "Hey, Angel, whatever happens, I've got your back, always." Angel grinned, ruffled Cao Phi's hair, and bumped fists with him. Brothers for life. Meanwhile, Lam Sa was deep in the zone. She sat meditating in a pile of monster corpses, her brow furrowed in concentration. Powerful energy swirled around her, and glowing arcane markings began to etch themselves onto her shoulder. Suddenly, Lam Sa's eyes snapped open, rolling back until only the whites showed. Scorching heat erupted from her body, forcing a primal scream from her throat. A second later, she lost all control, roaring like a wild beast. Thien Than sensed the disturbance instantly. He and Cao Phi sprinted over. "This is bad!" Cao Phi panicked. "What the hell is happening to Lam Sa?" She absorbed the energy too fast. Her body can't handle the overload. Thien Than gritted his teeth. "It's chi deviation." Cao Phi was losing it. "So, what do we do?" Thien Than replied grimly. "There's no other choice. I have to use that method." His arm shot up like a coiled spring. Without a shred of hesitation, Thien Than delivered a ruthless, full-force slap across Lam Sa's face. The impact was so heavy her features practically warped. The girl trembled violently. The pain was real. But it worked. Lam Sa snapped back to reality. She roared, "You bastard! Cao Phi! You have the guts to hit this lady?" Cao Phi frantically waved his hands. "It wasn't me," but Lam Sa wasn't buying it. Who else could it be? Cao Phi screamed, "I swear, it was Thien Than who did it." Lam Sa scoffed, refusing to believe him. "You liar. Why would Brother Thien Than ever hit me? Thien Than took a long drag from his cigarette and exhaled slowly. Stop hitting him. If I hadn't slapped you awake back there, you would have succumbed to the demons and turned into a mindless monster. Hearing that, Lam Sa finally cooled down. She released her grip on Cao Phi, putting on her tough girl act. Fine. Out of respect for Brother Thien Than, I'll spare your worthless life. Cao Phi lay on the ground, bruised and weeping dry tears. But I really didn't do anything. Thien Than flicked his cigarette butt away and stepped forward. He commanded, "Let's move. We sleep at the gas station tonight and head out at dawn." Time rewound, drifting back into the haze of memory to when Cao Phi was just a little kid. Back then, a malicious bully shoved him hard from behind. Instinctively, he threw his hands out to break his fall and accidentally brushed against a girl's chest. The girl, little Z, screamed the moment he touched her. "Pervert!" Cao Phi stood there, paralyzed and confused, while the real, "Cao Phi touched me again. Tell the teacher, quick." Cao Phi's voice trembled with sheer injustice as he pleaded, "Miss, I swear I didn't do anything." But the teacher already made up her mind. "Call your parents immediately." The moment Cao Phi's mother arrived, she was met with a banshee's scream from the girl's parent. "Your son is a twisted little predator. A pervert at this age? Who knows what kind of monster he'll become later? It's clear you don't know how to raise a child. Trash raising trash." Cao Phi's mother stood like a statue, silently enduring the torrent of venomous filth. "Your hoodlum son dared to lay his dirty hands on my precious daughter. You people should just go die." Cao Phi tried to defend his honor through tears. "But auntie, I didn't do it. Someone pushed me from behind." The woman ignored his pleas and spat out threats. "You lowlife, I'll make sure the school expels you." Finally, Cao Phi's mother couldn't take it anymore. She grabbed her son's hand and turned away. The other woman kept shrieking like a harpy in the background. "Hey, I'm not done talking to you. Who gave you permission to leave?" Mother and son walked until the screaming faded. While Cao Phi drowned in the despair of being wrongly accused, his mother suddenly spoke with absolute conviction. "I believe you." She looked at her son with a warmth that melted the cold world away. "I know my Cao Phi would never do such a shameful thing." She knelt down, wiping the tears from his face. "Let's go home. I'll cook whatever you want for dinner." Snapping back to the apocalyptic reality, Cao Phi's eyes lingered on the ghosts of the past. Thien Than noticed the shift in his friend's aura. "Phi, what's on your mind?" Cao Phi shook his head. "Nothing, just old memories." Despite the casual reply, Thien Than glanced at him with sharp concern. When the squad arrived at D District, Cao Phi asked, "Which way now?" Thien Than's eyes narrowed. "Straight ahead, into the belly of the beast." Moments later, the team stood before the apartment complex where Cao Phi's mother lived. Thien Than warned, "Stay sharp, the stench of monsters is heavy around here." He turned to Little White, issuing a command. "You guard the perimeter." The creature chirped in obedience, ready to defend. Thien Than turned his gaze back to Cao Phi. "Listen to me. If things go south, you follow my orders instantly. Got it?" Cao Phi bit his lip, suppressing his rising panic. "I just hope my parents are safe." Thien Than reassured him. "They will be. Focus on the path ahead." The trio stepped into the shadowed building. Thien Than whispered, "Watch your step. One wrong move and the horde will descend on us." Inside the lobby, a massacre had already taken place. Monster corpses were piled up like mountains, layer upon rotting layer. The group pushed the door open, only to find the enemy already decimated. Cao Phi stared blankly. "What the hell happened here?" Thien Than analyzed the scene. Someone cleaned house, and it looks like they just left. Suddenly, realization struck Cao Phi like a lightning bolt. "No!" He gripped his gun and bolted toward the inner corridors. Thien Than screamed, "Phi, where are you going?" He and Lam Sa sprinted after their reckless friend. "Phi, wait up!" Their footsteps thundered up the stairwell in a chaotic rhythm. Reaching the upper floor, Thien Than scanned the area, shouting, "Phi!" But all he saw were piles of zombie carcasses. Cao Phi had vanished. Lam Sa gasped. "Where did he go?" Thien Than gritted his teeth in frustration. "He's fast. He should have been right here." Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream tore through the silence from the apartment next door. Thien Than and Lam Sa recognized that voice instantly. It was Cao Phi. Without hesitation, they dashed toward the source of the nightmare. Inside the room, Cao Phi was unleashing a hail of bullets into the darkness. He screamed, his voice cracking with pure agony and madness. His eyes had lost their light, fixated on the horror before him. Thien Than and Lam Sa rushed in, witnessing Cao Phi firing blindly. Thien Than's eyes went wide with shock. Cao Phi collapsed to his knees in the doorway, his soul seemingly ripped from his body. His face was a mask of absolute devastation, frozen in shock. His skin turned deathly pale, his breathing erratic and broken. He lowered his head, crushed by the weight of despair. Thien Than stepped forward. Phi, what happened? Before he could get an answer, Thien Than's gaze drifted to the side, and then he saw it. The mutilated body of Cao Phi's mother, suspended from the ceiling. Her hands were bound tight, her body was a map of torture wounds. She hung there in the air, dangling above the gnawed remains of several zombies. Cao Phi howled, tears of blood streaming down his face. He screamed Mom over and over, a guttural sound of pure heartbreak. Seeing her like that, it broke him completely. Thien Than and Lamsa stood frozen, the air in the room heavy with suffocating sorrow. Cao Phi looked to the heavens and let out a wretched cry. Thien Than analyzed the cruel scene. Someone hung her up there as live bait for the monsters. Hearing this, Cao Phi's wails grew louder. Thien Than closed his eyes, his killing intent flaring. Lamsa was absolutely furious, gritting her teeth. What kind of sick animal does something like this? Suddenly, Cao Phi stood up slowly. Lamsa called out to him, but he ignored her, walking toward Thien Than with tears streaming down his face. He stopped in front of his mother's body, trembling as he reached out to touch her face. His voice shook, but his mother wasn't human anymore. Her eyes snapped open, white, rolled back, and terrifying. She was a monster. Just as she let out a blood-curdling shriek, Thien Than tackled Cao Phi, dragging him away from the rafters. The look in Cao Phi's eyes was absolute soul-crushing despair. The woman he loved most in the world had turned into a hideous zombie. Cao Phi was a mess of snot and tears, burying his face in his hands. He shook his head violently, refusing to believe reality. No, Mom. His limp hands suddenly curled into tight fists. Bastards. Cao Phi's grief flipped a switch into pure, blinding rage. Son of a bitch. In a split second, he bolted like a lightning strike. Thien Than barked, Phi, hold it. I said freeze. Bang. Thien Than fired a round straight into the air. The deafening crack of the gunshot finally forced Cao Phi to stop in his tracks. Thien Than seized the moment. Where do you think you're going? Cao Phi's voice was dead cold. To find the animal that did this. But a second later, the fire returned to his eyes, and he screamed, I'm gonna kill every last one of them. Thien Than got in his face. Get a grip. Do you even know where they are? How many guys are they packing heat? Do you have a clue? Doan Chau, an idiot. You want to die today. Cao Phi clenched his fists, furious but cornered. Thien Than lowered his voice, softening his tone. Look, I know you hate them, but flying blind right now won't fix anything. Thien Than walked to the room where the infected mother was trapped and slammed the door shut. We have to do this. He raised his pistol, aiming right at the wood. Rest easy. Lamsa looked down, her heart heavy. Cao Phi had stopped crying for a second, but now he broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. Bang, the gunshot echoed, signaling the end of a life. Twilight was settling over the city. The three of them dug a shallow grave for Cao Phi's mother. Cao Phi collapsed in front of the mound, completely broken. Thien Than broke the silence. Fight, don't lose it yet. You're forgetting one huge detail. Cao Phi froze, realizing what Thien Than meant. Your dad wasn't there. Hope sparked in his eyes. Right, my dad has to be alive. Lamsa tilted her head, asking, Hey Cao Phi, did your family have beef with anyone? Like serious enemies? Cao Phi looked blank. Enemies? Cut to a grimy factory. Cao Phi's dad hit the concrete floor with a heavy thud. A punk with a bad haircut smirked. Boss, we dragged the old geezer back. The man they called Boss stomped his boot on the ground and shouted. Cao Phi, the dad, struggled to look up. You scumbag. His voice was a low growl of anger. It was Phi, he sneered, looking down his nose with pure arrogance. Bet you never thought you'd end up like this. A Cao Phi, consumed by rage, the dad lunged forward in a desperate attack. I'll take you down with me, but his strength was gone. Phi didn't even flinch, stopping him cold with a brutal haymaker to the face. Cao Phi face planted, blood pooling around his head, while the villain spat insults. Stupid fool. Phi waved a hand at his goons. Drag him over there, make sure he gets the VIP treatment. The minions nodded eagerly. You got it, boss. Phi had turned to the punk with the bad haircut. So, how did it go with the wife? The thug grinned like a demon. Perfection. I did exactly what you said. Tied her up and let him watch the monsters eat her alive. Clywood chomped on his cigar and laughed loud. Good, that's good. At the same time, the thug handed over a gold watch. Boss, check it out. Old man was loaded, found a brand new Rolex at his place. Fiwa pushed it back. You worked hard, kid, keep it? The thug rubbed his head, grinning like an idiot. Whoa, seriously, thanks boss, you re the man. Back on the road, the team was speeding through the streets. Thien Than asked, Phi, never heard of him. Cao Phi looked pale. He's a business rival of my dad's company. Cao Phi spilled the details. The guy has a rap sheet a mile long. He's a big shot in the underworld. Basically a glorified thief and thug. He had connections, but my dad still beat him. Dad caught him moving bootleg booze and fake cigarettes, called the cops, and sent him to the slammer. Bottom line, he's the only one with a vendetta against my dad. Thien Than nodded, piecing it together. Makes sense. In this apocalypse, looters just steal food or guns. Hanging someone up as zombie bait, that's personal. This is definitely a revenge hit. Thien Than double-checked, so we resure no other skeletons in the closet. Cao Phi's face darkened. My parents were saints. It's Phi, it has to be him. Thien Than slammed on the brakes. drifting the car into a sharp turn. He barked an order. All right, that settles it. Cao Phi, give me the map. He circled 3 spots with a red marker while driving. Ivy narrowed it down. We re-hitting these 3 locations. Lamsa squinted at the paper, the dam, the flour mill, and the old fort. Why those random spots? Thien then laid out his logic. It's been 2 weeks since the world ended. In D District, those are the only defensible spots left with resources. They have to be there. Cao Phi ground his teeth. Where is that fat bastard hiding? Thien then replied coolly, we don't know the exact spot yet, but it's only a matter of time. Then he asked which building around here has the best view. Moments later, they scaled a skyscraper. Suddenly, a zombie went flying across the roof like it had been punted. It was Cao Phi's doing. He was radiating pure, dark, negative energy like a walking storm cloud. Thien then just watched him silently. Lamsa tugged his sleeve, worried, hey, is Cao Phi gonna be okay? Thien then stared at Cao Phi's back. There's nothing we can do to help him right now. Dead bodies were piling up on the staircase where Cao Phi had rampaged. Thien then added, let him vent, consider it target practice, stepping over the mess. The trio finally reached the roof edge. Thien then scanned the horizon, satisfied. Perfect. This spot is solid. We have a clear line of sight on the dam and the other 2 targets. Cao Phi adjusted his binoculars and froze. Got him. Thien then stepped closer. You see your dad. Cao Phi shoved the binoculars into Thien Than's chest. Check over there. Thien then peered through the lenses. Confused, is that the flour mill? Yeah, you catch that white ride down there. Cao Phi's voice cracked as Thien then scanned the flour mill. That's my dad's car. Those 3 psychos, I bet they toosted my mom and dragged him off to this hellhole. Thien then clocked the scene instantly. Bad idea to just waltz in. They're locked down tight. One wrong move and we're toast. Cao Phi slammed his fist against the railing, practically vibrating with rage. I don't care if it kills me. I'm wiping every single one of these scumbags off the map. Thien then threw an arm around his buddy. Whoa, pump the brakes. Killer. Rushing in as a suicide mission. You want your dad back. You gotta chill out and focus. Lamsa popped up, totally oblivious to the heavy vibes. Hey, check it out. You guys gotta see this. Thien then blinked, snapping out of it. What now? She was practically bouncing, pointing at the sky. Look, look. Thien Than's jaw dropped as a crate slammed into the dirt nearby. No way. Is that a care package? Talk about perfect timing, a week into the apocalypse, and the government's finally decided to stop panicking and start dropping loot. We were just lucky enough to be in the drop zone. Thien then whipped out his blade. All right, let's see if Lady Luck likes us today. He jammed the knife into the lid. Come on, give us the good stuff. The lid popped off. Jackpot. Can mystery meat. Better than starving. But the real prize was the ammo. Heaps of it. Oh, hell yes. Thien then pulled a rifle from the wooden crate, weighing it in his hands. Sweet, Type 56 semi-auto. This bad boy can reach out and touch someone from 1,500 meters away. He tossed the rifle to Cao Phi. With your freaky mutant eyesight, this thing's basically a cheat code. While Cao Phi fawned over the weapon, Thien Than and Lamsa dug back into the crate. Let's see what else is hiding in here. Thien Than's eyes went wide. Bingo, high-spec scope. We are seriously living right. He handed the optic to Cao Phi. You know how to mount this, right? A few satisfying clicks later, Cao Phi was staring at the tricked-out rifle in his hands like it was his firstborn child. Thien then turned serious. Okay, game plan. Lamsa and I push forward. You post up here. Cao Phi looked like he'd been slapped. Excuse me, I'm riding the bench. These creeps are mine, Cao Phi growled. Thien then just lit a cigarette, cool as a cucumber, and took a long drag. Relax, bro, we're in this together. Your vendetta is my vendetta. He turned his back, smoke swirling around him. Just make those shots count. That's how you get your payback. Cao Phi clutched the rifle, actually choking up a bit. Thien then, I owe you big time, man. I won T, forget this. Thien then waved him off. Ride or die, buddy. Done T, make it weird. Down at the flour mill gate, a few guards were slacking off. The trio crouched behind a wrecked car, watching the prey. Phi, what's the sidetrap? Thien then whispered. Cao Phi's eyes practically glowed. I see everything. Night vision mode is fully active. 3 tangos, Cao Phi reported. Armed and dangerous. He squinted, confused. Wait a sec. That's weird. They're rocking basic Type 97s. You'd think a boss base would have better toys. Lamsa huffed. 3 guns against us. We need a strategy, like, now. Suddenly, Thien then stood up in plain sight. Lamsa freaked out. What the heck are you doing? Get down before they spot us. Chill. Thien then smirked. Once you hit evolution stage 1, you'll get it. Sometimes the best plan is having no plan. He strutted toward the gate like he owned the place. The guards were a joke. Fatty in the black shirt was dozing off on his rifle, while Floral Shirt was whining. Man, night shift sucks. Floral Shirt groaned. Blue Shirt next to him yawned so hard he cried. I'd kill for a nap, but with all these zombies roaming around, no chance. Blue Shirt froze mid-yawn. Huh, he pointed into the dark. What is that? Fatty swung the spotlight around. Is it a freak? The beam hit Thien Than, blindingly bright. It's a dude. Blue Shirt hollered. Hey, what's your deal, kid? Fatty raised his weapon. Freeze, dirtbag, or we turn you into Swiss cheese. Thien Than didn't flinch. Floral Shirt leveled his rifle. You got a death wish or something. Bang! Before the guy could finish his sentence, his head snapped back. Cao Phi didn't miss. The guard crumbled to the ground. The other 2 stood there, brains buffering, until it clicked sniper. 1 down, Thien then launched himself like a rocket. soaring up to the gate's roof and landing right in the middle of the panic. Fatty in blue shirt panicked, trying to pistol whip him. Thien Than didn't even break a sweat. He grabbed both of them by the scruff of their necks, yanked them together, and crack, slammed their heads like a pair of cymbals. They dropped like sacks of potatoes, guns clattering to the floor. Thien then looked up toward Cao Phi's perch and flashed a thumbs up. Clear. He scooped up the Type 97s. Here, he tossed them to the squad. Gear up. The whole factory probably heard that ruckus. I'm going in, Thien then said, turning toward the building. Keep me covered. Cao Phi racked the bolt on his rifle. I got your 6. None of them leave alive. Cao Phi muttered, eyes cold. Meanwhile, inside the luxury suite, Boss Fiwa was busy groping a scantily clad girl while she fed him grapes. Oh, boss, you're so naughty, she giggled. Suddenly, a Kiem burst through the door, killing the mood. Boss, we got a major problem. Fiwa didn't even look up from his activities. Spit it out, he drawled. A Kiem stammered, we under attack, sir. Fiwa shoved the girl off his lap and roared. Attacked? By who? Is it Lamthan's crew? Akeem shook his head. No idea, boss, but there's a sniper out there. We've already lost 4 guys. Fiwa scrambled into his pants. A sniper. He let out a string of curses that would make a sailor blush. Get everyone out there. Now, back at the gate, it was dead silent. Fiwa's goons were cowering behind the walls, terrified to move. Hey, a bald thug whispered to his buddy, go peek out there. The guy with the messy hair looked at him like he was crazy. And get my head blown off. No thanks. I plan on living through the night. Coward, Baldy sneered. I bet there's nobody even out there. He poked his head out for a split second. Splat, a bullet tore right through his skull. He hit the dirt before he even knew he was dead. Messy hair stared in horror. Up on the hill, Cao Phi smiled grimly. That makes 5. Phi lowered his binoculars, practically spitting venom as he cursed. Idiots. He turned to his lackey, fuming. Well, do we have a head count? Or are you just standing there? The goon stammered, sweating bullets. I got nothing. Boss smack. Phi backhanded him across the face hard enough to leave a mark. Useless trash. Remind me why I keep you on the payroll. Move out, everyone. Phi screamed like a maniac. A stampede of boots hit the pavement instantly. Meanwhile, Cao Phi watched the chaos unfold through his sniper scope, reading the situation perfectly. This looks bad, Cao Phi muttered. Lamsa frowned. Anxiety creeping in. Define bad. Phi goons are incoming. Cao Phi warned. And they're moving fast. She saw a wave of black shadows surging toward them and panicked. That is way too many people. What's the plan? Cao Phi didn't hesitate for a second. Run. They bolted, hitting max speed instantly, but luck wasn't on their side. One thug pointed a finger right at them. Hey, over there, it's them. Get 'em, the guy hollered. High above the chaos, Thien Than materialized on a rooftop like a ghost. Below him, 2 guards were too busy gossiping to notice. They were being hunted. The guy in black took a drag of his cigarette, heard shots. Must be a brawl at the main gate. Red hair exhaled a smoke ring, looking bored. Probably Lam Than making trouble again. Guy thinks his badge makes him invincible. Black shirt grumbled, always messing with the boss. Looks like he wants another beatdown. Joke's on him. Boss only grabbed that old geezer. Cao Phi red hair laughed. You keep your ear to the ground. Don't you, black shirt smirked, you know. Thien Than dropped from the shadows. Black shirt froze, huff. Suddenly, Thien Than was right between them. Doan Chau moved. Doan Chau scream. Or I sever your vocal cords. He pressed a cold blade against their backs. This is the spine, right? The 2 thugs looked back at him like they were staring at the Grim Reaper himself. I skipped med school, the teen quipped. But I'm pretty sure one stab here turns you into a vegetable. He flashed a terrifyingly friendly smile at Black Shirt. Want to be my test subject? The thug went pale. No, please, threat established. Thien Than got down to business. 3 questions, answer fast. Is Cao Phi alive? Where is he? And who the heck is Lam Than? He glared at the guy in the black shirt. Talk. Thien Than's gaze was sharp enough to cut glass, terrifying the goon. Okay, I'll talk. Cao Phi is alive. He's locked up in the main factory workshop. Which one? Thien Than pressed. The thug pointed a shaking finger at a nearby building. Over there. The guy actually wet his pants. But Thien Than didn't to let up, and Lam Than. Who is he? The thug stammered. He's sus from the district police. A real heavy hitter, super skilled. Red hair chimed in. He helped the cops find our base at the old wall citadel. Kept spouting nonsense about building a new civilization or something. Thien Than paused. Lam never heard of him. He shrugged it off. All right, gentlemen, one final question. Anything they cried, we won hide a thing. Thien Than's eyes went cold. Great, how would you like to die? Pure horror washed over Phi's lackeys as they realized there was no exit. Blood dripped from Thien Than's dagger. A second later, red hair hit the dirt face first, bleeding out. Thien Than stared at the factory the dead guys had pointed out. Priorities, rescue mission first. He decided. He moved like a blur, arriving in seconds. This has to be it. He stood before the massive structure, frowning. Why do I get such a weird vibe from this place? Suddenly, voices drifted out. Phi goons were whispering. That Cao Phi guy, if he isn't dead yet, he's gotta be insane by now. A thug with long hair nodded. No kidding, you couldn't pay me to stay in that hellhole for a single day. His pink-haired buddy kicked the wall. Crazy that the boss even found this creepy dump. Long hair hissed. Shut your trap. You got a death wish. Thien Than stepped out from the shadows, scanning the building. Yup, definitely something wrong with this place. He placed a palm against the metal door, activating his sensory perception. He closed his eyes, focused, and then, snap, his eyes flew open in shock. His mind's eye saw everything. Cao Phi was inside, dangling on a small plank, and right below him, a horde of hungry zombies. Cao Phi was shaking violently, staring down in pure terror. Outside, night had fallen. Meanwhile, the mob chasing Cao Phi and Lamsa had clustered at the gate. A guy with glasses looked around, acting tough. So, who's got point? The thug in the red shirt scoffed. Why are you being such a wuss? We rush him together. One guy can take us all. But the guy with the cleft chin hesitated. What if it's a trap? Could be an ambush. He might be baiting us. Red shirt shook his head. If we done kill him, the boss will kill us. That settled it. They moved in. Red shirt took the lead, followed by Cleft Chen and Four Eyes. Suddenly, thwip, a bullet breezed through Cleft Chen's skull before anyone even blinked. Cao Phi adjusted his aim 6 to go. Through the lens, he watched them. They didn't even realize their buddy was dead until his body hit the floor. You all checking out tonight? Cao Phi whispered. Red shirt spotted the muzzle flash up there. A hail of bullets immediately tore up the wall around Cao Phi. He didn't flinch, he just gave a cold snort of contempt. The mob screamed and charged toward the staircase to hunt him down. Yes, Solo, get him. Back at headquarters, Phi was losing it. God, I am done waiting. He barked at his reserves. Get another squad out there. Capture him. And if you can kill him, don't bother coming back alive. Yes, sir. Footsteps pounded the hallway. Boss, emergency. Fire roared. What is it now? The factory guards. They all dead. Phi's forehead vein looked ready to burst. What, mother of... He ground his teeth. Akeem, grab the boys. We going personally. On it, Akeem replied. Back at the factory, Thien Than smashed through the reinforced skylight with his bare fist. Shards rained down. He peered through the hole and saw Cao Phi sitting there, totally zoned out. Uncle Cao. Hey, Uncle Cao. The old man looked up. I'm a friend of Cao Phi, name S to Thien Than. Cao Phi's eyes were empty, void of any life. He mumbled the words like a broken record. Cao Phi, to Thien Than. Sorry for dropping in, the angel kid quipped. Lowering a rope, he slid down smooth as silk, sticking the landing on the wooden plank below, arms out for balance. He glanced at the undead freak growling below. Oops, almost reaching out. He grinned at the older man. Uncle Cao, your ride is here. The old man stared at the hand like it was a live grenade. Pure terror, he scrambled back, pleading, stay back, don't you come any closer. He hit the edge, tipping the platform dangerously. Uncle Cao, chill. Thien Than didn't wait. He lunged, tackling the old guy flat before they both fell off. Don't move or we re-zombie Chau. Then he realized the guy wasn't just scared. His mind was completely broken. Cao Phi kept thrashing around. Can't blame him? The kid thought this hellhole would drive a saint nuts. Solution, a quick chop to the neck. Sorry, Pops. Cao Phi went limp. Right on cue, Phi's goons showed up, guns blazing. Thien Than smirked. You guys sure hustled. The boss man, Phi, waltzed in with a grin stretching ear to ear. Not bad, kid. You got guts. Surrounded by goons, the boss sneered. Bold move, playing hero on my turf. Thien Than didn't flinch. He just got icy cold. So, you re-fire. The air around him turned heavy with killing intent. Perfect. I was hunting for you. Phi's grin vanished. You just dug your own grave. Akeem ripped his shirt off like a bad wrestler. Chill, boss. I'll turn this punk into paste. Flexing his biceps, he laughed. Look at you, tiny. You really think you can take me solo? He stomped closer. Just 'cause you took a carrot class, you think you re-tough. He got right in Thien Than's face. What are you, some justice warrior? Too much anime, kid. News flash. Murder isn't illegal in him. Crack. A fist slammed into his jaw like a freight train. The impact launched the big guy straight up. He hung in the air for a second before crashing down like a sack of bricks. He didn't just land, he bounced and rolled. Phi and his crew stood there, jaws on the floor, forgetting how to breathe. The meathead was a mess, spitting out teeth. Thien Than glared at the gang, eyes razor sharp. You rewrite, no laws against killing. He whipped out dual blades, standing alone against the mob. Phi was snapped out of it, screaming, don't just stare, waste him. The kid looked bored. Even with all their guns, he charged straight in, zero fear. In a blink, 3 goons were down. Everyone, get him, Phi, you roared, but the kid was a blur, dropping bodies left and right. Someone tried a sneak attack with a gun from behind Xing, 1 clean slice, and that guy was suddenly 2 half guys. Phi started spraying, praying, screaming, die, just die, it didn't matter. Thien Than kept moving, 1 strike, 1 kill. Everywhere the kid stepped, people dropped. Phi froze, watching his army get dismantled like cheap toys. Who the hell is this monster? One look from the kid sent shivers down the boss' spine. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the hunt for Cao Phi and Lamsa was still on. Hey, Bang Tu, you sure? It's spooky quiet. Bang Tu wiped cold sweat from his forehead. Damn it. I told the forward team to check this sector. Ominous music footsteps echoed softly. Cao Phi incoming squad. Lamsa whispered, way ahead of you, he replied, cool as ice. Eye to the scope, pure focus, 1 shot, 1 kill down in the lobby. Bodies were already stacking up. Bang Tu walked into the carnage. No way. One guy did this. He didn't know he was already in the crosshairs. Just you left ugly, Cao Phi muttered. Then he froze, the gold watch on the thug's wrist. He knew that watch. All color drained from his face. A bad feeling hit him in the gut. Hey, Lamsa nudged him. You okay? That's my dad's watch. Cao Phi snapped. That son of... Hey, I am right here. Cao Phi stepped out, screaming. Bang Tu just smirked. Oh, look. I was wondering who the rat was. An escoturous idiot kid, where is he? Cao Phi demanded. Bang Tu laughed. You want to see daddy? I can arrange that. He licked his lips, mocking him. Give up now, and I'll send you straight to him. A nice little family reunion in hell. Dante, listen, Lam Sa hissed. He's baiting you. Bang Tu spotted her. Ooh, and you brought a girlfriend. Bonus. Cao Phi's voice went dead flat. Relax, I'm perfectly calm. He stared the thug down. Did you do it, my family? Glad you noticed. Bang Tu's smile was pure evil. Yeah, I tied your mommy up and let the biters have a snack. That was the trigger. Cao Phi didn't he just get mad? He broke. Lamsa shouted his name, but it was too late. The power surged. A blood-red aura exploded around in Lam. Find a hole and hide. His voice wasn't human anymore. He grabbed his guns. They all die. Now he launched himself forward, shocking the thugs into silence. Dual-wielding, he fired mid-air. Bang. Bang, 2 perfect headshots dropped the guy standing right behind the boss. He hit the ground as the bodies dropped. Bang 2's crew panic fired, filling the air with lead. But Cao Phi's eyes shifted. He saw the trajectories. A wall of metal flew at him. He didn't blink. He just weaved. Left, right, dodging every single slug like they were moving in slow motion. He bending impossibly backward. He let the last volley pass over him. Game over. Bam, just like that. Another gets a one-way ticket to the pearly gates. Bang Tu's eyes nearly pop out of his skull. No way. The guy and his surviving cronies stumble back, trembling. Is this kid even human? In the blink of an eye, the 3 survivors are whittled down to just 2. Cao Phi stalks toward Bang Tu like a predator. The thug is petrified, literally peed his pants. He drops his pistol, throws his hands up to shield himself, and squeals, "Spare me." Meanwhile, Phi is trussed up like a Thanksgiving turkey. Thien then yanks the rope hard, dragging the heavy guy backward with serious force. Thien then drags the tub of lard across the ground. Phi tries to talk big. What do you think you're redoing? I got food stashed, lots of it. Let me go, and it's all yours. Thien then stays silent, dragging him to the exact spot where Cao Chai was once caged. Phi instantly realizes what's about to go down. He whips his head around, screaming, "The food locker key is in the basement safe. Dante, drop me down there." Thien then leans in, voice ice cold. "I don't give a damn about your snacks. I'm here to settle the score for Cao Phi." Hearing the name, Phi starts stammering, "See Cao Phi." Thien than's eyes narrow. "I want to know exactly how his mother died, and today, you repaying the bill." As soon as the words leave his mouth, he shoves Phi into the abyss. Pure terror twists the fat man's face. Gravity takes over, and he plummets down below. A sea of rotting zombie hands reaches up, ready to rip him apart. He screams in despair, bound tight. He can't fight back. Just a helpless buffet for the monsters surrounding him. The first cold, dead hand touches him, and he thrashes violently. "No, get away. Don T, come near me." Too late, a maw opens wide, ready to chomp down on him. Thien then watches from the edge, cool as a cucumber. You reap what you sow. He looks up at the starry sky, time to find a Phi. Back at the other fight, Bang Tu slams his shaking hand on the cold ground, terrified. "Please." The guy is a bruised mess, begging on loop, "Spare me." Looming over him is Cao Phi, radiating pure menace. He asks coldly, "Who else went to my house?" Bang Tu spills his guts. "You killed most of them, the rest are with Brother I. Not Phi's place." Cao Phi squats down in front of him. "Then I guess it's all your fault." Bang Tu panics, waving his hands. "No, it was La Phi's orders. I am just a lackey." He bows so low his head hits the dirt. "Spare my life. I am just the errand boy, I swear." Behind them, Lam Sa calls out nervously. Cao Phi, the kid looks rough, but he grabs Bang Tu by the collar and hoists him up. "You don't get to negotiate." He wins up for a finisher. "Go to hell." Suddenly, the seal on his stomach shifts, vanish. Cao Phi's eyes widen. A sharp, blinding pain hits him. Is this the backlash? Lam Sa sees him stumble and rushes over. Gritting his teeth, he gasps, "Ignore me. Get that scumbag." Bang Tu sees his chance and bolts. Lam Sa nods to Cao Phi. "Hang in there. I'll be right back." Kill order confirmed. She tells him one last time, "Just hold on." Cao Phi watches her fade into the distance, tries to keep his eyes open, but finally blacks out and hits the dirt. Bang Tu drags his sorry hide away, desperate to escape. Bang, a gunshot rings out right behind him. The bullet grazes his arm. Lamso is hot on his heels. Gun raised, freeze. Bang Tu see this seriously, chased by a little girl. He spots an alley. Lamsa yells, "You're not going anywhere." The thug ignores her and drifts around the corner. She fires again, ping, sparks fly off the wall. The alley goes dead silent. A second later, Bang Tu comes flying backward out of the alley, smashing into the opposite wall. Lamsa blinks confused, then Thien Than steps out, carrying Cao Chi on his back. "Brother Thien Than," she beams, running over. "Is that Uncle Cao?" Thien Than nods. "Yep." He looks at the crumpled thug on the ground. "Who's this trash?" Lamsa points. "That's the guy hunting Cao Phi." Thien Than's gaze turns icy. "Is that?" Cao Chai starts to stir. Uncle's awake. Lamsa cheers, but the moment the old man spots Bang Tu, he freaks out, jumps off Thien Than, and scampers away. "Don't he come closer. Stay away." He curls up in a corner. Lamsa's worried. "What's wrong with him?" Thien Than sighs. "Trauma. His mind is a bit unstable right now." Lamsa clenches her fist. "Those animals, they deserve to die." Suddenly, Bang Tu's finger twitches. He groggily tries to sit up. Thien Than notices immediately. Tough cockroach. Still alive. Huh. Bang Tu is dazed, then terrified as Thien Than draws a blade. Game over. The thug raises a hand. "Wait, no." Suddenly, Cao Chai roars from behind. "You bastard." Thien Than and Lamsa spin around shocked. The old man stands up, muttering like a broken record. It was you. He marches forward, fists clenched tight. "It was you." He grabs Bang Tu's collar and screams in his face. "It was you, wasn't it?" The thug recognizes him and stammers, "Siko." Bang Tu eats a massive haymaker right to the face, scumbag eyes blazing with rage. Cao Phi throws another punch, piece of trash, punch bastard, bastard. Bang Tu's face starts looking like hamburger meat. Bastard, every hit sprays blood, bastard. Cao Phi is venting pure, unfiltered hatred. The thug passes out, but the punches keep coming, bastard, bastard, bastard. Thien Than stands by silently, listening to the dull thuds. Bastard, Lamsa stays quiet too. Bastard, the blood is pooling now. Bang Tu is unrecognizable. Finally, Cao Chi's voice cracked. Bastard, he whispers, honey, then sobs, I'm so useless. Lamsa softens. Looks like he remembers. Thien Than cuts in, quiet down. We need to regroup with Cao Phi. They walk toward the grieving man. Time passes. The afternoon sun bathes the city. In a random room, Cao Phi blinks his eyes open, staring at the ceiling. Where the heck am I? Phi's vision finally cleared, and he spotted the guy passed out in the chair next to his bed. He croaked out a single word, Dad. Cao Phi jerked awake at the sound, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Little Phi, realization hit him like a truck, and he practically tackled his son in a bear hug. Thank God you finally woke up. The old man looked like he had aged 10 years backwards in a split second. They clung to each other, terrified to let go. It's over. Phi whispered, You're still here. Chi pulled back, gripping Phi's shoulders tight. Seeing you open your eyes, that's all I needed. But Phi needed answers. What happened? Did that psycho Phi hurt you? I took some heavy hits. Chase's voice was steady, but that piece of trash is history. Your friends handled it. Your mother can finally rest in peace. Just then, Lamsa breezed through the door, balancing a food tray like a pro. Well, look who's back among the living, Thien Than called it. He said you would be up today. Hey, shorty. Phi grinned weakly. She shoved the tray under his nose, starving right. Cho down. Pho looked at her, genuinely touched. Thanks, seriously. Just hearing his old nickname for her had Lamsa beaming like an idiot. Don't you mention it. That's what psychics are for. Chai leaned in, his face darkening slightly. You were out cold for 3 days. Son, I was starting to think. Phi froze, the spoon hovering halfway to his mouth. He stared at his dad, eyes wide. 3 days? Are you kidding me? He glanced up at the dusty chandelier hanging overhead. Where the hell are we? Ch gestured around the room. An abandoned hotel. It is safe enough. So we set up camp here. Phi eyed the spread, scrambled eggs, dry toast, and milk, a feast in the wasteland. Raided the hotel kitchen myself, Lamsa bragged, chest puffed out. Pretty impressive, huh? Not bad, Phi admitted, nodding. Suddenly a cool voice cut through the warmth, Yuri getting soft. Phi looked past Lamsa to see Thien Than leaning against the doorframe. Thien Than, Phi shouted, grinning. But the other boy was not smiling. I told you, unless you are dead on your feet, you never trigger the overdrive, never. Phi's smile faded. He killed my mom, man. Once I knew who he was, I just lost it. Thien Than stared at him for a beat, then sighed, dropping the lecture. Forget it. You are lucky you have been practicing your breathing techniques, or the virus would have fried your brain. By the way, I never check it. Where did the infection spots show up this time? Phi's face went bright red, while Thien Than frowned, stepping closer. Stop stalling. It is a medical question. Where are the marks? Phi squirmed. They are, down there. Down where? Thien Than pressed, losing patience. Phi squeezed his eyes shut. My junk. Okay, the spots are on my junk. The room went dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. Then Lamsa snorted. Thien Than bit his lip. A second later, both of them exploded into hysterical laughter. Oh my God, Phi, Thien Than wheezed. You are literally 1 in a million. Lamsa was laughing so hard she was turning purple. Look at his face. He is glowing. Phi covered his face. Mortified, shut up. Stop laughing. Thien Than wiped a tear from his eye. First time for everything. Tell you what, when you are healed, I will take a look. Make sure everything is functional. Phi recoiled. In your dreams. Pervert, stay away from me. Cao Phi watched them, a soft, sad smile playing on his lips. I will let you kids catch up, he said quietly. I am gonna head back to my room for a bit. Okay, Dad. Pho Chai paused at the door, looking back one last time, seeing his son laughing, alive and surrounded by friends. The old man's expression settled into a heartbreakingly peaceful smile. Later, up on the roof, Thien Than paced like a drill sergeant while Phi and Lamsa meditated. He checked his watch. All right, break time. The two of them exhaled and opened their eyes. Thien Than nodded at Lamsa. Not bad, kid. Your physical stats are leveling up. Even if your latent ability has triggered yet, I can feel it, she said, flexing a hand. Whatever is in my blood, it is changing. Thien Than turned to Phi. You are lagging, man. Your resistance levels are sloppy. Lamsa interrupted, tilting her head. What about you, boss? What level are you at now? Me? Thien Than looked at his hands, analyzing the energy flow. I was knocking on the door of level 20, but that fight cost me. Dropped 2 whole ranks. If we run into another monster like Phia before I recover, we are toast. Phi stayed silent, but his mind was racing. He is that strong, and he is still worried. Thien Than caught the look. Spit it out, Phi. What is on your mind? Phi clenched his fists, staring at the floor. The breathing technique. Can you teach it to my dad? Obviously, Thien Than shrugged. If you hadn't been in a coma, I would have started training Uncle Cao days ago. Phi blinked. Seriously. Thien Than smirked, punching him lightly on the arm. We re brothers. Idiot. His family is my family. Buoyed by the news, Phi ran down to knock on his father's door. Silence. Phi knocked again, harder this time. Dad, at his feet. Open up, I have got good news. Thien then appeared behind him. Sensing something wrong, he grabbed Faye's shoulder, stepped back. With a single fluid motion, Thien then kicked the door right off its hinges. Dust swirled. Both boys froze in the doorway, the blood draining from their faces. Thien then took a half step back. Stunned, Phi's eyes went empty. He stumbled forward like a zombie, staring up at the ceiling fan where Cao Phi's body swayed gently. Dad, the scream ripped out of his throat, raw and broken, as he collapsed to his knees. Thien Than and Lamsa stood in respectful silence. Helpless, Lamsa scanned the room through her tears, her gaze landing on a folded piece of paper on the nightstand. She handed it to Phi with shaking hands. Phi, I think he left this for you. Phi snatched the letter, his eyes tracing the familiar, neat handwriting of his father. My dear son, the letter read, the world has changed too fast. I am just an old relic. I do not know how to survive in this hellscape. I should have died back there, torn apart by zombies or shot in the street. You kids dragged me this far, but I am running on borrowed time. Every word dripped with exhaustion. Before you found me, I saw things no man should see. Too much blood, too much death. Phi's hands trembled as he read on. Tears blurred his vision, dripping onto the page. I held on just to see your face one last time. Now I know you are strong. You have incredible friends. You do not need me anymore. I can go in peace. Phi looked down at the broken watch clutched in his hand. The letter explained it was his father's most prized possession. This was your mother's engagement gift to me. Keep it, let it remind you to keep moving forward, no matter what. Cut to a fresh grave outside the hotel. Phi knelt in the dirt, the final words echoing in his mind. Cherish your friends, Phi. I am too old to watch your back, but they will. He remembered his father's last command. Live. Phi wiped his face, his expression hardening into steel. He stood up, turning to his team. Let's move out. Angel called out, his voice dripping with mock sympathy. Gavin bit his lip hard. Angel, seriously, what is the deal with this hellhole? He glared up at the mocking blue sky. Carnage, backstabbers, psychos, death traps. Gavin sighed. Is this it? Are we stuck in this nightmare forever? Angel lazily lit a cigarette, taking his sweet time. Honestly, beats me. Even an angel can fix a dumpster fire this big. The world broke, man. I don't have the glue to put it back together. The trio stood over a fresh grave. Angel monologued about how some folks roll over and accept their fate, while others try to punch destiny in the face. Gavin asked, so which lane are you in? Angel shrugged, blowing smoke rings. Neither, I'm off-roading. He flicked the ash. I just want to keep breathing with you guys, because staying alive, that's the only hope we got. Gavin paused. Survival equals hope. Deep. Angel passed the cigarette to Gavin. Gavin took it, his hand trembling slightly, looking like he was about to burst into tears over a shared smoke. Angel stayed quiet, just giving Gavin a manly there pat on the back. Gavin choked up, tears cutting tracks through the dirt on his face. Finally, Angel stood up. Let's bounce. Show's over. Sasha popped up, shattering the gloom with zero chill. Ooh, Angel. Past the cancer stick. Angel literally shoved her face away. Dream on, brat. Kids done. Smoke. Flash forward 1 month. Gavin and Sasha stood on a rooftop, staring each other down like a Western duel. Sasha looked dead serious. Gavin glared back, matching her energy. Bam! Sasha vanished from her spot fast, but Gavin's eyes tracked her like a hawk. Just as her fist was about to rearrange his nose, Gavin leaned back, smooth, too slow, short stack. Sasha didn't quit. She flipped midair, stuck the land air, and smirked. Oh yeah, watch this, grandpa. She went full anime mode. Veins popping, muscles coiled. She launched herself into the sky like a rocket. Gavin scoffed. Please, I could dodge that in my sleep. Sasha landed behind him, laughing. Joke's on you. I wasn't aiming for the front. Gavin's eyes went wide. In a heartbeat, Sasha ripped a knife from her thigh holster. Gavin whipped his own blade out from behind his back. Stalemate. Sasha's blade was gut level. Gavin's knife was kissing her jugular. Angel watched from the nosebleeds. He nodded. Impressed, not bad. You two act less like total amateurs today. Gavin, your reflexes leveled up, Angel said, and Sasha, keep that speed up and you might actually tag me one day. Gavin walked over, suspicious. You've been glued to those binoculars for 2 days. What gives? Angel, didn't he lower the binocs? Found something interesting. Gavin squinted in the same direction. Felix' old factory. Been watching vultures circling the gate for days. Angel narrated, and the cars parked out front, disappearing faster than free pizza. Someone's raiding Felix' supply cache. Gavin realized. Angel lowered the glasses. We've chilled enough. Time to crash the party. Gavin frowned. We leaving Sandy District. Angel nodded. Supplies here are toast, plus I gotta find her. Sasha and Gavin's jaws hit the floor. They stared at Angel like he just grew a second head. Angel just flashed a cryptic smile and turned away. Meanwhile, over at the city stronghold, Commander Lin and Vera were interrupted by a frantic runner. Sir, huge opportunity. Lin didn't blink. A sergeant back. No sir, but scouts say Felix' factory got hit. Hostile takeover. Lin tapped the wall, annoyed. This is happening too fast. Doesn't feel right. The runner pressed. Commander, Felix was public enemy #1. He has gone. We need to grab those supplies before the rats do. Lin looked at Vera. Vera, what's our head count? She shrugged. We got that batch of college kids last week. Remember? Perfect timing. Vera smirked. Send the interns. They do nothing but burn oxygen. Let them haul boxes. boxes. Dunlin decided, Vera, make it happen. She gave a mock salute on it. Cut to the truck. The interns were whining. This is slave labor. I swear. One guy sighed, dude, we re-crashing on their couch. Least we can do is carry some boxes. Chad rolled his eyes, bro, have an original thought for once. I'm top of my class. I shouldn't be a mule. Save it, his friend groaned. I had a job lined up at VTech Corp. 6 figures. Chad cut him off. My life sucks more. My parents had me set for Europe. Visa approved and everything. Chad whined. Now look at me. Lucy snapped from the corner. Cry me a river. The world ended. Get over it. She crossed her arms. We can be freeloaders forever. We work, we eat. Simple math. Chad sneered. Oh, look at St. Lucy. Loving the grunt work. I see right through you. Lucy glared. You little... The truck slammed on the brakes, sending the college kids flying into a pile of limbs. Chad screamed. Hey, you get your license from a cereal box. The driver ignored him. We here. Get out. They piled out, staring up at the massive factory gates. Lucy huffed, whatever, let's just go. One guy suggested, grab the canned stuff first, long shelf life. Chad groaned. Yeah, genius. Suddenly, Angel scoffed from the shadows. The students froze pale as ghosts. Only Chad had the guts to speak, occupied. Angel and Gavin stared them down with pure judgment. It was a classic Western standoff. Battle-hardened survivors vs soft college kids. Silence stretched. Sasha broke the tension, confused. What's the play here? Angel cracked his neck. You guys keep loading the truck. I'll handle the tourists. Gavin and Sasha turned to leave, tossing a copy that over their shoulders. Chad stepped forward, hand up. Hold up, put the boxes down. Angel lit a cigarette, looking bored. Chad puffed out his chest. Listen, pal, we spotted this warehouse first. Finders keepers, take a hike. Thien then exhaled a thick plume of smoke, his expression dripping with mockery. I've already stripped this place clean, and you still have the nerve to claim you found it first. The audacity. Tucci didn't flinch under Thien Than's pressure, his stubbornness fueling his defiance. We need supplies for the road. Bottom line is, we saw it first. Thien Than's gaze sharpened like a blade, silently challenging the fool before him. So, you intend to hoard everything for yourself? Before the tension could explode, Lucte stepped in from the back. Let it go, this warehouse is massive. There's no way we can clear it all without them anyway. But Tucci wasn't he about to back down, his greed clouding his judgment. Are you blind? They cherry-picking all the high-tier loot right under our noses. Lucte sighed, trying to reason with him. Look at them, just 3 people and a pitiful child. Let's show some mercy. Tucci scoffed, spitting on the ground in disgust. Mercy? Who the hell shows me mercy? If not for this damn zombie virus, I'd be living the high life overseas right now. Suddenly, Lam Nen had a lightbulb moment. Wait, they look young and capable. Why not recruit them? We could use the extra muscle. Lucte's eyes lit up immediately. That is actually a brilliant idea. She stepped forward, her voice softening as she addressed Thien Than. You guys seem young. This world is a living hell, and traveling alone is a death sentence. Why not join our convoy? There's strength in numbers, and we can watch each other's backs. But contrary to their expectations, Thien Than shut her down instantly. Pass. You stick to your lane, and we all stick to ours. We don't need the baggage. Without wasting another breath, he signaled Cao Phi and Lamsa, keep loading the truck. We relieving. Tucci exploded with rage. You refuse a toast only to drink defeat, you arrogant punk. Lucte grabbed his arm, restraining him. What are you doing? They were just kids. Tucci shook her off, his eyes manic. Why play nice? Let's just force them to drop the loot. We outnumber them 10-1. Why should we fear a bunch of brats? Lucte stood her ground. We are all just trying to survive in this wasteland. There's no need for banditry. The rest of the group nodded in agreement. She's right. Let's not lose our humanity over a few boxes. Realizing he had lost the room, Lucte turned her back on him. Forget him. Let's scavenge what's left inside. As they walked away, Cao Phi and Lamsa shot them a unified middle finger. The little girl hissed. I really wanted to teach those losers a lesson. They dared to look down on us. Cao Phi nodded, cracking his knuckles, agreed. Only Thien Than remained unfazed, his aura calm like a still lake. They're just ordinary people. Why waste energy keeping score? Meanwhile, ignored and humiliated, Tucci kicked a soda can in a fit of impotent rage. He ground his teeth, the sound audible in the silence. Everyone's a saint, and I'm the villain. The can rattled across the concrete floor, rolling into the shadows. His eyes followed the noise and widened. He had stumbled upon a hidden sector of the warehouse. Meanwhile, back at the Citadel, Tumingi sprinted through the corridors, panic etched on his face as he called out, Captain Lam. Lam then looked up, calm and collected. Tuwangi Yuri back early, but Tungi was gasping for air. Captain, did you send a team out yet? Lam then frowned, sensing the urgency. Send a team where? Tuwangi choked out the words between breaths. To the Fidhua factory complex. Please tell me you didn't send anyone there. The captain nodded slowly. I sent the new university group to scavenge supplies there. Tuang wiped cold sweat from his forehead, his face pale. Damn it, they read dead meat. Confused, Lam then pressed him. What is going on? Tuangai dropped the bombshell. The Phi factory wasn't abandoned. It was a containment zone. That place is farming zombies. It's crawling with the undead. Terror flashed in Lam Than's eyes. What? He immediately grabbed his radio, barking orders. Get a van here. Now, we have an emergency extraction. Back at the scene, Thien Than was tallying their haul, water, alcohol rations, but he felt a craving. He turned to his partner. Cao Phi, did we score any smokes? Cao Phi grinned, tossing him a large box. 1916 brand, top shelf. Thien Than's eyes lit up as he caught it. Not bad, this should keep the stress at bay for a while. Satisfied with the loot, Thien Than signaled, pack it up, we're moving out. The duo responded in unison. Roger that. Suddenly, Luc Tay ran up to their window, breathless. Please, reconsider, we have a fortified survivor base. You will be much safer if you stick with us. Thien Than paused. A survivor base, you say? He glanced back. What's the population count? She answered proudly, about 100 strong. Thien Than's interest evaporated instantly. Too many mouths. Forget it, we work better alone. Luc Tay stood there, stunned by his cold pragmatism, before running back to her group in confusion. Wait, she returned a moment later, pressing a revolver into his hands. Take this, you will need it for protection on the road. For the first time, Thien Than looked genuinely surprised. Her expression was earnest. The world has gone to hell, and you Regis kids, be careful out there. Thien Than gripped the cold steel, a faint smile touching his lips. Thanks, I owe you one. As she left, Thien Than turned to the driver's seat, his voice serious. Cao Phi, leave a crate of medicine and supplies for them. We don't take charity. Cao Phi nodded on it. Moments later, their engine roared to life. Thien Than reclined in the back seat, closing his eyes, while Lam Sa kept her gaze fixed on the rearview mirror. Curiosity piqued. The little girl squinted. Tu Chi Yu and his lackey were struggling with the heavy doors of a side building. What in the world are those idiots doing? As the convoy faded into the distance, Lam Sa muttered, Brother Thien, it looked like they were cracking open that sealed workshop. Thien Than's eyes snapped open, his instincts screaming workshop. Which workshop? The one seen from the main entrance. Thien Than's face went rigid. That wasn't just a workshop. Cao Phi glanced back. What's wrong, boss? Lam Sa tilted her head innocently. Maybe there's treasure inside. Should we go back and share? Thien Than looked at the revolver Luc Tay had given him, the weight of her kindness heavy in his hand. He gritted his teeth. Stop the car. We have to save them. Meanwhile, oblivious to the impending doom, Tu Chi was still wrestling with the lock. His companion shivered. Tu Chi, have you got a bad feeling about this? But Tu Chi was blinded by greed. Shut up. You're scared of your own shadow. There could be a goldmine of supplies in here. He kicked the door in frustration. Damn it. This key is useless. TV shows always make lockpicking look so easy. Out of patience, Tu Chi drew his handgun. Fine. We do it the hard way. Bang, the gunshot echoed like thunder in the silent wasteland. Luc Tay screamed from the main group. Tu Chi, are you insane? He smirked, holstering his weapon. Relax, it's open. The others stared in confusion, unaware of the horror he had just unleashed. The shattered lock clattered to the ground. Tu Chi shoved the heavy metal doors apart, but the moment the seal broke, a wave of nausea hit him. Ugh, what is that ungodly stench? The rot was thick enough to taste choking him, but greed pushed him forward into the darkness. Hello, anyone home? As he took another step, a pale, decaying hand shot out from the shadows. Before he could scream, a frenzied zombie lunged from the gloom, sinking its teeth deep into his leg. The nightmare had begun. Tu Chi let out a high-pitched scream, kicked the freak in the face, and bailed. Screw this. Meanwhile, Luc Tay's crew heard the commotion and took off, a horde of rage zombies snapping at their heels. They sprinted down the ruined highway, hearts pounding, while the bloodthirsty geek squad gained ground behind them. Someone in the back wheezed, lungs burning. Dunty, stop, keep moving. Tu Chi spun around, spraying bullets blindly. Back off, you ugly freaks, or die. Suddenly, Lam Nen slammed on the brakes hard. Her face went ghost white. Massive concrete wall, zero exit. We re-screwed. She choked out, dead end. Luc Tay's eyes went wide with panic as the horde closed in. Someone yelled, lock and load. It's fighting time, people. Tu Chi squeezed off around, dropping a charging zombie mid-stride. Nice shot. Jerk. He whipped around to face Luc Tay. Hey, where's your piece? Luc Tay, swinging a pathetic wooden stick at the undead, panted. I gave it to the three kids. Tu Chi lost it. Are you kidding me? We were short on ammo and you replaying charity worker with our gear. Zip it, a teammate shouted. Save the drama for when we R&T dead. Just then, a gnarly zombie lunged straight for Luc Tay, claws out. She froze, terrified. She swung that stick like a blind batter, totally useless against the monster. Get back. Meanwhile, some poor guy got chomped on the shoulder. Crunch time. Help me, he shrieked as two more rot bags piled on, then silence. Just the sound of tearing flesh. Help. The bloody stick hit the pavement. Clatter. Luc Tay watched in horror, despair crashing over her. Game over. The zombie in front of her unhinged its jaw, rows of jagged teeth snapping. She screamed one last time. Blam! A bullet drilled right through the zombie-esque skull. The creature dropped like a sack of potatoes. The group froze, stunned. Luc Tay blinked, looking toward the shot. It was Thien Than's squad. The hero had arrived, smoking gun in hand. Is that Thien Than's trio opened fire? Bag M and Tai Gem. Luong Phi Pham boomed. In seconds, the undead mosh pit was cleared. Luc Tay's jaw hit the floor. Thien Than holstered his gun and drew a wicked melee weapon. Ammo check. Switch to blades, guys. Copy that. Easy mode engaged. The three of them went to work slicing and dicing the stragglers. Tu Chi's crew just stood there, gaping like idiots. The street was quiet. The carnage was over, just like that. Thien Than's bat was dripping with zombie guts. You guys still breathing? Luc Tay started to thank him, but Lam Sa cut in, grinning. Give us a smile, Tang Bo. Cao Phi snapped back, smile, cry me a river. Thien Than sighed, these two clowns. He tossed a pistol to Luc Tay. Here, take this back. She fumbled. Huh? No way, I can take that. You said it was a gift. Just take it, Thien Than said coolly. I'm swimming in guns. He held it out, but Chiu snatched it midair before she could react. Yeah, don't be shy, Lukte. Chiu smirked, clutching the weapon. Hey hero, why not crash at our base? Safety in numbers, right? Thien Than didn't even blink. Pass I done to do crowds. Chi nudged Lukte. Go ask him. Girl, that guy's totally into you. Work your magic. She blushed, confused. Excuse me. Suddenly, Tangbo let out a roar, startling everyone. Speech training, someone muttered. Thien then ignored it and locked eyes with Chiu. You got bit, didn't you? Chiu flinched. Excuse me. What? He stammered. I don't know what you re-talking about. Thien then stepped closer. I said, did a zombie take a chunk out of you? No way. Thien then looked down. Chiu's pant leg was soaked in fresh blood. Really roll up the fabric. Chiu started sweating bullets. This is impossible. Virus kills the pain receptors fast. Thien then explained calmly. You wouldn't even feel it. Chiu whipped the gun up, aiming right at Thien Than's face. Back off. I'll blow your head off. He was shaking. You know what happens to the infected. I don't need a lecture. Thien Than didn't flinch. I'm faster than that trigger, pal. Just cut the leg off. Chiu cracked. No, I'm not gonna die. Never, he fired wildly. I want to die. Thien Than tackled Lukte, dragging her to the pavement. Stay down. Chiu turned and bolted. Lamsa started to sprint after him. Get back here. But Thien Than grabbed her arm. Let him go. He's walking dead anyway. Cao Phi stiffened. Boss, big signal incoming. Thien Than nodded. I feel it. A blood-curdling scream tore through the air. Lukte knew that voice. Chiu. Something massive had its claw wrapped around his skull. Thien Than stared down the alley. A hulking monstrosity was dragging Chiu by the head. System alert. Stage 2 mutation detected. The beast growled, a dry, rattling sound that vibrated in their chests. Monster run. The group scrambled, but Thien Than stood his ground, ice cold. Totally unfazed. He didn't even look back. You two get out of here now. Lukte, trembling like a leaf, stammered. But what are you gonna do? Thien Than's eyes went dark. You stay, you die? He said. Move. Lam 9 grabbed Lukte's arm. Come on, we gotta go before that thing sees us. She yanked her away. Lukte stumbled, twisting her neck to look back one last time, panic written all over her face. Just hold on, she yelled helplessly. I'll bring backup. Behind Thien Than, the monster loomed, ready to strike. The beast unleashed a guttural, threatening growl. He didn't even flinch. Bam. One power-packed sucker punch to the dome left the creature seeing stars. Shut your trap. Ugly. The monstrosity hit the pavement like a sack of bricks. It twitched, trying to crawl, letting out these pathetic, high-pitched squeals that echoed like a bad horror movie soundtrack. Cao Phi sized it up immediately. That's a level 2 evolved vector. It can summon every other zombie in the zip code. Angel just laughed, shaking his head. Bro, look around. We already exterminated the neighborhood. It can scream until its throat bleeds. Nobody's coming to save it. He looked at his two teammates, Cao Phi and Lamsa, with a cocky grin that screamed, I know something you don't know. It's all yours. Angel said, you guys have been training for weeks. Time to show me you're not useless. Angel added a final condition with a smirk. 2 versus 1. No guns, melee only, and if you lose, I'm never letting you live it down. Cao Phi and Lamsa drew their cold steel, swords and knives ready. They both puffed out their chests. Piece of cake. Boss, watch and learn. Consider this mission accomplished. They charged in sync, ready to rain down precise, lethal slashes on the zombie that was just barely waking up from Angel's haymaker. Meanwhile, in the rescue vehicle, Van was barking orders. Step on it. A lie. He shouted back over the engine roar. I'm giving her all she's got, Captain. Suddenly, headlights flashed ahead. Whoa, hold up. A lie squinted. Captain, look, it says them. Van commanded brakes now. Luke's eye was hanging out of the other car's window, waving frantically. Captain Van, hurry. We need backup. Van hopped out, gun ready. Calm down, kid. Talk to me. Luke's was hyperventilating. No time. Get in. I'll brief you on the way. The convoy peeled out, tearing asphalt toward the battle zone. Van racked her slide. Wait, you retelling me 3 teenagers wiped out an entire legion of the undead? Yeah, Luxie said, but then a boss monster showed up, the same type that took 15 of us to kill last time. Van's jaw tightened. You re-kidding me? The rescue squad finally reached the coordinates. Van signaled for a tactical entry. Lock and load, people. She gave the hand signals. Tight formation. On my command, the team whispered. Roger. Van crouched, moving slow and smooth. Go, go. The squad flooded the alleyway. Target location ahead. Someone whispered. Luke C. frowned, looking around. Are we in the right place? Why is it dead silent? Van asked, sensing something wrong. Luke's eye started sweating. Did the monster get them? Van raised her weapon, eyes open. Prepare for contact. 3, 2, breach. The whole squad aimed their rifles, fingers on triggers, ready for a bloodbath. Van froze. She blinked. The terrifying monster was roadkill, face planted on the concrete. An Angel's crew, they were leaning against a wall, smoking cigarettes and snacking like they were on a lunch break. The nightmare creature that terrified the veterans had been dismantled by a bunch of high schoolers without breaking a sweat. After watching Lam Sai and Cao Phi finish off the beast, Angel walked over, totally unimpressed. Your teamwork is sloppy, barely a passing grade. He turned to Cao Phi, and you're a ranger, not a tank. Why are you trying to wrestle it, trying to impress the girl? Cao Phi scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. Hey, a guy's gotta show off his manly side sometimes, right? Lamsa snorted and looked away, clearly mocking him. Bonk. Angel rapped her on the head. Daun Chau laughed. Shorty, you think arm wrestling a level 2 brute is funny? Lamsa pouted, rubbing her head. I just wanted to see if I could take him. Okay. Angel crossed his arms, his voice dropping an octave. Bottom line, I am not happy. If I hadn't stepped in with that final hit, you two amateurs would be zombie chow right now. The two dropped to their knees instantly. We sorry, boss, you rewrite, we suck. Cao Phi's ears twitched. He sensed movement, hostiles. He whispered, voice dropping to a serious tone. Angel, we've got company. Chill, Angel said, exhaling a long plume of white smoke. He turned to Livan's squad with a bored expression. Can I help you guys? Livan didn't answer. She aimed her pistol right at his face. Identify yourself now. Angel paused. Livan, her eyes narrowed. Luke's eye sprinted forward. Captain Doan Chau, they were friendlies. He's a good guy, Luke's yelled. He saved our lives. Livan lowered her gun an inch, looking confused. You three killed that entire swarm and the Alpha. Angel studied her. He recognized that stance. No doubt about it, Red Butterfly. Livan snapped. Hey, why are you staring at me? I asked you a question. Angel's mind raced. Rank 4 powerhouse, the Red Butterfly. Warless top assassin. She used to solo level 5 monsters like it was nothing. In my past life, she actually saved my hide. Angel kept staring. Livan was getting annoyed. Her finger twitched on the trigger. Hey, kid, I am talking to you. Are you deaf or just brain dead? Angel shrugged, keeping it cool. Nothing, you just look exactly like an old friend of mine. Must be a mistake. She smirked, holstering her weapon. Wow, you look like a friend. That is the lamest pickup line I have ever heard. Angel facepalmed. Unbelievable. She just blurted it out. Luke's eye stood between them, looking like a confused puppy, totally lost in the conversation. Captain, Luke's eye stammered. Should we invite him back to base? He's super strong. Livan sighed. Yeah. Livan looked at the trio. You brats want to come back to HQ with us? Lamsa bristled. Who are you calling a brat, lady? Then Lamsa looked down. She saw Livan's chest, two massive, gravity-defying assets. Lamsa's eyes almost popped out of her skull. Pure, unadulterated jealousy. Oh, come on, that is just unfair, she screamed internally. Why are yours so huge compared to mine? Angel grabbed Lamsa's head before she could do something stupid. Down, girl. Cao Phi cut through the drama, polite but direct, asking Livan, so you the head honcho of this camp? She shot back, no, our leader is Lam Then. Thien Than paused, his expression shifting from casual to dead serious. Lam Then, the guy who suppressed the Red Butterfly? If he pulled that off, he's no ordinary player. Cao Phi rubbed his chin, thinking out loud. Wait, the Lam Then who cracked the Red Butterfly case? Thien Than looked confused. Red Butterfly. Cao Phi broke it down for him. Guess you wouldn't know, biggest serial killer case our district ever saw. Victims were all VIPs or loaded tycoons. And the kicker, every crime scene had a picture of a red butterfly left behind. Thien Than asked, killer must have been a total monster, right? Cao Phi shook his head, not exactly, but they could handle Captain Lam Then back then. Dude went in solo, one-man army, and took the Red Butterfly down. Thien Than processed the intel. Detective Captain, Red Butterfly, assassin vis cop. Alright, Thien Than said, making a snap decision. I'm in, we'll join your crew. Lamsa and Livan both looked like they'd seen a ghost. Livan couldn't believe her ears. You serious? You were actually agreeing to side with us? Thien Than smirked, half joking. I stutter. Or did you want me to change my mind? Livan hesitated a second. No way. Let's roll. Scene change. Second brother Co's crew was tearing down the street, engine screaming. The three of them looked seriously ticked off. Son of a filless warehouse was picked clean already. Another voice piped up, sounding panicked. So what's the play now? The boss said lay low, no freelancing, but we can go back to West Sky empty-handed. One goon turned to Co's second brother. You got a plan? We go back with nothing. The boss skins us alive. Co snapped. Quit whining. Remember that convenience store we passed? We re-rating it. The car screeched to a halt in front of a beat-up store. Co barked orders, lock and load, just in case. Co kicked the door in first, scanning the room with cold, predatory eyes. He signaled the team to move. Start looting. Guns swept the room. High alert until he spotted a shadow behind the counter. He leveled his weapon, screaming, who's there? Drag your carcass out here before my bullets find you. Two hands slowly rose into the air, followed by a shaky, fragile girl's voice. Daun Chau, I'm a human. Co's expression shifted from angry to sleazy. He smirked. It was a stunner, a girl with pink hair and glasses, looking absolutely terrified as she stood up. Please, Daun Chau. Back at base, the deal was sealed. Thien Than's crew followed Livan inside. A welcome feast was thrown together fast to honor the VIP guests and celebrate the new alliance. The whole group raised their glasses. Cheers. Thien Than and Cao Phi, full of youthful fire, drained their beers and won. Captain Lam Then, looking chill and humble, spoke up. Listen guys, we don't have much, so if the hospitality is lacking, bear with us. Thien Than kept it polite but confident. Daun sweat it. I'm feeling good about this. Seriously, this is great. As he spoke, his sharp eyes were dissecting the man. Calculation complete. I was right. This Lam Then guy is definitely the top dog here, and he's got Red Butterfly as a confidant. My luck is insane, meeting both the captain and the butterfly. Lam Then switched gears. You guys look young, but you fight like pros. Where did you train? Thien Than gave a vague non-answer, keeping his cards close to his chest. No classified intel leaking today. Just self-taught, it's a hobby. Lam Then smiled softly. You three are natural talents. Luck Tay chimed in, bragging. Brother Thien Than killed that monster, total badass. One of Lam Than's squad members jumped in, eyes wide, no lie, when they fought the zombies. It was 1/1 kill. Absolute beast mode. While the vibes were good, one patrol member sat there nursing a beer, looking totally unimpressed and salty. The guy let out a loud, disrespectful scoff. Then the drama spiked when Lam Than dropped a bombshell offer to Thien Than. Hey brother, why not stay here permanently? Work with us. I can put you in charge of the patrol team right now. And Guy Dong froze, eyes popping out, but the biggest reaction came from Aluk. He slammed the table, standing up in a rage. Excuse me, Captain, you promised that job to me. Aluk screamed, pointing a finger at Thien Than. I'm the strongest fighter in this camp. You're gonna hand it to an outsider. Lam Than tried to shut it down, voice stern. Sit down, we have guests. Is this how you behave? Aluk didn't back down, face turning purple. I don't care, the patrol team is the lifeblood of this camp. I wouldn't agree to handing it over to a stranger, especially some milk breath brat. Lamsa snapped, she leaped up, slamming her hand on the table. Bam. Rattling the dishes, she snarled, who are you calling a milk breath brat? Say it again, I dare you. Aluk squared up, eyes blazing. You think I'm scared of you? You little brat. Lamsa grabbed a chair, ready to swing. I'm gonna kill you. In the chaos, Thien Than shot them a look, cold, sharp, and terrifying. Stop. Lamsa looked at him, frustrated. Cao Phi stepped in, smooth as silk. All right, chill out, anger gives you wrinkles, babe. Guy Dong had seen enough. He slammed his beer glass onto the table hard enough to make a statement. He didn't say much, just stood up and looked at Lam Than. Captain, I've got stuff to do. I'm an out. He turned to leave. Let's go. Aluk, still fuming, followed him out. Lam then watched his two subordinates leave and let out a heavy sigh, speechless. Helpless against his crew's stubbornness, Lam then turned back to Thien Than, trying to recover the mood. Brother Thien Than, my guys are a bit eccentric. Don't take it personally. Thien Than shrugged it off, no sweat. With the drama settled, Thien Than shifted to business mode, his eyes turning serious. Let's cut the crap, Captain Lam. We didn't come here to join your little club. We here to make a deal. Lam blinked, totally caught off guard. A deal. Lai Yun caught the vibe instantly and snapped at Lucy, get them out of here. We've got grown-up business to discuss. Captain Lam stared Ten down. So, kid, what kind of deal are we talking about? Thien didn't skip a beat, his voice ice cold. We need hardware, heavy ammo, high-caliber firepower, and sniper rifles. Over in the corner, Little White kept stuffing her face, completely ignoring the intense negotiation, but Lam was doing the math. In this apocalypse, guns were the only life insurance policy that paid out. Thien smirked like he was reading the guy's mind. Relax, I know how this works. I didn't come empty-handed, I brought the good stuff. Lam leaned in. Hooked? What stuff? Chin's grin widened as he dropped the bomb. Pharmaceuticals, and trust me, that stuff is worth way more than bullets right now. Lai Yun practically jumped over the table. Meds. What kind of meds? While she stared at him in shock, Tianxian casually rattled off the list. Antibiotics, cold meds, bandages, medical-grade alcohol, the whole pharmacy. Lai Yun whipped her head toward Lam, her voice trembling with excitement. Boss, did you hear that? Lam paused, weighing the desperate need for guns against the goldmine of medicine. Not bad, he grunted, but I can make that call alone. I gotta run it by the boys in the barracks. First, outside the tent, Weedong was spitting venom. They read just a bunch of milk-drinking brats. What is the captain thinking? He paced around, venting his frustration to Ali. If he hands the patrol squad over to those punks, you know what that means, right? Ali looked clueless. Ha! What are you talking about? Weidong broke it down, his voice dripping with acid. Look, dummy, there are 3 patrol squads. One belongs to Captain Lam, one is Li Yun's, and we control the third. You think the captain is going to give our spot to that newbie? Ali's face turned red, fists clenching until his knuckles popped. No way, ours. They just got here, and they want to be top dogs. I won't stand for it. No freaking way. Weidong ground his teeth, sounding like a villain in a bad B movie. I risked my neck to get this rank, now some diaper-wearing kid waltzes in to steal it. Ali lost it. Screw that, nobody touches my squad, I'm not handing it over. Weidong suddenly yanked Ali into the shadows. Zip it. Incoming, they crouched behind a mud wall, holding their breath as Lam and Chin walked out. Lam put on his best fake smile. You can really hold your liquor, brother. Sorry about the rush today. Next time we go harder. Thien played along, humble as pie. You read too kind, Captain Lam. From the shadows, Weidong glared at Chin's back, practically burning a hole through his jacket with pure jealousy. He squeezed his fist, muttering, "Little punk." Meanwhile, Lam whispered orders to Li Yun, Avun, "Get these guys settled. I've got fires to put out." She nodded. "Consider it done." Lam added, "Give them the VIP treatment. Give them whatever they want. We need to keep them on a leash." "Got it," Li Yun said. She turned to the group with a bright, welcoming smile. "All right, kiddos, follow me. Let's check out your crib." Li Yun led the way while the gang followed, looking thrilled. Lamsa bounced around the room like a puppy on sugar. "Whoa, this place is sick." Cao Phi pushed up his glasses, going full nerd mode. "This fortress is an old tourist trap from the Ming Dynasty. That's why the architecture is all retro courtyards and stuff. The little girl was touching everything, going ooh and ah, while Tension just kept his cool, nodding politely. Makes sense, not too shabby. Chin said. Li Yun gestured around. Captain said this is a historical site, usually off limits, but for you guys, we re-breaking the rules. Lamsa was already hugging a priceless, antique vase, marveling at the patterns. You guys are awesome. Get some rest. Li Yun waved goodbye to Chin's crew. Qian nodded, much appreciated. Outside, Wei Dong and Ali were watching, absolutely seething. Wei Dong sneered. The captain gave them the royal suit. Seriously. Ali was fuming, green with envy. You gotta be kidding me. I'm still sleeping in a tent. Ali snapped. He rolled up his sleeves. Veins popping? That's it? I'm gonna go in there and teach these punks a lesson. I'm done playing nice. Wei Dong jogged after him, pretending to care. Hey, chill out. They re the captain's guests. But he wasn't trying very hard to stop him. Ali wasn't he listening anyway. I don't give a damn. Ali kicked Chin's door wide open, bellowing, yo, get out here. Li Yun jumped Ali. What the hell are you doing? Ali stormed in without looking back. Stay out of this. Yun, I am here for them. In the back, Wei Dong crossed his arms, grinning, oh, this is gonna be good. Ali stomped up to Thien, chest puffed out like a rooster. Chin looked up, totally bored. Yeah, who's asking? Ali smirked, shoving a massive hand in Chin's face. Name us Ali, let's get acquainted. Chin raised an eyebrow. You want a handshake? Ali challenged him. What? Too good for me, I know my manners. Li Yun sighed. Ali, knock it off. They re-guests? Ali shot back. So what guests done to get a friendly welcome? Just showing some love. Ali grabbed Chin's hand and squeezed, his grip crushing like a hydraulic press. Just so you know, my grip hits 370 pounds. Let's see if I pop your hand like a balloon. You annoying little brat. Qian frowned slightly, then his face went blank. He let his hand go limp, acting like it was a normal handshake. Nice to meet you, Thien deadpanned. Li Yun watched in silence. Stunned, Ali took a deep breath and roared, here I. Ali's arm turned purple with effort. He looked smug for a second, then confused. Huh. Suddenly, Cao Phi strolled up and lit a cigarette for Chin. Here, boss, a little nicotine for the nerves. The two of them were chilling like nothing was happening, while Ali was trying to crush Bone with everything he had. Ali started sweating. What is going on? Why isn't this kid screaming? Chin exhaled a cloud of smoke, voice flat. You done yet? Can I have my hand back? Ali lost his mind, veins popping out of his forehead. He screamed, not even close. He flexed so hard his shirt ripped, muscles bulging like jagged rocks. I'll break you, Ali shrieked. Tianchen clamped the cigarette between his lips, unimpressed. Nice pecs. Bro, little white watch from the sidelines, ready for the show. Ali was hyperventilating, snot running down his nose. Impossible. This kid's hand feels like solid steel at one T-budge. Lamsa skipped over, eyes sparkling. Hey, big guy, you said your name is Ali. She reached out her tiny hand. I'm in Lamsa, shake my hand too. Lam saw clamp down on his hand like a vice, grinning like a total maniac while the room filled with Aluk screams, let go of me. Aluk shrieked, scrambling for the door like his pants were on fire. Ngai Dong caught the guy sobbing mid-sprint and asked, hey, Aluk, what gives? But Aluk was too humiliated to stop, yelling back, shut up, Dawn T, look at me, just leave me alone. Then Li Van stepped out, radiating serious boss lady energy. She locked eyes with the bully, Ngai Dong. Ngai Dong spun around, plastering on a fake innocent smile. Yo, sis Van, what's up? Her eyes narrowed. Don start drama on my watch. He played dumb. Drama me. Li Van cut him off. You know exactly what I mean. Ngai Dong glared past her at the room where the angel squad was laughing it up, looking way too happy. Just you wait, you little punks, he muttered, pure venom in his voice. Cut to the training grounds where Lam Than's crew was sweating it out. Ngai Dong twisted Luk Tae's arm way too hard during a spar, reflexes of a sloth. Do it again, he barked. Luk Tae rubbed her bruised arm, faking a grateful smile while dying inside. Thanks for the lesson, bro. She lied, seeing she was gassed. Ngai Dong waved her off. Take 5, we go again in a minute. Then he scoffed. Look who it is, Thien Than's crew strutting onto the field. Ngai Dong rolled his eyes. Not these annoying losers again. Luk Tae's face lit up. Thien Than, she squealed, rushing over. What are you doing here? Le Van answered for him, just giving them the VIP tour. Check it out, our humble training grounds. Cao Phi scanned the area. Not bad, solid setup. He sounded impressed, hinting they should join. Captain Lam is a genius leader. If you guys stuck around, Thien Than smirked, cutting the recruitment pitch short. Let's stick to discussing the deal first, yeah. The trainees started buzzing. Yo, is that Thien Than? Who's the new guy? Whispers rippled through the crowd. That's the legend who saved our butts yesterday. Rumor has it his crew took down the big boss. For real. Looks like you rare a celebrity. Li Van teased. Thien Than shrugged, looking slightly annoyed by the sudden fan club. The guys swarmed him. Hey Thien Than, show us some moves. Yeah, teach us something. Be our instructor, you way better than Ngai Dong. That snapped something in Ngai Dong's brain. This punk comes in here and steals my thunder. He stormed over, shoving people aside. Back to work. You think this is a tea party? Move it. The crowd scattered, shouting, yes, sir. In unison, Ngai Dong got in Thien Than's face. Listen, pal, training grounds are off limits to civilians. Thien Than looked bored. Luk Tae jumped in. He's the hero who saved us. Dawn T care private session. Ngai Dong spat. Li Van stepped up. Enough, Ngai Dong. I run this place, not you. Lamsa giggled from the sidelines. With those weak cat scratch moves of yours? Who do want to watch anyway? Ngai Dong turned beet red. What did you say? Thien then turned to his crew, ignoring the tantrum. Let's bounce, we were clearly not wanted here. The girl followed, sticking her tongue out. Bye-bye, stingy guy. Dong screamed. Hey, I'm talking to you. Li Van chased after the group. Thien then, wait, sorry about him. Yes, difficult. Thien then kept walking but dropped some wisdom. Fate brought us together, so I'll give you a tip. His voice dropped low. That guy, he's a ticking time bomb. He's gonna get someone killed. Li Van blinked. What? Mark my words. Ngai Dong heard it and snapped. You punk, who do you think you are? I bled for this camp, he thought, and this newbie walks in and gets promoted. He clenched his fists, shaking with rage. Scumbag. He sprinted forward. Hold it, Thien then. And the crew turned around as the bully stepped up, chest puffed out to challenge them. Man to man, right now, you and me. Thien then looked unimpressed. Fight you. Ngai Dong ripped his shirt off, flexing hard. I win, you get out. Ngai Dong word. Thien then gave him a look of pure pity, sighed, and started walking away. I take back what I said. Li Van gasped. Calling him dangerous gives him too much credit. He's just suicidal. That did it die. Ngai Dong screamed. He lunged from behind, throwing a haymaker while screaming profanities. You son of a... Bam! Cao Phi swooped in and caught the fist like it was a baseball. Ngai Dong's eyes popped out of his skull. Cao Phi stood there, stone-faced, holding the punch effortlessly. You want the boss. You gotta go through me. Ngai Dong didn't he listen. Fine. I'll break you first. He launched a vicious kick. Cao Phi countered with a lightning-fast boot to the face. Ngai Dong flew backward, blood spraying, and hit the dirt hard. He didn't get up. Show's over, let's go. Thien then said later. A battered Ngai Dong was whining to Captain Lam then. Captain, we can't let outsiders disrespect us. Lam then shook his head. Thien then saved our people. He has family now. But making him patrol leader, Ngai Dong argued. Lam then's face hardened. Ngai Dong, seriously, what is wrong with you? Back at the precinct, I told you to stop hazing the rookies. Ngai Dong stammered. This is different. He has skills. You just bully kids like a luck. Cause any more trouble in the ranks, and I won't be so nice next time. Reading the room, Ngai Dong retreated. Okay, Captain, my bad, misunderstanding. Just use your brain next time. Ngai Dong grunted and left. Outside, the gossip mill was churning. Did you hear? Ngai Dong got wrecked today. Totally deserved it. Hearing this, Ngai Dong ground his teeth. You'll pay for this, all of you. He jumped in his car and roared at the gate. Open up, the guard stuttered. Leavin', sir. Ngai Dong snarled. You got a problem with that? No, sir. The gate flew open, the car screeched away, leaving dust and a very angry, very vengeful man behind the wheel. The guy was mentally cussing him out. You little punk, I'll make you pay for this. Meanwhile, under a perfect, starlit sky at base camp, Captain Lam was just shooting the breeze with Angel. Your crew holding up okay? Lam asked politely. Angel shrugged. We resurviving. Lam wasn't he subtle about it. He really wanted to recruit the kid. Look, brother, I'll give it to you straight. Stick around. Our outpost is desperate for a talent like you. If you stay, you get first dibs on everything. Gear, supplies, you name it, no questions asked. Angel waved it off. Pass. Not really the settling down type. I don't like being tied to one spot. But I do have a tip for you. Lam blinked, surprised. A tip. Sector D is a dead end. Angel explained calmly. You can stay here long. Pack up and find a new rock to hide under. Lam nodded slowly. Funny, I was thinking the exact same thing. Sector D is a dust ball anyway, Lam admitted. No resources, no people, no gear. We could maybe last 6 months, but a year, we'd be starving. Angel gave him a thumbs up. Smart man. Captain Lam actually has a brain. Lam chuckled. All right then, genius. Got any suggestions on where we should go? Angel frowned, digging through his memory banks. He stared at Lam, calculating the odds. He remembered from the history books that the captain eventually settled in North City to live in peace, but it was a brutal grind. Should he spoil the surprise and give him a heads up? Seeing Angel zone out, Lam prodded. Cat got your tongue. Or is it a secret? Angel snapped back to reality. How about North City? Lam tilted his head. North City, really? It's the biggest stronghold in the central zone. Angel listed off. Backed by the mountain range, flanked by the river. It's got natural shields. He threw in a little extra intel for free. More importantly, there's an old military district there. Fully stocked armory. Lam's eyes lit up like Christmas. Sold. That sounds amazing, brother. Seriously, you have to stay. Angel flashed a polite smile and shut him down again. Thanks for the love, but I've got my own mission to finish. Lam's face fell, shoulders dropping in total disappointment. He stared at his boots, sighing. All right, I hate to see you go, but I respect it. If you ever hit a wall out there, come find us. I want to turn you away. Angel nodded, grateful, appreciate it. Then Angel pivoted. So, Captain, about those weapons I need. Lam winced, admitting the truth. Yeah, we re-scraping the barrel here. I've literally got 2 pistols to my name. Angel raised an eyebrow. Seriously, that's it. However, Lam leaned in. If you could do us a solid, we'd hand over the pistols for free. Angel crossed his arms. I'm listening, thanks in advance. You know the hydroelectric station? Lam asked. Angel glanced at Phil and Sasha, who were eavesdropping nearby. Hydro station, the sidekicks looked just as confused. Phil stepped up. What's the play? Angel turned to him. He's talking about the dam next to Sector D. Angel looked back at Lam. There's a power station here. Exactly, Lam confirmed. Before you guys showed up, this territory was split three ways. Fewas Factory, our old fort, and the maniacs led by a guy who calls himself Dragon. They redug in at the hydro station. Angel processed this. Not a bad tactical spot. Lam warned Dragon is a psycho, but he's sharp. He moves fast and hits hard. Angle cut to the chase. So you want us to be your hit squad, wipe them out? Bingo. That lunatic attacks everyone just for kicks, Lamb vented. He raids our supplies constantly. We've been playing defense for a year, trying to keep Sector D alive, so Angel stroked his chin. He turned to Phil. Hey, Phil. Angel called out. Phil immediately looked at the sky. I didn't hear a thing. Angel looked at Sasha. Hey, dummy. She whistled. Nope, I'm deef too. Lamb beamed, completely misreading the room. I knew you guys were shooters. This is gonna be easy. Angel held up a hand. Whoa, hold your horses. I refuse. Lamb's jaw hit the floor. Say what? Angel bowed metrically. I'm not risking my neck against a homicidal maniac for a couple of rusty pistols. Keep your guns, Captain. We roll out at dawn. Lamb stammered, but wait, Angel was already herding his team away. Let's go, guys, nap time. Lamb stood there stunned, then shouted after them, Brother Z, the offer stands. Angel glanced back, feigning confusion. If you get into trouble later, find us. We've got your back, Lamb yelled. Angel called back. You got it. Thanks. Outside the walls, a mob of armed thugs was gathering in the shadows. One whispered, everyone in position. Wait for my signal, then we breach. Suddenly, sirens screamed through the compound. Lamb bolted upright in his bunk. What the hell is happening? A soldier burst in, panting. Captain, it's Bad Dragon's crew. They're re-raiding the base. Lamb froze. How is that even possible? Outside, bullets shredded the front gate. Push forward. Move. Number 2 screamed. Heavy footsteps approached from behind. Dragon walked in, looking like a thunderhead. Status report. The insider makes his move in 30 minutes. Number 2 grimaced. It's messy. First wave took heavy losses, but we brought the elites for this one. Dragon scoffed. Lamb's men aren't any pushovers. He turned his back, voice cold. I don't care. Just take this place. Now, Number 2 bellowed at the troops. You heard the boss, kill 'em all. Once we reinside the food and the women are yours, go nearby. A supply truck sat idling. Dong was waiting by the truck. He saw Dragon and waved. Boss Dragon, crazy night. Dragon sneered. If this heist works, you get the credit. Dong practically drooled. Thank you, boss. You read too generous. Dragon grabbed him by the collar, lifting him off his feet. But if we fail, Dragon's eyes were demon red. What then? Dong shook like a leaf. Fail. You told me shift change was the weak spot, Dragon hissed. So why are my men still stuck outside? Dong stammered. It's Captain Lamb. He's tough. And we had some success early on, right? Dragon roared, hurling Dong against the truck like a rag doll. Listen to me, I don't care about success. I care about results. I want their food, their people, and their gear. Dragon pointed a finger. Take a squad to the south gate. Reinforce the breach. Do not come back without a win. Wei was shaking in his boots. Copy that. Consider the mission done. Dragon rolled his eyes, his voice grinding like gravel. Then get moving already. The guy scrambled out of there like his pants were on fire. I am gone. Just as Wei bailed, Old Man Ko rushed back with intel. Dragon, we re-winning. But those cops from Lin City aren't pushovers. Dragon just stood there, lighting a smoke with zero chill and exhaled. Relax. He stared at the battlefield, blowing smoke rings. I rigged this game a long time ago. Dragon whispered the kill order. Once we take the old fort, find a quiet spot and punch Wei's ticket, make it look like he died in combat. Ko nodded, understood. Inside, Ali was going full berserker mode on the intruders. He gripped his assault rifle, spraying bullets and screaming, eat lead, you freaks, die. Thugs were dropping like flies with every shot, hiding behind a tree. Wei peeked out, sweating bullets. Damn it, Ali's packing serious. He turned to his squad, frantic. Any of you idiots know how to aim. Get up that tree and waste that guy. A voice piped up, leave it to me. Meanwhile, Ali was having the time of his life, roasting the bad guys. Come out, you turtles. Nobody leaves this party alive. Clueless that a sniper had him painted, Ali charged forward, adrenaline pumping. Die already. Hooah, the sniper squeezed the trigger. Suddenly, Sky swooped in like a superhero, shoving Ali out of the kill zone. Heads up, a bullet slammed into the wall where Ali just stood. Ali stared at the hole, then looked at Sky with puppy dog eyes. Thanks for the save. Watching from the shadows, we kicked the dirt, son of a. Sky barked at Gao. Go, he's yours, Gao smirked. Copy. Gao instantly snapped his rifle up. He had clocked the sniper the second he looked. Try harder, rookie. The sniper realized he was busted, panic setting in. Oh crap. But a second later, he caught a bullet with his face and flopped over. Wei crept over to check the body, dead. Another thug stammered, holy hell, Lansha checked on Ali. Arm okay? Ali blinked, surprised. Sky cut in. We'll handle the trash here. Take your crew and go back up, Captain Lin. Ali hesitated. Gao turned and grinned. Chill, Ali. We got this. The 3 heroes, Sky, Gao, and Lansha, leaped off the wall in perfect sync. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Over at Lin's position, it was a total war zone. Lin roared over the gunfire to boost morale. Hold the line. Do not let them breach the walls. A rookie yelled, Cap, the south gate is thin. Send backup now. Lin threw his hands up. With what army? He looked at Yun, who was scanning the enemy. Yun, can you drop that dragon guy or not? Yun looked stressed. She tracked Dragon through her scope. No good. The guy's paranoid. He's not giving me a single opening. She stressed and he swayed too calm. Then she snapped her fingers. What about asking Sky for help? Lin hesitated, then shook his head. No, they re-guests. It's not their fight. He aimed his gun, frowning. We started this. We finish it. Dragon, reading the flow of battle, barked at a henchman. Take a squad. Doan Chau, kill everyone. Just suppress them, make them panic. The thug nodded loudly. You got it, Dragon. He rallied his boys. You heard the boss. Move your asses. Let's go. Another goon ran up to Dragon. Boss, we re-burning ammo like crazy. If this keeps up, we're gonna be dry. It's a waste. Dragon sneered, use your brain in a straight shootout. Lin S. cops smoke us every time. You think you can take them head on? The goon scratched his head. Dragon's face twisted into a nasty, scheming grin. We bait their main force to the north. Then we flank the south and crush them. Pincer move. The goon's eyes lit up, instantly sucking up. Damn Dragon, Urea genius. Dragon snapped, quit kissing my ass and focus. It isn't over yet. He glared menacingly at his secret reserve squad. Back at the fort, Lin's team was struggling against the Horde sword. Damn, do these guys have cheat codes for infinite ammo? She panicked. We can hold this. We need to reinforce the south fast. Just then, Ali stormed in like a tank. Guess who's back, you ugly mugs? Lin's face lit up. Ali grinned, showing teeth. Cap, just in time for the party, right? Lin rushed over. Why are you here? What about the south gate? Ali explained in a rush. I came from there. Sky's crew told me to bounce. They re-handling the south. They re-mopping up the annoying ones right now. Back with Sky's group, the fight was intense. Lanche was dual-wielding pistols, dropping thugs left and right. Sky danced through the bullet, slid behind a thug, and laughed. The thug gasped before Sky grabbed him, using him as a meat shield against a hail of lead. A nearby enemy raged, firing wildly. You bastard. That's my brother you were using as a shield. Too bad for him. He was the next shield. Sky blocked a headshot with the guy's body, clearing the area. The squad gave Gao a thumbs up. While they were high-fiving, they spotted Wei trying to sneak away. Gao narrowed his eyes. Yo, that's Sui. The rat is running. Lansha bolted after him. Sky knew exactly what went down. Sky cursed, damn it, take him alive. Lansha yelled back on it. Watch this. Sky dropped another bad guy and watched Lansha go. Impressed. Not bad. She's getting faster. Meanwhile, Wei was sprinting for his life, muttering, are you kidding me? These people are total freaks. Wei was terrified. Can to let them catch me. If they do, I am dead meat. Lamsa cut off his escape route, hovering right above him. Yo, not so fast, buddy, where's the fire? She stuck the landing right in Wei Dong's face. He spat, you little witch. But she just smirked while screams, still echoed in the midnight air. Let me go, he squealed. Lamsa rolled her eyes. In your dreams, if Angel hadn't stopped me, I would have turned you into a pretzel yesterday. A voice drifted down from above, cut the chatter. Next thing you know, Wei Dong was trussed up like a holiday turkey, dangling from a pole. She ignored his tantrum. Sit tight, Angel wants a word. The guy kept cussing. When I get down, I swear. Then Angel walked up. Hey, Angel, Lamsa chirped. Angel just stared at the dangling traitor, shaking his head. Didn't think it would end like this. Angel got straight to the point. So, you're the rat who led Dragon's crew to our doorstep. I'm here to give you the bad news about your little siege. Wei Dong didn't flinch. Yeah, so what if I did? Angel's eyes went cold. I hate backstabbers more than anything. You don't get it. Wei Dong screamed. I bled for this camp. Then you newbies show up and take everything. If I can run the show, nobody will, he roared. Cao Phi and Lamsa just laughed. What a moron. Angel sighed, cut him down. The idiot is still useful, Lamsa groaned. Seriously? It took forever to string him up there. Focus, kid, we on a clock. Angel warned. Fine, she grumbled. Pulling a knife, Wei Dong panicked. Whoa, wait, watch the blade. Snap, he hit the dirt hard. Lamsa grabbed the rope end. I am dragging you, consider it cardio. They dragged the screaming traitor back toward base like a bag of trash. But someone was watching from the shadows. One of Dragon's scouts peered through binoculars, totally creeped out. Those three are psychos, boss needs to know. Cao Phi's senses tingled. He whipped his sniper rifle around. We got a peeping Tom, he muttered, squeezing the trigger. Holy crap, the scout ducked as a bullet shaved his haircut. That was way too close. Almost game over. Shaking, he looked back at the trio. These guys are straight up monsters. Did you get him? Lamsa asked. Missed by an inch. Cao Phi admitted. Angel waved it off. Leave him. We have bigger fish to fry. Meanwhile, the battlefield went silent. Lin Cheng stared down Dragon, who sat there looking smug. Lin Cheng, give up and I might let you live. Not in this lifetime. Lin Cheng fired back. Dragon sneered. Look around, genius. Ivy got more guns and more bodies. You refinished. You retalented though. Switch sides and we can rule this wasteland together. Lin Cheng didn't blink. I don't make deals with garbage. His lieutenants, Alai and Dong Ming, stepped up. You want to fight? Come get some. Bring it on, Dragon scoffed, looking bored. A bunch of muscle-brained idiots. He turned to his lackey. Any news from the south gate? The goon nodded. Sent a guy to check. Should be back any second. Good, once the south gate falls, they read dead. Suddenly, Angel strolled out of the smoke, cigarette in hand. Hey, Dragon, right? You look like a joke close up. Oh, and spoiler alert, your south gate crew all dead. Dragon's jaw dropped. Huh. Lin Cheng spotted him. Angel grinned. Captain Lin, relax, the south gate is clear. We handled it. Angel yanked the rope, dragging Wei Dong into the spotlight. Look who I found. He forced the traitor to his knees. Wei Dong screamed, Dragon boss, help me. Angel played dumb, recognized this guy. Lin Cheng glared. Wei Dong, Dragon's face twisted into a cruel calculation. Boss, please, Wei Dong begged. Dragon adjusted his glasses, cold as ice, useless trash. Lion was confused. Angel, what's going on? But Lin Cheng went silent. The pieces were falling into place. Angel frowned. Isn't it obvious? This guy sold you out. Lin Cheng's voice shook with rage. Wei Dong, you leaked our intel. Wei Dong panicked. Li Yun jammed a gun against his head. You traitor. We treated you like family. Family, Wei Dong spat. This new kid shows up and gets everything. Why him? Why not me? Yeah, I did it. He screamed. I told Dragon about the weapons, the food, the roster, everything nothing. I'm done being overlooked, Li Yun cursed at him, but Wei Dong laughed maniacally. Just wait, dragon will wipe you all out. The women, the loot, it's ours. And I'll be the hero. He cackled. I'm the. Bang, a gunshot cut his victory speech short. Everyone froze. Angel looked down. Dragon was holding a smoking gun. He just wasted his own spy. Too noisy, Dragon muttered. Someone shut him up. Angel narrowed his eyes. This Dragon guy is a legitimate psychopath. Dragon smirked. Lin Cheng, you read too soft to lead. I'll take over your flock. Lin Cheng grit his teeth, pure hatred burning in his eyes. Dragon laughed, loving the drama. Why the long face? I just took out the trash for you, Lin Cheng muttered. Scum. Angel stepped in. Captain, chill. He baiting you defense first. Lin Cheng took a breath. You were right. I almost lost it. He barked an order. Li Yun, check the perimeter. Watch your back. She nodded on it and sprinted off. Lin Cheng turned back to Dragon. Dragon, your ambush failed. Why haven't you run away yet? Dragon didn't flinch. He just smiled a terrifying, confident grin. Run away. I'm just getting started. Why is this my problem? So the South Gate crew got wiped out. Big deal. I'm still the king of this hill. Sure, the Dragon Court army has the numbers down there. But so what? He keeps yapping about his army size like it matters. You think taking this spot is tough? Please. Cao Phi looks nervous, glancing at me. Thien, are we making a move or what? I keep my voice ice cold. Chill out. Don't trigger them yet. They repacking heat and have a massive head count. Charging in now is just suicide with extra steps. Phi raises his rifle, itching for action. Fine, he mutters, just give the signal. I look at his gear and frown. Yo, where's your scope? He smirks, tapping his temple. You think some glass toy beats these eyes? Get real. Down below, Long Ding keeps running his mouth. Lam then wave the white flag while you still have a pulse. Lam keeps his spine straight, shouting back. In your dreams. Dirtbag. Long Ding sighs like a disappointed parent. Have it your way. Dante say, I didn't warn you. He snaps his fingers at his guns, drag him out. They shove a group of masked prisoners forward, barking orders like rabid dogs. Move it. Be good little victims. I squint, confused. They rip a mask off. Boom. It's a middle-aged guy. Wait, I know him. The old guy looks terrified. What are you doing? Lam then freezes, his eyes going wide. Uncle Mai, the hostage, spots him and yells back. Captain Lam. Long Ding cackles like a hyena. Look familiar, Lam. Your loyal squad. Even threw in some civilians for flavor. Isn't he this reunion just heartwarming? What's your play? Psycho Lam screams. Long Ding ignores him and signals the goons. Show them the rest. Masks come off one by one, revealing terrified faces screaming for help. Let me go, Captain, help. What are you doing? Amidst the chaos, my heart skips a beat. No way, I recognize faces in that crowd. My gut drops. Lalam and Latayat's sisters. Why the hell are they caught up in this mess? The little one clings to her sister. Sis, don't be scared. I got you. Long Ding cuts in. Voice dripping with venom, clocks ticking. Lam, surrender, or these rats get exterminated right now. Lam is caught between a rock and a hard place. Even I didn't see this coming. Suddenly, Lalam looks up and locks eyes with me, shock written all over her face. Little Atayat spots me too, Brother Thien. She beams. I grit my teeth. Damn it. Why did it have to be them? Phi catches my vibe and grins. Oh, trouble in paradise. Looks like you love her boy. Brother Da Phi teases. Long Ding catches on, his grin widening. Well, a family reunion. This just got interesting. Guess grabbing hostages was a genius move. The villain gloats. Lam then loses it. You sick son of a. Long Ding cuts him off, loving every second. Lam, spare me the righteous act. You think your laws and rules matter. Garbage. In this world, power is the only law. Blood, bullets, and violence run the show. He showing his true colors now. Pure evil. He grabs Uncle Mai by the hair, yanking his head back. This old geezer belonged to you. Uncle Mai doesn't flinch. Captain, don't you dare bow to him. Long Ding doesn't hesitate. Bang. He puts a bullet in the old man's head right in front of everyone. Lam snaps. Pure unadulterated rage takes over. Long Ding, I swear on my life, I'm gonna end you. Long Ding just laughs. You couldn't even save this old dog and you want to play hero. Give it up, Captain. I freeze. That name. It clicks. Damn it. How did I miss that? It hits me like a freight train. The guy who rebelled against the chief before. His name was Long. Phi nudges me. Yo, you okay? You know this guy? I ignore him. Mind racing. It's him, Long Ding, the rank 2 Grandmaster. Below, Long Ding barks his final offer. Open the gates or I send every last one of these losers to the afterlife. I remember his tactics to hit a base back then. They lured a horde of millions of zombies, a literal army of the dead. We barely made it out alive. I clench my fists. Not today. No way am I letting these clowns hurt those girls. I hop onto the railing, signaling Phi and Lam. Phi showtime. Shark, stick to me like glue. We recrashing this party. Captain Lam, lay down some cover fire. Phi locks and loads. Copy that. The girl grins. Finally, I was getting bored. But Lam hesitates. Kid, don't be stupid. There are too many of them. I done wait for his permission. I dive off the edge, free falling. Lam gasps. The bandits below look up, cracking up. Look at this idiot. He thinks he can fly. That drop's gonna turn him into pavement pizza. Long Ding smirks, intrigued. Hold fire. This kid's got guts. I want to see where this goes. Leave him barely breathing. One goon rushes me, machete raised. I'm gonna split your skull wide open. I hit the ground and launch a devastating uppercut. Crack. The guy goes flying 100 yards like a rag doll. The laughter stops, dead silence. What the how strong is he? Long Ding's eyes narrow. Not bad. A minion trembles next to him. Boss, that's not normal. Long Ding glares. You scared? You want to see what's in the basement instead? I signal Lamsa Shark, ignore the small fry. Get the hostages out now. On it. She yells. The three of us tear through the ranks like a hurricane. Long Ding's arrogance vanishes. What? Three kids act like a wrecking crew. Impossible. Seeing the tide turn, he barks. Pull back. Take the bait with us. Move. Yes, sir. They grab Latayat and Lalam. The little one screams. Let me go. Get off me. The goon slaps her. Shut your mouth, brat. Lalam panics, locking eyes with me. Thien, they retaking us. I flash a hand signal to the sniper perch. Fee, target acquired. Bang, Phi drops the guy holding Latayat instantly. She tumbles out of his arms, plummeting. Lalam screams. Tayat. I swoop in and catch her midair before she hits the ground. Gotcha. She hugs me tight. Big brother Thien up top. They curses. Crap, two of them grab the older sister. He holds his fire. Too risky. I might hit the girl in my arms. Latayat looks up with stars in her eyes. Wow, you got way stronger. I pass her to my partner Shark. Keep her safe. I'm going for teacher Roger that. She shouts. I sprint forward, signaling Phi to cover me. One of Long Ding's men panics. Boss, let us light him up. Long Ding raises a hand. Hold it. Done to you see. This kid, he's something else? His lackey looks at me, totally confused. Special, is that right? The gang leader barked out the order. Move it, Miss La. Thien shouted her name, desperate and loud. But it didn't matter. They shoved her into the getaway van anyway. She fought against the restraints, screaming, Thien, forget about me. Save Tayat. Thien went berserk on the thugs blocking his path. Get the hell out of my way, you scumbags. The goons unleashed a wall of lead at him. Thien hit the deck, tucking and rolling just as the pavement exploded where he had been standing a split second ago, but the van was already screeching down the block. Damn it, Thien roared, punching the air in frustration. Inside the van, Old G looked at his boss. Yo, Boss Long, we really just gonna let that kid walk? Long Din smirked. Lighting a cigarette, you clearly Dante get it. We didn't let him go. That lunatic is gonna come straight to us. I guarantee it. Back at the safe house, the mood was heavy. Little Tayat sat huddled in the corner, eyes glued to the floor, absolutely terrified for her sister. Lamsa kicked the door open with a tray of steaming food. Hey kiddo, you gotta be starving, Cho time. She slammed the hot plate onto the table. Eat up. Tayat didn't even flinch. Lamsa sighed. Trying to be nice. Look, you're exhausted. You need fuel. Tayat crossed her arms, pouting no. I'm not eating. Lamsa flopped down and grabbed a dumpling. Geez, drama queen, quit worrying about your sister. We are gonna get her back, alright? We are pros. I don't need you. Tayat snapped. Where is Thien? I only want Thien. She snatched the dumpling and started stuffing her face anyway. Move, you're blocking my food. Finish that and I'll take you to him. Lamsa took a bite of her own bun. Mum, not bad. Tayat's eyes went wide with rage. That was her bun. She immediately started wailing. No, I want Thien. Only Thien. Right on cue. Thien walked in, looking exhausted. What is with all the screaming? Tayat's face instantly lit up. Big brother Thien. She launched herself at him like a missile, wrapping her arms around his waist. You actually came back for me. He patted her head gently. Did your sister listen to me? Did she try to find Cao Phi like I told her? Tayat shook her head. She said you were busy looking for someone important. She didn't want to be a burden, so we stayed away. We just went into a convenience store to get snacks, and then those creeps showed up. Thien's expression darkened. I see wrong place, wrong time. Lamsa watched them, blushing a little at the tender moment. Thien knelt down to eye level with the little girl. Hey, look at me. Do you trust me? Tayat nodded vigorously. Yeah, he ruffled her hair. Good, then be a good girl and finish your dinner. I swear on my life, I'll bring your sister home. Okay. Tayat chirped. Thien stood up and turned to Lamsa. Hey, brat, watch over her. Once she is fed, gear up. We are going hunting. Lamsa smirked and aggressively rubbed Tayat's head. Dante sweated. I make sure the little monster cleans her plate. Thien nodded. Good, I'll be in the carded. Thien turned and walked out. Lamsa watched him go, but the second the door clicked shut, a low, annoying growl came from behind her. She spun around. Tayat was angrily gnawing on her dumpling like a rabid squirrel. Lamsa flashed a wicked, knowing grin. Wow, Lamsa drawled. Leaning in, you deserve an Oscar for that performance. Tayat froze, eyes wide. Lamsa poked her cheek. Playing the damsel in distress, so Thien will play hero for your sister. Slick move. I did not, Tayat protested. Lamsa burst out laughing. Relaxed short stack. I once snitched to Thien. Tayat scowled, dropping the innocent act completely. We were gonna save her anyway, Lamsa said, grabbing a water bottle. I just didn't realize our fearless leader was such a softie for crying kids. Tayat stared daggers at her. Thien came to the school to save you, didn't he? Tayat asked. Her voice icy. Lamsa blinked, face heating up. Wait, you mean I'm the mysterious girl he risked his neck for? She smirked at the kid. Ooh, is the little princess jealous? Tayat looked away, pouting. No, Lamsa nodded slowly. I get it now. You've got a crush on big brother Thien? Tayat snapped her head up. I do not, Lamsa chuckled, shaking her finger, but hey, you have got it all wrong. Anyway, I am not the girl he has been searching for. Not even close. Tayat looked at her suspiciously. Lamsa shrugged and turned away. Just eat your food, kid. We will get your sister back. Hey, big sis, Tayat mumbled. Lamsa paused. Yeah, what is it? Tayat looked down, embarrassed. Thank you, really. Lamsa rolled her eyes, smiling. Silly brat. Outside, Thien was loading his gear. He glanced up as Lamsa approached. How is the kid? She is fine, eating like a horse now. Lamsa reported. Thien nodded. Good, in the driver's seat. Cao Phi looked in the rearview mirror. You think we can pull this off? Thien checked his mag. Honest answer, no idea. Long Den isn't he some street thug like Phi? Thien explained. He is smart, and he is dangerous. Lamsa hopped in. So what is the play? If we just wanted to grab the girl, we could sneak in, Thien mused. But if we want to take Long Den out permanently, we are going to need an army. Suddenly, Thien narrowed his eyes. Hold up, Cao Phi slammed on the brakes. What is it? Thien checked the side mirror. We have got a tail. Wait, Cao Phi squinted. Isn't he that Captain Lam's ride? What is he doing here? Thien smirked. Captain Lam is a sharp guy. He knows exactly what is going down. Cao Phi and Lamse exchanged confused looks. Okay, so is that good or bad? The trailing car pulled up alongside them. He is here, Thien said. Captain Lam stepped out, looking cool as ever. I figured you would be heading this way, kid. Thien leaned out the window. I knew a sly fox like you wouldn't miss a chance to take down Long Den. Flattery will get you everywhere, Lam laughed. Look, you helped us out back there. We can let you go in empty-handed. Consider this a gift. He pulled a heavy case from his trunk and unveiled a high-end sniper rifle. Your driver looks like he knows his way around a scope. I figured he could use this. Cao Phi's jaw dropped. Whoa, Captain, you are the man. Cao Phi grabbed the rifle, grinning like a kid on Christmas. New toy. Thien nodded at the captain. Thanks, Lam. We owe you. Don't mention it, Lam said. You stuck your neck out for my team. It is the least we could do. Lamsa leaned over Cao Phi's shoulder. Hey, let me see that thing. Another man stepped up. Seriously, you saved our bacon. Lam gestured to him. You remember a luck. Don't let the goofy face fool you. He is a crack shot. A luck rubbed the back of his neck, looking embarrassed. Ah, stop it, Cap. Lam pointed to the woman next to him. And this is Van. She's got serious skills, probably the most dangerous one in the squad. Van nodded sharply. I have already scoped out Long Den's compound. We have got the intel. We are in this with you until the end. Lam sighed, looking apologetic. I wish I could bring the whole platoon, but most of my guys are still in the infirmary. Thien cut him off with a grin. Captain Lam, are you ready to go save a life? His face went stone cold instantly as he shot back. You bet your life there is. Angel suddenly snapped, ordering Phi to hand over the piece, his expression leaving zero room for argument. Feet, drop the hardware. Give it to Captain Lam and let's bounce. I am not asking twice. Give the gun to the captain. The whole squad froze, caught completely off guard. Phi looked like a kid who just dropped his ice cream, reluctantly handing over the shiny new toy he just scored, choking back tears. He whined, here, Cap, take it. The captain looked confused, bro. Seriously, what's the play here? Angel didn't blink. Look, if we were actually going in for a rescue, a three-man squad is basically a suicide mission. I don't need extra baggage, so you sit this one out, Cap. Captain Lam tried to play the hero. You've got it all wrong, brother. I volunteered for this gig. Meanwhile, Phi was still sniffling over his confiscated weapon like a total drama queen. My beautiful gun, a luck chimed in. Hey, savior, don't be like that. We just want to back you up. Angel cut through the noise, getting straight to the point. Listen, Cap, we don't need the help. Honestly, you three would just get in the way. Lam pressed him. What are you really trying to say here? In the background, Faye was still mourning his loss. My precious Angel shut it down, voice hard as steel. If you still consider me a friend and trust my gut, take your boys and march back to base. Now, pure determination burned in his eyes. I am wiping these scumbags off the map, once and for all. Captain Lam stood there, stunned as the scene smash cut to the hydroelectric dam. The brute glared at the group. So, what's the damage? I thought we agreed to wipe out Lam's crew. We even had Wee Dong on the inside. How do you mess up a sure thing? Olga made excuses, that was the plan, but Boss Long flipped the script in order to retreat. We couldn't finish the job. Old Phi 3 exploded, you useless trash. If you can't handle the heat, give the number 2 spot to me. ID run circles around you. Olga snapped back off, worry about your own rank. The brute cut in, silencing them both. A screw-up is a screw-up, own it. Kid, you better watch your mouth. Unless you want to end up a cripple clinging to a reputation. Old Goo, triggered by the insult, turned his rage toward the brute, ready to throw down. You calling me a cripple, you want a piece of me? Let's go right now, he taunted him. You think I'm scared of a washed-up loser like you? Suddenly, a massive 3D hologram of Longding lit up the room. He took control instantly. Shut your traps and sit down now. The 3 thugs saw the boss and bowed their heads fast. Long snapped at one of them. Duck. Did I stutter? I said sit. All 3 of them dropped into their chairs like obedient puppies. He dropped the bad news. We are low on ammo, and we just lost 30 men. As for Wei Dong, I took care of that rat myself. Anyone got a problem with that? Phi 3 answered immediately. No, sir. Crystal clear. Old Goo quickly agreed. Same here, boss. The brute started sucking up. Boss Long, you a genius. Brilliant move. Long Ding turned his fury on old Gu, and you re-relieved a command. You restuck on base duty from now on. Gu swallowed his pride. Understood. Phi 3 whispered a complaint. Damn, after a mess that big, why does Long keep that guy around? The brute nudge him. You got a death wish, you know this whole place is bug, right? Old Gi tried to pivot. Boss, isn't he this risky? Those two are definitely gonna retaliate. Long Ding dismissed it, calling the brute a cunning snake who wouldn't do anything reckless. Turning to Phi, he sneered, you know what needs to be done. Phi jumped up like a soldier. Yes, sir, on it. Long Ding stopped him cold. Hold your horses. I'm not finished with you yet. He leaned in. Listen up, there is a 90% chance Lamb's crew shows up tonight, and they rebring in that arrogant punk with them. Old Gu looked panicked. Tonight? That's too fast. We aren't ready. Long Ding stayed calm. Chill out. I've got a little welcome party planned for our hero. Just follow my lead. The henchman nodded. Roger that. A twisted, evil grin spread across Long Ding's face. Excellent. The screen shifted to show Lam, tied up and helpless. Tan Fong reported. And boss, the girl is waking up. Good. Long said, let's get this show on the road. The minion obeyed. Copy that. Lalam's eyelids fluttered open. Realizing she was bound tight, she panicked, screaming, where the hell am I? Her voice echoed off the cold walls. Let me go. Somebody help. She thrashed against the ropes. Get these things off me. Long Ding's voice boomed over the speakers. Finally awake, sleeping beauty. Let's play. Lam froze. Who's there? Tan Fong hit a button, releasing her binds, and she crumbled to the floor. She looked around wildly. What is going on? Long Ding's voice returned, dripping with sarcasm. Hello, Miss Lam. Remember me? She recognized the voice instantly, answering breathlessly. You, what do you want? He laughed. I don't care about you. I want the kid who risked his life to save you. She was confused. You mean Angel? Long Ding continued. So that's the punk's name? I take it you two are close. She glared at the camera. I don't have to tell you anything. Long Ding sneered, grabbing a terrified little girl on his end to use as leverage. Let's make a deal then. Your answer's for a life. Sound fair? Lam screamed. You scumbag, you want me? Leave them out of it. He kept the gun trained on the hostage. You pretty greedy. Miss Lam, if you want tea-talk, fine. He glanced at a group of hostages, shrugging. I guess I'll just trade these guys for your cooperation. See, this Lam was horrified. What are you trying to do? His face twisted with malice. What do I want? I want to see the look on a so-called hero's face when he breaks. I never understood why you idiots love sacrificing yourselves for others, but I do enjoy watching how stupid and weak it makes you. Lam cursed him under her breath. Long Ding escalated the threat. There are 3 vats of acid in this room. Either you talk or I start dipping people. Make a choice. Tick-tock. He laughed maniacally. Lam screamed. You sick freak. What do you want to know? Defeated, she finally caved. Long Ding looked pleased. Smart move. Now I have one question, simple really. Tell me why Angel is so freakishly strong. Lam blinked. Confused. Strong? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Tan Fong yelled at a crying kid nearby, shut up or get out. Meanwhile, Long Ding growled, that kid took out my entire squad with just 3 people, no survivors. You tell me, is he even human? Lam stood her ground. You crazy Angel is just a normal person. Long Ding looked skeptical, analyzing the data. I don't buy it. No normal human possesses that kind of raw power. Not even top-tier martial artists or roided-up freaks. Lam froze, her eyes going wide as she asked, wait, let me guess, you after the Angel's power, aren't you? Long Den cackled, his voice booming. Bingo. Give the girl a prize, though honestly, even I don't know where he gets that juice. And hey, your Angel boy, he ain't exactly an easy mark. He paced around like a predator. See, being human means having a soft spot. And congrats, honey, you it. If he risked his neck for you once, he'll be knocking on my door any second. Lam spat back. Dream on, scumbag. He just smirked, a nasty little glint in his eye. Wow, you really don't have a clue what that kid is capable of, do you? The night is still young, so let's play a little game. Long Den hit a switch, popping a door open. Classic villain move. Smelled like a trap from a mile away. He laid out the rules. Navigate my maze and you walk away with a fat paycheck. Screw up. Well, let's just say the consequences are gonna sting. Lam blinked, totally lost. Say what? He glared over at the other hostages, voice dropping to a growl. Wrong answer. I hate it when people bore me. Long Dun proved he was totally heartless, slamming his fist on a big red button. Lam's eyes bugged out. No, Dante, do it. 2 late vats of acid tipped over, raining liquid death. The poor souls below didn't stand a chance. Just screams and smoke. The place turned into a graveyard in seconds. Lam was shaking, barely whispering, stop, please, just stop. Long Den gave a creepy chuckle. Aw, what's the matter? I think it's hilarious. Hey, there's a knife in the corner. Why don't you cut yourself loose? He tilted his head. What are you waiting for? An invitation. Chop chop, or I'll start the next act of the circus. Lam was paralyzed, slumped in the corner. Long Den barked. Move it. Dante, make me come down there? Finally snapping out of it, she struggled up. Fine, I'm going. Meanwhile, outside the complex, the Angel squad rolled up. Van and Tao. She pointed out the layout. 2 exits, both up the mountain. One of the guys scoped it out. I see him. Security is tighter than a drum. Walking in the front door is suicide. Someone muttered. Li Van chimed in, we could base jump. It's pitch black. They won't know what hit them. Thien Than nodded, I like it bold. Cao Phi glanced at the floodgates, worried, and if they flush the dam while we re-in it? Thien Than shrugged, then the whole district takes a bath. Long Din's a psycho, but he's not an idiot. He shot Li Van a skeptical look. What makes you so sure a guy like that? He de-burned the world down for a laugh. Lam Than's voice crackled over the comms. Kid's got a point. We can guarantee he won't pull the plug. That's why we held fire. Li Van winced, tapping her earpiece. Jesus, you trying to diffen me? Turn it down, Lam then snarked back. Or you could just adjust your own volume. Genius. He pointed it out. See that hatch? Control room's inside. Spotted it a few days back. Pretty slick, huh? Thien then turned to Cao Phi. Get inside and lock it down. Anyone tries to enter, put them in the ground. Phi grinned. Piece of cake. Thien then radioed the others. Lam, a luck, I need a distraction. Big, loud, and messy. Clear a path for us. Lam replied instantly. Consider it done, brother. Aluk pumped a fist, making a scene. Oh, you are speaking my language. He glanced at Li Van. All right, Miss Tour Guide, lead on. Li Van flashed an okay sign. Less talking, more walking. She screwed a silencer onto her barrel. Hostages first, but let's waste some ammo while we re-at it. Let's roll. Thien then commanded. Inside the lair, a lackey rushed up to the boss. Boss, we found Lam Than's ride. Long Ding didn't even blink. Quick little rats. Is the surprise party ready? The goon nodded. All systems go, zero glitches. Long Den smirked, his eyes dark. Excellent, now get lost. He chuckled to himself. Heh. Finally, things are starting to get interesting. Lam then lay in the bushes, eyeing a group of guards. He caught Aluk's eye and gave the signal. Aluk nodded. Roger that. They opened fire, catching the guards off guard. Ambush, one yelled. Lam then zeroed in on a guy with a weird face, chuckling. Is that the Monkey King? He and Aluk, didn't he stick around? Showtime, Captain. Let's get out of Dodge before the heat arrives. Copy that. They reached a gate stamped with welcome. Lam saw frowned. Welcome, really? Li Van sighed. Looks like they were expecting company. Arrogant jerk. Thien then muttered. He booted the door open, and the trio crept in, eyes scanning every corner. Li Van stayed low, a massive corridor stretched out in front of them. Damn, she whispered. This place is a fortress. Suddenly, Longda's voice echoed through the hall. Thien Than, I've been waiting for you. He was watching them on a giant monitor, grinning like a shark. Since you're here, how about a little game? Thien Than didn't he play along? He smashed the camera with his bat and Option A. Release the hostages. Option B, you D. Long Den sneered at the static screen. Threatening me in my house? You got a death wish, kid. Thien Than kept shattering cameras, eyes burning with rage. Thien Than lowered his voice. Let's move back in the control room. Long Den slammed his keyboard in frustration. Where's my feed? I can't see a damn thing. Tan Fong stammered. He broke the camera, sir. Long Den roared, then switched to the backups. Now screen 3 lit up. Li Van checked her mental map. Control room as southwest. 3 more security doors to go. Thien Than nodded. Let's knock them down. Long Den's voice popped up on another speaker. I've been a gracious host. Thien Than, the boy frowned like a mosquito at a picnic. So rude. The least you could do is listen to my speech. Blam. Thien then casually shot out the speaker. He talks too much. Long Den lost it. You little punk. Fine, you want to play rough. Let's play rough. He was fuming. Nobody ignores me. He barked at a subordinate. Open cage 1. The guy hesitated. Pale. Cage 1, sir. Are you sure? Long Den glared. Did I stutter? Open it. Terrified, the henchman scrambled to obey. Yes, right away. A heavy, ominous silence fell over the group. Looking at little White chilling on the floor without a care in the world, the boy asked, Yo, why's the furball tagging along? Lamsa shrugged. Doan Chau, look at me. I just scooped him up because I figured he'd come in handy. Suddenly, the whole station gave a violent shudder. Thien then cocked his head. Footsteps, heavy ones. Little White went ballistic, squealing like a banshee. Zip it, furball? Lamsa hissed. Hey, Lam, get back here. Now Thien then barked. The girl froze. The air felt heavy. Rolamsa's gut screamed one thing. We've got company. A lot of it. Li Van looked around in a panic. Zombies. Where Thien then shut his eyes, tuning into the dark. A massive horde. Closing in fast. Bad news, guys. We totally surrounded. Listen up, Thien then snapped. You two are blind in a fight like this. Hit the elevator now. We split up here. Li Van started to protest. What about you? Before he could finish, Thien then grabbed the steel doors and wrenched them open with brute force. Quit stalling. Move your asses. Li Van wavered, but Lamsa grabbed his arm. Trust the guy. Let's bounce. They vanished down the path Thien then cleared. He turned back, grinning at the wall of undead, shuffling his way. Perfect timing. I needed a workout. Thien then cracked his knuckles, eyes shut, relying on pure instinct. He launched into a flurry of strikes, dropping zombies in the pitch black. Watching the monitor, Tan Fong's jaw dropped. Yo, Boss Long, this kid actually made it to the 3rd floor solo. That's insane. I see him. Long Den grunted, pointing at the screen. Look at that. He's not even looking, just slaughtering them blind. Kid's a total freak of nature. Long Den smirked. Told you from the start he wasn't your average punk. Tan Fong grit his teeth. Damn it. We need to zero him now, or he's gonna be a massive headache later. You know nothing. Long Den snapped. Dun T, touch him. I need that raw power. Here's the plan. Release a fresh wave every 2 minutes. I Dun T by that he has infinite stamina. Tan Fong nodded. Got it. Long Dun grabbed his walkie-talkie to radio the crew. Number 2, Setrep. Cage 1 is almost cleared. The radio crackled. Same here, boss. Just hunting down that idiot. Phi. Wrap it up. I need access to Cage 2. Yesterday? okay? Long Den ordered, loud and clear. Number 2 smirked, then turned to his grunts. Where's number 3? I got business with him. Number 3 is inside, sir. One goon stammered. It's really not a good time to disturb him. Shut up and get him. Number 2 roared. We got intruders. Open the door. The guards scratched their heads nervously. Seriously, boss, interrupting him when he's in the mood. That's a death wish. Number 2 snapped. He whipped out dual pistols, aiming right at their heads. Open it. Now the guards turned pale. Oh, okay, just Don shoot. Inside, number 3 was busy partying with a pretty girl. Come on, baby, give daddy a kiss. She giggled. Oh, you read too much. Suddenly, number 2 kicked the door down, screaming, you scumbag. We re-under attack and you re-making out. Number 3, interrupted before the main event, exploded in rage. Who the hell dares? You ruined my moment. Before he could finish, number 2 had a barrel leveled at his forehead. Tell it to the devil. Number 3's eyes went wide. Bang, bang, number 2 dropped them both without blinking. He rifled through the dead man's pockets. Bingo, found it. Number 3 and his date were history. Before they even got started, number 2 radioed and immediately, boss, long job done. Long Den's voice came back smooth. Excellent work, get back to base. Walking out, number 2 popped the 2 door guards just for fun. On my way. Meanwhile, Thien Than was mowing down wave after wave, finally realizing the game. So Long Den wants to drain my battery, huh? Thien Than crouched in a corner, lighting a cigarette. Too bad for him. I don't run on standard fuel. A noise came from the shadows. It was the furball. Thien Than smirked. Yo, little white, you got some serious guts coming back to this hellhole. Suddenly, the critter snatched a pistol and bolted. Hey, what are you doing? Thien Than sprinted after him. Get back here. Little White led him straight to a sealed room. Thien Than peeked inside. Little White, quit playing games. But the animal just sat there like a statue next to the gun, pointing at something in the corner. Thien Than grabbed him. Seriously, we don't have time for fetch. But Little White wiggled free, frantically gesturing at the prize. Thien Than looked up and froze. There, gleaming under the lights, was a beast of a motorcycle. His eyes lit up. No way. Now that is beautiful. A wicked grin spread across his face. This is gonna be fun. He hopped on, turned the key, and the engine roared like a waking dragon. Oh yeah, she's got power. He revved it up. Back in the day, he ruled the streets. Popping wheelies was practically his morning stretch. This wasn't just a bike, it was a weapon. He charged the zombie horde, looking like a modern-day warlord on a steel horse. The high beams blinded the undead as he mowed them down, clearing the map in seconds. Watching on the screen, Long Den lost his mind. That dirty little thief. A tear actually rolled down his cheek. My limited edition Yamaha R6, he's wrecking it. Tan Fong patted his shoulder nervously. Chill, boss Long. Tan Fong urged, look, it's not all bad. That girl just hit stage 2. Long Den sniffled, wiping his eyes. Really fantastic. Meanwhile, La Lam was fighting for her life. Her outfit was shredded from crawling through Long Den's twisted traps, the path lined with thorns and spikes. Almost there, she whispered, dragging her bleeding legs forward, gasping for air, her vision blurring. She finally collapsed. I can time move. Giving up already, Long Den's voice echoed over the speakers. That was just the warm-up, sweetheart. How do you plan to survive the real show? She screamed at the ceiling. What is wrong with you? Is this just some sick game to you? He chuckled. Spot on, but this game has layers. Isn't it thrilling? Watch this. Long Den hit a button. A massive steel cage crashed down around the lamb, trapping her. The bars were unbreakable. She slumped against them. Helpless, you psycho. Long Den laughed maniacally. Miss the Lamb, I've got good news and bad news. Which one tickles your fancy first? I don't want to hear any of it. She spat. Wrong answer. He replied cold. My house, my rules. You don't get a vote. The good news, Long Den drawled. Your knight in shining armor, Thien Than, is on his way to save you. Her eyes widened. Thien Than. Don't get too excited. He sneered. Here's the bad news. He's walking into a death trap. He'll be a corpse before he reaches the door. Long Den cackled, enjoying every second. The only one dying today is you, La Lam screamed, finding her voice. Long Den went silent. You were terrified of him, aren't you? You know you can beat him, so you were using me as bait. She kept pushing his buttons. You want the secret to Angel's power. You want to be top dog even if you had his muscles. A creep like you will never be number one. He was rattled. You think you can trash talk me? Long Den smashed his keyboard and yelled. I didn't say anything. Who gave you permission to speak? I hate dumb girls like you. La Lam covered her ears and screamed. La la la, I can hear you. He was annoyed. She's actually fighting back. Then he flipped the script. Fine, let's see how long you last. Time to show you who's boss. Click. Floodlights blinded her. A lamp shielded her eyes. Too bright. She peeked through her fingers, and pure terror washed over her face. Her eyes went wide, stammering that this is. Long Den cut in. A little housewarming gift just for you. Enjoy. His grin got creepier by the second. Long Den whispered the command. Let's roll. He strutted around. Welcome to my special little game show starring you. Well, no need to thank me. La Lam's voice shook. What do you want from me? Long Den shushed her. Zip it, daddy's gotta explain the rules. He started his monologue. You know my favorite TV shows, trivia quizzes, I love him. He frowned, getting serious, because one question changes everything. One tiny mistake, boom, you lose it all. Exciting, right? La Lam spat back. You make me sick. He looked absolutely deranged, loving every second of taunting her. Talk all you want. You were still playing, no opting out. Long Den leaned in. Simple rules. You answer 20 questions correctly, everyone walks. You miss one, their lives depend on my mood. Lam exploded. What kind of twisted logic is that? It's rigged. I won't do it. Outside, hostages waited to see if they survived the sick game. Long Den smirked, so Miss Lam ready to play. She snapped. What's the question? Suddenly, he acted all shy, cheeks blushing like a schoolgirl. Question 1, Miss Lam, do you like oranges? A hostage lost it. You son of a bitch. You were just trying to kill us. How is she supposed to answer a preference question correctly? That's garbage. Long Den checked his invisible watch. Hurry up, Princess Dunty, make me wait. Lam panicked. Crap, is he baiting me? He started counting down. 1, Lam's mind raced. I am screwed. I don't know what he wants to hear. 2, she had to guess. She couldn't defreeze. Was he gonna 3? Yes, my answer is yes. You like oranges? Long Den nodded. Not bad. I love oranges too. She exhaled, relieved. Then his face dropped. Too bad. Incorrect answer. The correct answer was no. The hostages went berserk. You set us up. You were gonna kill us anyway. Go to hell, you four-eyed freak. Long Den smashed a button. A giant axe swung down, slicing a cage cable. The guy inside screamed, "What are you doing?" Long Den's voice dripped with poison. Lucky you, you won the axe prize. The cable snapped, sending the cage free-falling. Long Den waved, "Have a nice trip." Dawn to right. Try to stay alive for a few seconds, the victim cursed. Then splat, instant zombie chow. Screams echoed while Long Den laughed. See that? Their blood is on your hands, sweetie, haha. Lam trembled with rage. You absolute monster. Long Den smirked, monster guilty as charged, but what are you gonna do about it? Suddenly, Thien Than interrupted, boss, we got a situation. What now? Long Den checked the monitors. Lam Sa and Van were storming Tower 2. He panicked. How the hell did they get here? They broke out of Cage 1 via the elevator 10 minutes ago. Looks like they beelined it straight for Tower 2. Long Den barked orders. Radio the boys in Tower 2, tell them to keep their eyes peeled. Thien Than saluted on it. Just then, Old Ko ran in. Boss, handled the thing you asked for. He handed Long Den an object. Here it is. Long Den grinned. Perfect. With this card, I don't care if they have God on speed dial. They aren't leaving alive. Meanwhile, at Tower 2, Van scanned the area. We made it. This is Tower 2. She spotted the guards. Crap. At least 10 hostiles, and they repacking heat. Lamsa, can you take them out? Lamsa hesitated. Doubt it. They're better armed. It'd be suicide. True enough. Then, a light bulb went on in Van's head. I got a plan. Long Den's goons were on patrol. One was dozing off until his buddy smacked him. Wake up, idiot. You want to get us killed? I'm bored, man. Send some chicks up here and I'll stay awake. Crunch. Footsteps. He spun around. Who's there? Is it a zombie? Lamsa stepped into the light. The guards froze. Whoa. Their eyes practically popped out of their heads. Lust mode activated. Jackpot. Look at that hottie. Lamsa put on her best innocent act. Excuse me, big brothers? The monsters got my mommy and daddy. I'm all alone. Can I stay with you guys? Angel radioed Lam Than. Captain, what's your status? It's a mess over here, Lam Than grunted, firing back at enemies. These guys are stubborn. How's your end? Any updates? I'm good. But the girls split up to run their own play. Lam Than sighed. You damn kids and your wild ideas. Angel lowered his voice. Captain, watch your six. Something feels off. Don't drag this out. You need to retreat. Now. Don't worry about me, kid. We can hold them. You just focus on saving the hostages. Leave the trash to me. Nearby, Van hid behind Lamsa, waiting to strike. Angel signed off. Copy that. Watch yourself out there. He switched lines to Cao Phi. Phi, talk to me. Sit rep? Any movement? Cao Phi was in the bushes, scoping the area. Quiet so far. Weird thing is, the guards at the other exit are pulling back. Can't see where they're going. Trees are in the way. Angel nodded. Roger that. So, any luck finding the hostages? Cao Phi shook his head. Zip. Nada. My gut says they're stashed deeper inside. Angel actually looked serious for once. Guess I gotta go ask the bad guys myself. Cao Phi piped up. Need backup? Angel didn't even blink. Nope. He gave Cao Phi orders. Eyes on him. Do not let those hostages move an inch. Cao Phi gave a thumbs up. You got it. Meanwhile, Lamsa had already reeled in 2 creeps. The goons grinned. Hey there, little lady. Don't be scared. Heh. Lamsa smirked. Hook, line, and sinker. Suddenly, another thug yelled a warning. Yo, stop. Can't you see that's obviously a trap? The 2 horn dogs didn't care. Relax, bro. I'll take the heat for this one. It's been forever since I had some fun, especially with a cutie like this. They leered at her. Hey, beautiful. Want to come hang with the big boys? Lamsa put on a trembling voice. Guys? I'm super hungry. The perverts immediately got the wrong idea. One stepped closer. Big brother's got a giant sausage right here. Want a taste? Lamsa clapped her hands, faking excitement. Sausage? Really? Where is it? The creeps laughed. Just lie down right here, sweetheart. We'll serve it right up. Beep beep, the alarm screamed. Sector 2, hostiles incoming. Repeat, hostiles incoming. 2 females, 1 male. Shoot on sight! The thugs panicked. What the hell? Lamsa sighed. Man, my luck today totally sucks. She whipped out dual pistols, aiming right between their eyes. Freeze, dirtbags. Move and you're Swiss cheese. The squad leader barked, "Open fire!" Lam Sa flinched. This was bad. The two guys she had at gunpoint screamed, "Don't shoot, you morons! We're still here!" The leader shrugged. "Tough break. Boss Long will skin me alive if I lose this post. You guys are just collateral damage." Suddenly, Lai Van appeared behind him, blade at his throat. "Guess you're the one in charge." She dragged him into the open. "Tell your boys to back off, or your head rolls." Terrified, the leader shrieked at his squad, "Do what she says! Now!" The goons went stone-faced. "Sorry, boss. We're more scared of Long than we are of her." The leader cursed. "You traitors." Li Van sneered. "Wow, great team spirit you guys have." The leader screamed, "I survived this! I kill you all!" The squad ignored him and racked their slides. Click-clack! Vroom! The roar of a Yamaha R6 engine shattered the standoff. Angel drifted his bike right into the middle of the pack. Lam Sa cheered, "Angel! About time!" Li Van smirked. Kid knows how to make an entrance. Angel didn't speak, he just leveled his pistol. Bang, bang, bang. Every bullet found a skull with surgical precision. Tires screeched, smoke filled the air, and bodies hit the floor. Everyone watched, paralyzed by the sheer efficiency of the violence. Angel killed the engine. "You ladies okay?" The leader and two survivors threw their hands up. Lam Sa asked, "So, Angel, what do we do with this trash?" Without a word, Angel popped 2 rounds. Down went the henchman. The leader collapsed, shaking. "Please, don't kill me." Angel leaned in, eyes cold. 3 questions. 1. Where is Long Din? 2. Where are the other squads? And 3. Where are the hostages? The thug looked like he was gonna puke. I can't say." Angel frowned. "Excuse me?" The guy sobbed. "Please, man. If I talk, Boss Long will torture me to death." Angel pressed the barrel against the guy's forehead. "Answers or your brains on the pavement. Pick one. You'll be dead way before Long gets to you." The thug started sweating bullets. Watching on the monitor, Tan Fong panicked. "Boss, they're gonna spill everything! Whack!" Long Din backhanded him. "I didn't ask for your opinion." He tossed a device to a tech guy. "Number 2, crack this open. Now." The guy caught it. "Yes, sir." Tan Fong went pale. "Wait, isn't that number 3's drive?" Long Din raised an eyebrow. "Oh? You recognize it?" "Guess 3 had a big mouth." Tan Fong stammered. "Yeah." Long Din grinned. "Too bad he's dead. Now, I control the whole facility." Tan Fong gasped. "Dead?" Long Din started typing furiously. Seeing the code, Tan Fong's eyes went wide with terror. "Boss, tell me you aren't releasing the creatures." Long Din laughed. "Bingo. I want to see who wins. My pet monsters or those mutant angels." Tan Fong grabbed his arm. "No, boss, please, we can't do this. 20 men died catching those things. We can't let them loose." Long Din glared. "Are you telling me how to run my show?" Tan Fong dropped to his knees, sobbing. "I'm begging you. I watched those things tear my brother apart. Please don't." Long Din softened his expression, voice silky smooth. "Tan Fong, you always had such a bleeding heart. I get it. I promise. Nobody else will end up like your brother." His words were like a warm blanket. Tan Fong wiped his eyes. "Thank you, boss." Flash. In a split second, Long Din had a gun to the kid's temple. "Actually, save your thanks." Bang! Long Din blew his brains out without blinking. "You won't see anyone else die," he muttered to the corpse. "Because you're already gone." He chuckled darkly. "Now, let the games begin." Back at the scene, the thug spilled. "Long Din isn't here, I swear." Lam Sa growled. "Where?" "The observation deck. It connects to the dam." Lai Van nodded. "That's why we missed him." Angel pressed on. "Where are the hostages and the rest of your crew?" "Hostages are in the Tower 3 basement, but the other squads. Long is tracking them." Angel narrowed his eyes. "Tracking them?" The thug hyperventilated. "Long just ordered a purge. He's killing the bait squads." Lai Van froze. "What?" Lam Sa gasped. "Captain Lam is in trouble." Angel immediately tapped his comms. "Captain Lam, do you copy?" "Lam." Silence. Angel's grip on the radio tightened. "Dirtbag!" Angel barked out orders immediately. "You two, back up Team Lam. I'll handle the mess here." Li Van nodded sharply. "Copy that. Watch your 6. Angel shoved his blade against the leader's throat. "Start talking. How many freaks did Long Din stash in here?" The guy looked terrified, stammering. You know about the zombies?" Angel pointed his baton at the tower like a rock star. "Every single brain eater in that building, dead. I toasted them all." The guy dropped his jaw. "Say what?" Angel leaned in, voice dropping to a dangerous growl. "You gonna answer me, or do I have to get creative?" The leader cracked, shaking. I'll talk. They came from the basements. Towers 3 and 2. Long Din said they were just security. That's all of them, I swear. Angel shook his head, sizing the guy up. Using zombies as guard dogs? Long Din was a special kind of twisted sicko. Angel kicked him forward. "Take me to the hostage, now." The goon gulped, sweating bullets. "Fine. Moving. Towers are connected, the goon muttered, pointing a shaking finger. This door is the only way through. Angel tailed him, eyes scanning every shadow. Less talking, more walking. Suddenly, Long Din's face glitched onto a wall monitor. Well, look at you, Angel. Took out a few hundred zombies solo? I'm almost impressed. Boss Long! The goon cried out, desperate. Angel didn't flinch, casually leveling his weapon at the screen. You got cameras everywhere, huh, creeper? Long laughed, a hollow metallic sound. Ha ha ha, easy there, kiddo. Don't you want to save the girl? The screen flickered to a live feed, La Lamb, trapped in a steel cage, looking rough. Long sneered, his voice dripping with venom. Pathetic. Let me guess, she's your girlfriend? I wanted to play a nice little game, but you had to go and ruin my fun with all that violence. You've really disappointed the Long family today. Angel glared at the pixels, veins popping in his neck. He screamed, "Cut the crap! What do you want?" Long smirked. Simple rules. Find her. Fast. Or, well, TikTok. She's dead. Crash! Angel put a fist through the monitor, shattering the glass. He spun around. Move it! Lead the way! But the goon just stood there, frozen like a statue. Hey! I said move! Angel jabbed him with the baton. No answer. Then the freak show started gray skin, popping veins, fangs extending. The guy's eyes rolled back white. He was turning. Angel stepped back, eyes wide. You gotta be kidding me. He's infected? Whoosh! The thing lunged, landing a massive kick to Angel's chest. His weapon went flying as the zombie claws reached for his throat. Angel caught the claws mid-air. Strong. He slammed the creature into the concrete floor, but not strong enough. Wait, something was off. Angel frowned. This wasn't just a regular zombie. The vibe was all wrong, way more dangerous. A slimy green thing burst out of the goon's neck. Angel stared. A parasite? Seriously? He'd seen these in the files. Parasitic mutants. Rare. Stealthy. Nasty little buggers that most people never see coming until it's too late. Their gimmick? Hijacking bodies and driving them like meat puppets. Angel didn't hesitate. He launched himself at it. The bug itself was squishy, but it juiced up the host like crazy. Angel rained punches on it. You are annoying. The parasite panicked and tried to bail, leaping for safety. Too slow. Angel was already in its face. His massive hand clamped around the creature's head. Going somewhere? He squeezed. Hard. Didn't think so. Splat. He tossed the green goo aside. Long Din was officially insane keeping these things as pets. Total psycho. Angel's guard went up. Finding a parasite here? That was a massive red flag. The situation just went from bad to worse. Time to cheat. He closed his eyes. Scan mode. Engaged. His senses expanded instantly. Thanks to his latest level up, his radar was off the charts. He could scan the area and sprint at the same time now. Sweet. Those little freaks were hiding in the walls. Nice try, but nobody plays hide and seek with Angel and wins. He dodged and smashed, keeping the bugs at bay. Just don't let them latch on, he muttered. Then the floor shook. Thud. A heavy, wet sound echoed. Angel looked up. Oh, come on. Another one? The parasites were swarming towards something massive in the shadows. From the dark, hulking monstrosities stepped out, twisted faces, huge muscles. Level 2 parasite zombies. Great. Before he could blink, one charged. A massive fist hammered the ground where Angel stood a second ago. Whoa, close one. They kept coming. Angel wiped sweat from his brow. Does this guy run a factory for these things or what? Didn't matter. Cornered or not, Angel always found the exit, usually through a wall. A level 2 zombie on parasite steroids wasn't just strong, it could mutate into a nightmare. Angel's brain screamed, kill it before it upgrades. He dashed behind the beast, launched himself off a wall, and went airborne. He locked his hands into a sledgehammer and brought them down on the parasite's skull. Crack! The sound echoed like a gunshot. One down, wait. Wham! Another one blindsided him. Angel flew back, tucking into a roll to stick the landing. He grit his teeth. Okay, that hurt. The next monster stepped over its fallen buddy like it was trash. Cold. But Angel grinned. Big and scary, sure, but they had a glass jaw. Kill the bug. Kill the beast. He stared down the attacker. Step up. You're next on the menu. The zombie roared, shaking the room. Angel paled. He's calling backup? No. Wait. Flesh ripped and shifted. Oh hell, it's mutating. Bone and muscle twisted until a massive axe sprouted from its arm. An axe demon. Just perfect. Angel couldn't help but scream internally at his own twisted fate. Seriously? What kind of garbage luck was this? A creepy chill crawled up his spine. This place was crawling with mutated freaks. Something was definitely off. Over on the other side, Kolong's number 2 was freaking out just as hard. Yo, boss! What the hell is that thing? Long Din didn't even blink. Never seen it before. Looks tough, though. Ko pressed him, panic rising. But boss, what if that punk kid gets himself killed? Long just smirked, zero empathy in his eyes. Then he can blame his own rotten luck. He chuckled, clearly enjoying the show. Looks like Angel finally met his match. He flipped the P. A. Switch, his voice booming through the speakers to taunt the hero. Hey, Angel, let's spice this game up a little, shall we? Angel let out a heavy breath, instantly reading the villain's mind. Let me guess. I kill this freak, and you tell me where the hostages are? Long didn't deny it. Bingo. You're smarter than you look, kid. Angel kept his cool, replying, You really think you're the puppet master here, don't you? Listen, Long. Some things are out of your league. Angel flashed a smile that screamed murder. But hey, you want to play rough? I'm all in. Seeing Angel taunt him back instead of wetting his pants made Long grind his teeth. Cocky little brat. Angel launched himself into the air, fist glowing with raw power, and slammed it right into the monster's gut. But that was just the appetizer. Left hook, right cross! He unleashed a flurry of blows, his fists moving faster and faster, turning into a blur of violence. But to the axe freak, it felt like a mosquito bite. The beast raised its massive axe arm to counter. The sheer killing intent stopped Angel's heart for a split second. Boom! The impact was insane, but Angel managed to dodge the fatal blow by a hair. He grit his teeth. This axe freak is no joke. It was a host parasite mutation, pure, infected strength, insane defense. And that axe arm is a nightmare. It hits harder than a lone wolf. Suddenly, a voice crackled in his ear. Angel, you good? You've been in there way too long. Angel ignored the concern. Phi, what's the sitch on your end? All quiet. Normal. Angel exhaled, relieved. Great. Listen, I need you to do something for me. Before he could finish, the massive shadow of the axe freak loomed over him like a dark cloud. Angel couldn't dodge. Crash! He was plastered against the wall and sent flying out of the blast zone by the shockwave. Cao Phi screamed over the comms. Angel, was that you flying? You okay? Angel stumbled to his feet, dusting himself off. Relax, not dead yet. Unlike Angel, Cao Phi was shaking just looking at the thing from a distance. What is that monstrosity? It's terrifying. Angel cut him off. No time for biology lessons. Just execute the plan. Now. Meanwhile, Long watched, impressed. Damn, that beast is a powerhouse. Ko's jaw hit the floor. Yeah. Suddenly, Long pulled an ace from his pocket. Music. The ultimate weapon? Long whispered coldly. Touch this, and you either die or turn into a monster. A twisted idea formed in his head. Long muttered, If Angel won't play by my rules, I'll make sure he has no choice. He turned to Ko. We've got rats in the base. Staying here is pointless. Split the men, half hold the fort, half follow me to the vault. Ko nodded. On it, boss. Long smirked, pleased with himself. As long as I have Miss Law, that kid won't dare try anything funny. His eyes gleamed with malice. Let's go. It's playtime. Deep in the dank dungeon, the agonizing screams of a girl echoed off the walls. No, please! Lalam watched in horror, paralyzed. Next to her, a bald hostage screamed, Stop it! Just stop! The piercing shriek of the girl being ripped apart by a monster filled the cell. Help me! It rang like a death knell, making Baldy shake uncontrollably. Another one down. The pressure snapped his sanity like a twig. No! We can't stay here! We're gonna die! Lalam looked at Thien Than, trying to keep him from losing it. Pull yourself together. We still have a chance. Chance? We're meat. But she grabbed his shoulders. No. 5 questions left. I answer them right. We walk out of here alive. He stuttered, blinking. Live? Lalam's eyes burned with hope. Yes, live. So breathe. Suddenly, Long's mocking laughter boomed over the intercom. Miss La, you really are an optimist, aren't you? She ignored the taunt. Cut the crap. Ask the question. Long loved the attitude. Feisty. I like that. I'm impressed. Tell you what, since you've got guts, I'll give you a special bonus round. Lalam glared. What are you talking about? Final question, Long announced. Get it right. Everyone walks. Get it wrong. Everyone dies. The ultimatum made Lalam's blood boil. She bit her lip, furious. You sick bastard. You think you can get away with this? But his arrogance only fueled her fire. Watch me, Long sneered. Ask it, she shouted. Ha, got some fight in you. All right, let's go. Guess where you are right now, Long quipped. Guess right, I released the hostages. La Lam, who had been dragged there blindfolded, exploded. Are you kidding me? You scumbag. Only God knows where this hellhole is, Long chuckled. Relax, teach. I'll give you a hint. Is it A, Tower 1, B, Tower 2, C, Tower 3, or D, none of the above? La Lam closed her eyes, mind racing. He's a snake. He wouldn't keep hostages in the main building. She frowned, trying to read the situation through the oppressive atmosphere. He wants me to pick D, doesn't he? But before she could decide, the buzzer blared. Time's up! Answer now! Long demanded. La Lam screamed, "That was too fast! You cheat!" Long Din wasn't the type to hand out extensions. He started the countdown. 3, 2, nowhere left to run. La Lam panicked, screaming out her final choice. D. I choose option D. A cruel smirk played on his lips. Brilliant. You're smarter than you look. You figured it out, this isn't the main complex. Hearing this, La Lam cut him off, desperate. Then let them go, right now. But Long Din instantly crushed that spark of hope. Whoa there, hold your horses. I never said you got the answer right. The realization hit her like a physical blow. Huh? You. Long Din twisted the knife with a slick grin. The game was to guess your location. You just said it wasn't options A, B, or C. You never actually told me where you are. The sheer audacity made La Lam clench her fists until her knuckles turned white. You played me! Long Din, however, didn't see it that way. Played you? Hardly. He stood high above on the metal grating, peering down into the gloomy cellar where La Lam sat, eyes hollow and broken. Staring down at her utter despair, Long Din looked like a predator toying with its food. Face it, Teach, you were dancing in the palm of my hand from the start. Meanwhile, outside, the brawl between Thien Than and the axe monster was heating up. Thien Than dodged a massive swing while yelling into his comms, "Phi, stick to the plan! You copy?" But on the other end, Cao Phi sounded completely lost. Hey, could you run that by me one more time? Thien Than parried a blow, his voice tight with stress. Do I look like I have time for a PowerPoint presentation? Cao Phi whined back. But your plan has, like, a million steps. My brain is full. Suddenly, a calm voice cut through the static. Brother Ta, don't sweat it. I know the play. Leave the squad to me. Thien Than's eyes went wide. That voice. Captain Lam? Lam Than chuckled over the radio. Thanks for the save earlier. We're clear. Now it's our turn. Relief washed over Thien Than. Having Lam Than and his crew back in the game was a game changer. Thank God. I feel a lot better with you running point, Captain. Listen, I'm handing the 2 knuckleheads over to you. Try to keep them alive, yeah? Lam Sa bristled immediately. Excuse me? 2? The only knucklehead here is Cao Phi. Cao Phi wasn't having it either. Hey, you think you're the smart one, little missy? Thien Than ignored their bickering. He got straight to business. Listen up. Do whatever Captain Lam says. I'm going in. He dropped into a combat stance, locking eyes with the axe monster again. Over on the ridge, Lam Than went into full tactician mode. All right, listen up. Here's Thien Than's strategy, simplified. Imagine these circles are the dam and the observation deck. We are currently here. He looked up, his face grim. Assignments. Go. Lam Sa, Cao Phi, you 2 rush the observation deck. If you see Long Din, take him out. The girl frowned. And if he's a no-show? Good question. Lam Than nodded. That's plan B. Thien Than figured the guy wouldn't stick around long. She pressed on. So if the villain is gone, what are we supposed to do? Lam Than explained patiently. The deck is the highest vantage point in the sector. With Cao Phi's vision, he can lock down everything happening in the area. Lam Sa looked at Cao Phi, clearly doubting the guy had any useful skills. Lam Than, however, knew exactly what the goofball was capable of. Trust me, that's Cao Phi's real power. With his eyes, we'll pinpoint exactly where they're stashing the hostages. Lam Sa blinked, surprised. Wait, I thought the hostages were in Building 3? Thien Than, listening in while dodging death, chimed in. Negative, they aren't there. I already swept it. He ducked under a lethal axe swing, moving like water. I expanded my sensory field earlier, Thien Than explained between breaths. Scanned the whole structure. It's totally empty. Cao Phi's jaw dropped. You can sense stuff from that far away? Thien Than smirked, coaching his friend mid-fight. Just focus your perception into a laser beam instead of a floodlight. You can scan a huge distance. You just won't get a full 360-degree picture. Cao Phi nodded, looking enlightened. Oh, I get it now. Laser beam. Cool. Done, Thien Than said, his guard never dropping. Captain Lam, watch out. That trick burns a lot of focus, so don't spam it. And Captain, move your team to the foothills. Prepare for an ambush. Lam Than paused, confused. Ambush? Thien Than sighed. Think, Captain. Why is Long Din trying so hard to keep me busy here? It clicked. Lam Than gasped. Of course, I didn't see the trap. Cao Phi looked back and forth between the radio and the air, totally lost. Okay, what language are you guys speaking right now? Worried Cao Phi would zone out, Thien Than reassured him. Don't worry about the math. Just get to the tower and cause as much chaos as possible. Lam Sa interrupted. What about you? What's your move? Thien Than got knocked back a meter, sliding on the dirt. He yelled back, I can't kill this thing as I am. I'm initiating phase 2. Phase 2? Cao Phi and Lam Sa froze, their pupils shrinking in shock. Thien Than didn't want them panicking. Forget about me. Just follow Captain Lamb's lead. The truth was, Thien Than was sitting at the very edge of his evolution. He needed a life-or-death brawl like this to break through his limits and level up. The axe monster wasn't just an enemy, it was an XP farm. That was the only reason he had been stalling this long. High above, Long Din watched the duel unfold. He scoffed, bored by the length of the fight. What a sloppy performance. His right-hand man, Ko Lao Ni, chimed in. Boss, looks like Thien Than is pinned down by the beast. Suddenly, Long Din's radio crackled. Boss! Bad news. We're getting hit at the observation deck. We can't hold it. Ko Lao Ni looked like he'd been struck by lightning. Whoa, before the henchman could stammer a sentence, Long Din cut in, icy calm. Quit whining. He barked into the radio. Hold your ground. Anyone who runs gets skinned alive. Despite the threat, Ko Lao Ni was sweating bullets. Boss, we're thin over there. And Lam Than brought a small army with him, beasts included. Long Din didn't flinch. You think I didn't account for that? His eyes went cold, sharp as daggers. If all of Lam Than's heavy hitters are here, that means nobody is guarding the ancient city. You really think we couldn't have just iced him back then? Listen, grab the boys tonight, we take the Citadel. The plan was so massive it had Ko stuttering like a broken engine. Take the Citadel? Meanwhile, high up in the sniper's nest, Cao Phi's eagle eyes were scanning every pixel of the perimeter, waiting for a twitch. Lam Sa blazed the trail, tossing a casual, "What's the verdict?" over her shoulder. Target acquired, he radioed back. That was all she needed. She vanished in a blur of speed before the sentence even finished. Awesome. Cover me. Cao Phi was ice cold, a stark contrast to Long Din's goons, who were currently losing their collective minds. Boss, we're crumbling here. But Long Din just snarled back. I told you morons, anyone who retreats gets skinned alive. The guy was totally clueless that his crew was eating lead every few seconds, running around like headless chickens. Up top, Cao Phi kissed his rifle. Sweet piece of hardware. A few trigger pulls later, the battlefield went dead silent. Spooky silent. The silence confused Long Din. Quiet. Did he bail? Assuming the coast was clear, he barked an order at Ko. Move out, he's not here yet. But Ko snapped back, panicked. But if that angel freak finds us, those guys are straight up monsters. What are you, a chicken? We've got hostages, genius. Long Din grinned so wide it almost split his face. And even if he finds us, how's he gonna get in, unless he can chew through that army of zombies outside? Long Din looked at the horde on the screens, feeling untouchable. He'd have to kill every single one. Cut back to the main event. Angel versus the Axe Beast. Angel launched a high kick straight to the creature's dome, rocking the giant hard enough to make it stumble. But the thing planted its feet and recovered fast. Angel saw it coming, reading the tell, and ducked just as the massive axe swung for his neck. He skidded back, carving a trench in the dirt. He was gassed, but taking his eyes off that axe meant game over. Been dancing with this ugly mug for almost an hour, he thought. 2 hours of fighting and still no breakthrough? Was he stuck? No, he could feel it bubbling under his skin. He was redlining at the peak of Tier 1, just one more. Push to hit Tier 2. Angel, heads up. We got eyes on the target. The voice in his ear snapped him back to reality. Where? Yellow warehouse, north side, Cao Phi, radioed. Heavy guard detail. That's the spot. Angel instantly mapped it out, filtering out the noise. The warehouse. Got it. Wham! The ground shook. The axe beast took the cheap shot while he was distracted. Hearing the crash, Cao Phi panicked. Angel, talk to me. What was that noise? You good? Static. Angel shook off the dizziness, trying to focus. The axe beast was shifting, changing. Dual axes. Great. It just evolved into the ultimate form of a Tier 2 parasite zombie. Maximum power mode. Perfect. Time to break the ceiling. Being tossed around only hyped him up. With a will of steel, he sprang into the air, dodging a strike that would have cut a tank in half. Everything slowed down. He was faster now. Way faster. Showtime. He grinned internally. He moved like a glitch in the system. 1 second here, the next gone. The beast swiped at air, only for Angel to materialize right in its face. He unleashed a flurry of fists, counting down with every impact. 3. A blinding light exploded from him, a very, very bad sign for the monster. The shockwave slammed into the creature like a freight train, blasting it backward. Angel checked his fist, power crackling through his veins. Legs fully recharged, he strutted through the dust cloud like a boss. He felt infinite. But hey, typical Tuesday for him. Even in his past life, leveling up always came with a side of chaos. The axe beast wasn't quitting yet. It roared, picked itself up, and charged straight at him, desperate for a kill. But the moment that massive blade touched Angel, frozen, didn't budge an inch. He caught the giant axe like it was a plastic toy. Finally, this is what I've been grinding for. Tier 2, baby. At Tier 2, controlling the virus is child's play. And any monster stuck in the lower levels? Total trash to him now. He looked at the struggling beast with cold eyes. Chill out. I'll make your funeral quick. Boom! One punch sent the behemoth flying 30 feet back like a rag doll. It wobbled back to its feet. Tough guy, huh? Angel scoffed. Let's test that. Standing in the smoke, he looked like the Grim Reaper himself. His arm armored up, Tier 2 muscle reinforcement engaged. He launched into the sky and dropped a hammer blow on the beast's skull. The ground shattered, debris flying everywhere. Watching the feed, Long Din lost it. No way! That's impossible! Nobody's that strong! On screen, Angel stood over the corpse, then slowly turned his head and stared dead into the camera lens. A direct threat. Long Din flinched. Does he know we're watching? Panic set in. Get everyone now, he screamed at a lackey. The guy trembled. But boss, we're running out of men. Do I look like I care? Long Din roared. Scrape everyone up and get them out there. On it. The grunt scrambled away. Alone, Long Din clenched his fist, sweating bullets. The arrogance was gone. We are so screwed. Meanwhile, Cao Phi was screaming into the comms. Angel, come in! The static was heavy enough to make even the airhead Lam Sa look worried. So, what's the deal with our boy Angel? Is he toasted or what? But he just shrugged. Beats me. Radio's dead. I'm getting bad vibes, though. The girl started freaking out. Ghosted? Seriously? We can't just chill here. But Cao Phi cut her off. Hold your horses. Wait. Movement at the mountain base. That's definitely Lamb's crew. She peeked over. Did they clock us? Cao Phi went silent, brain gears turning. Nah, too far out. Just saw the muzzle flashes. Lamb probably tried to radio in, but the signal is garbage. Angel's comms are down too. He gave Lam Sa the short version. Let me scope it out. But the girl was already snapping. Scope what? We gotta move. We have to help them. Cao Phi paused for a beat, then pulled a total 180. Nope, we're on rescue duty. Lam Sa blinked, confused by the mood swing. Excuse me? Cao Phi broke it down. Lamb's got an army. He's fine. And Angel? He's a beast compared to me. One freak monster isn't gonna drop him. They don't need a babysitter. The girl's eyes lit up. So we just focus on saving the civilians? Cao Phi smirked. Bingo. Lam Sa pumped a fist. Awesome. Let's roll. Meanwhile, over at Lamb's position, that rat number 2 had walked right into a trap. Li Van aimed her piece right at his face. Spill it. Where is Long Din? But the guy didn't flinch. He just clapped back. Hong Diep, how'd you sniff out the boss's master plan? But Li Van wasn't letting him take the high ground. I asked you a question, dirtbag. Lam Than stepped out from the shadows. Long Din is a joke. Does he actually think he runs this town? Seeing him, number 2 looked like he saw a ghost. Lam Than? You're in on this? The legend kept his cool. Long Din's little scheme? My guys cracked that code before breakfast. In other words, you losers lost before you started. Lam Than dropped the hammer. Give up Long Din's location, or your history. But the guy just laughed. A twisted, mocking grin. The legendary butterfly destroyer Lam Than, begging me for help? Pathetic. Li Van was losing her cool. Keep yapping. I'll send you to hell right now. But number 2 wasn't buying the tough guy act. Pull the trigger then. I'd rather die than rat out Big Brother Long. Li Van scoffed. Fine, have it your way. Just as she was about to end him, Lam Than stopped her. Easy. We backtrack. We find Angel. Besides, plenty of people want this guy's head. Let Lion handle the execution. She sighed, annoyed. Fine, you get to breathe a little longer, scum. Meanwhile, back at Long Din's HQ, the boss was sweating bullets, barking at his goons. Go find number 2! Get everyone back here! The henchman looked nervous. Boss, number 2 isn't back from the mountain. Should I really send more guys out? Long Din screamed like a maniac. I don't care. Just make it happen. We need bodies to crush Angel. The goon hesitated. But who guards the base? Long Din got in his face. Did you forget the zombies? If they breach, we unleash the horde. The guy still looked unsure. Are you sure, boss? Long Din snapped, losing it completely. Do I look like I'm asking? The rage sent the minion into a panic. Yes, you're the genius, boss. Totally. But he froze up. Long Din roared. Move your feet. Going. Gone. The guy scrambled out. Alone, Long Din collapsed into his chair, trying to catch his breath. Chill, he told himself. Number 2 will come back. Angel is dead meat. Everything was set, so why did he feel like throwing up? Flashback. Angel's eyes, pure, cold murder. Long Din jumped out of his skin, pupils trembling in terror. Why was he tripping? No, he couldn't be scared of that punk. Wham! He slammed the desk to prove he was tough. No way. Long Din fears nothing. He forced himself back into the chair, pasting a fake plastic smile on his face. Right. He runs this show. He's the king of the world. His eyes went dead, smile frozen like a ventriloquist's dummy. I'll crush Angel, steal his power, become a god. A voice cut through the delusion. You're terrified, aren't you? It was Lalam, tied up but seeing right through him. You're scared he's gonna wipe the floor with you. You know you can't win. Struck a nerve, he shouted back. Shut your mouth! I ain't scared of nobody. Lalam stayed ice cold. Longdin, you're a monster. When you go down today, nobody's gonna cry for you. But he wouldn't listen. Keep dreaming. Angel can't touch me. He was ranting like a rabid dog now. Let him come. So what? I got you as a human shield. I can. He stopped. Realized she was baiting him. He exhaled, forcing calm. Nice try. Save your breath. She just smirked at him. Oh, really? You sure you aren't shaking? He grinned, stretching his face wide. Fear? Never heard of her. He said the words, but his hands were vibrating like a jackhammer. I'm not scared of him. Then, Karma came knocking. The radio screeched. Boss, it's bad. Angel is breaching. Boom! The whole room shook like an earthquake. Angel's fist just punched straight through the reinforced concrete wall. A cold voice echoed through the dust. Longdin, get your butt out here. I brought some zombies for you to play with. Longdin checked the tablet. On screen, Angel, despair washed over his face. He found me. Angel was brawling with a giant zombie right outside. Meanwhile, he was patching through to Cao Phi. Phi, you get the playbook? Copy? Cao Phi blinked, looking like a deer in headlights. Can we rewind? Angel screamed, smashing a monster's face in. Do I look like I have time for a TED Talk right now? On the other end, Cao Phi stammered, Your master plan is a little thick, dude. My brain's buffering. Zombies swarmed like ants at a picnic. Angel peered down at the chaos from above. Looks like Longdin has a sick fetish for raising the undead. Time to crash the party. Speed run strats. Longdin glared at the monitors, fuming. Hacks! I call hacks! Watching his army fall, he shrieked, He's wrecking my toys! Then came the copium. No way he wins this. No way. Lalam smirked from her chair. Just tap out already, loser. Longdin snapped. He marched over and whack-slapped her hard. Shut your mouth. Who asked you? His eyes went psycho. Newsflash, sweetheart. If I go down, I'm taking you with me. Lalam's cheek burned red, but she stayed silent, shooting daggers with her eyes. Her wrists were still zip-tied to the chair. Back in the arena, Angel didn't even break a sweat. 3 mutated freaks blocked his path. Looks like Longdin saved the VIP bouncers for last. Longdin hopped on the mic, hyped. Angel, give up now and I'll make you my VP. Refuse, and you're just gonna be monster excrement. Angel rolled his eyes. Longdin, are you actually brain dead or is this a bit? He stared dead into the surveillance cam. You seem confused about who's actually in charge here. No hesitation. Angel launched the next combo. You're the one who should be shaking. 1 shot, 1 kill, evolution fist, stage 2. He obliterated all 3 mutants instantly. Steam rose from his knuckles. Angel smirked internally. Against a full-power strike like that, these mid-tier creeps didn't stand a chance. Staring at his fist, a rush of adrenaline hit him. Finally. I'm starting to get my old mojo back. He stalked forward. Ready or not, Longdin. Here I come. In the control room, Longdin froze, terror-stricken. Game over. It's too late. He kept mumbling like a broken record. Done for. We're done for. The radio crackled with panic. Boss! Red alert! Angel breached the perimeter. He's eating bullets for breakfast. We can't stop him. A twisted idea sparked in Longdin's eyes. He glared at Lalam, scrambled out of his chair, and got in her face. Like I said, I'm not checking out of this hotel solo. He whipped out a glowing meteorite shard. Here, eat up. Lalam recoiled, eyes wide. What the hell? Get away from me! Longdin lost it, jamming the rock into her mouth. Correction, you don't get a vote. He let out a sick, maniacal cackle as he clamped her jaw shut, forcing the swallow. Crash! Suddenly, a body went flying through the door. It slammed right into Longdin. Angel stormed in. Miss La! He rushed to her side. Miss La! Are you okay? He froze. Her skin was shifting, rippling. Angel spun around, furious. You didn't. You fed her a piece of the meteor, didn't you? Longdin stumbled to his feet, wiping blood from his lip. Most people turn into freaks just by touching it, but swallowing it whole? Ooh, I can't wait to see what kind of abomination she becomes. He grinned like a lunatic. This is gonna be good. Angel glared at him, pure murder in his eyes. Longdin, you have a death wish? Angel clenched his fist until it cracked, granting it right now. Behind him, Lalam's transformation finished. Longdin smirked. I'd worry less about me and more about what's breathing down your neck. Angel glanced over his shoulder. Miss La's eyes were glowing crimson. The shard pulsed from within her. Angel recognized the form instantly. Dark armor? Bam! He got launched across the room, smashing through a concrete wall. He gritted his teeth, annoyance flashing across his face. After a long arc, he managed to flip and land. His boots skidded against the floor, sparks flying like fireworks, carving 2 deep trenches in the concrete. He stomped down to kill his momentum. Stabilized, eyes locked forward. La Lam was still shifting, evolving. Angel's mind raced. Dark armor, ultra-rare mutation. The host keeps their human mind, but the body gets plated in indestructible scales. Never thought Miss La would trigger that specific form. Lucky or unlucky, hard to say. Angel wincing, feeling the toll of the previous battles on his own body. He crunched the numbers. I have to rip that shard out of her chest. Until I do, she's going to stay in berserker mode. While this was happening, Long Din was hugging the wall, trying to sneak away. Angel side-eyed him. Roach just won't die. Suddenly, La Lam launched herself into the air, hovering for a split second before dive-bombing Angel, but his eyes were still tracking the fleeing villain. Damn it, he's bailing! No time to play nice. Angel cocked his arm back, ready to end this. Forgive me, Teach. Thwack. Angel plunged his bare hand straight through La Lam's chest. Blood sprayed everywhere. He gripped the glowing shard and yanked his hand back out in one fluid motion. As she collapsed, he caught her gently. Looking down at her unconscious form, he exhaled. Shards out. Lights out. A hole in the chest usually kills a normal human, but with that dark armor mutation, she'll patch herself up in 5 minutes flat. He hoisted Miss La onto his shoulder. Next stop, Long Din's face. Meanwhile, Long Din was sprinting through the back exit, cursing up a storm. Is this a joke? What kind of freaks are these guys? Then it hit him, Plan B, Scarface. Number 2. If I find them, I can still flip the board. Suddenly, Cao Phi stepped out of the shadows, blocking the path. Sorry, pal. You're out of continues. Long Din flinched when the voice rang out. He spun around, only to find Cao Phi and Lam Sa right in his grill. Behind him, Lam Than and Li Van were already closing the net. End of the line, Din, Lam Than sneered. You really gonna try to fight this? Li Van's crew rolled in deep, and she flashed a wicked grin. Look who we found. Recognize these two? His goons looked like they'd just swallowed a lemon. Boss. We walked right into a trap. Lam Than didn't hesitate. Tie him up. We're ending this right here, public execution style. Music to my ears. Li Van chirped. But Din, he just started shaking. Not fear, laughter. A full-blown psychotic cackle that echoed. Execution? You think you've actually won, Lam Than? His wild eyes darted to the side as Thien Than crashed the party. A twisted grin spread across Din's face. Perfect. The whole happy family, all in one spot. Cao Phi blinked, surprised. Angel, you good man. Lam Sa chimed in, equally worried. What about the Teach? She make it? Long story. Tell you later, Thien Than clipped, his eyes locking on the villain. He spun toward the captain. Captain Lam, watch out. It's a setup. I know, Lam Than muttered, leveling his weapon. This guy's logic is totally twisted. He waved the squad back. Everyone back. Give him space. Move. Too late. Din ripped his shirt open like a maniac, but instead of abs, he revealed a detonator wired right into his skin. Back off? To where? Din taunted. The timer on his chest showed less than 60 seconds. I told you. I go down. I'm taking every single one of you with me. Thien Than's blood ran cold. He screamed at the top of his lungs. It's a dead man's switch. If his heart stops, it blows. Don't shoot. A switch? Lam Than and Li Van froze, panic setting in. Din's smile was pure nightmare fuel. Clock's out. Without blinking, he jammed his own gun under his chin and pulled the trigger. Click. The timer hit 0. Boom! The shockwave tore the world apart. The dam behind them cracked like an eggshell. Millions of gallons of water roared free, a liquid wall crashing down to swallow the entire valley. Thien Than and Cao Phi exchanged one last terrified look before the tsunami slammed into them. Game over. Chaos. Water everywhere. They gasped for air, breaking the surface in a churning ocean of debris. Cao Phi flailed wildly, screaming, Angel, I can't swim. I'm sinking. Kick! Just kick your legs, Thien Than yelled from a distance. Miraculously, Lam Sa was clinging to a floating tree trunk nearby. Phi, grab my hand. Over here. Cao Phi managed to snag a branch, coughing up water, but his eyes went wide with terror as he looked past them. A massive boulder was tumbling down the mudslide, straight for Thien Than's back. Angel, behind you. Move. Thien Than whipped around. Too slow. The boulder slammed into him with bone-crushing force, dragging him under. The whole squad screamed his name in unison. Dark water filled his vision. The weight pinned him, dragging him down, down, down to the murky bottom. Darkness took him. Then a grip. A hand clamped onto his wrist. La Lam, diving like a mermaid, hauled his unconscious body toward the light. Bump! Bump! He jolted awake in the back of a speeding truck. A girl leaned over him looking relieved. Hey, Sleeping Beauty, finally up? Thien Than scrambled back, adrenaline spiking. Where am I? Who are you people? The girl smiled, unbothered. Relax. Name's Lam Than Than. We scraped you off the asphalt a few miles back. Looked like you drifted from District DN. Heard the dam blew and flooded the whole place. The memories hit him like a freight train. Long Din. The bomb. The dam collapsing. I got crushed by that rock. How am I alive? He decided to play it close to the vest. Yeah, I drifted down. He looked around frantically. Did you see anyone else? There were others. Thien Than shook her head. Just you. Lose your crew? Thien Than's heart sank. Cao Phi, La Lam, Teacher Lack, Captain Lam. I have to find them. Thien Than saw the look on his face. You're worried, but honestly, in that flood, chances are 0. Give it a rest. A scar-faced man growled from the corner. Face facts, kid. Your buddies are fish food by now. Lee Nagunat, don't be such a jerk, Thien Than snapped. Can't you see he's had a bad day? Not just lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply. Bad day? Not exhaled smoke. Who's having a good day in this wasteland? He grabbed Thien Than's shoulder. You're too soft, kid. Too green. He flashed a beat-up revolver. See this? You want to survive this hellhole? You need steel and lead, not hope. Thien Than didn't say a word, just stared. Thien Than pushed Not away. Shut up, Not. Leave him alone. Not wasn't having it. Wake up, princess. In this world, the weak die and the ruthless eat. You think, these kids, so stupidly screech. The truck slammed on the brakes. Nat went flying backward like a ragdoll. Thien Than instinctively caught Thien Than, keeping her steady. Not wasn't so lucky. He scrambled up, furious. Hey, driver! You trying to kill me? Chow time, the driver hollered. Everybody out. 10 minutes later, they were crouched by the roadside around a tiny portable stove. The pot of instant noodles bubbled. Nat glared at Thien Than. Thien Than stared. The drivers watched in awe. Thien Than was inhaling noodles like a vacuum cleaner, totally ignoring the weird looks. Slurp, swallow, repeat. He kept going. And going. Nat twitched. How much has this kid eaten? Thien Than checked the wrappers. That's number 5. Nat's forehead vein looked like it was about to burst. He jabbed a finger at Thien Than. Hey, bottomless pit, you done yet? You gonna eat the pot too? Save some for the rest of us. Thien Than tried to defend him. He was out cold for days. He's starving. Nat snarled. That ain't starving. That's a black hole. Nat stood up, wiping his mouth, his expression turning serious. All right, that's it. He motioned to the drivers and Thien Than. You guys, over here. A word. Now. Not you, noodle boy. Sit there and digest. He dragged the others away for a huddle. Before hitting the road, the friendly guy, Luke High, turned back to the kid. Hey, little bro, keep eating. If you're still hungry, there's plenty more in the truck. Thien Than wiped his mouth. Thanks, man. The bowl was licked clean. Finally, Thien Than thought, feeling the energy return. My tank is full. Moments later, Thien Than started his training. Veins bulged across his arms like a roadmap. Using these level 2 evolution skills burned energy like a furnace. The higher the level, the more fuel he needed to consume. Thien Than studied his trembling hand, his mind racing. I need to hit level 3, fast. If I break through to level 3, I can regenerate my lost energy. If I stay stuck at level 2, I'll burn out. I'll be useless. A few minutes passed. Thien Than was sitting there, bored out of his mind, when he heard Lee Nunat's loudmouth voice in the distance. He needs to get lost. That punk does absolutely nothing but eats more than the 4 of us combined. Thien Than jumped in to play peacemaker. Lay off him. He's recovering. He was unconscious for a long time. It's normal to be starving. Lee Nunat, let him stay. You aren't seriously planning to kill him out here, are you? But the big guy wasn't having it. I ain't his daddy. Why should I worry about him? Luke High tried to smooth things over. Let it go, man. Having more people is safer for all of us anyway. Nunat just got angrier. Fine. Next time, you give him your share of the rations. Just then, Thien Than stepped into view. Where are you guys headed? His voice was ice cold. I heard everything. Tell me the destination, and I'll decide if you're worth tagging along with. Thien Than immediately panicked. Don't get the wrong idea. We definitely aren't leaving you behind. No, Not cut her off. Real talk? We have a base in Long Hoa City, and obviously, the camp doesn't need useless freeloaders, so you don't need to follow us. Thien Than whipped around, glaring. Why would you say that? But Thien Than froze. The name Long Hoa rang a bell. While Nugu Not argued with the girl, Thien Than's mind clicked. Did I say something wrong? Nugu Not challenged. Thien Than ignored the attitude and cut straight to the point. Long Hoa, does a faction called Red Robe operate there? Nugu Not looked stunned. How the hell do you know that? Thien Than narrowed his eyes. Bingo. I was right. Memories of his past life flooded back. May 14th, a day he could never forget. And that trash from the Red Robe gang. He looked up at them. I'll ride with you to Long Hoa City. After that, I'm gone. Deal? Thien Than agreed instantly. You should definitely come with us to the base. Long Hoa City is extremely dangerous. If you go solo, your chances of survival are 0. But Nunat wasn't buying it. He shouted, Thien Than, did you get amnesia? Our camp doesn't shelter dead weight. She frowned, annoyed. We can't just leave him out here alone. Seeing the hostility, Thien Than turned his back. Forget it, I'll walk. His mind was already recalculating. If I'm going to Long Hoa, I need to tweak the plan. Suddenly, Thien Than grabbed his arm. Wait, we'll do it your way. Come with us to Long Hoa, then we'll figure it out. We're low on food, but adding one more person won't kill us. Nunat finally sighed, defeated. Fine, you can tag along, but only to the city limits. Don't push your luck. Thien Than smiled brightly and extended her hand. From now on, we're teammates. Can I get your name? Thien Than politely shook her small hand and gave a two-word reply, Thien Than. Suddenly, the scene shifted. A jagged memory sliced through his mind. Trong Dinh Vu was standing there like a statue, refusing to run. Sensing the danger, Nuoc Huyen screamed, Trong Dinh Vu! Move! It's too late! Just as her intuition warned, Dinh Vu stood his ground. He turned back, a calm smile on his face. Time's up. You two, go ahead. That was the last thing he said. Then he spun around and sprinted straight into the deadly battlefield. Back then, Thien Than was so broken he needed Nuoc Huyen to carry him. As Dinh Vu vanished, Nuoc Huyen's desperate screams tore through the air. Trong Dinh Vu! Trong Dinh Vu! Come back! Amidst her heart-wrenching cries, Thien Than used the last of his strength to reach out toward Dinh Vu's retreating back, trying to stop him. But in the end, he could only whisper, Don't go. Waking from the nightmare, that pain still sat heavy at the bottom of his soul. Thien Than jolted up, gasping. Before he could process where he was, a rhythmic counting filled his ears. 492, 493, 494. The count from outside the truck kept climbing. 495, 496, 497, 498, 499. And finally, 500. It was Lee Nugu Not, grinding out push-ups. Thien Than watched him focus on the workout without a word. By the time he stepped out of the truck, the big guy was just finishing up. Sweating from the grind, Nunat looked satisfied, admiring his own ripped biceps. Thien Than squinted, seriously sizing him up. Technically speaking, this guy's strength is pushing close to a level 1 evolution. He leaned against the truck, thinking, the virus has been loose for over 2 months now. Lee Nunat's power is decent, solid average. When Nunat caught the kid staring, he assumed it was pure admiration. Hey kid, starstruck, don't be jealous. If you train like a beast, maybe one day you'll be a fraction as strong as me. A smirk cut across Thien Than's face. He just shook his head, dismissing the brag, as his thoughts drifted again. People with raw talent can start evolving even without breathing techniques. But the true freaks of nature. Suddenly, Thien Than called out to the arrogant bodybuilder. Lai Nu Not, get over here, now. Looking at the map Thien Than had spread on the floor, Nugu Not frowned. Original target was District Dai, but a massive flood wiped that out yesterday. Looks like we need a detour. She calmly pointed to a spot on the map. Relax. The mission isn't just to scavenge supplies anymore. The priority is securing a new distribution point. We still have time. With his massive ego on the line, Nu Not naturally disagreed. Supplies are essential, period. We're gonna need a serious amount of gas and grub for this trip. Rolling back into base empty-handed? Total embarrassment. Thien Than tapped her chin, brainstorming. How about the Long Hoa pit stop? We can crash there tonight, plus it's loaded with food and gear. Just as Lee Nugu Not opened his mouth to object, Thien Than popped up behind him, cutting in. Long Hoa? Seriously? The sudden voice from behind made Nugu Not jump out of his skin. He spun around, barking, Geez, brat, you trying to ring the dinner bell for every spy within 5 miles? Thien Than stepped in to play referee. Relax, it's not like we're discussing nuclear launch codes here. She turned to Thien Than with a smile. We're hitting the service station over at Long Hoa. Ring a bell? Thien Than shrugged. Never been. Name sounds kind of familiar, though. Unbelievable. Nu Not scoffed, rolling his eyes. How do you not know it? Long Hoa is the mother of all service stations. It's the biggest, flashiest spot in the city. Everyone knows it. He swaggered over to Thien Than, crossed his arms, and stuck his nose in the air. Listen, rookie. Maybe if you paused your video games and touched grass once in a while, you'd know a thing or two. Not knowing Long Hoa. Pathetic. Nugu Not puffed out his chest. Back in the day, I cycled across this entire country. I've hit every single rest stop on the map. I'm a legend. Thien Than giggled, eyes curving into crescents. He's actually got some achievements. He just loves the sound of his own voice. Don't take it personally. Thien Than nodded, totally unbothered. No worries. I get the type. He turned away, his expression darkening. Long Hoa service station. Wait. Bingo. A memory from his past life unlocked like a bonus level. That's where he first squared off against the Razor Claw beast. Out of all the Tier 2 infected, that thing is the apex predator. Its stats are insane, basically hits as hard as a Tier 3 boss. But right now, it's no match for me. Thien Than's eyes narrowed. If I take that thing down, I might even get that legendary drop item. While he was calculating the boss fight strategy, Thien Than walked up and pressed something into his palm. It snapped Thien Than back to reality. A red bean cake. In this apocalypse, that's like finding a diamond in a dumpster. Her voice was soft, pure big sister energy. You look starved. Eat up. We'll grab a real meal once we secure the perimeter. Thien Than gripped the small pastry, genuinely touched. Thanks. After demolishing the treat in 2 bites, he got serious. You guys packing heat? Thien Than blinked, confused. Weapons? What do you mean? You came from the survivor camp, right? You can't have survived this long unarmed, Thien Than frowned. If the razor claw is actually there, I can't babysit everyone. They need to watch their own backs. Thien Than didn't seem worried. She crouched next to a wooden crate. Relax, kid. As long as we don't run into a massive zombie horde, this stash should do the trick. She rummaged around and pulled something out. Speaking of which, here, keep this close. She handed him a weapon. Thien Than weighed it in his hand, a smirk forming. Solid piece of gear. I like it. Not long after, the convoy screeched to a halt in front of a total wreck of a building. Thien Than scanned the barricades and tripwires. This isn't random debris. Someone built a fortress to keep the biters out. We've got company. Thien Than clocked it immediately. Squatters? That meant the razor claw hadn't spawned yet, or it would have cleaned this place out. Newfound hopped out, racking his weapon. He looked unimpressed. Who cares? Let's just raid it. He took point, barking orders at Luke High and the other guy. You two, guard the wheels. Don't fall asleep. He waved his hand. Thien Than, Brat, you're with me. Let's breach. Thien Than trailed them, silent as a shadow. Nunat and Thien Than took the lead, moving cautiously through the debris. Suddenly, Nugunat's survival instincts kicked in. He froze. Hold up, something feels off. The vibe here is wrong. Thien Than looked back, mother hen mode activated. Thien Than, stay sharp. The boy stopped dead in his tracks. Freeze. Nunat groaned. Freeze for what? Let's move. But Thien Than ignored him, his eyes scanning the building like a tactical HUD. Sniper, 3rd floor window, 3 tangos at 11 o'clock, another 3 hiding in the restrooms at 10 o'clock. He stated it calmly, like reading a grocery list. We're boxed in. Before the others could even process the intel, Thien Than saw the glint of a scope barrel aiming right at them. Incoming! Thien Than shoved Nugunat hard. Bang! A bullet whizzed through the space where Nugunat's head had been a millisecond ago. Shh. Annoying. Thien Than locked onto the sniper's position. He gripped the weapon Thien Than had given him earlier. He leaned back, winding up like a pro pitcher, and launched the weapon with terrifying velocity. Up on the roof, the sniper's eyes widened he'd been spotted, but before he could even blink, the spear punched through his skull, pinning him to the wall. Nunat and Thien Than stood there, jaws on the floor. After a long, stunned silence, Nunat finally choked out, "Okay." The kid lifts. The sniper's death triggered the mob. A squad of armed thugs poured out of the shadows. Thien Than just sighed at the trash mobs. Quite the welcoming committee. Provoked by his attitude, the thugs raised their guns to turn him into Swiss cheese. But when they pulled the triggers, their target was gone. He didn't run away. He teleported right behind their formation. Where'd he go? Panic set in. A cold shiver ran down the leader's spine, the universal sign that death was standing right behind him. The blonde thug slowly turned his head. Game over. Thien Than didn't hesitate. He snatched the rifle from the blonde's hands and snapped the neck of the guy next to him in one fluid motion. Now armed with a real weapon, Thien Than unleashed hell, spraying bullets into the charging group. His eyes were cold, focused, lethal. Realizing they were outclassed, the thugs screamed into their radios. "We're losing! Surround him, now!" It didn't matter. Every shot Thien Than took was a headshot. He grabbed the last survivor by the hair and slammed him to his knees, looking down at him like a bug. The thug was shaking like a leaf, begging for his life. "I surrender. Please, don't kill me." Angel didn't even acknowledge him, just tossing a command to 5. "Tie this trash up." 5 blinked, startled for a second before snapping to attention. "Huh? Oh, you got it." Angel turned his cold gaze to the roosterhead punk, now kneeling obediently on the floor. "I have 2 questions for you." But before Angel could even finish the sentence, Roosterhead cracked wide open. "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Just spare me. 5th floor. There are 2 guards. Nobody else. I swear, it's totally empty." Then the punk paused, confused. "Wait, aren't you guys here to save the hostages?" Angel leaned in, staring daggers into the guy's soul. "We're just tourists passing through. Now focus and answer the question. Seen any infected? Mutants? Weird anomalies?" The thug shook his head frantically. "No way. It's clean here. We wiped out the zombies on day 1. It's normal." Angel went silent, studying the guy's twitchy face. The punk's story was too clean. It didn't match the bad vibes Angel was picking up. Something's off, Angel thought. I felt a massive pressure when we walked in. That was at least a rank 2 energy signature. But looking at the punk's terrified face, Angel knew he wasn't lying. He's too scared to bluff. The boss monster must be playing hide and seek in the shadows. He buried the suspicion for now. 5. Ching. Watch him, Angel ordered. I'm going on a little recon mission. After watching Angel solo that entire gang, Five was ready to worship the ground he walked on. You got it, boss. Watch your back, Five grinned. Angel walked over to a dead sniper, planted his boot on the corpse, and ripped his spear out with a wet crunch. He headed for the derelict building next door. Step by step, he climbed the stairs, noting the energy signal was fading out. Wrong direction, he thought. The zombies aren't here. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream from the second floor shattered his train of thought. Help me! Inside a dusty room, Zhao Yu was fighting for her life against two perverts. She kicked and scratched, desperate. Get off me, you animals! Let me go! Relax, baby, one sneered, trying to pin her down. Be nice to us, and we'll feed you. You'll live like a queen here. But she was just a petite girl against two full-grown predators. Overpowered, she screamed again. Please, somebody help me, I'm begging you! The ringleader, a greaseball named Wu Hao, just laughed. Wu Hao glanced back at the hostages huddled in the corner. Any of you losers want to play hero? Speak up. The room was dead silent. Seeing them cower made Wu Hao grin. Pathetic trash. A feast is right in front of you, and you're too scared to take a bite? You make me sick. His buddy lunged at Zhao Yu, ignoring the tears streaming down her face. Give it up, sweetheart. Body and soul. You belong to me now. Nobody is coming to save you. Suddenly, a shaky voice cut through the air. Stop it! Wu Hao scowled, turning to see a skinny kid named Qian, summoning every ounce of courage he had. The people around Qian tried to drag him back down in a panic. Sit the hell down! Are you suicidal? What is wrong with you? You want to get us all killed? They hissed. Qian's fists were white-knuckled, trembling violently, but he stood his ground. Sit down, you idiot! His friend Lin begged. I want to live to see tomorrow. Don't drag me into your grave. Qian couldn't take it anymore. Zhao Yu is our classmate. If we let them do this to her, who do you think is next? Us. We're next. Wu Hao slow-clapped, amused by the show. A mutiny? Look at these sheep trying to grow fangs. Adorable. Locking eyes with the weeping Zhao Yu gave Qian a surge of adrenaline. He couldn't just watch. He wouldn't. Go ahead. Shoot. Shoot us all if you have the guts, Qian screamed. But his defiance didn't scare Wu Hao. It just turned him on. Bang! Without a word, Wu Hao put a bullet straight through Qian's leg. The kid crumpled to the floor instantly, balance gone. A gut-wrenching scream echoed off the walls. Wu Hao laughed maniacally while Qian rolled on the ground, wailing, My leg! Oh God, it hurts! Wu Hao strolled over, the barrel of his gun still smoking, and aimed it casually at the terrified crowd. He stomped his boot hard onto Qian's head, grinding it into the floor. You arrogant little punk. Trying to be the hero? I would have killed you already if I didn't want to watch you suffer. Anyone else feeling brave? Facing the barrel of the gun, Zhao Yu's so-called friends threw their hands up, trembling like cowards. No, no way, we wouldn't dare. Wu Hao soaked in their fear like a drug. That's what I thought. Now sit back and enjoy the show. He hoisted Zhao Yu over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes while she kicked and screamed. Let me go! Wu Hao smirked. Too noisy here. Look at them staring. Let's find a private suite. Save some for me when you're done, his partner leered. Let me go! She shrieked again, but Wu Hao ignored her, heading for the door. They barely took 2 steps when a voice stopped them cold. Hey. It was Angel, leaning in the doorway. He pointed his blood-stained spear right at the creeps. Drop the girl! Wu Hao glared, furious at the interruption. Who the hell are you? Zhao Yu twisted her head around. Seeing that familiar face, the dam broke. Tears streamed down her face finally. Real hope. Angel? She choked out, disbelief washing over her. Angel, what are you doing here? Even Lin looked like he'd seen a ghost. Wu Hao sneered. Angel? You think you're some kind of savior? You gonna fight me with that metal stick, kid? Angel didn't blink. Look at the guy on the floor, Angel said, calm as ice. That's your future if you don't back off. Wu Hao paused. Wait, where are the guards outside? Why is it so quiet? How did a punk like you get in here? Wu Hao demanded. Angel's voice dropped an octave. I said, let her go. The second thug whipped out his pistol. Don't worry, boss. He probably snuck in the back, the thug yelled, leveling his weapon. You brought a stick to a gunfight, idiot. You're dead. Wham! Before the thug could pull the trigger, Angel's boot buried itself in his gut. The guy went flying backward, crashing through the window and plummeting to the street below. The room gasped in horror, panic surging. Wu Hao jammed his gun against Zhao Yu's temple, but before he could fire, a heavy rod came flying out of nowhere, smashing into him. She hit the dirt hard. Seeing the awkward vibe, Thien Than walked over to the guy who just ate the floor. He stripped off his jacket and tossed it to Triovu. Put this on. She obeyed, trailing behind him. Thanks. Thien Than waved it off. Don't sweat it. They checked on Kiem, who was groaning in pain. Thien Than gave him a quick scan. Stop moving. You trying to lose a leg? He asked while bandaging the wound. Why are you guys even here? Shouldn't you be on the school bus? Triuvu replied. Someone turned into a monster mid-ride. The bus crashed, the survivors scattered, and we ended up here. Thien Than went quiet. If memory served, these people, Kiem included, died in the crash in the original timeline. He asked, anyone else make it out alive? Triuvu nodded. Doan Chau is alive, but we got separated. Thien Than blinked, actually surprised. Seriously? That witch is still breathing? The timeline is definitely screwed, he thought. Must be a ripple effect from my rebirth. Behind him, Trong Lam approached. Thien Than. Long time no see. Remember me? Hard to forget, Thien Than muttered. Truong Lam put on a fake smile. Fate really brings people together, huh? Thien Than eyed him warily. This roach isn't dead yet? Truong Lam looked him up and down. You've gotten pretty tough, haven't you? His eyes narrowed. In my past life, Phi died because of this guy, Thien Than thought, his mood souring. Truong Lam noticed the shift. What's with the attitude? Thien Than turned to walk away. Just surprised a piece of work like you survived. Truong Lam snapped. What the hell does that mean? Thien Than shrugged. Nothing deep. I'm just passing through. You're safe now, so go your own way. Don't think we're friends just because we shared a class. I don't waste time on people like you. Truong Lam stepped in front of him. Whoa, hold up, Thien Than. We finally reunite. And you won't even sit down and shoot the breeze? Thien Than gave him a cold look. Are we cool? I don't think so. I saw a mess. I cleaned it up. That's it. We're done here. Truong Lam grabbed his shoulder, forcing a laugh. Come on, we're classmates. Why so hostile? Thien Than shot a dagger-like glare at the hand touching him. I'd let go if I were you. Truong Lam blinked. Huh? Before he could react, Thien Than slapped his hand away. Truong Lam rubbed his wrist. You've got some skills, Thien Than. Stick around. Let's make a deal. Inside, Truong Lam was fuming. This fatherless punk thinks he can touch me? Thien Than looked bored. A deal? What kind of deal? The rich kid smirked. Escort me to Longhua City to find my dad. I'll get him to pay you 500,000. Sound good? Thien Than almost laughed. 500,000? Truong Lam frowned. Too low? Fine, 5 million. How's that? Truong Lam thought. Just wait till we hit the city. My family runs Longhua. Once we're there, I'll make you wish you were dead. Thien Than exhaled a cloud of smoke, shaking his head. Moron. Truong Lam froze, not expecting that reaction. What? Don't push your luck. You're just a fatherless loser. Who do you think you're talking to? Bam. Before he could finish, Thien Than sent him flying backward. Truong Lam hit the ground, his cheek swelling instantly. Thien Than was on him in a second, hand crushing his throat. His eyes were dark and terrifying. I hate it when people talk about my father. Truong Lam clawed at Thien Than's arm. Let go. But the grip only tightened. The others panicked. Thien Than, stop! You'll kill him. He's always been a jerk. Just let it go. Thien Than, you know how he is. Triuvu yelled at the rich kid. Apologize. Now. Terrified, Truong Lam choked out. I'm sorry. Thien Than finally released him. Since we were classmates, I'll let it slide this time. Piss me off again, and you're dead. Truong Lam cowered, his arrogance completely gone. Got it. Thien Than turned and walked away, ignoring them. Triuvu chased after him. Thien Than, wait. Please, help us. We won't survive out here alone. We're sitting ducks. Thien Than glanced back at the desperate group and sighed. Fine. I'll get you to Longhua City. Once we're there, we split. Triuvu exhaled. Thank you. In the back, Truong Lam coughed up blood, his face twisted in rage. Night fell. As the group started a fire, Thien Than returned with the stragglers. Thien Than looked up. Thien Than? Who are the extras? Old acquaintances, he said. Bandits had them cornered. They're safe now. Thien Than nodded and told the crew to add more food to the pot. Thien Than turned to the leader. Sorry for the extra baggage. Can we hitch a ride to Longhua for them? She agreed immediately. No problem. Nu Not grinned, walking over. Little brother, I was blind earlier. I didn't realize you were such a beast. My bad. Hope you don't hold a grudge. Thien Than shrugged. Forget it. I don't sweat the small stuff. Nu Not exhaled. Good man. Thien Than is the real deal, Nugu Not said, slapping his shoulder. We're brothers now. Luke Hai, break out the good booze. I'm having a drink with my guy here. He gestured to the students. So, what's the deal with the runts? Friends of yours? Camp rules say no free rides for strangers, you know? Just people I used to know. Once we hit Longhua, you can kick them out or keep them. Up to you. Nu Not sighed. You sure you won't join my squad? The commander would love you. Thien Than shook his head. Can't. I've got my own mission. Ngu Not nodded, changing the subject. Fair enough. Everyone's got their own path. Hope you change your mind when we get to the city. His tone shifted completely as he turned to the students. Listen up, fresh meat. You're only here because of him. Make yourselves useful for the next 2 days. I don't run a daycare. Pull your weight or I boot you. Eat up and load the gear. We move out for Longhua at dawn. Later that night, Thien Than sat alone, meditating. He exhaled slowly. Leveling up is dragging. Progress has slowed down since I hit Tier 2. At this rate, Tier 3 will take a year. The original plan was just to take Cao Phi and the girl to the surrounding districts to farm resources. Once we hit Tier 2, things are gonna get messy. Real messy. Even Din Vu left an arm behind in Long Hoa last time around. Pretty sure the Red Robe Gang has their dirty fingerprints on this. June 18th. That's the day I met Huyen back in Chu Province. Lucky for me, it's just a stone's throw from here. Look, I've played this level before. I'm living my second life here. The plan is simple. Fix the mess, find the girl. Last time, we had 1,000,000 rotting flesh eaters on our tail. Literally 1,000,000. One wrong step, game over. Even with my current stats, I'm not sure I can survive that nightmare scenario again. Even if I speedrun to Tier 3, going solo to Chu District is suicide. Without Cao Phi and Lanya watching my 6, I'm toast. Speaking of the crew, wonder if they're still kicking? Wait. Something feels off. My spidey sense is screaming danger. Time to scan the perimeter. I expand my mental radar, sweeping the area. Bingo. There it is. A Tier 2 signature. Just great. This day just keeps getting better. Meanwhile, back at base, the mood is somewhere between panic and pissed off. Triu Vu checks on the invalid. Hey, how's the wheel holding up? Getting there, he mutters. Then comes Triu Lam, hauling boxes and spewing venom. Must be nice, sitting on your butt with a boo-boo while we do the heavy lifting. Excuse me? She snaps. Lam sneers. Oh, don't play dumb. Mr. Hero here just loves playing the White Knight. Broken leg? Please. He's enjoying the attention. Trade a leg to score with a hottie? Heck of a deal. He's so busy running his mouth, he slams right into New Knot. Watch it, kid. You blind? No, sir, I was just, motivating them. They were slacking off, I swear. New Knot gets in his face. I don't need a punk like you telling me who's working. Get lost. Lamb scrambles away like a cockroach. Just a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding my foot. The soldier spits. Garbage always picks on the weak. Don't waste your breath on trash like that. Triu Vu nods, grateful. The soldier turns to the injured kid. Hey, little man, heard you stood up for the lady. That took guts. Real man stuff. He shoves a piece into the kid's hand. You hold the fort. I'm gonna catch 5 minutes of shut-eye. Outside, Lamb is fuming. Just wait till we hit Long Hoa. I'll make them pay. Suddenly, a cold wind howls. Snap. What was that? Who's there? Shuffle. Shuffle. He stares into the dark and his eyes almost pop out. Monster. Stay back. It's an evolved one. Hissing. Razor claws. Lamb chucks a crate at it, but the thing shreds it like wet paper. The coward bolts, screaming his head off. He plows through the other students. Move! Out of my way! Poor Kiem hits the deck right as the beast looms over him, reeking of death. The claw comes down. Bang! A bullet tags the freak right in the dome. It freezes, slowly turning its head toward the shooter. Run, Kiem! I've got this! Triu Vu screams, emptying her clip. The bullets bounce off like pebbles. The monster closes the distance in a blink. It roars, ready to tear her apart, when wham! Something smacks it from behind. It's Kiem, barely standing, clutching a pipe. Hey, ugly! You think I'm leaving her alone with you? Triu Vu cries out, but the zombie just backhands the kid into the dirt. The beast growls, refocusing on the girl. But the cripple won't quit. He drags his bad leg forward, desperate. He latches onto the monster's arm. Get out of here! The zombie, annoyed, flings him across the room like a rag doll and raises its claw for the kill. Boom! The ground erupts. The claw hits nothing but dirt. The monster blinks, confused. Where's the girl? Safe and sound, thanks to yours truly. I shove the injured kid toward Triu Vu. Get him out of here. I'll handle the oversized gecko. She hesitates. But go, the beast lunges. I don't flinch. I just plant a boot right in its chest. Triu Vu is frozen. Move it! I said I've got this. Razor claws slice the air where my head used to be. I dodge and analyze. Iron claw type. High-tier evolution. Black pupils. Jackpot. This thing might drop a meteorite core. Spectators are gone. Good. Time to stop pretending I'm normal. I close the gap. Fast. I throw a haymaker that would dent a tank, smashing right into its ugly mug. Its eyes glow crimson. It headbutts my crowbar and jumps back. I look at the steel bar in my hand. It's bent like a pretzel. Note to self. Get better loot. This junk won't cut it. Fine. We do it the hard way. Muscle enhancement. Activate. Let's see what this body can do. We charge each other at Mach speed, my glowing fist meeting its claw in midair. Man versus monster. I grab its wrists, leverage my weight, and slam the freak into the concrete. It tries to scratch, so I rip its arm off. Pop. Blood sprays everywhere. But the thing stands up? You gotta be kidding me. Just an iron claw? Please. You're out of your league. I punch the ground, launching myself into the air for the finisher. I come down like a meteor. Crack! The pavement shatters, and the zombie goes flat. I'm panting, the adrenaline fading. It's done. That took more juice than I thought. Looks like my max output is capped at 5 minutes right now. A hassle, yeah, but check out the loot. I dig into the brain matter and pull out a shiny crystal. Meteorite cores usually only drop from tier 3s. Getting one from a tier 2 iron claw? That's winning the lottery. It's only 3rd grade, but it's worth a fortune. Back in my old life, even top-tier fighters would kill for this. Suddenly, I hear Triuvu. Over here! Hurry! The gang rushes in. Thien Than, you alive? They stare at the dead monster, jaws on the floor. I catch Thien Than's eye. She knows. Show's over, folks, she commands. Get back in the truck. Next stop, Long Hoa City. We'll be safe at the army camp. The crowd was absolutely buzzing. For real? With the squad down to just 2 survivors, he stepped up to me. Hey, Brother Angel, gotta ask you something. Don't take it the wrong way. You can totally plead the 5th if you want. Shoot, I said. He didn't beat around the bush. Did you take down that monster solo? I nodded. Yeah, that was me. Why, we got a problem? 5-1 kept digging. I saw this weird ink on you. I got serious. Ink? You talking about the virus cluster mark? That was a new one for him. Cluster mark? Is that the name? You got one? I rolled up my sleeve, revealing the jagged patterns running down my arm. You mean this little beauty? Bingo, he said. So you are an evolver. It's huge. I raised an eyebrow. What's huge? The coverage ratio of the cluster, I explained. 5. One scratched his head, looking a bit sheepish. Right, coverage. You really know your stuff, brother. I waved it off to change the subject. Forget the science lesson. How do you guys even know what this is? Thien spoke up. We've seen zombies mutate into some twisted nightmares. Barely anyone can scratch them. But our captain? He destroys them. My interest peaked. Your captain, huh? Dead serious, she nodded. He took down 3 crimson beasts solo. I pressed for details. Big purple-red things, the kind that howl to summon a horde. Spot on, she said. Guess you've danced with them before. I ignored the compliment. When exactly did your captain take on a trio like that? About a month ago, she replied. My brain stalled a month ago? That's insane speed. Where's his virus cluster located? She tapped her own chest. Right here. Looks kind of like a triangle. I frowned. Processing. A triangle on the chest. That's an offensive type evolution. He's got to be peak tier 1, maybe even tier 2. To evolve that fast. The guy's a freak of nature. Wait, chest triangle. I snapped out of it. What's his name? She hesitated. Ho Fong. Is that a problem? The name hit me like a truck. Ho Fong? The future tyrant king? The tier 5 monster nobody dares to look in the eye? The guy who wipes out zombie armies for breakfast. Than saw my face. You know him, don't you? Nope, I lied smoothly. Just sounds like a badass. Definitely worth meeting. Her face lit up. So, you're coming to our base? Wouldn't miss it for the world, I said. 5-1 grinned. Awesome. Usually takes 10 of us to spar with the boss. With you, we might actually make him sweat. I smirked internally. If this guy really is the Tyrant King, this little field trip just got a whole lot more interesting. 10-on-1? Please, that's a warm-up for him. Suddenly, the radio crackled to life. Thien, we got a situation. Strangers at the service station. Who is it? She asked. The voice crackled back. Looks like the Triu clan. Thien froze. The Triu clan? The Triu goons wasted no time. Listen up, trash. Get your asses out here, now. 5-1 squinted. Who are these clowns? Triu clan lackeys, she muttered. Long Hoa City was a mess, a shark tank where powerful families were constantly trying to eat each other. When the outbreak hit, the outskirts got off lucky. The local warlords got powerful fast, and the turf wars never stopped. It's basically our boss versus the Triu clan. That red gang you mentioned, they work for Triu. I frowned. So what makes this Triu clan so scary? They're heavy hitters, Thien said. Forget the grunts. They have 4 high-level evolvers on the payroll. Our captain is stronger, obviously, but 4 against 1 is a nightmare scenario. I thought about it. 4 evolvers? Not a bad harvest. Long Hoa might be the first city to bounce back after the apocalypse. The power levels here aren't a joke. Truly a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. 5-1 puffed out his chest. Angel, this is our fight. You don't need to get your hands dirty. The Triu clan is tough, but they know better than to mess with our boss. The convoy screeched to a halt. 5-1 stepped forward. You punks recognize me? Of course, 1 sneered. It's Big Brother 5-1, the legend himself. 5-1 cut him off. Cut the crap. Our boss claimed this spot. Be smart and get lost. They didn't flinch. Excuse me? In this world, land belongs to the strongest. Your boss wants it? Boo-hoo. Walk away now, and we'll save your boss the embarrassment. Don't make us get rough. 5-1 smirked. You want me to walk? You and what army? A door slammed on the lead car, and a heavy hitter stepped out. Keep running your mouth, and I'll shut it for you. 5-1 froze. Ham Lai, the guy grinned. Long time no see, 5-1. Ham Lai? 5-1 stammered. What the hell are you doing here? Dumb question, he spat. This is Triyu territory now. 5-1 realized what was happening. You're expanding? The boss won't let this slide. Relax, I don't want a war with your boss, but I got a golden rule. Anyone who blocks my path ends up in the ground. Suddenly, Triyu Lam started screaming. Lai, brother Lai, the kid ran over. Where's my dad? Ham Lai looked concerned. Your dad's been tearing the city apart looking for you. Who did this to you, Lam? Lam smirked, pointing a finger. Now that you're here, I'm gonna make them pay. 5-1's jaw dropped. That brat is really Triyu Mei's son? Ham Lai stepped forward. Listen up, since you kept Lam alive, the Triyu clan owes you one. We'll head back and report to the boss. You can keep this dump. 5-1 exhaled, relieved. Then Ham Lai added, but before we roll out, we got some personal business to settle. 5-1 stiffened. What kind of business? Ham Lai took a deep breath and roared. Angel, get your ass out here, you son of a bitch! He barked orders. Bring me Angel. Now. 5-1 stepped in. Back off, Ham Lee. Angel is a VIP guest of our camp. I don't give a damn if he's the president, Ham Lee sneered. Even your precious Captain Ho Fong couldn't save him today. Angel, you coward. Drag yourself out here. You gonna hide in your shell all day? 5-1 snapped. Ham Lai, are you trying to start a war with me? Ham Lai laughed maniacally. Yeah, I'm starting a war. Let's see who's got the guts to stop me. Ham Lai tossed his jacket aside with a cocky smirk. All right, kid. Time for a little education. Nagunat's eyes bugged out. The guy was inked up. An evolver, just like Thien Than. Up on the balcony, Thien Than panicked. Crap, the Triyu clan has 5 evolvers now? We're toast. 5 level 1s? I mean, I could take them, maybe, but it wouldn't be a walk in the park. This Triyu family isn't playing around. Down below, Ham Lai was strutting like he owned the place. You really think you got a shot, Pipsqueak? Ngunat gritted his teeth. Son of a... Triyu Lam piped up. Yo, Lee. What's the deal with these evolvers anyway? Ham Lee flexed. Simple version? I'm juiced up. I could wipe the floor with this trash solo. So, what are we waiting for? Triyu Lam whined. I hate these losers. Ham Lee chilled him out. Easy, Tiger. You see the babe on the balcony? We gotta have some class. Triyu Lam sneered. Class? Bro, if you can wreck 'em, who cares about class? Smash the guys, keep the girls. Then we party. Ham Lai grinned. Finally using your brain, Lam. I like it. Triyu Lam cackled. We run this town. I want them on their knees, begging. Let 'em know who they messed with. Ngunat gasped as Thien Than stepped up. Step back, Ngunat. I've got this garbage. Ngunat frowned. Bro, what are you doing here? Ham Lai sized him up. You got a death wish, kid? Messing with the Triyu family? Triyu Lam puffed out his chest. Told you so. My dad runs Longhua City, but a daddyless loser like you wouldn't get it, would ya? Thien Than shot him a look that could freeze hell. Triyu Lam went pale. What are you staring at? Lai's gonna crush you, Ngunat snapped. Are you totally heartless? Thien Than saved your life. Triyu Lam spat back. So what? He made me look bad. Nobody disrespects me. You made me do chores. You yelled at me. You're all dead meat, Ham Lai interrupted. Fair point. You did save little lamb. I guess I owe you one. But you crossed the Triyu family. That's a one-way ticket to the morgue. Tell you what, chop off your own arm, beg on your knees, and maybe I'll let you walk. Oh, and hand over the girls. Call it interest. Triyu Vu gagged. You scumbag, Ngunat roared. Ham Lee, you crossed the line. Thien Than held him back. Chill, Ngunat. I'll handle the trash. Ham Lee scoffed. You? Handle me? In your dreams, kid, Triyu Lam whispered. Watch out, Lee. He knows kung fu or something. Ham Lee frowned. Excuse me? You doubting my skills? Triyu Lam panicked. No way, Lee. You're a beast. Ham Lee cracked his knuckles. Good. Watch and learn. Enjoy the show, boys. I'm about to school this punk. Ngunat whispered. Thien Than. Be careful. Ham Lai isn't just some thug. He's a black market boxer. Undefeated champion for years. Thien Than raised an eyebrow. Underground boxer, huh? Ngunat nodded. The Triyu family runs an illegal fighting ring. Ham Lai is their top killer. He's a Muay Thai master. They call him Iron Fist because he's insanely fast. Thien Than yawned. That it? Triyu Lam stepped forward. Last chance, loser. Kneel or get wrecked. And trust me, fists don't have eyes. Thien Than ignored him and lit a cigarette. Ham Lai snapped. Disrespect me? He charged. Thien Than threw a single punch. The crowd gasped. Thien Than looked bored, but Ham Lee's eyes were bulging out of his head. There was a giant hole in his chest. Thien Than pulled his fist back. Blood sprayed everywhere. Ham Lee hit the dirt. Ngunat couldn't believe it. One shot? Triyu Lam turned white as a sheet. Impossible. He's a monster. Thien Than glared at him. Triyu Lam knew he was dead meat. Give me the piece. Triyu Lam snatched a gun from a goon. He pointed it, shaking. Stay back! I'll blow your brains out! Thien Than didn't flinch. Triyu Lam's finger tightened on the trigger. Suddenly, a voice boomed. Hold up! Everyone froze. You think that's enough to kill me? Ham Lai stood up, the hole in his chest gaping. Round 2, kid, Triyu Lam cheered. Brother Lai! Nungnot was terrified. Is this evolver power? One guy punches through chests, the other guy refuses to die? Flesh knitted back together on Ham Lai's chest. You got some kick, kid, but check this out. Super regeneration, my little gift from evolution. You're the first person to actually make me use it. Thien Than nodded. Impressive. With a trick like that, I see why you walk around like you own the place. Ham Lai smirked. Glad you noticed. Inside, Ham Lai was sweating bullets. This kid is a beast. If I didn't have regen, I'd be a corpse right now. I got sloppy. He's definitely an evolver too. I showed my hand, but I have no clue what he can do. Gotta play this smart. He walked right up to Thien Than and kept walking past him. Lee? Triyu Lam stammered. Not now, Lam. We're leaving. I'll explain in the car. Ham Lai's mind was racing. Who is this guy? I need to tell the boss immediately. Ho Fong's crew just got scarier. We're dealing with 2 evolvers here. And this kid? He might be on the boss's level. Unless I use my ultimate, I can't take him. Ham Lai threw his jacket back on. Thien Than, was it? I'll give you props. Nobody's ever messed me up like that. You're the real deal. Better to walk away. We're both evolvers. It's a stalemate. If I act cool, he won't attack and I don't look like a coward in front of the boys. Ham Lai backed off, trying to play it cool. Look, we're both evolvers here. Fighting is just gonna mess us both up. I'll let you have this spot today. I've got bigger fish to fry anyway. Let's bounce, Lin. The rich kid wasn't having it. Are you kidding me? You said you'd make him pay with an arm. You're just gonna walk? We have the numbers. Why are you scared? Ham Lai glared at his idiot teammate. Shut your trap before I shut it for you. Then Angel cut in, his voice sub-zero. Who said you were allowed to leave? The big guy whipped around, on edge. Bro, don't be difficult. Let it go. Just let me save a little face and we call it even. Push me, and it won't end well for either of us. Angel sneered. Face? Your reputation isn't worth a dime. Ham Lai looked like he'd swallowed a lemon. Angel turned to the kid. Triyu Lin, I gave you a free pass once. Don't count on a sequel. I'm fresh out of second chances. Time to pay the bill. Lin snapped. Don't get cocky, Angel. Ham Lai tried to intervene. Angel, listen. Lin is the only heir to the Triyu dynasty. You really want that kind of heat? Apologize now, and we wipe the slate clean. The brute held a grudge, thinking, you brat, forcing me into a corner. Angel just said, silence. The command hit them like a brick. Who are you to order me around? You're crossing the line. Whoosh. Angel blurred into motion. Ham Lai's eyes bugged out. Too fast. Bam. One punch sent the meathead flying. He hit the ground like a sack of cement. Angel stalked toward Triyu Lin. The kid was shaking like a leaf. What do you want? Angel looked down at him. I didn't spare you before because we're buddies. I just didn't want to get dog crap on my hands. But since this particular mutt won't stop barking, I guess I have to put him down. Angel yanked him up by the collar. If you touch me, my dad will end you. Angel tightened his grip, lifting the kid's feet off the ground. Oh, so if I don't kill you, your daddy lets me off the hook? Yeah, right, Lin screamed at his goons. Get him, you idiots! The lackeys stood frozen, pale as ghosts. Ham Lai scrambled up, growling. Don't look down on us. We're evolvers too. Why go nuclear when we can talk this out? Angel actually laughed. Talk? Sure. I love a simple solution. Ham Lai's ego flared. I hate arrogant punks like you. Time to take you to school. He triggered his evolution. Angel shrugged. You asked for it. He tossed Lin aside like trash to deal with the big guy. Gloves are off now. Ham Lai cracked his knuckles. Don't get cocky. I'm gonna beat you so bad your own mother won't recognize the mess. Eat this. He launched a flurry of haymakers, kicks, and elbows. Just die already. Angel blocked every shot with zero effort. The brute grinned. See that? I'm all offense. One slip up from you, and it's game over. Music swells. Angel caught the guy's fist with one hand. Smack. Then he caught the other. Both of Ham Lai's arms were locked down. Angel smirked. Trying to spam combos? Keep dreaming. Now let's see who's actually the punching bag here. Angel stared at the glowing veins on the guy's arms. So, you store your power in your biceps? The air vibrated with force. Ham Lai laughed nervously. It's useless to struggle. I've got hyper-regeneration. You can't break me. But Angel just squeezed harder. Ham Lai gritted his teeth. How is this kid so strong? Hey, what are you arg? The sound of bones cracking echoed like dry twigs snapping. The brute's eyes rolled back. My hands. His wrists hung limp, completely shattered. You son of a... Stop. Angel spat. You're out of your league. Get lost. Ham Lai watched him walk away, seething. How? Dealing with Ho Fong was a nightmare, but this kid is a total monster. Suddenly, Ham Lai exploded with energy. Angel, I'm not done yet. The glowing veins shot up his arms. Bet you didn't think I was fully charged. I was saving this juice for Ho Fong, but congratulations, you just earned the VIP beating. Angel analyzed the aura. He burned too much energy healing that chest wound. He's forcing the power up without the proper breathing technique. Angel scoffed. Ignorance is bliss. A weird mist rose from the brute. You have no idea what true power looks like, Hamlai sneered. His muscles hardened into rock. Angel yawned. Predictable, Hamlai grinned, feeling the hole in his chest seal up. It's healing, Angel sighed. You don't have the stamina to leash that virus. Why push it until you pop? The brute's eyes rolled back, veins bursting red. He screamed and collapsed. What's happening to him? No, not gasped. He's turning, Angel said grimly. A fallen one. Evolution gone wrong. Greed makes them push past their limits, and their bodies snap. Higher tiers mean better immunity and bigger power reserves. But if the immunity lags behind the virus, boom, mind gone. Just a beast left. Angel waved the others back. Get clear, unless you want to be collateral damage. Angel watched closely. He botched the Tier 1 evolution, so now he's trying to brute force Tier 2. He's got Tier 2 strength and hyper regen now. Great. I actually have to try. The beast charged. The fist filled Angel's vision. He reinforced his arm and countered. Boom. The beast flew backward. On the balcony, the girls watched, mesmerized. Did you see that hit? Could Old Man Ho withstand that? Doubt it. That looked like Angel's max output, Angel panted. Bad timing. I'm still drained from the claw monster fight. That punch cost me 30%. I'm running on fumes, 20% left in the tank. His healing is lagging. Good. That hit rattled his system. Now's my shot. Finish it. The beast growled, looking ready to kill. Angel braced himself. Then surprise Hamlai turned tail and ran for his life. That thing moves scary fast. It's definitely mutated, but it kept its brain. I actually have to strategize here. If it goes full throttle on defense and runs, pinning it down is going to be a massive headache. I need to level up, and fast. These mutants are way nastier than the standard infected zombies. Meanwhile, look at Triyu Lam's crew, scrambling like rats on a sinking ship. Run, Master, run! Pathetic. But that kid holds a grudge. Thien Than. Just wait until I get back to Longhua. I'm gonna make you pay. I just smirked from behind him. Hey, Triyu Lam, did I say you could leave? I teleported right in his face. I saved your sorry butt once, let you slide. But when that razor-clawed freak showed up, you only cared about your own skin. You literally threw people into the meat grinder to save yourself. I still remember the blood debt from my past life. Because of this scumbag, countless good people were slaughtered just to buy him time. I stepped closer. This is a debt you can't dodge. You're paying with your life. Triyu Lam was about to drop to his knees, blubbering. Thien Than, please don't ice me. I'll give you anything. Money? You want cash? 1 million, 10 million, 100 million? Name your price. Just let me go. I grabbed him by the throat, squeezing hard. You aren't just a villain. You're human garbage. Letting you walk now just guarantees you'll stab me in the back later. Wu Yi came sprinting up from behind, panicking. Thien Than, whoa, chill out. Listen to me. I know you're powerful, brother, but don't lose your head. Even a dragon can't beat a snake in its own backyard. His family is massive. Making enemies with them is a death wish. I didn't loosen my grip. You're confused, Wu Yi. Even if we play nice and let this snake go today, he is absolutely coming back to bite us tomorrow. Triyu Lam gasped, desperate. No! Trust me, I wouldn't dare. Give me 10 lives and I wouldn't dare. Just spare me. I'll be your dog, I swear. I looked him dead in the eye. I don't give second chances. Crunch. Triyu Lam's body went limp and dropped right at Wu Yi's feet. I looked over at him. Hey, old friend, take some free advice. Mercy is for the dead. He just stood there, stunned by those 5 words. Mercy is for the dead. Once the chaos settled, I sat down to grind out some cultivation. Today was sketchy, though. My radar definitely pinged 2 high-level monsters, but only the Razor Claw showed up to the party. Where the hell is the other one? That runner mutant vanished off my sensors way too early, and now the area feels empty. Is my detection skill glitching? Whatever. My stamina is back to 9 out of 10. If an enemy drops in now, I can handle it. But priority number 1 is powering up. The energy seal already covers my whole arm time to unlock a new slot. Once I hit Tier 2, my resistance to the virus skyrocketed. To fully control this power, I need a new anchor point to refine it. Creating a new energy seal is what separates the weak from the gods. It's the wall between Tier 2 and Tier 3. In my last life, almost every evolved fighter waited until they maxed out Tier 2 before trying to forge a new seal. Success rates are higher that way, sure, but the guys who risk it early, they build a foundation that's insane. By the time they hit Tier 3, they're unstoppable. Last time around, I played it safe and waited until I peaked. Wasted so much time, and my power output was barely average. Not this time. I'm starting this right now at the entry level. My power is going to rival the top dogs. I clapped my hands together, feeling the energy surge. Muscle memory from my past life kicked in. I know exactly how to hotwire a new seal, but trying to do this with just base-level Tier 2 energy isn't going to cut it. The virus inside me isn't potent enough yet. I have to use that thing. I pulled out the meteorite crystal. There are a bunch of ways to absorb a beast core. Some idiots swallow them, some try to drain the energy slowly. But the pro move is the blood infusion method. Slice a wound at the original seal point, then channel the core's energy directly into the bloodstream. Honestly, a Tier 3 core like this is overkill. It could push me straight to mid-Tier 2. But using it to forge a new seal? That's the long game. I gritted my teeth against the nausea rising in my gut. When the pain hit critical mass, I couldn't hold it back. I screamed, eyes rolling back into my head. Thien Than's crew heard it and came running. "Thien Than, what's wrong?" They froze when they saw me sitting there, totally fine, with a cigarette dangling from my lip. "I'm good, just a nightmare." Woke myself up screaming. Embarrassing, right? Someone let out a breath. "Dude, you almost gave me a heart attack. We thought you were dying in here. Here, take this. Wipe your face." I stared at the handkerchief, actually feeling a little awkward. "Thanks," Thien Than chimed in. "You need to rest. Today was crazy. We're gonna head back to sleep." "Yeah, you guys go ahead." The door clicked shut, and I finally exhaled. Taming a new seal is brutal. I literally couldn't stop that scream. But it's done. Success. Having a second seal is like installing a dual-core processor for the virus energy. My control and output are going to be way smoother now. Let's test this baby out. I flexed, and both arms instantly armored up. This is huge, dual-wielding mutations. In my last life, I didn't unlock this until I broke through to Tier 3. It burns double the stamina, but the power output is doubled too. Even though I'm just a beginner at Tier 2, the advantage of this extra seal is insane. Guess I need to go hunting for more cores. Just as the armor on my arms faded, someone approached the building outside. Smash! A bag flew right through the window, aiming for my head. I snatched it out of the air. What the? I peered into the bag, a rare crystal fragment. I rushed to the window and looked down. Who's there? The figure was wrapped up tight, face hidden. They took off sprinting fast. "Oh, you want a race?" I vaulted out the window. I was losing ground. I thought I was fast, but even pushing my limits, I couldn't close the gap. Then I saw a patch of skin exposed on their hand. "Wait a second. Miss La? Is that you?" La Lamb skidded to a halt. She turned, and I saw the infection seals crawling up her face. "I knew it. It was you who saved me back there, right?" She nodded slowly. "Yes." I tilted my head. "So why did you bolt? You trying to ghost me?" La Lamb shook her head. "No, it's not that. I didn't want you to see me like this." I stood there in the silence, waiting for her to finish. La Lamb spun around, avoiding eye contact. "I'm just the delivery girl, okay? Dropping this off and bailing." I blocked her path. "Freeze. You haven't eaten in 3 days. Don't lie." She blinked. "Eat? I'm not hungry. I don't want it." I saw right through her. It wasn't about wanting. It was fear. The mutation she caught? Black armor class. It juiced her stats. Strength, stamina, speed, mental grit, all maxed out. That obsidian shell coating her skin, that's the armor. Sure, it gave her god-tier powers, but everything comes with a price tag. The armor let her keep her sanity, barely. The trade-off? A strict diet of raw meat and fresh blood. And yeah, human vintage hits the hardest. "Shut up," La Lamb snapped. I didn't listen. I sliced my forearm, letting the crimson flow. "Drink. Or starve to death right here. Your call." Look. The scent hit her. Her eyes flared demonic red. She lunged, then slammed on the brakes, shaking. "No, I can't. I won't." I grabbed her. "You want to leash this beast? You got to accept it first." I stared her down. "You think you can fight the hunger? Today? Tomorrow? Next week? If you don't feed now, you'll snap later and tear everyone apart. Is that what you want?" That broke her. She lost it, sinking her teeth into my arm. I grit my teeth, taking the pain until the red faded from her eyes. Suddenly, a scream erupted from the house. "Say what? Leaving?" Thien Than was clinging to Wu One like a lifeline. "Chill out. Let's talk," someone said. "Chill?" Wu One exploded. "How can I chill? Angel just dropped a bomb that he's bailing on us." "Guys, relax." I stepped in. "You're reading it wrong. I've got a side mission. We just need to split the party for a few days." "I don't want to slow you down." That set them off. "Angel, don't insult me," Wu One barked. "I might be useless, but I don't ditch my crew. If the Chau clan wants to start something, let them come." "I ain't running." Everyone nodded, vetoed. "You're staying." "Appreciate the backup, Lee, but this isn't about the Chau drama." He frowned. "Then what gives?" I sighed. "It's messy. Hard to explain." Wu One stepped up. "Angel, stop worrying. We stick together. If the Chau goons show up, we go down swinging. Together." "Wu One, take a breath," someone tried. I cut in. "Listen to me. We're walking bullseyes right now. If they really bring the heat, we can't protect everyone. Splitting up is the tactical play here. Plus, I have a legit emergency to handle. Solo stuff. While I'm gone, I need you guys to scout for some people. Wu-1 perked up. Scout mission? Who? Deal sealed. We headed to the car. Thien Than had already loaded the trunk guns, ammo, the works. You might need the heavy artillery. Rations, water, meds should last you. She held up a sphere. And these. Custom modded grenades. One perfect toss takes out a mid-tier level 2 zombie. Boom. I pocketed the grenade. Sweet. Thanks, guys. She looked worried. How long are you going to be ghosting us? Fast track? A week. Slow track? 2, I said, heading to Long Hoa. Lee nodded. Keep an eye out for my squad. He rattled off names. Cao Phi, Lam Sa, oh, and Ding Yu. If they're in the city, look out for them. I locked eyes with him. Especially Ding Yu. He's definitely there. Locate, but don't engage. Got it? Lee nodded. Loud and clear. Time to roll. Later. The engine roared as we hit the winding mountain pass. Lalam broke the silence. Can you actually fix me? Or was that just a pep talk? No guarantees, I admitted. But I can buy you time. We're hitting in Long Mountain, right next to the city. Primeval forest. Crawling with wildlife. She frowned. Why do we need a zoo? Human blood is top shelf. Sure, I explained. But beast blood? It works as a substitute. Her face fell. So I'm destined to live like a caveman? Nah. Put it in a flask, call it red wine. Classy. Meanwhile, on a ridge miles away, lenses glinted. Someone was watching. Vehicle spotted, the scout grunted. His partner smirked. Perfect! We're running on fumes. Let's jack their supplies. Number 3 hesitated. Same trap as last time? The boss spat. Number 2 is dead and we're all missing limbs. We take what we can get. 3 growled. If it wasn't for that little punk, we wouldn't be cripples. Can it? The boss snapped. Save the sob story. Number 4. What's their 20? The scout lowered his binoculars. Looks like they're heading into the deep woods. The boss blinked. The where? Deep in the canopy, Lalam sat cross-legged. I circled her. That's it. You catch on quick. You've got the breathing basics, and your stats are solid level 2. Starting the breathing drills now is a bit late, though, I mused. So we're skipping ahead. I'm teaching you the pattern lock. See those black veins on your skin? Focus on them. Mental grip. Pull them together, condense them into a single point. You need to toggle this armor on and off at will. She looked at her hands. So I retract the scales now and go full monster mode only when I need to? Bingo. That solves the looking like a demon issue. Lalam bit her lip. But there's something else. The hunger. I feel like I can only hold it back for a week, tops. After that, I'm gonna lose it. I'll hunt humans. Here's the science, I said. You crave blood because that's your currently hardwired fuel source. It's just biology. Once you hit level 3, you can absorb ambient energy. Problem solved. Until then, stick to the breathing drills and animal blood to keep the edge off. Focus your center, right at the sternum. Condense it there. She closed her eyes, forcing the energy inward. Slowly, the obsidian scales receded. The darkness vanished, revealing her pale, human skin underneath. It's working, I thought. She's leashing the beast, she grimaced. This is gonna hurt like hell, I warned. If it's too much, take a breather. Don't force it. Lalam didn't listen. She pushed through the agony, stubborn as a mule, until she doubled over and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Lalam was gasping for air, totally winded. The angel couldn't hide his annoyance. I told you, quit rushing. You keep pushing the limit like that, you're gonna get yourself wrecked. What's the fire for? You think finishing early means you get to clock out? Look, this isn't a race to the finish line. You need to follow the process, step by step. I'm gonna go forage for food. You handle the tent. By the time Lalam had the shelter pitched, the angel was already back. Honey, I'm home. He casually tossed a massive carcass onto the ground. Lalam's eyes nearly popped out of her skull. Tiger? Angel shrugged. Yep, tiger. Condensing that dark matter burns massive calories. So eat up. If you're still hungry, I'll go kill something else. He handed her a canister. Chug this fresh blood. Consider it a unique life experience. I have literally never drank tiger smoothie before. Angel dropped a bomb that made her spit the mouthful right back out. Better get used to it. That beast is your daily ration. Spotted a bear den earlier. That's tomorrow's lunch. Lalam frowned, looking at him like he was crazy. You're joking, right? We're eating a whole tiger every single day? He nodded. Force it down. If you hunt Sue, you have zero clue how much fuel condensing that dark energy takes. It makes my stripe technique look like child's play. Even 30 level 3 crystals wouldn't cut it. She looked queasy. I can't just gnaw on raw carcass. Angel smirked. Want me to slice it into sashimi for you? Hard pass, Lalam said. I'll cook it myself. 3 days later, a trio of sketchy dudes wandered into the jungle. The boss warned, stay sharp. One wrong move and we're beast chow. Number 4 shuddered. Are there really monsters out here? The boss rolled his eyes. No kidding, genius. It's a primeval forest. Boss, let's bail. We've been searching for 3 days and haven't seen a ghost. Suddenly, the boss sniffed the air. Number 3 perked up. You catch a scent? Smells like fresh copper, the boss mused. Maybe a tiger or bear having a snack? Shut up and follow me. When they arrived, nothing remained but a pile of bleached bones. What the hell was this? The boss wondered. Number 4 was clueless. Definitely bigger than a person. Number 3 squinted. Looks like a tiger, but picked clean? Someone butchered it, the boss noted, crouching down, stripped every ounce of edible meat. Professional job. Who could take down a beast like this? Might be the target we're hunting. They're strong. Number 3 pointed at the ground. Hey, check it out. Human footprints. Footprints? The boss echoed. Meanwhile, nearby, La Lam was channeling her energy. Finally gathered enough, she whispered, standing up and inhaling the wild air. Almost there. Peeking through the bushes, the boss's eyes lit up. Well, well. Just when we were desperate, luck walks right in. The trio burst out of the foliage. La Lam spun around, startled. Who are you guys? They immediately put on their best sob story act. We're just humble hunters from the next valley. Ran into a wolf pack. Barely made it out alive. My big bro here lost his arm fighting off a tiger to save us. La Lam raised an eyebrow. A tiger? She asked. Yeah, first wolves, then a tiger. It's a war zone out here. The sidekick chimed in. Totally. Our poor second brother got turned into lunch by that beast. I'm sorry for your loss, she said, though her guard was up. You guys look starving. Want me to whip up something to eat? The 3 of them practically prostrated themselves. Thank you. You're a saint. The boss turned to his crew. You guys wait here. I'll grab some supplies. Number 3 whispered, Man, this chick is gullible. Total airhead, the boss sneered. Number 4, toss her vehicle. See what she's packing. Number 4 rummaged through the SUV and gasped. Boss, we hit the jackpot. Food, water, ammo. We're set for months. The boss grinned greedily. No kidding? There's even grenades. Just then, La Lam walked back. Hey, what are you doing in there? They froze like deer in headlights. The boss quickly shoved a grenade behind his back. Well, see, my dead brother loved this model. Seeing it just made me so emotional, I had to touch it. Number 4 started fake sobbing in the background. It's true. La Lam set the water bucket down and checked her gear. Right, go start a fire over there. I'll handle the food. As La Lam bent over, the view of her curves had the 3 perverts staring so hard their faces turned red. By the time the soup was bubbling, they were already plotting. Boss, quick huddle? The leader smirked. I know exactly what you're thinking, boys. Number 4 licked his lips. Haven't seen a girl in 3 months, and she's a knockout. Boss, let's take care of business right here. I'm losing patience. Hold your horses, the boss scolded. Good things take time. La Lam turned around. Dinner's ready. They flashed creepy, wide grins. Okay then. Their smiles were purely predatory now. They shoveled food into their mouths like animals. Slow down, La Lam said gently. There's plenty left. Number 4 paused. Hey, what kind of meat is this? It tastes intense. It's tiger, she replied casually. My friend hunted it. The trio nearly choked. Tiger meat? Your friend killed a tiger? She looked surprised. Did you guys run into that specific one? They quickly backpedaled. No way. We're just really sensitive to tigers. Since a tiger took my arm, I've got a vendetta against the whole species. Okay, take it easy, she soothed. Number 3 leaned in. So, what's your friend's name? Angel, she said. The boss paused, processing. Angel? La Lam frowned. What's wrong? You know him? Number 4 let out a nervous laugh. Us? No way. My boss just thinks Angel sounds tough, but cuddly. We dig it, La Lam giggled. You guys are hilarious. Her laugh made the thug blush. She stood up. I'll fetch you boys some more water. Number 4 was sweating bullets. Boss, I can't wait anymore. I want to make a move now, the boss whispered. Chill. When she comes back, we'll jump her. La Lam returned with the water. They gave her a lecherous look, then suddenly dropped to their knees. Miss, we need a huge favor. La Lam stepped back. Whoa, what are you doing? Get up, please. The boss shook his head. Not unless you agree to help us. Okay, but you have to tell me what it is first. They launched into a sob story. To be honest, we have a sick old mother back home. She's hanging by a thread. We're out of meds and don't know jack about doctoring. It's a Hail Mary, but please, come save her. La Lam hesitated. I can't. I have to wait here for my friend. I can't leave. They slammed their heads on the ground, begging until her resolve cracked. Fine, she sighed. Let me grab my medical kit, and I'll go take a look. The trio cheered, putting on an Oscar-worthy performance of gratitude. But the boss was already plotting, thinking, just wait till we get to my turf, pal. You'll be dancing to my tune then. Lalam packed a duffel bag with basic supplies, nothing fancy, just survival essentials. They kept chanting, "Thank you, oh, thank you." She waved them off. "All right, pack it up. We're moving out." Suddenly, a voice like liquid nitrogen cut through the air. "Going somewhere?" Thien Than strolled in, casually lugging a massive bear carcass on one shoulder. The trio froze, the silence so thick you could cut it with a knife, until Lalam spoke up. "They were attacked by wolf packs and tigers," she explained, gesturing to their bandages. "Totally mauled. I just gave them something to eat." Thien Than stared at them, unimpressed. "Is that right? And the backpack?" She nodded earnestly. "They said they have a sick elder back at their camp. I know some first aid, so I figured I'd make a house call." Thien Than scoffed. "Really? That old trick?" The boss's face went dark, his eyes narrowing. "Wait, are you Thien Than?" The kid smirked. "You guys have 9 lives, huh? Surprised you made it out of that hellhole alive." The thugs huddled together, whispering frantically, "Boss, it's that kid! It's him!" "What do we do?" Number 3, "Think of something. Why ask me?" "I don't know." Lalam looked between them, totally confused. "What is going on here?" Thien Than sighed. "Wake up, sunshine. You're being played. 3 months ago, I snapped their arms like twigs. That blood is fresh paint, and there is no sick grandpa waiting for soup. Greedy little pigs," he continued. "Scamming food wasn't enough? You had to try kidnapping too? Escaping the zone was luck. Running into me? That's just destiny flushing you down the toilet." Number 4 hit the dirt, sobbing, "Please, don't kill me. Have mercy." The boss kicked him. "Get up. Stop panicking." Lalam stepped in, soft-hearted as ever. "Let's just drop it," she pleaded. "They haven't actually hurt me yet. Let's call it even." Thien Than glared at her. "And if I wasn't here today, what was your plan B? The world has changed. Kill that. Save everyone complex before it gets you killed. Trust is a luxury we can't afford anymore. You spare them today, they murder someone tomorrow. It's simple math." The thugs wailed, "We promise. We won't do it again." Thien Than ignored them, locking eyes with Lalam. "You have power now, maybe even more than me, but you don't have the guts to use it. So, you're cleaning up this mess. I'm sitting this one out. Whatever happens next, you are on your own. These 2 clowns are all yours." The bandits exchanged a look, realization dawning on them. "Wait, is he trying to train this girl? Is he using us as punching bags? What? We're just practice dummies?" The boss's eyes sharpened. "Quit whining. This is our chance. We play this right, we survive." He turned to Thien Than. "Bad luck running into you, sure, but I'm not rolling over. You want to use us as sparring partners? Fine. But if we win, we walk. Deal?" Thien Than chuckled darkly. "Oh, I think you're confused. 1, even if I don't lift a finger, you can't beat teacher law. 2, I didn't set this up for a friendly spar. 3, I never intended for you to leave this spot breathing." The gang bristled. "Don't push us, kid. Corner a rat and it bites." Thien Than barked at Lalam. "What are you waiting for? End it." Lalam hesitated. Suddenly, the boss tossed a pistol to his lackey. "Catch." Lalam froze. "Oh no." Bang! The lackeys opened fire, but the boss's grin vanished instantly. They gasped, watching Lalam's form twist and shift. What the hell is that?" They stumbled back in horror. "Monster! She's a monster!" Thien Than sat down and lit a cigarette, watching the show. Clatter. The gun hit the dirt. Number 3 was shaking so hard his teeth rattled. "Stay back! Stay away, you freak!" Lalam's voice was trembling but gentle. "Just go. I don't want to kill anyone." She looked at Thien Than. "Let it go, please. I really don't want to do this." "Let them run," she insisted. He dropped his cigarette and crushed it under his heel. "If you don't handle it, I will." The trio fell to their knees. "Please, mercy! We're begging you!" Lalam stood her ground, shielding the scum. "Run! I'll hold him back." The boss's eyes flashed with malice. While her back was turned, he whipped out a knife and plunged it straight through her chest. She gasped, unable to comprehend the betrayal. "Idiot!" the boss sneered. "Save your saint act for hell. It makes me sick." He pulled a grenade from his jacket. "Stay back, Thien Than, or we all die together." The kid blinked, genuinely surprised. "A grenade?" "Found it in your truck." "I know I can't beat you in a fight, but you take one step and I pull the pin." Thien Than sighed. Quick anatomy lesson. The black armor's weak point is the head, not the chest. Behind the boss, Lalam rose. Blood-red eyes bulging, she looked like a demon from a nightmare. Her claws tore through the chests of the 2 lackeys instantly. The boss whipped around, paralyzed by terror. Lalam, drenched in crimson, loomed over him. His legs gave out and he collapsed. "No. Stay back." Thien Than grit his teeth. Crap. The wound triggered her survival instinct. She's gone full feral. She's a loose cannon now. The boss clutched the grenade like a holy relic. "Don't come closer. I'll blow us all up." Thien Than shouted. La lamb, snap out of it. Don't let the bloodlust drive. The shout jolted her. She looked at her gore-soaked hands, trembling. I killed them. Oh God, I killed them. The boss saw his opening and bolted. Perfect timing, Thien Than cursed. Moron! But La Lamb's eyes glowed red again. She launched herself at the fleeing man like a missile. No, get away, he shrieked. I'll take you with me. The pin clicked. Thien Than sprinted forward, lungs burning. Dive! He tackled La Lam, wrapping her in his arms and turning his back to the blast. Fire and shrapnel washed over them. They tumbled away, skidding across the dirt as black smoke swallowed the scene. Thien Than grunted in pain. Fade in. The journey continued. La Lamb's eyelids fluttered open. You're finally awake, he said flatly. You've been out for 3 days. 3 days? She rubbed her temples. Where are we heading? Long Hoa City, Thien Than replied. Change of plans. You're sticking with me. I'm going to Long Hoa with you? He gestured vaguely at her. Take a look at yourself. She glanced down. A patch of angry red scales marred her skin. Panic set in. What? What is this? It's not just there, he said. Check your leg. And your chest. You've got 5 red scale clusters now. The black armor infection was accelerating. Why? She stammered. I thought I was controlling it. I thought I was stabilizing. Those red spots? They're evolution origin points, Thien Than explained. Most people start with 1. I'm a universal class, so I started with 2 on my hands. 2 was hard enough to master. More points mean more power, but harder control. La Lam stared at him, horror dawning. So, you're saying I have 5 now? You got it. But condensing all 5 origin points at once? With your current power level? That's a one-way ticket to Burnout City. Impossible. So, stick to me like glue for now. I'll figure out a workaround for your little issue. And yeah, wipe that look off your face. I know exactly what's going through your head. Don't sweat the floods in Cat District. The old Citadel is the highest ground in town. Little Snow is safe up there. Besides, look at you. You're a ticking time bomb. Even if she was right next to you, she wouldn't be safe. If you don't get a handle on that black armor, you're never going to see her again. Period. You try to run off now, and nobody but me can stop you from self-destructing. So, bad news, sunshine. You're stuck with me. Hey, chin up. It wasn't a total waste. You've got the armor near your origin points under control. At least you won't stick out like a sore thumb in a crowd anymore. Get your head in the game. We're almost to Long Hoa, and trust me, that place is a snake pit. She glanced over, curious. You seem kinda wired. We going to Long Hoa to find Xuan Xuan? He shook his head. Nope, this is a business trip. First, I pay a debt. Then, I take some revenge. The car screeched to a halt. Everybody out, Tian Chen commanded. We're hoofing it from here, she frowned. Wouldn't driving be, faster? You'll see, he muttered darkly. He tossed a cap at her head. Cover up. She caught it, confused. Seriously? What for? Being innocent doesn't matter when you're walking around looking like a prize, he smirked. A pretty face is just a magnet for trouble. Her cheeks burned. Jerk. Ahead, a crowd was shuffling through a makeshift checkpoint. A thug with a rifle stepped up. All right, pay up. Entrance fee for Green Mountain territory is 1/5 of your stash. Call it an import tax. The crowd erupted. Are you kidding me? 20%? You might as well just mug us. We bled for these supplies. Why should we give you a cut? Yeah, hell no. The guard racked his slide. Shut your traps. Don't like it? Beat it. Go find another city. It clicked for Luo Lan. Oh, that's why we packed light. Giving up 1/5 of our good stuff would have seriously sucked. Standard operating procedure for city bases? He shrugged. These guys are actually cheap. Some places demand 50%. Or more. Can't we just sneak in? She whispered. Probably, he replied, looking bored. But that's too much hassle. We've got stuff to spare. If cash fixes the problem, why waste the brain cells? Suddenly, an engine roared behind them. A car swerved past, nearly clipping 2 pedestrians. The vehicle skidded to a stop. 3 guys hopped out, led by a dude who clearly thought he owned the place, Li Xuan. The crowd grumbled. Who do these jerks think they are? Watch the road, maniacs. A guard's face lit up. Brother Xuan, hey, what brings you down to the slums? Li Xuan sneered. What? Not happy to see me? The guard panicked. No, never that. Open the gate for Brother Xuan. Hold your horses. Li Xuan waved him off. I've got business here. The guard bowed and scraped. Name it, boss. Anything you need. All right then. Listen up. The guard nodded vigorously. We're at your service, Brother Xuan. This checkpoint is red shirt territory now, Li Xuan announced. Scram. Tian Chen froze. Red shirt. The same gang that chopped off Ding Yu's arm in the old timeline. Luo Lan nudged him. Hey, you okay? His smile was ice cold. I'm fine. Great, actually. Never better. The guard, Ailey, looked confused. But Brother Xuan? I thought Green Mountain and Red Shirt were merging. What's going on? Li Xuan looked at him like he was a bug. Kid, are you actually dumb or just pretending? You really think your pathetic little gang has enough leverage to merge with us? Ali stood his ground. Don't forget, my boss is an evolutionary too. You want a war? Li Xuan laughed. Oh, right. Good point. Except we already gutted your boss. Something round rolled across the pavement. Ali stared in horror at his boss's severed head. Boss! He charged forward, screaming, but Li Xuan was already moving. Touching loyalty? Li Xuan muttered as he cut him down. Useless to me, though. He turned to the crowd. Listen up, maggots. Green Mountain is history. This is Red Shirt turf now. New management, new rules. Hand over all your supplies. Now. The crowd shouted back. You're robbing us? That's not fair. Li Xuan grinned. Robbing? Cute. He snapped his fingers at his goons. The civilians barely had time to flinch before the beating started. Screams filled the air. Dad, stop it. Leave him alone. Mom. Honey. Chaos reigned. Li Xuan watched, bored. See, that's a robbery. But I'm a reasonable guy. You want your family back? Pay up. If you're broke, get out there and scavenge. Otherwise, we keep the hostages. Silence fell over the crowd. Then, Li Xuan's eyes locked on Luo Lan. Nice mask, sweetheart. Take it off. Let's see the goods. A goon reached for her face. Come here, doll. Wham! Luo Lan sent him flying. Hands off. Li Xuan raised an eyebrow. Feisty. I like that. Suddenly, a dozen guns were trained on them. Freeze! Luo Lan tensed. Now what? Thien Than didn't blink. What do you think? We don't wait for them to shoot. In a blur, screams erupted from the gang members. Bodies hit the floor. Li Xuan's jaw dropped. Evolutionaries? Both of you? He signaled his men to lower their weapons. My mistake. I didn't realize I was dealing with fellow supers. He sized them up. New faces, he thought. If I fight them, I might lose. But if I play this right, maybe I can recruit them. I'm Li Xuan, he said, turning on the charm. Second in command of the Red Shirt gang. Apologies for my boys. They're not the brightest bulbs. Thien Than ignored the hand. Besides you, any other evolutionaries in your little club? Naturally. My brother, Li Hai, is the boss. He's even stronger than me. He paused, sensing Thien Than's dismissive attitude. Why? You think two of you can take us? Watch your tone, pal. The Red Shirts might not run the whole city, but we're not exactly pushovers. Just because you've got powers doesn't mean you're invincible. Also, I introduced myself. You haven't even given me a name. Where's your manners? Thien Than let out a dark laugh. You're hilarious. Since when do I need to be polite to a corpse? Lai Hian's face twisted into a scowl. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Wash your ears out and listen, punk. Tell the Red Robes to disband by May 14th. That gives you exactly 1 day. If you don't, I'm wiping the floor with your entire gang. Nobody walks away. Hien snapped. You little trash. You got a death wish? Li Hien triggered his power-up, stomping the ground hard enough to crack the asphalt. His muscles bulged, veins popping. He was ready to teach this kid a fatal lesson. Thien Than didn't even flinch. With cold precision, he drove a fist straight through Li Hien's chest. The entire crowd gasped, jaws hitting the floor. Thien Than calmly slid his hand out of his opponent's chest, sending a spray of blood across the pavement. The minions froze in terror. No freaking way. Than barked, Red Robe members stay. The rest of you, get lost. Now, the goons dropped to their knees, smashing their foreheads on the concrete. Mercy! Please, don't kill us! Then checked his watch. Today is May 11th. If the Red Robe gang still exists in 3 days, I'm coming back to finish the job. One thug looked up, trembling. Wait, Thien Than? You're the psycho who smoked the Triu family's second son, then raised an eyebrow. You guys know about that? The thug nodded frantically. Yeah, man! The Triu family put a massive bounty on your head. Everyone is hunting you. Than scoffed. They actually issued a warrant? How cute. Meanwhile, back at the Red Robe base, the air was thick with tension. Boss Hai, the Triu clan is disrespecting us. They've left us hanging out here for ages. Seriously. They were all smiles when they needed us, but the second the vice leader died, they flipped the script. Li Hu gritted his teeth. In this game, respect is bought with power. With my brother dead, I'm the only evolved fighter left. We're barely a second-rate crew in Longhua City now. Of course, the Triu family looks down on us. A minion stepped forward, sweating. So what's the plan, boss? That Thien Than kid deleted Hien in 1 hit. Can we even survive a fight with him? Hui clenched his fist. We have to try. Maybe someone with a grudge against Than will step in to help. Suddenly, a bald man named Quang strutted in from the shadows. Well, if it isn't Hoi of the Red Robes. Word on the street is your brother got wasted. That true? Hoi shot him a lethal glare. Watch your mouth, Baldy. Just because we're on Triu turf doesn't mean I won't drop you. I could end your life in under 60 seconds. Kwang laughed, a mocking sound. Oh, we know you're tough, Hai, but how do you like your odds against three of us? Behind him, two thugs smirked, revealing three distinctive stripes glowing on their heads. Lai Hai froze, his eyes widening. Kwang grinned. Surprise. We all broke through. Remember how you bullied us downtown last time? Care for a rematch? Hugh cursed under his breath. Damn it. When did these three stooges evolve? If they form their own crew, they'll become a top-tier threat overnight. Just then, Hugh Luong stepped out. You three are stationed at the Imperial Hall. Are you trio men or not? The trio immediately snapped to attention. First, young master! Luong glared. Did you forget the mission my father gave you? They bowed aggressively. No, sir. We're on it right now. Hui bowed his head slightly. Thanks for the save, young master. Hu Luong turned to leave. Walk with me. Once they were in a private corridor, he asked, Do you know why I sent those three out? Hui looked confused. We found Thien Than's location, Luong said coldly. Those three are the backup team. Hui frowned. Young master, Thien Than isn't your average target. He flatlined my brother in a split second. He's dangerous, Luong smirked. Relax. I sent Bruce and Brian ahead of them. 5 evolved fighters against 1 kid? He's got nowhere to run. Hui was stunned. 5? Only the Triu family has the resources to mobilize a squad like that. Hugh stepped forward. Young master, let me join them. I want to kill him myself. Luong shook his head. No. I came to get you for something else. My father wants a word with you. Hai blinked. Boss Triu wants to see me? Meanwhile, somewhere on the street, Than was reading his own wanted poster. Dramatic music plays. Target. Thien Than. Male. 17 to 19 years old. Height. 5 to 10. Black hair. Anyone with info gets a supply reward at the Imperial Hall. Capture him alive, and you get lifetime residency at the Imperial Hall. Same perks as an evolved citizen. Than and Lam stared at the poster in silence. So, Lam said, you really did kill their son. First you tick off the local warlord. Now you're threatening to wipe out an entire gang, she teased. You're a walking disaster. You know that? Then shrugged. I don't start fights. They always swing first. She changed the subject. What about the red robes? They haven't come for you yet. Just because they aren't here now doesn't mean they aren't coming. Anyway, put your mask on. You're technically an accomplice. I didn't do anything. Whatever. Someone pointed at the poster. Does that look like him? Lam squinted. Actually, the artist sucks. You could stand right in front of them, and they wouldn't know it's you. Suddenly, a scream rang out from behind them. Thien Than, stop right there! Than turned to see a mob chasing a terrified guy down the street. Thien Than, don't run! The guy screamed back. I'm not him, I swear. I didn't kill the Triu guy. Wrong person. Why are you chasing me? The mob ignored him, sprinting past Than. Shut up! You match the description. You think we're stupid? Than and Lam exchanged a look. What a mess. Let's go see the show. Meanwhile, at the Nju Knot base, a training session was underway. Nju Knot stood surrounded by 5 attackers. He closed his eyes. Smack, smack, thud. In seconds, all 5 were on the ground. No Nat sighed. You guys need way more practice. You're too slow. He sensed movement behind him. Thien Than launched a high kick. Nu Knot ducked smoothly. She leaped back, panting. Nice, he grinned. At least you aren't lazy. Almost caught me off guard. Thien Than shook her head. You're just being modest. The gap is huge. Last week I could hold my own for a few moves. Now I can't even touch you. It's true, a student groaned. The difference between evolved and normal is like heaven and earth. That's why they call it evolution. Ho Fong clapped as he walked in. Not bad. Very sharp. He nodded at the two. Since you both broke through, your progress has been insane. Nungu Knot rubbed the back of his head. Thanks, boss, but we're still nothing compared to you. Last time you fought us one-handed and we still lost. You're doing great, Ho Fong said seriously. Your foundations are solid. Honestly, there aren't many people in Longhua City stronger than you two right now. Thien Than narrowed her eyes. Boss, you didn't come all the way down here just to boost our egos. What's wrong? Ho Fong sighed. You know me too well. I just got the intel. Your friend, Thien Than. The trio family caught him. They're prepping to execute him at the trading plaza. They were absolutely floored. Say what? No way. With his power level, getting snatched by the Triu goons? Yeah, right. That math doesn't add up. The whole expansion zone is buzzing with it, so it feels legit. But here's the kicker. My source says another rumor dropped the exact second the capture went down. Real or fake? That is the million-dollar question. I need you guys to go fact-check this mess. Word on the street is, he is hiding a cheat code for rapid evolution instant level up. Thien Than nearly choked. Excuse me? A speed hack for evolution? Nunut chimed in. Actually, the guy does have a trick up his sleeve. But here is the problem. Whether true or not, having a target painted on his back puts him in deep trouble. Ho Fong nodded. Spot on. Once this leaks, Longhua City is going to explode. Go scope it out, play it by ear, and strike when the iron is hot. Enter Kuang the Baldy, dragging out the so-called prisoner. The crowd started murmuring. You see that? Is that really him? Seriously, how did the trio clan manage to bag a beast like that? We are screwed. This is bad, Nut panicked. Quit overthinking it. We gotta bust him out. Now. Thien Than hesitated. Are you nuts? Look at the crowd. Suddenly a paper ball flicked out of nowhere. She caught it. Nut peeked over. What the heck? The note had 2 words. Come here. They spun around and spotted an evolved one lurking in the shadows. Guards went up. Who are you? We don't remember seeing your face in the zone before. Lalam smirked. I'm not the one looking for you. Thien Than's eyes narrowed. Wait, you're just the messenger. Then, a voice they knew all too well drifted out. It's me. Sharp eyes. Looks like you guys finally hit level 1. Congrats. Nut stepped forward, totally emotional. Dude, you are not. You are not. That guy on stage? Not me. Long story short, the trio morons grabbed the wrong guy. A collective sigh of relief filled the room. Thank God. Brother Ta, let's bail while the coast is clear. Come back to base with us. Thien Than nodded aggressively. Yeah, we have protection there. Even the Trieu family wouldn't dare try anything stupid on our turf. He shook his head. Pass. I have unfinished business in Long Hoa. You mean you're here to pump Brother Lai for intel? I spotted an ambush set up around the square. At least 20 evolved ones lying in wait. Does Brother Lai know what's cooking? Ngunit's jaw dropped. Over 20 of them? Did the secret get out? Thien Than raised an eyebrow. Secret? What are you guys whispering about? He spilled the beans. Rumor has it you possess a scroll for rapid evolution instant breakthroughs. Thien Than and Lalam exchanged a look and blurted out in unison. Fake news. And not just regular fake news. Nut and Thien Than stared at them, confused. What do you mean? Lalam gave a dry laugh. This rumor is a weapon aimed straight at him. He nodded. She's right. It's a trap. As soon as the decoy was captured, the rumor spread. This was scripted from the start. The scary part? The lie is wrapped around a grain of truth. Lalam suggested, should we go investigate the source? He waved it off. Nope, let's bounce. The other 3 blinked. Bounce? Bounce where? Someone set this stage thinking I'd rush in to investigate. They clearly don't know who they're dealing with. They caught a fake? Fine, let them play with their dolls. I'm not interested in their little games. By the way, about those friends I asked you to track down, any leads? Thien Than reported. Cao Phi and Lamsa aren't locals, so they're ghosts for now. But we found Din Vu. Turns out, he's actually connected to you. He frowned. Din Vu? Thien Than continued. I just got into Long Hoa today and already took out Li Hien, the number 2 guy of the Red Clad Gang. The boss of the opposing Green Mountain Gang is Trung Van Than Din Vu's biological brother. Basically, I just helped your buddy get some serious revenge. He leaned in, intense. So where is Din Vu? Is he in Long Hoa? Is he okay? She replied. Chill out. Last week, he finally triggered his evolution. Green Mountain Gang got a power boost from that, which pissed off the Red Clads. They ambushed Trung Van Than while Din Vu was out scavenging and killed him. He connected the dots. So, Din Vu isn't in Long Hoa right now. He nodded. Thanks for the intel. Once I wrap up my business, I'll link up with you guys. Nut looked suspicious. Where are you going? He smirked. Green Mountain Gang. Before little Din Vu gets back, I need to scrub the genetic underworld clean for him. You guys stay out of it. It's gonna get messy. Suddenly, Little White hopped up, demanding attention. Lalam blinked. Wait, you know this hamster? He turned to the window. Lamsa peeked out. It's going down out there. Someone's actually raiding the execution platform. He sighed. Once you're in the game, you can't quit. The others looked confused. A minute prior, Baldy Kurung was screaming, this guy killed the Trio family's 2nd son and hurt our bros. He is pure evil. No mercy. On Long Hoa turf, who has the guts to cross the Trio clan? Suicide mission, the crowd whispered. Baldy Krung, fresh recruit to the Trio clan, was busy brown-nosing, trying to be a loyal lapdog so soon. Aren't the 3 of them all the same? He raised his sword. Time to check out, kid. He swung down hard. Die. Clang. The blade was stopped cold by a metal staff. Baldy Kuang growled. Who the hell are you? Cao Phi realized his mistake instantly. Wait, this isn't Brother Thun? Why does he look like a total wreck? The air froze. Baldy Kuang raged. You dare steal our prisoner? You got a death wish? Cao Phi didn't hesitate. He introduced his staff to the guy's face. Scram! Watch how you talk to your daddy. Whack! Baudelyu's face swelled up instantly as he face-planted into the dirt. The minions panicked and opened fire on the newcomer. Cao Phi glared, flipping and weaving through the bullet rain like it was nothing. Not a single shot touched him. The goons stood frozen. Baldy Kuang screamed, clutching his swollen jaw. Cease fire! Stop wasting bullets, you idiots! He realized the truth. That guy, he is an evolved one. Panic spread. An evolved one. He's evolved. Run. Forget the show, just run. Baldy Kuang dropped his knife in terror. His earpiece crackled. Kuang, it's me. Listen closely. Abort the execution. Do not kill the prisoner. Bring him back to base alive. Baldy Kuang stammered. Boss, we have a situation. Someone just hijacked the execution. The voice on the other end spiked. Say what? Who has the balls to do that? Keep your eyes peeled. The cavalry is en route. The guard lit up like he'd seen a ghost. You got it, boss. I'll watch him like a hawk. Boss! The angel. He's gone. The bald thug whipped around. Empty space. What? Cao Phi had already snatched the target. Pop went the smoke grenade. Later! Losers! Thick gray smoke swallowed the alley. Don't just stand there! Get them! Lam Sa rendezvoused with Cao Phi. Did you find Little White? Nope. Suddenly, the dog popped up out of nowhere. Lam Sa screamed, Hey, Angel is over there. The plan was for the mutt to distract them, but he just bolted. Cao Phi was sprinting for his life with a human backpack. Told you, that dog is a liability. You never listened to me. She snapped back. Quit yapping! Just get Angel to safety! Then it hit him. Hey, Angel! Cao Phi grunted under the weight. How'd a pro like you get nabbed by these clowns? Makes no sense, Lam Sa agreed. They must have played dirty. Poisoned him, probably. Otherwise, he would have wiped the floor with them. He banked hard into a corner. Hang tight, buddy. We'll get these ropes off you as soon as we're clear. Heads up! Company! Abu and Brook blocked the path. Long Hoa is crawling with outsiders lately. Finally, something to punch. The muscle-bound duo cut off their escape. Behind them, the bald guy's crew caught up. Cao Phi sighed. Just my luck. 5 tatted-up psychos. This is gonna suck. Lam Sa gulped. 2 against 5? Cao Phi groaned. I regret everything. Should have just shanked them when I had the chance. We're toast. Save the commentary, she hissed. We need a plan, now. Suddenly, the luggage on Cao Phi's shoulder let out a muffled groan. Lam Sa softened her voice. Don't worry, Angel. We got you. High on a nearby rooftop, La Lam watched the standoff. 2 versus 5. Think they have a prayer? The real Angel smirked. Definite loss. They're done. So, we jump in? Not yet. This mess is stickier than it looks. Every evolved in the city is on the hunt. They've got lookouts posted at every exit. If that mob unites, even we get crushed. La Lam looked nervous. Then what's the play? Angel turned to the squad. Does Long Hoa have a specific type of gang? Underground, mysterious, weird methods? Wu Yi tapped his chin. Actually, yeah. That sounds familiar. There's a crew on the outskirts. Black hoods, full face masks. They usually stay out of the expansion zone drama. Name? Specs? The Black Scarf Society. 3 evolved leaders. They're heavy hitters. Ching Ching scanned with binoculars. Got 'em. Black scarves, camping in the north alley. Angel snapped his fingers. Perfect. They're the lucky winners. The others looked skeptical. Back in the alley, Cao Phi dumped the hostage in a corner and slashed the ropes. Angel, get behind me. Things are about to get ugly. Stay low. Lam Sa nodded fiercely. Don't worry, Angel. We'll die before we let them take you. The hostage burst into hysterical tears. Cao Phi and Lam Sa froze. Angel? You good, bro? The guy sobbed. I'm so moved. Total strangers risking it all for me. How can I ever repay this debt? Cao Phi squinted. Wait, what did you just say? Say no more. I won't drag you down. The guy ripped off his hood and struck a pose. Listen up, lackeys of the Triu family. You want Thien Than? Here I am. Let these heroes go. I take full responsibility. Cao Phi and Lam Sa stared at the stranger's face. Who the hell is this guy? Who are you? Lam Sa demanded. The guy blinked. I'm Thien Than. Didn't you come to rescue me? The realization hit them like a truck. Total waste of time. Dude, we don't even know you. Why would we save you? Cao Phi yelled. Say your name again. Thien Than. Ta like thanks. Teen like heaven. Tan like successes. Their jaws dropped. Thien Than. Even the bad guy, Brook, paused to listen to the absurdity. It sounds exactly the same, Cao Phi screamed. You moron, learn to enunciate. Lam Sa pointed a trembling finger. See? Even the foreigner speaks better Vietnamese than you. They turned to the gang with awkward smiles. So, return to sender? Big misunderstanding. We got the wrong guy. He's all yours. While the gang processed the stupidity, the duo tried to bail. Catch you later, Abu stepped in. Hold up. So you grabbed the wrong guy? Then this knockoff is worthless to me. Lam Sa tensed up. What's that mean? You still want to dance? Nothing violent, the thug smiled. Just come visit the Triu family. Be our guests. Cao Phi sneered. Pass. We're not really guest material. We tend to break things. Abu cracked his knuckles. Is that so? Well, my foreign friend here loves visitors. Reject his invite, and he gets cranky. Cao Phi didn't flinch. Suddenly, behind the thugs, a blade flashed. Lam Sa had made her move. The bald leader screamed. Watch your 6! Too late. Cao Phi was already in his face. Eyes on me, Chrome Dome! Whack! The baton connected, sending the guy sprawling. Cao Phi grinned at Brooke, who stood his ground. Not bad. Bring it. Psych! Instead of fighting, they bolted. Book it! The bald leader scrambled up. You idiots, okay? Just a scratch, boss. Abu and Brooke sprinted after the retreating duo. If you can walk, you can run. After them. High above, the rooftop observers tracked the movement. Status? Movement detected. Southeast alley. The hatchet gang is lying in wait. Southeast Safe House has the Scorpion crew on standby. Looks like every gang in the expansion zone wants a piece of this pie. It's a feeding frenzy. Let's move before someone else snags the prize. Suddenly, the real angel stepped out of the shadows. You gentlemen must be the Black Scarf Society. They spun around. Who asks? A thug threw a punch, but Angel caught it with a lazy palm. The thug froze, shock written all over his face. Angel didn't even break a sweat. He squeezed. The thug's eyes bugged out as his fist was slowly crushed. The thug thought, this guy's grip is insane, stronger than the boss. I'm totally pinned. Before his partner could even counter, Sky tossed them both like garbage. Two mid-tier heavy hitters, taken out like trash. They hit the dirt hard. Sky snorted. Time to beg. Hey, look, you're a beast, okay? We can't beat you. But we're with the Black Scale Society. But give us a break, yeah? Just a little professional courtesy? 5-1 cut in. Black Scales? Please. You don't get respect for a name tag. You earn it with your fists. The thug realized 5-1 was involved too. Great. Aside from Fox, I didn't know they had hitters like this. If we clash, the Black Scales are screwed. And this guy, he took us both down in 2 moves. Even if the boss steps in, our odds of winning are basically 0. Heads hit the pavement. Mercy, we surrender, Sky asks. Wait, I hear your crew has 3 evolved ones. Where's the third? Our boss holds down the fort, the thug stammered. She doesn't get out much. Sky nodded. Perfect. I need a favor from you two. They nodded like bobbleheads. Anything. Just name it, sir. Sky leaned in. Tell your boss to stay out of my business. And here's the kicker, tell her. But don't breathe a word to anyone else. If you do, I'll pay you a personal visit. They shivered, agreeing instantly. We swear. Lips sealed. We're leaving. Consider it done. Hold up, Sky said, voice dropping a few degrees. I didn't say we were finished. Clothes. Off. The 2 thugs covered their chests, terrified. Meanwhile, downtown, the streets were packed with a mob closing in. Baldy asked, Hey, Abu, why are the Hatchet Boys trailing us? You invite them to the party? Hardly, Abu growled. We've got bad blood. How could they help me? My scouts say the Southern Skies crew is here too. What a mess. Even the Blue Sand duo was shocked. Where'd this army come from? Cao Phi sighed. Beats me. Kid, you're fast. Bail out now. No way, she said, jaw set. We leave together. Cao Phi grabbed her arm. Too late. Trust me. He hurled Lam Sa out of the kill zone. Go! She hit the ground amidst the rising dust. Cao Phi, she screamed. Cao Phi sighed, dropping his weapon. All right, fellas, I surrender. They dragged him to a warehouse. Baldy tied him up tight. Thought you were tough, huh? Make me look bad again and you're dead meat. You've got a death wish, punk. Abu stepped in. Relax. Hey, kid, you've got skills. How about joining the Chau family? Cao Phi blinked. Join you guys? Abu nodded. Yep, sign up. And I guarantee you walk out of here alive today. You're protecting me? Cao Phi asked, acting surprised. A rival laughed. Abu, quit lying. Every Evo in the district is here. You think the Chaos run this town? Abu shrugged. We talk with fists lately. Want a taste? The rival spat. Your crew is tough, but you can't fight us all. Don't think you can hoard the prize. Cao Phi interrupted. Hey, enough drama. Who's actually saving my ass here? Let's be clear. Whoever saves me, that's who I roll with. The rival shouted. Listen, pal. Hatchets. Southern Skies. Scorpions. We're united. 8 Evos. We're your best bet. Another guy scoffed. Please. The Hatchet gang is a joke. What kind of garbage are you spouting? The rival raged. Say that again. Cao Phi rolled his eyes at the bickering. Morons. Abu tried again. Forget them. My 3 Heroes Alliance and Long Hung gang have the numbers. They can't touch us. Cao Phi thought, a bunch of meatheads, all of them. Aloud, he played along. Yeah, those guys look pretty brain dead to me. So, what's the play? Cao Phi asked. Suddenly, a voice in his head. Kid, I like your style. Stick with me. You're safe. Telepathy? Cao Phi thought. That's right, Abu projected. My special talent. Join me, and I'll make you rich. Cao Phi grinned loud and fake. Me? I've got no pride. Feed me, and I'll call you daddy. People say I'm spineless anyway. Abu leading me? Sounds like a sweet deal. Only one problem, Cao Phi added, voice cold. I have a knack for picking winners. And you? You don't have the guts to be my boss. Abu took a drag of his cigarette. Who said you were soft? He blew smoke in Cao Phi's face. You seem pretty hard-headed to me. Meanwhile, Lam Sa was sprinting, panic rising. Lost Sky, now Cao Phi. Stop crying. Think, how do I save him? Suddenly, a shadow blocked her path. What's the rush, sweetie? 5-1 teased. Talk to me. She flashed a dagger. Get lost! 5-1 laughed. Feisty. I didn't expect that, but if you don't move, don't blame me for getting rough. Sky stepped out from the shadows. I'm not scared of god-tier enemies, just idiot teammates. You two are a magnet for trouble. Lam Sa's face lit up. Sky. Elsewhere, Din Vu stared at a photo, incense burning. Brother, times are tough. This is all I can offer right now. But don't worry, those red-robe punks are gonna pay. A subordinate burst in. Boss, we have news on Sky. Din Vu spun around. Where? Central Square. The chaos captured him. They're planning an execution. Din Vu grabbed his gear. Stay here. I'm handling this solo. But boss, that's the Chau family. You can't. Din Vu didn't look back. My brother died while I did nothing. Sky saved me. I'm not letting him die too. If I don't come back, you're in charge. Cao Phi was totally boxed in. It was a circus. Someone from the crowd yelled, Hey, standing around like statues isn't gonna fix this. How about we actually talk? Talk? Screw that, a voice boomed. Like I said, we do this the hard way. Winner takes the prize. You think we're soft like those axe-head losers? Violence is so barbaric. Shut your trap, Cam. One more stupid word and you're toast. Abu stepped in, commanding the room. All right, zip it. Focus. Why are we even here? We all know the score, he continued. This kid risked his neck for Angel. That means they're tight. Like ride or die tight. We grab the kid, we find Angel. Simple. Standing here having a staring contest isn't getting us paid. I've got a pitch, a voice cut in. Old school rules. King of the hill. You run the gauntlet, beat every challenger, you take the hostage. Sam, Dan, you down for a round-robin beatdown? Sam Dan nodded. You mean a wheel battle? Exactly. If you guys agree, I'll represent the Chau clan. Suddenly 5-1 stepped up, grinning. Whoa, a party this good? You can't leave the beehive out of the fun. Looks like you're cozying up to the chaos, Abu sneered. Where's Boss Ho? Did you bail on him? 5-1 laughed. Traitor this, traitor that. I call it smart business. A wise bird picks the best branch, and the Chau clan pays way better than your precious Boss Ho. Cao Phi's head was spinning. Beehive? Longhua City? Just how many gangs run this town? Suddenly, he spotted Angel in a full face mask, giving him the universal shut-up signal. Abu smirked. 5-1. You snoozed. You lose. Is that right? 5-1 shot back. Because I don't see it that way. We've got Lam Sa. The girl is ours. You snagged the girl? Abu blinked, caught off guard. Well, not us exactly. These two badasses from the Black Scale Guild did the heavy lifting. Abu swallowed the bait hook, line, and sinker. Black Scale, huh? Lucky break. Abu locked eyes with the masked figure. The air got heavy, dead silent. Abu's mind raced. I can't read this guy. My sensory range hits a brick wall 5 meters out. I can't penetrate his shield. His psychic stats must be off the charts. Black Scale really is hiding some sleeping dragons. Whatever. High mental power usually means he fights like a wimp physically. Abu laughed. What's the plan? One hostage wasn't enough, so you want to bag the whole crew? A man's got a dream, right? 5-1 shrugged. Maybe I get lucky. Fine, Abu agreed. You brought the fighter, we can't say no. But I've got one condition for every gang leader here. Spill it! Someone yelled. Abu smirked. Come on, use your brains. It's obvious. Boss Ho Fong is banned. He sits this one out. The crowd murmured agreement immediately. Yeah, no, Ho Fong. That's fair. We agree. See that? Abu spread his hands, gloating. Voice of the people. Everyone knows Boss Ho is the top dog in the expansion zone. If he's out, we actually have a shot at winning. Baldy Kwong whispered, Boss Abu, you're a genius. With Ho gone, the Chau clan takes the pot. 5-1 rolled his eyes. You're so fake, Abu. Acting like it's for the public good when you're just stacking the deck for yourself. Abu ignored the jab. It's settled. Boss Ho is benched. Only the fighters standing here right now can enter the ring. Abu turned to the mob, grinning like a shark. So, do we have an accord? Sam Dan's lackey whispered, Boss, is this smart? It works. Chau is tough, but he can't survive a gauntlet against this many guys. As long as Ho stays home, the field is open. He raised a hand. The Axe Gang is in. And the rest of you? Abu pressed. Dominoes fell. Nam Thien Guild is in. Long Hung Guild agrees. Perfect, Abu snapped. Let's get this bloodbath started. Who's up first? 5. One started cracking his knuckles, but Angel grabbed his shoulder from behind. No, Angel stepped forward. I'll take this one. Abu frowned at the wild card. 5. One hissed. Dude, this is a gauntlet run. It's a marathon. Going first is suicide. Angel just shrugged. No sweat. Abu sneered. A psychic build volunteering for the first leg? Idiot, he signaled Baldy Kwong. Go teach him a lesson. Kwong stepped into the ring, flexing. All right, pretty boy, make your move. Abu relaxed. Kwong is only second-tier trash, but he's plenty strong enough to crush a squishy psychic user. Once he wins, we sit back and let the other idiots tire each other out. I'll save Brooks for the finale. Bam! Kwong was launched through the air like a ragdoll, flying back to his own crew. Abu's jaw hit the floor. He's too strong. That's impossible. Where does a kid get that kind of power? Sam Dan's crew was panicking. Boss, what just happened? He got folded in a blink. Kwong didn't even twitch. Abu turned to Brooks. Did you track his speed? He's fast, Brooks admitted, but Kwong was guarding low. He got cocky. What are your odds against him? Hard to say. Fine, Abu decided. We need more data. He nodded at Ho Tu from the Nam Thien Guild. You, get in there. Ho Tu strutted out, chest puffed. Black scale? You outsiders have some nerve stepping into the expansion zone. You're asking for a death wish. Kid, I'll give you one chance. Walk away, or I paint the floor with you. Angel didn't blink. Ho Tu growled, insulted by the silence, and snapped his fingers for his gear. It took 3 guys to haul out a massive broadsword. The crowd gasped. That's Ho Tu's blade. It's a beast. Finally get to see it in action. Sparks flew as he dragged the steel monstrosity across the concrete. He hoisted it onto his shoulder. Don't say I didn't warn you. Grab a weapon, kid, unless you want to. He froze. The killing intent was already breathing down his neck. Bam. One casual fist sent the giant flying into the back row. Ho Tu coughed up a pint of blood and passed out cold. Angel didn't even look down. Next. Damn, 5-1 whispered. He wasn't this fast when we fought Han Lei at the service station. He's leveling up, Brooks stiffened. Okay, he's actually dangerous. Abu grabbed his arm. Not yet. Stick to the plan. This dude was itching for a beatdown. Totally ignored his squad screaming his name, just charged in headfirst like a raging bull. Bam! Knuckles collided in a massive shockwave. The impact sent him flying backward. He shook it off, realizing he was dealing with a top-tier speedster, a literal blur. His team started shouting for a rematch. The guy zoomed in, unleashing a combo from hell. Angel smirked internally. This speed rivaled that La Girl's. All right, let's have some fun with this kid. Abu was sweating bullets. This was messy. Even a win now would be a Pyrrhic victory. Brooke was burning out fast. He wasn't just going to lose the next round. He might get dropped right here. It was coming down to the wire. Sam watched the flurry of blows intently. A lackey leaned in, nervous. Yo, Sam, think Brooks got a shot? Hard to say, Sam muttered. Brooks going full throttle, but he can't keep that pace up forever. Abu chimed in from the shadows. Exactly what I was thinking. Sam jumped, looking around for the voice. His eyes landed on Abu. It's me, you moron, the voice echoed in his head. Telepathy. It's my special little trick. Handy, right? The voice continued. But listen, Brooks toast. 80% chance he goes down, and if he falls, we all go down with him. Sam waited for the play. So, what's the plan? Abu's mental voice turned cold. Do exactly as I say. This is our last Hail Mary. Brooke was gassed, stumbling backward, lungs burning. Meanwhile, Angel looked like he hadn't even broken a sweat. Brooke had to admit this guy was a monster. Finally, the kid spoke up. All right, I'm Brooke, he wheezed. Who the hell are you? The opponent paused. Call me Black Hand. The crowd erupted in whispers. Black Hand? Isn't he the Black Scales #2? Since when is he this cracked? Dude must have been sandbagging this whole time. Level like that. Only Ho Fong could handle him. Brooke reached into his coat, eyes blazing. Black Hand, you're the real deal. I'm taking the kid gloves off. Jaws dropped everywhere. Brooke flashed 2 wicked daggers. Don't hold back, he warned, because I won't. No breathing techniques? Yet he hit peak tier 1 that fast? Angel mused. Impressive. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to Abu. You want a fair one-on-one, Angel said, loud enough for the room to hear. Too bad your buddy over there has other plans. Brooke looked confused. Angel started pointing fingers. Sniper on the balcony, spy in the crowd, redhead on the flank. He locked eyes with Abu. And you, the mastermind blocking the exits. You're trying to jump me. Abu feigned innocence. What are you babbling about? Mental sensing isn't my main gig, Angel scoffed. But it's enough to spot your 6 goons. I see everything. Nunat slammed his fist. Abu, you snake. That dirty mixed blood rat. Nam Thien stepped in, blocking him. Chill out, Nugunat. It's been ages. Is that any way to greet your big brother? He glared at Nam Thien. Back off. Sam stepped up, flanking them. We don't want trouble. Just making sure nobody does anything stupid. Surrounded and fuming, Ngunat couldn't get a word out. Thien Than grabbed his arm. Don't lose it yet. Let's watch. Angel's voice dropped an octave. You wrote the rules. One-on-one rotation. Now you want a mosh pit? Abu shrugged, dropping the act. Fine. Mask off. The black scale gets erased today, period. Sam and Nam Thien tighten the circle. Nunyat, this doesn't concern you. Stay out of it. Target locked, one sneered, grabbing Lalam's wrist. After today, the black scale is barely a memory in Long Hoa City. Crunch. She planted her boot directly into his face. Get your hands off me! He hit the floor like a sack of potatoes. Abu frowned. Just how many monsters does this guild have? Nunyat and Thien Than watched in awe. Badass. Abu signaled the squad. They began to close in on Lalam. Angel cringed. Crap. If she snaps now, she'll go nuclear. And in her current state, even I can't put a leash on that chaos. Brooke barked at Abu. Call it off. I want him fair and square. Abu shook his head. Stow the honor, kid. We can't afford to lose. Brooke stood his ground. They say a man's word is gold here. I might be Western, but that makes sense to me. One-on-one means one-on-one. Anything else is cowardice. Abu ground his teeth, veins popping. Angel sighed. All right, enough drama. You brought a squad to jump me? Fine. Send them all. The room went silent. Excuse me? Abu blinked. Say that again? Angel pointed at Brooke, then swept his finger around the room. You, your 6 goons, and him, all at once. Let's go. Abu smirked. This worked. 1 versus 7? Your funeral, Black Hand. But internally, he worried we have the numbers, but zero team chemistry. Once the chaos starts, the other factions will try to snatch the girl. My numbers advantage could turn into a cluster feck. Well, Abu grinned. Wish granted. No! Brooke shouted. Abu looked ready to snap. What is your problem now? He literally asked for it. Brooke crossed his arms. I said no. This is my fight. Solo. I don't need backup. Abu was losing it. This isn't a sparring match, you idiot. Stick to the plan. Brooke stepped up. You don't own me, scumbag. Abu froze, insulted. Excuse me? Brooke enunciated clearly. Do I need to spell it out? SCUMBAG. Cao Phi and Lamsa burst out laughing. Oh my god, getting roasted by the tourist. Baldy patted Abu's shoulder. Easy, boss. Abu took a breath, switching gears. Plan A was Brooke distracting him while the squad moved in for the kill. Time for Plan B. Brooke, get out of the ring, Abu ordered. We'll pretend that tantrum didn't happen. I won't report you, but you're benched. Done. He turned to Angel. All right, Black Hand. 1 versus 6. Still feeling brave? Let's roll, Angel yawned. I'm getting bored. Abu grinned. Get him! The circle tightened. 6 fighters closing in on 1. Okay, that's cute, Angel analyzed. 3 tanks on the inside to crush me, 3 speedsters on the perimeter to keep me pinned. Solid formation. But a formation like that needs perfect sync. If they fumble even a little, I'm going to pick them apart like Lego pieces. Thien Than decided to play eeny, meeny, meeny. You. He launched a fist straight at the leader's face. You're up first, pal. The other 3 froze, jaws on the floor. Thien Than was soloing a 3-man squad like it was nothing. One guy tried a sneak attack from 6 o'clock, but the kid had eyes in the back of his head, weaving through their combo attacks like smoke. Switch up. Thien Than locked eyes on the next victim, crossing his wrists just in time to catch a flying kick that would have taken anyone else's head off. Peripheral check, another goon charging in. Thien Than tracked him, watching a haymaker aim straight for his gut. Good thing he backpedaled. He realized something was off. These guys were syncing up way too perfectly. If 3 brute force types decided to dogpile him at once, things might actually get sticky. Thien Than closed his eyes, confusing the heck out of them. What's the play here? The kid curled a finger, the universal sign for bring it. Don't just stand there gaping. Come get some. The thug took that personally. Son of a. He's mocking us. The whole squad rushed Thien Than for the kill, but the second they moved, it clicked. A psychic web. Someone was blanket casting a neural link over the arena to sync all 6 fighters. No wonder their teamwork was so buttery smooth. But linking that many minds at level 1? That has got to be draining the battery like crazy. Veins popped on Abu's forehead, glowing cherry red as he mentally puppeted every strike, igniting the seal patterns, huh? Let's see how long you can keep that engine running before you burn out. Cao Phi gaped. 1 versus 7? Can he actually pull that off? Lamsa cut the chatter. Could you? He scoffed. Please. Comparing me to him just hurts my feelings. I swear I am hitting the gym after this. Nunyat couldn't help wondering. 1 against 6. Could our boss handle that? Thien Than hesitated. Hard to say. Last time the boss took on 4 evolved fighters from the Triu family, it ended in a double knockout. Messy business. Sam Dan shrugged. I still think Ho Fong has the edge. The guy is a powerhouse. Even the Triu elites walk on eggshells around him. Nam Thien wasn't so convinced. It is a toss-up. Lalam studied Abu. Does that guy have an infinite mana pool or what? Meanwhile, he is thinking the kid must have a radar installed, dodging attacks from blind spots like he wrote the choreography himself. On the flip side, their crew was getting dismantled. Every counterattack left another guy bleeding on the pavement. We are gonna lose at this rate, Abu mentally broadcasted. Listen up! Full power output! Rush him head on, all at once! Hesitate and we are toast! The goon squad lined up like bowling pins. Perfect. Thien Than grinned. This was exactly what he was baiting them into. His arm began to glow, muscles locking into overdrive. Ngu Not started to yell, but Thien Than silenced him. Something was wrong. The attackers froze. The kid's arm was changing color. What kind of freakish ability was that? Abu panicked. We are out of time. Move! Damn it, there was no plan B. He refused to believe one punk could drop his entire squad. Thien Than unleashed the beast. Time for a test drive! A glowing crimson fist slammed into the air. The spectators gasped as the entire attacking line was blasted backward like they had been hit by a semi-truck. Bodies hit the floor, bruised and battered. Thien Than stood amidst the carnage, arm muscles still rippling with residual energy. Cao Phi and Lam Sa lost it. What the hell just happened? That was terrifyingly smooth. Lalam exhaled. Ngu Not was already cheering the victory. The opposition knew when they were beat. Thanks for not killing us. We fold. Abu couldn't process the math. Impossible. 6 evolved fighters going nuclear at once, and he just shattered the formation? This kid was a monster. Time to call in Uncle Lay and the first young master. Abu tried to slink away into the shadows, but a voice iced him in his tracks. Did I say you could leave? You think I didn't see you pulling the strings? Abu sneered, playing the lawyer card. I go by Black Hand now? Look, I never threw a punch. You touch me. You are breaking the rules. Thien Than scoffed. Now you care about the rulebook? Too little, too late. A fist connected with a sickening crunch, turning Abu's face into an abstract painting. The crowd flinched as he face-planted. I am ending him, Thien Than announced. Brooke jumped in to block, blabbering something in a foreign tongue. Thien Than, annoyed, rocked his jaw. Speak English, moron! Brooke skidded backward, boot soles smoking, blood streaming from his nose. Thien Than didn't even blink. Stone cold. Abu wiped the blood from his mouth. You idiot. You know the Triyu family's status. Even Ho Fong wouldn't dare execute one of the 4 little dragons. Suddenly, a deep laugh echoed through the arena. Huh? Who's there? Ho Fong strutted in, dripping with disdain. Since when did you trash-tier thugs start calling yourselves the 4 little dragons? Ngu Not and Thien Than lit up. Boss Ho! The crowd erupted. It is Ho Fong! He is actually here! The debate about Black Hand being stronger died instantly. This was Ho Fong, the man, the myth. He was the undisputed king of the expansion zone. Black Hand? Just a shiny new rookie with potential. Thien Than sized him up. The Fist King, Ho Fong. Ho Fong cut to the chase. Do me a solid, kid. Let this one slide. Spare him. Ngu Not balked. Boss, why are you vouching for a traitor? Ho Fong sighed. Business is business. Yeah, the guy is a rat. I shouldn't care, but I owe him. Without him back in the day, there wouldn't be a Fong Sao organization. I save his neck today, and the slate is clean. We are square. The crowd nodded. That is the kind of honor you expect from the zone boss. Abu, that lucky weasel, just won the lottery on a second chance at life. Thien Than didn't flinch. Denied. That is between you and him. Got nothing to do with me. Today, he dies. The crowd gasped. The rookie was actually dissing Ho Fong to his face? Ho Fong's smile faded. Looks like it is going to be the hard way. The spectators, bloodthirsty as ever, started chanting, Fight! 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 Ngu Not stood there, sweating bullets while the arena shook with noise. Great. Stuck between his boss and his bro, Ho Fong and Thien Than locked eyes, calculating threat levels. Finally, the older man broke the silence. All right. I am acting like an old nag over a traitor. Not worth blowing up our friendship over, right? My mistake, kid. Don't hold it against me. But the second the words left his lips, Thien Than vanished. Ho Fong snapped his head to the side. Thien Than was already on top of Abu. Boom. A crater appeared where a face used to be. The crowd's jaws unhinged. Thien Than smirked. Fast response time. Ho Fong glanced at the perimeter. Man, it is a regular block party today. Even the heavy hitters are showing up. Uncle Lay stepped into the light, shifting the entire vibe of the room. Brooke scooped up Abu like a bridal carry. Abu thrashed around, humiliated. Put me down, you idiot! Brooks dropped him immediately. Ho Fong chuckled. Well. 3 of the Triu's 4 little dragons in one spot, just missing the big brother. Uncle La waved it off. Dragons? Please. Just children playing make-believe with fancy titles. I'm way too old to be babysitting you drama queens, Angel thought to himself, narrowing his eyes. This old geezer isn't just some random NPC. Rewind 2 seconds. Brooks and this Uncle La guy stepped in before I could turn Abu into a smear on the pavement. La tanked my hit like it was a mosquito bite. Dark mood engaged. High-tier psychic abilities and peak-level speedster stats. Plus, he calls himself Uncle Lee. My full power smash hit him and felt like punching a giant marshmallow. He used some slick technique to nullify the kinetic force. The guy is technically a Tier 1 peak, but he fights with the weight of a Tier 2 heavy. Unless I go full supernova right now, there is zero chance I am stopping this crew. Still, that force cancellation trick? Kinda dope. La played the peacemaker. Young blood. Learn some chill. Abu. Apologize to the man and we walk. The crowd gasped. The tea was piping hot today. It was basically a villain convention. Would Black Hand give face to the Chau family? He didn't even flinch for Boss Fang earlier. Why bow to Chau now? I smell a sequel fight coming. Angel wasn't buying the peace treaty. If Sorry fixed problems, why would I need these fists? Uncle La sighed. So, what's your price? Angel pointed at the door. Get lost. La blinked, clearly not used to people with a spine. Angel continued. Keep the apology. Just get that moron out of my face. Oh, bristled. Black Hand. You arrogant whack. La backhanded him into next week. La barked. Abu! The man said, scram. Do you speak English? You really want to challenge this guy? Smack! Another slap sent Abu rolling across the asphalt. Even Brooks winced. Damn, Uncle Lee's discipline style was rated R. La dusted off his hands. Young man. Black Hand, right? Black Scale Society. Solid work. Catch you on the flip side. Brooks looked disappointed. Shame. Really wanted to throw hands. Boss Fang nodded approvingly at Angel. Angel turned to the rest of the gawkers. Anyone else want a piece? They shrank back. No way. We're good, sir. Angel looked at Boss Fang. Well? Fang shrugged. Show's over, folks. I'm just a late arrival. Fang smoothed his suit. An impartial observer. Not my circus, not my monkeys. My friend from Black Scale wiped the floor with you lot. By the laws of the jungle, the prizes are his. Speak now, or forever hold your peace. Thien Than and Thien folded instantly. Boss Feng called it. Black Hand is the champ. We're out. Feng asked. Anyone else? Silence. It was unanimous. Cao Phi and Lam Sa let out a breath they had been holding for 20 minutes. Angel hissed at La Lam to look alive. Don't blow my cover, you guys are still hostages. Suddenly, a weapon whizzed through the air straight at them. Spidey senses tingling, they dodged just in time. Vu stepped out of the shadows. What's the rush? I haven't signed off on this. His eyes were cold. Nobody leaves with them. Angel's jaw dropped. Vu? Here? Vu whipped out a pair of nunchucks and walked toward him. You want the prisoners? Vu spun the chucks. Beat me first. Angel's face got serious. Lam Sa looked between them, totally confused. Plot twist? Vu repeated his challenge. Sandan squinted. Who is this suicidal emo kid? Thien whispered. Vu, second in command. Green Mountain Gang. The gang the red shirts just deleted? Is this kid trying to speedrun a death wish? The crowd murmured. Vu was a freshly awakened Evo. Does he want to die? Angel called out. Hey, can I ask a question? Vu tensed. What? Angel pointed at Cao Phi. What do you want with them? Vu glared. None of your damn business. Angel pressed. I'm the one holding the keys. You want to take them. Give me a reason. Vu narrowed his eyes. What's your angle? Thien raised an eyebrow. Black Hand is negotiating? Does Vu have dirt on him? Sandan shrugged. Don't ask me, bro. No reason. Vu spat. Angel helped me get payback. I owe him. This is for him. Vu caught Angel staring. What are you looking at? Fight! Angel felt a pang in his chest. Stubborn idiot. You haven't changed a bit. Kid, walk away. Angel lowered his voice. This isn't your league. Save the advice. Vu snapped. Do I get them or not? Angel shook his head. You're too weak. You can't protect them. Vu decided it was better to fight than leave them with this stranger. Talk is cheap. He launched himself at Angel. Angel crossed his arms. Slam. He slid back to create space. Nunchucks? Seriously? That amplifies the impact force massively. Standard blades snap like twigs against Evos, Angel calculated. But blunt force? Flexible weapons? Smart choice. I really need to go shopping for some gear. The stick whizzed past. Angel snatched the chain midair. They locked eyes, nose to nose. Boss Feng smirked. Now it's a party. Quit it! Listen to me! Angel hissed. Go to hell! Vu screamed, driving a fist straight into Angel's face. Lam Sa and Cao Phi gasped. Holy crap! The crowd went wild. Only Boss Feng didn't blink. Vu froze. He took it? Angel's hand clamped over Vu's fist like a vice. Before Vu could breathe, Angel slammed him into the dirt. Checkmate. Angel delivered a chop to the neck. Bag him. He comes with us, the crowd whispered. Welp, that kid is toast. Green Mountain Gang? Extinct. La Lam watched Angel's back. He took that punch on purpose, made it look like rage so he could capture him. Clever bastard. But Vu wasn't out. Angel blinked. Seriously? I'm not done, Vu groaned. Vu's knuckles turned white on his weapon. You think that stops me? I hate owing debts. Debt paid, revenge taken. Vu planted his feet in front of Cao Phi, swaying but defiant. You want them? He shouted. Step over my dead body. Din Vu doubled down. I said it once, I'll say it again. Over my dead body. As long as I've got breath in my lungs, these punks aren't laying a finger on you guys. Cao Phi played the peacemaker. Bro, quit making a scene. Let's just bounce. Lam Sa nodded furiously. Yeah, exactly. It's not like we're besties or anything. She shot him a look. Cao Phi turned beet red. I don't know why, but I'm actually kinda touched, Lam Sa snapped. Touched my foot. Get a grip. Thien Than stepped in. Cut it out. You're just digging your own grave, and I'm not attending the funeral. Even if you have a death wish, I'm not signing off on it. He wanted to scream, you moron. With those runes flaring up, taking him down gently was going to be a nightmare. Only one option, hit hard, hit fast. Just then, Ho Fong pulled a vanishing act. While everyone stood there with their jaws on the floor, he flashed behind Din Vu, locking him down. Wham! A palm strike to the spine. Din Vu gasped before crumbling like a sack of potatoes. Nam Thien stared. Whoa. First time seeing the old man use that move in person, so Dan smirked. Dragon coiling hand. Classic. Ho Fong picked that up from his old dojo days. He reset Din Vu's bones with a sickening crack, then dusted his hands. He'll be out for an hour. Whatever happens next is on you, kid. Thanks for the save, Thien Than muttered. Ho Fong signaled Ngu Not. Pack it up, we're leaving. Thien Than watched him go. King of fists, huh? Guy's definitely not just all talk. Ngu Not bowed. Boss, you worked hard. Nam Thien and Sam Dan shuffled over to apologize. Hey man, sorry for the trouble. We owe you a drink or something. My bad. Seriously, one stammered. Thien Than's eyes went cold. Get lost! They didn't need telling twice, tails tucked. They scrambled. We're gone! We're gone! Ning Not whispered to his boss while Thien Than called out. Thien Than, what's up? Just come back to the hive with us. You're new here. You got nowhere else to crash. Thien Than shook his head. Got business to handle. Thien Than looked worried, but Ho Fong cut in. Let him be, Thien Than. Little brother Tsi's got his own path. Fine, she pouted. Ho Fong left a parting offer. You've got skills, kid. If you get bored, swing by the hive. Thien Than etched it into his memory. Ho Fong did me a solid. I always pay my debts. I'll be waiting, Ho Fong waved. See ya. Cao Phi stretched, groaning. Man, I'm dying of boredom here. Lam Sa rolled her eyes. Oh, shut it. We did it to save you, remember? You kidding? He scoffed. If it wasn't for me, would you even be seeing Thien Than right now? She fumed. You said I was blind. How come you didn't recognize Thien Than either, huh? Cao Phi raised his hands. Okay, my bad. Honest mistake. Lam Sa huffed, not buying it. Little White trotted over, and she greeted the pup. Thien Than sneered. Save it. Put your two brains together and you're still not as smart as the dog. Helping Din Vu up? Someone asked. What's the play? We're going to the Green Mountain Gang to clean up this kid's mess. Lam Sa gasped. Wait, we gotta pick someone up first. Thien Than threw Din Vu over his shoulder. Who? She turned to Lalam. Someone Miss La is dying to see. Lalam froze, waiting. Lam Sa led them to a shack and knocked. Open up! Silence. She sighed and started the secret code. Heaven King, Earth Tiger, Pagoda Traps River Monster, mushrooms in the chili. A little girl peeked out. You're back. Find the big brother? Lalam stopped breathing when she saw La Tuyette. Big sis! The girl launched into a hug. Thien Than nudged them. Inside! Now! Everyone's here! He slammed his blade on the table and collapsed into a chair. Spill it, he demanded. How'd you find this hideout? They shrugged. Not rocket science. We literally sniffed you out. Thien Than smacked them. English, please. Cao Phi rubbed his head. Captain Lam sent us. Said you'd head to Long Hoa. After we escaped, we were gonna hit So Xiao, but Lam insisted Long Hoa was the move. Where's the rest of the squad? Thien Than asked. Went ahead to the city. They took Little Tuyette when we split. Ah, makes sense. Thien Than leaned back. So, what did you learn from this little disaster? There are over 30 evolved users outside Long Hoa. Some are already peaking at level 1 or hitting level 2. You guys had a 3-month head start and still let them catch up. My breathing technique? Wasted on you. Lam Sa looked at her feet. I didn't think. Thien Than cut her off. You've gotten soft. Too comfortable. Boot camp starts tomorrow. I'm running it. He glanced at La Tuyette. Kid know the breathing method yet? Nope. Teach her, he ordered Lam Sa. On it. La Tuyette's eyes sparkled. You mean it? I'm gonna get superpowers like you guys? Lalam stared at him. Thien Than ignored the awkward silence. Anyway, let's deal with the elephant in the room. Stop playing possum, Din Vu. You've been awake since we got here. He poked Din Vu's neck. The guy sat up, startling Cao Phi and Lam Sa. Dang. Nothing gets past you. My radar covers 5 meters, genius. Din Vu sighed. You're Thien Than. I knew it. I couldn't blow my cover back there, so I had to fight you. Suddenly, Din Vu dropped to his knees. Thien Than jumped. Whoa, what the hell? Stand up, man. Brother Than. From today on, my life is yours. You say jump, I ask how high. You might think I'm just playing hero, but trust me, I owe you. Thien Than shook his head. No, I'm the one paying off a debt here. This was my duty. Let's kill the who owes who talk right now. Just remember, Din Vu is Thien Than's brother. End of story. Din Vu looked like he'd been struck by lightning. Brothers, Thien Than affirmed. Now rest. Don't overthink it. You blew your runes. You're weak as a kitten right now. Cao Phi started to head out, but Thien Than stopped him. Hey, teach Din Vu the breathing method. It'll heal him faster. He turned to La Lam. You, with me. It's dangerous out there, so keep it down. We might be pulling an all-nighter outside. The rest of you, stay here and train. La Tuyette and Cao Phi exchanged mischievous looks. Overnight? Outside? Alone? Cao Phi grinned. Do you even have to ask? Whack! Lamsa clubbed him over the head. Pervert. Guy's whining like a total baby. Hey, take Snow for a walk. Don't let her pick up his bad habits. I'll teach you the breathing tech. Snow looked up, wide-eyed. Where are we going? Blood bank, Sky replied, rolling up his sleeves. Her skin had turned jet black, but that one scale was glowing red. Lamb freaked out. What the hell is happening? Sky shrugged. I had a hunch this was coming. That black armor's been spreading for 2 days. If we don't put a lid on it, things are gonna get ugly. You need fresh blood. Like, gallons of it. Outside, the undead were throwing a tantrum. Lamb looked nervous. It's been 3 months since the apocalypse dropped. You really think there's juice left in the tank? Sky nodded. Unless someone raided it? Yeah. This is the biggest blood hub in the Central District. Top-tier thermal tech. Power could cut for a year, and the plasma would still be fresh. Her jaw hit the floor. Wait, plasma works too? Frozen red blood cells too. All-you-can-eat buffet for you, he teased. But we're not alone. Lot of infected nearby. I'm picking up some serious bad vibes. High-tier infected? Lamb asked. Sky sighed, annoyed. Yup. Stick to me like glue and don't die. Suddenly, a car screamed past them. Heads up, she yelled. We got company. The car was tearing up the asphalt, a conga line of screaming zombies hot on its tail. Sky grinned. They're drawing the freaks out. Probably after the blood bank too. We'll let them flush the place, then we swoop in. The driver drifted like a pro. Someone leaned out the window. Strapped. Bang, bang. A couple of stubborn zombies dropped dead. The car peeled out. Sky analyzed the move. Clean getaway. Pros. Can't underestimate these guys. Lamb nudged him. They're getting out. That's a big crew. Sky stayed low. Let them breach first. We follow. The squad moved in to sweep. Hurry it up before the biters come back for seconds, one shouted. Pop! A zombie took a bullet to the brain. Clear. What's the read? Lamb whispered. Sky focused. The guy with the machete in the middle. He's a level 1 evolver. He's small fry. I sensed a high-tier monster earlier, but the signal vanished. Lamb blinked. If it's just a level 1, we're good. Did the monster bail? No. Sky's eyes narrowed. It's an ambush predator. Stay close. Suddenly, squeak, squeak. They both jumped. He glared at the fluff ball. Why is the hamster here? I don't know, Lamb admitted. Totally forgot I had him. Sky frowned. Something was off. Weird. I can't sense the rat at all. Didn't notice it this morning either. It just appeared. I'm totally blind to it. What the? He checked the scruff of the hamster's neck. A rune. No way. Little guy evolved. That doesn't make sense. The virus only hits humans. He stared at the hamster. The hamster stared back, looking innocent as hell. Inside, the squad crept down the hall. I got a bad feeling about this, one guy stammered. Shut your trap, his buddy hissed. Don't jinx us. But what if there's a monster? So what? We got an evolver on the payroll. Quit shaking. Hold up, Point Man signaled. Something's funky up ahead. They froze, staring into the empty darkness. Hold the line, the leader ordered. I'll scout. The team formed a defensive circle while the leader crept forward, silent as a ghost. Crash! Bang! A blood-curdling scream echoed. The team turned white. Sounds like a brawl. He can take it, right? It sounded like a war zone then. Dead silence. It stopped. Is it over? Footsteps. The scout emerged from the shadows, looking grim. You got him, boss? I knew you were tough. You okay? What was it? The scout put a hand on the guy's shoulder. Veins popped out, green and throbbing. Chomp. He took a chunk out of his buddy's neck. Panic mode engaged. The squad screamed and unloaded their clips into the traitor. But he was shifting red viral mist steaming off his body. With a guttural roar, the thing blitzed the frozen survivors. Screams mixed with the monster's insane laughter. Lamb heard the chaos. They're fighting. We gotta help. Sky blocked her path. Hold your horses. Why? Corridors are too tight. Suicide for combat. We wait here. She hesitated, but Sky's expression turned icy. Here they come. Inside, the survivors were backpedaling, spraying bullets as they reached the exit. The bullets just tickled the beast. Pour it on! the leader yelled. Do not let that thing outside. Sky watched. Not bad. Guy keeps his cool when hell breaks loose. Not an evolver, but he runs a tight ship. Breathless, one of them spotted Sky. Kid, run! That thing's a high-tier freak. Then, the abomination stepped into the light. Sky's eyebrows shot up. An infected evolver? So when a superhuman gets bit, they mutate just like the regular trash? Interesting. Kill it now before it mutates further, the leader roared. Move! Kid, what are you standing there for? Sky crunched the numbers. To turn an evolver, that virus is peak level 2. This is gonna be a brawl. Gotta conserve energy. The zombie shrieked. Scatter! It's gone berserk! While they scrambled, Sky launched himself like a missile. Full sensory engagement. One shot, one kill. Get back here! The leader screamed. You're not a Sky was already a blur. Shing. The zombie's head separated from its shoulders before the guy could finish the word hero. The headless corpse crumpled. The squad gaped. Oh, holy crap. Tuan Vu's brain short-circuited. One hit? That was a high-tier monster. This kid is the real deal. Hey, thanks, man, he stuttered. I'm Sky, the kid cut in. Just a friendly tip, Sky said, wiping his blade. There's an even bigger monster inside. Unless you want to end up as appetizers, I'd get lost. Sensing his arrival, the angel signaled La Lam. The group outside watched. Jaws dropped. Check out the attitude on that guy, one whispered. He's definitely an evolved. Just blew us off like we're nothing, but we can't go back empty-handed now. Tuan Vu nudged the guy. Snap out of it. We need to find Boss Lam. Like, right now. We lured the zombies away, and she's due back any second. Without her firepower, we don't have the leverage to talk to a high-tier evolved. Inside, the duo inspected the wreckage. Thien Than stared at a massive crater in the concrete wall. Lalam gasped. What the heck happened here? He smirked. Desperation. No wonder that other evolved guy got turned. He walked right into a trap. Lalam blinked. Trap? Thien Than's eyes narrowed. Stay sharp. We're dealing with a blood brain. We'll talk later. From this second on, you stick to me. Do not leave a 3-kilometer radius. He briefed her quickly. Blood brains are level 3 infected. They don't brawl. They ambush. Their physical stats are garbage, barely stronger than a level 2. But here's the kicker. They can hijack abilities. They hide in the shadows, target the weak or isolated, evolved, and turn them into blood slaves before they can even scream. La Lam pieced it together. Wait, so that evolved zombie outside was a slave? He nodded. Yup. A slave gets a massive power spike for a few minutes, then the master drains them dry. Endgame? You turn into a dried-out skeleton. These things have a serious craving for human blood and gray matter. Our toxicity resistance isn't high enough to tank their venom yet. So watch your 6. I've expanded my sensory field. If it twitches, I'll know. And keep an eye on Little White. Don't let the furball wander off. Lalam scooped the creature into her palm. Come here, buddy. Thien Than ran his hand over the dented wall, reading the scene. Nasty piece of work. Tried to mind control a slave to bash the door down for the blood stash. Must be a fresh mutation. Since this zone is a ghost town, it couldn't find enough victims to finish the job. Lucky for us, his arm rippled with energy. Boom. One powered-up haymaker later, the security wall crumbled like tinfoil, kicking up a cloud of thick dust. Lalam rubbed her arms, shivering. It's freezing in here. Thien Than stepped through the rubble. One-time deal. Power's out. If we didn't crack this now, the heat would have turned everything into soup. He scanned the room. Liquid nitrogen leak, he noted, spotting the source. That explains the Arctic chill. Actually, this works out perfectly. Fresh blood spoils fast, but this deep freeze kept it viable. Grab whatever isn't sludge. We're looting it all. Let's move. Stuff everything into the cryo chest. Suddenly, a noise echoed. He snapped his head toward the shadows. Nothing there, but Little White started freaking out. Squeak! Squeak! Thien Than put a finger to his lips. Shh. He squinted. Smells like spoiled blood. Without warning, he grabbed a handful of blood vials and hurled them forward. Crash! Glass shattered everywhere. Lalam jumped. What are you doing? He ignored her, hand raised. His muscles tensed, reinforced by his ability. Above them, a shadow shifted on the ceiling. He closed his eyes, tracking the velocity. Lalam was still clueless. Little White was shaking like a leaf on her shoulder. Above, the zombie uncoiled a long, grotesque tongue, aiming straight for the back of Thien Than's skull. Lalam stifled a scream. The blood brain peeled itself out of hiding. Thien Than watched the fleshy lash, sensing the air near him. Finally stopped hiding, huh? Thwack! His hand shot up and snatched the tongue mid-strike. The blood brain's eyes bugged out. Thien Than grinned and yanked hard, dragging the monster straight out of its nest. It hit the floor with a wet thud, glaring at him. Thien Than chuckled darkly. You know, this tongue of yours? Massive design flaw. It's basically a leash. With a brutal jerk, Thien Than ripped the tongue clean out of its mouth. Little White hit its eyes. The blood brain flopped onto its back, stunned. Thien Than loomed over it, immobile and silenced. Without your tricks, you're weaker than a standard zombie. It snarled, desperate. Time to check out. It tried one last lunge, moving with unnatural speed to dodge the kill shot. Too slow. Thien Than's armored fist connected. Splat. The head exploded. Lalam turned away, green in the face, while Little White squeaked in terror. He crouched to inspect the mess. No crystal formed yet, just a recent mutation. He stood up, wiping his gloves. Grab the gear. We're Oscar Mike. Thien Than hauled the cryo box. We can't fit everything, Lalam worried. Can we camp here? Use the stash up? Negative, he shot back. This place is a death trap. The scent of blood will draw every high-tier monster in the city. We need to vanish. Now. She nodded, nervous. Right. Is this enough loot? Focus on your dark armor, he coached. Don't rush the manifestation. Tires screeched outside. Lalam stiffened. Car, someone's here. I hear him, Thien Than said calmly. Let's go say hi. Outside, Lam Lam and Tuan Vu had just pulled up, looking for their crew. The two groups faced off. A lackey whispered, Boss Lam, that's the guy. Lam Lam nodded. Thien Than watched Lalam power up, black energy swirling around her. He smiled. Not bad, he thought. Pre-activating the dark armor. She's learning. That last fight really toughened her up. Thien Than set the crate down. The rival crew instantly leveled their rifles at him. Fire! One shouted, but they froze. Lalam's expression was pure murder. Easy, Thien Than whispered to her. I got this. Lam Lam spun around and slapped her subordinate's gun down. Lower the weapons, you idiots. He's an evolved. Show some respect. She stepped forward, flashing a diplomatic smile. Hi there. I'm Lam Lam from the Peace Zone. You're not from around here, are you? The Peace Zone is a survivor hub, she explained. Safe territory, like a development district. Thien Than raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Makes sense, he thought. The outskirts of Long Hoa are huge. Someone was bound to build a fortress, Lam Lam continued. First off, thanks for saving my boys earlier. By the rules of the wasteland, you killed the monster, you keep the loot. But look, we are desperate for plasma. Any chance we can split the take? I didn't strip the place, Thien Than lied smoothly. There's plenty left inside. Help yourself. She didn't buy it. Buddy, don't play me. That's a cryo box, she pointed. Plasma spoils instantly without it. I'm betting everything usable is in your hands. Thien Than's eyes went cold. We need this plasma. Unless you want to fight, we're leaving. Listen, buddy. Lam Lam dropped to her knees, desperation in her eyes. We've got a lady about to pop and a crew bleeding out. Without that plasma, they're dead meat. We ain't looking for a handout, though. We pay our debts with the good stuff. The good stuff, huh? Thien Than snagged the pouch she tossed midair. One frozen sheep carcass covers the bill with change to spare. He peeked inside the small bag. Jackpot. Crimson cloud crystals. Lam Lam eyed him anxiously. That cover it? Deal, he smirked. Take a whole crate. We're bouncing. Lalam trailed behind him. Copy that. The goon squad behind them looked salty. Boss, seriously? We need those rocks to survive. You just gonna let him walk away with our loot? We got fleeced. It's one guy against all of us. We have the numbers. Let's jump him. We don't gotta kill him, just renegotiate with our fists. He hasn't gone far. Let's roll him before he cashes out. Whack! Lam Lam backhanded the idiot so hard his jaw dropped. Wake up. We're small fry. You want to get us all killed over a bad trade? My sensory powers are screaming. That guy radiates pure danger. And the chick with him? She's a walking nightmare. Who were those guys? Lalam asked, burning with curiosity. And why were they sitting on a mountain of crystals instead of leveling up? Old school survival tactics, he shrugged. Before the blood fusion technique, eating raw crystals was inefficient for leveling, but great for an instant mana recharge. Those guys were hoarding them like extra lives. Makes sense, she nodded. Burning cash to buy blood. Desperate times. I counted 5 rocks, Thien Than mused. 2 level 1s, 2 level 2s, and a level 3. Not god tier, but enough to give us an edge. Focus on your black armor. That plasma haul should be enough to jumpstart your first condensation phase. You've got 5 trigger points. Trying to ignite them all at once will fry you, so we're going stage by stage. Phase 1, the hands. They're your most responsive tools. Master them, and the rest gets easier. Nail that, and your internal organs hit peak level 2 durability. Phase 2 is the legs. That's the grind. Higher energy cost? Blood won't cut it anymore. You'll need 50 level 3 crystals. Her eyes bugged out. 50? You serious? Big investment? Big payout? He grinned. That boosts you straight to mid-tier level 3. Any questions about the chess piece? Is that the boss level? She asked. He nodded. You bet. Forget crystals. You'll need a shard of raw meteorite to fuse that core. That same space rock is what turned me into, well, this, he admitted. It's brutal. You gotta shatter your chest node and replace it with the meteorite shard. Survive that, and you hit level 4 Apex Predator status. She looked down, voice cracking. I never asked to be an Apex anything. I just wanted a boring life with little snow. Yeah, well, survival comes first. He stood up, cigarette dangling from his lips. Get to work. I'll guard the perimeter. He stepped out and froze. Little White was face deep in the loot bag. Hey, back off, furball. That's not for you. He lunged, but the critter had already gulped down a level 1 crystal. Spit it out. Drop it. That's poison, you idiot. The beast burped, looking absolutely high on life. Thien Than went pale. Did you seriously just eat that? Wait, the markings on its back. This thing can evolve? Little White dove back into the bag, hungry for seconds. Hold up, Thien Than grabbed a rock. You want snacks? Fine. You ate one, let's see if you can handle a chaser. Gulp. Down the hatch, the creature squeaked happily. Thien Than scratched his head. Still hungry? All right, level up. Level 2, coming in hot. Don't explode on me. Gone in seconds. The little glutton demanded more. Damn, only the level 3 is left. I've never seen a metabolism like this, he muttered. Screw it. Easy come, easy go. It's useless to me anyway. He tossed the gem. Bon appetit. Try not to die. Little White turned its nose up at it. Oh, now you're picky? Guess level 3 is too spicy for you. He reached to grab it back. Snap! The brat lunged and snatched it. You played me! Light exploded around the creature. Evolution time? Thien Than flinched, bracing for a messy detonation. Belch. The thing just rolled over and passed out. Unbelievable, he sighed. Fine, we're crashing here for the night. Morning came. Lalam sat amidst a pile of drained blood bags, her skin looking human again. Phase 1 complete, she announced, then stopped dead. Thien Than was balancing his entire body weight on a single index finger. Her jaw hit the floor. Done? He flipped upright effortlessly. Not bad. You're faster than I thought. The armor feels like a second skin now, she said, flexing. Total control. Minimal energy drain. What about the hunger? Manageable. I'm good for at least 10 days. Perfect. He shouldered his pack. Solid haul. Grab the fuzzball and let's move. He's still out cold? She asked. Yeah, he binged 5 crystals last night. She looked horrified. Is he alive? He's tough. Come on, let's hit the roof. They started climbing, but a sudden noise from above froze them. Lalam's face went ghost white. Check it out, he muttered. She peeked outside and whoa, total zombie mosh pit down there. She gasped. Dude, wasn't this street, like, totally chill yesterday? Pop-up party from hell. Started last night. He shrugged. Doesn't smell like a boss-level freak is leading him. But bad news? They totally bricked our route to the safe zone. So we pivot, she snapped, brain working fast. We take the back roads to Long Hoa City. Tien Chen grinned, eyes glinting. Bonus round. If we get lucky, we might run into a high-tier mutant on the way. Current stats? Meh. To crack mid-tier level 2, I'm gonna need at least 2 level 4 cloud crystals. Gotta grind for that XP. I'm rocking the level 2 Van patterns now. My virus energy is premium grade, way purer than your average Evo, but man, the difficulty curve just spiked. Chill, okay? Fatty's crew has 3 Evos. They'll get Little Snow to safety without breaking a sweat. The whip. He fired a grappling hook at the neighboring roof. Clank. Solid lock on the railing. She watched him secure the line. Eyebrows raised. Seriously? You just carry Batman gear around? Looted it from this building while you were busy leveling up, he quipped. Tien Chen held out a hand. Pass me, Little White? Right on cue. The fuzzball stirred. He smirked at the creature. Morning, sunshine? You awake? The critter looked juiced. Before they could blink, it launched off his palm, zoom, rocketing straight across the gap to the next skyscraper. Whoa! Lalam gasped. Little dude's on turbo mode. That's double his usual speed. Tien Chen smirked. Those cloud crystals were worth it. Then he froze. Lalam blinked. Yo. Glitch in the Matrix? Get moving. I'll explain when you catch up. She nervously gripped the rope, hooking her legs like a sloth, while Tien Chen just casually tightrope walked across like he was strolling in the park. Down below, zombie mosh pit, wall to wall. On the roof, Cao Phi scanned the chaos. Tell me we got a plan B, Dinh Vu. Any other exits? The guy rubbed his chin, grimacing. There's a shortcut, an alleyway, but we gotta sprint. Honestly, with this many freaks, it's probably swarming already. But where are Big Bro and Sis? La Tuyette whimpered. Cao Phi ruffled her hair. Relax, kiddo. Tien Chen is in a league of his own. Those two are probably having fun right now. The kid didn't look convinced. Meanwhile, Lam Sa spotted trouble. East side of the safe zone is getting overrun. You don't think they're trapped in that mess? Nah, they're smart. They'd take a detour. Dinh Vu looked dark. We could retreat to the safe zone. But I'm worried about the welcome party. The other two frowned. Come again? Politics, he spat. The factions in the development sector hate outsiders. The duo flashed identical feral grins. Let 'em hate. Anyone steps up, we smash 'em. Damn straight. I'm ready to throw hands. Dinvu looked awkward while the other two got hyped. Yeah, but nothing. What's the holdup? Lead the way, boss. We're storming the dev sector. He sighed at their adrenaline high. You guys are wild. Can we at least pretend to have a strategy? Lam Sa shrugged. Simple. I tank the front, Cao Phi snipes from the back. Boom. Plan. Cao Phi nodded vigorously. YOLO, right? Sometimes you just gotta roll the dice. Right, Little Snow? Latuyet pumped her fist. Totally. Let's do it. Suddenly, Lam Sa paused. Hold up. Has anyone seen Little White? Back on the other roof, Thien Than was stressing. Move it. Little White's off my radar. We gotta catch him. La Lam peered over the edge. But the zombies. Just watch your step, he snapped. Scanner says that alley is mostly clear. They sprinted down the stairwell, boots echoing. Got a lock on him yet? She huffed. Negative, but he couldn't have gone far. Suddenly, Thien Than skidded to a halt. Freeze. She bent over, wheezing. What now? He wrinkled his nose. Smell that? High concentrate zombie gore. Little White's close. Stick to me like glue. They rounded the corner, and even Thien Than had to whistle. The floor was carpeted with dead zombies. Absolute carnage. That furball's evolution is insane, he muttered. He kicked a corpse. These are entities. Solo, they're weaker than a level 2 zombie, but they hunt in packs. Nasty stuff. Regular zombies only morph into these entities if a level 3 boss bites them. Once a zombie hits mid-tier, level 3, boom, they become infectious walking factories. Converting the normies isn't just a hobby for them, he explained. It's pure biological instinct. La Lam's eyes went wide. Wait, so give it enough time, and every zombie becomes one of these super freaks? Bingo, he nodded grimly. Give it 5 years. The classic shamblers will be extinct, replaced by these nightmares. That fast? She whispered. Zombies level up faster than we ever thought possible, Thien Than replied. Internally, he wasn't sweating it. In his past life, humanity caught up. By next year, most people would be level 1 or 2, with a few level 3 elites. We could handle the horde then. But right now, if 10 of these things jump me at once, he admitted, even I might end up as lunch. Let's keep moving. Operation Save the Hamster is still a go. They turned a corner and froze. La Lam clamped a hand over her mouth. There, sitting atop a gruesome throne of corpses like a tiny king, was Little White. Thien Than blinked. Already? That's some serious power leveling. The creature twitched. Heads up, he hissed. Guard up. Little White's eyes glowed an eerie neon purple. Then he locked eyes with Thien Than. The glow faded, and he went full cute mode. Squeak, squeak. He bounded over, hopping happily between them. Thien Than exhaled. Okay, still the same goofball. La Lam stared at the carnage, then the cute fluffball. You're telling me he did that? Thien Than eyed the critter's distended belly. He's farming XP, he realized. Eats entity brains to evolve. Looks like that level 3 cloud crystal was a solid investment. La Lam just shook her head in awe. He's evolving way too fast, she muttered. Thien Than glanced at the corpse pile. Not him. I'm talking about them. Where there's smoke, there's fire. And where there are entities, there's a level 3 boss, which means a level 4 cloud crystal drop. He grinned at Little White. You still hungry, buddy? The creature squeaked enthusiastically. All right, Thien Than racked his weapon. We're camping here. Big game hunting time. Meanwhile, on the street, a beat-up van screeched to a halt. Zombies swarmed instantly. Secure the loot, the leader screamed, guns blazing. We wipe this wave, we're rich. Zombies started dropping, heads popping like melons. But then, the horde just froze. They twitched, heads snapping toward a noise in the distance. The scavengers squinted. Something was coming. Yo, what is that? The confusion turned to ice-cold terror. It wasn't people. It was a stampede, a massive wave of evolved zombies. Abort! Abort! The leader scrambled back into the van. Leave the loot! A teammate hesitated, eyeing the supplies. But screw the cargo. Drive or we die. The engine roared as they tried to U-turn. Tires spun. Come on, the driver screamed, slamming the dashboard. The engine sputtered and died. You gotta be kidding me. Suddenly, a rotting face smashed through the window. Crunch. The driver screamed as his eyes flooded with crimson. Instant infection. The van vanished under a mountain of writhing bodies, while inside the nearby building, the evolved horde waited for dessert. Little White blitzed them, crimson eyes flaring in the dark. He launched off his perch, aiming right for the nape. One screech, and the Zed dropped like a sack of potatoes. The rest stood there, totally clueless. Little White let out a squeak, then turned into a blur, weaving through the evolved horde faster than the human eye could track. Hiding in the shadows, Thien Than noted, it's like he's got a stealth cloak perk. Doesn't matter if they're evolved or standard Zs, they just can't lock onto him. Even if they spot him, they don't aggro. Plus, he's got that instinctual crit hit to the brainstem. Pure agility build. He's basically their kryptonite. La Lam was floored. That's insane power. He strolled over to Little White. Third wave down, tons of trash mobs, but zero tier 3s. The critter squeaked. Still hungry? Seriously? Lalam checked the fading light. Don't call it yet. Nightfall's coming. Maybe one last grind after dark? High-tier freaks love the nightlife. Suddenly, Little White locked onto something and bolted. Hey, wait up! The duo scrambled to keep pace. Catch that furball! Little White braked at the end of the street, waving them over like a frantic traffic cop. Thien Than paused. Usually he leaves us in the dust. He actually waited? Move it! He found something, and there it was, a tier 3 abomination. The thing let out a howl that curdled their blood. It was a standoff, two evolved alphas staring each other down, armies of grunts behind them. Perched on a rooftop, Thien Than nudged Little White, who was chilling on his head. So, you brought me front row seats to a cage match, huh? That's a phase 3 speedster, ambush specialist, claws that shred steel like wet paper, red skin, maximum aggression, nasty piece of work, territorial dispute, classic. Both are mid-tier 3s, which means they're walking treasure chests loaded with cloud crystals. Perfect. We let them soften each other up, then sweep in for the loot. He scratched the creature's chin. Good job, buddy, Little White chirped, loving the praise. The monsters snarled, sizing each other up. The humans watched in silence as the pre-fight trash talk turned into a death scream. Then, chaos. A flurry of strikes and counters. The green-skinned evolved managed to clamp its jaws tight onto the red one's shoulder. Red didn't flinch, just slammed a massive haymaker in return. They kept trading blows. Lalam couldn't tear her eyes away from the brutality. The destruction is off the charts, she whispered. Thien Than nodded grimly. Tier 3s are absolute tanks. No joke. I might handle one solo, but both? That's a straight-up suicide run. Thank God for the furball. Green ripped Red's arm off, but lost its own limb in the process. Match is almost over. The grunt army started growling, sensing blood. One roar triggered the mosh pit. The minions collided, a mess of rotting flesh and raw power slamming into enemy lines. While the bosses brawled, Thien Than gave the order. I was wondering how to clear the trash mobs without wasting ammo. Problem solved. Little White, you take the small fry. He motioned to Lalam. Get ready to third-party this. On the field, Green collapsed. Red was the last monster standing. Claws beat teeth in close quarters, I guess. Suddenly, the claw zombie looked up. It spotted Thien Than. Busted. 3 frenzied Zs charged their position, screaming murder. Little White, drop him. The creature leaped off his head, looking lethal. Little White decapitated the trio in a blur of motion. Thien Than vaulted toward the boss. Chill out, ugly. I'm putting you down. His enhanced fist connected squarely with its face. Bam! A follow-up hook sent the creature ragdolling across the pavement. It bounced back up. Tougher than you look, huh? Try this on for size. He unleashed a flurry of strikes, pounding the thing until it couldn't lift its head. Thien Than stopped, knuckles bloody and breath ragged. The zombie's skull was pulp. He reached into the gore and pulled out a cloud crystal. Level 4. Jackpot. A low growl made him spin around. The other boss, the green one, was back on its feet. He scoffed, readying a fist, but Lalam was faster, striking the killing blow. Nice shot. Thien Than grinned. Hey, I can't let you carry the team forever, she smirked. She tossed him the loot. Check the stats on that. Another level 4. We're eating good tonight. Little White chirped urgently. Thien Than looked down where the creature pointed. 2 perfectly round orbs lay on the asphalt. No way. Star cores? These have a crazy low drop rate. They're limit breakers guaranteed push from tier 1 to tier 2. This is god tier loot. We hit the motherlode. We head back at dawn. Thien Than climbed to the roof to absorb the energy while Lalam kept watch. He sat motionless for 24 hours. Is he okay? Suddenly, his eyes snapped open and a glowing rune etched itself onto his hand. He exhaled sharply. Did it work? Lalam asked. Tier 2, mid-rank. Easy. Congrats. He walked to the ledge to check the streets. The horde below had doubled. The tide isn't receding, Lalam noted uneasily. It's actually getting thicker than before. Wait, the flow is wrong. Thien Than squinted. They aren't wandering. They're marching, straight for the mining district. Lalam paled. The mining district? That's where Thien Than didn't let her finish. Move! Situation critical. We need to get back now. They sprinted toward the city. Meanwhile, Nam Sa's squad was pinned down. Status? Ammo's at 50%, Cao Phi yelled. Make every shot count. We hold the line. Amidst the gunfire, Cao Phi froze. Hold fire. Something big is coming. High tier inbound. Boom. Boom. Footsteps shook the concrete. Heads up! I've never seen a mutation like this before, someone screamed. We're screwed! There's 2 of them! A sonic roar ripped through the air, forcing Cao Phi to cover his ears in agony. What the hell is that thing? She barely turned her head before the undead horde swarmed in. These aren't mindless, she realized. Someone's pulling the strings. Vu looked stunned. No kidding. Right on cue, a walker in front of Vu didn't just bite. It exploded. It's mutating. Right now. The mob was shedding skin like snakes, bulking up into higher-tier monsters. Cao Phi started hyperventilating. Run! Those are level 3s. We're dead meat. Lamsa whipped out her daggers. Run where? We're cornered. We fight or we die. Vu tried to be the voice of reason. Kid, don't be a hero. You're the fastest. Just bail and leave you losers behind? Not happening. She dove straight into the mosh pit of evolved monsters. Just in the nick of time, the boss arrived. Dinner time, Whitey. The little furball launched at Mach speed, heading straight for the buffet. Snap, snap. Necks were breaking left and right. Lamsa's jaw dropped. Who knew their savior would be a hamster on steroids? The herd got distracted, staring at the alpha. Boom! Thien landed a haymaker on it. Eyes on me, ugly. The squad cheered, seeing him. Hey, Thien! The beast growled, still standing, so Thien introduced his fist to its face again. Splat. That one turned into confetti. With the level 3 commander turned into paste, the rest were headless chickens. They're panicking, Thien called out. Perfect time to farm. He checked the loot drops. 2 crystals from 2 elites? Seriously? Stingy game mechanics. Trash RNG. He tossed the crystals to Lamsa. I don't need pocket change. Split 'em up. You're the best, boss. Thanks, Chief. Thien shifted gears immediately. Intel report. Any noise from the mining district? What's the Triu family and Ho Fong up to? They're drowning in the zombie flood. Literally. But the Trius are making phone calls. Definitely cooking up something shady. Suddenly, a scout burst into the room. Vu! Finally! You had a visitor earlier. Can it wait? The boss needs a break. It's Lam V. It can't wait. She stepped forward, staring at Thien. You're the legend, right? He recognized the Black Scarf Gang colors. She looked wrecked. The gang. We've been purged. Thien raised an eyebrow. Purged? Who pulled the trigger? The Trius, she replied. Last night. I'm the sole survivor. You said we're out of time. Elaborate. Her hands were shaking like leaves. They didn't just hit us. They wiped every rival faction off the map last night. Vu was baffled. Middle of a zombie apocalypse? How do they have the manpower for a turf war? It wasn't an army. It was one guy. Hu Luong. He's a monster. 3 of us jumped him and we still got folded. Thien did the math. So he's hit level 2 already? That's broken scaling. Guy is power leveling way too fast. Vu frowned. What's the endgame? Thien smirked. Chaos is a ladder. They're using the zombie wave as cover to clean house. Lamsa fumed. Spawn camping while we're fighting zombies? That's low. Cao Phi scratched his head. If the city falls, don't they die too? Thien waved it off. Not my circus, not my monkeys. We focus on staying alive. He turned to Lam Vi. So, you want me to be your hitman against the Trius? Pretty much. You're the only one with the DPS to take them down. Thien shrugged. And what's in it for me? They framed you before. Plus, your boy Vu hates them. Enemy of my enemy? She paused. Let me join the Green Mountain Gang. Solid logic, Thien said coldly. But it's gonna be a no from me. She froze. I don't run a daycare. Kick her out. Lam V wasn't giving up that easily. Wait, 5 minutes alone? Thien sighed. Fine, follow me. Inside, he crossed his arms. Spill. She hesitated, dropped the mask, then dropped the coat. Thien actually blinked. Whoa. She blushed furiously. Kill them, and I'm yours. Thien looked annoyed. Crash. The door flew open. The eavesdropping squad tumbled in. Lam Vi covered up. The trio scrambled backward. I was just inspecting the floor tiles! Don't mind us. Carry on. Cao Phi winked. Score! Thien growled. Get. Out. Slam. I'll go do push-ups. Inventory check for me. Me too. Silence returned. Lam V wanted to die of embarrassment. Thien cleared his throat. So, Lam V, right? How do you know my name? You're hired, but keep your clothes on. I have one condition. You're crafting my gear. He knew her stats from his past life, legendary blacksmith, cold weapon specialist. He didn't expect her to be a gang leader, though. She eyed him suspiciously. Are you psychic or something? A knock at the door ruined the moment. Boss! Triu goons are here. Thien's eyes went cold. Stay here. Outside, Li Hui had his feet on the table, owning the place. Where's the alpha? Fetch him. Lamsa growled. Spit it out. He sneered. Adults are talking, little girl. Scram. Cao Phi held her back. Chill. He's asking for a dental arrangement. Thien stepped in. My house. My rules. Talk. Li Hai stood up. Who's this nobody? Get me Vu. Thien stared him down. Li Hai. Big shot. Oh, a fan? Now get lost. I don't talk to NPCs. Vu ground his teeth. You got some nerve showing your face, Hai. Hoi puffed a cigarette. Ah, the brat. Listen up. Master Triu is summoning the clans. Zombie strategy meeting. Tonight. Friendly advice. Show up, or you'll end up extinct like the Black Scarf crew. Din Vu stared daggers at him. Li Hai sneered. Check the attitude, scrub. You think you can touch me? Know your role before I send you on a one-way trip to meet your dead brother. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. He spun around, barking. Dan, what the hell are you bam? Zero talk, just a knuckle sandwich to the jaw. The room went dead silent, except for Lam Sa, who was practically grinning. Thien Than grabbed the guy by the collar and tossed him to Din Vu. Your brother's debt. Collect it. Should I radio Lam V to roll out? He asked. Where to? Came the reply. Day 1 in Longhua City, I made a promise. If the red shirts won't fold, we take them all down. No leftovers. Over at the Zhao estate, Hulong gazed down at the city like a king on his throne. Uncle Lei asked, so, how does the power-up feel? Like I just unlocked the whole map, he smirked. And compared to Ho Fong? Hu Luong scoffed. Please, that old dinosaur? He is barely a blip on my radar now. Baldy kicked the door open. Boss, the lobby is packed. Hu Luong yawned. Who showed up? Everyone who matters. Even Ho Fong is downstairs. That actually surprised him. Ho Fong? Well, now things are getting spicy. Baldy added, Green Mountain Gang is a no-show. And Lai Hai isn't back yet. Hu Luong shrugged. Irrelevant. Let's go say hi to the big man. Downstairs, Ho Fong sipped his tea like he was at a spa. Thien Than whispered, full house today. Every mining boss and fringe warlord is here. Can't believe the Gauss are using the zombie wave as cover for this power play. Dirty moves. Boss, why are we even entertaining these clowns? Junat grumbled. Look at this circus. They are clearly flexing to intimidate us. And you are just drinking tea? Good tea, Ho Fong replied. Relax, New Knot. Let's enjoy the show. Listen to the boss, Thien Than added. Thien Than turned to Ho Fong. You think Thien Than will show up? Doubt it. New Knot frowned. Why not? Big event like this? Ho Fong shook his head. If the kid has a brain, he stays away. Everyone here wants his blood or his evolution secrets. Coming here is walking straight into a meat grinder. Shame. Wanted to see him, she sighed. Don't worry. We will pay the Green Mountain Gang a visit tomorrow. Hu Luong strode in. Boss Ho, an absolute honor to have you grace us with your presence. The crowd murmured. Hu Luong. He sat opposite Ho Fong. I sense a massive power spike in you, kid. Had to come congratulate the new heavyweight. Hu Luong smirked. If you hadn't come, half this room would have bailed out of fear. Ho Fong laughed softly. You flatter me. They are here for the rising star, not the old guard. Fair point. Stick with the Zhao family, Boss Ho, and I will make sure you are well taken care of. Ho Fong blew on his tea, then set it down with a click. Pity. I am doing a head count, and almost everyone is here except, seems the Green Mountain Gang is ghosting us. Hu Luong frowned. Green Mountain? Yup. Disrespecting you? Or maybe disrespecting me? Hu Luong snapped. Disrespecting you is disrespecting me. Go wipe them out. Baldy nodded. On it. Suddenly, a voice boomed from the entrance. Who exactly are you planning to wipe out? Hu Luong looked up. Thien Than stood there, Li Hui draped over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Green Mountain is in the house. Come get some. The room buzzed. Check the vibe. Something is off. Is that Li Hui? Didn't he go to threaten them? How is he the one getting carried? Hu Luong narrowed his eyes. Who is the punk? Uncle Lei shrugged. Never seen him. Thien Than marched straight to the VIP table. Ho Fong burst out laughing. Why so serious, gentlemen? He nodded at Thien Than. Kid, do me a favor. Apologize. And we call it even. Thien Than raised an eyebrow. Apologize? Thud. He dumped the body bag on the floor, revealing Li Hai's battered face. He planted his boot on the sack. You want me to say sorry to this trash too? Hu Luong's voice went cold. Careful. That is a Zhao family man. Thien Than kicked the body across the floor. Is he? Then take him back. Return to sender. The body slid right to Hu Luong's feet. What is the meaning of this? Let's cut the crap. You absorbed the red shirt gang. I want their people. Hand them over. The red shirt members in the back froze. A goon stepped forward. Boss, this brat needs a lesson in respect. I will handle him, he charged, fist glowing. But Thien Than dropped him with a single casual punch. Uncle Le gasped. That energy. That is the Black Hand. The crowd went wild. The Black Hand. The legend who took on 8 evolved fighters solo? He is with Green Mountain? Hu Luong looked rattled. Ho Fong leaned forward, the show finally getting good. Hu Luong hissed at Uncle Lei. I thought we liquidated the Black Hand last night? Must have been a decoy, Lei replied. This is the real deal. Fine, Hu Luong growled. Since he walked in, make sure he doesn't walk out. Uncle Lei nodded. Understood. He stepped toward Thien Than. Kid, you escaped death once, yet here you are serving yourself up on a platter. Hu Luong glanced at Ho Fong. Excuse the interruption, Boss Ho. Just a minor pest control issue. You are awfully calm, Ho Fong noted. He is not worth my stress, Hu Luong sneered. The Black Hand is over. Before he could finish, Uncle Lei went flying past him. Crash! Uncle Lei embedded into the concrete wall behind Hu Luong, bloodied and broken. Thien Than stood there, his fist literally smoking. Next, Thien Than said flatly. Hu Luong's jaw dropped. He just neutralized Lei's defense instantly. Thien Than gasped. He is even stronger than before. Even Ho Fong was rattled. The kid's growth rate was terrifying. Thien Than, he muttered. Thien Than cracked his knuckles. I am here for my people. I heard the Zhaos took in the red shirt crew. Hand them over, or I start breaking things. Baldy Quang looked ready to throw hands, but Hu Luong cut him off fast. Stand down. Don't be stupid. Luong had to swallow his pride, though. This kid took out Uncle Lei with a single punch, something even Luong couldn't pull off. He needed to be careful. Luong put on his diplomatic face. So, what's the beef with the red shirts? You tell me what they did, and I'll make sure they learn a lesson they won't forget. Thien Than didn't blink. Save the speech. You see this cigarette? I want to see your boys lined up right here before I finish smoking it. That stung. This kid was blowing smoke rings while disrespecting the Triu family. Luong grit his teeth but signaled the crew. Bring him out. Baldy Quang had no choice but to follow orders. Fine, play the long game. I'll kill you later, Luong promised himself. Meanwhile, 5-1 whispered, Boss, you seeing this? Luong's face is about to explode. Than snickered. Check out his goons. They look like they're gonna pop a vein. Ho Fong had to admit, this Thien Than kid had guts. Not just anyone could corner the Triu family like this. Baldy Quang dragged the hostages forward. Here they are, boss. Luong waved his hand dismissively. They're all yours. Do whatever you want. The crowd gasped. Holy crap, the Triu family actually caved? About time. Those red shirt punks have been terrorizing Long Hoa for way too long. Looks like the Triu dynasty is crumbling. Let's see them act tough after losing that much muscle. Karma's a bitch, ain't it? Thien Than glanced over his shoulder. Vu, these the guys? Double check them. Vu sneered. I don't need to check. I'd recognize those scumbags even if you burned them to a crisp. Cool, thanks, Thien Than said. Luong forced a smile, trying to sound gracious. Glad we could make you happy. Sorry for the rough welcome today. We'll make it up to you later with a proper house call. Now, if you'll excuse us. Thien Than flicked his cigarette ash. Whoa, what's the rush? The red shirts are your dogs. If your dog bites me, you think I'm gonna train it for you? Luong's expression went dark. Black hand, don't push your luck. He slammed his fist down. Thien Than smirked. I love pushing my luck. Here's the deal. You punish them yourself, right now, and apologize to the Green Mountain Gang while the whole world watches. What's wrong? Afraid to get your hands dirty? Thien Than taunted. Luong stepped forward. Careful, black hand. You're standing on Triu soil. The kid pulled out another pack. Same rules. By the time I finish this smoke, I want an answer I like. He lit up. Clocks ticking. Two goons behind Luong were shaking with rage. Boss, this punk is out of control. We can't let him slide. Let's waste him and show everyone who runs this city. Luong's face was a storm cloud. His authority was being shredded. He glanced over at Ho Fong, who was just sipping tea like he was at a picnic. Focus, Luong thought. The real target is the Fong family. I can't blow the operation over some street rat. He slashed his hand through the air, sending a blade of energy that severed the hostages' ropes. 5-1 gasped. Whoa, the boss leveled up again. Thien Than analyzed it instantly. Tier 2 speed system. Probably hiding a few other tricks, too. Luong wiped his hands like he'd touched trash. I heard Boss Ho also picked up some red shirt stragglers, he said, turning the heat. You got nothing to say about that? Thien Than stayed quiet. Ho Fong didn't say a word. 5-1 started sweating. Boss, some of those guys are close to evolving. If we hand them over, we lose big time. Luong was playing four-dimensional chess, retreating to attack. Nasty move. Din Vu whispered, let Ho Fong slide for now. He pulled out a cigarette. I got this one ready for Boss Ho. Maybe smoke it later. The old man chuckled nervously. I can't believe you came all the way out here for me. But Ho Fong knew the score. He wasn't going to protect the red shirt scum. 5-1. Than, bring the prisoners out. Give him to Black Hand, Ho Fong ordered. Happy now, kid? Thien Than nodded. Works for me. I won't waste any more of your time. Vu. Grab the prisoners and take the crew back to Green Mountain, Thien Than directed. Luong sneered at his men. Make sure our guests find the exit. We got business to attend to. I'm out. Thien Than turned to leave, but Luong stepped in his path. Hold up. We aren't done. He was vibrating with rage. What the hell do you want now? Thien Than pointed a lazy finger at one of Baldy Quang's goons. That guy. He gave me the stink eye. The goon turned sheet white. Boss, help! Luong froze, weighing his options. Luong clenched his jaw and backhanded his own man. Whack. There. Happy? Thien Than looked confused. Who said anything about hitting him? World ends and suddenly everyone loses their morals. Huh? Luong growled. Black Hand! Thien Than shrugged. I'm serious. Did I order a beatdown? You did that on your own. Me? I'm a fair guy. The rule is, the hand that strikes is the hand that pays. Chop it off. His eyes went dead cold. They stared each other down. Luong finally got it. I see. You didn't come for prisoners. You came to start a war. Thien Than grinned. Took you long enough. Suddenly, Ho Fong burst out laughing. Sensing the bloodbath, the old fox made his move. Well, look at the time. I've got places to be. Good luck, gentlemen. The crowd watched him bail in shock. Damn, Ho Fong is dipping? Someone muttered. Let's bounce. You want to stay and get killed? No thanks. Show's over, folks. Let's clear out before we catch a stray bullet. Luong's man spat on the ground as the crowd scattered. Bunch of fair-weather cowards. Thien Than cracked his knuckles. Hey, genius, you gonna stand there daydreaming? Or are we gonna fight? Suddenly, a voice from the back shouted, Boss, wait, that's not Black Hand. The guy pointed a shaking finger at Thien Than. I saw him at the rest stop. He's the one who wasted Fitchlich and your brother. That's Thien Than. Luong froze. Thien Than? Then, a maniacal laugh bubbled up from his chest. Thien Than, I didn't even have to hunt you down. The fleeing crowd stopped dead. Did he say Thien Than? The guy who killed the Triu heir? The guy with the secret evolution cheat codes? Luong screamed to the crowd. Anyone who helps me bag this kid gets a cut of the evolution secrets. Thien Than didn't flinch. You think you can run? Luong taunted. The crowd turned feral. Greed washed over fear. It's really him! Black Hand is Thien Than! Get him! We'll be rich! We'll be gods! Get him! Luong gloated, thinking he'd won. Looks like I won't even have to dirty my hands. You're dead meat, kid. Thien Than tapped his earpiece. Cao Phi, light him up. A voice crackled back. Copy that. Luong frowned, confusion flickering in his eyes. Who is he talking to? Bang! A guy next to Luong dropped. A hole in his chest. Sniper! Someone screamed. The mob froze, terror replacing greed. Luong's face went pale. You thought I came alone? Lalam and Lam Sa stepped out of the shadows, weapons drawn, looking like grim reapers. Take one more step, Lalam hissed, eyes scanning the terrified mob, and it'll be your last. Nobody moved a muscle. The vibe shifted instantly. This kid is loaded with backup. He's not prey. He's a trap. The crowd suddenly remembered they had appointments elsewhere. Big misunderstanding. We're leaving. Right now. We were absolutely not planning to crash this party. But that girl? She's radiating some serious serial killer energy. The group nudged each other. Why are you guys standing there like statues? Gorgeous over there is getting ticked off scram before you end up as collateral damage. Excuse us. They tried to bolt, but Angel cut off their escape route. Freeze. Sam Dan started begging, Yo, Angel, big guy. We got no beef, right? Can't you let us slide just this once? Angel just barked. Sit. You should have seen their eyes pop out of their heads. One goon couldn't handle the disrespect and snapped. You think you're tough? Rush him, boys. Teach him a lesson. Dude didn't even finish his sentence before Lalam punched his ticket. Straight to the afterlife, 0 screen time. She dropped the temperature below freezing with every word. Angel said, sit. Now sit. They didn't dare make a peep, dropping to the floor like obedient puppies. Angel nodded. Good. You guys just chill there and watch the show. Once I'm done mopping the floor with Hu Luong, I've got chores for you. Hu Luong actually laughed. You? Finish me? Hu Luong pulled a glowing red orb from his pocket. Angel blinked a cloud crystal. Hu Luong barked at Baldy Kwang. Get over here. The guy looked terrified. Boss? Hu Luong snapped. Now. No time to argue. I'll cover your losses later. Baldy knew he was screwed either way, ride or die. He crunched the cloud crystal, swallowed the shards, and slapped his hand on Hu Luong's back. The other 2 goons followed suit. All 3 funneled their energy into him. A second later, glowing red vein patterns surged across their faces. Hu Luong's body started a forced evolution, steam rising off his skin. Angel clocked the move immediately, first the cloud crystal, then using the minions as living batteries to process the energy. Crazy that those 3 losers actually had the aptitude for it. The sad part? This stunt burns them out. They'll devolve back to regular humans and hit a permanent glass ceiling. 3 whole cloud crystals down the drain. What a waste. Hu Luong hit his breaking point and roared, summoning a massive iron staff. Go get my old man. I can't hold this form forever. Today, it's either the Triu family or Angel. One of us ends up in a box. Lightning crackled violently around Hu Luong's staff as he charged. Angel, I'm gonna make you pay double for everything. Angel's arm instantly hardened, muscle fibers locking in. Angel threw a haymaker right at the metal. Zap. He felt the voltage immediately. The guy wasn't holding back, going full throttle right out of the gate. Hu Luong seized the opening and drove a knee into Angel's gut. Angel skidded back, checking the scorch mark on his arm. Current manipulation? Not bad. Destructive. Hu Luong sneered. Stop staring at it. Your tough guy skin can't ground my voltage. You scared? Good. I'm sick of you acting like a rookie anyway. He looked down on Angel's power level. You got a long way to go, kid. But Angel, he doesn't fear God or the devil. Don't disappoint me now. Hu Luong unleashed a hurricane of strikes. Angel weaved left, right, smooth as silk, then planted a boot square in the guy's chest. Hu Luong flew backward like a rag doll, his boots carving trenches in the concrete before he finally ground to a halt. Hu Luong was gasping for air, but Angel didn't even break a sweat. The guy was shocked. How does this kid have infinite stamina? He had to wrap this up fast before his boost faded or his dad showed up. Suddenly, the guy popped another supplement. Angel blinked. Another cloud crystal? Seriously? Angel knew the math. Swallowing it raw burns most of the energy on healing, with only a tiny power spike. Plus, overdosing on a massive amount of crystals in seconds, a tier 2 body is gonna pop like a balloon. Hu Luong screamed, "I told you! Today you paid double!" He launched himself into the stratosphere. Die! He brought the staff down. Boom. The pavement shattered into gravel. He squinted through the dust. Angel was standing there, totally fine. Hu Luong lost it. "You slippery little brat." He charged again, staff blazing. "Stand still and take it." Over on the sidelines, Thien Than whispered to Nam Thien, "Thank God we sat this one out. Crossing Angel is a death sentence. What's his endgame? He gonna deep fry Hu Luong and serve us for dessert?" Just as the tension peaked, a sleek car rolled up. The audience turned their heads drama alert. Lam V stepped out, scanning the chaos. "All right, looks like everything's in position." She walked over, impressed. "Not a bad turnout," she mused. Lam Sa nodded. "Piece of cake with you here." Cao Phi jumped in. "Hey, I helped too." He checked his watch. "Clock's ticking, ladies. Keep your shirt on. I got this." Lam Vi pointed at the peanut gallery. "Hey, Thien Than, Nam Thien, and you front and center." She started barking orders. "Thien Than, take the axe gang and block the main road. Nam Thien, take your boys and rig the explosives. The rest of you, come with me. We're setting traps." He bristled. "Why should I listen to you? We ain't your prisoners." Lam V grabbed him by the collar and yanked him close. "Bingo, genius. Today, you work for us. Don't like it? Leave." She pointed a thumb over at Lalam. "But you gotta ask the heavy hitter over there for permission first." Thien Than looked at Lalam and lost his voice. The guy knew when to fold. He put on a fake smile and yelled at his crew. "All right, you heard the lady. Queen's orders, move your asses. Get to work." Lam Sa exhaled, relieved. Thank God for Lalam's terrifying aura, or those idiots wouldn't have lifted a finger. Now we just wait for Angel. The duel was still heating up, one guy swinging for the fences, the other dancing around the strikes. Hu Luong screamed, "Why won't you fight back?" He swung. Angel's reinforced fist met his. K-boom. A massive shockwave blew them both backward, skidding to a halt. Hu Luong was wheezing. "Let's see. How long? You can last." Suddenly, Cao Phi buzzed in. "Angel, it's me." Situation critical. Angel tapped his comms. "They here?" From the rooftop, Cao Phi warned. "Inbound. I suggest you wrap this up, like, yesterday." Angel replied, "Copy that. Keep eyes on." Hu Luong felt insulted. Ignoring me, he poured every ounce of voltage into the staff and unleashed a massive electric arc. "Chew on this!" Angel vaulted over the blast with superhuman agility. In a blink, he was nose to nose with his opponent. He caught Hu Luong's wrist mid-swing. "You still don't get it, do you? Your body is crashing. You're on the verge of mutating into a monster." Hu Luong froze, eyes wide. Angel continued, "If you'd gone all in at the start, you might have had a shot. But now, the mutation is scrambling your focus. Your lightning is static cling. It doesn't even tickle." With a casual flick, Angel tossed the burnt-out fighter aside like trash. Hu Luong smashed into the concrete, creating a crater of shattered debris. He laid there for a second, then shakily pushed himself up. He was muttering like a madman, unable to process the reality. How? How is this possible? How is he built like a tank? Baldy scrambled over, panic written all over his face. Seeing Hu Ulung frozen in shock, he stammered, Good thing the squad is here, right? Where's my old man?" Baldy delivered the gut punch. "The boss? Gone." Hu Lung blinked, brain buffering. "Gone? What do you mean gone? Like gone? He evacuated the whole mine. That hit harder than a freight train. Total system shock. Turns out Baldy had been begging the big guy to bail, or the kid wouldn't survive the night. Hu Ulung smashed his fist into the floor, cracking the concrete. Is this Angel kid for real? He'd bet his life the guy was packing heat on par with Ho Fong. "Let me at him! I've been itching to wreck this guy for ages." But Daddy said no, packed up the elite squad, and dipped without looking back. He couldn't believe it. "You're ditching your own flesh and blood?" The old man sneered, cold as ice. "Can't even handle a little skirmish? Useless. I don't raise losers. We move now. We might actually survive." He clutched that wooden box like it held the nuclear launch codes. Back to reality. Baldy kept piling on the bad news. Abu's MIA. RF got snatched. "The crew is gone, boss. We've been left for dead." "Boss." Baldy watched him rise from the debris. Angel stayed on high alert. Suddenly, Hu Ulung cracked a grin that spiraled into a maniacal, ear-splitting cackle. It freaked Baldy out. "B-boss?" Hu Luong snatched him by the collar, eyes wild. "Tell me, who am I to that man? Who am I? I bled for him. I built his empire. I avenged his precious golden boy. And this is the thanks I get? Left in the trash?" The guy was unhinged. Baldy turned ghost white, trembling like a leaf in a hurricane, barely able to stutter. "Just because I'm the bastard, son." Tears streamed down his face, mixed with pure rage. He dropped Baldy, his expression shifting from sad to pitch-black darkness. He focused all that hate right on Angel. "This is all your fault." Angel stood his ground, watching the psycho dig something out of his pocket. Angel knew the drill. "Still got a stash of ether shards?" Hu Lung tossed the whole handful into his mouth. Crunch time. He needed to juice up, fast. "I swear, Angel, I'm taking you to hell with me." Lightning crackled around his body. He dropped to his knees, gagging, fighting to keep the raw power from tearing him apart. Eyes bulging, veins popping, body sparking like a faulty fuse box. Angel just stood there, analyzing the transformation. Then came the scream, pure, unadulterated agony, a mix of pain and pure spite. Veins pulsed on his hands as he clawed at the dirt, blood weeping from his eyes like tears. Angel clocked it. He'd turned into a fallen, a monster born of overdose. The screaming stopped. A faint, deadly electric glow pulsed on his arm. Hu Lung's eyes were pure hate now. He blinked out of existence and teleported behind Angel, slamming a palm down that shattered the bedrock into gravel. Angel dodged just in time. The guy went full Hulk, ripping up a massive boulder and hurling it. Angel didn't blink. He punched the rock, blasting it into dust with a deafening boom. Through the dust, Hu Lung charged like a bull. Angel took a heavy hit to the chest, flying backward. He flipped and stuck the landing, but the maniac was already on him again. No brakes, no mercy. Both of them launched forward, aiming for the knockout shot. Fist met fist. A blinding flash of energy erupted, sending a shockwave that turned the surrounding terrain into a crater. Angel skidded back, digging his heels in to brake. Okay, these fallen types, actually tough. This was going to be annoying. Across the pit, Hu Luing peeled himself off the wall. The guy was a walking Tesla coil, buzzing with endless energy. Playtime was over. Angel was about to get serious when Cao Phi's voice crackled in his earpiece. "Angel, disengage. Major trouble from the east." Angel frowned. "Already? What's the ETA?" 2 minutes. Maybe less. "Buy me time," Angel ordered. "I'll wrap this up quick." Cao Phi sounded panicked. "Buy you time?" Against that, he looked down at a literal ocean of rotting bodies stretching to the horizon. "It's a zombie tsunami, man. Forget the duel. We need to deal with the undead." "Negative. If I leave this psycho alive, he'll be a bigger headache than the zombies." Angel's voice was ice cold. "Chill out and handle the swarm." He patched in Lam V. "Defense is up," she reported. "Ready to rock. We'll provide cover fire. Just watch your six." Lam Vi turned to the survivors behind her. "Listen up! The mining area is ground zero for a massive wave. This is bigger than the last attack. The outer perimeter is gonna crumble like a cookie. Nowhere to run. You want to live? You fight. On my command." She raised her weapon, firing a signal shot into the sky. Bang! The gunshot was answered by a collective roar from the horde. Explosions rocked the ground, filling the air with dust, smoke, and chaos. Lam Sa led the charge into the fray. Watching the carnage, Lam V sighed. "Close call. Thank God that guy is on our side." Rewind 3 hours to when the intel dropped. "Say what? A zombie tsunami?" "I can feel them coming," Angel had said. "No time for a PowerPoint. We have to shatter the first wave or we're toast. Din Vu, you're with me. La and the kid, blend in with the crowd. Cao Phi, take the roof sniper duty. I'll brief you as we move." He locked eyes with Lam V. "You know how to handle a swarm. Hold the line, then haul the supplies to the D Hao Club." She didn't hesitate. Done. Back in the present, she watched him fight. The guy had this whole 4-dimensional chess game mapped out from the start. Angel was dancing around the lightning strikes. Dodge, weave, then bam a combo from the blind spot. He put his whole soul into the final haymaker, shaking the ground. Standing on a pile of debris, Angel smirked as his opponent stirred. "Man, you can really take a beating." Hu Lung crawled out of the crater, gripped the edge, and vaulted out. He landed softly, eyes glowing electric blue. Round 2. Hu Luong clocked the undead mob, running the numbers in his head. Angel wasn't buying it. He knew exactly where that scumbag was heading, straight into the mosh pit to hide. Angel took off like a bat out of hell, barking orders into his comms. "Phi, La, eyes on me, right now!" They spun around, totally caught off guard. "I'm flushing Hu Luong out. Clear a path. Do not let that corrupted freak slip away." La Lam blinked forward, appearing right in his face. "Gotcha!" She threw a haymaker. But Hu Luong was Ghost. She didn't expect him to be that twitchy. "Watch it. He's not just a brawler. He's smart," Angel warned. The target bolted for the Horde's perimeter with Angel and La Lam hot on his heels. Realizing he was losing ground, Angel screamed, "Phi, take the shot!" Hu Luong stepped right into the crosshairs. Bang. Right between the eyes. Bad news? His skull was thicker than a bank vault. The bullet just annoyed him. Angel shrugged off Phi's update. Just pin him down. Angel dove solo into the Rotwalker mosh pit, smashing heads. Ugh, screw this. Losing patience, he launched himself sky high, vaulting over the entire crowd. He's mine! Closing in, Angel growled, "Out of my way!" Hu Luong let out a screech, summoning his undead lackeys to pile onto Angel's legs. While Hu Luong scrambled away, Angel unleashed a shockwave punch, sending the rotting pile of bodies flying like ragdolls. Commanding the infected? Seriously? Angel scoffed. Okay, now you definitely have to die. The Horde screamed, answering Hu Luong's call to attack. Surrounded by a sea of teeth and claws, La Lam panicked. Angel, we're drowning in them. We need to bail, now. Negative. This ends today, Angel snapped, radioing the sniper. Phi, light him up. Phi didn't need to be told twice. While blending zombies into paste, Angel played spotter. Break left, he's cutting across the flank. Correction, right, head him off. Angel sprinted, finally lunging forward and snagging a fistful of Hu Luong's greasy hair. He yanked the villain back, winding up a glowing, supercharged fist. End of the line, ugly. The punch slammed down, cratering the pavement, but Hu Luong was like a cockroach. He screamed again, drawing another wave of zombies. Forced to swat away the trash mobs, Angel saw his target rising. Phi! Kneecaps! Don't let him walk! Crack! A bullet shattered Hu Luong's knee, sending him face-planting. Angel kept fighting while shouting, "Pour it on! Turn his back into Swiss cheese!" That's how Daddy does it! Phi cheered. But seeing the creature trying to crawl, his grin faded. Man, this guy just won't quit. Regular ammo wasn't cutting it. La, go dark mode, Angel ordered. La Lam nodded, channeling her inner shadow. Her skin turned obsidian, radiating a menacing crimson haze. The nearby zombies actually flinched, terrified of her energy. Hu Luong was pinned, and his undead army formed a circle, too scared of the black armor to step closer. Classic black armor, Angel whistled. Go full throttle and even the infected wet themselves. Make it quick, I can't hold this, she strained. Give me 60 seconds, Angel replied, his fist igniting with deep red energy. I'm about to fold this guy like laundry. Hu Luong roared, entering his own evolution phase, lightning crackling around him as he tanked another round of bullets. Phi kept firing, but the bullets bounced. You gotta be kidding me, Angel muttered. Ballistics are useless now. The team screamed warnings as Hu Luong blurred toward him. Angel didn't flinch. He caught the monster's punch with one hand, dead calm. Veins popped on Hu Luong's face as he pushed, but Angel stood like a statue, power surging. Brand new power-up, Angel smirked. And guess what? You're the crash test dummy. Bam. An uppercut to the throat sent Hu Luong into orbit. Holy crap, Phi gasped. That was savage. Angel waited for gravity to do its job, then smashed Hu Luong midair just as the clouds parted. Sunshine hit the battlefield. Silence. The brawl was over. Phi and La Lam stared, jaw dropped, at the bloody pulp that used to be their enemy. He hit the dirt, motionless. The area looked like a war zone, thick black smoke choking the air. Angel dug for a crystal but came up empty. Too fresh. Didn't crystallize yet, he sighed. Forget it. We're Oscar Mike. Watching from afar, Lam Sa cheered. Angel did it! Let's go pick him up! Hold your horses, Vi commanded. We're barely surviving here. What about Angel's position? Listen to Vi. Angel's voice crackled over the radio. If I'm not back in 5, blow the building. Lam Sa wasn't having it. No way. You'll die, she cried. Relax. I'm unkillable, Angel joked, but his tone was serious. Just do it. 5 minutes on the clock, Vi announced. Lam Sa blocked the detonator. Anyone touches this while he's out there, I end them. Don't be stupid, Vi pleaded. We can't risk the whole squad for one guy. He gave the order, Vi shouted. I don't care, Lam Sa screamed back. Suddenly, a voice cut in. Why is everyone so grim? Din Vu rolled up with the heavy hitters. Boys, let's bring our hero home. Gunfire erupted, clearing the path. Now, move, Vi shouted. They charged the swarm. Lam Sa grabbed Angel. You made it. Angel nodded. Blow it. Now. Vi slammed the button. Boom. The skyscraper collapsed, crushing the horde under tons of concrete. Only one tower remained standing in the dust. Angel barked the order. Everybody, hit the club. You good? He replied. Chill. Just switch spots. Infected count is low here. I'm bailing, Angel warned. Watch your 6, Cao Phi smirked. Roger that. I'll play it by ear. Then he froze. Bad vibes. Crash. The door in front of Cao Phi exploded inward, sending him stumbling back. A jacked, evolved zombie stepped out, rocking serious claws. A lone walker. Cao Phi went pale as its blood-red eyes locked onto him. He warped behind the beast and squeezed the trigger. Bang! Bullet hit the spine. 0 damage. It was like shooting a tank with a pea shooter. The thing whipped around. Angel's voice crackled in his ear. Aim for the temple. Cao Phi grinned. Hey, ugly. Eyes on me. As it turned, Cao Phi went airborne. He landed on the monster's swinging arm, jamming his barrel right against its temple. Sayonara. Click boom. Brains decorated the wall, and the giant crumbled like a sack of potatoes. Suddenly, the floor quaked. Cao Phi scrambled to the railing, looked down, and immediately wished he'd stayed in bed. Game over. It was a mosh pit from hell. Zombies were climbing over each other, building a rotting ladder straight up the building. Angel, you copy? I'm trapped. Silence. Just static. Great. The boss was out of range. Cao Phi sighed. Whatever. At least the squad made it. He lit a cigarette, taking a long drag to calm his nerves. Watching the smoke curl, he finally got why Angel was addicted to these things. A shout broke his trance. Phi! Jump! It was Angel, literally surfing on zombie heads, bounding upward. Now! Angel roared. Blind trust kicked in. Cao Phi sprinted and launched himself into the void. Angel kicked off a rotting face, soaring up to meet him. Snatch. He caught Cao Phi mid-air, in a bridal carry. Dude, Cao Phi gasped. How did you Mario hop off those zombies? Angel smirked. Insane muscle control. I can't keep it up forever. It's microstate. Once you hit Tier 2 and condense a new mark, you'll unlock it. Warning though, microstate eats your mental energy for breakfast. But since you're a psychic type, you'll be better at it. I'll teach you later. Now hang on tight. He vaulted off some rubble and torpedoed through the window of the adjacent building, skidding to a perfect stop inside. Safe. You can get down now, princess. They circled back to base. Once there, Angel immediately sat down to meditate. The squad watched him like hawks. Moments later, he exhaled. All good. Fully recovered. Cao Phi's jaw dropped. You freak of nature! Less than an hour? Lamsa was just as stunned. The guy had been spamming abilities and fighting all afternoon. And a power nap fixes that? Angel grinned. Perks of the new mark. Once you get it, your control, mental reserves, stamina, and regen speed go through the roof. It doesn't directly buff your stats, but it unlocks massive potential. He dug into his pocket and tossed 2 glowing orbs to them. Cao Phi and Lamsa caught them. Take these cores, Angel said. Perfect timing since you guys just survived a war zone. Cao Phi examined the orb. How do I use this? Fuse it with your blood. Like Van Tin did. Cao Phi hesitated. Blood fusion? Sounds sketchy. Lamsa giggled. Scared? It's not like you have to castrate yourself for power. Angel waved them off. Go figure it out. Din Vu, roof, now. Nearby, the grunts were shouting, Hustle, people, move it! Seeing Angel, they snapped into formation, parting the sea. Boss! Angel turned to Din Vu. Sitrep, you see it. Packed like sardines. Everyone's crammed into the club. We've got half the mining zone refugees here. Good news is, I found the Zhao family's stash. We're stocked up on supplies for a while. It's a mixed crowd, Angel noted. If they act up, crush them. Don't play nice. Understood. Following him up, Din Vu asked, So, what's on the roof? Intel. They peered over the edge. Down below, the zombie ocean had frozen in place. It got weird right after you got back, Din Vu whispered. They just stopped, like they're sleeping or something. This isn't a normal horde, Angel muttered, his expression darkening. Din Vu gulped. 3 things cause a horde, Angel lectured. 1. Natural formation. That's random clustering in big cities. 2. Artificial, usually humans being loud idiots. Make enough noise, you get a swarm. But number 3, that's a commander, a high-tier infected pulling the strings. At Tier 3, they can mind control the pack. The elites can puppet an entire army. So which one is this? Din Vu asked. Angel pointed. Look closely. Zombies are relentless. They chase until they die. But these? They're pausing. Rest mode. And look over there. Some are breaking formation, just wandering aimlessly. Standard brain eaters don't pull stunts like this. Din Vu analyzed the chaos. You thinking this is a Tier 3 wave? Or maybe a high-level alpha calling the shots? Angel shrugged. Insufficient data to call it. I'm just guessing here. Let's crash for the night. We aren't solving the apocalypse before breakfast. The second the sun cracked the horizon, the order dropped. Move out, Din Vu acknowledged. He rallied the troops. Listen up, Than Sun crew. You guys are flesh and blood. You get bit, you turn. Your job is containment, build the wall. Do not try to be heroes and engage. We clear? The roar was unanimous. Crystal, Din Vu signaled. Excellent. The heavy gates groaned open. Light flooded in. and immediately, the undead horde surged forward like a dam breaking. The squad, decked out in riot shields, didn't flinch. Kill! Flesh slammed into steel. It was a shoving match against hell. The backline stepped up, hammers swinging, cracking zombie skulls like ripe melons. The defense squad dug their heels in, bracing against the rotting tide. They hyped each other up, adrenaline spiking. Heave! Hold the line! They successfully formed a blockade, locking the undead out. Watching from the high ground, the boy whistled. Didn't know the Zhao family warehouse was packing this kind of gear. Din Vu exhaled. Having riot shields and weapons made this zombie mosh pit way more manageable. Angel didn't wait. He started parkouring across the sea of heads. A zombie lunged. He boot-stomped its face in midair. Angel stuck the landing and barked, "Keep pushing forward!" The trio's radio crackled. Cao Phi checked in. "Angel, we're green. My side is locked and loaded." Din Vu added, "Angel, the local horde is clustering at the front." He barked out assignments. Cao Phi, take the rookie to the southeast. Teach. Lam Vi, you two handle the southwest sector. Lam Vi confirmed. On it. The zombies breached the shield wall, pouring through. But the first one through the gap ate a lethal kick from Din Vu. He shouted back, "Angel, we're drowning in them! We can't hold this!" The boy jumped into the fray, sending bodies flying with superhuman force. The defenders watched, jaws on the floor. Angel yelled over the noise, "Just guard the door. I'll take out the trash." The crowd erupted in cheers. Beast mode! Absolute beast mode! He could wipe this whole swarm solo. Din Vu stood there, face frozen in total shock. He flashed back to the briefing. "I'm only saying this once," the boy had said. "Din Vu, you take the Thien Than gang and help me draw aggro. Lalam and Lam Vi, take the Axe gang and the Machete crew. Seize the southeast buildings and set up a perimeter. You two take the rest of the squad southwest. Same deal, secure the buildings, build a defense line. Those two towers plus the Emperor Club form a perfect defensive triangle. It relieves pressure on the club and opens up a safe zone." Din Vu realized it now. The kid had planned to use those buildings as checkpoints from the start. Cao Phi radioed in. "My zone is secure. The ladies are clearing house too. Timing is perfect." Angel punted a tangled mess of zombies. "Nice. Kill 'em all. Clean slate." The city was submerged in fire and black smoke, an inferno that refused to die out. Din Vu's minions were buzzing. "Can't believe we're still breathing. We've scrapped with zombies 100 times. But this is the first time we wrapped up with 0 casualties. That Angel guy is the real deal. He wiped the Zhao clan and sent Ho Fong running with his tail between his legs. Dude's legit. I wish I had skills like Brother God over there. Look, there he is." Angel was scanning the battlefield. Din Vu did the math. The loot the Zhao family left behind would keep them fed for a month. "But we have to deal with the mega swarm outside before our supplies run dry." Cao Phi reported, "I scouted the perimeter. It's wall-to-wall undead out there. Without supplies, leaving Long Hoa is a suicide mission." The boy nodded. "I know. Finding the source of this outbreak is the only way out. This place is shaky. If you bail now, panic will tear the group apart." Angel chilled him out. "Relax. I don't gamble unless I'm 100% sure." Cao Phi sighed. "Man, I wish I had clairvoyance. Then I could just spy on everything." Din Vu suggested, "How about I lead a team downtown to recon?" Angel shot it down. "You're too squishy. To survive that mosh pit, you need to be at least tier 2. Lam Sa popped up from the back. "Put me in, coach." Din Vu spun around, startled. "She's fast. I didn't even sense her." Angel raised an eyebrow. "You leveled up?" She smirked. "I'm a tier 2 elite now." Cao Phi yawned. "Big deal. Everyone's doing it." Angel was actually surprised. "You broke through too? Why didn't I pick up on it?" Cao Phi tapped his head. "Psychic type, remember?" Sneaky little. Angel dragged his buddy into a corner. "How far along?" Cao Phi played dumb. "What? How far what?" The boy kept it vague. "Cut the crap. You know, that thing." Cao Phi wouldn't spill. "Look, I leveled up. The details are my business." Angel grinned. "Not bad. Guess those crystal cores weren't duds. Tier 2 unlocks special perks. Take your time grinding the new skills. Mastering it takes a while." He turned to Lam Sa. "You wanted to hit downtown?" She shook her head and held up a box containing Little White. "Not me. Him." Angel pursed his lips. "What's the play?" Sunset was hitting the streets as Little White poked his head out, squeaking a greeting. Lam Sa lifted the rodent. "Little White found this in our building." Angel's eyes widened when he saw the gadget in the box. "A drone." Even Cao Phi jaw dropped. "Holy moly, that's high-tier loot. We can use it for recon." The boy wasn't celebrating yet. "Just this? Not enough. It doesn't have a camera. Flying it downtown gives us 0 intel." Cao Phi frowned. "So we're stuck?" Lam Sa set Little White on the ground. "Go." Cao Phi watched in shock as the mouse shot off like a rocket, straight up his pant leg. Cao Phi hit the dirt, flailing. "What the hell? Get it out. Tell him to leave." His face turned beet red. Wrong way, buddy. That is strictly an exit only. Thien Than's voice was ice cold, cutting through the banter. Done joking? We have business. But Lam Sa ignored the vibe check, dropping a sudden bombshell. Hey, Cao Phi, are you seriously rocking blue floral boxers today? Bold fashion choice, she teased. His jaw hit the floor. How the hell? Thien Than and Din Vu exchanged confused glances. Turns out, the kid was actually guilty as charged. Lam Sa gagged, shouting, Ugh, stop burrowing. I do not want a front row seat to that show. But Little White ignored her protests and dived right into his pants. Cao Phi turned beet red and shrieked. She covered her eyes, yelling, Gross! Who puts a birthmark there? That is visual pollution. Cao Phi looked ready to cry from the injustice. What the? Who gave you permission to look? He froze mid-panic. Wait, how can you even see that? Realization hit him like a truck, burning his face off. He resumed screaming. Get out! Right now, you pervert! Lam Sa ordered. Thien Than reached in and fished the creature out. So, you're the spy camera? He just exposed the source of her extreme embarrassment. We're visually linked, Lam Sa confessed. Yeah, Little White just woke up from his coma yesterday. I literally just unlocked this skill 5 minutes ago. Thien Than sighed, handing the furball to Cao Phi. Guess those crystal upgrades weren't a waste after all. He strapped the creature onto the drone. Finally, this drone isn't just a paperweight. Lam Sa's perspective skyrocketed. The entire crumbling skyline of the city unfolded before her eyes. Below, a sea of zombies roared at the mechanical buzz. Little White, perched on top of the drone, squeaked back like a tiny furry king asserting dominance. Zip it, Little White, Lam Sa muttered. She directed Cao Phi, whose hands flew over the controller. Bank left. Higher. We're hitting the ceiling, he warned. Thien Than leaned in from behind. Got a fix on the Horde's movement? Her brow furrowed. Something's off. Seriously off. They look like they're shambling aimlessly, but there's a pattern. They're drifting toward a specific point. It's too organized. It's creeping me out. Suddenly, Little White snarled at something ahead. Lam Sa gasped. What is it? Cao Phi snapped. Status report. What's happening? Thien Than demanded. Drone stable. We're good, Cao Phi confirmed. I'm fine, she breathed. Just, there's something weird up ahead. Zoom in. Closer. Cao Phi banked left at the intersection, following the noise. Copy that. Altitude stabilizing. We're right on top of it. Check this out. Then she saw it. A zombie so massive it rivaled the skyscrapers. The regular undead looked like ants standing next to a combat boot. Lam Sa's brain short-circuited. What the actual hell? The tiny zombies were swarming the giant's neck, biting it. The titan roared and swatted them away like annoyed mosquitoes. Thien Than grabbed her shoulder. Hey, stay with me. What are you seeing? Lam Sa's voice trembled. A monster. A total freaking monster. It's gigantic. I'm talking Godzilla vibes. It has to be at least 4 stories tall. Thien Than went rigid. Cao Phi couldn't even process the scale. A 4-story variant? That had to be peak tier 3. Maybe even tier 4. Or 5. I need details, Thien Than pressed. The weirdest part, she whispered, the other zombies. They're jumping it. It's a mosh pit. Say what? Cao Phi blinked. Since when do zombies cannibalize each other? Debrief later, Thien Than cut in. Recall the drone. You're drained, kid. Take 5. He turned to the squad. Get Din Vu, Lam V, and Ko La in here. Now. Twilight fell over the base. Din Vu jogged up. What's the fire? Thien Than didn't he waste time? Before Long Ho City fell, was there a major event? Anything specific? I need to know about any anomalies, especially in the city center. Spill. Din Vu rubbed his chin. The city center. Well, there was that meteor impact. Pretty sure a chunk of space rock slammed right into downtown. Yeah, during the meteor shower, one took a nosedive right into the central district. I saw it. Massive explosion and boom, zombie apocalypse right after. Bingo, Thien Than muttered. Can you pinpoint the crash site? Din Vu shook his head. No clue. The blast zone was huge, and then the undead swarmed. Chaos. It's a dead zone. The Tro Clan sent a recon squad a while back. 0 survivors. That meteorite fragment is the source. Thien Than concluded, I'm heading out. I'll be off grid for a few days. I'm taking Lamps and coffee. The base is yours until I get back, if anyone asks. I'm in closed-door cultivation. Clear. I need to see ground zero myself. He grabbed his gear and signaled his squad. Mount up. We removing. The trio stood on a rooftop overlooking the city center. Below, the streets were carpeted with zombies, standing motionless and snoring like a broken engine. Thien Than fired a zip line to the next building. He slid across first, boots hitting the concrete. The others followed, questions bubbling up. Boss, aren't we taking down the big guy? Isn't he the general wrong? Thien Than corrected. We rehunting the puppet master. Rare variants develop command skills. They re-smart, and they Dante always look like monsters. Some are terrifyingly subtle. The dangerous ones, they can mind control the entire horde. That giant is a tank, pure muscle, zero brain, it can T-lead. That's why the other zombies were attacking it. You saw that, right? Yeah, Lamsa nodded. Those biters were foot soldiers for a different king. The meteorite is the catalyst. Any high-tier infected that consumes it evolves into a warlord. So we were going on a headhunt, Lamsa asked. The drone's range is maxed out. Thien then said, we have to get eyes on the target manually. While they strategized, Cao Phi squinted at the horizon. He pointed a shaky finger. Thien Than, you gotta see this, check that street. Thien then followed his gaze and froze. Impossible. The entire city was a sea of rotting flesh, except for one street. It was completely, eerily empty. What the hell? Lamsa shivered. Is this a VIP lane to hell? Cao Phi shook his head. No way, a safe zone in the middle of ground zero. That's too good to be true. He peered through the binoculars. Spotting movement down the street, a frown creased his forehead. There was a crowd down there. Luha broke the silence. Hey, did my brother make it there already? Brother Loy grinned, brimming with confidence. You bet. That place is a goldmine, easy to defend, impossible to breach. Once we re-there, we can ride out the zombie apocalypse in peace. The rest of the squad looked like nervous wrecks, practically shaking. Seeing the morale drop, he stopped in his tracks and let out a heavy, dramatic sigh. Listen up, guys. Loy started his pep talk. I know everybody else exhausted. We've lost good people to the horde, and yeah, we were barely scraping by, wondering where our next meal is coming from. But luck is finally on our side. We found a sanctuary. Relax. Okay, our old friends are already there. Resting up, they just waiting for a reunion. Just trust me, as long as I'm breathing, I will get every single one of you to safety, so stop looking so defeated. Chin up, let's go home, just like that. The gloom lifted. Yeah, let's go home. Home, man. Loy really knew how to pull their strings. All right, stay close. Don't it wander off. Suddenly, a soda can clattered onto the pavement. He froze, eyes locking onto the rolling aluminum. Loy pointed his machete toward the alley. Come on out. When Cao Phi and Lamsa stepped into the light, he paused. Humans. Luho gripped his wooden club, shouting, who are you? Just lucky survivors. Like you guys. Lamsa shrugged. Loy narrowed his eyes. Cut the act, buddy. I know there's more than just two of you. Luhao flinched. What? Then Thien then strolled out from the shadows. Easy there, just passing through. Couldn't he help but overhear your little speech? Dude, we were actually super interested in this paradise you mentioned. The crowd whispered. Actual survivors. Mind if we tag along and check it out? As Luha led the way, he couldn't hide his confusion. Brother Loy, how come this whole street is dead silent? Not a single zombie. Relax, Loy boasted. Me and the boys cleared the sector out ages ago. However, earlier that day, Cao Phi had scouted the scene from a rooftop. Infection rates in the city center are off the charts. He reported highest population density plus the zombie flood. Yeah, it's packed down there. He turned to Lamsa. What about Little White? Any weird readings? Cao Phi shook his head. Nope. Zero paranormal activity in this sector, Lamsa confirmed. Little White is totally silent. Thien then fired a grappling hook at the neighboring railing. Once the line was tight, he signaled, let's move. That's when they heard Loya's speech drifting up. I know everybody's exhausted. We lost people, but don't worry. Our friends are resting at the sanctuary, waiting for us. Cao Phi mused, sounds like a survivor camp nearby. Then he scoffed, no way. These guys Dante have the muscle for that. Thien then noted, unless they have 10 level 2 evolvers, building a safe zone downtown is suicide. Lamsa frowned. But the street is cleared, which means something is fishy. Let's tail them. Might find something interesting. What a drag, he complained. Fine, we'll join them, but keep a low profile. Doan Chau show our true strength. Time to test your acting skills. Kids Thien then casually kicked an empty soda can down the street. Clang, and that's how they met. We were super interested in that place. Can we come? Loiskuns whispered, surprised to see other living souls. Lu Hao eyed them suspiciously. Where you three from? The mining zone, you know it. Cao Phi lied. The crowd gasped. Survivors from the mining zone were legendary tough guys. Their gear looked top tier, making everyone wonder who they really were. Lu Hao whispered to Loy, don't let them join. They look shady. What if they turn on us? The henchman agreed. Yeah, total strangers. Plus we were low on supplies. 3 more mouths to feed. If they start trouble, Loy cut him off. Enough, we all human here. We have to help each other. In the middle of a disaster, unity is power. The more the merrier. He extended a hand with a practiced smile. Welcome to the team, new friends. Thien then shook it, sealing the deal. Thanks. The minions looked pissed, but Loy turned around, shouting, all right, move out. As the trio trailed behind, Li Ju grumbled. Why the hell did boss let them in? Boss made the call. Lu Hao sighed. Just keep an eye on them. They reached a silent stretch of road. Suddenly Loy froze. Hold up. Something's wrong. Crash. A rotting hand punched through the roadside wall. Bricks exploded as a swarm of zombies poured out like angry hornets, rushing the survivors. Combat positions, Loy screamed. The civilians just screamed in terror. Help, keep them away. Loy decapitated a zombie. Hang in there, I'm coming. Thien and Scroop stood like statues. Watching the chaos, Cao Phi eyed him. Hey, boss, are we gonna help, or what? Look at them. Thien then critique. Zero experience, no guts. They won last 5 minutes against the infected. That girl is just flailing around. But check out brother Loy. He has the interesting one. See that speed, that power. He's definitely a level 2 evolver. But a level 2 in Longho with 0 reputation. Have you ever heard the name Loy before? Lamsa blinked. Now that you mention it, reaching level 2 this fast would make him a prodigy. I definitely would have heard of him. Something about this group stinks. A zombie lunged from behind, the trio turned. Cao Phi raised a fist. "I'm gonna flatten your nose, ugly." But Thien Than stopped him mid-swing. Lu Hao saw them standing there and swore, "Damn it, what are you idiots doing? Fight back, look out." The zombie-esque jaws snapped toward Thien Than. Bam, a fist slammed into its face. The monster went flying backward, hitting the pavement like a sack of potatoes. It was Brother Loy. He stood there, fist literally smoking from the impact. Time seemed to freeze as everyone stared. Loy put on his best concerned leader face. "You kids holding up okay?" Cao Phi and Lam Sa gave a flat, monotone yup. Meanwhile, Thien Than hacked up a lung, trying to cover for their total lack of acting skills. Realizing they were blowing their cover, the duo flipped the switch. "Oh my god, total nightmare fuel. I thought we were dead meat for sure." Talk about overacting. Oscar season. "Here we come." "Seriously, Loy, you real lifesaver." Literal saint, they gushed. "We DB zombie chow without you." The guy soaked it up. "Dangerous world out there." He replied, all modest like, "Survivors gotta stick together." Loy preached. He turned to Thien Than. "You good, kid?" While Thien Than nodded, the peanut gallery in the back started whispering, "You catch that? Those three didn't drop a single Zed back there, claiming they from the mining district. Please, they smell like total frauds. Probably just mooshers looking for a free ride. With zero guts and zero skills, there's no way they survived downtown. Only Luck Hao kept his trap shut." Li Van nudged him. "Why you staring at the fresh meat like that?" Luck Hao sneered. "Just look at him, kissing Loy sass already. Young punks learned how to brown nose early. Shameless little brats, and that quiet one, he was petrified back there. Loy saves his life, and all he gives is a cheap thanks. Pathetic. I don't know why Loy dragged these losers along." Li Van shrugged. "Loy's too nice for his own good, building up good karma. I guess Luck Hao wasn't buying it." "Screw that, I ain't lifting a finger for them." Luck Hao spat. Meanwhile, Lam Sa leaned in, whispering to Thien Than, "So, boss, what's the play?" "We play along, see where this rabbit hole goes." Loy's voice cut in. "All right, let's move out." The squad marched toward a tunnel that looked about as inviting as a grave. Luck Hao piped up, "This is the spot." Loy nodded, launching into tour guide mode. Old war bunker, preserved as a historic site. Park up top, it's built to last. We're talking stockpiles of food, working generators, the works, safest place left on Earth, folks. The guys in the back hesitated. "We really going down there?" My gut screaming, "Bad idea. Relax, why would Loy lie to us?" Luck Hao snapped, "Use your brains." Loy busted his back, "Getting us here. You got trust issues. Fine, stay here and guard the entrance." They looked torn. Thien Than suddenly chimed in, "Actually, that's sex smart. Leave two guys as lookouts. Early warning system, right, Loy?" Loy paused, then smiled. "Fair point. You two hold the fort. Alert us if trouble shows up. The rest of you, down the hatch." The tunnel was pitch black. Luck Hao squinted. Loy, why is it so dark? Thought you said people lived here. Generator fuel isn't infinite." Loy said smoothly, "Just stick close." Cao Phi murmured to Thien Than, "This place gives me the creeps." Thien Than smirked. "I know." Suddenly, Loy's voice echoed, "No, you done, Tino. 2 weeks ago, I was just another lucky stiff who triggered an evolution. My best friends evolved too. We set up a base downtown, but the city center, that's a whole different beast. Danger level maxed out. Every day was a fight for survival. Then we found this bunker, and everything changed. I found like-minded souls here. We grew stronger. Sure, we lost people along the way, but it was worth the price. Dying for a higher calling is bliss. Really, I know you done get it yet, but once you see him, you will." Loy spun around, eyes wide. "It's about faith. It's about God." Cao Phi muttered, "What the hell?" Guys officially lost his marbles. Thien Than cut in, cool as ice. "You guys catch that scent?" Before they could answer, he added, "The metallic tang of blood. Been smelling it for miles, but down here, it's thick enough to chew on." Loy's hand hovered over a lever. His voice dropped an octave. "Welcome home, friends." Click. Blinding floodlights slammed on, illuminating the horror below. Thien Than shielded his eyes. Even he had to pause. Massive, writhing tentacles knotted together, pulsating with heavy, wet breaths. Loy spread his arms theatrically. "Allow me to reintroduce you." The crew stood frozen, jaws on the floor. Loy bowed before the colossal mutant octopus like a fanboy meeting an idol. Behold, God. The guy was fully unhinged now, rocking back and forth. "Oh, great one, I brought you fresh meat, juicy ones. Please accept my humble offering." The word hung in the air. Offering. Someone squeaked. "You bet." Loy beamed. "My old crew. They didn't just die. They ascended. They fed the divine, became one with the beast. And now, it's your turn to join the collective." The penny dropped for Luck Hao. "You sick freak. You fed your friends to that thing." Loy looked offended. "You should be honored. It's a VIP pass to divinity. Not everyone makes the cut. It's the ultimate glory." He is just finishing his nap. Once he wakes up, the party really starts. "Come on, friends. Donate your flesh to the cause." The crowd erupted. "You gotta be kidding me. I ain't being calamari food." Loy snapped out of it. Suddenly, the two lookouts from the entrance burst in, panting. "Loy, trouble. Horde. Huge one. We gotta bail." Now Loy's face went cold. "Leaving so soon?" Shunk. His fist punched clean through the messenger's chest. Before the guy could finish his sentence, silence fell like a hammer. The guy gargled blood. Loy grinned. "Congratulations, you re the appetizer. Feel special." He tossed the dying man like a rag doll. A massive tentacle lashed out, snagging the body mid-air. The scream was cut short as he was dragged into the abyss. New. Crunch snap, the wet sound of bones breaking echoed. The octopus's beak slammed shut. Loy clapped his hands. Marvelous, God is pleased, which means the rest of you are definitely on the menu. Thien then casually lit a cigarette, the flame illuminating his bored expression. Found it, that was almost too easy. I clocked your cheap parlor tricks miles back. Dude, steering the zombies away, clearing a path, cute. Even staged a little fake ambush to sell the con. Gotta admire the hustle. Spent all that time luring us here just to feed your pet boss monster, huh? Needs human protein to level up. Looked like his brain had short-circuited what Thien Than exhaled a cloud of smoke. Hate to break it to you, but you were just dancing in the palm of my hand. This is a total clown show, brother Loy scoffed. Listen here, you little punk. You figured it out. So what? To a god, you people are just ants waiting to be crushed, sacrificial lambs for the slaughter. You were all dead meat. The angel casually flicked his cigarette butt at the loudmouth. Bullseye. The butt embedded itself right in his skull. Loy slumped over, silence filling the air. The boy walked up to the twitching body. Newsflash, there are no gods, but if you need a Grim Reaper, I'm your guy. The goon squad froze, absolutely terrified. Meanwhile, Cao Phi's crew didn't even blink. Business as usual, but Phi's radar pinged something dangerous. The moment that eldritch octopus made its move, the angel backflipped out of the kill zone. A tentacle shot out, snatching Loy. He stared at it, paralyzed. I am toast. He mumbled, then snap. His eyes rolled back white, bulging and veined with blood. Loy let out a feral roar. Full zombie mode activated. He stomped, shaking the earth, muscles swelling into a hulking monstrosity as the tentacle detached. Lure the horde outside. The angel commanded Phi and Little Blue can handle the trash mob. No sweat. Not just a zombie, this guy is juiced up on steroids. Definitely a tier 2 mid-boss level threat. He blitzed the frozen giant. The angel threw a test jab at the Meath's shoulder. Rip, one arm severed instantly. He unleashed a combo of rapid-fire punches. The beast face planted, red eyes glowing. But here comes the tentacle again. The angel clocked the strategy. Sure enough, the tentacle spiked Loy. He knew it, healing the damage and buffing the mutation at the same time. Classic boss mechanic. If this drags on, he'll just keep leveling up. Gotta end this. Fast. A massive new arm burst from the socket, bigger and uglier than before. Behind them, a girl got chomped by a zombie. Help, save me. Luck How turned pale. Oh man, I knew trusting that guy was a death sentence. We recook. Lamsa swooped in for the save. The kid flinched, seeing her land. Huff. Cao Phi shouted over. Yo, are you guys hunting zombies or delivering yourself as Uber Eats? He sighed, tossing Luck How behind him. You recramping my style. Cao Phi was salty. Why am I stuck on cleanup duty babysitting these losers? I always get the boring grind. Lamsa smirked. Want to trade for the big boss? He aimed his rifle. Actually, never mind. I am good right here. Bang, a clean headshot dropped a walker. Show off. Lamsa teased. Luck How stared, jaw dropped. These two were insane. She barked orders. Everyone on me. Stick close. It's your only shot at survival. Back in the tunnel. The angel smashed the zombie's face. The giant arm slammed down, but the boy backstepped effortlessly. The tentacle kept refueling the beast. Looks like the zombie is immortal as long as the main host is active. Infinite evolution annoying. The angel whipped out a machete. Catch. He hurled the blade, slicing deep into the zombie. The monster didn't flinch. Hey, ugly. The angel shouted, aren't you gonna check your six? The zombie paused, turning its head. The machete was buried in the octopus's flesh. Your aim is off, buddy. You forgot who holds the leash. The beast shrieked as the boy teleported behind it. Fist cocked. Since you reached such a loyal pet, take a treat. He drove a fist into the creature, triggering a massive kinetic explosion. The tentacle recoiled, draining the zombie dry instantly. The Hulk withered into a bag of skin and bones before collapsing. Drained him ruthless, the angel narrowed his eyes. The mutant octopus had ballooned in size, covered in grotesque, pulsating orbs. Cao Phi radioed an angel, the horde is slowing down. Did you win? The angel yelled back. Hold the line. Do not fall back. A massive eye snapped open on the beast. Is hatching, the angel realized. The creature's skin smoothed out as a giant tentacle whipped toward him. He bobbed and weaved, strike, dodge, a blur of motion. Dozens of tentacles launched a total assault. He scoffed and sprinted. Thud, thud, the tentacles smashed into the earth inches behind his heels. He hit the turbo, leaving them in the dust. Time to counter. He spun around, swinging his arm in a wide arc to unleash a shockwave. The appendages were shredded into confetti. The giant eye panic spawned more limbs to intercept the angel's fist tornado. He was a human buzzsaw, unstoppable. He slammed a fist right into the giant pupil, knocking the monstrosity flat on its back. He analyzed the enemy. Region speed suggests high-tier evolution, but it fights like a rookie if it can control the horde. It should TB this week. Angel, C-Trep, Cao Phi called out, I'm 5x5, these zombies are going berserk, but I'm holding it down. Listen, Phi, the angel's voice was tight, something soft. Spit it out. This mutant is a leader class. It might have psionic abilities. Don't let your guard down. Cao Phi went on high alert. Copy that. Suddenly, a warm light bathed his face. A familiar silhouette emerged from the glow. Little Phi. Mom, Cao Phi whispered, no, it can TB. How the angel yelled over the comms. Phi report. Mom, what are you doing here? She caressed his cheek. I missed you so much. Baby, where have you been? He crumbled. It was really her. Mom, I'm so sorry I am late. It's okay, sweetie. I know. Cao Phi, the good kid, lowered his weapon, then her jaw unhinged. I trust trust you to die for me. Her face warped into a nightmare, Phi froze in terror. A scream cut the air. The angel realized what was happening. Mind games. Blue, face compromised. Get over there now. But Lamsa was already gone, trapped in her own illusion. Daddy, I've been looking everywhere for you, her father said softly. Lamsa teared up. Look how big you've grown. She ran straight into the monster's embrace. Dad, I miss you so much, Angel screamed, his voice cracking. Snap out of it. It's just a head trip. Change of plans. Kidla is down for the count. We can keep stalling. Brute force ain't he gonna cut it with this freak show. Tentacles swarmed Angel like paparazzi on a bad day trying to crush him. You think you're tough? Think again. Angel lunged at the giant eyeball, burying his sword deep. Squelch. A blinding light exploded from the wound. Then came the voices. Angel, didn't you promise to keep me safe? It was Hyen. Is that? He heard her whisper, I hate you. He froze. His sword was right through Wak Hyen's chest. This is all on you. Your fault. Total fail. The monster was playing dirty with his head. Look what you made me into. You said you'd come back. You said you wouldn't ditch me. Her hand started morphing into something gross while she kept rambling. Why did you leave me alone, you liar, you total fraud? Hyen's face twisted into a nightmare slash. Angel cut the illusion in half before she could finish the guilt trip. The monster couldn't believe it. How could you kill her? Angel scoffed coldly. Newsflash. I'm in an omni-evolver. Mental games aren't my main stat, but I'm smart enough to spot a fake. The split-body cursed motherfucker before popping back into a slimy tentacle. You messed up the moment you used Hyen's face. Nobody crosses that line. Angel's eyes blazed. You read dead meat. He brought the blade down, chopping the octopus into sushi. Cao Phi and Lamsa passed out cold clatter. A deep red meteorite shard dropped. Angel eyed the loot. Whoa, a triple condensed mutation shard. That energy is way purer than the standard junk. This stuff is surprisingly chill compared to the raw meteorite rocks. A tier 2 could absorb this, but the virus inside is spicy. Use it reckless, and boom, uncontrollable mutation. Gotta sip it slow over time. Stash it for later, no time for snacks. Lamsa blinked awake, looking totally lost. Did I miss something? Wait, where's Cao Phi? She spotted him planking on the floor. Hey, rise and shine. She shook him violently. Wake up, lazy bones. Angel walked over. What's his deal? We all just dropped like flies, she said. But Sleeping Beauty here, 1T wake up. He's out cold, Lamsa smirked. Should I give him a double tap slap? Nah, Angel said. His vibe is weird. Let's haul him back to Club D How first. Suddenly, the ground did the rumba. The group stumbled. Earthquake. Angel focused. No, that's not an earthquake. Grab Cao Phi and move now. Angel shoved them toward the exit. The roof exploded into debris. Can you sprint? Lamsa nodded. I'm good. Angel spun around, sensing something huge while the extras stood there paralyzed. He screamed, Lamsa, go. A titanic zombie peeked in. Angel swore, damn it, you said this thing was 4 stories tall. The giant hand reached down. Everybody run. Move it. Panic ensued. Boom, the giant paw slammed the ground, sending people flying like bowling pins. Bro, you good? Yeah, I'm splat. The zombie-s palm turned them into pavement pancakes before they could finish the high five. The monster lifted its hand, watching the blood drip, fascinating. Then it turned its gaze to the fresh meat running away. They sprinted like Olympic finalists. This isn't working. The bunker's gonna collapse on us. We retoast. Less whining, more running. Angel pumped the brakes. You guys keep going. I'll cover you. Lamsa panicked. Are you insane? I'm buying time. The massive foot came down like a hydraulic press. Angel sidestepped at the last second. Missed me. He vaulted onto its big toe, then scrambled up the thigh. The zombie swiped at him but grabbed nothing but air. Too slow, big guy. Angel surfed up the monster's arm, launching himself right at its ugly mug. He drove his sword straight toward its face. Slash, a nasty gash opened up, spraying thick. Gross slime everywhere. The zombie roared, furious it couldn't T-squash this bug. Luck how's jaw hit the floor. Please, Angel, don't die. Meanwhile, Angel was annoyed. He'd been hacking away, and the thing barely noticed. The power gap is huge. I can kill this thing. Time for Plan B, tactical retreat. Angel fished a grenade from his pocket and pitched a fastball right into the zombie's open mouth. Gulp. The giant staggered, looking tipsy. The peanut gallery cheered. Whoa, he killed the Keiju. Grenades rock. The giant collapsed with a thunderous crash, kicking up a dust storm. Red eyes snapped open in the dust. Angel bolted. Angel Lamsa cheered. Shut up and run. He yelled back, one grenade ain't gonna kill Godzilla. Back at the club, things were looking up. Den Vu's crew was mopping up the last of the undead stragglers. Walkie-talkie crackle. North sector clear. Looks like the horde is thinning out. Just a few wanderers left. Dun Vu nodded. Copy that. Lalam paced nervously. The zombies are gone, so where's Angel? It's been 2 days since the horde broke up. If they made it, they should be here by now. Bang, the doors flew open. Angel stormed in. Get every evolved fighter we have. Lamsa blinked. Right now, Den Vu sensed the bad vibes. What's going on? Cut the chatter. Angel snapped. Just get them. We are in deep trouble. Their faces went pale. Lucca stared at Dinvia's squad and gulped loud enough to hear. 1, 2, 10. He mentally counted. 10 evolved humans under one roof. Lam V piped up. Why the fire drill? Luck how couldn't T stop staring in long ho? Having one superpowered guy made you a kingpin. This guy has 10, Luck how thought, but Angel shook his head unimpressed. Seriously, only 5 decent ones. The rest are just tier 1 noobs. Dun Vu reported. Listen, our numbers at Mining Zone 4 have dwindled significantly. The zombie horde took a heavy toll on us. Having 5 capable fighters left, that is a miracle in itself. Luck how couldn't T shake the dread. Just what kind of monster are we dealing with? Thien Than's expression darkened. Music swells. I've already broken down the data on this variant. You all need to understand the gravity of the situation. This mutation can track the energy signature of the meteor fragment. It is not a matter of if it finds us. It is only a matter of when. Thien Than raised a trembling hand. Hey, Mother God, Tier, no offense. But can we just chuck that cursed rock away? Maybe the monster will chase that instead of eating us. Thien then shot that idea down instantly. If that variant consumes this shard, it won't just get stronger. It will undergo a second awakening. We are talking about a monster gaining human-level intelligence. If that happens, Long Ho City is finished. The entire Central Plains will be a slaughterhouse. Where would you even run? You are hoping for a lucky escape. But let me tell you, this threat makes the zombie horde look like a joke. There is no negotiation. There is no coexistence between humanity and the infected. It is kill or be killed. If you want a future, there is only one path. Thien then dropped the ultimate ultimatum. We must exterminate it. Bang Lap stuttered, pale as a sheet. K kill. Kill it. They needed numbers. Mr. Thien then, just how powerful is this thing? Can you give us a scale? Thien then analyzed their auras. Right now, most of you are hovering at the peak of Tier 1. The Zhou family hair is at early stage Tier 2. The hair gasped Tier 2. I didn't know the ranks were divided so strictly. Liha nodded, realization dawning. No wonder Hu Luong was such a beast. He was a whole realm above us. Den Vu stepped forward, eyes narrowing. But you defeated Hu Luong. That puts you even higher. Does that make you Tier 3? Thien then shook his head. Currently, I am at the middle stage of Tier 2, however. No enemy below Tier 3 poses a threat to me. Thien then thought to himself, condensing this new spirit seal has slowed my leveling speed, but my foundation is solid as a mountain. This creates the potential to crush opponents far above my own rank. La spoke up, her voice steady. You said my ability is at the peak of Tier 2. If we combine our strength, can we take this variant down? Thien then didn't sugarcoat it. Absolutely not. That creature is already equivalent to a peak Tier 3 master. If it absorbs the meteor fragment, it will ascend to Tier 4. Our only strategy is total preparation before it arrives. That is the only way we create a miracle. That is the only way we survive this gamble. Bang Lap and Liha muttered, terror taking hold. Tier 2, Tier 3, and now Tier 4. If that monster evolves again, we aren't just dead. We are erased. Thien then shifted gears. What is the status on the Zhao family stockpile? Din Vu reported grimly. Not much left. Thien then waved his hand. Take me to it. They entered the warehouse. Crates stacked in the gloom. Din Vu sighed. This is everything. He pointed to the corner. Only 2 crates of explosives left. Thien then frowned. Just 2. That is it for now. Den Vu confirmed we have plenty of ammunition, but against a Tier 3 monster, bullets are just annoying rain. Thien then rubbed his chin, calculating. Not enough firepower. We need a new angle. Suddenly, Luck House stepped up. Mr. Thien then, could you entrust those 2 crates to me? Dante, get the wrong idea. You saved our lives and I want to pull my weight. I used to work in structural engineering. I specialized in controlled demolition using explosives. With these 2 crates placed correctly, I can bring down an entire high-rise. Thien than's eyes lit up. You intend to crush the variant under the rubble. Luck Hao nodded. Yes, I can time the detonation perfectly. But I need a team. Thien then turned to Den Vu. Take your squad and follow his lead. Full cooperation. He then looked at Lam Vi. The trap setup is on you. Lam Vi blinked, surprised me. She looked conflicted. I am afraid I can't help with the traps this time. Thien then raised an eyebrow. Why? Lam Vi explained. I've used the Zhao materials to build a makeshift forge. Your weapon crafting has entered the critical phase. I cannot leave the fire now. Thien then was stunned. The weapon, you have already started. Lam Vi smirked. Want to see? She gestured for him to follow her into her sanctuary of steel and fire. Lam Vi began the tour. Per your request, I tested several alloys. I finally settled on a titanium base fused with auxiliary rare metals. This maximizes hardness and durability. How close are we? 10 minutes until the pour. Thien then pulled out the glowing meteor fragment. Tossed this in the mix. That is a meteor fragment. Lam Vi recoiled. You can just expose that. The viral concentration on that rock is lethal. Are you insane? You really want to melt that down? Thien then didn't blink. Do it. Molten metal flowed from the furnace mouth. With a deep breath, she dropped the fragment into the inferno. Lam Vi watched with wide eyes as the reaction began. The molten liquid roared and bubbled violently inside the crucible. Good heavens. Thien then watched, amazed by her movement. Lam Vi grabbed the heavy container, opened the mold. The glowing liquid hissed as it filled the cast. She reported, normally, cooling and setting this would take at least 3 days. But after my awakening as an evolver, I gained a new gift. It is like this power was born specifically for the forge. The liquid metal obeyed her will. Lam Vi whispered, metal manipulation. The chaotic liquid instantly stabilized. Thien then watched intently. Metal manipulation. Her blacksmithing knowledge combined with telekinetic metal control. She can force the molecular structure into a perfect state. No wonder she becomes the legendary blacksmith in the future. Hiss. Steam exploded as Lam Vi plunged the mold into the cooling tank. Okay, the form is set. Is it ready? Thien then asked. Lam Vi hoisted the heavy blade. The shape is done, but I still need to grind, polish, and sharpen it. Only then will it be a true weapon. Thien then pressed. How long? About half a day. My ability isn't precise enough to create a nano edge yet. I have to do the edge by hand. Thien then nodded. I leave it to you. Once it is sharp, sharp, bring it straight to the front lines. Speed is everything. Outside, Lam Sa was waiting. Well, we need a little more time. Whereas Cao Phi, Lam Sa's face fell. He still hasn't he woken up? Thien Than stopped cold. What do you mean, hasn't he woken up? What happened? Lam Sa looked on the verge of tears. I have tried everything since we got back, but big brother Cao Phi went to open his eyes. If he wasn't breathing, I would think he was already gone. Thien Than marched toward the medical room. Let me see him. Cao Phi lay there, lost in a deep, dark coma. Thien Than stood over the bed. Time since collapse, Lam Sa sniffled. About 2 days now. Thien Than's mind raced. Impossible. Even a direct psychic backlash shouldn't he, cause a coma this long? Cao Phi is a mental type evolver. His resistance to psychic assaults should be higher than anyone else. Eyes on the road, Lam Sa, unless you want a free show. Seeing him drop his pants, she shrieked, eek, gross, what is the plan here exactly? Chill, he inspected the rash on the guy's abs. Just as I thought. The mark is spreading. He is out cold, deep coma territory. Lam Sa blinked. Deep coma? Yeah, usually only hits tier 3s when they sync up with a meteor shard. It is a power level spike, massive physical buff, virus immunity, the whole package. So he completes the upgrade. Lam Sa's face lit up. Wait, that is awesome, right? Cao Phi is about to go beast mode. Do not pop the champagne yet. Thien Than shook his head. The coma is good for stats, but there is a catch, a massive, ticking time bomb of a catch. It is the mind game. This kind of coma locks you in a cage match with your own worst nightmares and insecurities. If his will snaps, he does not wake up a hero, he wakes up a monster. Lam Sa went pale. What, you mean Cao Phi could? Thien Than barked an order. Get a detail on him. Until he wakes up. Prayers are all we have got. Hand on the doorknob. Thien Than glanced back one last time. Cao Phi looked deceptively peaceful, locked in his silent war. He stepped into the hall, staring down the sentry. Eyes open. Anything changes. I want to know 5 minutes ago. The guard nodded vigorously. You got it, boss. Inside, Lam Sa was spiraling. She flashed back to the warning about inner demons. Thien Than snapped his fingers. Hey, Earth to Lam Sa. She jumped. I am fine. She lied, just worried about the big guy. Suddenly, the hairs on Thien Than's neck stood up. The radio crackled. Boss, incoming. You are not going to believe the size of this thing. Luck Ho gagged already. Seriously, Thien Than didn't hesitate. Move, go, go, go. Lam Sa scrambled to keep up. Coming. Luck Ho was hyperventilating. B-boss. We are not prep D. This is too fast. Thien Than cut him off. Keep working. The planet adapts to the chaos, not the other way around. In the distance, the alpha zombie stomped into view, towering over the skyline like Godzilla's ugly cousin, smashing condos like they were made of Lego. It paused on a rooftop. Thien Than barked. Status on the fireworks. Bad. I need 10 minutes minimum. You have got 0, Thien Than said. Keep rigging. I will buy time. Ho Lam pointed, jaw dropping. Holy, look at that. The alpha casually bench pressed a 3-story building and hurled it like a baseball. The projectile slammed into a skyscraper across the street, triggering a massive shockwave. The high-rise crumpled, disappearing into a choking cloud of dust. Din Vu's crew froze as the dust settled. The alpha locked eyes with them and started walking, while Din Vu muttered, that is terrifying. Ho Lam was shaking. That is a whole lot of ugly. We are toast. We are literal toast. Din Vu grabbed the wheel. Shut up and drive if you want to see tomorrow. He fought, the panic rising in his chest. Copy that. His hands were shaking so bad they vibrated. He keyed the mic. Thien Than, I have got a stage 5 clinger on my tail. He spotted us. Running interference. Thien Than radioed back. He inhaled and screamed, hey, brain-dead giant. He flashed the glowing meteor shard. The alpha stopped, tilting its massive head. You looking for this? Thien Than smirked as the monster shifted direction, hook, line, and sinker. With a roar that shook glass for miles, the beast slammed into the tower and started climbing, tearing chunks out of the concrete like wet clay. A massive hand gripped the roof ledge. Thien Than found himself staring down a nose the size of a sedan. Street level, Din Vu's convoy peeled out, drifting into formation at the main intersection. Engines roared as 4 cars aligned like a heavy metal cavalry charge. They floored it, playing chicken with the building's foundation. Impact, explosions bloomed at the base up top. The alpha was throwing a tantrum. Thien Than danced around the blows. Regular steel wasn't cutting it. Luck How clock is ticking, seconds away. Thien Than held up the crystal again. Hey, Radish Head, you want the prize? He stepped onto the ledge and leaned backward into the void. Come and get it. The beast's eyes glowed red as it dove after him. Forgetting gravity is a thing. Mid-fall, Thien Than slammed his blade into the wall, screeching to a halt. He gave a little salute. See ya. The alpha hit the pavement with an earth-shattering thud, creating a crater where a street used to be. The monster lay in the rubble. Stunned, time is up. Thien Than radioed status drivers green. Din Vu confirmed, position set. Lam Sa added. Explosives primed and hot. Luck How shouted. Thien Than grinned. Din Vu lighted up. Roger that. Din Vu floored the accelerator, aiming straight for the recovering giant. At the last second, he tucked and rolled out the door. The car launched off a ramp, soaring over the beast's head before detonating in a fireball. Dunbu dusted himself off. Package delivered, he reported. Thien Than landed nearby. Solid. Lukhao ran up, panic in his eyes. Boss, what is the play? Blow the supports. Lukhao blinked. The whole building? Do not just stand there, nuke it. Lukhao slammed the detonator. Roger. The skyscrapers imploded, collapsing inward like a house of cards. A mountain of concrete buried the Alpha under a chokehold of dust and debris. Thien Than watched the rubble pile. Waiting movement, the beast rose. Thien Than drew his blade. Round 2. Lamsa powered up her black armor while Thien Than lunged into the dust cloud. Visibility dropped to 0. The city held its breath. Coughing broke the silence. Thien Than and Lukhao stumbled out of the gray haze, hacking up dust but looking alive. Is it over? Someone wheezed. Looks like it. We won? Shoulders dropped. High fives were prep. Awesome. Then Thien Than's voice cut through the relief like a knife. All evolved personnel, rally up now. The ground shook. A massive hand punched through the rubble. The Alpha rose, battered but furious. You gotta be kidding me. The team gasped. How is it still standing? Thien Than turned to Lukhao. You got any gas left in the tank? I can move. Go back to HQ. Find Lam Vio. Tell her we need backup. Lukhao nodded, already sprinting on it. Thien Than spun his blade, facing the Titan. All right, Suicide Squad, divide and conquer. Flank left, flank right. All right, Mies La, Junior, you two flank the sides. I'm taking this ugly freak's head. His expression went ice cold. He knows what's coming. If everyone is ready, let's rush this monstrosity. It's do or die. The zombie froze, caught off guard by the synchronized assault. Lamsa rushed in, hacking right at its elbow. The boss roared, totally pissed, just as Angel went airborne. Angel swung his sword at the incoming claw. Meanwhile, Lukhao sprinted to the old ruins, screaming, Lam Vi, you in there. She turned around, face covered in soot. Like, what do you want? Angel is fighting a kaiju-sized zombie out there. He needs you, ASAP. Lam V nodded, say no more. She pulled out a massive blade, leaving the guy's jaw on the floor. Angel said, get back here. Lam Vi slammed the heavy blade into the ground. He wants this bad boy. Right out on the battlefield, Angel was basically trying to chop a rock with a dull spoon. Lamsa and La Lam were providing backup, but Angel's rinky-dink sword finally shattered into pieces back at the ruins. Lam V gripped the new weapon and took off. Angel stuck the landing and scanned the damage. He watched the zombie's torn flesh knit itself back together in seconds. You gotta be kidding me, he thought. Bad news, Angel screamed. Back off, this thing is evolving. Just then, Lamsa slipped and took a nasty tumble. The shockwave sent cars flipping like toys. Bang Lap yelled, what the hell is happening? Someone grabbed him. Doan Chau just stand there gaping. Move. Run. Angel couldn't believe the stats on this guy. Insane defense and cheat code regeneration. Is this thing seriously a tier 4 mutation? While Angel was buffering, the boss's hand swooped in. He spun around just in time to see a whole city block get vaporized by a single palm strike. Angel was pinned in the crater, unable to twitch. The zombie boss raised a massive foot to squash him like a bug. But suddenly, blam blam blam, bullets started flying. Lamsa was unloading her clip, screaming, hey ugly, your big sister ain't dead yet. She taunted it, then scrambled away faster than a rabbit before the hand slammed down. The boss growled, furious it missed the insect. Lamsa, panting like crazy, looked up and saw something totally wild. Angel was holding back the giant hand with pure brute strength. She yelled, Angel, but he gritted his teeth. Get out of here, he was running on fumes. The hand smashed down, but Angel Barrel rolled out of the kill zone just in time. La Lam rushed over. Angel, you alive? He pushed her away. Both of you get lost, she argued. But what about you, Angel? Snap, this thing is tier 4. It's gonna call a zombie tsunami. Go help the others set up a defense. I'll hold the line here. Realizing they'd only be in the way, the girls took off running. He stared at the meteorite stone in his hand. He was battered, weaponless, and his viral energy tank was hitting empty. Do I really have to use this? The boss reached down with its evil claw again. But suddenly a voice shouted from behind, Angel, catch. He spun around to see Lam V drifting on a motorcycle. She chucked the massive blade through the air right at him. As the boss roared, Angel caught the weapon. Feeling energized, a savage grin crept across his face. Lam Vi, you make some good stuff. With one swing, he sliced the monster's fingers clean off. Now that is a sword, but suddenly red blood threads shot out and pulled the severed fingers back onto the hand. Angel's eyes widened. Reassembly. You gotta be kidding. He hacked off the wrists next, spraying green slime everywhere. The monster shrieked, stumbling back, and the scream rippled out like a sonic boom. Every zombie in the city perked up. Denvu's squad froze. You guys hear that? It came from over there. Wait, the ground started shaking with heavy footsteps. Zombies incoming. They looked around, trapped on all sides. Same here, La Lam gasped. Ho Lam stepped up, looking a bit awkward but determined. Quit panicking, we block them here. Buy Angel some time. Don't let these scrubs bother the boss. Everyone attacked while the squad went to work. Angel stood alone on the rooftop, staring down the beast. Just you and me now. Ugly Angel hoisted the blade and sprinted forward, burying the steel deep into the boss's shoulder. Die already. The arm fell off, and Angel used the stump as a platform. He launched himself straight up, landing right on the giant's head. He raised the blade high, rest in pieces. Green gunk exploded as he drove the sword down. The boss gaped, but Angel twisted the blade in its skull. He realized something was wrong. The monster didn't drop, still alive. Angel gasped. The boss backhanded him out of the air. Angel hit the ground hard, his sword clattering beside him. He realized too late The head wasn't the weak point, broken and paralyzed. Despair started to creep in. Is this how it ends? Suddenly, a voice cut through the ringing in his ears. Why are you spacing out? Angel looked up, stunned to see her. Hien, she rolled her eyes. Seriously, didn't you promise to protect me? One little fight and you already tapping out? She reached out to him, triggering a memory from his past life. Come on, she urged. We made a pact. We survived together, remember? The words jolted him back to reality. He grasped for her hand. Yeah, I promised I won't forget this time. Never again. Angel jammed the meteorite stone into his mouth and swallowed it whole. His eyes rolled back white, red veins spider webbing across his face. He let out a gut-wrenching scream as the power surged. The zombie boss just stood there, confused. It froze like a glitching computer, staring at the transformation. The approaching horde stopped and turned toward the scream. Ho Lam gulped. The zombies are freaking out, and was that Angel screaming? Is he okay? Lamsa kept firing, eyes on the prize. Do your job and done. T get distracted. She sounded tough, but panic flickered in her eyes. Angel's evolution was complete. His skin turned obsidian black, glowing with crimson tribal markings. His eyes changed color, and the energy radiating off him was absolutely terrifying. The boss roared and charged, but Angel didn't even flinch. He stood there, calm as a bomb about to go off. In a blur, he snatched his sword and slashed. The giant zombie's arm hit the ground before it even realized what happened. Angel smiled coldly for the first time. The monster knew what fear tasted like. The gutless leader booked it, literally shrieking mommy, like a toddler. I raised my blade and hurled it. A silver streak that buried itself deep in the coward's spine. Without skipping a beat, I vaulted toward the hilt, ripping it free as I instantly teleported directly under the monster's throat. While the thing looked down in confusion, I flashed a cocky grin. I spotted the glowing core inside its chest and launched a savage uppercut. My fist connected with its jaw, sending the zombie crashing onto its back. Gritting my teeth, I glared daggers at the fallen warlord. Retrieving my blade, I hit the pavement. My eyes faded back to normal, but the adrenaline tanked. I collapsed face first. I was clutching the fresh meteorite core in a death grip. Din Vu drifted the pickup to a halt and bailed out of the driver's seat. Move it, Vu yelled. Scrambling out, he barked at Ho Lam to get his rear in gear. While Lam caught up, Vu nervously checked for a pulse. He felt breath and exhaled. Holy crap. I thought he was a goner. Ho Lam tried to pry the sword from my hand, but it wouldn't budge. Bro's got a death grip? I can loosen it, Lam grunted. Giving up, they hauled me into the truck. Just load him up, we'll figure it out at base. As the truck sped off, the virus lines on my arm pulsed, snaking up to my chest. Red veins began to map out across my face like a twisted spiderweb. My eyes snapped open in a void. 3 swirling energy orbs surrounded me. Great, I'm back in my own headspace. In my past life, I needed to be high-level tier 3 with Hyen's help to get here. Pulling this off at tier 2, I'm setting records. But why the triple threat? That top energy orb feels like the meteorite shard, but it's wildly aggressive. Wait, that's my blade's aura. The bottom 2 are pure rage. Probably the shard I swallowed and the loot from that giant boss. I get it now, they all chaotic, but they canceling each other out in a perfect, miraculous standoff. That stalemate is the only reason I haven't T-mutated yet. Actually, this is a golden ticket. As long as I done T-tip the scales, I can siphon their power bit by bit. It's gonna be a grind, so I need to stay chill. No reckless moves. 2 weeks later, Din Vu's crew was on a supply run boss. We picked this gas station clean, total sweep. Vu told them to watch their 6 on the return trip. The crew was buzzing. Things have been smooth sailing lately, huh? Totally, since Angel dropped that giant zombie, our rep in Long Hoa City is legendary. Other gangs detour just to avoid us. At this rate, running the whole city isn't a pipe dream. With Angel on our side, it's inevitable. Ho Lam's radio crackled. We got a situation, Lai Bang frowned. What kind of situation? Ho Fong's goons just rolled up on the gas station. It was a standoff. Lai Bang broke the silence, shouting, Hey, I done see your boss Ho anywhere. Lucka sneered. We don't need daddy for a little errand like this. Inside, he was relieved. The big boss hadn't shown up. Look, pal, we almost done packing up. Interrupted us as rude. Don't you think? The unwritten rule was simple. If you see it, you get a cut. Lucka bargained. We arrived first, so we take 6 parts. You get 4. Lai Bang laughed. That rule is ancient history. You forget who runs Long Ho now. He tapped his temple mockingly. Go ask your boss where he was hiding when the zombie horde hit. Did he fight the Titan? No. This city has new management. We done play by the Beehive's rules anymore. Our angel marked these supplies, so we retaking 100%. The crew backed him up, shouting, Beat it. Lucka turned red. Watch your mouth. You disrespecting boss. Ho Bang shrugged. Hard to respect a guy who doesn't show up. Suddenly, Ho Fong stepped out of the shadows. I guess my reputation really has tanked. His appearance hit them like a slap in the face. Fong smiled thinly. Haven't seen Angel in weeks. Heard he got banged up. How is he? Lai Bang played it cool. Angel is peak. Thanks for asking. Lai Bang thought, so that's Ho Fong scary dude. Exactly like the rumors. Glad to hear it. The kid's a hero for killing that giant. Fong said, my guys were out of line. Send Angel my apologies, will you? Lai Bang forced a smile. You read too kind. Boss Ho, just a little misunderstanding. Catch you later. He signaled his team. Forget the rest. Let's move what we have. The rival gang grumbled. What's the point of acting tough if we just letting them leave? Luckawine boss, we stake this place out. Why let them rob us? Fong's eyes darkened. Relax, what belongs to us will return to us soon enough. Back at base, Denvu was stunned. Say that again. Ho Fong was there and he just let you walk away. Total pacifist, just asked about Angel's health. It didn't add up. Fong's crew had been aggressive for weeks. Why play nice now? Get back here, ASAP, Vu ordered. Lam V chimed in sarcastically. Yeah, and don't forget to deliver his apology to Angel. When a shark smiles, he's about to bite. Vu muttered. Alert the guards. Ho Fong is planning something. We need our heavy hitters awake. Now, with Cao Phi and Angel still comatose, a scout ran in. Boss, we got visitors from the safe zone. Vu looked up. Head count 6 all evolved. Vu nodded, hiding his stress. Put them in the VIP lounge. I need to check on our patients. While Vu handled the guests, Lamsa was in the yard sparring with a lamb. She was throwing haymakers, testing her limits. She fought with desperate intensity. Every punch was fueled by the memory of Angel stopping that Titan's hand bleeding out to save them. Lamsa gritted her teeth. Weak. I'm still too weak. Bam! La Lam's kick caught her square in the chest, launching her backward like a ragdoll. Her boots skidded across the concrete, sparking as she fought to stay upright, barely stopping herself from face-planting. Screaming, Lamsai unleashed a massive, ring-shaped shockwave. La Lam's eyes went wide. Whoa. As the dust settled, revealing her sister's silhouette, she called out, Did you just break the sound barrier? Is that your tier 2 power? Lamsa smirked through the haze. Just unlocked it. Instant supersonic speed. Nice, La Lam nodded, impressed. With that kind of burst, you'd flatline any mid-tier enemy in a heartbeat. Lamsa's shoulders slumped. Yeah, but I'm still dust compared to you and Thien Than Aaron TA. Hey, cut yourself some slack. Hitting tier 2 that fast is insane. Lamsa perked up, but La Lam raised a hand. But chill out, evolving isn't a race. Look at Den Vu and Lam, they build a solid foundation. That's how you survive long-term. Footsteps approached. My ears are burning. You ladies talking about me. What are you doing here? La Lam asked. Recruiting? We've got refugees from the peace zone at the gates. Come say hi. Lamsa scoffed. Pass. Busy training. Lamsa snapped. No, La Lam grabbed her arm. We're going. Lamsa rolled her eyes. Why? It's just a bunch of low-level randos. They're evolved. Lamsa, La Lam said sharply. And since Den Vu is still stuck at level 1, he needs us to flex a little muscle, right? Den Vu grinned. Nothing gets past Professor La. Fine. Whatever. Lamsa grumbled. Cut to the conference room. Den Vu's crew looked pathetic. Just 3 of them, including him, across the table. The leader, Lam, didn't he waste time? Where's Thien Than? Is he a no-show? She demanded. Den Vu leaned back. Anything you have to say, you can say to me. Lam shook her head. Not for this. It's too big. You don't have the clearance, she insisted, glancing at the sisters. I doubt you've got anything that these 2 can't handle. Din Vu countered. Lam scanned the sisters and froze. 2 tier 2s. Her eyes narrowed at La Lam. Wait, you were at the blood bank. La Lam smirked. Guilty. Then the guy with you. That was Thien. Then Lam realized. Makes sense. That's how he wiped out the Triu clan and held back the zombie tide. Didn't he realize he had such a stacked team? She cleared her throat. All right, cut into the chase. We want in. We're pledging loyalty to Thien. Then Den Vu blinked. You want to join us? You really don't know, do you? Lam sighed. The peace zone is gone. You saw that zombie swarm 2 weeks ago. It hit everyone. All of Long Ho City is crawling with them. You guys were lucky. You had Thien Than holding the line. We were a mess. The second the herd hit, our defenses crumbled. When the dust settled, the peace zone was a graveyard. And that's when Ho Fong showed up. He rolled in waving a rebuild the zone banner, snatching up survivors. Before your guy came along, Ho Fong was the king of Long Ho. People flocked to him. He's got all the elites now. His army is massive, way stronger than before. Bam, Lamsa slammed her fist on the table. Are you kidding me? We almost died fighting the horde and that giant freak. And this guy just swoops in and powers up. Sit down, La Lam ordered calmly. Lamsa fell back into her chair. Fuming, La Lam nodded at Din Vu. Go on. Den Vu turned to the guest. Lam, was it? So, here's the million-dollar question. Why us? Ho Fong is winning. Why not join the winning team? Lam glanced at her silent crew, then looked Den Vu in the eye. Because Ho Fong is a tyrant. He's a snake. Anyone who speaks up, anyone who complains, he sends them on suicide missions to the red zones. They don't come back. Some of my people escaped his camp. Others have hated his guts for years. Joining him is a death sentence. Besides, we heard what Thien Than did. Everyone respects strength. And right now, you guys are the only ones who can stand up to him. Dying Vu kept his face stone cold. Look, we'd love to have more evolved on the roster. But let's be real, our base is exploding right now. We're not looking to start a war with a warlord like Ho Fong yet. If you're rejoining just to get us to fight your battles, you're gonna be disappointed. Lam smiled grimly. I figured you'd say that, but you don't get it. It's not that simple. One of the hooded figures in the back stepped forward and pulled down his cowl, revealing a mop of messy curls. It was Brooks, nursing a bad arm injury. Hey, Brooks. Den Vu stood up. I thought you were glued to Triu Van Seen's hip. Brooks looked down. Boss is dead. Ho Fong, he slaughtered everyone. Wait, Den Vu frowned. I thought Ho Fong was recruiting. Why kill the Trio clan? Brooks's voice dropped. He wanted the item. What item? Den Vu pressed. Brooks shrugged helplessly. I don't know. Damn it, Brooks. Denvu slammed his hand down. Speak up. What is it? And how did Ofong even find you guys? Abu was a mole, Lam interrupted, stepping between them. Chill out, I'll explain. After you guys crushed the Triu family, Van Sang fled to the peace zone with his inner circle. He was holding onto something, trump card. Something powerful enough to turn the tables. Brooks muttered. He never let us touch the box. But the peace zone was a hellhole too. Lam continued. And then Hofong showed up. Abu sold them out. He was Hofong's man from day one. Denvu shook his head. Cold, he looked at Lalam. Did you know about this? I heard rumors. Lalam shrugged. Lamsa chimed in. So Abu betrayed Hofong to spy on the Triu family. The Trias were idiots for buying it. Lamsa laughed. No, Denvu corrected her, his face grim. When Abu defected, everyone believed him. Because he didn't come empty-handed. He brought a head. He handed over Hoang's head, Hofong's own flesh and blood brother. That's why Boss Triu never questioned him. The whole mining district pegged Abu as a backstabbing snake. Even the Fong Sao crew bought the act hook, line and sinker. Lalam was shook. Wait, Hofong actually iced his own brother just to set a trap. Lam chimed in. Yup, Rupp is the last Triu standing now. We pulled him out of the fire when he was on the run. He heard about your legendary rep and decided to crash here. Hofong's endgame was always ruling Long Ho City. The Triu family was just the appetizer. Yen Bine district was the main course. Now, you guys are dessert. Dude ruthlessly sacrificed his own flesh and blood for power. There is literally no line he won't cross. The mood in the room dropped to zero. Everyone was fuming. Denvu barked out orders. Grab Lam V. Get every evolved fighter in here for a war council. Stat. Meanwhile, in the astral plane, Thien Than was deep in the zone. He could feel those 3 massive energy cores shrinking down after his absorption session. With my current power level, I can totally boss these things around. Suddenly, one core bloated up, catching him off guard. Crap, the equilibrium is shot. Oh, hell no, this energy senses a threat and is ganging up on me. Boom, the core detonated, flooding his mental space with a chaotic lightning storm. Lightning slammed into him. A few days ago, this would have fried me, but now you 3 aren't going anywhere. Suddenly, voices bled through, heavy. Careful, Don dropped the boss. Back in reality, the crew was reporting in. Big bro Vu, we stashed Thien Than in the basement. Denvu nodded. Solid work. Lock it down and stand guard. Do not open that door for anyone, someone whispered. Are we seriously gonna war with Hofung us faction? Clean the wax out of your ears. Vu said we re on defense, they muttered. Don't judge a book by its cover, man. Hofung looks like a saint but plays like the devil. Who knew Abu was a double agent, sacrificing his bro? That is cold-blooded psycho territory. Is Denvu really ready to throw down? In his subconscious, Thien Than recalled his past life. Hofung was always public enemy number 1. You can sleep on that guy's power. The second he stepped foot in Long Ho, he was already maxing out at tier 2. With his leveling speed, he's gonna hit tier 3 any second. I gotta speed run this absorption and wake up. Lalam radioed in. Hofung's crew is aggressive. They've gobbled up almost all our turf in 48 hours. Dun Vu made the call to turtle up at the base. Our defense is a fortress right now. If Hofong wants a piece of us, he's gonna have to bleed for it. Lamsa bit her lip. We can play defense forever. Our supplies are ticking down. The Lam cut her off. We want hide forever. I'm checking on Thien Than. His energy signatures are spiking. He's gonna wake up ready to brawl any minute now. Light Tiet bounced in, hyped up. I can fight too. I'm evolved. Lalam shut that down fast. Nope, Urea kid. Leave the war stuff to the grown-ups. I've got a special mission for you. Go guard your big brother in the basement. The girl pouted. Fine. Suddenly, Denvu got an alert. Boss, we've got bogeys from Hofung's camp. Vu snapped. How many? The scout replied. Just one guy. The sisters blinked. One dude. Denvu moved out. Hold your fire. I'm incoming. It was Abu, standing there casually puffing on a cigarette like he owned the place. Rupp lost it. You have the guts to show your face. You read dead. Lam held him back. Chill, Abu sneered. Where's your invincible god leader? Dun T tell me he kicked the bucket. Denvu stepped up. Keep dreaming. The boss is fine. He doesn't need to lift a finger for small fry like you. Abu laughed. Well, look at that. It's Denvu from the Than Sun gang. Thien Than's got skills, turning a nobody tier 1 scrub into a leader. In 2 weeks, you rerunning the Dahao Club. Lucky bastard. Denvu narrowed his eyes. What's your point? Abu shrugged. Nothing, just feeling nostalgic. Anyway, I brought a good news, bad news situation. Pick your poison. Denvu scoffed. We don't want to hear a word from your mouth. Either get out of my face, or we all make you disappear. Abu signaled his hidden crew. Suddenly, a swarm of fighters leaped out from the shadows. Denvu's team froze at the numbers. Abu smirked. Didn't you just say you make me disappear? I've got 70 evolved fighters here. Let's see you try. Lamsa gasped. 70? Since when does Hofung have an army like this? Lam sighed. You guys probably realized it already. When the zombie horde hit, the mutants came with it. Fighting them forced people to level up, plus all the loot drops from the monsters. It's not just us, the whole evolved population in Long Ho City skyrocketed. We were seeing a lot of tier 2 breakers now. Hofung absorbed the Yen Bine district, so his power base just tripled. Abu taunted. You were talking big a second ago, why so quiet now? Where's your savior hiding? Even if Thien Than comes out, he can stop this train. Face it, you were all doomed. Lamsa snapped. She unleashed her power, slicing every hair off Abu's head instantly, except for a ridiculous patch right in the center. Abu watched his hair drift down in shock. The enemy fighters blinked, staring at his sudden bald spot. Is that a reverse mohawk? More like a toddler cut. Lam sat toward the dagger, eyes cold. Whether Thien Than can handle you isn't up for debate. You aren't on his level. Abi lunged, screaming, "Give me back my hair." He whiffed completely. Lamsa rolled her eyes. With those sloppy moves, maybe in your next life, Baldy. While he was raging, Ho Fong radioed in. Ivy scanned the area. No high-level energy signatures. Thien Than isn't he there? Wipe them out. Abu grinned wickedly. Music to my ears. He turned to his crew. Bring out the big guns. A heavy vehicle roared in the distance. Den Vu squinted at the horizon. What is that noise? Lalam listened. Sounds like a heavy engine. A massive silhouette emerged from the dust. As the dust settled, Abu laughed maniacally. Two figures stood on top of a hulking metal beast. It was a literal tank. Din Vu's jaw dropped. How the hell did he get a tank? Lalam didn't hesitate. Vu, hold the line. She sprinted straight toward the oncoming war machine. The creeps on the transport are loving this. Incoming target, cute girl, glasses, my type 1 sneers. Take her out. Den Vu barks, orders at Lam Vi squad up. She needs cover. Now, you two, keep those freaks busy. I am intercepting the heavy metal. It is total bedlam. Lam powers up her obsidian armor, bracing for impact as the armored carrier barrels down. Her paw meets the grill, metal screeching against metal, but she is sliding backward. Carving trenches in the dirt, Lam V winces. Not good, she is losing ground. The vehicle S-torque is insane, the Lam is overwhelmed. Suddenly, Latayat blurs in. Big sis, tag me in. One pint-sized punch obliterates the carrier's outer plating like it is wet cardboard. Abu shock gapes. How does a little brat hit that hard? He snaps, you idiots. Shift to the armored unit. Leave 10 guys here, the rest of you pile on them. Lamsa scans the perimeter. Bad vibes everywhere. Abu has left a 10-man kill squad just for her. Then he triggers the Evo virus. Save this trick for Angel, but you can have a taste. He engages the neural link. A psychic web erupts from the 10 thugs, converging on a central node. Abu puffs his chest. Ever since Angel kicked my butt, I have been hitting the psychic gym non-stop. I can synchronize 10 mutants at once now. Perfect teamwork, zero lag. Let us see you try to fight a hive mind. Sweetheart. He plays them like Earth's units. Left flank exposed. Squad 1, fill the gap. Evolved unit to the right. Titan defense now. Den Vu watches the formation shift. Crap, we cannot hold out against this precision. Lalam is pinned down wrestling that tank. She is totally gridlocked. Lam says getting swarmed and needs a lifeline, but everyone else is busy fighting for their lives. No field commander left, and the boss villain, Ho Fong, still a no-show. The cut-off-the-head strategy is officially a bust. Am I done for? Inside Cao Phi's mindscape, a voice echoes, you wake up, get up. Kid, his eyes snap open in the void. Who is that? He spots a figure. I am right here. Angel says, Cao Phi blinks, confused. What is wrong with me? Where the heck is this? Skip the 20 questions. There is a war zone outside and your friends are dying. You need to move, now. Cao Phi jolts, wait, war. Angel fades slightly. My spirit juice is running low. Look, just get out there and help them wreck Ho Fong. Go. The name rattles him. Ho Fong is here. Angel smirks. Check your stats, kid. You hit peak level 2. I bet you have even unlocked your special ability. Cao Phi watches Angel dissolve and freaks out. Hey, do not go ghost on me. You cannot just leave after a pep talk. Get back here. He claws toward the exit gate. Fine, I got it. Wait for me, Angel. He jolts awake in the real world, eyes locking in with deadly focus. Ho Fong taps his foot. Status report. Are we winning yet? An exhausted grunt replies, boss. Some high-level freaks blocked the armored car. We are crawling. That little girl is a monster. We need more time. Ho Fong checks his watch. 5 minutes. You get 5 minutes before I come down there and start breaking necks myself. Roger that, Abu says, eyeing the battlefield with a nasty grin. He barks at his squad. Pop your birthmark abilities, max power, blitzkrieg tactic. Energy crackles as they power up. Then Abu switches it up. Change of plans, defensive formation, advance slow and steady. Lamsa is gasping for air. We are screwed. Angel used to catch them off guard when they raged out, but now they are disciplined, controlled aggression, 0 weak points, and I am not built for a brawl against muscleheads. This is a nightmare matchup. Abu laughs maniacally. Give it up. Brat, Angel schooled me once. I am not falling for the same trick twice. Nobody is coming to save you, not even Angel today. The Windstorm faction owns Long Ho City. Suddenly, a massive explosion cuts his victory speech short. The goons spin around, jaws dropping. What was that? A smoking crater sits where their commander was standing. In the pit lies a crispy, blackened corpse. Holy, that is Abu. Abu is toast. Lamsa is bewildered. What just happened? Then, a familiar drawl floats down. Why are you standing there gawking? Finish them off, she looks up. Cao Phi, perched on a high-rise, sniper rifle in hand. Cao Phi smirks. Who else? You know any other sharpshooters this good-looking? Lalam cheers. Cao Phi is back. He radios in. Cool as a cucumber. Go crazy. Team, I have got your 6. Rain hell on them. He inspects the glowing bullet in his chamber. My firepower got a serious upgrade. Din Vu immediately yields command. You are the quarterback now. Phi, call the plays. Roger, time to stretch my legs. Cao Phi racks the bolt. No mercy, guys. Charge. Ho Fong gets the bad news. Abu is down by a sniper. Or was it a tank? The reports are frantic. The firepower is insane. Boss Ho Fang yells. Which is it, sniper or artillery? Make up your minds. The minion stammers, think it is a sniper, but his rounds hit like mortar shells. Abu and the frontline commanders, they are all gone, sir. Triangulate his position, find him, the radio crackles back. Negative, we cannot lock on. Ho Fang loses it. What do you mean negative? Sir, usually we can dodge bullets, but this guy's shots curve. It is like magic. He is hurting us like cattle, curving, exploding bullets. We cannot defend against that. While the grunt is whining, a bullet weaves through the rubble, homing in. The guy never saw it coming. Boss, what do? We are getting slaughtered out here. Ho Fang flinches as the radio goes static with a loud boom. His ear rings from the feedback. Sniper, clever rat. Suddenly, a voice cuts into his personal frequency. Yo, Boss Ho, right, Cao Phi sounds way too cheerful. Guess who? Bullseye. Hey, send my regards to 18 generations of your ancestors. Ho Fang growls, you are the sniper. Fa chuckles, bingo. Let us see. I have popped so many heads today I lost count. Anyway, lots of rounds left in the mag. You want to keep playing. Send as many goons as you want. I will stack them up like firewood. Hu Feng's face turns purple with rage. Reserves, all units, flush him out. Find that sniper and bring me his head. His army roars, flooding the streets. Kill him. La Lam's eyes widen. Seriously, there is more of them. Lam Vi slumps. Does this Ho Fang guy clone his troops or what? It never ends. Lamsa panicked. Cao Phi, where are these goons spawning from? He radioed back. Relax, sector is clear. Looks like Boss Hu just played his last card. She realized the score. He was going all in. Death or glory. Cao Phi confirmed it. Why, I'll get out of here. I'll pick these mutants off one by one. Pop goes the weasel. Ho Fang 1T just sit there watching his empire burn. Lam Sa warned, you gonna camp in one spot. That's a rookie mistake. You'll be compromised. He smirked. Chill, I can handle myself. Bullets danced through the air, finding their marks below. The radio crackled on the other side. Boss, casualties are too high. We're getting slaughtered. The boss snapped. I got the shooter's location. He's mine, you lot. Keep pushing up high. Cao Phi was in the zone, firing with manic glee. He was even humming a tune. I'm a sharpshooter, baby. One shot, one kill. Ain't no mountain high enough. Ain't no river deep enough. Click, another shot. Suddenly, a voice right behind him. Done playing yet? Go fight in T flinch. Damn, Boss Ho. You travel fast. Not bad. Kid, Ho Fang sneered. Cao Phi, right, join me. You've got talent. Hate to waste it on a corpse. Shame you're so stubborn. Flattered, boss man. Cao Phi quipped, but this flower's already plucked. The villain sighed. Guess I can keep you then. Ho Fang's hand struck like a spear point, slamming into Cao Phi's chest. Bam. The sniper went flying backward, coughing up blood as he skidded across the roof. He scrambled up, bracing himself. What the hell? He barely tapped me. Had as a love tap hit like a freight train. Your power is cute, Ho Fang mocked. But up close, you're out of your league. Cao Phi wiped his lip. Ever heard the one where the villain talks too much and dies? Without another word, Cao Phi leveled his rifle and pulled the trigger. Ho Fang snatched the bullet out of the air like a fly. Too easy. But the surprise came after the slug left his hand. He turned just in time to hear a boom. The ground beneath him detonated. Smoke cleared. You little punk, he growled, looking like a demon crawling out of the pit. Bullet manipulation, you're dead meat today. Cao Phi was and T sticking around for the sequel. Catch you on the flip side, he yelled, vaulting away. Ho Fang roared, where do you think you're going? The chase was on. Cao Phi spun mid-air, firing backward. The boss dodged, but the bullet pulled a U-turn like it had G-piece, looping back to explode right where he stood. Cat and mouse across the skyline. Cao Phi skid to a halt at the railing dead-end. Ho Fang strolled up, looking unbothered. Kite flying is over, kid, Ho Fang announced. Cao Phi took off his shades, looking past the villain. My shift's done. Tagging out. Taggin who? A bad feeling hit Ho Fang's gut. Heavy footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Yo, Boss Ho, long time no see. You look healthy. The villain spun around. Thien Than stepped into the light. Time to settle up our old tab. The sight of him hit Ho Fang like a truck. Flashback earlier, while Cao Phi was belting out his sniper anthem about one shot, one kill, Thien Than had walked up, grinning, having fun. Are we? Cao Phi froze, then beamed. Angel, you reawake. Finally, with you here, we can wrap this war up by lunch. New trick? Thien Than asked, impressed. Not bad. Cao Phi demonstrated. You mean the curving, exploding bullet thing? I store a bit of my viral energy inside the casing, then guide it with a mental tether. It feels kinda like magic. I can't fully control it yet, but I can nudge the flight path. That's how I make the bullets dance. Basic trajectory manipulation. And the boom, Thien Than asked, needs speed? Cao Phi winked. Basically, I use the bullet's own kinetic energy to trigger the stored payload. Guns are perfect for it. The farther it flies, the harder it hits. Right now, my best shot hits with the force of a mortar shell. How many can you juggle? About 30 anymore, and they fizzle out. Thien Than nodded. So you're a walking rapid-fire mortar battery. Nice. Pretty much. Thien Than slapped his shoulder. That's him, boy. You actually hit harder than me now. We got this in the bag. Cao Phi shook his head gloomily. Winning the battle isn't enough. We have to end Ho Fang permanently, or Long Ho City never sleeps safe. The guy is a slippery snake. He never shows his face. I have a plan. Thien Than smirked. Let's bait the hook. Cao Phi stared at the object in Thien Than's hand. Ho Fang's earpiece. I'm handing the stage to you, buddy. This is your show now. Remember, talk trash. You a top tier level 2 master now. Act like it. And that led to the cocky intro, Boss Ho. Right now. The three stood on the roof. Ho Fang calculated the odds, 2 against 1. Hu Fang lunged, targeting the newcomer, his palm pressed against Thien Than's chest. Cao Phi screamed. Watch out, fade back. His punch is weird. It explodes at point-blank range. Thien Than didn't he blink? I see 1-inch punch, generating maximum force in 0 space, perfect for a brawl. Phi, go help the squad, I'll handle this clown. Cao Phi nodded. You watch your back. The sniper sprinted past the villain and down the stairs. Ho Fong was baffled. Sending your backup away, you that confident, Thien Than thought. Cue dramatic music. I thought I'd hit level 3 in the mental realm, but I'm still stuck at the peak of level 2. But my raw power, it's off the charts. That trip through the mental space gave me something unique. I need to unlock the rest the hard way, through blood and sweat. And who better to practice on than the former king of fists? Ho Fong glared. Angel, since the apocalypse started, you're the only nightmare I actually feared coming true. You're full of surprises, kid. The second then and goo nat dropped your name, I knew you weren't some average scrub. Escape Cat District, rocking the codename Angel. You're the guy who dismantled Long Dian, right? Thien Than smirked. The old fox had been camping here waiting for him. And those rumors about the evolution technique, you leaked those, didn't you? The man's voice dropped. Suggestive. Real or fake, I bet you know the answer better than anyone. When you first rolled into Long Ho, you were a rookie level 2, then you crushed the Triu family and hit intermediate. Now, you re-peaking at level 2, maybe even cracking level 3. Is that evolution technique legit or just hype? A month ago, a loser named Ahung came running to me, spilled his guts about you going wild at the dam and your secret training method. I blew it off back then, but when my crew brought you up again, it clicked, the whole puzzle just snapped together. By the way, I can stand that Ahung guy. Dude gives me hives just looking at him. Thien Than cut in. So this master plan was just you using me to take out the trash for you, and then unify Long Ho City. Bingo, that's the surprise. Honestly, I didn't expect you to power level that fast. Surprise number 2, I only needed you to stir the pot in Long Ho. Maybe create a little chaos, toppling the Tree family. Child's play for me. I just didn't expect you to swoop in and steal all the glory. Thien Than shrugged. Surprise number 3, you didn't think I'd wipe out the zombie horde and flatten that giant zombie, did you? Totally eclipsed your reputation in a heartbeat, didn't I? Ho Fong grunted. Back then, yeah, that would have been a headache. Your powers are definitely a threat, but I've got what I wanted. The Tree family is toast. Long Ho is united. That was the goal, sure, but not the endgame. He ripped off his shirt, revealing strange, glowing markings pulsing on his ripped chest. In this world, if you want to get things done, you need raw power, taking down the Trius. Just a stepping stone to boost my own stats. My real goal is this. He paused for dramatic effect. Thien Than stared at the crystal embedded in the guy's chest, distracted just enough for a sucker punch. Ho Fong missed. The air cracked where Thien Than's head used to be. Fast reflexes, Fong scoffed. Not even turning around, Thien Than eyed the crystal. That's a cloud star convergence, isn't it? It hit him. Absolutely. That had to be a cloud star convergence. When a high-level infected evolves enough, they get territorial, developing a hive mind consciousness. Some freak variants even cannibalize other zombies just to expand their turf, and the crystals, the cloud stars, dropped by their victims become trophies. Zombies aren't like humans. That pure viral energy acts like nitro for their evolution. It's rare, super rare, but sometimes that energy mutates inside them, creating a convergence effect. No wonder Ho Fong hit level 3 so fast. He's been juicing on a convergence core. Thien Than powered up. Perfect. Beating on a punching bag this tough might actually be fun. Ho Fong's vein popped. Punching bag, I'll show you who the victim is here, you brat. He launched a fist straight at Thien Than's face. Boom. Fists collided midair. Ho Fong froze. Blocked. The kid's armor actually tanked a direct hit. Ho Fong didn't let up. Take this. I can keep this up for 30 minutes straight. No matter how tough that shell is, I will crack it. Let's see how long you can turtle up. His fists flew like a hurricane, a blur of violence. Thien Than dodged and weaved, bits of black armor chipping off. Ho Fong laughed maniacally. You can win by just hiding. Suddenly, Thien Than spoke. 37, he calculated Ho Fong's output. Each hit slammed like a truck, equal to a peak level 2 all-out strike, and his natural armor took 37 of them before cracking. That defense was insane. Better than his prime in his past life. The black armor on his arm instantly regenerated. Ho Fong gasped. It healed. Thien Than grinned. Test phase over now. Let's try offense. Before Fong could blink, Thien Than was in his face, burying a fist into his chest. Crack! Ho Fong coughed up blood, launching backward and slamming into the crater below like a rag doll. Ho Fong had to admit, the kid was a monster. Thien Than walked to the edge. Looks like that convergence core gave you some nice perks. A normal level 3 would be dead or crippled after that. Fong was reeling. The kid is only peak level 2. How are his base stats higher than mine? Does that armor boost his entire physical profile? Insane defense, high attack, instant regen, and a total stat boost. How does a level 2 have such broken abilities? I underestimated you, Fong spat, wiping blood from his lip. No wonder you took down the giant. But you don't know jack about real level 3 power. I was the first awakened in Long Ho. I train faster, grind harder than anyone else. My understanding of the virus is leagues above yours. You think raw stats can close the gap between level 2 and 3. Thien Than tilted his head. It's all virus energy. Fong growled. Check this out. My new level 3 toy, energy control. Thien's eyes widened. Energy control. Hitting level 3 means finally unlocking the true potential of the virus, manipulating the energy itself. Condensing the virus energy is step 1. It's a wall that stops most level 3s dead in their tracks because it's ridiculously hard. The Fist King didn't just break through, he mastered control instantly. No wonder he was a legend in the past life. Not bad, Angel, Fong said coldly. I done hand out compliments, so savor it, you re the first. But here's the life lesson. Making the right choice matters more than 10 years of grinding. I gave you a shot, you blew it. He threw a punch that screamed death, a whirlwind of destruction, but his confidence hit a brick wall instantly. Ho Feng's eyes bulged. Impossible. Thien then caught the fist with one hand. Yo, boss Ho, looks like my energy is just a bit higher than yours. Ho Feng's brain short-circuited. No freaking way. Yuri clearly just a level 2 rookie. How are you even handling that kind of juice? That is level 3 output. Angel smirked. Buddy, you don't know the half of it. Angel's fist lit up like a supernova, engulfing the man's hand. Hakfong hit the dirt hard, total system shock. How does a level 2 hit like a freight train? The radio crackled with panic. Boss, we got a situation. The armored transport is pinned. They re-swarming the vehicle like angry hornets. They re-breaching the hull. If you done to get out here, we were losing the ride. Crunch. Latite's fist just punched a sunroof through the steel plating. She yawned, man. This tin can is thick. Took me like 3 hits. She glared at the driver. You the chauffeur. Stay back unless you want a makeover. Back off. I'm warning you. His voice cracked in desperation. Boss, the snipers are picking us off. We are toast out here. Send backup. Boss, abort mission. We gotta bail or we re-dead me. Hut Feng growled, his voice low and dangerous. Angel, I spent 3 months on this. I sacrificed my own brother. My top guys stabbed me in the back, and now you ruin everything. Angel raised an eyebrow. You meaning the naughty and then flipped on you? Where are they? The villain sneered. You know them well. Those rats actually tried running to the Imperial Club to leak intel to you. You think I let snitches live? Angel spat on the ground. Wow, you really are a textbook scumbag. He shrugged. History is written by the winners. Kid, who cares how I win as long as I win? I'll admit, you've got guts. Normally, I wouldn't mess with someone like you, jumping you without doing my homework. Yeah, big mistake, but we are way past the point of no return now. He launched a haymaker straight for Angel's chest. Hafong dumped every ounce of power into a point-blank strike. Bam! Angel got launched into next week. The whole building shuddered like an earthquake, grabbing La Lamb's crew's attention. Lamsa panicked. Angel, I'm coming to help. Cao Phi grabbed her arm. Hold up, she struggled. Are you crazy? Can you feel that guy's power level? Cao Phi chilled. Relax, Angel's got this. Besides, a fight at that tier, we'd just be speed bumps. Lamsa bit her lip, knowing he was right. They watched the dust settle in the combat zone. Angel was embedded in the wall, head hanging low, totally motionless. Hafeng strutted over. He stopped, keeping a safe distance. Quit playing possum, Angel. Your armor can handle another hit like that. Come on, show me what you were really made of. I unlocked this move after hitting level 3. Pure, concentrated destruction. Time to end this, he threw the punch. Thwack stopped cold. Hafeng froze, his ultimate punch caught by Angel's blade like it was nothing. What the? Angel looked up as the hero music kicked in. That hit was solid level 3 mid-tier stuff. Since you showed me yours, let me show you what real energy control looks like. You can be my crash test dummy. Hafeng gaped as the blade rose. Swoosh. A massive explosion ripped through the room, vaporizing everything nearby. The villain stood there, face blank, right before his bottom half slid off his top half. Hafeng hit the floor in pieces. Game over. Angel's crew rubbed their eyes, disbelief written all over their faces. Silence for 5 whole seconds. Cao Phi and Lamsa stared slack-jawed. One hit. Angel took out the big bad with 1 hit. Then the place erupted. We won. Holy crap, we actually won. Cao Phi grinned. Come on, let's go high-five the hero. Lamsa scrambled after him. Hey, wait up. La Lam was still stunned. That move was insane. The rest of the squad nodded. Legendary. Angel jammed his blade into the concrete, leaning on it as he gasped for air. Totally drained. He eyed his sword. That move is a beast, but it drained nearly all my viral energy. Won't be spamming that anytime soon. The squad ran up, looking shocked. Angel, dude, perfect timing. Angel wheezed. You guys got any crystals on you? He popped a crystal into his mouth like a breath mint. Lamsa gagged. You eat those raw to recharge. Gross. Wait, if we just carry a bag of those, can you just infinite combo everyone? Don't he get any ideas? Remember what happened to the Triu kid? Popping these gives you a boost, but overdose and you explode. My resistance is high enough to handle 1 or 2, so I'm good. Besides, Kifeng is toast, but Longho City is still a mess. I need to be at 100% to clean this up, fast. Cao Phi tilted his head. So where are you at now? 50%. Angel shrugged. Lamsa's eyes bugged out. 50. If 1 slash costs 2 crystals, your attacks are gonna bankrupt us. Cao Phi laughed. Plus the side effects. Looks like you're destined to be a 1-pump chump. Bro, Angel rolled his eyes. Look at it this way. Nobody survives the first hit anyway. It's a finisher, not a jab. I'll save it for the boss fights. He held up a glowing, swirling orb. Besides, Hafeng dropped some epic loot. With this bad boy, I want to be running on empty anymore. The Convergence Core, it's a mutated crystal that acts like a massive battery, rechargeable, reusable, eco-friendly. Unlike the cheap stuff, draining this thing has 0 side effects. Pure premium fuel. Hafeng wasted it by embedding it in his chest just to cheat his way to level 3. total waste. It has limits, though. It capped him at level 4 forever. Dumb move. It's way better as an infinite mana potion. Picture this, I'm fighting some guy, we both exhausted, running on fumes, and then I whipped this out and boom, full tank. It's basically a cheat code for an extra life. Lamsa snatched it. Shiny, how does it work? Angel panicked. Hey. Doan Chau looked directly at it. The tank is empty. Hofong sucked it dry before kicking the bucket. Let's roll. We need a massive haul of cloud crystals to juice this thing up. Keep that ace up your sleeve for now. Heads in the game. People, Long Ho is a total dumpster fire right now. We need to lock this place down and scrub Hofong's filth off the map. Hustle. We need this place spotless by sundown. Lamvi looked like she'd seen a ghost. She couldn't believe we united the whole city in a heartbeat. Lam was nodding like a bobblehead. God's final move wasn't just a hit. It was a blockbuster. Nobody's got the guts to cross us now. La Tiat tugged at Lam, squealing, sis, big bro is a total beast. No one's gonna mess with us ever again. Then the crowd erupted. Look, it's the god of war himself. You could feel the hero worship in the air as he walked out. That's really him. I'm actually seeing the legend in the flesh. Thien Than checked in on Denvu. You good? Thanks to you, I'm golden. Thien Than smirked internally. Classic Denvu, rallying an army and running a tight ship in record time. The guy's a born leader. Denvu clapped him on the shoulder. Brother, you've been doing all the heavy lifting lately. Thien Than waved it off. Nah, that's all you. These people, they stuck around because they believe in you, man. Besides, Mizla poured her blood, sweat, and tears into building this base. He spotted her looking gloomy in the corner, holding her sister. Thien Than walked over and offered a hand. Rough day, Mzla. She looked up, eyes softening, and took his hand with a smile. Just doing my part. Lai Tiat started bouncing up and down. Holding hands, they re-holding hands. Denvu's voice boomed over the noise. Listen up, today, Hofong is history and Long Ho is ours. Tonight we feast. The crowd went wild. Hail the war god, hail. By nightfall, the bonfires were roaring. Let's get this party started. Where's the booze? Who's empty? 100%. Baby, a few guys stumbled over to toss Thien Than. Man, I was blind as a bat before. Didn't you know we had a superstar in the ranks? So embarrassing, seriously. Let me buy you around. God, bro, Doan Chau, worry, we've got your back from now on. Absolutely no backing down. He replied, you guys know the city's guts. I'm counting on you to keep the base running. Suddenly, Denvu shouted, hey, look who the cat dragged in. It was Ngyunat and Thien Than. They looked like they'd been through a meat grinder. She supported Ngyunat, whispering, easy, easy. Thien Than's jaw dropped. You two are still breathing. Thanks to you beating the boss, the guy wheezed. Actually, Hofong, we tried to stop the war. He wanted to execute us, but since we're Oggs of the Nest, he just threw us in a cell instead. Knowing that psycho, if he'd won, his victory lap would have started with our executions. Thien Than shook his head. Hofong biting the dust is just the prologue. Long Ho is still standing, and we need veterans with your management skills to rebuild this place. Honestly, I'm just glad you guys made it. Stick around, we need you at the base. Denvu stepped in, all right. Break it up. They looked dead on their feet. Let me get you a room. The couple hobbled off toward the dorms. Those two are plugged in, Thien Than mused, solid connections, totally trustworthy. They can help take the weight off Lam V's shoulders, with her on board. Just keep the metal coming, she'll work her magic and turn this scrap heap into a fortress. And Brooks, kid's got raw talent, groom him right, and he'll be a heavyweight. If you've got time, give him a few pointers. Denvu's smile faded as he realized, you rechecking out, aren't you? Yeah, when tomorrow morning, no time to waste. Denvu sighed, clearly bummed out, but he forced a smile. Safe travels, brother. Go find your girl. Thien Than clinked his glass. You know it. Thien Than watched him in the last timeline. Denvu lost an arm. This time, he's whole. He's going to rule this city. Fate just took a major detour. Now I can go find her with a clear conscience. Behind him, Lam watched from the shadows, looking miserable. Sis, La Tiat whispered, aren't you gonna say goodbye? No, she muttered, let's go. Meanwhile, Cao Phi was 3 sheets to the wind. Face bright red, chug chug, what are you scared of? He was so wasted 2 guys had to drag him inside. I ain't lying. Who the hell is Hofong? Total scrub. If Thien Than hadn't shown up, I would be soloed him, right boys? The guys nodded along. Oh, for sure. We all saw you go beast mode. Phi, they finally dumped him onto his bed, panting. All right, sleep it off, big guy. We re-out. Yeah, get out. Cao Phi started snoring, then suddenly sat bolt upright. Outside the window, a shadowed figure jumped. Startled. False alarm. He just needed to hurl. He stumbled to the bathroom, then randomly chucked a cup at the window. The spy outside barely ducked in time. Clang, the cup slammed into the spy's head. Cao Phi cackled. Gotcha, moron. I could smell your funk from inside. Realizing his cover was blown, the spy bolted. Cao Phi was instantly sober and on the hunt. Running away. You think I'm a rookie? He vaulted over the balcony. Freeze dirtbag, but the guy was already leaving him in the dust. Cao Phi had to admit the intruder had wheels, faster than even that speedster kid. He turned a corner into an alley, and nothing, damn it, lost him. Who the hell was that? Better loop Thien Than in on this. Back at the house, Lamsa was going ham on a massive tree trunk, treating it like a heavy bag. Her face was a mask of pure focus. Yo, kid, Cao Phi called out, "Grinding this late." Thien Than walked up, blinking. "Cao Phi, what are you doing here?" Once they were inside, Cao Phi dropped the bomb. Guy in black gear, fast, insanely fast, speed-type mutation has to be. He made Little look like he was jogging. Thien Than frowned. "Maybe, but we've clocked every heavy hitter in Long Ho. This feels foreign, someone from outside. We've been making too much noise. Time to bounce." Cao Phi nodded. "Yeah, you've got a sister-in-law to save. Can't he believe we've been stuck in this sandbox for 6 months?" By the way, Thien Than asked, "What's your take on Little Cao Phi didn't sugarcoat it. "Kid's a hothead, too impatient. She keeps that up, she's gonna get herself killed." "Hey, you noticed everyone else is speed running their levels while the kid's lagging behind, right? It's totally normal to feel bummed out about that. He figured you had a plan up your sleeve." The angel shrugged. Guilty as charged. He pulled out an item, a chunk of crystallized energy overflowing from that meteor fragment he'd absorbed earlier. "I double-filtered the viral junk out of this energy. It should help the kid condense a new mark, maybe even power level up a rank." Cao Phi got hype immediately. "So what are we waiting for? Hand it over. We'll be a trio of max-level gods. Totally up, right? You in a rush?" "Nah, but for the kid, mental toughness matters way more than evolution speed." Until she shakes off that desperate impatience, neither of us says a word about this. "Got it. Figuring it out on your own hits harder than having someone hold your hand. Get some sleep. We roll out at dawn." Cao Phi breezed past a room but slammed on the brakes. He smirked, still hiding. "You got something to say to me?" "Teach." Ms. Lam stepped out, looking busted. "You knew I was there the whole time, didn't you?" The angel replied coolly, "Your dark armor has a specific vibe. My sensors pick it up instantly." She looked down. "Defeated? You leave tomorrow. Going to find Hien? The angel nodded. "I have to." "But you still don't know your next move." "I haven't decided. If I'm surprised you aren't coming." La Lam hesitated. That wasn't exactly convenient. Her hands fidgeted nervously, her face flushing red like she was standing on the edge of a massive cliff. Summoning every ounce of guts she had, La Lam lunged forward and wrapped the angel in a desperate hug. He started to speak, but she cut him off. "Donnie, just quiet. Give me a minute. Just 1 minute." The angel froze, then softened. He slowly raised a hand, patting her head, and wrapped his other arm around her. He let it happen. A moment later, La Lam pulled back. "Okay, done. Good luck. You're gonna find her. I know it. Little Snow and I will be rooting for you. Now go to sleep. You've got an early start." She walked away slowly, keeping her back turned. Once she was out of sight, she collapsed to the floor, sobbing her heart out. The long night dragged on until the sun finally broke. Lam Vi tossed a bag to Cao Phi. 10 throwing knives. Should be enough for someone with your skills." He grinned like a kid on Christmas. "Top-tier loot. Nice." She handed Lamsa 2 daggers she'd forged herself from premium materials. "For you. I infused these with meteor dust and crystal powder. They might have some crazy magical passive ability. You guys figure it out." Lamsa beamed. "Thank you so much." Sis Lamva then turned to the angel. "That blade needs a name. You let me make it, but you get naming rights." She looked conflicted. "It's the first weapon I forged using my powers and meteor shards." "How about the Cao Phi? No dragon slayer?" Lamsa rolled her eyes. "That's cringe. Call it the blood drinker or something edgy." They bickered back and forth with terrible names like Imperial Sky Blade and Tsunami Dragon Sword. Finally, the angel stepped in to stop the madness. "Quiet. It's simple. We call it Meteor Edge." Lamvi molded over. Meteor Edge. Meteor Edge. Not bad. It's the masterpiece of my career. You better treat it right. Where I'm going, you'll die. Stay in Long Ho. Brooks wasn't he having it? No. You only get stronger by hanging with the strongest. "Oh, please, Saw, don't kill me." She slammed her head on the ground. "I was wrong. I ran out of options. I wanted to survive. I just wanted to turn you so we could all survive together. I didn't mean any harm, I swear. All that stuff back at school, giving you a hard time. That was all me being stupid. Please, don't kill me. Beat me up, curse at me. I deserve it all. Just, for the sake of our old homeroom days, let me go this one time. I'm begging you." While Lam Sa hesitated, Cao Phi lit a cigarette, cool as ice. "Classmates, huh? Funny you didn't remember that when you tried to off Little La. Just yesterday you were cursing Thien Than's name. The zombies were swarming, and you didn't say a word. You were awfully chill about it. I know your crew can handle a few biters, but before I scrub you out, I need to drop some truth. This morning, I overheard your little posse chatting. You really should keep a tighter leash on them." Flashback to the gang, looking pissed and annoyed. "Man, I'm dead on my feet. What are we even looking for in this dump? Zip it. Maybe some unlucky idiot died inside. We haven't fed in 2 days. This is our only shot at finding a meal." Suddenly, they spotted a hand sticking out of the rubble. "Holy crap, look, there's actually someone here. No joke," Thien Than barked. "Dig her out now." When they dragged the body free, their jaws dropped. "It's Lamsa. What the hell is she doing here? Caught in the flash flood?" They stood there, totally baffled. "She looks like she's still breathing. Hey, wasn't she in our class?" Thien Than's eyes went cold. "Dinner just delivered itself. Don't be picky. Look at her. She's not gonna make it anyway. Might as well put her to good use. Sacrificing one to save the rest of us. It's just math. As friends, I'm sure she'd want to help us out. You guys aren't arguing, so I'm taking that as a yes. I'll put her out of her misery." Tui Tuyet jumped in, panicked. "No, we can't do that." Thien Than shoved her aside. Get out of my way unless you want to do the carving. We're classmates, right? But how can you even think about this? Thuy Thuy pleaded. Thien Than pushed her down hard. It's every man for himself in this hellhole. Now move! Thuy Thuy tried one last time. But it's Lam Sa. How can you be so heartless? Back in the present, Cao Phi glared. I was right around the corner. I heard every word of that little cannibal meeting. You're weak, so you try to drag everyone else down into the mud with you. You wouldn't even spare a classmate. I honestly don't know how you have the guts to ask little La for mercy now. His voice dropped to a menacing growl. Scum like you? Death is too good. Let me take out the trash for you, La. Keeping her alive is just asking for a knife in the back. Lam Sa held up a hand. No, this is my fight. Thien Than scrambled to Lam Sa's feet. Sa, please. I'll never do it again. I'll be your slave, anything. Just don't kill me, please. Wham! Lam Sa delivered a slap so hard it probably echoed. Thien Than trembled, her face swelling up like a balloon. Lam Sa pointed to the horizon. Get out. If I ever see your ugly face again, you're dead. Thien Than didn't need to be told twice. She scrambled away. I said, get lost. The rest of the gang stood there, frozen. Boss ran off. What do we do? Lam Sa turned her dark gaze on them. Terrified, they tripped over themselves, fleeing. Run! Move it! Cao Phi looked at her. You let her walk? I don't want to become a monster like them, she whispered. Cao Phi thought to himself. After all that, she still has a soul. Impressive. Hey, kid. Suddenly, the zombie flower twitched. Lam Sa snapped her head around, her vibe changing instantly. What's wrong? Cao Phi asked. I feel eyes on us, she said. Someone's watching. He raised an eyebrow. You sure? Probably just your nerves. I don't sense anything. Lam Sa kept staring at the spot. Maybe I'm just being paranoid. Let's bounce. As they walked away, Cao Phi glanced back one last time, closing his eyes to scan with his psychic energy. Hidden in the brush, Thien Than smirked, little white squeaking on his shoulder. He actually sensed me? Not bad, kid. Didn't expect a zombie flower this far out, he muttered. Looks like the road ahead is gonna be bumpy. Back at the riverbank, Lam Sa checked on him. How's the leg holding up? Walking's fine, Cao Phi grimaced. But fighting? Gonna need some downtime before I'm kicking ass again. Thuy Thuy's eyes went wide. Wait, evolved people heal that fast? I thought your bone was snapped. That breathing technique we were practicing, Lam Sa explained. It speeds up evolution and heals the body. Plus, Cao Phi is already tier 2. He's built different. When we find Thien Than, I'll ask him to teach you. Thuy Thuy teared up. Seriously? Of course. As long as you don't keep secrets, you're part of the squad. Thuy Thuy broke down sobbing, burying her face in her hands. Thank you. Sa, you're too good to me. Damn it, I can't stop crying. I'm gonna go wash up downstream. Be right back. Cao Phi's face turned beet red. Meanwhile, inside a ruined building nestled among the flowers, screams of agony echoed out. This is all your fault, Thien Than. You just had to pick a fight with Lam Sa. Yeah? Why didn't you speak up then? Too late now. We're all busted up and we have zero food. Genius plan. Arg! It hurts! Lam Sa is a savage! Suddenly, footsteps crunched nearby. The gang looked up, terrified. Thuy Thuy? She marched over and grabbed Thien Than by the collar. You backstabbing little brat? You got the nerve to show your face? We're in this mess because you couldn't keep your mouth shut. Splat. Blood sprays everywhere. Her eyes go wide, total shock. She drops, chest blown open, not making a sound. Thuy clamps a hand over her nose, squeezing until the girl turns 50 shades of purple. Been waiting for this. Like, forever. Her face twists into a nightmare grin. Now gimme that power. Make me strong. The girl gets sucked dry like a juice box. Sunken eyes, withered skin, the works. Just as the body crumbles into dust, Thuy locks eyes on the rest of the squad. Come on down! You're all gonna be part of me! Screams of no, no, God no, fill the air. Music to her ears. Finally, she nailed it. With this juice, I'm basically on par with the evolved, right? And that weird breathing trick Zaza mentioned? Sounds kinda dope. If I master that, I'll be God tier. Gotta keep it on the down low for now, though. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence. So, you actually went through with it. Lam Sa stands there, looking totally done with her. You disappoint me. Thuy's jaw hits the floor. The hell? How'd you find me? Lam Sa smirks. Your security needs an upgrade. At first, Cao Phi and I thought you were just dealing with drama. But then you flashed that birthmark, and the red flags started waving. See, I know this girl. She's a variant, can't stomach burgers or fries. Strict diet of fresh blood and raw meat. Human is the premium stuff, but the kicker, she eats her own kind. Thuy goes ghost white. I was clueless about variants until you spilled your guts. Then Cao Phi filled me in on the gory details. Angel told him. So we saw this coming a mile away. Figured you were just using us to fill your belly. I really didn't want to believe my best friends forever was a monster. I refuse to accept you were that twisted. You used to be cool, Tuyet. What the hell happened to you? Tuyet snaps. Shut up! You don't know Jack! You have no idea what kind of hell I've been living in! You don't get it! Since we bailed on the school, I've been the weak link. Everyone hated me, treated me like dead weight. I survived by begging like a dog. I had to get strong to protect myself. I needed some damn respect. I did what I had to do. I didn't have a choice. Slap. Lamsa rocks her face. Bull. You had plenty of choices. Since we met up, you could have rolled with me. Instead, you lied. Remember the river? Those guys dragged you off. You knew exactly what they were after. But you played the victim. Said you wanted power. Heck, 5 minutes ago I offered you the legit evolution technique. You could have picked that. I gave you chance after chance, and you played me every single time. Silence hangs heavy in the air. Lamsa grabs her arm. Come on, one last shot. Tuyet freaks out. Let go! Get off me! What are you doing? Damn, she's strong, Tuyet thinks. Lamsa hurls her toward the floral jungle, points to a bloom. Look at it, and answer me this. You remember our promise? Tuyet cracks up. The promise? Zah, you really are naive. Still thinking we're besties? God, you're adorable. Back at school, you were Miss Perfect, Little Miss Popular. Everyone loved you. You know how much I envied that? I swore I'd make you my friend, best friends forever. Tuyet yanks her arm back. Oh, and one more lie? This isn't my first rodeo. I've eaten people before. My first snack was the gym teacher who saved my life. Turns out, eating the evolved speeds things up. So come here, Zasha. Let's become one. Besties for life. Right inside my stomach. Lamsa scoffs. The red glowing tats on her arm dim. Stop. Tuyet freezes. What? My absorption. It's not working? Lamsa glares. I'm level 2. Genius. My resistance is off the charts. You can't eat me unless I'm dead. And you just wasted your last ticket out of here. Lamsa ends it, clean and quick. Wrong answer, Tuyet. Even with the betrayal, it hurts to put a dog down. Flashback, Tuyet holding a photo. Xa, look, this flower field is gorgeous. Lamsa nods. Yeah, stunning. I wish we could go there, Tuyet sighs. Deal, Lamsa says. After graduation, road trip. Tuyet beams. For real? She holds out her pinky. For real. Pinky swear. They lock fingers. Documentation sealed. No takebacks. To the flower field. Back in reality, tears stream down Lamsa's face. A rumble behind her. The zombie flowers are blooming. Well, she got her flower field. Cao Phi sighs. Closure, I guess? At least I saved a bullet. The ground lurches. They look down, terrified. Earthquake? Suddenly, the earth cracks open right under Tuyet's corpse. Gulp. A massive subterranean blossom swallows the body whole. Vines shoot up. A giant mutant flower erupts from the dirt. Leg it! Lamsa screams. Go, go, go! Behind them, mutant flowers start popping up like daisy cutters from hell. They're spewing pollen. A thick fog of yellow dust rolls in. That's not just dust, Cao Phi yells. It's viral energy. I can feel it, Lamsa replies. It's eating my immunity. Hang on tight. She has to trigger the birthmark power. It's a gamble, and the clock is ticking. Do or die time. Whoosh! Lamsa kicks into overdrive, a blur of motion rocketing them away from the danger zone. Roots snake out of the ground, snapping at their heels. She pushes the engine to the max. Finally, they break through to a grove of towering trees. She skids to a halt, panting. Made it. That was way too close. They barely have a second to breathe before crack the ground splits open again. Trapped. 2 giant mutant fly traps towered over them. Lamsa grit her teeth, her voice sharp. I'll draw their aggro. You find an opening and bail. Without waiting, she charged the nearest floral nightmare. The monstrous flowers screeched, launching vines like harpoons. She hacked away, severing tentacles mid-air, diving straight into the beast's reach. Her weapon of choice? A literal broken branch she found on the ground. Cao Phi watched from the backline, paralyzed as she dueled the freaks of nature. He snapped out of it, racking his rifle slide. La! She spun around, confused. Cao Phi! He roared. He leveled the barrel. Quit staring and move, go! A round engulfed in flames screamed from the muzzle, tearing through the air toward Lamsa. Just before impact, the bullet hooked a physics-defying curveball and detonated. Boom! The shockwave spiked Lamsa into the dirt. Groaning, body screaming in pain, she looked up to a horror show. Cao Phi was bait, half swallowed by the mutant flower. Lamsa's heart shattered, panic mixing with grief as she screamed. No! Suddenly, light flashed. Snick, snick. Laser-sharp cuts materialized on the flower's hide. The monster disintegrated into confetti, raining gore all over Lamsa. She blinked, stunned. Footsteps approached, calm and steady. Angel looked down, impressed. Solid performance, kid. He helped a dazed Cao Phi up, resting his signature blade, a veteran of 1,000 slaughters, on his shoulder. Angel didn't hold back the praise. You've leveled up. Seriously, good work. Much better. Lamsa's eyes nearly popped out of her skull. Brother Angel, what the hell are you doing here? She spotted the fluff ball on his shoulder and whistled. Snowball. The critter leaped into her palm. I couldn't sense you at all. I thought you were dead. You scared the life out of me. Angel smirked. I told the little guy to cut the mental link. Had to keep you blind. I've been tailing you two the whole time. Wanted to see how you'd handle a sudden ambush without me holding your hand. Too bad these zombie flowers crashed the party. Without the right loadout, you two stood zero chance against them. If they hadn't shown up, I would have stayed in the shadows a bit longer. Lamsa froze, processing the new vocab. Zombie flowers? Angel nodded, gesturing to the carnage. Exhibit A. Some plants absorb mutated zombie DNA and evolve. It's rare, but it happens. They become this. A colony like this is usually a catastrophic event. We're talking destruction, on par with a zombie horde 100,000 strong. The big one back there was a boss-level threat, but these little ones, trash mobs, they don't move, so they look harmless. Lamsa couldn't believe it. A horde of 100,000? That strong? Angel grinned. Here's the scary part. Unlike regular zombies, these flowers have brains. They choose their prey. Angel continued. Those small ones are just saplings. They only attack normies or low-level evolved humans. They wouldn't dare mess with you two usually. But the mature ones, the evolved forms, different ballgame. A single mature flower can go toe-to-toe with a level 2 evolved. That perfect form I just sliced, it could trade blows with a level 3 master. Lamsa shivered. Level 3? That virus evolution speed is insane. Angel shrugged. Don't beat yourself up. You two have the raw stats to handle a perfect form zombie flower. You just didn't know the strat. The virus energy and their pollen nerfs evolved, humans suppresses your powers hard. Normal people? One whiff of that pollen and they're infected instantly. But the pollen grains are huge. Cover your skin, wear a mask, and you're immune to the debuff. Cao Phi slapped his forehead. So if we just wore raincoats, we could have just walked right through? We could have actually counterattacked. Lamsa nodded vigorously. Right. If I knew I could beat them, I wouldn't have been freaking out. Angel shook his head. If that was it, they wouldn't be nightmares. The real horror is the infection rate. They turn normal humans into variant sleepers, just like your friends. Aside from a birthmark, they look exactly like us. Except humans are on their menu. Once enough sleepers infiltrate a safe zone, it's not a safe zone anymore. It's a buffet. You did great back there. Faced your old bestie, realized she was a monster, and kept your cool. You were cautious but not cowardly. In my book, you're finally a qualified survivor. Lamsa's hands trembled, fighting back tears. Brother Angel. She launched herself at him, tackling him into a hug. Thank you. Cao Phi rolled his eyes, jealous. Always the boss getting the glory. I acted my heart out, saved your butt. And I get zero thanks. She spun around, grinning. Come here! Sister Sa has a big hug for you too. Cao Phi recoiled. Pass. I'm not into flat-chested girls. Just wait till I hit puberty. Lamsa snarled. You're asking for a beating. Angel cut in. All right, break it up. You guys suffered enough. Time to check the loot. She stopped mid-yell. Loot? Angel held up an amber-colored crystal. High-level infected drop cloud crystals. Zombie flowers drop something even better. Flower resin. Only these mutants produce it. It's miracle juice for healing. Process it right, and it permanently buffs your virus resistance. Lamsa's eyes lit up. Buffs resistance? That's legendary tier. What else does it do? Angel replied, if your friends had eaten a bead of this resin before they turned, it would have purged the infection. As long as the turn isn't complete, this stuff is a cure-all. That's why it's priceless. He reminisced. In his past life, a single high-quality resin bead sold for astronomical figures at the base. Finding it here was like hitting the lottery. With my current power, unless we run into a level 4 Queen Mother, we're safe. Might as well raid their stash while we're here. He pointed forward. I scouted the route. The highway to So Chau is totally flooded. We don't have a boat. Fastest way is cutting through Lahoa district. Cao Phi chimed in. Lahoa is super close to So Chau. Walking it should be a breeze. Lamsa nodded enthusiastically. About that, Angel interrupted. I have some bad news. If my map is right, Lahoa district has been conquered by the zombie flowers. Cao Phi gasped. Conquered? You mean we're walking straight into a botanical garden of death? Is that really the plan? Lamsa bit her lip, looking anxious. You and Angel are total beasts. You can handle anything. I'm just terrified I'll be the dead weight that gets us killed. Angel cut her off. Kid, listen up. 2 things. He dumped a collection of wicked-looking blades onto the dirt with a heavy clatter. I told you before, Angel said, gesturing to the gear. That flower wasn't invincible. You just brought a knife to a tank fight. My throwing blades, your dagger's wrong tools. Angel pointed at a diagram he'd scratched in the dirt. Zombie flower roots are tough as iron. Regular steel just tickles them. But they have one fatal allergy: chalk dust-coated weapons. If you'd packed the gear Lamvi cooked up, that complete form flower would have been chopped salad by now. The duo stared, dumbfounded. Seriously? You couldn't have mentioned that earlier? Cao Phi grinned, picking up a blade. With this tech, we could run the whole La Hoa district, Angel smirked. Rule the district? Not today. But tomorrow? Maybe. Cao Phi blinked. Tomorrow? That brings me to point 2, Angel said, his voice dropping to a serious whisper. Starting right now, you stop being baggage. Lamsa looked confused until the little creature on her shoulder, Little White, squeaked. Angel dug into his pocket and revealed glowing crystals. Time to level up. Night fell. The three of them sat in a circle around a flat tree stump, placing the cloud crystals down like it was a dark ritual. Eat the flower sap first. Divide it by 3, Angel commanded. They downed the goo without hesitation and pressed their index fingers against the crystals. Angel's voice went low and steady. Follow my lead. Do exactly as I say. Don't try to be a hero, or you'll burn out. Phi, that coma you were in actually toughened you up. Your stats are boosted. You didn't manifest a mark early like me, but your tank is full. This upgrade should be a cakewalk for you. Just focus on forming the new mark. Kid, he turned to Lamsa, you're mid-tier 2. Perfect time for a mark, but it's gonna hurt. High risk, high reward. Don't waste the shot. I prepped this crystal energy for you. It's got enough juice to max you out instantly, but don't get greedy. Suppress that massive surge. Form the mark first, then use the leftovers to break through. Mess that up, and you ruin your foundation. The sap you ate will fight off the virus. The central crystal is your battery bank. Tap into it whenever you run low. It's safer this way. While you guys work, I'm going to scrub the meteor shard energy left in my system. Any power that leaks off me goes straight into the central hub. Grab as much as you can handle. It's an all-you-can-eat buffet. Stay cool, kid. Slow and steady. You're a survivor. I know you got this. Lamsa nodded fiercely. Watch me, Angel. Angel gave the signal, start. As they drew power, he thought, time to finally organize this messy virus energy in my veins. If I'm lucky, I can use this purification session to push past my limits. Crimson patterns began to snake across Angel's hand. Power swirled around their fingertips. Red sigils burned onto their skin, Lamsa's back, Phi's gut, and Angel's arm glowing like embers. The red marks crawled up his neck. Angel blinked, and the world shifted to blinding white. Mind space. Welcome back. I've been here before when I absorbed the 3 shards. Back for round 2, huh? A massive blob of energy loomed ahead of him. Whoa, heavy mental pressure. That's the leftover meteor junk? I'm stronger now. Controlling this beast should be a cinch. Let's dance. That black energy. Unabsorbable trash. The purification was done. Angel snapped his eyes open in the real world. His chest glowed with a dark aura. Success. Pure, distilled virus essence. I can't eat it, but they can. He shoved the energy into the central crystal. Feast on that, you two. Don't let it go to waste. Their fingertips turned a deep blood red. Suddenly, a twig snapped in the distant woods. Angel froze, eyes locking onto the noise. Something's out there. He activated his sensory radar, pushing his mental awareness out like a shockwave. Jackpot. His mental range shattered the 50-meter barrier. Everything was high-definition clear. Physical stats grow fast, but mental stats? Slower than a zombie in molasses since I hit tier 2. Still, I'm already outclassing most tier 3 psychics. My foundation is rock solid. Imagine what happens when I actually hit tier 3. In my past life, I wouldn't dare dream of this power. The others groaned and opened their eyes, breaking his train of thought. Angel scanned them. Not bad. Fast. They grinned, buzzing with the meteor juice he'd fed them. Mark formed, Phi announced. Me too, Lamsa added. And I hit peak tier 2. I feel unstoppable. Abilities? Angel asked. Any new tricks? Phi stepped up. Watch this. 2 throwing knives floated off his palm like magic. Call me the Prince of Blades, Phi smirked while the others stared at the levitating steel. But wait, there's more. The blades zipped around him like angry hornets. Lamsa's jaw dropped. Telekinesis? No way! That is so fast! Deadly, Angel thought. That speed would shred a tier 2 fighter before they could even blink. Average guys wouldn't stand a chance. Phi flicked his wrist. A blade shot toward Angel, curved in a beautiful arc, and snapped back to Phi's hand. Check it out. Once I mark an object, I own it, Phi explained. Infusing them with my virus energy makes them fly like they're extensions of my own body. With the control mastery I've got now, I can juggle 2 blades simultaneously without breaking a sweat. From here on out, close quarters combat is a joke. Even if some brawler gets in my face, I'm taking the win. The boss was impressed. Solid work. Long range, short range doesn't matter. Unless they're a tier 3 freak of nature, nobody's touching you. He turned to the kid. What about you, Shorty? Lam Sa smirked. Gloves are coming off. She held out her hands. Watch the magic happen. Before the guys could even blink, she vanished. Boom. She reappeared behind them, holding their stash of smokes and snacks. Whoa, you broke the sound barrier twice? She shook her head. Nah, not twice. 2 seconds. I can go supersonic for 2 whole seconds while fighting. That hit him hard. 2 seconds meant she could blitz anyone within a 700-meter radius. That was way faster than the old man ever was. He slung an arm around Cao Phi and ruffled Lam Sa's hair. Not bad. We drained our batteries dry back there, but for an upgrade like this, totally worth it. Rest up. First light, we hit Lohoa District and pushed through to Sochao. Next day on the empty highway, 3 shadowy figures were griping up a storm. Seriously? Why the ninja cosplay? This suit is way too tight in all the wrong places. It was the squad, wrapped head to toe like mummies. Hey, genius. Remember the zombie flower pollen? Lohoa is basically a giant allergy trap right now. Unless you want spores growing in your lungs, keep the suit on. Lam Sa rolled her eyes behind her mask. But it's so ugly. He bonked her on the head. Nobody's watching. Who cares about fashion? He pointed at a road sign. Let's go. Welcome to the concrete jungle. He glanced at a distant house and smirked. Well, well. Old friends. It was Mong Lan and her sidekick, the same crew he scrapped with that one rainy night. Busted, she whispered. He definitely clocked us. She shivered, sensing his aura. His mental energy spiked. He might actually be on my level now. The sidekick freaked. What? You said he was a tier 2 scrub. How did he get that juiced? She shrugged. Beats me. One thing is for sure though, he's not gunning for us. That explains why I couldn't track him, the guy muttered. He was letting us tail him the whole time. Should we intercept before they walk into a trap? If they keep walking, they're gonna crash and burn. She shook her head. Stand down. He's a beast. Even I can't stop him. Besides, he can handle the girls' safety. We'll just shadow them in case things go south. Meanwhile, the squad entered Lohoa, a town swallowed whole by green vines. It's too quiet, Lam Sa whispered. Feels less like a town and more like the Amazon rainforest. Mutant flora is aggressive, the leader explained. Normal nature takes a century to reclaim a city. These zombie weeds do it in 2 weeks. He scanned the area. Left is crawling with undead. We're going right. Suddenly, their pet zombie, Little White, locked onto something. Hey, Lam Sa shouted as the creature bolted. That's the bad side. Get back here. Little White stopped and waved them over frantically. He found something, the leader realized. Move. They crept into the shadows, peering at a group of silhouettes ahead. All right, Furball, what are you showing us? What in the world are those? Lam Sa hissed. Cao Phi squinted. Evolved types, but they're green and totally gross. Plant parasites, the leader whispered. Strength of a tier 2. The kicker? You kill them, they instantly sprout a toxic flower. They're walking biological landmines. Tier 2 strength? And there is a mob of them? Lam Sa looked pale. Since when do zombies level up this fast? And we can't even kill them without gassing ourselves? How do we fight that? The virus concentration in them is insane, the leader noted. That speeds up evolution. It's only been 3 months since the apocalypse started. Imagine what they will look like next year. She noticed Little White drooling. Wait, you brought us here because you want a snack? The creature zoomed off. Hey, bad zombie, come back. The leader grabbed her shoulder. Hold it, we can't charge in there. But Little White, those things are all tier 2, he cut in. Too many of them. A head-on fight is suicide. Little White can cloak his scent. They won't see him as food. He's fine. Cao Phi frowned. Why isn't he attacking? Doesn't he love munching on high-tier brains? He's ignoring the brains, the leader noted. Something else caught his eye. Linking visual feed now. Let's see what he sees. Connected, Lam Sa reported. He's heading into the underground garage. A parking structure? The leader paused. It's pitch black on the feed. I can't see a thing. Is he safe down there? It's crawling with spores. The leader hummed. He's hunting something specific, hiding in the dark. Nocturnal zombies are usually nasty, at least tier 2. Can our little guy actually handle a boss monster like that? He gripped his blade tight. Let's get closer. If he gets in over his head, we jump in. Down by the garage entrance, pollen drifted like snow. Little White stopped looking and closed his eyes, sensing the air vibrations. Whoosh! Something snapped behind him. He spun around and stomped a sneaker attack into the pavement. Heavy footsteps echoed. Green, clawed feet emerged from the gloom. Hosts! Lam Sa gasped. He's got company. Parasite hosts? The leader tensed. Status? 6 of them, she reported. He's surrounded. Wait, he just dusted one. No way, Cao Phi muttered. The little guy's a tank. 1 down, 5 to go. The leader narrowed his eyes. That's a lot of hosts in one spot. He must have stumbled onto a nest. He drew his weapon. Go! He needs backup now. He took off so fast he left the other two staring at his dust. Angel screams, "Get 'em, boys! Trash every last one of these evolved freaks." The parasites freeze like deer in headlights, and then boom, total mosh pit. The leftover parasites try to grab Little White, but they're tripping over their own feet. Total faceplant city. The little guy sticks a landing on a branch, then launches like a rocket. His stubby legs pack a serious punch, one kick, and a parasite is spitting out teeth and blood. That creep gets punted into next week. Just as Little White squares up for round 2 against the others, the ground starts shaking. Thump, thump. Little White whips around. Big mistake. There's a mutant beast the size of a truck, muscles rippling like a steroid ad. One glare, and the furball turns pale. Meanwhile, Angel is slicing and dicing like a chef. He hacks off a mutant's arm, but the second the freak hits the floor, weird flower buds start sprouting from its heels. Splat. Angel stomps that nonsense flat immediately. "Kill him fast," he shouts. "These evolved creeps spawn zombie flowers when they die. Don't let them bloom. If those flowers bloom, we're toast," Angel warns. Lamsa, busy decapitating parasites mid-air, yells back, "Got it!" The trio regroups on top of a wrecked bus. She glances over. "If we keep wasting time on these scrubs, the big zombies are gonna bail. Do we need to back up the furball?" "Little White's fine," Angel replies. "He's got the speed to outrun anything he can't fight. But this is a parasite nest. That changes the math. Parasites are weak solo, but in their home turf, different story. Nests always attract high-level zombies that vibe with their biology. Little White can handle the small fry, but if a symbiotic zombie shows up to the party, he's in trouble. Those symbiotic freaks are way tougher than these evolved losers." Angel checks the tunnel entrance. "We hold the line here. Wait for him to flush the target out." Suddenly, jaws drop. "Is that a dog?" Little White bursts out of the tunnel with a massive beast hot on his tail. Someone curses. "Holy crap! That is one gigantic bulldog." Little White parkours up to the roof and lands on Lamsa's shoulder. The ground shakes so hard even the parasites stop fighting to look. The bulldog gives a death stare, and the parasites actually shiver. Angel nods. "I get it now. The zombie flowers are infecting the local wildlife. So, a dog gets juiced up on zombie pollen, mutates, and decides to move in with the parasites? Talk about bad roommates." Angel smirks, eyeing the beast below. "Now this. This is getting interesting." The bulldog bares its fangs at Angel, terrified parasites scattering like roaches. "Show off," Cao Phi mutters as the evolved forms back away. The bulldog snaps its razor-sharp jaws and lunges. Angel sidesteps the bite with lazy grace. Wham! Angel delivers a face-altering hook. The beast crashes down, kicking up a massive dust cloud. Little White cheers from the sidelines. The parasites stand there, brains buffering. Angel stares down a roaring mutant and orders, "Battle stations!" Suddenly, woof woof barking echoes from the dust. Everyone looks confused. The bulldog stomps out of the haze, panting. But now, it's got a parasite riding shotgun on its back, growling at the team. "Perfect," Angel laughs. "I was worried you weren't compatible." Bait taken. The parasite melts into the dog's thick fur, morphing into a budding vine. 2 thick vines wrap around the bulldog like armor. It launches itself at the trio. Angel shouts, "Watch the evolved ones on the flank. I'll handle the mutt." Before the bulldog can land, Angel triggers his evolution power and hurls the beast straight up into the sky. Gravity does the rest. Angel walks up to the crater, grinning. "Nice try, tough guy." He unleashes a flurry of punches. The dog tries to snap back. Stomp. Right on the snout. Angel picks the massive beast up, and Piles drives it into the pavement. "Stay down." The parasites watch, absolutely traumatized. "Wipe out the small fry," Angel commands. "Don't let the parasite riders escape." His team dives in. The dazed bulldog stumbles back to its feet, glaring at Angel. While Lamsa and Cao Phi go berserk on the mob, the remaining parasites panic and scramble onto the bulldog's back. It roars, mouth full of jagged nightmare teeth. The vines on its back burst into full zombie flowers. Cao Phi yells, "Angel, those 3 parasites just merged with it too." "Keep killing!" Angel shouts. "I need them to merge." A stray parasite gets crushed as the massive dog thunders toward them. Little White shrieks in terror. "Shut up! Block it!" Angel throws a haymaker right between the dog's eyes. It doesn't flinch. Angel raises an eyebrow. "Okay, you took a punch. Not bad. How about a kick?" Angel's leg snaps out, rearranging the dog's jaw and sending the whole massive pile of meat flying backward. "Fall back!" Angel signals. As they sprint away, Cao Phi does the math. It merged with 4 parasites. That thing has to be pushing level 3, right? "Think it can go higher?" Lamsa asks. "If we keep this up, we're looking at a level 4 monster." "Level 4 is a massive jump," Angel explains. "Not breaking stride. It needs time to fully digest those parasites to bridge that gap." I'm gonna run it ragged. High-intensity cardio forces digestion. If we don't burn through its energy reserves now, it won't form a high-grade crystal. The bulldog is foaming at the mouth, chasing them down. Cao Phi loads his rifle. Fine by me. I'll clean up the trash trailing behind us. He fires a round into a crumbling skyscraper. Crack! A massive slab of concrete shears off and crushes the pursuing parasite mob. Dust everywhere. The bulldog skids to a halt, eyes bulging. Angel steps forward, dusting off his hands. Quit whining. Your squad is dead. Now it's just you and us. Playtime. The dog looks dumbfounded. Cao Phi grins at Angel. So, about this cardio plan, what's the best workout routine? Angel cracks his knuckles. Nothing burns calories like a beatdown. We hit it so hard its own mother won't recognize it. The team shares a wicked smile. Class is in session. You've never been a punching bag for high tiers before, have you? Come here, puppy, we've got treats. They descend on the beast. Whack! Thud! The city echoes with pained yelps. Cao Phi laughs. Bark at me again, you oversized rug. Lamsa adds, yeah, speak. Easy, easy, don't kill it yet, Angel warns. Lamsa pauses, frowning. Hey, Angel, does this dog seem different from the usual zombies to you? Looks that way. I swear this thing has a human brain, he replied. The zombie flower infection vector isn't like your average virus. The flower is a parasite that hijacks the host's body. But here's the kicker. If the host is strong enough, they can flip the script and control the flower instead. That massive mutt was already a high-tier level 2 beast. After absorbing 4 infected humans, boom, it hit level 3. That gave it enough juice to snatch the wheel back from the plant. Cao Phi chimed in. So, consciously speaking, it's not a zombie? Lamsa frowned. Does that mean we have to put it down? He replied cold and fast. Infected is infected, conscious or not. It's an enemy of humanity and a loot drop for us. We don't do mercy with prey. Suddenly, the mud beast started shivering violently, teeth grinding together. Angel threw out an arm to stop the others. Hold up! Something's off with its vitals. The flower on its back wilted, claws retracted, and the fangs shrank. Just like that, the monster morphed back into a regular dog, wriggling free from the vines and barking like a friendly pup. Angel raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect it to burn the parasite's virus energy just to cure itself. Smart move. Okay, that's a little weird, Cao Phi muttered. The dog dropped to its back knees. Lamsa gasped. It's kneeling! Cao Phi freaked out. Is it sentient? Is it pledging allegiance to us? Angel stayed ice cold. Useless gesture. Instead of keeping a pet, I'd rather turn it into XP for Little White. The dog hacked up a glowing green rock and barked pleadingly at them. A green cloud crystal? Angel crouched down and picked it up. You trying to buy your life with this? The dog nodded its head so fast it was a blur. Deal. Angel patted its head. Scram. Don't let anyone else catch you. The dog practically wept with relief. Anyone else wouldn't be this nice, he added. The dog bolted like its tail was on fire. The trio watched the dust settle as it vanished. Cao Phi side-eyed him. Angel, since when did you get a heart? Angel smirked. You ever see me make a bad trade? This green rock isn't top-tier loot, but it's rare. It packs enough energy to push a peak level 2 fighter straight into level 3. Lamsa beamed. So, if you use it, you'll level up right now? Cao Phi nudged him. Well, what are you waiting for? Down the hatch! But Angel killed the vibe. Bad news. None of us can handle this right now. You two just hit peak level 2. You need to stabilize the virus energy in your systems first. Build a foundation. If you rush the upgrade now, you'll permanently cripple your potential. As for me, I'd need 10 of these things to even make a dent. My rank says level 2, but my combat stats are already crushing level 3s. If I want to level up, the energy cost is 10 times higher than a normal evolver. So, the loot goes to Little White. He let us here anyway. As for the dog, I tagged him with a psychic tracker before he left. If he shows up nearby, I'll know. He's not a threat. And hey, if we run short on green crystals later, I know exactly where to find the supplier. If I spare a life, it's an investment. Cao Phi's jaw dropped. Dude, are you free-range farming a mutant dog? Lamsa sighed. I actually feel kind of sorry for it. Angel shrugged, confident as ever. Like I said, I never lose a deal. He thought to himself, sharing vision with Little White, and the kid is cool, but the hamster's combat stats are trash for the heavy hitters in So Chao. This green crystal is a gamble. Maybe it sparks a combat evolution. Then the furball can actually help protect Thien. Let's move, Angel ordered. Find a spot to feed the beast. Little White saw the crystal and grimaced. Open wide, Angel coaxed. Lamsa worried. Angel, I don't think he wants to eat that. Force it, he ordered. If he won't eat, stuff it down. She hesitated. No way, that's pure crystal energy. Won't he explode? Relax. When you and Cao Phi leveled up, my psychic power spiked. I planted a safety link in all of you. That includes Little White. I can track him and monitor his vitals in real time. Structurally, he can handle it. I'm guessing he just hates the taste. That triggered her. Lam Sa grabbed Little White and jammed the crystal into his mouth. Picky, you spoiled brat! Eat your vegetables! Little White gagged it down. Lam Sa dropped him. I give you the good stuff and you complain? Ungrateful rodent. They all stared at the hamster in anticipation. The hamster looked wobbly. What's up with him? They whispered. Expired food? Is the virus energy too strong? No, Angel checked his stats. Vitals are stable, nothing weird. Suddenly, Little White's eyes rolled back, blood-red veins popping out. Lam Sa shrieked. The hamster stiffened and flopped over backward, out cold. The trio loomed over him. He's evolving, Angel concluded. We camp here tonight. Move out at dawn. Blam! A gunshot echoed nearby. Cao Phi jumped. Was that a gun? They rushed to the window. It's almost pitch black, Lam Sa whispered. Who's crazy enough to be out there? She looked at Angel. Orders? Gunshots mean targets, Angel analyzed. This safe house is burned. Technically, a flower-controlled city should be a ghost town. Anyone surviving here is an average. Grab Little White. We're leaving. Let's go see what the fuss is about. The city was a black void. They sprinted across rooftops. Still shooting, Cao Phi panted. Think it's a zombie horde? Lam Sa shook her head. No. Single shooter. If it were a horde, he'd be dead by now. Right, turn ahead, Angel signaled. He skidded to a halt. Lam Sa almost bumped into him. What? Why did we stop? Angel pointed. Look. A desperate scream tore through the silence. Let her go! A man, face streaked with tears, aimed his weapon. Let her go! You hear me? Get off her! He was facing a zombie. A flower bloomed from the creature's spine. The man's voice cracked with horror. That's your mother! What the hell are you doing? I said let her go! Lam Sa froze, throwing a desperate look at Angel. He cut her off cold. It's a zombie flower. It was a nightmare scenario. The man's son had been infected, snapped, and chewed his own mother to death. Panic washed over the group, but then they remembered the guy was packing heat. You'd think anyone lucky enough to survive this long would know the drill. See an infection, pull the trigger. Zero hesitation. Angel dropped a bombshell that made the situation even worse. What if the kid still has his mind? That was the real horror show. I warned you guys, Angel said grimly. The parasite hijacks the motor functions, but the host? They're trapped inside, watching everything. That kid was fully conscious when he ripped his mother apart. Staring down the barrel at your own flesh and blood, knowing he's still in there? No wonder the dad was freezing up. The hell that kid was going through was infinite, but the dad's agony wasn't far behind. Ask yourself, if you were in his boots, could you really pull the trigger, or would you choke? Let me go! Get off me! The father screamed, collapsing to his knees. He was broken. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm useless. I couldn't save her, and I can't save you. Guilt was eating him alive. He slammed his head down, sobbing before screaming, just kill me instead. The boy staggered up, tears streaming down his face. Dad, please, end it. I killed Mom. I'm a monster. I don't want to live with this. The boy's voice cracked. Do it, Dad. Please. I can't hold it back anymore. Do it now. Hurry. Bam. Lam Sa didn't wait. She launched a flying kick straight into the kid's face. The kid went flying backward. Cao Phi chuckled, shaking his head. Classic little La. Always shoot first. Ask questions later. Angel's used to it. Sure. Cold logic keeps you alive in the apocalypse. But where's the fun in that? I kinda dig her style. Lam Sa snatched the pistol and tossed it back to the father. Instinct took over, and he caught it out of the air. You're his father. Act like it, Lam Sa snapped. If I turned into one of those things, my old man would put me down without blinking. He's military to the bone. His favorite line? Orders are absolute. Guy loved the service so much he left me to rot in an orphanage for 3 solid years. Your kid? He's lucky. Even as a monster, he's got a dad who actually gives a damn. Must be nice. Ball's in your court, old man. The father's lips trembled with rage, eyes bloodshot. He raised the gun. Bang! He fired right past her. Forgive me, son. Lam Sa didn't even flinch. She strutted back to the boys. Hey, Angel, did I overstep? He patted her head, a rare smile on his face. Nope. You did good, kid. A civilian surviving this long in a city overrun by floral zombies? That's suspicious as hell. Saving him was a tactical move we need intel. The father sat there, staring blankly at his son's corpse. Angel stepped up. Hey, Pops, that gunshot was a dinner bell for every monster in a 5-mile radius. We need to bounce. Once they were secure in a safe house, Angel offered a little sympathy. We're really sorry about your boy. Tough break. I get it, the man sighed. Tragedies are just the Tuesday special nowadays. It was just my turn. Look, thanks for the save, but I can't keep this piece. Ammo is worth more than gold. Angel pushed the weapon back. Keep it. Little La gave it to you, so it's yours. Besides, it's not charity. We're gonna need some answers in return. The father eyed the trio. You three definitely aren't from around here. Outsiders, huh? All right, shoot. I'll tell you whatever I can. Appreciate it. Start from the beginning. Since the world ended, what the hell happened to this place? His expression darkened. Honestly, it's all a blur. Those damn flowers showed up 2 months ago. It was like a plague one night. Everything was fine. The next morning, they were everywhere. Overnight, Angel's eyes narrowed. Think back, 2 months ago. Did any strangers roll into Lehua district? How many? Where did they come from? The intensity in Angel's voice spooked the old man. Yeah, actually. How did you know? There was a big group, looked like refugees. Said they were fleeing from So Chau. Lamsa and Cao Phi dropped their jaws. So Chau? Angel frowned, his suspicions confirmed. So Chau. It always comes back to So Chau. Lamsa was hyperventilating. So the infection started in So Chau? Angel cut her off. Chill, let me handle this. After the flowers bloomed, did those refugees stick around? Anyone with legs tried to run, the father explained. But nobody really made it out. Most of us ended up huddled under the pear blossom tree. That's why this place is called Lehua, after that 1,000-year-old tree. It's crazy. The zombies overran the whole district, but they wouldn't go near that tree. Folks say the tree has a guardian spirit. It's the only safe zone left. Pretty much everyone who's still breathing is camped out there. Angel's mind raced. Ancient tree? In my past life, I never heard of flora repelling the infection. Could it be a mutated plant variant? So you just came from the sanctuary? That explains how you're still alive. But if it's so safe, why'd you bail? It's falling apart. The man shook his head. 2 weeks ago, we were good. Had enough stockpiles near the tree to scrape by. But supplies ran dry. We had to start scavenging outside the safe zone. Then, 2 weeks ago, our main search team just vanished. Radio silence. People started starving. Panic set in. Families started packing up, thinking they'd have better luck on the road. I didn't think it through. Grabbed my wife and kid, joined a convoy of 30 people. Now, I'm the only one left. Cao Phi rubbed his chin. If you had organized search teams, you had leaders. Didn't they try to stop people from walking into a meat grinder? Exactly, Lamsa chimed in. Walking out there is suicide. Angel stayed silent, realizing the dark truth. It wasn't incompetence. It was a cull. You can't cage panic, Angel thought. Let the dissenters leave. It reduces the strain on food supplies and ensures the ones who stay are submissive, ruthless, but efficient. Aloud, he asked, how many people are still at the tree? Maybe 100, the father estimated. Mostly the refugee group from So Chau. They're leaders. They're different, evolved. The locals mostly fled. Hard to trust strangers when the world's ending. Angel nodded. Fear is a powerful divider. If they had stuck together, they might have built a fortress. Instead, they chose the open road. Angel sighed. Classic self-destruction. Hey, Pops, the boy asked. We're trying to speedrun our way to So Chau. What's the quickest route to get there? The old man's face went pale. So Chau? That's not a destination, kid. That's a suicide mission. Folks escaping that place call it hell on earth. It's wall-to-wall zombies. The boy smirked. Save the lecture, old-timer. I've got a date with destiny I can't reschedule. The old man nodded slowly. He figured as much. This kid had that evolved look, definitely not your average squishy civilian like the rest of them. If you're dead set on dying, take the highway cutting through the district. Just heads up, it runs straight through the ancient tree sector. But that road is a nightmare. It's crawling with zombie flowers. And the locals, they don't exactly roll out the red carpet for strangers. You're asking for trouble. Thien Than shrugged it off. Relax. We're just passing through, not moving in. I doubt they'll block the road. He turned to his crew. Crash here tonight. We roll out at dawn. Back at the safe house, they geared up. Lamsa tossed a heavy bag to the old man. Uncle, take this ammo and gear. We got a jet, so we can't babysit you out of the city. Thien Than chimed in. Don't sweat it. The path we came from is swept clean. Total safe zone. Stick to the route I gave you, and you'll clear Lehua district in one piece. The old man clutched the bag, eyes welling up. Thank you. Seriously. And kid, cut your dad some slack. He's probably tearing the world apart looking for you. No parent just stops caring. If the universe made him your dad, you two will cross paths again. Lamsa nodded, appreciating the pep talk. Thien Than dropped one last tip. If you've got nowhere to crash, hit up Lehua City. Big survivor base there. Catch you on the flip side. Trailing behind, Cao Phi couldn't help himself. Yo, Thien Than, is So Chau really ground zero for the zombie flowers? Looks that way. Stuff doesn't spread that fast unless it's the source. Lamsa frowned. So, isn't So Chau basically a botanical garden of death by now? Hard to say, Thien Than lied. Internally, his brain was scrolling through files from his past life. Confirm. Patient zero of the zombie flower outbreak was definitely in So Chau. But back then, when Huyen and I were dodging the undead tsunami, the plants hadn't shown up yet. If they had, we would have been toast. Did the timeline shift? Thien Than broke it down. These flowers spread like a plague spores, parasitic takeovers. If the mother plant was here in Lahoa, we would have seen the red flags way before the outbreak. There's only one explanation. Some idiot, human or zombie lugged a massive viral payload into Lahoa and triggered an instant apocalypse. Lamsa's eyes lit up. Wait, remember the old guy? He said a crew from So Xiao rolled into town right before the flowers started blooming. Whoa, let's not jump the gun, Cao Phi warned. We're working with partial intel here. The old man wasn't lying, but his perspective is about as wide as a keyhole. We'll hit that safe zone and grill them for info on So Xiao. But if the city is toast, what happens to Big Sis? Is she still heading there? Sounds like a death trap. Thien Than laughed. You guys have the wrong idea about Huyen. If my math is right, she's already hit level 2. The group gasped. Level 2? Damn, Senior 2 is that overpowered? Cao Phi blinked. Does she know the breathing technique too? Thien Than shook his head. Huyen isn't like you guys. She's a straight-up prodigy. When I first met her in So Xiao, she was on the run and barely standing. Back then, I was just a total noob, didn't even know what an evolved human was. I found out later she was already level 2. As for who or what messed her up that bad, she never spilled the tea. Thien Than mused. Thinking back, Huyen was carrying a lot of emotional baggage in my past life. I never asked, and she never volunteered the info. I was too weak to be useful back then, but with my current stats, I can actually help her handle her business. So Chau is the mission. Find her, figure out who hurt her, and settle the score. He picked up the pace. With level 2 power, neither the flower freaks nor the zombie hordes can touch her. She's in a league of her own. We just need to make our timeline. We'll find her. The team nodded, fanboying over this legendary Big Sis, until a strange scent wafted through the air. Thien Than froze. Cao Phi almost bumped into him. What's up? Thien Than's eyes narrowed. I just realized why 30 people walked out here, and only that old man made it back. Little La, grab some young zombie flower vines. Da Phi, harvest the mature leaves, and bring me your sniper rifle. Move it! Wrap your shoes tight, I mean airtight. 0 gaps allowed. The duo gagged as they worked. Bro, this is nasty. Wrapping shoes is one thing, but my rifle? This sticky gunk is gonna ruin the finish. Quit whining and work faster. Listen closely. Once we start moving, keep your mouths shut. No matter what you see or hear, absolute silence. We just walk. His deadly serious tone killed the mood instantly. Thien Than looked like he was prepping for war. No time for a lecture. You'll get it when you see it. Just stick to the plan. Let's roll some things you just have to witness firsthand. Better to rip the bandage off now. The trio crept forward until the horror show revealed itself. Dozens of people, entangled and suffocating in the grip of the zombie flowers. Help! Somebody! The screams echoed. The boys whispered, terrified. What the hell is this? The road was a blooming garden of torture, flowers pulsating to the rhythm of the victims' cries. Cao Phi stood paralyzed. How? Thien Than hissed. Hey, remember the rules? We walk, that's it. Don't be a hero. Just keep moving forward. With their feet wrapped in plant matter, Thien Than signaled the advance. His cold composure freaked the others out. A man hanging upside down in the vines wheezed at them. Help me, please. I can't. Take it. Don't leave me here, kid! Cao Phi clenched his jaw, thinking, if Thien Than hadn't warned us, Little La and I would have charged in there already. Why stop us? Is it a trap? Whatever, Thien Than hasn't steered us wrong yet. They marched in silence through the gauntlet of screaming flowers, eyes fixed straight ahead, until they finally reached the wall at the end of the road. Lamsa and Cao Phi finally worked up the nerve to ask, okay, seriously, that place was straight up nightmare fuel. How does that even happen? Angel, what's the deal with the people sprouting out of the flower zombies? Angel didn't sugarcoat it. That wasn't a garden. It was a hunting ground. A nest. Those things use live bait to lure in fresh meat. The rookies looked sick. Bait? You mean? Angel tapped his leg armor. That's why I told you to wrap your legs in vines earlier. The floor is literally lava well, mutant plant lava. Step on the wrong leaf, and the whole greenhouse wakes up to eat you. Lamsa frowned. But isn't that totally obvious? Who's dumb enough to walk into a trap you can see a mile away? That's why the bait has to be alive. Screaming implies safety, right? Angel's voice went cold. Don't underestimate them. A flower zombie outbreak hits as hard as a horde tsunami. You think they just wreck buildings? No. First, they slaughter. Then they hang the survivors in high-vis spots to scream for help. It's psychological warfare. To keep the bait fresh, the flowers parasitize them immediately. Forget about rescuing them. Just fighting the plants, guarding the bait is a suicide mission. Even if the 3 of us went full Rambo, the odds suck. And say we get lucky and cut one down, they're infected. They're basically walking fertilizer already. Zombies are the natural predator of humanity. It doesn't matter who it is, mom, dad, best friend. If the infection sticks, there is no cure. You pull the trigger, no exceptions. Even if it's me hanging up there. You memorize that rule. Cao Phi swallowed hard, thinking, If Angel turned, could I actually take the shot? Lamsa shivered. Dad, Angel, could I really kill them? Angel watched them struggle. He was hardening them up for the real world. The kids had skills and guts, sure, but they were still green. They hadn't seen enough gore yet. When the apocalypse gets extreme, you can't freeze up. This was the perfect field trip to hell. Angel perked up. Heads up, I sense heartbeats. Living ones. We must be close to that 1,000-year pear tree the old guy mentioned. Once we pass that landmark, we're out of Pear Blossom County and straight on to So Chau. So snap out of your funk. You two look like walking corpses yourselves. Cao Phi straightened up, saluting mockingly. Sir, yes, sir. Suddenly, a horde of zombies surged toward a group of masked survivors. The masked crew wasn't using guns. They were thrusting sharpened wooden stakes right into the rotting crowd. They held the line in front of a shop. Back up. Aim for the knees, barked a guy named Onion. Don't kill them. Just cripple the legs. The squad obeyed, turning zombie limbs into pulp. Angel narrowed his eyes. Whoa. Those are blue zombies. Exposed to the flower spores. Tougher than the standard shamblers, and they bloom into monster plants when they die. Tricky, Cao Phi muttered, but those survivors have moves. You think they've got evolvers in the mix? Mostly normies, Angel replied, but Onion Head in the middle, he's evolved. Physically average, but his mental waves are spiking. Peak level 1, psychic type, probably on par with Brook in terms of raw power. Just Brook level, he's tossing those Zeds around like ragdolls. Without my throwing knives, I couldn't clear them that fast. Angel spotted the trick. It's the gear. Those wooden staves must repel the blue zombies. That's how they're mowing them down so fast. It's a hard counter. Plus, look at the formation. Attack and defense are synced up. These guys have been drilled. They're totally chill about it, too. Even without the magic sticks, their teamwork is solid, Lamsa pointed. Look, they aren't finishing them off. Just breaking legs so they can't walk. Smart. Kneecapping them is safer. They know if they kill the host, the flower zombie pops out. Angel nodded. Whoever trained this elite squad knows their stuff. The local safe zone leader isn't an idiot. Onion shouted orders. All right, hold them back. Team 2, get the barrier up. Move it. Survivors lugged heavy blocks forward. Hurry! We need the gate sealed before Brother Phi gets here. Cao Phi whispered. Angel, check it. They're building a wall. Looks like a defensive fortification. That's a lot of effort. You think they're trying to annex the underground supermarket? A new outpost? Angel shook his head. Impossible. Setting up a base right in the middle of flower zombie turf? Suicide. It's a smash and grab. The supermarket is loaded with loot. They're securing the perimeter to strip it clean, then bail. The rookie's eyes went wide. Loot? Lamsa tugged Angel's sleeve. Hey, remember how our truck got trashed? We're kind of broke on supplies, right? Cao Phi snapped his fingers. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. After paying off that old guy, we've got maybe 3 days of rations left. The two exchanged a look. A very greedy look. Angel grinned. I like where your head's at. Since we're here, it'd be rude not to share. Down below, the zombies clustered up. Onion yelled, Group hug, now! He splashed a jerry can of fuel over the blocks. Just as the zombie bodies started to sprout vines, Onion roared, Light 'em up! A wall of fire erupted. Cheers erupted from the squad. Hell yeah, we did it! Onion wiped sweat from his forehead. Front door is clear. Now for the basement. Sound off, how many good spears and shields do we have left? A minion checked the pile. 5 sets, boss. We can't grind like this much longer. Onion looked grim. We have to make it work. If we don't secure these supplies, the main base is finished. One guy piped up. Boss, shouldn't we scout downstairs? We could start moving boxes. Onion snapped. You have a death wish? There's a guardian down there. Only Brother Phi can handle that freak. We don't touch the basement until he arrives. We found the market. We cleared the horde. We get the credit. Suddenly, a lookout screamed, Onion! Bogeys at 3 o'clock! Onion froze, eyes darting to the shadows. Angel, Cao Phi, and Lamsa stepped out into the light, casual as anything. No more hiding. The survivors whispered, Who the hell are they? Another faction? They look tough. Onion's mind raced. Apart from us, there's nobody else in Pear Blossom County. Who are these guys? He grabbed his radio. Brother Phi, tell me you're close. Looks like some vultures just showed up to steal our lunch. Phil lost it. Say what? Survivors? You trying to jack our loot? You punks better pray. 'Cause I'm coming for ya. Angel just chilled and waved the squad over. The other crew stood there looking stupid. Even Onion looked like he'd seen a ghost. The main guy just strolled past them like they were invisible. Onion finally snapped out of it. Yo, hold up, Angel. What's the big idea? We claimed this turf first. What do you three think you're doing? The boss gave a nod to Sasha. Whoosh! She moved so fast she was a blur. Onion froze, feeling a breeze. Next thing he knows, his boys are face planted on the concrete. Dude was shook. Sasha popped up behind him, annoyed. I did. Like 10 different moves just now, and you only saw fast? Seriously? Her punch hit nothing but air. The Angel squad stared. How did he dodge that? Onion smirked. Listen, pal, we busted our humps clearing this spot. Get in line like everyone else. Angel raised an eyebrow. Huh, Lohua district actually has some talent. You figured I'm not from around here? The goons gasped. An outsider? No way. The borders are crawling with elite zombie flora. Nobody gets in that easy. Looks like we got ourselves some evolved users, Onion said, stepping up. Boys, back off. Don't want you getting caught in the crossfire. I'll handle these clowns. Nobody enters till my crew gets here. Suddenly, Sasha and Big Phil felt cold steel against their throats. Same for Angel. Onion had split into 3 clones. Walk away now, the clones threatened, or things get messy. You're the boss, right? Be smart if you want to live. Angel closed his eyes, ignored the clones, and struck the empty space behind him. Poof! The Onion image vanished into smoke. The real Onion froze. Angel's eyes glowed a dangerous amber. Whoa! The shadowy figures holding the others dissolved into mist. Illusion busted. Onion's knees buckled, and he hit the dirt. How? Onion turned pale. Impossy, bro. Angel scoffed. Nice parlor tricks, but your mental game is weak. You can't mess with my head. Onion's brain was screaming. This guy totally overpowered my mind. My illusions didn't just fail. He turned them back on me. Angel stared him down, then commanded, move out. Onion's eyes bulged. Wait, yo, hold up. You literally cannot go down there. There's a massive zombie flower in the basement. Total suicide mission. Look, I respect your skills, okay? But that plant monster is way out of your league. Just chill until my reinforcements arrive, and we can raid it together. We team up, split the loot 50-50, everybody wins. Angel cut him off, signaling his crew to keep walking. The local goons were floored. Are they deaf? We just warned them. Onion shrugged. Let them go. World's full of cocky idiots who think they're invincible just because they got a little power. Wait until they get wrecked. They'll come crawling back. One goon asked. If they scream for help, do we save them? Save them? Please, Onion scoffed. They're walking into a meat grinder. We go down there, we're dead too. Just wait for the cavalry. Then he paused. Hey, remind me. When you scouted that basement, what exactly did you see? Is the loot really that good? Onion nodded. Bro, it's a gold mine. Supermarket is practically untouched. We clear that place out, we're set for months. We wouldn't even need to go back to base. We could survive out here like kings. But that was 10 days ago. What if someone else beat us to it? Onion laughed. Not a chance. My illusions mess with their sensors. Zombies, plant mutants, I can fool them all. I'm the only one who could slip in there. Anyone else would get chewed up by the grunt zombies before they even reached the door. The goon pressed, okay, but the boss flower, how big is it? Onion's face went dark. That is the real nightmare. One petal is bigger than my whole body. And in that tight basement, there's no room to maneuver. We'd need our entire evolved squad to take that thing down. Those 3, they're walking into a blender. Inside, Angel was casual. Grab grub, grab water, whatever else you want. Sasha was eyeing a ruby display. Big Phil frowned. Didn't Mr. Onionhead say there was a giant monster plant down here? Shouldn't we be hunting it? Angel shrugged. No rush. Why chase it when it can come to us? But it won't attack apex predators. Angel smirked. That's why I've been cloaking my energy since we entered the district. To that plant, I'm invisible. We haven't been attacked yet because nothing down here is on our level. Sasha was busy juggling the ruby when, crack, the floor exploded. A massive energy surge shot up and she backflipped away just in time. A monstrous flower zombie erupted from the concrete, towering over them. Angel grinned. Jackpot. Outside, the ground shook so hard, Onion's crew stumbled. Holy, they actually engaged it. That plant is a beast. Boss, the whole building's gonna come down. What do we do? Onion snapped. Do I look like a structural engineer? It's a Godzilla-sized plant. You want me to punch it? Those idiots are toast. 10 minutes ticked by. Silence. Welp, they're dead. Onion sighed. Shame. They had skills. Just too much ego. Let this be a lesson, boys. You might get powers one day, but don't get it twisted. You are not invincible. There's always a bigger fish. Get cocky, and you end up as fertilizer. Got it? The crew nodded solemnly. Loud and clear, boss. Suddenly, a giant sphere rolled out of the supermarket entrance and cracked open. Inside, Big Phil was yelling, I told you, don't play soccer with the basketball. Sasha stuck her tongue out. I'll kick whatever I want. Fight me. He cut him off. Cut the chatter. Let's reorganize the loot somewhere safe. The crowd outside was shook. They're actually breathing? And look at that hall. Didn't think anyone made it out of there alive. What's the deal here? Onion stepped in their path. Hold up! The response was icy. What is it now? Onion stammered, losing his nerve. What about the giant zombie flower downstairs? You had to have seen it. How'd you guys slip past? Mentioning it ticked Lamsaw off. That stupid weed? It tried to stop me from grabbing my Rubik's Cube, so we threw hands. Now it's compost. Compost? Cao Phi snapped. I told you to chill. You caused such a scene I thought the whole supermarket was going to cave in on us. Lam Sa played the victim. Blame the cramped space. Put me on an open field, and I would have turned that thing into salad in under 60 seconds. Angel cut in sharply. Knock it off. It was just one zombie flower, and we wasted way too much time on it. Nothing to brag about. Onion's entire worldview was crumbling. 3 kids just casually exterminated a giant monster like it was a pest. Who are these freaks? Suddenly, an engine roared nearby. Lam Sa cocked her head at the sound. Cao Phi pegged it as a pickup truck. A souped-up, modified ride came tearing down the street. The minions lit up. It's the boss! Big Phi is here! Finally, the cavalry's here. Onion muttered to himself, remembering his distress signal. A voice crackled over the comms. Yo, what's the sitch? Sounds like some punks are trying to snatch our goods. Big Phi raged. Say what? Where are they? There are actually survivors outside the safe zone? The nerve of these guys robbing me. Hold the line. I'm engaging. Onion felt a wave of doom. Oh, we are so screwed. The vehicle screeched to a halt. A squad hopped out, lining up like they were waiting for royalty. Angel's crew watched the spectacle. The door swung open, and Big Phi stepped out, immediately flexing. All right, which one of you blind little brats thinks you can mess with my turf? Stealing my score? You guys must have a death wish, the lackeys cheered wildly. Yeah, Boss Phi is here. We don't have to be scared of these evolved freaks anymore. Another goon smacked the cheerer upside the head. You idiot. Those kids are evolved too. We can't just pick a fight with them. Onion's internal monologue was racing. No way. These kids are monsters. We absolutely cannot tick them off. He scrambled over to his boss. Boss Phi. Wow, you got here fast. Listen, let me fill you in. Phi raised a hand to silence him. Can it with the yapping? Get out of my face. You can't handle one simple job? You're dragging your feet like a bunch of grandmas. Useless, the lot of you. He turned his rage on the trio. And you punks think you can just swipe my loot? Cao Phi leaned in and whispered, Hey, shorty, don't you think this northern tough guy is kind of adorable? She gave a look of pure repulsion. Adorable? Please, I don't do the whole muscle-bound meathead thing. Angel was busy analyzing the threat. This northern guy is probably early tier 2, decent leveling speed, but with that attitude and mediocre power, he's definitely not base commander material. Ignoring the guy's aggressive posturing, Angel signaled his team. Let's roll. Treated like thin air. Big Phi twitched. Did you just ignore me? Big Phi launched himself with explosive speed, soaring right over Angel's head to cut him off. He hit the landing and immediately lost his footing, skidding into a pathetic heap. Big Phi scrambled up, dusting himself off to salvage some dignity. He struck a pose. Snatch and run? I don't think so. You disrespect Big Phi of the South Side, you don't get to walk away. Onion rushed in to interfere. Boss, hold your fire. Hold on. We're civilized people here. Let's just talk this out. Big Phi was fuming. What is your problem? First you say they're robbing us, now you want a debate club? You playing me? Onion stammered. Well, we're all humans, right? Peace and love, boss. That earned him a punch in the face. What? Get out of my way. Onion went flying backward. Peace and love, my Big Phi started, but Cao Phi cut in from the back. Hey, what are you staring at? Phi's temper flared. Staring? You looking for a bruising, pal? Listen, punk, I'm giving you one last chance to repent. Drop the ill-gotten gains right now, or Big Phi here is gonna have to get unrighteous on your face. Deja vu. Angel casually walked right past him, ignored twice in one day. Even the minions were speechless. Big Phi was literally fuming, steam rising from his head. You little. Onion panicked. Oh no, the boss is smoking. Literally smoking. The gang knew exactly what that meant. Smoke signal's up. He's going full throttle. Boss is legit furious. Big Phi charged at them, his head puffing like a steam engine. Freeze, dirtbag! Just as Phi closed in on Angel, Onion shrieked, Boss, don't do it! The massive fist flew forward, only to be dead stopped by Lam Sa's tiny palm. Big Phi gaped. Wait, what? She frowned, shooting him a death glare. The Rubik's Cube in her hand was nearly solved. I'm on the last layer. Quit interrupting. I'm busy. Beat it. She delivered a haymaker that rearranged Big Phi's face and sent him launching into the stratosphere. While the minions stood there slack-jawed, the cube in her hand clicked into place perfectly solved. Lam Sa beamed. Hey, Angel, look, solved it. He gave a casual nod. Not bad. Meanwhile, Big Phi finally returned to Earth with a thud. Dust billowed everywhere. He spat out a curse. You got a death wish? Onion summoned every ounce of strength to tackle his massive boss. Boss, chill out. Seriously. The giant zombie flower downstairs, they toasted it. By themselves. Big Phi froze. You sure? Those 3 punks did that? 100%. Just the 3 of them took down that monster. Their power levels are off the charts, maybe even higher than ours. And the way they talk about it, like they were just weeding a garden. Didn't even break a sweat. Big Phi shrieked. Say what? Why didn't you lead with that? Onion looked aggrieved. You wouldn't let me talk. Steam puffing, Phi smacked him again. Get out of the way. We're going after them. We gotta catch up to them. Meanwhile, Angel's team had reached a bus stop completely reclaimed by mutant vegetation. Angel ran the numbers. Supplies look good. Should be enough to get us all the way to Sozhou. Cao Phi volunteered. I'll carry the grub. Otherwise, Shorty here is gonna snack on the inventory. Lamsa pouted. Cheapskate, I found that chocolate fair and square. What's one little bite? Angel made the call. I'll take the food pack. Phi, you're on water duty. Shorty, you're our speedster, so pack light carry the camping gear. Lamsa brought up the last fight. That illusionist guy back there, he was actually kind of scary. If you hadn't stepped in, Angel, we would have been toast. Angel nodded. He was only a peak tier 1, yet he managed to mess with Phi's head. A tier 2 psychic. Definitely not someone to underestimate. Cao Phi frowned. His ability was glitchy. I could tell it was an illusion, but I couldn't sense him at all. Is my spirit stat just trash? Nah, you need to grind a bit more. But honestly, that onion head guy's power is just weird. Onion Bro isn't casting full-on illusions, he's just messing with your focus. It's a distraction hack. He catches you when you're slipping. Real illusions look cool but burn insane mana to pull someone in. Unless you're smurfing against a total noob with 0 spirit, true illusions barely work. But misdirection? That's cheap. He just needs to glitch your brain for a split second to win. Super practical. If he plays his cards right, he's set for the apocalypse. The other 2 nodded. Got it. Cao Phi snapped. Wait, aren't we hitting Sozhou? That's north. Why are we heading east? Lamsa backed him up. Right? Those guys are locals. Tagging along makes sense. I know, I said. Cutting through their base is the fast track to Sozhou. But we're hitting Lahoa district for the loot, not just the shortcut. We aren't here for snacks. Next 3 days, we hunt. High-tier zombies, flower freaks. We farm every drop of sap and cloud crystal we can find. Then we bounce to Sozhou. Suddenly, Dai Phi's ride roared up. We watched, confused, as they screeched to a halt right in front of us. He hopped out. You guys smoked that flower monster in the market? Thien Than cut to the chase. What do you want? Dead silence. Then, like a synchronized boy band, they bowed. Boss! Dai Phi switched from tough guy to total fanboy. Bro, I was blind. My bad. Take this treasure, seriously. I stayed icy. Spit it out. I don't take bribes for nothing. Dai Phi spilled it. Look, we didn't want that market. Who messes with flower zombies unless they have a death wish? We've been stuck for 2 weeks. Desperate times. If you 3 hadn't shown up, my crew would have had to tank that giant flower alone. We would have been toast, so take the gift. You guys basically saved our butts. Thien Than grabbed the box. You guys come from the pear tree zone? Dai Phi nodded. Yeah. You know our spot? Word gets around. You're the search squad, right? Refugees said you've been MIA for 2 weeks. Dai Phi sighed. Started out just looting near the pear tree, but the pickings got slim. Had to expand our range. We were actually going to haul this stash back home a few days ago. But nope. Main road, blocked by a massive swarm of flower zombies. Totally cut off. Every route is choked with them. We've just been circling. Good thing my boys can scrap, or we'd be dead already. But the folks back home are starving. Thien Than smirked. He knew the play. They wanted him to be their snowplow. We have to pass that zone anyway. Might as well clear the trash on the way. I can help, but I'm gonna charge for it. Dai Phi looked sweaty. He probably thought the 3 of us couldn't handle that swarm. He tried to sweeten the deal. Look, bro, I know fighting those things is a nightmare. Just cover our flanks. We'll tank the big boss in the middle, get us through, and name your price. Seriously, anything. Thien Than waved him off. Chill. First, tell me about your gear. That weapon looks unique. Color me curious. Dai Phi snapped his fingers. Bring it here. This club is carved from pear tree wood. Rare stuff. Keep it, he offered. Nah, just looking. I touched it. Bingo. Faint viral energy pulsing inside. But this specific strain, it's like kryptonite for the flower zombies regen. No wonder they're surviving. But it's still just wood. It'll snap after a few good hits. Not a long-term fix. Limited damage, too. Nowhere near the custom gear Lamvi cooks up for us. Thien Than tossed it back. Cool toy. But we'll pass. You guys locals, you must be sitting on a mountain of flower sap. Dai Phi blinked. Sap? I showed him a sample. This goo the zombies drop. Oh, that stuff. Dai Phi realized. Yeah, we got some. Works like magic on bites. It's gold. Thien Than held up 2 fingers. I'll clear your road, but I have 2 conditions. Deal? and we roll tomorrow. Phi didn't hesitate. Done. Whatever you want, just get us home. Condition 1. 30 units of sap. Onion Head choked. 30? Bro, do I look like a dispensary? That's insane. We don't even have that much. Phi cut him off. Deal. Listen up, boys. 30 units is a steep price, but compared to our lives, it's dirt cheap. He handed over a bag. Here's 15. That's our whole stash. We'll owe you the rest. Once we're home, I'll hawk my own kidney if I have to. Thien Than smirked. Not bad. This guy was a loudmouth, but he played fair. A solid dude. Fair enough, I said. Appreciate it. Condition 1 is locked, Phi asked. What's number 2? Easy, I pointed. I want to borrow one of your guys. Angel pointed a finger at Onion. I'm borrowing this guy for the night. I'll return him in one piece tomorrow. Onion looked panicked, pointing at himself. Wait, a whole night? You heard me. It's a one-night rental. I'll bring him back, Angel repeated. Onion stammered, checking the details. Excuse me? You want me? With you? All night? Angel smirked. Relax, don't overthink it. It'll be quick. Onion turned to his leader, voice trembling. Yo, Big Phil, this feels super sketchy, doesn't it? Phil didn't even blink. Don't be selfish, Onion. Take one for the team. He's all yours, bro. We won't wait up, Phil said, practically selling him out. Angel nodded. Appreciate it, Phil. He turned to the others. Little Phil, you guys hold the fort. We've got business to handle. Blue blinked, totally confused. Where are you going? Why the rush? Angel waved her off. It's a classified op. Too dangerous to bring a crowd. Onion's brain was running wild with horror movie scenarios. Is he gonna sacrifice me to a cult? Suddenly, a high-pitched squeak erupted from Blue's backpack. Snowball the hamster popped out, sprinting straight for Angel with a happy squeal. Angel raised an eyebrow. Up already? The furball hopped onto his shoulder. Angel sighed. All right, fine. You can ride shotgun too. Angel grabbed Onion's arm. Let's roll. See you tomorrow. Big Phil scratched his head as they walked off. They're going on a suicide mission? With a hamster? The rest of the crew exchanged looks. They were all thinking the same thing. Thank God it's not me. Miles away, Onion watched Angel obsessively collecting zombie flower vines. What is this freak doing? He scanned the area. Wide open space. I could definitely outrun him if I bolted right now. Sure, his mental stats are high, but that doesn't mean he can catch me. If he tries anything weird, Onion clenched his fists. I'll go down swinging. You're vibrating, Angel said without looking up. Scared I'm gonna bite? Onion scoffed, trying to act tough. Pff, in your dreams. You might be able to dampen my powers, but taking me out won't be easy, Onion warned. Angel cut him off. Chill. As long as you don't do anything stupid, I won't have to hurt you. This job requires precision. You follow my lead, exactly as I say, and we walk away without a scratch. So, rule number 1, I say jump, you ask how high. Got it? Onion gulped. Dude, seriously, what is the master plan? Angel smirked. You'll see. Tie these vines around your ankles. Now. Onion freaked out, backing away. Whoa, hold up. I'm single, okay? I am not into this kind of stuff. Angel rolled his eyes. Shut your trap and tie the knot. Just copy me. Onion sighed, trembling as he followed the order. Boss, can you just level with me? Can I get a straight answer? Onion pleaded. Angel stood up, testing his vines. We're taking a little field trip. You'll understand when we get there. Onion looked like a living question mark. A trip? Before Onion could protest, they were standing at the entrance of the Death Garden, the street overrun by zombie flowers. Onion's voice cracked. Boss? You can't be serious. Recognize it? Angel asked. Onion shuddered. Recognize it? Half our scavenger squad got turned into fertilizer right here. Look, I know you're a heavy hitter, but this is suicide. You don't know these plants. We walk in there, we're dead, period. Angel stepped forward, cool as ice. If I didn't think I could win, I wouldn't be standing here. Trust the process. They call this a floral corridor. It's not random. It's a hunting trap designed specifically to snare humans in high-traffic zones. And I bet this isn't the only one blocking you. Every major exit, every supply route back to your base, they're all choked with these things, aren't they? Right? Onion's jaw dropped. How? How did you know that? Angel shrugged. Simple math. If there was a way out, you wouldn't have been trapped here for 2 weeks. With your skills, you could have flanked them if there was an opening. Onion slumped. You're right. Every street is locked down by these green bastards. That secret path Phil talked about probably just has fewer teeth than the others. Angel turned to him. So, your power. It makes the plants ignore us, right? Like a stealth mode? Yeah, Onion nodded. But my battery sucks. I can cloak us for 20 minutes tops. 20 is plenty, Angel said, checking his gear. Activate it. We're going in. I'll figure out the rest once we find the entrance. They crept into the overgrown street. Onion gagged at the sight of dried corpses dangling from the branches like ornaments. Halt! Angel hissed. Onion froze. What's the plan, man? Angel locked eyes with the vegetation. We're weeding. This looks like a forest, but it's actually one giant organism, a hive mind. We find the heart, we stab it, the whole thing dies. Onion blinked. Since when are you an expert on killer botany? Observation, Angel replied. Most mutants hunt. These ones wait. They're defensive traps. Didn't you notice they never chase? Onion looked down. We didn't exactly stick around to take notes. After the massacre, we just marked this place, do not enter, and ran. Gotcha. Angel pointed at a pulsating patch of earth. The queen is right under us. If I start hacking, will your stealth drop? No, Onion said. But once you hit them, I can only hold the cloak for 5 seconds. After that, they'll rage. Angel drew his blade. Stick to me like glue. Angel's blade flashed, carving a tunnel through the thorns. He grabbed Onion by the collar. Go! He hurled the boy into the hole. Onion hit the ground, rolling. Move it! Clock's ticking! Angel barked. Onion scrambled up, eyes wide. Holy crap, he shredded that thicket in a heartbeat. Maybe this crazy guy can actually pull it off. Onion chased after him. Hey, are you sure the queen is down here? Readings don't lie, Angel said, dropping deeper into the cavern. Onion hesitated. If we kill it, will the victims wake up? Angel didn't sugarcoat it. Once the vines root in, they're gone. We kill the host. The puppets drop dead. Onion lowered his head, crushed. Damn, Onion whispered. Suddenly, Angel threw up a hand. Freeze. Onion sensed a shift in the air. Is he pulsing his energy? Is that a sonar scan? Are you scanning the area? Onion whispered. Angel glanced back. You're a psychic type. Can't you see the layout? Onion scratched his head, embarrassed. My range is garbage. Like 15 feet max. I can't map a whole tunnel system. Angel analyzed him. I'm only level 1-2 with the same range, but my Omni-class stats give me natural sensory boosts. This kid must be relying purely on raw psychic energy. Kid's got skills. I'll give him that, Angel muttered. If my radar isn't busted, there's a crossroads up ahead. The zombie flower mother is waiting at the end of the block. Onion blinked, totally shocked. You seriously scouted the whole street? Dude, that's gotta be over 300 feet away. Scanning the whole area at once? Impossible, Angel explained. But if you focus your mental energy into a single laser beam instead of a floodlight, you can reach way further. Onion's eyes lit up. Whoa, why didn't I think of that? Compressing the music energy. That would make the mind control stuff way stronger, too. If I nail this, I'll level up big time. Hey, boss, can you teach me that laser focus trick? Onion asked eagerly. Mental power is half talent, half grind, Angel replied. Just keep practicing. Muscle memory kicks in eventually. He whistled for Little White, and the hamster leaped onto Onion, startling him. What the? Angel cut him off. Stay put. Things are about to get ugly, and the blast zone might reach here. Little White's got your back. Onion stared. You're joking. The furball is protecting me? Listen, Angel said sharply. Once I engage the mother, your powers might glitch out. But with the hamster, you two should survive until I finish the job. Onion still looked freaked out. Come on, boss. I'm supposed to rely on a hamster? I'll probably have to babysit it. Angel shrugged. Suit yourself. If you keep it alive, even better. Just don't wander off. Wait for my signal. Leaving Onion behind, he headed into the darkness alone, where the horde was waiting. Countless glowing red eyes pierced the gloom. Angel slammed his massive blade into the pavement. Come out and play. I'm on a tight schedule, so let's make this quick. 2 squads of monsters emerged from the shadows. He did a quick head count. 2 claw zombies, 2 big mouths. This is the elite guard? Pathetic. Suddenly, heavy footsteps shook the ground, making him frown. A twisted monstrosity stepped into the light. The Black Demon. A peak Tier 3 nightmare, covered head to toe in indestructible black scales. Speed, strength, it outclassed everything else in its league. In terms of raw combat power, the Black Demon was the apex predator of high-tier zombies. It could probably trash a Tier 4 without breaking a sweat. If this guy is the bouncer, the flower mother inside must be high level. The loot drop is gonna be sweet. So, Angel smirked. One at a time, or is this a group activity? The zombie hissed a warning. Slash. Angel severed its arm before the sound even left its throat. The other 3 froze. Angel raised an eyebrow, looking at the severed limb. Huh, only got the arm? These Tier 3s actually learned how to dodge. The wounded monster lunged for revenge. Angel sidestepped effortlessly. Cute. Now, let's see you dodge this. An explosion erupted, filling the alley with smoke. Angel backflipped to safety, his expression hardening. Guess I can't go easy on you freaks after all. The Black Demon emerged from the dust, rallying its squad. Tier 3s working as a team. Annoying, Angel muttered. But saving the claw zombie? It's useless without its weapon. The creature roared. Angel scoffed, totally unimpressed. Done screaming? Go get your master, or I can just butcher you one by one. Swish. The The zombie's remaining arm hit the floor. The other three growled and turned their attention to Angel. He glanced at a blooming flower spewing toxic pollen. Calling the mother for backup? You guys have a pretty solid hive mind. Even though the zombie flower's location seemed obvious, these things are paranoid. It wouldn't leave its main body out in the open like that. The giant bloom at the end of the street? Probably just a decoy. If I want the real queen bee, I have to force her out. I don't care if you fight back, he shouted into the void. I just hate hide and seek, he tapped his comms. Onion, pollen cloud incoming. Get under cover. Don't breathe that stuff in. Back at the safe spot, Onion panicked. He's definitely fighting the main boss now. I hope he's okay. A little pollen? That's the best help you can give your boys? Angel laughed. Lousy leadership. Fine, I'll toy with your pets a little longer. He swung his blade into the black demon's torso. Clang. Barely a scratch. Not bad, Angel admitted. Those scales are the real deal. But let's try a double tap. The second strike sliced through the armor and into flesh. He grabbed the beast and hurled it into its friends. He blurred into motion, rushing the next target. The black demon was the tank of the group, no doubt about it. But the real threat wasn't the tank. It was the DPS. The claw zombie had the highest damage output. He smashed his fist into the claw zombie. Another monster ducked under his blade. A blue tier 4 crystal dropped quality loot. Why are you stalling? Just die already. The last two zombies roared and charged. He danced around them, his blade moving so fast it left after images. The big mouth was a powerhouse from the front, but soft in the back. Without the claw zombie covering it, charging in was suicide. He stared down the last one. Don't bother. Without your sharp-clawed buddy, you're absolutely harmless. I know why your boss is hiding. It thinks I can't kill you. Yeah, your hide is tough. Even a crystal blade bounces off. He channeled energy into his weapon, making it glow. But let's see how you handle this. Want to bet your life on it? The zombie stared, froze for a second, then unhinged its jaw and let out a blood-curdling scream. Vines erupted from the ground, caging Angel in. The zombie's body twisted, sprouting long branches and a massive flower bud that towered over the alley. As the petals slowly peeled open, Angel stood there, watching with the intensity of a movie critic. Facing the fully bloomed monstrosity, he sneered, "Waiting until your crew is dead before showing up? Worst boss ever." Sharp vines shot toward him like spears. He didn't even blink. Slash. The vines were severed like butter. More creepers slithered out as the zombie shrieked in agony. Angel paused, surprised. The vines weren't attacking him, they were wrapping around the zombie. Oh, he realized. The mother isn't saving him. She's consuming him to evolve. Angel digs his heels in, launching himself like a missile. His blade, screaming with thermal energy, slashes down. The enemy shifts form midair. Doesn't matter. It's a level 4 shadow demon. Tough, but Angel commits to the strike. Wham! The beast takes the hit and goes flying backward. No brakes. Angel presses the advantage instantly. The blade sinks in. Shockwaves ripple outward, dusting the area. By the time the dust settles, Angel is heaving, breath coming in ragged gasps. Damn, that was heavy, he thinks. If this was the old me, that hit would have turned me into a vegetable. Level 4 monsters don't usually go down without taking a piece of you with them. With his current stats, the only way to kill it was the overload technique. Thanks to his upgraded mental processing, he could control the energy surge, but barely. Even so, the fuel cost is insane. 3 strikes. That's the hard limit. After 3 swings at full power, his combat battery hits 0. 3 hits to clear the board, both the zombie queen and the shadow demon. Angel raises the blade, eyes locked on the target. Chicken game, let's go. Strike 1. The demon loses an arm. It screeches in agony, black sludge spraying everywhere. Enraged, it swings its remaining limb like a meat tenderizer toward Angel. Strike 2. Angel severs the attacking arm mid-swing. Before the monster can even register the loss, he's already moving for the kill. A brutal kick to the zombie queen's face creates space. Then, strike 3. The shadow demon is diced into confetti. The monster's torso hits the dirt, split in 2. Angel is panting hard. That move burns way too much gas. He steps forward to loot the corpse, but freezes. A massive, clawed foot steps out from the shadows. Angel stares down the zombie queen. The real boss fight just started. A nightmare flower with jagged teeth and glowing eyes glares back. Smart, Angel thinks. It sacrificed the demon just to keep its cover until I was weak. Vines shoot out like harpoons. The vines wrap him up tight. He realizes the play. The queen was waiting for him to burn out his stamina before showing her face. It wants to absorb him, turning him into the new bodyguard. The vines harden into a cocoon. Inside the dark, a low rumble starts. Then rip. A blade slices the shell open. Angel bursts out, shredding the trap. Solid plan, he sneers. You're cautious. You waited until I had nothing left in the tank before stepping in the ring. Too bad I brought a backup battery. Angel flashes a cloud crystal in his hand. Gotcha. My capacitor was empty, sure. But this level 4 gem, it replenished enough juice to get me back in the game. Not full power, but plenty to fuel my virus abilities. While I was smacking your minions around, I was channeling energy into this thing. Now, it's showtime. Angel grins. Your resin is mine. The flower hisses like a leaking pipe and lashes out with a barrage of vines. Meanwhile, Onion is freaking out. We're dead. The plants are revolting. Little White jumps off his shoulder. Hey, where you going? It's zombie central out there. I gotta catch that rat or the boss kills me. Onion scrambles after the hamster toward the stairs. Wait up, I told you not to run off. If you get lost, how do I explain that to the boss? Back in the arena, the zombie queen is thrashing wildly. Onion feels the building shake. It's coming down. Wait, did the hamster just lead him to safety? Suddenly, vine spears launch at them. Slash. Angel cuts them down midair. Onion lights up. Boss, you're alive. Angel shouts back. Watch your six. I can't babysit you right now. Onion looks back. A horde of zombie flowers is closing in. Panic mode engaged. Mr. Hamster, help! Weren't you supposed to be my bodyguard? Do some hamster kung fu or something. A flower lunges, mouth wide open. Onion turns gray as the teeth clamp down. Game over, he thinks, but the flower gags. It convulses, bending weirdly, and finally spits Onion out. It couldn't swallow him. Onion lands in a heap of slime. Gross. I feel violated and nauseous. Thud, thud, heavy footsteps. Onion looks up. Little White isn't little anymore. He's a hulking, muscular beast with a dark expression. Onion's jaw drops. You're the hamster? The beast ignores him, launching into the air. With claws like katanas, the buff hamster dives into the zombie horde, shredding vines left and right. The cuts are surgical. The hamster fights like a force of nature. Unstoppable. Onion is stunned. Shape-shifting hamster. Okay, I'm definitely dreaming. Even Angel is impressed. Awakened combat skills and a rare transformation type? Nice. Definitely worth the crystal investment. Transformation is strong, but he can't solo the whole swarm. Gotta wrap this up fast. Angel shouts, White, you cover Onion. Then he dives straight for the zombie queen. Onion watches in awe, a buff hamster and a sword-wielding maniac. Yep, he mutters. I'm still asleep. Far away, Ruo Xuan scans the battlefield. Tam Bien asks, status? She replies, it's him. The zombie blockade is breaking. Tam freezes. He's clearing the nest? Even Big Sis couldn't do that. Everyone has their specialty. Pure offense? He beats me, she admits. Since the path is clearing, you should head back to base. It's probably chaos there. Wait till they open the road, then go. Tam asks, you're not coming? After this, I'm heading to Suzhou, she says. I can't stop him, so I'll respect his decision. That's just how it is. Back on the ground, flower parts are everywhere. Angel scolds the giant hamster. White, drop it. That's not food. I said no, eating the loot. Onion stares at the pile of resin on the ground, nearly 20 pieces. Gather it all up, Angel orders. We're bouncing. Onion scrambles. Yes, sir. Angel lights a cigarette, looking cool. Not a bad haul. With the 35 promised plus this stash, I'm looking at 40 plus units. We're sitting pretty. Watching Little White scrap with that flower zombie last night. Raw power isn't maxed out yet, but in a stamina match, he could definitely handle a tier 2 evolution. Plus, he's got wild potential for special ops. And that red resin we looted from the zombie queen? In my past life, that stuff was a literal lifesaver. Definitely hoarding that for later. The angel tossed it over. Hey, Onionhead, chow down. Since that giant plant vored you yesterday, you need this. Can't guarantee you aren't incubating the virus. This resin boosts immunity. Think of it as a detox. Onionhead turned green, swallowing the goop while drowning in sheer panic. Just thinking about it made him gag. Boss, can we literally never mention last night again, please? Big Phi spotted them returning and lit up. Finally, you guys made it. Bro, you kept me waiting so long I thought you were zombie Chow. The angel shrugged. Just running some errands. Phi and his crew grilled Onionhead. So what were you guys doing all night? Yeah, 2 dudes, 1 whole night. Going hard, huh? That intense? The memories made Onionhead dry heave violently. Stop asking! I want to scrub my brain of this entire existence, the crew whispered. Look at him. They must have really put him through the ringer. Brutal. Goofy jumped in. So, report? Jackpots? Bags are bursting, I confirmed. Blue Sand smirked. Never doubted you for a second. Big Phi stepped up from the back. All right, brother, you got your muscle back. We ready to roll? Lead the way. Onionhead was practically praying to every god that these 3 tanks could keep him alive. 10 minutes later, we hit the zombie flower forest. These are the giants, Phi warned. Nasty pieces of work. Usually takes my whole squad to drop just 1 or 2, but with you 3, we might actually clear a path without dying. The angel scanned the field. Solitary spawns, he noted. No hive mind. Big targets, Zero teamwork. Breaking through here was actually the safest bet. Seemed Big Phi knew his enemy, at least. You guys ever actually fight these weeds before? I asked. Phi bristled, looking offended. Us? He figured I was checking his stats. Facing a horde like this would make anyone flinch. So he wanted to prove his squad wasn't dead weight. Rally up, Phi barked. Listen, brother, don't worry. Everyone here is elite. We aren't baggage. We've got a strategy locked and loaded, he pointed. Onion, take Squad 1 and flank left. Squad 2 and I take the right. We advance slow, systematic. Don't rush into their territory. As long as we hold formation, we clear this by sundown. With 3 experts joining the fray, we're going home tonight. You boys confident? The crew roared a synchronized hoo-ah! Phi nodded to himself. Perfect. Show confidence, boost morale, make the new guys trust the leadership. But I need more. Aside from confidence, I need to show ice-cold stability. That's how you earn respect. He added, we know these monsters. I've run the simulations. We don't brute force this. My boys will tank the damage. You guys look for openings and snipe. Brother, if you don't like the play, we can run drills first. Can't afford a screw-up. Rough exterior, tactical interior, that's how I roll. I cut him off. Pass. Your plan works, but it drags. Phi panicked. Brother, listen, these things aren't jokes. We can't go cowboy on this. My way is slow, but it's bulletproof. Slow and steady wins the race, man. Goofy shook his head. Nah. Blitzkrieg. He and Blue Sand were already airborne. No problem, Phi screamed from the back. Don't rush it. Wait. He knew a single Evo versus a flower zombie was a death match. 2 against 5? That's suicide, he yelled at his frozen lackeys. Move. Support them. What are you staring at? Charge. Onionhead stood there, blinking. Boss Phi. When Phi looked back, his jaw hit the floor. The duo was mowing down the forest like a lawn service. Total annihilation. Onionhead stuttered. How? He questioned his entire existence. Are they even human? The Angel just watched calmly as his teammates flexed. Blue Sand waved. Hey, Angel, 5 more resin cores. I nodded. Quality looks decent. The crowd murmured. 3 minutes? They cleared that in 3 minutes? Absolute monsters. Big Phi let out a breath. Jackpot. These guys are gods. Onionhead shivered, not just the leader, but his minions were freaks of nature too. Thank God I didn't let Phi start a beef with them earlier. A lackey whispered. Boss, they farmed a ton of resin just now. Maybe we negotiate? Keep that resin as part of their hiring fee? I mean, they're so strong. Getting more is easy for them. Phi smacked him. What? Are you crazy? Do I look like a scumbag who breaks his word? He grabbed the Angel's arm. Brother, from this second on, you're family. Listen, that loot is yours. And the payment I promised? You get every cent when we hit the safe zone. I'm a man of honor. The Angel smirked. Appreciate it, Phi. We rolled into the safe zone to a hero's welcome. They made it! The scavengers are back! We're not gonna starve! Big Phi stood on the pickup truck, tossing canned food like a parade float. 1 by 1! Don't shove! Onionhead exhaled. Finally home. Goofy looked around. Solid numbers here. Anyone who can keep this many people in line isn't average. Blue Sand was curious. Isn't Phi just a low-tier stage 2? Whoever keeps him in check has to be a peak stage 2 at least. The Angel stared at the massive tree in the center. The base was rough, but functional. The architect of this place was no slouch, but that pear tree, that was the anomaly. A normal pear tree maxes out at 2 or 3 meters. This thing, it was towering at 10 meters easy. Thick branches, dense foliage, and pulsating with a weird viral energy. Goofy squinted. Now that you mention it, that thing ain't right. Yo, check out the weapon they used to smash those zombies earlier. It's buzzing with the same viral energy. $10 says they carved it right out of this freak of nature tree. Mutation City, right? Verdict's still out on that one. I'm not picking up any killer vibes from the timber just yet. Let's play the waiting game and see what happens. Big Phil waved them over. Listen up. These 3 are the absolute MVPs. Without them, we'd be zombie chow right now. The warehouse guy piped up. Just call me 2. Nice to meet ya. I run the supply depot. He shook hands, keeping it professional. On behalf of everyone breathing inside these walls, serious thanks. We owe you big time. If Phil's crew had been 5 minutes late, this place would be history. You didn't just save a squad, you saved the whole fortress. The hero shrugged it off. Save the praise. We're just here for the paycheck, same as anyone. 2 shot a confused look at Phil. Paycheck? What's he talking about? Phil rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, so, about that. Before we stomped those flower-faced freaks, I promised him 30 units of the sap. You know, the gunk inside the zombie blooms. Search team fronted 15 already. I need you to cover the other 15. He cleared his throat, trying to look authoritative. 30 units is a steep price, I know, but trading a little goo for the lives of my best men, that's a steal. Either way, you guys rock. Sit tight, I'll raid the vault. Phil slung a heavy arm around the hero's shoulders. Come on, brother. Let's throw back a few shots. I gotta thank you proper. We are absolutely destroying those 2 bottles of Mao Tai I stashed. Lamsa waved them off, already turning away. You boys have fun destroying your livers. I'm gonna take a lap. He watched her go, thinking, little La acts all cool and collected, but there's no way she's over what went down. That kind of trauma doesn't just vanish. She's definitely bottling it up, playing it safe, Thien Than signaled Faye. Tail her. This isn't our turf. Make sure she doesn't start a war or anything. Once they were alone, glasses clinked. Gulp. Phil wiped his mouth, grinning like a maniac. You roll in from Cat District? My cousin's brother-in-law is holed up there, visited 2 years back. Let me tell ya, I dug these bottles out of a wrecked liquor store pile. Nearly got my throat ripped out for this vintage. I wouldn't crack this seal for just any rando. But you? You're a VIP, man. I don't invite scrubs to my table. Drink up. You don't say much, but you're a heavy hitter. I respect that. Nothing beats a drinking buddy with skills. He went to pour. Here, have another. Suddenly, the bottle was snatched right out of his hand. I knew I'd find you here. Back 5 minutes and already boozing? Some patrol captain you are. Sam Kim didn't even pause to breathe. I'm the head of therapy here. Did you file the casualty report? Did you inventory the gear? What's the damage? What's the haul? Did you clarify anything? No, just chug, chug, chug. When Big Boss Braid gets back, I'm listing every single one of your screw-ups. You're done. Phil turned beet red. Keep it down, will ya? Can't you see I've got company? The guy sneered. I don't care if the Pope is here. Return the gear you borrowed. Now. Phil sighed, turning to his guest. Buddy, meet the head of therapy. Guy's got a permanent stick up his. Well, he's cranky. Ignore him. Phil tried to smooth it over. Look, I'll explain later. We're chilling right now. Kim shut him down. Negative. This is official business. Fork over the supplies. The hero was secretly impressed. A dedicated medical wing? This place is tighter than I thought. Kim kept drilling Phil. You found the meds, right? What's the count? Take me to it. I've got critical patients waiting. There should be 15 units left if you didn't waste it. The emergency stash you took, don't tell me you burned through all of it. Cough it up. My lab needs it yesterday. Phil was making frantic shut-up gestures. Lower the volume, man. Give me some face in front of the guest, okay? Kim exploded. I don't care about your face. I deal with you rule-breaking cowboys every single day. You think logistics is a game? Hand it over and I'm gone. Just then, 2 ran in, looking panicked. Boss Phil, we've only got 5 bricks of flower sap left in the vault. We're short. Phil and Kim froze. The hero frowned. Curiosity piqued. What's this flower sap everyone's losing their minds over? 2 explained quickly. It's the antivirus extract we harvest from the zombie flora. It suppresses infection. Wait, you still have some on you, right? Can you spot me 10 bricks? Kim lost it. Are you insane? What do you need 15 units for? A snack? That stuff is strategic gold. It's the only thing that stops a bite from turning you. My entire research project depends on it, Phil snapped. Kim, put a sock in it. 2, go get the stuff. Now. Worst case, I go out and hunt more in 2 days. Happy? The hero analyzed the situation. Looks like they finally figured out what the sap actually does. It boosts immunity and evolved humans temporarily. Mix it with cloud crystals and the right meds, and you've got a potent healing serum. High-grade stuff mixed with crystals can practically bring back the dead. 2 tried to calm the doctor down. Kim, chill out. Phil needs the stash to pay a debt. It's an honor thing. Kim blinked, confused. Debt? What debt? Phil filled him in. Kim turned purple. What? You're giving away 30 units of life-saving serum as a tip? Are you delirious? Did a door slam on your head? Phil winced, humiliated. Shut your trap! Seriously, give me some face here. I already paid 15. Big Phil doesn't break promises. Quit yapping. Are you giving it up or not? Kim crossed his arms. Not a chance. You want it? Tell this creditor to come see me. I want to see who's got the guts to rob our hospital. The hero stepped in, voice cool. Phil, let it go. Clearly your buddy here doesn't respect you much. The sap deal can wait. Let's finish our drinks before we kill the vibe. Kim squinted at him, suspicious. Who's this guy? Definitely not base personnel. You brought an outsider in? 2 jumped in. This is Thien Than. He's with Kim, cut him off. Save it. Stop making excuses for him. Did you forget the protocol? Outsiders report to medical for screening. I haven't even punished you for the unauthorized med use yet. And now this? Wait till Big Braid gets back. I'm reporting everything. Phil groaned. Hey, just listen for a second. I'm done listening. Bring this so-called benefactor to my office. I need to teach him a lesson about who actually runs this show. Suddenly, the air turned ice cold. Kim froze. A dark voice rumbled from behind him. So, how exactly are you planning to teach me this lesson? Kim started sweating bullets. Wait, you're the benefactor? Kim's internal monologue screamed. Who the hell is this guy? Why do I feel like I'm standing next to a predator? Felt like I was going to get wasted any second. Big Phi grinned. You nailed it, kid. Don't be a buzzkill bottoms up. Yo, brat, bring the goods for my buddy here, Chop Chop, he nodded. Let's roll. Tam Kim, getting dragged off, whined, Quit yanking me! We just gonna hand it over like that? Little Sai hustled them out. Suddenly, a beer can hit the deck. Angel's combat mode engaged. Big Phi and Tam Kim shouted in sync. Earthquake? A lackey screamed, Dr. Wang, get out here! The elder tree's wigging out. The trio froze. Say what? His face went totally dark. Giant roots smashed through the pavement. The crowd went into full panic mode. Help! Run for it! Game over, man! The magic tree's ticked off! We're toast! A kid stood there like a deer in headlights as a branch swung down. Dust everywhere. Lamsa swooped in, snatching the brat just in time. She blinked. The heck was that? Cao Phi warned. Dunno. Don't engage yet. Wait for Angel. The massive roots suddenly withered and retreated underground. Weird. Why'd they stop attacking? It's over? Lamsa patted the kid's head. You're good. Go find your folks. The kid beamed. Thanks, sis. A woman rushed over, screaming for little Jing. They hugged it out, but the mom side-eyed the strangers. The kid explained, Mom, that lady saved my life. She stayed guarded. It was you guys, wasn't it? The duo scanned the area. Lamsa whispered, Cao Phi, something smells fishy. He chilled her out. Relax. Civilians can't cause this kind of mess. A mob circled them. Is it them? The mom nodded. Yeah, totally them. I saw it with my own eyes. Tam Kim came sprinting in, out of breath. Move it, out of my way. What's the drama? What's going on? Why'd the elder tree go psycho? Someone framed these two. Said they walked up, touched the tree when nobody was looking, and boom, it snapped. What's he so shocked about? Tam Kim raged. Where the hell are you clowns from? Don't you know touching the elder tree is strictly off limits? Seeing Cao Phi casually puffing a cigarette made him explode. I'm talking to you. Which squad are you with? Who's your captain? Get him out here, now! He smirked. Your tree didn't exactly say, do not touch. Lamsa nodded. Right? If it's off limits, put up a sign or something. People walk here all day. How was I supposed to know? Too bad I don't have a camera. Would have made a killer selfie, Tam Kim roared. You think this is a theme park? Get your captain out here right now, or I'm gonna stop being nice. Lamsa shot back. Oh? How exactly will you stop being nice? Her attitude made him shake with rage. Angel walked up, voice soft. What's the issue? The duo chirped. Boss, Angel. He looked confused. Trouble already? Seriously, what is going on here? Tam Kim thought. These punks are together? Big Phi stepped in. Make a hole, people! These three are guests of the patrol squad. Cut them some slack. Sorry, folks. My buddies just got here. They don't know the rules yet. Let it slide. Tam Kim wasn't having it. Hold up! What exactly did you freaks do? Why did the elder tree flip out? It's never done this. There's no zombie flower today. No breach. What is going on? You owe us an explanation. Big Phi snapped. Tam Kim, have you lost your mind? What are you implying? You saying we did this on purpose? He shrugged. Didn't say that. But listen up, everyone. Whatever happened, the tree went nuts because of these two. We all know we're only safe here because of the Pear Blossom District's magic tree. That tree is the only reason we're still breathing. Protecting the tree is protecting ourselves, the crowd muttered. He made sense. Who are these strangers anyway? Maybe they've got a hidden agenda. What do we have worth stealing? You're overthinking it. Am I? You can never trust anyone these days. There's all kinds of freaks out there. Better safe than sorry. The magic tree is our lifeline. We can't risk it. Kick 'em out. Make 'em leave. Tam Kim smirked internally. That's 30 emergency medkits in my pocket. Big Phi glared. What is your problem, man? You're doing all this over some flower resin? Tam Kim feigned outrage. Get off me. It's not about the resin. I'm doing this for the safe zone. For the people. Look at this mess. The roots destroyed everything. Repairs will take forever. Do you have any idea how hard that wood is? Just chopping it up takes a day. Clearing this debris will take over a week. You don't care about the logistics team at all. What do you know? You gonna clean it? Big Phi barked. Patrol squad, grab your gear. Listen up. The patrol squad is handling the cleanup. As long as Big Phi is breathing, nobody kicks my brothers out. Tam Kim sneered. Don't forget the safe zone rules, Big Phi. He scoffed. Rules? Since when have I ever followed your stupid rules? Angel cut in. Cool it, Phi. I appreciate the backup, but we clean up our own messes. He slashed his blade, slicing clean through the massive root. Tam Kim and Big Phi went pale. Angel's crew didn't blink. He stared blankly at the scattered wood. The kid had chopped all the roots in a blink. Terror set in. One swing? Big Phi gasped. Beast mode. Even Tam Bien couldn't pull that off. Angel swung again. Thwack! The blade buried itself in the dirt between Tam Kim's legs. The guy started shaking like a leaf. What are you doing? Angel's voice was ice cold. Satisfied? The air froze. Nobody dared to breathe. Tam Kim stumbled backward. Stay back. What the hell is your problem? Angel called his bluff. You think I don't see your shady little game? You jumped at the chance to boot us just to pocket the resin yourself, didn't you? He grit his teeth, yelling, "Bullcrap! You guys trashed the ancient tree. I'm doing this for the people of the safe zone. And another thing, if you hadn't brought up the resin, I might have let it slide. But nobody touches my loot." Big Phi blinked. "Say what now?" "Those 30 resin blocks were the payment I promised the kid. He saved our squad's lives. We wouldn't be here without him," Tam Kim scoffed. 3 measly resin crystals to save your sorry butts? Seriously? Big Phil blinked. Sure, he was hallucinating. Useless? Kim sneered, adjusting his glasses. Did I stutter? You and your frat boy squad just sit around getting wasted, ignoring every rule in the book while our supply runs bring back diddly squat. And today, bravo. You burned more resources than you scavenged. 30 resin crystals. You morons think you're worth 30 crystals? The insults hit Phil so hard he actually started tearing up. Big Phil dropped to his knees like a tragic hero in a soap opera. "I'm trash. I'm sorry, everyone. We bring back scraps." And nobody has the guts to go deep zone anymore. I've watched my bros get turned into fertilizer by those flower zombies one by one. I failed. I'm weak. I couldn't protect my crew. Phil was spiraling hard. I'm a total loser. Then Angel stepped up, cool as ice. "Yo, Phil, don't waste tears on this clown. Cities are tapped out, man. Dry wells. That's not on you. But this guy? He's just throwing a tantrum because he hates us outsiders. But let's be real. He looks down on you guys even more. You risk your neck every day to feed this camp. And to him? Your lives aren't worth 30 lumps of tree snot. Is he really worth the waterworks?" The crowd started murmuring. He's right. Big Phil busts his hump for this safe zone. Who cares about magical sap? It's not worth a patrolman's life. That's cold-blooded. Kim is way out of line. It's messed up. Yeah, totally uncool, the crowd yelled. Kim snapped, his face turning red. Are you people insane? Why are you defending strangers? Who stitches you up when you're bleeding? Me. For free. You're turning on me for these losers and 3 drifters? Without me, this safe zone would be a graveyard. Suddenly, a voice cracked like a whip. Shut your mouths. The crowd lit up like it was Christmas. It's Boss Ben. Ben's back. Angel sized him up. So, that's the head honcho? Ben glared at his lieutenants. I gave you one job. Run the camp. This circus is what I get? Big Phil hung his head. Boss Ben, it's on me. I led the patrol into a trap. We got boxed in by the flower zombies. The chaos here? Also my fault. Ben barked a command, and Phil snapped to attention like a spring. Sir, explain, Ben ordered. Now, Phil spilled the beans. Long story short, if Angel here hadn't bailed us out, we'd still be zombie chow. We got back, and Kim started screaming about the resin crystals. Then, this happened. Ben, barely holding it together, turned and backhanded Kim across the face. Whack! Moron! Ben gestured to a runner. Kid, go to Kim's stash. Get the stuff our guest needs. Now. Angel watched the show. Militarized leadership. That explains why these guys actually know how to fight. This Ben guy is high tier level 2. That's speedrunning for this timeline. Guy's probably gonna be a warlord someday. Strange. I don't remember him from my past life. And that guy in black? Something's off. Ben clapped his hands. Show's over. Back to work. The runner jogged back with a bag of crystals. Ben took it and handed it over. Angel, right? Sorry about the welcome wagon. My apologies. Angel shrugged. Just a little pest control. No biggie. Ben laughed smoothly. You're a class act, kid. Makes me feel even worse. Here's the payment Phil promised. Sorry for the lag. So, you're from the outside, huh? Why not crash here? Join the safe zone, and I'll put you in charge of patrols. Phil won't mind stepping down. Hell yeah, Phil nodded vigorously. I'd follow you anywhere. Angel waved it off. Pass. I've got places to be. Catch you later. He signaled his crew. Grab the gear. We're bouncing. Ben watched them leave, eyes narrowing. Officers. Meeting room. Back in the command tent, Kim got slapped. Again. Look at this mess. Ben roared. Kim nursed his swollen jaw. Boss Ben, it's not fair. They touched the ancient tree. They broke protocol. And my research is peaking. The super serum is almost ready. I needed those crystals for the formula, not to pay off some wanderers. Ben got in his face. We can find more crystals. Can we mass produce super soldiers? Those 3 are elite evolvers. If Phil hadn't stepped in, you'd be dead. Any single one of them could wipe the floor with me. If a fight broke out, were you gonna tank it? You think you're tougher than them? He turned to Phil. Good work today. If I go down, you're running this place. Kim, stick to band-aids. You're done with management. Now get out of my sight, all of you. As the room cleared, a woman stepped out from the shadows. Sis, Ben whispered nervously, they found us. What's the play? He recognized you, she mused, but he didn't attack. That means he's not an enemy. Yet, Ben nodded. I'll tail them. You stay hidden here. Watch your back, she warned. That Kim idiot is going to cause trouble. Meanwhile, on the road, Phil and Saw were confused. Why the fire drill, Angel? Yeah, sun's dropping. Why not crash there for the night? Angel shook his head. That safe zone is cursed. That ancient tree, it's not in the database. If it keeps the flower zombies away, it's packing level 4 power, minimum. I tried to scan it with my psych link, but something blocked me. A viral energy field. That tree isn't a shield. It might be a monster worse than the zombies. I didn't like the vibe. Phil's eyes went wide. That explains it. That's why the kid and I tried to touch it earlier. We caught a whiff of that viral energy. It pulled us in. Sa nodded. Yeah, the scent was overpowering. Any evolver would notice it. Bingo, Angel said darkly. That's the problem. That camp has at least 5 evolvers. They definitely know something's wrong with that tree, but nobody said a word. They let you walk right into it. Doesn't that seem a little psychotic to you? That dude with the triple braids and his goth buddy from Long Hoa City? Total stalkers. Ever since I wrecked them at the landslide, they've been tailing us like lost puppies, just staying out of slapping range. I didn't bother shaking them loose since I couldn't figure out their angle. But surprise, surprise, looks like they've got ties to this dump. Cao Phi scratches his head. Think they're Long Hoa locals? I mean, we did make enough noise to wake the dead. Someone's bound to have a beef with that. Lam Sa rolls her eyes. Please, what are the Long Hoa posers gonna do about it? Thien Than cuts in, cool as ice. Truong Din Vu probably has them on a leash. Chill out, guys. We're overpowered right now. Even if every evolved freak in this base jumps us, we'd still wipe the floor with them. If they're weaker than us, the smartest move is to play it cool and let them make the first mistake. Besides, he thinks, those two give me major deja vu vibes. That's the only reason they're still breathing. Cao Phi stops dead. Hey, boss. Didn't we already weed whack this entire area? He stares at the fresh crop of zombie flowers bursting open. Seriously? It's been like 5 minutes. How is this stuff growing back already? Thien Than frowns. These aren't the same scrawny weeds. These are roided out, fully evolved versions. And that growth rate? Totally unnatural. He detours, but every turn is a botanical nightmare. Lam Sa groans. We've switched routes 3 times. Why is this the only path that isn't a total salad bar? Cao Phi squints. Up ahead. Looks like a plaza. Pretty wide open. Heads up, Thien Than warns. Voice low. Something sketchy. My sensory radar is shrinking. There's some heavy viral static jamming my signal. I can barely sense 20 meters out. The zombie flowers have choked off every exit except that gaping wide plaza. It's a trap, he says flatly. The others tense up. A trap? Since when do killer daisies have IQs? They know how to bait us now. What's the plan? Do we double back? Smash through? Suddenly, woof! Lam Sa blinks. A dog? A familiar yellow blur shoots toward them. It's the mutt from last time. It skids to a halt, barking its head off. Lam Sa tilts her head. What's his deal? Cao Phi translates. I think Fido here is blocking the road. Thien Than steps around it. Ignore it. Dan Hoang latches onto his jeans, refusing to let go. Lam Sa raises an eyebrow. Didn't you say there was a trap ahead? Guess the dog agrees, she adds. Cao Phi grins. Look at him go, tracking us down to save our skins. That's a good boy. Thien Than looks down. You sense the danger too, huh? The dog nods furiously. Cool. Thien Than keeps walking anyway. The dog looks flabbergasted. Thien Than explains over his shoulder. We're in Lohoa for sap, sure, but we also need those high-grade green crystal cores. If we stuff this mutt full of flower sap, his gut can process the virus energy into cores. Might even get a rare green one out of him. Little White, babysit the dog. Don't let it die. Little White hops onto Dan Hoang's back, yipping. Thien Than shouts to the empty air. Quit hiding. Come get some. Instantly, the ground explodes as zombie flowers erupt all around them. Dan Hoang is so terrified he forgets how to bark. Little White hulks out, claws extending like switchblades. He drop-kicks the cowardly dog to safety. No holding back, Thien Than roars. Full power, slaughter every last one of them. The team yells, copy that. Thien Than's fist shatters vines while Lam Sa becomes a blur of destruction. Cao Phi is a whirlwind, leaving nothing but chopped salad around him. Die, you freaks. Little White is tearing it up just as hard as the humans. Only Dan Hoang sits there, watching the carnage like a stunned spectator. An hour later, silence falls. The team is panting, totally gassed. The dog is still traumatized. Thien Than dumps a mountain of flower sap in front of him. That enough for you? Chow down. It's on the house. Dan Hoang weeps with joy and dives into the food pile. Lam Sa crosses her fingers. You think he'll actually poop out a green crystal core? Pretty sure, Thien Than says. I tagged him with a psychic tracker. I can feel his insides churning out a core right now. What if he eats and runs? Cao Phi asks. Suddenly, Thien Than jams his blade into the ground next to the dog's head. He puts on his best villain face. Relax, buddy. Be a good boy, and I won't turn you into stir-fry. Lam Sa shakes her head. Yeah, that dog is traumatized for life. He's yours forever. Thien Than wipes his blade. What's our inventory looking like? Cao Phi calculates. With the loot from this fight plus the stash, we had maybe 60 blocks. After feeding the beast, 35 left. That's plenty. We don't need to hoard anymore. Now we just wait and see what the dog produces. They stare at Dan Hoang, who's curled up in a food coma. He's been asleep for over 2 hours, Cao Phi mutters. Eat, sleep, repeat. Just like Little White, Cao Phi sighs. So, what's the play? We just sit here and watch him nap? Thien Than stands up. You two and the furball guard the sleeper. I'm heading out tonight. The others blink. Where? Thien Than narrows his eyes. Doesn't this whole thing feel rigged to you? Why did we get ambushed the second we left the safe zone? These flowers were coordinating. I bet the survivors in that base are behind it. Specifically, that creepy old tree. I'm going back under cover of darkness to see what's really going on. Lam Sa nods slowly. But with our power level, can't we just smash our way out? Plus, if the flowers swarm us, isn't that just free loot delivery? Negative. Thien Than counters. That skirmish drained at least 80% of our stamina. If we have to fight like that every mile, we'll burn out before we hit the city limits. We're strong, yeah, but combat is chaotic. One slip up against these mutant plants and it's game over. That ambush was manageable, but if they double the numbers next time, we won't just be tired. We'll be dead. If we run on empty, we get sloppy. Sloppy gets you killed. We've got enough loot. The goal now is to avoid massive brawls. I need to figure out who's pulling the strings on these flowers. You guys hole up somewhere safe. I'm going ghost mode on that base. Darkness fell. He ghosted past the sentries, slipping silently into the heart of the enemy stronghold. Something felt off. I definitely clocked that dark energy signature earlier today. How does a power level that high just vanish into thin air? Unless, did he bolt already? A hushed argument from a nearby tent froze me in my tracks. Doc, this is risky, a nervous voice stammered. Define risky, came the sneering reply. I run the medical wing, kid. You just follow orders. Stop stalling and double the dosage. Now. But, do you realize what you're asking? The standard dose is already pushing it. Doubling it could be catastrophic. The ancient tree already threw a tantrum today. We need to sedate it heavily to keep it under control. Quit whining and trust me. That riot was triggered by an intruder. Overdosing it now is reckless. The doc cut him off. I didn't ask for your opinion. I asked for compliance. Do it. Listen, I was saving lives in the States while you were still failing anatomy. A little extra juice isn't going to kill it. Think about it. We're the only medics here. If things go south, we're the only ones who can fix it. The boss will have to promote us. He shoved the syringe tray into the kid's hands. Go, it'll be fine. Lurking in the shadows, I pieced it together these idiots were drugging the ancient tree. Can you really tranquilize a giant plant? If they have meds that actually work on it, they must know exactly how that monster ticks. Time for a little direct interrogation. Inside, the doc was still gloating. No guts, no glory, right? That muscle-brained leader can't run this place forever. Once this plan works, I'll be calling the shots around here. Is that a fact? A voice whispered right behind his ear. The doc spun around, face pale. You? When did you get in here? I smirked. Take a wild guess. He dropped to his knees instantly. Big guy, I was blind. I didn't know I was messing with a pro this morning. Please, have mercy. Oh crap, this guy is a beast stronger than the boss. If I scream, I'm dead before anyone hears me. I have to play nice. He started slapping his own face, hard. I'm an idiot. I'm garbage. I deserve it. Smack, smack, smack. Cut the drama, I snapped. I didn't break in here to watch you beat yourself up. The slapping stopped. Wait, so you're not gonna kill me? Depends on your answers. Keep me happy, and you live. I'm a law-abiding citizen, after all. I don't just murder people for fun. Anything. Ask me anything. Why are you drugging the ancient tree? I asked. His eyes went wide. You heard that? Quit stalling. Spill. Okay, I'm talking. Biologically, that tree is halfway to being an animal. Its cellular structure is advanced, and it's developed a nervous system that rivals a human's. That's why high-grade sedatives actually work. We can force it into a coma to stop it from going berserk. That tracked. I remembered a virologist telling me that infected flora eventually mimics fauna. All right, the science makes sense. But answer me this. Why did the zombie flowers ambush me the second I stepped outside? That wasn't me. I swear, I can only manipulate the tree. The flowers are wild cards. Relax. I'm asking about the connection. What's the link between the tree and the flowers? He exhaled, wiping sweat from his brow. Oh, thank God. Okay, so genetically, the tree shares markers with the zombie flowers. My theory? Their root systems are fused underground. It's a parasitic relationship. They're fighting for dominance while keeping each other alive. It's messy. But the tree is usually passive towards humans, unlike those aggressive flowers. They're distinct species. Are you thinking the tree somehow triggered the flowers to attack you? Look, the flowers target anything that moves outside the perimeter, and they're attracted to energy levels. A powerhouse like you? You're basically a giant beacon to them. Makes sense. And this guy is too terrified to lie to my face. Maybe I'm just paranoid. So, I said aloud, you sedated the tree just to keep the peace? He flinched. My eyes narrowed. You're holding back. Spit it out. No, nothing. I wouldn't dare. Well, when the tree is fully comatose, its natural suppression field drops. The zombie flowers go into a feeding frenzy. That's why I ordered the double dose. You triggered a frenzy on purpose? I roared. Wait, listen, I'm not trying to destroy the camp. He fumbled with a small vial in his pocket. This is a potent growth hormone. One drop and the tree wakes up instantly. I wake it up, it suppresses the flowers, and I save the day. I shook my head. So you create a disaster just so you can play the hero when you fix it. All for a little promotion? That's cold, he trembled. It's just politics, man. I know it looks bad, but we don't have beef. You promised you wouldn't kill me. My expression went dark. You know what I hate more than anything? Idiots and traitors. I stepped closer. Congratulations, you're both. I hoisted him up by his collar. No, you gave me your word. I did. I agreed calmly. I said I wouldn't kill you. I didn't say I'd protect you from them. I dragged him toward the tent flap. It's starting. Time to face the music. Wait! What are you doing? He shrieked. Showing you the consequences, I said, shoving him outside. Around the great tree, the nightmare had already begun. Screams tore through the air. Game over, man. We are totally toast. Somebody do something. The horde is here, spirit tree. Don't bail on us now. Flames roared, turning the undead into crispy critters. Big Phi barked orders like a drill sergeant on caffeine. More kerosene. Move it. Squad 2, lock down the right flank. Double time. A kid scrambled up from the rear, hyperventilating. Boss, Tam's line is collapsing. He's screaming for backup. Big Phi froze. He's what? The scout stammered. It's a titan flower, boss. A massive freak of nature. Tam can't solo it, and all the other evolvers are too busy trying not to die. Hold the fort! Phi didn't wait. He bolted toward the chaos where Tam was doing a losing dance with killer vines, spitting curses like a sailor. Boom! Phi slammed a haymaker into the plant monster right on cue. Back off, Salad! He grabbed Tam. You still in one piece? Alive enough, Tam grunted. What's the play? Since when do these overgrown weeds storm the HQ? Phi shook his head, clueless. Beats me. Just buy time until the ancient tree decides to wake up. Tam spat blood. You take left. I got right. Let's weed this garden. They charged, but the ground exploded. Rumble. 2 more titan flowers erupted from the dirt. Phi's jaw dropped. 2 of them? Serious? Where the heck is Big Sis? She ghosted us? We need her firepower for this trash, Tam grimaced. Bad news, buddy. She's on a run. We're on our own. Time to man up, Tam pointed. Pick a dance partner, 1 each. It was a massacre. Vines snapped like whips, binding their wrists instantly. Phi roared, "Get off me!" Tam yelled his name, but Phi was staring down a giant toothy maw. Well, it's been real. Wham! A body flew out of nowhere, slamming into the vines and snapping them like twigs. Phi blinked at the savior. It was the new guy. Ta? What are you doing here? Bach dusted himself off. Save the chit-chat. He tossed a syringe. Juice the tree with this. It's an adrenaline shot. Go. I'll handle the weeds. Across the field, Tam took a vine to the ribs, flying backward until Bach snatched him out of the air. You good? Been better. Thanks. Bach eyed the monsters. Knocking around a Tier 2 evolver like a rag doll, these plants are definitely high-level nasties. Careful, kid, Tam wheezed. These things are tanks. I'll draw aggro. You slice him up with that blade. Bach waved him off. Sit this one out, old man. You're leaking everywhere. Tam panicked. Don't be a hero. Those are elite mobs. You'll get schwing. Before Tam could finish, a blur of motion sliced the air. The Titan flower collapsed into a pile of salad. Tam broke into a cold sweat. Insane power. He remembered the intel. This guy is a beast. Unstoppable. The perfect shield for Lam Za. Big Sis called it, he muttered. With this guy around, Lam Za is basically untouchable. He tossed the traitor, Tam Kim, onto the dirt. Tam's eyes narrowed. Bach Tran. Wait, did he orchestrate this whole mess? His expression darkened. What the... Suddenly, the ground rumbled again. Good rumble this time. A glowing branch shot up. The spirit tree, someone screamed. It's rebooting. It didn't ditch us. We're not dead. Hallelujah. Cheers erupted. Long live the tree. Phi slumped, exhaling. Thank God. The shot worked. Kid saved our bacon. Meanwhile, Tam grabbed a lackey by the collar. This chaos? Your fault? The lackey squealed. It was Kim. He made me do it. Tam tossed the snitch at Kim. Truss him up. He turned to Bach. We owe you one, brother. Seriously. Forget it. Bach shrugged. The trash is all yours. Tam cracked his knuckles. Oh, don't worry. He's got a date with pain. Drag him out, Tam ordered. You want to run a base? You gotta have rules. Rewards for heroes, hell for traitors. I'm not soft. A quick death? Nah. That's too good for a backstabber. Bach leaned in. Hey, mind if I run some tests on your spirit tree? Purely scientific. Tam blinked. The tree? Just curious. Tam didn't hesitate. After today, you practically own the place. Mikasa is Sukasa. Knock yourself out while I take out the trash. 20 minutes later, Tam Kim was dangling from a street lamp like a piñata, waking up to a bucket of ice water. He sputtered, eyes wide with terror at the three looming figures. What's going on? Beside him, his lackey was already sobbing. Let me down! He forced me! I'm innocent! Kim looked around frantically, locking eyes with Bach. Him! It was him! Tam nodded to his enforcer. Do it. The guy stepped up, twirling a knife. Kim shrieked. Stay back! What are you doing? Relax, Tam smirked coldly. I'm not killing you yet. That's the easy way out. We're outside the safe zone. The undead are hungry, and they haven't gone far. Fresh blood carries on the wind. Get the picture? Realization hit Kim like a truck. No, Tam, please. I'm valuable. I'm a top-tier med grad from the States. You called me a genius. You need me. Don't feed me to the freaks, please. Big Phi got in his face. Shut your mouth. Your little stunt cost me 5 good men today. Civilians are bleeding out because of you. Supplies ruined. Defenses wrecked. All for your petty grudge? You sold your soul for nothing. I messed up. I swear. Never again. I'll be good. I'll just be a doctor. I won't touch politics. Tell him. Tam stared him dead in the eye. Traitors don't get do-overs. He turned his back. Enjoy the show. Move it. Tam Kim was dragging his heels, screaming like a banshee in the back. No, please, God, no, stop. I don't want to die. Seriously, I don't want to die. While the guy was thrashing around, blood dripped onto the dirt. Boom. A sprout shot up from the ground like it was on steroids, stunning both of them. A zombie flower burst open right in their faces, and Tam Kim shrieked, No, stay back, not that. His blood-curdling scream tore through the night silence of the district. Meanwhile, Thien Than reached out to touch the tree trunk. Just as he thought this wasn't some garden-variety plant like that loudmouth Wong Tam Kim claimed, this ancient timber was pulsing with 2 totally different viral signatures. The first one, straight-up zombie flower juice. It wasn't as aggressive as the stuff inside a flower monster, but the plant was definitely infected. The second energy signature, though, that was murky, like it was trying to stay off the radar on purpose. But my mental scanner didn't miss a beat. It picked up the trail that viral energy felt way too much like a human evolver. Could this massive tree be the byproduct of some evolver's ability? Special type? Maybe psychic type? Who the heck has enough juice to manifest a tree this powerful? We're talking at least a tier 3 evolver here. Don't tell me she stalked me all the way here and decided to build a fortress while she was at it. If she's tied to this tree, then that zombie flower ambush wasn't a coincidence either. Time to stop guessing and start interrogating. Right on cue, Tam Bien showed up to report. Hey brother, we took care of that traitorous scum. Lucky you stepped in when you did, or we would have taken a heavy hit. Thien Than cut the small talk. Listen, I don't do runarounds. Your base drama is handled. Now it's time to talk about us. The guy looked at him like a deer in headlights, waiting for the other shoe to drop. Thien Than laid it out. Point 1. You and your crew have been tailing me. I didn't shake you off because I wanted to see what game you were playing. But we're past the sneak and peek phase. Time to put your cards on the table. Point 2. That ancient tree isn't natural. An evolver grew it. I want the specs on that. Point 3. I walked out of your base and got jumped by zombie flowers instantly. That ambush smells like an inside job. If you can't give me answers, fetch the person pulling your strings. Tam Bien looked awkward. Look, brother, it's not that I'm holding out on you, but this is classified stuff. Can you cut me some slack? Thien Than wasn't having it. My patience is non-existent, and the clock is ticking. You talk, or I solve this problem my way. And you won't like my way. Tam Bien stammered. Let's use logic. I don't know a soul in Lahoa or So Shao. You guys aren't targeting me specifically. So who is it? Cao Phi or Lam Sa? It's obvious you're obsessed with one of my friends. But whatever your reason, I don't do creepy stalking. You can keep your mouth shut, but I'm taking my crew and leaving this district right now. Fighting through zombie flowers is a pain, but I'd take a known enemy over your shady secrets any day. And let's be real, if I want to leave, none of you can stop me. Tam Bien looked pained. I really don't have the authority to decide this. How about we wait for Big Sis to get back? And Thien Than turned his back. Pass. I hate waiting. If she wants to talk, she can come find me. Suddenly, Cao Phi came sprinting from the distance, waving his arms like a maniac. Thien Than! Over here! We got a situation with Little La! Thien Than snapped. Spit it out. What happened? Cao Phi gasped. A horde of zombies and flowers swarmed us. Me and Little La were fighting them off. But then that black-robed freak from before just popped out of nowhere and snatched her. Tam Bien's jaw dropped. Say what? Cao Phi continued. That robed figure is a beast. I was drowning in zombies. I couldn't get to her in time. She just got bag and tagged. And they grabbed Little White, too. We have to go after them. Now! Thien Than's face went pitch black. The air got heavy with killing intent as he leveled his blade right at Tam Bien's throat. Start talking. Now. Tam Bien threw his hands up. Whoa, brother. Easy. Let's just talk this out. Put the weapon down. Dai Phi came rushing over in a panic. What's going on? Why the violence? Tam Bien yelled back. It's Big Sis. She took the girl. Dai Phi blinked. Huh? Why would she do that? Tam Bien barked. You moron. Connect the dots. That girl is Lam Sa. The realization hit Dai Phi like a brick. Wait, that kid is the Lam Sa? Thien Than's eyes narrowed. I knew it. They were after the kid from the start. Tam Bien pleaded. Brother, listen. I swear on my life. Big Sis took her, but she won't hurt her. Lam Sa is safe. I promise. Thien Than cut him off cold. Save the speech. Give me her coordinates. Now. Tam Bien looked helpless. Big Sis moves like a ghost. We never know where she is. You gotta trust me, brother. Lam Sa is fine. Just wait at the base. The second she gets back, I'll bring her to you. Thien Than glared. So what you're saying is, you have zero clue when I'll see them again. You don't even know if this Big Sis is coming back or what she's planning to do with little La. You're clueless. Basically, besides a worthless promise that she's safe, you can't guarantee a single damn thing. Listen up. I don't want safe. I want her back without a scratch. If you can't produce her, I'm going hunting. Thien Than swung his blade, pointing it straight at the giant tree. I bet if I chop this tree down, she'll come running. The crowd froze. What? They started shouting. No, you can't! Brother, don't be crazy. That tree is our lifeline. You can't joke about that. Thien Than signaled Cao Phi. In a blur, Cao Phi launched 2 daggers, the cold steel pressing against their necks. Nobody move, Cao Phi hissed. My blades don't have a conscience. They froze, terrified. Too fast. We didn't even see him move. Even the sidekick is a monster? Dai Phi yelled. Rally up. Onion led a gang of thugs to block Thien Than's path. Onion stepped up. Big guy, you're strong. And I respect that, but nobody touches the spirit tree. We've got the numbers. If we throw down, it's gonna get ugly for everyone. Why risk it? Thien Than let out a cold laugh. Risk it? You think a bunch of scrubs like you are a risk to me? Don't push your luck. You have 2 choices. Hand over the girl, or I pave my own road over your bodies. Onion whispered nervously. Boss Phi, are we really doing this? Dai Phi gritted his teeth. We have to protect the tree at all costs. Even a cornered rabbit bites, brother. Take one more step, and I won't be responsible for what happens. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed, Hold your fire! The command froze the 3 Petals gang in their tracks. Let the boy enter. The gang looked terrified. Is that the voice from the great tree? One whispered. The Ancient One is awake. They dropped to their knees, slamming their foreheads into the dirt. Oh, mighty tree god! A miracle! Thun narrowed his eyes. That voice coming from the tree. The ground beneath them began to rumble violently. Both boys looked down as a jagged crack split the earth. Cao Phi panicked. Thun, watch out. Don't just stand there, man. A dark tunnel opened up at the base of the roots. The voice returned, smoother this time. Come on down, kid. I promise I won't hurt a single hair on Lam Sa's head. That voice. It triggered a memory. Thun's expression went dark instantly. No way. Phi, stick with me. Cao Phi held back, scanning the hole. Thun, wait up. This screams trap, doesn't it? Maybe we should play it safe. Thun cut him off. Don't talk, just follow my lead. They descended. Phi looked around nervously. Dude, this tunnel is way too deep. No human dug this out. Thun, seriously. The viral energy readings in here are off the charts. Did we just walk into a zombie nest? Are we surrounded? What level is this boss, anyway? Thun shook his head. Negative. No other zombies here. This energy signature belongs to the ancient tree. It's gotta be at least a level 4. Some high-tier botanical zombies hoard viral energy like batteries. Standard for plant types, Thun explained, then stopped abruptly. We're here. The tunnel opened into a massive cavern. Cao Phi whistled, impressed. Holy cow, who knew a tree had a basement like this? We are under the roots, right? The voice echoed again. Welcome. Thank you for bringing Lam Sa to me. A hand oozed out of the tree bark, followed by a torso. Thun froze. Uncle, you're, Cao Phi screamed. Holy crap, tree demon. The figure waved a hand. Relax, boys. I'm human. I'm not going to eat you. My name is Lahan. I'm Lam Sa's father. Thun stood paralyzed as the man fully emerged. How is this possible? Meanwhile, Lam Sa was waking up in a vast, empty underground vault. Her pet, Little White, squeaked to wake her. Lam Sa blinked, disoriented. Where am I? She checked her limbs. I'm okay? Where's Cao Phi? Last thing I remember, I was brawling with that flower zombie. A cool voice interrupted her thoughts. You're awake. Lam Sa snapped to her feet, defensive. Who's there? She reached behind her back, empty. The girl in the shadows held up a pair of daggers. Looking for these, she tossed them onto the floor. Clang. Lam Sa glared. You're that ninja in black who jumped us earlier. Why did you drag me here? Silence. Lam Sa didn't wait for an answer. She warped instantly, charging at the girl. The girl sidestepped effortlessly. She read my move. Lam Sa threw a high kick, aiming for the head, but hit nothing but air. Lam Sa dropped low for a leg sweep. The girl, impossibly fast, floated over the attack. Lam Sa grit her teeth and thrust her dagger forward. Another casual dodge. She's a monster, Lam Sa realized. She's predicting everything I do. And those moves, she's not even fighting. She's playing with me. Time for sonic speed, she decided. If I can't beat her, I'm out of here. Suddenly, the girl pulled down her hood. All right, chill out. No need to fight, the girl said. You know who I am, right? Lam Sa froze, stammering. Senior? Senior Toe? Oh my God, we've been looking everywhere for you. The girl blinked. Looking for me? Yes, Brother Thun dragged us all the way to the school just to find you. If he hadn't, I'd probably be dead meat by now. Dead in the hallway, probably. Hua Huyen frowned. You mean that pro fighter with you? I don't know him. Why is he looking for me? True love, obviously. Come on, Senior Toe. You were the school queen bee. Guys lined up for blocks for you. But Thun? He's obsessed. A totally different breed of simp. Come on, let me take you to him. You're so strong. You and Thun are literally a power couple made in heaven. Nyuk Huyen cut her off. Hold on, I have something extremely important to tell you. Lam Sa tugged her arm impatiently. Tell me on the way. Meeting Thun is way more important. No, Nyuk Huyen said, her voice grave. Right now, it's about your father. He might only have a few days left to live. Lam Sa went pale, turning slowly. What did you just say? Back in the cavern, Thun stared at Lahan, who was half fused with the wood. Why? Why did it end up like this? Cao Phi watched his friend. I've never seen Thun this rattled before. What's the deal? Lahan looked closely at Thun. Son, have we met? You look at me like an old friend. You have this look in your eyes. Like you've known me for years. Thun sighed, forcing a neutral expression. No, sir. We're just Lam Sa's friends. Seeing you in this state, it's just a shock. Thun thought fast. I can't tell him I'm reborn. He's in bad shape. Knowing I lived a past life where he died would just stress him out. I'm Thun. This is Cao Phi. We're Lam Sa's crew, he introduced. You're her dad. Mind if I call you Uncle La? Lahan smiled weakly. Uncle? You're too polite. You brought my little girl all the way from Cat County to this hellhole? You must have been through a nightmare to get here. Just for that. You're my hero, kid. Thun shook his head. No. It was what I had to do. Only I know the truth, Thun thought. In my last life, without Uncle La, Huyen and I would have died in Sur Shao. He taught me the breath control technique. I wouldn't be this strong without him. But in this timeline, Lahan suddenly spoke up. Thun, I don't know why, but you give me this weird sense of déjà vu. Familiar, but totally alien at the same time. Thun stiffened at the confession. It made sense. His combat instincts, his survival skills, he had learned them all from this man in the future. Back at the base, everyone used to say I was a carbon copy of him, Thun recalled, his best student. That must be why he feels the connection. Thun stepped forward. Uncle, what happened? You should be in Sur Chao right now. How did you end up here, fused to this tree? What went wrong? Lahan looked down, defeated. Well, we're here now. No point in keeping secrets. Keeping it quiet won't change anything. I'll tell you. It all started on D-Day. My unit was stationed on the outskirts of Sur Chao. The place was crawling with zombies, but we were military. We cleared our own ranks fast. Then came the orders, move into the city, search and rescue. But the intel was garbage. Downtown Sur Chao wasn't a rescue zone. It was a meat grinder. The zombie horde. It was endless. We went dark fast. Me and the Vanguard boys made a call, grabbed the lucky few civilians we found, bail out of Sur Chao, and hustle back to regroup with the main force. But man, talk about a gut punch. We get back to the outpost expecting backup and find nothing. Just a graveyard. Bodies everywhere and walkers shuffling through the mess. We hit rock bottom right there. If the whole company got wiped, what chance did we have? We were dead meat. I'm muttering, no way, this ain't right. In my past life, Uncle La said they regrouped and restocked. History was changing. The timeline was off. The big disconnect happened after the massive horde hit Sur Chao. Something nasty went down here. It didn't add up. Early game zombies are trash mobs. How did they steamroll a squad of elite soldiers? Lahan's fist is shaking, pure rage. Wasn't your average brain eater, he growls. It was a demon, a red one. That thing, it did this to me. I froze. A red demon? Already? He said it wasn't a giant, just regular guy size. Skin like blood, he says. And it was smart. It spoke to us. Cao Phi looks like he's gonna hurl. It talked? Intelligent zombies exist. Yeah, but now? Way too early for a boss fight like that. Did it take prisoners? I ask. Lahan stares at me. How'd you know? My blood runs cold. It's the Red Phantom. This is bad. The Red Phantom shouldn't be in SSS yet. Cao Phi's freaking out. What the hell is a Red Phantom? A nightmare, I tell him. A zombie with a human brain. Crimson skin. Approaching Tier 5 evolution, but physically, it hits like a weak Tier 2. Wait, Cao Phi interrupts. If it punches like a wimp, how'd it wipe out a whole platoon? It's not a brawler, I explain. It's a general. And it's got 2 skills that are absolute game changers. Wherever this thing goes, cities fall. Skill 1, Horde Control. It owns every zombie weaker than itself. At peak power, it puppets 5,000 walkers. It snaps its fingers, and you've got an instant zombie apocalypse. It moves, they move. And it doesn't pick the slow ones. It builds an army of elite mutants. Kid's right, Lahan nods. That freak had mutants we'd never seen, hiding in the dark, picking us off as we tried to regroup. And they don't just kill, they capture. They wanted live bodies. Lab rats, Lahan mutters. Cao Phi shudders. Experiments? Skill 2, I cut in. Viral mutation. It doesn't just lead zombies, it makes them. It's a walking biohazard factory. One scratch, and you're loaded with high-octane virus. I look at the tree. So, that's why you look like a botanical experiment? Got clawed on the leg, Lahan admits. Threw me in a warehouse with the other lucky ones. Most turned fast. Just went blank and shambled out. Only a handful of us kept our minds. Then it got weird. Our wounds healed. We got stronger. Some of us even started popping superpowers. We thought it was a miracle. Planned to bust out with our new toys. I shake my head. Trap. Classic Phantom playbook. If you survive the infection, you evolve. But you're just a carrier. A sleeper agent. Every evolved survivor is a ticking time bomb, carrying a super strain of the virus. The stronger you get, the stronger the virus gets. Once it feeds enough on your energy, boom. Second mutation. That's how it spreads the plague. Lahan sighs. 70 of us broke out that night. Made it to Lahoa district with some refugees. Then one guy. He just bloomed. Literally. Turned into a flower zombie. Patient 0 for Lahoa. We were strong enough to take him down and save most of the civvies, but then we checked ourselves, and we realized we were all screwed. It was just a matter of time before we all popped. If we hadn't found this ancient tree, we'd be fertilizer. This tree hates those flower monsters. By the time we found it, the infestation had been raging for 2 weeks. It was a safe zone. No zombies came close, and the raging fire in our veins, it just cooled down. Survival required sacrifice. Cao Phi looks around. So you? Merged with the tree? What about your squad? Thien Than steps up. We're the squad, and the boss. He traded his humanity to buy us time. I knew it. Lahan gives a sad, woody smile. Don't look so shocked, kid. I told you, I'd make it right. Thien Than bows low to me. Brother, I'm sorry about the hostility earlier. This is our base's darkest secret. We couldn't risk. I cut him off. He drained it, didn't he? He pulled the virus out of all of you. He took every single spore into his own body to clean yours, didn't he? Thien Than freezes. How could you possibly know that? I'm shaking, biting my lip until I taste copper. I was so close, just a little faster, and I could have saved him. Cao Phi looks at me, totally lost. Dude, you okay? You're zoning out. Angel looked grim. Here's the skinny. That ancient tree keeps the zombie flowers on a leash because it's basically an energy vampire. It sucks dry anything that gets too close, and it has a serious craving for the virus juice inside those flowers. But it's a picky eater. It only drains the stuff that gives it a boost. If the energy is trash or toxic to it, the tree couldn't care less. That's why my psychic mojo is glitching out here. Cao Phi scratched his head. Wait, so how did Uncle La pull it off? Angel winced. He didn't exactly have a choice. See, after hitting level 2, La unlocked fusion. Originally, it was meant for merging with metal, turning himself into a walking tank. But the crazy old man gambled everything. He fused with the tree instead, borrowed its power to save the squad, locking himself inside that bark prison forever. Lahan sighed, voice dripping with regret. Kid, I didn't know you were a walking encyclopedia on viruses. If we'd crossed paths sooner, maybe I wouldn't be stuck playing Scarecrow. Angel flashed back everything he knew came from his past life, taught by La himself. But right now, the math didn't add up. La was a level 2. That tree? A level 4 monster. No way he wins a tug of war for control. The tree is going to digest him, not the other way around. He's desperate to see Lam Sa because his clock is ticking down to 0. Lahan's voice cracked. You brought Sa here. I owe you big time. That buddy of yours has a reckless streak, dragging my girl out here, but thanks. Don't be mad at him, Angel cut in. Uncle La, listen to me for once. Seriously, drop the plan. You've done enough hero work. The old soldier froze. You know? Angel pressed on. Knowing you, you'd never let Sa see you like this just for a teary reunion. You're terrified, scared seeing you would wreck her, leave her with trauma. You didn't want a happy hello to turn into a funeral goodbye. You demanded to see her because you're cooking up something big, right? Your willpower alone isn't enough to wrestle that ancient tree. You need a blood match. Her DNA is the key to helping you hijack the tree's system and nuke those zombie flowers. Bullseye, right? Look, Uncle La, I got a way to keep you kicking. You won't be 100%, but I can buy you 5 years. Maybe even 8. Just stop. Seriously, you've paid your dues. The outbreak in Pear Blossom County wasn't your script to write. Not your fault. We've all got our own destiny. Just be selfish for once, will ya? The Thien Than crew looked desperate. For real? Kid, you ain't joking? If you can save the boss, take my life instead. I mean it, Da Fei shouted. La Han roared. Enough. Silence filled the room. He chuckled sadly. My old pal said the exact same thing. He sighed. Thanks, kid. Really. But like you said, destiny calls. Maybe this is just how my story ends. I'm a soldier. My job description is simple. Stand in the fire when it gets hot and save as many souls as I can. The breach at Pear Blossom was on my watch. I led my team into this mess. I have to take back the ground I lost. DeFay and Little C started bawling. Even the tough guys looked misty-eyed. Angel whispered, I figured you'd say that. Let's roll. Lahan panicked. Wait! Angel waved him off. Relax, Uncle La. I'm not bailing, just stepping out to grab some fresh air and pick up Sasa. Once upon a time, there was a clueless kid. A total zero. A dying soldier saved his sorry butt. That soldier taught him the ropes, turned a moron into a man. The kid owes him a debt he can't pay back in a single lifetime. So today, whatever call you make, I'm riding with you. I'll handle the mess. Back in the room, Cao Phi tossed him a bundle. Found a jacket, same style he wears. I dug it out of Brother Tam's stash. Try it on. Angel nodded. Thanks. Cao Phi leaned in. What's the real deal with Uncle La? You look like you saw a ghost, Angel sighed. Truth? We're bringing a knife to a nuke fight. That tree is fighting him for the steering wheel, 24/7. He's running on fumes, body and soul completely fried. Just holding on this long is a miracle. Without help, he's got maybe 3, 5 days tops before his battery dies. Cao Phi nodded grimly. But didn't you say you could buy him more time? Angel shot back. Yeah, but if you were him, what's the play? Living like a vegetable? Pull the plug. Everyone wants their hero to survive, but maybe the hero just wants peace. Angel stared at the wall. La's a grunt at heart. Danger knocks, he opens the door first. Good stuff happens, he lets everyone else eat first. Cao Phi smirked. Marines, man. Angel thought to himself, the old man's dream is just seeing everyone else smile. For that dream, he'd burn himself to ash. That belief is the only reason he's still standing. Huyen, Phi, Zheng, La, all the boys. Watching my friend die in the last timeline was my biggest failure. I clawed my way to this moment just to rewrite that ending. That's my fuel. Last time, La took a bullet for me and died on the road because we were broke and starving. His last words? He hated checking out without seeing his little girl one last time. And here we are again. Same guy, same tragic script. I ain't a saint, but I'll be damned if I let him die with regrets again. Meanwhile, Ruo Xuan checked her map. Base is straight ahead. You sure about this? Lam Sa raised an eyebrow. You trying to stop me? She shrugged. Honestly? Yeah. While you're breathing, there's hope. I don't subscribe to the whole martyr thing. Plan A was to kidnap you, get you out, then figure out how to keep your dad on life support. But then I met you. I don't know what kind of steroids you're on to grow up this fast, aside from hanging out with that angel guy. You might be the strongest mutant I've ever seen. Back in school, you were just a loudmouth punk. Now, you're scary quiet. Totally different vibe. Lamsa grinned, puffed her chest out. All thanks to Angel. Without him, I'd be fertilizer on a battlefield somewhere. Forget growing up, I'd just be dead. This Thien Than guy must be something else. Seriously, you drop his name like every 5 seconds. The original plan was to drag you as far away from this mess as possible. But seeing how tough you've gotten, ball's in your court. You want to bail or stick around and help Uncle La? Your call. Lamsa hesitated, then asked the hard question. If my dad actually pulls this plan off, how much time does he have left? Huyen did the mental math. 3 months. Tops. Lamsa's face fell. 3 months? Typical. That's dad for you. Always the hero. Always saving the squad. Never giving a damn about himself. If you walk away now, he could live to be 100 and still be miserable. You were never exactly daddy's little girl. He wanted you to enlist. You started a riot instead. He wanted a scholar. He got a street fighter. Last time he was on leave, you two practically tore the house down, screaming at each other. You've been a rebel your whole life, yet now you finally want to follow orders? They locked eyes, a heavy silence hanging over Huyen. So, I'm riding solo from here? You're not coming? She looked puzzled. Thien Than's been hunting for you forever. You're just gonna ghost him? Bigger fish to fry and so Chau, she said. If it's meant to be, we'll cross paths. Hu Yen vanished into the shadows. Lam Sa dropped Little White. All right, hairball, take me to Thien Than, now. She racked her brain. Thien Than mentioned the base was local. She had to close the distance, fast. We spent way too long tracking Hu Yen to screw this up now. She spotted the massive tree roots. Bingo, the base. He's gotta be there. Suddenly, a shadow loomed behind her. Thien Than. Looking for me, kid? Lam Sa beamed. Thien Than. Oh man, I've got major intel for you. He waved it off. Chill. It can wait. Right now, you're the priority. Lam Sa blinked. Wait, you know? Phi and I ran into Uncle La, he explained. He spilled the beans. Everything. Go on. He's dying to see you. Lam Sa burst into tears. He kept his voice soft. Hey, get in there. Whatever goes down, we've got your back. She wiped her eyes. Thanks, Thien Than. But seriously, listen, I found Hu Yen. She was the one in the black cloak. Thien Than froze. Hu Yen? Where? She filled him in. She hated my dad's suicide mission. Said she had urgent business in So Chau and split. She's probably halfway to So Chau by now. He smirked internally. A level 3 psychic. Had to be Hu Yen. She actually evolved. Damn. She's still one step ahead of me. Thien Than, if you gun it, you can catch her. Cao Phi nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, boss, go get her. I'll hold down the fort. Negative, Thien Than said. We stay put. If Hu Yen's headed to So Chau, let her roll. We'll rendezvous there when the time is right. Cao Phi frowned. Wait, didn't you say the Red Demon is in So Chau? If she's going for revenge for Uncle La, isn't that a suicide mission? You don't understand level 3 psychics, Thien Than replied. It's a total metamorphosis. Hu Yen might not kill the demon, but she's more than strong enough to survive it. Besides, she avoided us for a reason. Hu Yen sucks at emotions. She only lets her guard down for the people she really loves. Uncle La saved her life. Knowing her, she can't bear to watch what's about to happen. Guess it's fate. So Chau is where our paths align. Lahan smoothed out his dress uniform. Do I look presentable? Dai Phi and Tam Bien hyped him up. Oh man, looking sharp. Lam Sa's gonna think you're the coolest dad on the planet. This is it then, Lahan said. Never thought the clock would run out this fast. Dai Phi choked back a sob. Yeah, it's time. Dad? Lam Sa stepped into the clearing. I made it. Father and daughter locked eyes. Dai Phi was bawling now. Thien Than signaled the crew to back off. Let's give him some room, Thien Than muttered. Thien Than, hold up, Lahan called out. Thien Than paused. Yeah, uncle? The old soldier snapped a crisp salute. Thank you. Just doing my job, sir. Thien Than nodded. You two catch up. I'll keep the perimeter clear. Lam Sa stood frozen. Sha, Lahan's voice cracked. Been over a year, hasn't it? She looked down. Yeah, since you deployed. Long year. Then the anger flared. You jerk. Why? Why now? Why do we finally reunite at the end of the world? Since I was 10. You dumped me on Grandma. Then she died, and you shoved me into that boarding school. I saw you once a year if I was lucky. The other kids called me an orphan. I didn't want to hear it, so I just beat the hell out of them instead. You think I wanted to be a delinquent? If I had a dad to back me up, I wouldn't have had to fight when the apocalypse hit. If it wasn't for Thien Than, I'd be Zombie Chow. I waited for you, Dad. I didn't think you even remembered you had a daughter. And now look at us. Sasha, I am so sorry. Lahan's heart broke. I failed you. Since the outbreak, I was terrified I'd never see you again, but I had my orders. A soldier doesn't get to choose. But seeing you now, standing strong like this, I've never been prouder. You've been through hell, haven't you? It's whatever, she mumbled. Thien Than trained me. Lahan reached out a trembling hand. I have one favor to ask. Can I hug my little girl? Last time I held you, you were graduating 5th grade. Feels like a lifetime ago. Lam Sa didn't hesitate. She slammed into his chest, sobbing. Dad, I missed you so much. I know, baby, I know. He smiled through the tears. Suddenly, vines shot up, wrapping tight around her legs. Dad? What the? Listen to me, Zaza. I've been keeping a secret from you, from everyone. I didn't just bring you here to fight zombies or fix my mess. I did it for you. This tree, it's absorbed a massive amount of viral energy. I can't hold it in, but I can redirect it. I've purified it. It's safe now. It's power. Lam Sa's eyes went wide. You're giving it to me? Then realization hit. No way. Thien Than told me, you can't just transfer viral energy. It drains your life force. It could kill you, Dad. Lahan looked wrecked. Look, kid, I've been a deadbeat dad. Ignored you. Missed your whole childhood. My bad. Spent my whole life playing hero for strangers instead of looking out for my own flesh and blood. Gotta leave you something before I kick the bucket. It isn't much, just this last spark of energy. Take it. Lam Sa was losing it. No, Dad, stop. You're gonna die. We just found each other. I have a million things to tell you. Don't you dare quit on me now. But Lahan was already fading, shouting his final orders over her protests. Listen, soak up the ancient tree's juice. Master it, and this cocoon pops open automatically. I'm proud of you, kid. When you bust out of there, you're gonna be unstoppable. Lamsa screamed her lungs out. No, please! But the old man smiled sadly. He wouldn't be around for the encore. The cocoon sealed shut, muffling her final agonizing shriek from the inside. No! Dad! Cut to black. Dead of night. The war room was tense. Thien Than took the head of the table. Sorry for the wake-up call, boys, but we have a crisis. If we don't prep now, we're all dead meat. Here's the headline. The zombie flowers are launching an all-out assault. We have exactly 3 days before hell breaks loose. Cao Phi looked like he had seen a ghost. Say what? I thought Uncle La and his girl had the tree on lockdown? Why are those floral freaks still coming for us? The kid shook his head. Wrong. To control the tree, you have to hack the virus energy first. La and his kid aren't psychics. They need 5 days minimum to override the system. Problem is, the ancient tree's roots are tangled up with the zombie flower roots downstairs. It is a total mess. The flowers know the tree is vulnerable. I said 3 days because that is how long they need to power up their big guns for a total wipeout. 3 days is plenty for them. And spoiler alert, while the flowers are blitzing us, the ancient tree is offline. It can't save your butts. So this safe zone is officially a kill zone. The crew started sweating. Without the tree, can we even hold the line? Tutu looked rattled. Seriously, can we? If we rely just on the patrol squad, we are toast. Tam Bien slammed the table. We need bodies. Get the civilians off their rear ends and give them weapons. Cao Phi scoffed. Are you kidding? Those losers? What are they gonna do? Bore the zombies to death? All they do is worship that tree, stuff their faces, and sleep. Keeping them from rioting is hard enough. Plus, they hate outsiders like us. Tutu nodded. He is right. They are fanatic isolationists. They won't lift a finger for us. Thien Than cut him off cold, then kick them out. They are breathing because my guy is sacrificing his life for that tree. We are done babysitting. This is survival, not charity. Tell the lieutenants to secure all supplies. Then give the locals an ultimatum. We are going to war to protect their precious tree. Join the militia or get the hell out of my camp. Tonight, Tam Bien turned to the kid, desperate. Brother, look, we owe you big time, but we need a miracle here. We will hold the line against the grunts, I swear, but the boss-level zombies, we can't touch them. If the heavy hitters show up, can you handle them? Thien Than didn't blink. Say no more. I got you. He signaled Cao Phi. Go time. Cao Phi stood up. On it. Tam Bien watched Cao Phi leave, confused. Is he bailing? Thien Than smirked. Sit down. That was a test, and congratulations, you boys passed. You showed guts. So, my team and I? We are in. We fight together. Flashback. 10 minutes earlier, just the two of them. Cao Phi leaned over. Yo, Thien Than, you've been scribbling like a maniac. You got a plan? I got two, the kid replied. Just haven't decided which trigger to pull yet. Plan A, we turtle up at the tree hollow, kill anything that moves until the kid finishes his transformation, screw everyone else. Plan B, we rally the survivors, fortify the perimeter, and save the whole damn base. Which one do you like? Cao Phi shrugged. Plan B sounds smarter. More bodies, more guns. 2 guys can't stop an army. True. Saving the base gives us better odds, but the risk is way higher. That is why I am hesitating. This place looks solid, but it is a house of cards. The locals are split, and those tree huggers are a liability. In a firefight, panic kills. If Cao Phi and his crew show me they can handle the mob, we go with Plan B. If they flake, we let the base burn and just guard the tree. Back to present day. Relax. I have a strategy. But here is the deal. I need absolute certainty that nobody inside these walls is going to stab us in the back or panic. You got it? Tutu hesitated. I can whip the men into shape, but what about the elderly and the kids? They can't fight. They would be dead weight on the front line. Thien Than didn't miss a beat. Put them on logistics. Have them prep bandages and run supplies. When the shooting starts, shove them inside the tree hollow. As long as our line holds, they live. Thien Than slammed a blueprint on the table. Take this. I need a trench dug around the tree, 1/2 meter deeper than existing ground. Done by tomorrow sunset. Whoa, that is a lot of dirt to move. Cao Phi squinted at the paper. We can dig it, but why? We don't need cover from zombies. They don't shoot back. Yeah, zombies don't care about ditches. Tutu chimed in. Actually, if it is hand-to-hand combat, a trench just makes it harder for us to move around. Thien Than grinned darkly. The trench isn't for you. Just dig the hole. You will see why when the party starts. How are we on wooden stakes? Tam Bien nodded. Solid. We got a massive haul of ancient tree lumber recently. Enough to arm the whole camp. Good. Sharpen them all. What about boomsticks? TNT? Bullets? Thien Than scratched his head. Explosives we got. Ammo. Q2? Remember that raid on the police station? We bagged about 100 rounds. Haven't touched them. Thien Than snapped his fingers. Right. I totally forgot. We never use guns on zombies, so they just sat there. Thien Than stood up. Perfect. Keep the TNT. Bring every single bullet to me, now. One last thing. Use that ancient timber to build a platform high up in the branches. I want a crow's nest. Cao Phi and Thien Than exchanged looks. A sniper tower? Seriously? So, we got snipers or what? Cao Phi pressed, loading a clip. And hey kid, if we're going subterranean, where are the explosives? Big booms? No? Been there, done that. Bullets just tickle those floral freaks. Forget the fences. Total waste of time. We need pits. Lots of deep, nasty man-traps. Thien Than cut in. Fine, we roll with his play. Look, compared to Ta here, we're total noobs. Kids definitely got a master plan cooking. Everyone just sticks to the script. Brother, you've clearly got an angle here, so we won't pry. But hey, there is one thing I gotta hash out with you. Once the chaos starts, we can't have eyes everywhere. If a flower zombie slips into the tree hollow, I don't even want to think about the carnage. That's why we need a last stand, a final line of defense right next to Uncle La. No matter what goes down, the old man stays untouched. Honestly, you should anchor that line. With you guarding La, we can actually focus on the fight without freaking out. Nope. Thien Than shut that down immediately. I've already cast that role, found someone way more qualified. He whipped out Little White. Meet our final line of defense. The squad stared blankly at the harmless ball of fluff. Cao Phi stuttered, completely losing his cool. Bro. You serious? It's a hamster. What's it gonna do? Cuddle them to death? Little Four chimed in. Yeah, exactly. That fuzzball is our last hope? Suddenly, Thien Than's eyes lit up. Wait, I get it. Thien Than's saying if we execute the plan perfectly, we won't need a final defense. He's testing our confidence. He slammed his hand on the table, hyped. Brilliant. Let's do this. Don't you guys see? It's a metaphor. Who cares about the hamster? If we stick together and fight hard, we've got nothing to fear. With Brother Ta leading us, sending those flower freaks packing is a done deal, the others roared in agreement. Hell yeah, we don't need a backup plan. Victory is ours. While the hamster looked visibly having an existential crisis, Thien Than asked, Hey, where's that powerhouse fighter who hangs with you? You sent him on a mission? Thien Than rubbed his chin, cool as a cucumber. Oh, Cao Phi? He's out walking the dog. The trio's brains short-circuited for the second time. Walking the... what? 20 minutes later, Cao Phi hauled out a crate. Dan Huang hacked up a glowing green crystal. Thien Than inspected the slime-covered gem. What number is this? Number 3. Thien Than exhaled. That should cover it. Cao Phi scooped up the mutt. This dog's creepily smart. I totally forgot about him, but he tracked us down on his own. He used to be a tier 3 beast, Thien Than revealed. His IQ isn't exactly low. He's de-evolved a bit, but he's still holding steady at tier 2. He did a quick pocket check. With our stash, that's 120 crystals total. That's all we got. Cao Phi pressed a handful of gems into his palm. Premium stuff. Don't lose them. His face dropped. Thien Than, are we actually going to survive this? As long as you show up right on cue, we're golden, Thien Than replied. Cao Phi panicked. Whoa, don't put all that pressure on me. What if I choke? Thien Than didn't blink. I trust you. Now go. You've got a 3-day clock, don't be late. As the man and dog vanished, Thien Than steeled himself. The pieces are on the board, the rest is up to the squad. Meanwhile, Tam Kim was dangling in midair, screaming his lungs out. Let me go! Put me down! Where are you freaks taking me? Release me. The vines uncoiled, dumping him on the dirt. He looked up, and the sight of the endless sea of flowers nearly stopped his heart. Is this... oh God, is this the flower zombie hive? A cold voice sliced through the air. Human. A flower zombie loomed behind him. You reek of the tree. I require it. Tam Kim froze. It was a human body, but the eyes were dead. The flower zombies can puppet humans to talk? They didn't kill me on sight. They dragged me here. They want the ancient tree. Wait, does it want me to help breach the base? Answer me, human. The tree. Do you know it? Tam Kim scrambled to nod. Yes, Lord Flower Zombie. I came straight from the ancient tree. I know the layout, the defenses, everything. Just spare me, and I'll do whatever you want. My lord, I surrender. Let me help you destroy them. The zombie stared blankly. You know the tree. You are willing to share. Tam Kim smashed his forehead into the dirt. Yes, from today on, I am your loyal dog. I will fight for you. Inside, he smirked. Knew I'd survive. Just you wait, Thien Than. Once I lead this army back, none of you are making it out alive. Suddenly, vines lashed around his body, hoisting him up. Tam Kim struggled. Wait, what are you doing? Lord Zombie, I surrendered. I'm your servant. The zombie tilted its head. No servant, just data. A thick vine shot straight down Tam Kim's throat. His eyes rolled back, white and bloodshot, as his mind was drained. 2 days later, trenches scarred the earth around the tree. Watchtowers loomed high. Inside the hollow, Thien Than checked the pulse of Lamza's cocoon. "What's the verdict?" Tam Bien asked. "Kid's stable," Thien Than replied. "But controlling that surge of energy? She's gonna need more time in the oven." Tam Bien frowned. "It's been 2 days of dead silence. Should we push some scouts out further?" "No need," Thien Than said coldly. "They hit us tonight." Tam Bien blinked. "Tonight? Flower zombies peak at night. They've been charging up for 2 days. They have to vent that energy or pop. It makes them strong but predictable. We hold the line tonight. They burn out by sunrise." Suddenly, Cao Phi barreled in, breathless. "Kid, heads up, incoming." Scouts just reported in. Massive swarm. A tidal wave of those floral freaks is heading straight for us. At their speed, they'll be knocking on the door before sunset. Tam Bien paled. "It's actually happening." Thien Than muttered. "Showtime. Gear up, people. Tonight's gonna be a bloodbath. Survive this, and we earn tomorrow morning off." The defenders swarmed around the pear tree, weapons tight in their hands. "Sit rep?" Thien Than barked. "2 reserve squads locked and loaded," Cao Phi reported. "Ready to deploy on your signal." "Non-combatants are bunkered in the hollow," Tam Bien added. "Everyone else is armed and dangerous." Thien Than watched the approaching dust cloud. Perfect. Suddenly, screams pierced the air. "Help us, please!" The defenders froze in horror. The zombies weren't just attacking, they were marching behind a wall of human shields. "We don't want to die!" The infected wretches were screaming, "Help! Please, help us!" It was a total mind game. The crew hesitated, looking shaky. "Do we seriously have to zero them?" Braids didn't flinch. "Duh, you want to end up as plant food?" Then Onion totally lost it. "Dad, that's my pops! Dad, let go! It's me!" Braids barked. "Don't be stupid. You got a death wish?" Seeing the kid bawling his eyes out, Angel hesitated for a split second before going cold. "Torch them." Big Faye looked rattled. "Like, right now? Shouldn't we save the napalm for the boss fight?" Angel cut him off, eyes sharp. "No, light it up, immediately. If we hesitate, fear kills us before the monsters do. We're done for." The order stood. 2 goons grabbed the torches. Game time. Torches hit the oil slick. Whoosh. A wall of fire raced toward the infected, silencing the begging with a roar. Inside the inferno, the pleas turned to ash. Every face in the trench went pale. Onion collapsed, sobbing for his daddy. Angel stomped over, cold as ice. "Get up." The kid stuttered, but Angel, smack. Angel backhanded him across the face. Angel yanked him up by the collar. "Listen to me. Once those spores latch on, the person you knew is dead. Gone. Capiche? They're just puppets sent to wipe us out. Your job is to slaughter them and avenge your family, not stand here snot-nosed and shivering like a coward. Listen up, all of you. Anyone walking out of that fire is an enemy. If you want to live, grip your weapon and fight. Stay here, and there is no retreat. It's do or die, people." Angel laid it out. Big Faye gripped his club, knuckles white. "Hell yeah, that's the spirit. Boys, let's turn these flower heads into compost. Kill." The roar was unanimous. "Kill, kill, kill." Cue epic rock music. Suddenly, the ground rumbled. Earthquake? Nope. Monster weeds. A vine burst through a crack, launching a flower that exploded into the crowd. "Don't just stand there gaping. Slice that thing before it blooms," Angel barked. "Good reflexes. Excellent work. Faye, take the weed whacker squad to the trenches. Everyone else melee formation with me. The fire's dying down," Faye yelled. "Squad 1, on me. Let's prune these freaks." They jammed, sharpened stakes into the writhing roots. Big Faye went berserk. "Damn weeds. Think you can grow here? Not on my watch." It finally clicked. No wonder Angel ordered the trenches dug. Any creeper trying to climb up gets bottlenecked. We can snip them before they even take shape. "This is actually working. With the kid leading us, we might actually survive this," Big Faye hollered. "Let's go, boys. Follow Angel and smash him." The battle cry echoed all night. "Kill." When the sun finally peeked over the horizon, the cheers changed. "We won! Hell yes, the freaks are retreating." Angel didn't celebrate. Clean the battlefield, patch up the wounded. Inside, he breathed a sigh of relief. That was just night 1. Defensive walls went up under the big tree. Logistics crew started dinner chow line forms here. Medics tended the injured. Easy does it. More bandages. Get the snipers up on the tower. The foreman yelled, "Double time! Secure those joints!" Angel watched the hive of activity. Everyone was giving 110%. He nodded approvingly. "The crew is really hustling today." Big Faye grinned, chest puffed out. "That's because they know you're the real deal now. They've seen what you can do. Boss, if you told us to cover ourselves in manure to survive, we'd dive right in. We follow you, we beat the plants. Simple as that." Angel kept it professional. Fair enough. Tell the trench diggers and builders to swap shifts. Get some shut-eye before sundown. The real war was just warming up. The sun dipped, the moon rose, and the second wave of the horde surged forward like a tsunami. The squad was waiting. Vibes way more confident than yesterday. Big Fei led the charge. Let's turn him into mulch. He drove his spike straight through a zombie's chest. Someone yelled, "They're hitting harder tonight." Wave after wave crashed against the line, but the adrenaline was pumping. Kill. These survivors were evolving into warriors. Suddenly, Big Fei's instinct screamed, "Incoming! Move!" A mutant zombie plowed through, instantly wasting a defender. Braids froze, jaw on the floor. The mutant loomed over them. Absolute unit, muscles bulging. Panic flickered. You gotta be kidding me. Look at the size of that thing. And there's a whole pack of them. The line crumbled. "Run for it!" Big Fei cursed. "Damn it! Hold the line! Don't scatter!" Braids looked hopeless. "We are so screwed. You morons are gonna get us all killed. Break formation and you're dead meat." But it was total anarchy. Big Fei screamed, "Braids, 6 o'clock!" Just as the evolved zombie lunged, Angel intercepted. Clang! Everyone stared, speechless. Angel sliced the beast in two with one clean stroke. Braids stammered, "Dude," Angel snapped. "Snap out of it! Regroup, now!" But the ground beneath Angel began to churn. While they were distracted, the zombie flowers bloomed. In seconds, they were encircled by a forest of blood-red petals. Big Fei looked terrified. What the hell is going on? Angel realized the play. They used the zombies as distractions to sow seeds. They're trapping the strongest fighters here. Everyone, fall back to the ancient tree. Now. All this effort. They're targeting the base. Braids tapped his earpiece. "Bad news. A massive horde is hitting the ancient tree. The defenses are crumbling." Angel muttered, "I knew it." He raised his voice. "Listen, you guys punch a hole and get out of here." He unleashed a razor-sharp slash to clear the path. "Go, I'll hold the line." Angel stood his ground against the feral garden, cold and unshakable. A massive vine, thick as a truck, slammed down right where he stood. He sidestepped just in time, landing squarely in the center of the floral death trap. Weird, he thought. They aren't going for the kill. They're pinning me down. They want to crush the base while I'm stuck here. His earpiece crackled. "Brother, these bastards just keep coming. The perimeter is collapsing." Angel stayed calm. "Hold the line, just a little longer." "Almost there." "Wait, can't he hear me?" Angel analyzed the situation. "This bait and switch is clever. If I don't go all out, I can't break this cage. But if I blow my stamina here, the flowers will just send in the heavy hitters. Then we're really in trouble. It's a waiting game now. Whoever plays their ace card first loses." A lackey sprinted over, panic written all over his face. "Boss Phi, we're cooked! We gotta bail right now!" Phi snapped back. "Bail! The hell we are! Shut your trap and quit spewing nonsense! Our boy is out there tanking the heavy hitters solo. As long as I'm still breathing, not one of these freaks is leaving this place alive." Big Phi led the charge, screaming like a maniac as he dove into the fray. But the zombie horde was a tidal wave. Someone screamed for help. Then Tambian's radio crackled. "Tam, the line is broken! We can't hold him! Tam, we're out of reinforcements. The reserves are already toast. We can't hold them back." Tam felt the cold grip of despair. This was it. Game over. Just when things looked terminal, whiz-boom! A round slammed into the pit and detonated like a mini nuke. The blast radius was insane. Everyone froze, eyes wide. Holy crap, was that a bomb? Bam, bam, bam. Rounds started raining down from the distance, popping zombies like meat balloons. Tam looked up, dazed. Did we call in the Air Force or something? Somewhere, a dog started barking its head off. "Up there! On the scaffold!" Someone screamed, pointing at the high ground. "We got a sniper!" Thien Than smirked to himself. "About time, you show-off. Took you long enough, you little punk," Thien Than muttered. Cao Phi grinned through his scope. "Miss me? Did it feel like 3 autumns without me? Your personal air support has arrived uninvited. You're welcome." Flashback to 2 days ago. Thien Than was staring at a glowing round in his hand. "Wait, you enchanted this ammo with the blue cloud crystal energy?" "Bingo," Cao Phi nodded. "It costs a fortune in crystals, and the recharge time is a pain, but I guarantee the stopping power hits harder than a tank shell." Thien Than weighed the bullet. With that kind of firepower, even a dark demon wouldn't stand a ghost of a chance. "Problem is," Cao Phi sighed, kicking the dirt, "I'm broke. My current stash of blue crystals won't get us much ammo." Thien Than cut to the chase. "How many crystals do you need? To enchant a full clip? At least 10. Even if I take the dog out hunting right now, grinding that much loot takes 2 days minimum." "Deal," Thien Than said. "I'll buy you 48 hours. Cao Phi frowned, confused. "You sure? We're already short-handed on the front lines." Thien Than looked him in the eye. We need that heavy artillery. I'll carry your load for 2 days, whatever it takes. I trust you. Cao Phi felt the weight of the mission land on his shoulders. Back to the present. Click, clack. Cao Phi loaded the mag. God might forgive you ugly bastards, but I won't. He pulled the trigger, and the bullets curved through the air like heat-seeking missiles. The grunts on the ground were losing their minds. Is this a Michael Bay movie? Since when do we have an artillery company? Tam finally put the pieces together. Oh, I get it now. He built that high ground for him. He let the zombies bunch up just to create the perfect kill zone. The kid played us all he was waiting for this exact moment. Tam roared, "You saw the shot! Counterattack! Wipe them out!" The morale bar maxed out instantly. A massive war cry echoed, "Kill! Em all!" Thien Than smirked. Looks like the flower zombies missed their chance to play their ace. Evolution mode, active. Since the cavalry is here, I can finally stop holding back. He prepared to slaughter the entire mob. My turn. A shockwave of pure energy blasted out from him, obliterating everything in the vicinity. The spots where the sniper rounds hit were already smoking craters. Cao Phi blew smoke off his gun barrel, looking disappointed. That's it. I was just getting warmed up. Down below, Big Phi was shaking. Man, that zombie tsunami almost wiped us off the map. Tam stared at the carnage, stunned. He cleared the whole map solo? I thought Thien Than was the only freak of nature here. Turns out the whole squad is overpowered. With that kind of firepower. Thank God they're on our side. Big Phi suddenly snapped out of it. Wait, Thien Than is still taking on the flower zombies alone. Squad up! Move! But then, boom, the noise from Thien Than's direction was deafening. What the hell? Before they could move, Thien Than strolled out, his giant blade resting casually on his shoulder. Took your sweet time, Thien Than quipped. I thought you stopped for a snack. Cao Phi jumped down, landing with a superhero pose. Is that how you talk to the MVP of this match? They fist bumped. Nice work. Same to you. Cao Phi tossed him an item. I refilled this with blue crystals. Drain it. You look like you need the juice. Yeah. Thien Than sat down to recharge. Don't relax yet. The real show is just starting. A rookie whispered to Big Phi. So, boss, they killed everything. Do we get to go home now? Bonk. Big Phi smacked him upside the head. Dream on, kid. It ain't that simple. Clean up the mess. The next wave could hit any second. Sir, yes, sir. Big Phi started barking orders. You guys, left flank. I'll take the right. Grab survivors and loot anything useful. Suddenly, a grunt froze. He heard a noise nearby. A body was twitching on the ground, groaning. Hey, I got a live one. The grunt rushed over. Hang in there, buddy. Don't move. He didn't notice the massive hole in the guy's chest. The survivor's eyes snapped open, glowing crimson with a dead, hollow stare. Squelch. A claw ripped out. The grunt dropped dead. Another soldier walked over, curious. Hey, what's row slash? Blood sprayed like a geyser. The thing stood up. It looked human, but it was a cold-blooded killer right inside their base. It wasn't just killing. It was a shapeshifter plotting a massive infiltration. The gate guard saw 2 figures stumbling closer. Open the gate! Wounded coming through! Move the barricade! The zombie, propping up a corpse like a puppet, limped past the perimeter. Hey, hold up! The guard yelled from behind. He jogged over. The zombie's fingers started lengthening into jagged claws, but the guard just handed him a box. Medics are swamped with the critical cases. Here's a first aid kit. Patch him up yourself. Meanwhile, Cao Phi watched from a distance, looking uneasy. You're really just gonna let that happen? Cao Phi asked. Thien Than didn't blink. Let the rat in. The creature slipped into the sacred tree zone. It crept into the hollow of the pear tree and licked its wounded hand. The flesh stitched itself back together instantly. This was Da Yem, the Night Stalker. It thought it was safe. It was wrong. Little White was waiting in the shadows, eyes glowing like taillights. Snick. Da Yem's arm hit the dirt before he even felt the pain. He spun around, terrified. Little White's razor claws flashed in the dark. The monster let out a pathetic squeal as a suffocating killing intent flooded the room. Thien Than dropped the lore. That's a Da Yem, Tier 3 variant. Shapeshifter. It mimics humans and uses a viral strain to puppet corpses. Nasty piece of work. Cao Phi looked nervous. A Tier 3? You let a boss-level monster into our base on purpose? Are you insane? Thien Than shrugged, totally unbothered. Relax. It's a brain type, not a brawler. All its stats are in stealth and intelligence. In a straight fight, a high-level Tier 2 could kick its ass. Little White's got enough juice for a brawl. The Nightmare makes the first move, blasting a wave of dark energy straight at the little guy. But our boy is unimpressed. With a cold glare, he unleashes the claws, slicing through the attack like butter before sliding underneath the beast to drain its mojo dry. Squeak! Squeak! The signal cuts through the noise. Big Fei's ears perk up that Sanbian's voice echoing from the hollow of that ancient tree. Move it, people! On me! Big Fei barks, but the angel squad is frozen. San Bian steps into the tree trunk, and instantly, the vibe shifts to absolute disaster. That old tree is a death trap. A massive roar shakes the ground, terrifying the brothers, just before something gets yeeted right over their heads. It's the nightmare tossed like a rag doll. It growls, but here comes Little White looking absolutely jacked, muscles rippling, eyes glowing crimson red. Beast mode, on. The crew whispers, when did that zombie even get in here? Doesn't matter now. It's getting owned. The brawl explodes, and in seconds, the nightmare is diced into zombie sashimi. San Bian is stunned by the skills. Big Fei scratches his head. What species is that thing anyway? Steam hisses off Little White's back as he powers down. Poof! The hulking beast shrinks back into a tiny, harmless hamster. Jaws drop to the floor. Wait, that's the secret weapon? San Bian gasps. When Brother Zuo said final line of defense, I thought it was a metaphor, not a literal rodent. Great, the guy's pet hamster hits harder than I do, San Bian grumbles. Whatever, snap out of it, clean up this mess. Suddenly, vines burst from the nightmare's corpse, snagging Little White. The team screams, watch out, but it's too late. He's skewered, eyes bulging like white marbles. More vines erupt from the zombie's body. San Bian and Big Fei freeze as the corpse blooms into a massive, grotesque zombie flower. It was hiding inside the zombie the whole time. San Bian charges in. Keep it away from the tree, but gets slapped back by a branch like a fly. The duo retreats, totally confused. Little White plays dead, eyes wide open, then suddenly launches himself like a missile straight at the flower's mouth. Gulp. The flower swallows him whole. Big Fei screams, that rat is history. Charge, but San Bian holds him back. Hold your fire. Brother Zuo isn't panicking. The angel steps up, grinning like he just won the lottery. Nice work, buddy. All that expensive food finally paid off. They took the bait. The flower shudders and clamps shut. Big Fei yells at his crew, spread out! Don't just stand there gawking! Do you have a death wish? San Bian asks, eyeing Zuo. Brother, was this whole insanity part of the plan? Zuo nods. Yup. Briefing later, action now. Save the questions. The angel keeps his eyes locked on the flower. He flashes back to 2 days ago, feeding Little White a chunk of resin. Cao Phi looks shook. You seriously fed him the red resin? Cao Phi asks, eyes wide. That stuff drops from the queen flower. Won't he explode or something? Zuo explains it boosts immunity and healing without the nasty side effects. Little White can handle it, Zuo insists. Once he digests that sample from the queen, he becomes completely immune to the zombie flower virus. We defend the perimeter. The queen will definitely send elite stealth zombies to infiltrate our rear guard. We leave Little White there. If the queen sees him, she'll try to convert him immediately. Cao Phi is confused. Convert him? Listen, Zuo breaks it down. The queen's personal combat power is limited. Her real trick is converting other zombies to do her dirty work. A rare shape-shifting beast like Little White? The queen sees him and thinks she hit the jackpot. Cao Phi nods. Got it. So it's a trap. Once Little White absorbs the red resin, he's virus-proof. He can't be converted. Bingo, Zuo smirks. And since he's immune, he can ride that conversion link straight back to the source. He's basically hacking their GPS. Cao Phi finally sees the genius. So, you're using him to ping the queen's location. You're gonna decapitate the leader? Cao Phi shivers. That is wild. Zuo winks. Just watch. RIIIP! Little White tears the bud open and lands like a superhero. San Bian whistles, okay, that hamster is built different. Zuo nods. Did you get the coordinates? Little White squeaks a confirmation. Good boy, Zuo praises. Meanwhile, deep in the hive, the queen flower senses the glitch and screeches a warning to her horde. Back at camp, a scout rushes to Big Fei. Boss, the zombies! They were swarming us, and now they're all retreating. What? Big Fei is baffled. They're falling back before sunrise? Is this a trick? Zuo steps in. Nope, we found their base. They're scared we're coming for the queen. Big Fei can't believe it. Brother Zuo, don't tell me we're doing a raid. Zuo orders, fortify the defenses. Gather every evolved fighter in the base. Meeting in 10 minutes. Tomorrow, we take the fight to them. It's war. 30 minutes later, the war room is packed. San Bian speaks up. Brother Zuo, the whole squad is here. The angel does a head count. 10 people. Only Big Fei and San Bian are tier 2. It'll have to be enough. Zuo cuts to the chase. I know you guys are salty. I kept you in the dark. You're probably thinking, why didn't he trust us with the full plan? Big Kim waves it off. No way, man. As long as we win, you're the boss. It's cool, I get it, Zuo says. But I kept my mouth shut for a reason. The zombie flower can steal memories. That's the queen's special power. If too many people knew the plan and one of you got zeroed, she'd download our entire strategy. So moving forward, same rules apply. I give orders, you follow them. Capiche? The duo nods, loud and clear. We survived this wave because of you. Whatever you say tomorrow, we do. Zuo grins. Perfect. When I call your name, stand up. He reads the roster. Big Fei, Onion, Little Lee, Little Trong. The group cheers. Tomorrow you're with me. We're hitting the hive and taking out the queen. Kill the queen, and the horde loses its mind. The threat to our base ends tomorrow. Hold your horses. I'm not done yet. I'm giving you all 60 seconds to think this through. Decide if you really want to go, because I can't promise a return ticket. Tomorrow is likely going to be a bloodbath. Onion raised a shaky hand. Boss, I want in. I mean, I'm totally terrified of dying, seriously. But if we don't weed whack this zombie flower, none of us are gonna make it anyway. Plus, you're like, super OP. Tagging along with you means leveling up for sure. I figure it's worth the risk. I don't know how else to say it. I just trust you, man. Phi nearly broke the kid's spine with a friendly slap. That's the spirit. Kid, you got guts. You saved our skins, so you say jump. I ask how high. The others started cheering. Count me in. Let's do this. YOLO. It's just a stupid plant. Let's kill it. Tambien cut in. Hold up. Hey, kid, don't get me wrong. Can I crash the party at the flower's nest tomorrow? I can handle myself. I won't be dead weight. The answer was a flat no. Absolutely not. During the day, the flower is sluggish, but poke the queen bee, and the whole hive swarms. Every zombie in the city will come running once we attack the mother. You need to hold the fort until we kill the mother. Besides, the squad I'm taking is built for speed and survival. We're fast. Your defense. It's the only way to keep casualties low. Tomorrow is the big show, guys. Don't get cocky or we're all dead. Just to be safe, I'm leaving Cao Phi here to back you up. Tambien clicked. The sniper from earlier? You're leaving your ace here? Looks like tomorrow is going to be hell. But with him watching your 6, the ancient tree is safe. Tambien nodded. Deal. If Little Ta says so, I'm guarding the base. The command dropped. Great. Phi and Onion, stay put. The rest of you, get lost. The duo blinked. Wait, us? The boss told Cao Phi to scram. This was his specialty anyway. The guy grinned. No sweat. Cao Phi grabbed Phi's shoulder. Hey, big guy, I need to borrow your pickup truck. Like, right now. Phi blinked. My truck? Cao Phi flashed a grin that was pure evil. He was way too excited about this project. Cao Phi went full mechanic mode, loading gear onto the pickup. The truck got a heavy metal makeover. He welded nasty, razor-sharp spikes all around the chassis, perfect for turning zombies into kebabs. Phi sobbed in the background. My beautiful baby. Cao Phi slid out from under the chassis, looking dead on his feet. The boss looked down. Status? Impact frame installed, side blades sharpened, undercarriage reinforced. Pulled an all-nighter, but she's solid as a rock now. Next, I'm hacking the engine, removing the speed governor. This beast is gonna fly. The boss checked the time. Can you finish before high noon? Consider it done. Excellent. Though, without the limiter, the engine's gonna blow itself to pieces pretty quick. Shame. It was a nice ride. Phi clutched his chest. My truck! My poor truck! The boss patted his shoulder. Collateral damage, buddy. Zombies are weakest at noon. That's our window to hit the mother flower and actually win. Cao Phi has to stay back to guard the tree. So, we're using your ride as a battering ram. Phi gaped. A battering ram? High noon. The sun was roasting the asphalt. The streets were paved with undead. Inside the cab, Onion gasped. Holy crap, that's a lot of them. Phi frowned. I remember these green guys. They're fighters, tough to kill, but I've never seen them just standing there like statues. Usually, they see fresh meat and charge. The boss explained, these are the Mother Flower's royal guard. That's what makes the mother dangerous. A regular tier 3 zombie can lead a pack, but it can't organize an army like a hive mind. But the flower controls them all. He glanced at the pet. Little white, target ahead? The creature chirped. Floor it, hang on tight. The truck screamed down the road like a missile. Phi was practically hugging his seat. A few zombies managed to leap onto the hood. Shing! The mounted blade sliced them in half instantly. The truck plowed through, leaving a trail of diced zombie parts in the dust. Onion couldn't believe his eyes. We actually punched through! Phi was weeping again. My poor baby is ruined. The boss stayed cold. Don't celebrate yet. This isn't over. They're chasing us. If they catch up while we're fighting the mother, we're screwed. Onion started panicking. So, what's the plan? The boss made a snap decision. Get out. Onion froze. Huh? You heard me. Remember what I taught you last night? Use that technique, and you can wipe out this entire wave. Onion went pale. That technique? But I haven't mastered it. Is that safe? What if I... The boss grabbed his shoulder. I trust you. You got this. That simple validation hit Onion like a drug. Boss, okay, I got it. I won't let you down. That's the attitude. Yeet. Onion was tossed out the door and rolled onto the asphalt. The truck sped away. Wait, what just happened? The horde was closing in. No time to think. He turned to face the tsunami of rot. All right, do or die. Onion clasped his hands together. Calm down. Focus. Compress the spirit energy. Onion's eyes rolled back, turning pure white. Flames erupted around him. He clutched a cloud crystal. Boss lent me this toy. Time to light you freaks up. Come get some. Flashback to last night. Onion was wheezing on the ground. I'm done. I can't. It drains too much energy. I'm literally going to pass out. The boss looked down, unimpressed. If a zombie was in front of you right now, would you just kneel and die? Onion stammered. Sorry, I just didn't expect the compression technique to drain my battery that fast. At my current level, I can't keep it up for more than a few seconds. The boss demonstrated again. You're doing it wrong. Watch me. Your birthmark is on your head. Right now the energy is scattered around the origin point. That's standard for Tier 1. When you activate it, the energy spreads to boost your physical stats. It's inefficient. You need to pull those markings in. Concentrate the virus energy so you control it, not the other way around. That's how you master your power. Onion frowned. I mean, that God mode state is insane, yeah. But I can only hold it for like 2 seconds max. 2 seconds later, my viral energy is totally drained. In a real firefight, I wouldn't last a single beat. Angel ran the numbers in his head. 2 seconds, huh? Actually, that is insane. He barely learned the breathing 101 and the mark trigger technique. Pulling that off this fast, the kid is a straight-up prodigy. A psychic type manifesting a mark at barely level 2? That is some S-tier potential right there. Once he hits level 2, my method will let him speedrun the manifestation process. I tossed him a cloud crystal. Guard this with your life. It's a mana battery. Use it to grind tonight. Onion looked at the item like, the heck is this? But now, he is gripping that crystal tight, staring down a horde of the undead. Confidence surged. Brother Angel gave him this cheat item, and the energy inside feels infinite. Finally, his powers aren't just a party trick, he is ready to rumble. The horde closed in. 30 feet, 15, 10, blink. He warped out of the spot. The lead zombie swung hard and clocked its buddy right in the face. Onion grinned. Yes! The zombie paused, confused, looking from Onion to the buddy he just decked. Whack! The victim smashed him in the back of the head. Total mosh pit. The zombies started brawling with each other. Onion cheered from the sidelines. Yeah! Beat his ass! Harder! Watching from the truck, Daifei's jaw dropped. Say what? Onion's power can trigger a zombie battle royale? Since when was he this useful? Why was he hiding it? Angel broke it down. Before, it was night. The Flower Mother's hive mind signal is too strong then, but in daylight, her signal jams, and her control weakens. That is Onion's window to mess with their heads. Besides, we were running for our lives earlier, didn't exactly have time for a tutorial level. He shook his head. So you had this mapped out from the start, T? You play 4D chess while we are playing checkers. Little White squeaked. Angel slammed the brakes. We have arrived. The Flower Mother's nest loomed ahead, a skyscraper completely choked by mutant vines. The guys in the back gaped. That is the boss room? It is freaking massive. Daifei elbowed him. Zip it. He tried to compose himself. Can't let T see me sweating before the party even starts. Stay cool. Daifei looked for orders. All right, T. What is the play? Chill, Angel said. We just parked. Phase 1 is recon. He turned to the back seat. You guys are locals, right? Give me the specs on this place. Lee spoke up. I got you. I used to be a structural engineer. I actually worked on this site. It was supposed to be a world park, a tourist trap with replicas of famous ancient landmarks. They never finished it before the outbreak hit. This specific structure, it is a 1-to-1 scale replica of the ancient Zhengyang Gate. Besides the front door, Angel asked, is there another way in? He shook his head. Negative. The original was designed as a fortress. It is impenetrable from the flanks. Daifei peered through his binoculars. Looks like we have got bouncers at the main gate. Zombies. They are snoozing, but they will wake up if we sneeze. Angel turned to Little White. You 100% sure it is that building? Squeak. That settled it. Angel thought, the Flower Mother loves hiding in human ruins. This has to be the nest. Daifei looked nervous. Bro, this looks sketchy. Fighting those plant freaks indoors is a death trap. And without Onion, stealth isn't an option. Zhang chimed in. What if we parkour up the side? The mother is probably camping on the roof, right? Lee nodded. Solid plan. The masonry is rough, easy to grip. With our enhanced stats, climbing that is a cakewalk. Angel just smirked. Who said anything about sneaking? Stealth or assault? It doesn't matter. We go inside, we get swarmed by a jungle of teeth. If the building is the problem, we delete the building. He popped the trunk. Packed to the brim with C4 and TNT, Daifei stared, realizing just how crazy and prepared Angel really was. Explosives? You planned this way back then? We are gonna nuke the Flower Mother? Yup. Strip the ammo. Set up a sniper nest on the ridge, Angel ordered. Daifei hesitated. Bro, tell me you aren't actually gonna blow the whole building? Angel raised an eyebrow. You got a better idea? What, you wanna save it for the holidays? Will this pile level the place? He swallowed hard. If you detonated at the main structural pillar. Yeah. Angel tossed Little White into Dai Fei's arms. Hold the fort. Be right back. He slammed the gas, and the car screeched toward the lair, leaving the trio eating his dust. He's not actually going to do it, is he? Dai Fei yelled. Zhang squinted. Oh, he is doing it. Look at the guards. Angel kicked the door open and tucked and rolled onto the pavement. The car kept rocketing forward like a missile. The drowsy gatekeeper zombies woke up just in time to see 2 tons of steel flying at their faces. Crunch. The car plowed through them, turning the undead into roadkill salsa. From a safe distance, Angel pulled out the detonator. Click. Boom. A fireball swallowed the gate. The shockwave hit them a second later. No! My baby! Dai Fei screamed as smoke filled the air. My beautiful ride! She was too young to die! A silhouette stepped out of the dust cloud. Yo! Look! Lee shouted. It is the boss! Dai Fei wiped a tear. Oh, thank God. The maniac made it. The guys were losing it. That was hardcore. Legendary. Only Dai Fei was still mourning. My poor truck. Angel cut them off. Saved the champagne. The mother's regen stats are off the charts. That little firecracker didn't kill her. He glanced over his shoulder. The real party is just starting. Suddenly, mutant vines erupted from the ground. The guys turned pale. There is thousands of them. We are dead. We are so toasted. Dai Fei tried to rally. Shut your mouth. Stop acting like losers. We have got Angel on our side. As long as he is breathing, we catch the dub. Angel shouted an order. Listen to me carefully. He grabbed Little White and bolted in the opposite direction. The 3 of them stood there, blinking, until a giant vine smashed the ground inches from their feet. Move, 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 Dai Fei screamed. Do what he says. Run. He sprinted up beside Angel, panting. Boss? Why are we retreating? This wasn't in the brochure, Angel yelled back. You think I'm Superman? Taking on that swarm head on? You could clone me 10 times and we would still be fertilizer. As long as the mother is alive, she has infinite spawns. Fighting on her turf is suicide. We have to kite them out into the open. He flashed back to the briefing. That mother plant is tricky, right? Like it's gonna fall for the old bait and switch? Angel smirked confidently. Watch this. Used to be smart. Now, it's desperate. That overgrown weed just pumped out a whole nursery of saplings. Years of stockpiled energy, all rushing us at once. It wants us dead, stripped to the bone. And guess what? Here comes the welcome wagon. The horde was breathing down their necks. Big Phi's jaw hit the floor. Oh, it is on. Vines twisted, roots ripped from the earth, and suddenly, those plants were sprinting on legs. Phi bolted. Since when do salads do cardio? Dramatic score swells. Angel kept his cool. Relax. They can't keep that speed up forever. We split up, scatter their defenses. Phi looked ready to cry. Split up? Seriously? That's how people die in movies. He tapped his earpiece. Onion, what's the sitch? A static crackle. Cleared and ready. Solid. Stand by for the play. Angel stopped dead. Li and Zong paused, confused. Why is he stopping? Yo, Zuo, move your ass. Phi rolled his eyes. You morons, he's buying us time. Move! He barked orders. Fork in the road ahead, we split there. Don't let Zuo's sacrifice be for nothing. Roger that. Phi thought, typical Zuo. Playing the lone wolf hero to save our skins. The flower zombies snarled, looming over Angel. Phi screamed, Zuo, dodge, you crazy bastard. But the swarm just ignored him. They surged past Angel straight for the trio. The guys froze, brains short-circuiting. Angel stood there, totally untouched, while the horde flowed around him like water. Lee was sprinting for dear life. Phi? This wasn't in the brochure. Phi groaned, dodging vines. How should I know? Just run, split up. He had no clue what Zuo was plotting, but at this point, he just had to trust the crazy plan. They hit the intersection and scattered. The zombie swarm split perfectly to tail them. Phi yelled back, try not to die, okay? Back at the rear, Angel smirked. Hook, line, and sinker. He called out, you're up. Onion stumbled out from the shadows, wheezing like a broken accordion. Man, Onion gasped. Thought I was toast back there. Angel shrugged. That was just the warm-up lap. The real party starts now. Meanwhile, Phi was running like a dog with a butcher chasing him. He keyed his mic. Zuo, where the hell are you? Do you read me? Static cleared. Finally, Phi panted. What's the move? Zuo's voice was calm. Keep running. Just stay in radio range. Still running? Are you kidding me? But Phi obeyed. I swear, Zuo, this better work. Onion, catching his breath, looked up. So, what's the verdict? Almost there, Angel replied. Internally, he was impressed. After wiping out that elite squad, I thought he'd be out cold. Kid recovers fast. That kind of recovery speed. Onion grinned, flexing. Yo, Angel, I'm back at 100%. Did you hit tier 2? Angel asked. Onion scratched his head. Think so. In the fight, I felt this weird buzz. Then, boom. Just clicked. Does that mean I'm on Big Phi's level now? Angel shot him a look. Not even close. With your ability type, against me, Phi would be lucky to have a 20% win rate. 20%? Onion gawked. Angel thought he was already peaking at Tier 1. The breakthrough makes sense. Problem is that evolution drained a massive chunk of the star cloud energy. Didn't account for that. Gotta ration it now. He spun around. Let's move. We've got a mother plant to kill. Onion blinked. Wait, the explosion didn't fry it? Please, Angel scoffed. A Tier 4 matriarch won't go down from a little firecracker like that. This next fight gets ugly. Stick to me like glue. Onion swallowed hard. If Angel was calling it ugly, it was practically a death sentence. Back at HQ, it was total chaos. Flower zombies were hunting survivors down the corridors. Screams were cut short. It was a massacre. A squad was cornered. Suddenly, bang, bang, heads exploded. High up on the scaffolding, Cao Phi worked his bolt action. Where are these green freaks coming from? I could clone myself 10 times and it wouldn't be enough. His radio screamed. Phi, Sector 3 needs backup, now. Sector 4 is overrun. Mayday! Sector 1 is falling. Help us! Cao Phi checked his pouch. Down to the last clips. Gotta save these for the big bad. He drew his combat knife. Guess we're doing this the hard W. He froze, staring. Survivors were scrambling. Suddenly, massive roots shot past Cao Phi from behind, spearing the zombies like kebabs. In seconds, the floor erupted with timber, crushing the undead flora. The squad cheered. The Elder Tree! The Guardian is awake! We're saved. Cao Phi grinned. The old tree actually pulled through. Then, a spectral figure formed from the bark. Hey kid, it's me, Uncle La. Uncle La? Aren't you supposed to be merging with the core? La smiled sadly. Emergency override. Had to clear the path so Sasha could finish the synchronization safely. This is the last of my juice, kid. After this, I'm just firewood. Cao Phi went pale. What do you mean, last? Don't tell me you're La stopped him. Hey, I'm a soldier. I know the score. Protecting the homeland is the gig. Honestly, I should have died day one with my squad. Staying alive this long to see Sasha safe, meeting you crazy punks, that was bonus time. I'm good. A wooden flower bloomed from his chest, revealing a small box. Just one last favor. Cao Phi stared at the box. Take this to Angel, La said. Payment for bringing my little girl back to me. Uncle La, weight clock's ticking, kid. I'm out. The figure began to fade. Make sure Angel gets that, personally. I promise, Cao Phi yelled. I won't let you down. The spectral figure vanished, and the massive branch slumped to the floor, lifeless. The Guardian, it's gone. The spirit tree looks like it's been deep fried. Total panic mode. We are completely screwed. The ancient barrier just crumbled, and there is absolutely nothing stopping the zombie flowers now. The next wave is gonna walk right in. Without the big tree, who's gonna stop them? We're dead meat. Then Cao Phi's voice cuts through the noise like steel. Hey, chill out. What are you all shaking for? Did you forget who runs Lahoa District? Or are you guys totally useless without a magic tree babysitting you? If you have a death wish, go ahead and give up. But in this apocalypse, you only get to keep your life if you fight for it. You want to see tomorrow? You bleed for it today. The crowd's eyes light up. Hell yeah. I'm not checking out yet. I want to live! Someone screams, stop staring at the sky, idiots. Fortify the perimeter before the flower freaks show up. Suddenly, everyone is moving. Hustle, move it. You like breathing? Then get to work. That's the spirit. Turn those weeds into mulch. Things stabilize, and Cao Phi finally exhales, but his gut is twisting. He has zero clue if Angel is still breathing over in his sector. Over on the front lines, the zombie flower is leaking some nasty purple smog. Onion blinks. Angel. Why is the plant glowing? Angel narrows his eyes. Bad news. It's leveling up. Leveling up? Onion squeaks. That blast didn't kill it, just ticked it off, Angel explains. It's panicked. Forced evolution right in our faces. It wouldn't risk that unless it was desperate. Onion grins nervously. So, we gank it while it's glitching out? Hit it before the transformation completes and take the advantage? Exactly, boom. An energy wave slams into them. Angel yanks Onion back just as spiky buds erupt from the dirt like landmines. Onion yelps. The flower still has ammo? Angel grips his weapon. Stay sharp. This thing isn't just a plant. Don't underestimate it. Green fog rolls out from the creature. Angel smirks. Called it. As the silhouette forms, Onion starts hyperventilating. What? What in the fresh hell is that? Shadow demons, Angel identifies. Probably the Queen Flower's final boss guards, Onion trembles. That aura is insane. And there are 3 of them? Okay, this just got complicated. Angel steps up. Onion, fall back. Way back. This league is way above your pay grade. Wait for my signal. You got it, boss. Onion scrambles away. Angel stands alone, blade drawn, facing the shadow trio. They growl, circling him, waiting to pounce. Angel reads the room. Tag team tactics? Smart. They're planning to cycle in and out to stall me while Mommy Dearest finishes evolving. Blitzkrieg it is. Take out the front two, ask questions later. The shadow demon blinks too slow. Angel's blade is already carving into it before it registers he moved. As for the second one, Angel teleports right into its grill. Slash. Good night. Onion pumps a fist. Jackpot. Angel doesn't smile. Hold the confetti, kid. We're not done. The shadows reform and advance. Angel grinds his teeth, just as I thought. Infinite respawn glitch. One fights, one heals at the queen. Rinse and repeat. Head-on attacks are useless, Angel shouts back. Onion! Fire up that big brain of yours and find me an opening. Onion salutes. On it, Angel re-engages the duo. Round 2, the two demons rush him. He goes airborne, flipping over a claw swipe, landing precise cuts on their armor. Dust clouds the arena. Angel! Onion screams. Two silhouettes emerge from the haze, screeching. Angel doesn't hesitate. He swings his blade into the gray void. The demon loses track of him, fatal mistake. Angel sweeps its legs, drives the blade straight into its glowing eye socket. Blood sprays. The beast howls and drops. Total mayhem inside the dust cloud. The fight is brutal, and the smoke is so thick Onion can't tell who is winning and who is dying. A growl ripples out. Angel laughs, cold as ice. Out of breath already, he channels flame into his blade. My turn to bring the heat. A blazing arc of fire rips through the gloom. Burn. The firestorm hits. Screams echo. The flames engulf everything, but when the smoke lifts, both shadow demons are standing there, visible again. Angel is speechless. Onion stammers, 0 HP? No? How are they not dead? Angel charges, but one demon throws itself in front of the other like a linebacker. Angel scowls. The queen's vines are plugged into their backs, pumping them full of steroids. They're tanking damage to protect the main body, he realizes. I threw a finisher at them to end it, but their combined form just absorbed the impact. Killing two tanks with infinite healing? Yeah, that's a stretch. Onion starts panic talking. Angel, we gotta zip it! Angel snaps. Stick to the plan, do your part! Onion swallows his fear, nods, and sprints off. Roger that. Angel turns back to the demons. The odds are garbage, but he stands his ground. Angel tracks them. The injured one pulled back to the baseline for repairs. This queen is playing defense like a pro. 0 risks taken. Stalling isn't an option. Getting stuck here is exactly what they want. A massive combo attack flies at him. Angel backflips, barely clearing the blast radius. Gotta bypass the pawns to get the queen. He lunges, aiming for a gap, but a demon hand snaps shut around his blade. Caught. 2 more flank him from behind. Ambush. Boom. A shockwave slams into Angel, launching him across the clearing like a ragdoll. Defense is airtight, he thinks, skidding to a halt. I'm in deep trouble. The demons don't wait for him to stand. They charge. Claws tear his sleeve. He weaves, ducks, spins, but they're hurting him. His foot hits loose gravel. He slips. Balance gone. The demon sees the opening uppercut. Crack. Angel gets launched sky high before gravity body slams him into the dirt. Heavy footsteps shake the ground. Angel wheezes, unable to speak. Before he can reboot his brain, the shadow is upon him. Splat. Red mist sprays into the air. The demon's claw drips with blood. The body on the ground is pulverized. Head smashed flat. The demon roars in victory. Gotcha. But wait, the corpse twitches. The demon looks closer. Its eyes bulge. That's not the boy. That's its squad mate. Flashback. In the chaos, the demon got spun around. It thought it was crushing Angel, but it just decapitated its own ally. Friendly fire, 100%. The remaining guard and the queen freeze, totally confused. Angel steps out from the shadows. Check your targets, genius. You just fragged your buddy. While the monster processes its trauma, Onion stumbles out. Yo, Angel, I'm tapped out. Mana is at 0%. The demon realizes the setup. Angel smirks. Figure it out yet? While I was dancing with you two, I used high-speed movement to scramble our positions. You played yourself. The fog was thick enough to blind a bat-perfect cover. I tossed the cloud crystal to Onion. Here, play bait. Make him look the other way. Onion smirked, wobbly on his feet. You like pulling strings, huh? Like playing God? How's this for a puppet show? He groaned, legs giving out. Boss, I'm tapped out. Tagging you in. Sleep tight, kid. You did good. Onion hit the dirt, out cold. Good. One less thing to worry about. Now it was just me and the watchdog. A low, grim voice echoed. Prepare to die. The shadow beast vanished, teleporting right at Angel. Angel didn't even flinch. Amateur. Whitey was already in position before the beast even materialized. Claws out, ready to shred. Squelch. Whitey's talons buried themselves deep into the beast's eye. The shadow beast stumbled back, roaring in agony as black blood sprayed everywhere. Whitey stared it down, cool as a cucumber. Angel stepped out from the shadows. You were so busy watching me, you forgot to count heads. Slash. He severed the beast's lower half in one clean stroke. Rot in hell. Finally dropped him. Angel exhaled, wiping sweat. Nice work, furball. He did a quick mental math he'd wipe the mob, but his energy tank was flashing red. Maybe one big burst left. Angel marched toward the matriarch flower. All right, overgrown weed. Time to do some gardening. He raised his blade. I'm pulling you out by the roots. The flower clamped its petals shut tight like a steel trap. Angel paused. What's the play here? Slowly, the giant bud began to unfurl. A vine shot up from the center, dragging a human body along with it. The figure landed with a thud. Angel's eyes widened. Tam Kim? No way. The zombie flower got him? The matriarch forced Tam Kim's eyelids open, nothing but glowing red voids where eyes used to be. The voice that came out wasn't human. It was deep and distorted. Human, leave. The matriarch repeated the command through the corpse. Human, go away. Angel grit his teeth. So that's where the missing executioner went. Sucked his memories dry and hijacked the body. Huh? Angel scoffed. Guess that's what happens when you play with fire. Or in this case, fertilizer. A flower bloomed right out of Tam Kim's palm, revealing a glowing lump of resin. The matriarch was cutting a deal. Take it. Leave. Angel grabbed the resin. It was high-grade red resin, way better than the cheap stuff from the last boss. You trying to bribe me to spare your life? The corpse twitched, stuttering, human. Trade. Go. Angel let out a cold laugh. Trade? Here's my counteroffer. Swish. He slashed through Tam Kim's corpse without hesitation. I know a fake when I see one. He crushed the resin in his hand, revealing its true form, a zombie seed. Nice try. You really thought a cheap parlor trick would fool me? You weren't trading. You were buying time. The matriarch flower fully bloomed, towering over Angel. He frowned. Figures. Physical attacks are like tickling this thing. It's not enough. The scattered vines began to merge, forming a colossal, grotesque body. Angel whistled. Whitey, front and center. The beast leaped in front of the unconscious onion, standing guard. Just how much virus juice is this thing packing to evolve this fast? Angel wondered. Suddenly, one of the flower's massive heads lunged forward. Angel tracked its movement. It wasn't aiming for him, it was diving for the shadow beast's corpse. It wants to eat the dead guy for an XP boost. Oh no you don't, Angel intercepted, slicing the vine in midair. The severed tentacle flopped to the ground. He kicked the shadow beast's carcass toward Whitey. Catch! Don't let that thing snack on it. Rip out the cores, Angel shouted. Feed him to the cloud crystal. We need power, stat. Move it! Whitey got the message, tearing into the corpses. The matriarch roared in frustration, sending more vines to snatch the food. Whitey was a blur of motion, intercepting every grab while Angel played lawnmower with the tentacles. Hey, eyes on me, ugly, Angel taunted. The matriarch realized it was losing. It unleashed its ultimate move, a high-pitched screech, an SOS signal. Angel's ear twitched. That sound. It's calling for backup. The radio crackled. It was Phi. Kid, the zombie horde stopped chasing us. They pulled a U-turn. Angel froze. Say what? They're heading for the base. They're targeting the ancient tree. The matriarch slammed its massive limbs into the ground, shaking the earth. Wooden spikes erupted from the floor, encircling Angel in a deadly cage. The walls rose higher, locking him in the center. The branches wove together into a solid sphere, no way out. Angel glared at the trap as small buds popped open, hissing green gas into the chamber. Phi's voice panicked. Kid, you there? It sounded loud. You alive? Angel pressed the comms. I'm fine. Listen, send Whitey back to the base. Now. I'm staying here to keep the boss flower busy. Angel looked at Whitey through a gap. Go. Whitey tore a hole in the wooden cage and bolted, leaving Angel behind. Angel smirked. As long as I'm the chew toy here, the big bad won't send its main forces after Whitey. He couldn't win alone, but he could stall. And Whitey could protect Onion and charge the crystal. Guess I just gotta survive until the battery is full. Meanwhile, miles away, Lam Sa's eyes snapped open. The nap was over. Lam Sa sat up, energy humming around her. Back at the base, the situation was going from bad to nightmare. A tsunami of zombies crashed against the gates. Too many of them, a defender screamed. We can't hold the line. Fall back. They're mutants. Explosions rocked the perimeter as grenades took out chunks of the horde. Cao Phi barked orders. Reinforce the walls. We got a second wave incoming. Move. Chaos everywhere. Bring the timber. Medic. We got a man down. Cao Phi checked his gear. This is getting hairy. I'm out of special ammo, a soldier yelled, shaking. Already? Cao Phi grunted. Great. Looks like we're doing this the old-fashioned way. Hand to hand. We have to hold until Angel finishes his fight, Phi was screaming into the radio. Hello? Angel? Anybody copy? It's Cao Phi. The defenders looked hopeful. Did he win? Is the matriarch toast? Cao Phi's voice came back, grim, negative. And heads up, you've got giant zombie flowers inbound. They're launching an all-out assault on the tree. The radio cut to Angel's voice. They're coming for the motherlode. You gotta be kidding me. The soldier dropped his gun. Cao Phi landed next to him, steady as a rock. Stow the panic. Evolved fighters, front line. Civilians, fall back. The horizon darkened as the massive flowers marched forward. Cao Phi drew 2 combat knives. Hold your fire! Nobody moves until I say so. The defenders gripped their weapons, knuckles white. Cao Phi started the count. 3. The flowers loomed closer. 2. Giant vines raised to strike. 1. Thwack. A massive wooden spike shot out of the ground, skewering the lead flower instantly. Cao Phi's jaw dropped. The ancient tree? He looked back at the glowing green canopy. Lam Sa. She's awake. The roots went into a frenzy, tearing the zombie flowers apart before they could take another step. Cheers erupted from the walls. Long live the tree! We won! Cao Phi let out a long breath. Man, that was way too close. Phi screamed, "Get this thing off me!" The trio regrouped, catching their breath. Holy crap, that tree came to life. Freaking terrifying. Seriously, Lucky, we're not dead meat. I thought I was toast. Suddenly, a voice in his head. Cao Phi, get to Thien, now! It's La! I'm hijacking the tree's frequency to talk. Thien is in deep trouble. I can't move these roots fast enough. You gotta sprint ahead. Move it, or he's history. Cao Phi didn't hesitate. Coordinates! Where is he? Meanwhile, Thien was trapped in a kill box. He rained slash after slash on the matriarch, desperate for an opening. He fell back to strategize, pointless. My blade keeps the flower zombie at bay, but I'm just trimming hedges here, not hurting the core. Screw it. Time to go all in. He channeled raging fire into his steel, cleaving the matriarch clean in 2. Rot in hell! He leaped back, gasping, using his sword as a crutch to stay standing. The ground rumbled. A massive stalk shot up. Thien smirked grimly. Classic boss battle mechanics. It waits until I'm drained to show its true face. That giant bud? Yeah, that's the main body. Slowly, the petals peeled back. Thien froze. His heart stopped. Nestled inside was Huyen. A perfect copy. Huyen? He choked out. Her eyes snapped open, cold, dead robotic eyes. Thien. Human, the thing wearing Huyen's face demanded. I require your total memory bank. Thien reeled back. Huyen. How? The creature tilted its head. Is this form confusing? Why the shock? Thien grit his teeth. Why do you look like her? During our skirmish, I sampled your blood, the matriarch explained coolly. Genetic material carries fragments of memory. I calculated that this appearance would pause your aggression. Thien let out a dry, bitter laugh. Attack? Look at me. Do I look like I can swing a sword right now? Deception detected. Thien's gaze hardened. The monster continued. A concept harvested from your own mind. Never fully trust a human. Useful advice. Thien's mind raced. In my past life, I maxed out at Tier 3. My intel on high-level monsters was mostly rumors and bar talk. I'm blind when it comes to high-tier zombies. But this thing is smart. Maybe I can hustle it for information. He leaned casually on his blade, starting his con. So, here's the thing. Usually, you flower zombies just infect and convert us, evolved types on sight, right? But you kept me alive. You put on this little costume. Don't tell me you just wanted to chat. The creature stepped forward. I told you. I want your memories. Since when do you ask? Can't you just suck my brain dry? Not with you, it hissed. Your tier is too high. Your resistance prevents a full download. I cannot force it. Bingo, Thien thought. So high-level evolved humans have a natural firewall. Good to know. Must be the spirit stat. All right, Thien said aloud. You want access to my hard drive? Fine. But humans have a rule. Quid pro quo. You want something. You pay for it. Show me some good faith. The matriarch extended a hand, vines slithering toward him. It offered a glowing crystal core. A trade. It droned. Your memories for this. It will restore your energy. You may leave alive. Thien scoffed. I walked all the way here and you're buying me off with a snack? The creature paused. Name your price. I am not greedy. I have questions. You answer them truthfully and you get the data. The monster narrowed its eyes. How will you verify my honesty? Thien shrugged. I have a good B.S. detector. I dislike humans, it stated. You are volatile variables. I will answer, but the data transfer happens. Deal, Thien said. Let's roll. You're desperate for my memories, which means I have something specific you need. What is it? The creature leaned in. The system. Thien frowned. The system. I seek evolution, the matriarch explained. But natural evolution is chaotic. Mutation is flawed. It is random. I could hit a genetic dead end at any moment. But you possess structure, order. I need your system. Wait, Thien realized. Is it talking about my breathing technique? You mean this? He demonstrated. The monster's eyes lit up. Yes, the order. Give it to me, Thien smirked. So, you're already tier 5, aren't you? You've been stalling. Wearing me down was just a bonus. You were buying time. That's why you dropped the disguise. You hit tier 5 during the fight. You don't think I can touch you now? Thien clapped slowly, scheming little monster. I'm impressed. You're at the top of the food chain, but you're greedy for more. But hey, Thien's grin turned predatory. Did it ever occur to you that I was the one stalling? Shing! The creature's arm flew off. Cao Phi stepped out from the shadows, blade smoking. Looks like I'm right on time. Beside him, Little White growled, pissed off about the earlier trap. Lies! Filthy human tricks! The matriarch screeched, morphing back into a hideous, thorny beast. Whoa! Ugly alert! Cao Phi yelled. White! Toss it! The beast threw a supercharged crystal core to Thien. Thien caught it, feeling the surge. Oh yeah, fully charged. He ripped his sword from the earth, eyes glowing. Now, let's dance. Thien launched the assault, leading the charge. His blade was a blur, severing another limb from the monstrosity. Cao Phi and White unleashed their ults, but vines instantly erupted from the matriarch's wounds, stitching her back together. Die, humans! She roared. Cao Phi gaped. Thien! This thing is broken. Why won't it die? Welcome to plant types, Thien shouted over the noise. DPS is mid, but their regeneration is god tier. This has got to be a tier 5, right? Are we seriously trying to tank this? No joke, Thien retorted. To kill a 5, we'd need to be peak tier 3 at minimum. Cao Phi panicked. So we're screwed? We just fight until we drop? Chill, it just leveled up. Its stats are barely above a tier 4. Thien grinned. Besides, who said it was just us? If you're here, the kid can't be far behind. Cao Phi's eyes widened. Boom! Massive roots exploded from the earth, catching the matriarch off guard. Cao Phi's jaw dropped. Thien just smiled, all part of the plan. As the giant roots strangled the matriarch, Thien called out, Perfect timing, kid! The matriarch shrieked, thrashing against the binding roots. Cao Phi cheered, Yes, La is here. Suddenly, a massive spike shot up from the dirt, leaving him stunned. Master Lam Sa! Cao Phi hollered. Hey, La! Her eyes fluttered open, sending Cao Phi into a spiral. How on earth did you end up looking like a monster too? She shook her head. Relax. This isn't my real body. My actual self is chilling back at base. Thien Than's jaw dropped. Wait, Uncle La's fusion ability? You inherited it? Lam Sa looked down, heartbroken. Yeah, looks like Dad passed the torch to me. Thien Than cut in. Urgent. He leaked the info for a reason. Let's blitz this thing. Wrap it up fast, and you might just see him again. Uncle La didn't just boost you to tier 3. He unlocked your psychic potential. His body merged with the tree, sure, but his mind isn't gone. He's just dormant, sleeping inside the ancient timber. So let's wreck this place and bounce. Maybe you can get back before he hits the snooze button permanently. One last goodbye. Lam Sa nodded, fire in her eyes. You got it. Thien Than coached her. That ancient tree is kryptonite to the zombie flower. And now, you're in the driver's seat. So, you know how to handle the mother host, right? She smirked. Easy peasy. The tree drains and suppresses the zombie virus like a sponge. You've got control. One critical hit, and it's lights out. Flames engulfed Thien Than's blade. This is gonna be a piece of cake. Lock it down. I'm putting everything I've got into this strike. The mother host thrashed wildly, but the tree branches held it in a death grip. It's trying to bail. Roots erupted from the ground. Lam Sa screamed, Thien Than, the mother host is making a run for it. Slash those ground vines now. You guys are up! Cao Phi and Little White charged in, slicing and dicing the vines into salad. Lam Sa yelled, Thien Than, aim for the sprout, kill it! He swung his blade. Boom! A massive explosion rocked the district. The tree stump slammed down as the dust cleared. Lam Sa stared at her hand. I'm tapped out. Thien Than, the zombie flower's life support is cut. I gotta head back. Make sure you double tap that thing. Thien Than nodded. Consider it done. Suddenly the mother host mumbled something. Cao Phi gasped. It can still talk? Thien Than grit his teeth, took a direct hit, and still kicking. Tier 5 zombies are no joke. The monster wheezed. I stopped. Evolving. Evolution? Must. Evolve. Thien Than frowned. What's it babbling about? He didn't wait for an answer, delivering a final, brutal slash to end its misery. Cao Phi whispered, Evolution craving? Thien Than's mind raced. In his past life, the 10-year apocalypse had 3 eras, the spread, the transformation, and the extinction. The bridge between the spread and the transformation was marked by a surge of special zombies creatures that rivaled humans in intelligence and power. And just like us, these freaks had a sick, twisted obsession with evolving. Only 3 months into the spread, and we're already hitting the transformation phase. Outside, Cao Phi was frantically stabbing the barrier, blocking Thien Than. Come on! Put your back into it. Our guys are in trouble. This thing is tough as nails. Crack! Light burst from inside, shattering the barrier. Thien Than and Cao Phi walked out, unscratched. Dai Phi grinned. It's over? Thien Than barked orders. Phi, clean up this mess. What? You're not checking the loot? Little whites on it. Nothing gets past him. I realized something huge. I need to tell the kid immediately. He turned to her. Hey La, I've got bombshell news. We might be able to save your dad. Dai Phi and the others gasped. For real? Lamsa froze. Really? My dad? Thien Than nodded seriously. Yes, there's a chance, but don't pop the champagne yet. Saving Uncle La is going to be complicated. She grabbed him. Tell me. I don't care how hard it is. If there's a glimmer of hope, I'm taking it. Chill out and listen, he soothed. Your dad isn't technically dead. If he were, I couldn't do anything. To pass his power and control of the tree to you, he merged his body and soul with it. He's inseparable from the wood now. Basically, the tree is Uncle La, and Uncle La is the tree. He can't just walk around like a normal dude anymore. Lamsa slumped. Oh, it's my fault. Don't go there, Thien Than interrupted. Because of that sacrifice, he has a shot at survival, and he gave you a perfect foundation. You're at Tier 3 because that's your current limit, but as your control improves, you'll naturally break through to Tier 4, 5, and beyond. Once you hit Tier 5, you might be able to build him a brand new body. She blinked, confused. Hold up, Tier 5? New body? What? The key is the fusion ability you inherited. That's his lifeline. Fusion? He handed her a blade. Yeah, try merging with this dagger. Lamsa took it, skeptical but obedient. The metal liquefied and became part of her hand. She stared at her skin, completely bewildered. How does it feel? It's small, so it was easy, she analyzed. But it doesn't boost my stats much. Probably useless in a real fight. Try 2 daggers. She did. Okay, that boosted my power, but it was way harder to pull off. And if you don't want them anymore, I just separate them. It clicked. Wait, if I hit Tier 5, can I separate Dad from the tree? Thien Than grinned. Bingo. Fusion isn't just about merging. It's about separation too. But merging with a living thing is sketchy, especially if it's stronger than you. You risk getting possessed or absorbed yourself. That's why you need to be Tier 5 or higher to master the separation skill. Then we split them up. Lamsa's eyes lit up. So, I just need to grind to Tier 5? Not quite, he cautioned. There are 4 conditions total. Tier 5 is just the first one. 4? She gasped. Seriously? 1. You need Tier 5 fusion. 2. We need a psychic expert at the same level to guide his mind. Huyen should be able to handle that eventually. 3. We have to scrub the red demon virus from the tree so nothing goes wrong during the transfer. Wednesday, that's the deadline, and it's the biggest deal here. We absolutely have to boost Uncle La to level 4. If we don't, the energy shock from the resurrection process will straight up kill him. Lamsa looked crushed. Saving her old man wasn't exactly going to be a walk in the park. Honestly, even if she hit level 5 right now, it wouldn't make a dent. He told her, look, I know it's tough, but a little hope goes a long way, right? As soon as Phi gets back, I'm prepping for the run to So Chau. While I'm getting things ready, you figure out what you want to do. Stay here with Uncle La or roll with us. Lamsa nodded obediently. Okay, he added. You've been through hell lately. Take a breather and really think it over. Stay or go, it's your call. No matter what you choose, we've got your back. I'm out, get some shut-eye. Dead of night, moonlight flooding the wasteland. Cao Phi dumped the gear onto the dirt. Check it out, here's the entire haul from this run. I stashed the 5 chunks of high-grade plastic flower sap, fed the rest to the mutt so he could crank out some cloud crystals. And I found these 2 bad boys inside the giant zombie flower corpse. The little one's gotta be that high-grade nucleus you mentioned, right? But this coconut-looking thing? No clue, he muttered. Yeah, literally the size of a coconut. Got a throwing knife? Cao Phi handed one over. Yup. Angel passed him a water bottle. Open this up for me. Then, he jammed the blade straight into the coconut thing. Bright red juice gushed from the fruit into the bottle. He grinned. Jackpot. Top-tier flower sap comes in liquid form. Even though that sample barely hit level 5 and was unstable, it still produced liquid sap. We got lucky. This amount should be enough for 2 doses. Go find me a glass jar so we can swap this out later. With this, plus the cloud crystals and the high-grade nucleus, I can finally smash through to level 3. Cao Phi gasped. Serious? Level 3? We totally scored this time. Angel nodded. Yeah. I'm saving half of this liquid sap for you. Give it some time, let your power stabilize, then use it to boost your own breakthrough. Cao Phi suddenly snapped his fingers. Oh, right. He handed over a box. Uncle La wanted you to have this. He made me swear to put it in your hands personally. Wanted to repay you. Angel opened the box and froze. Whoa. An energy core. Uncle La. Cao Phi scratched his head. What's the deal? What's an energy core? Angel's voice dropped. This is a legit, one-of-a-kind treasure. Cao Phi looked blank. Treasure? Like gold? Angel explained, once an evolver hits level 4, they can absorb this crystal. It's a total game changer. Here's the catch. An evolver can only absorb one in their entire life. This thing makes cloud crystals look like common rocks. Cao Phi frowned. Level 4? And only one? Why? It dictates your evolutionary path. You guys weren't at that level yet, so I didn't bring it up. Whether you're human or zombie, there are only 6 paths of evolution, matching 6 types of energy cores. Red is power, orange is fusion, blue is elemental, green is speed, purple is shapeshifter, and gray is psychic. This gray one? It's psychic type. Cao Phi nodded slowly. So, if you hit level 4, you can take this psychic core? Angel replied. Technically, yes, but I haven't made up my mind. I'm an Omni class. I can pick any of the 6, but just like everyone else, I only get one shot. Once I absorb a core, my path is locked in forever. I'm just not sure if I want to commit to the psychic route yet. Angel's mind drifted back. In his past life, he died stuck at the peak of level 3. He'd never even touched level 4. Everything he knew about cores came from Huyen after she broke through. She had warned him, if you ever reach level 4, don't you dare try to absorb a second core just because you're Omni class. A level 4 expert tried that once. He exploded mid-absorption. Angel had been terrified hearing that. Every class has its own unique depth, she'd said. You can push any of them to the limit. But as an Omni, you have to find the one that fits you perfectly. You have to discover that path yourself. I can't do it for you. Back then, he'd felt helpless. Got it. Shaking off the memory, he made a decision. I'm stashing this for now. Little Law can't use it. We'll see who hits level 4 first, me or Huyen, then decide. Cao Phi whistled. Gotta say, didn't expect Uncle La to drop something that valuable. He really likes you, man. Angel smiled. Yeah, that's just who he is. Angel replayed the recent chaos in his head. Things hadn't exactly been chill. Ever since he came back to life, something felt off, especially lately. The weirdness was ramping up. At first, he thought the accelerated evolution was just a fluke. But this was way too fast. Level 2 evolvers showing up? Fine. Ho Fong hitting level 3? Maybe. But the zombie flower appearing this early was impossible. And then Uncle La running into the red demon. In his last life, that nightmare fuel didn't show up for at least another 3 years. What really freaked him out was that mother flower. It had intelligence. It could think almost as well as a human. It was a solid level 5 threat according to the old scales. And worse, it wanted his breathing method. The other stuff was just odd. But the breathing method thing? That shattered everything he knew. In his past life, he'd never heard of a zombie craving a cultivation technique. Was there some hidden secret to the technique Uncle La taught him? Was he missing a piece of the puzzle? The mysteries were piling up, but the solution remained the same. Get stronger. If he had enough power, he could handle whatever this timeline threw at him. He uncorked the bottle and downed the liquid sap. Time to hit level 3. It was a major threshold. To smash it, he needed viral immunity, raw energy, and support gear. The immunity from the sap was potent. With that running through his veins, his safety was guaranteed while absorbing the cloud crystals and the high-grade nucleus. Because of that earlier accident, he'd already absorbed 2 refined meteorite fragments. If his resistance hadn't been high, and if he hadn't had the meteor blade, he would have been toast. But the payoff from that near-death experience was massive. He was technically at the peak of level 2, but his combat power was already level 3. And when he went all out with the meteor blade, he could unleash a strike that rivaled a level 4. Level 3 breakthrough complete. I can feel the upgrade. My stats just went through the roof. Plus, I absorbed that meteor fragment energy. Who knows? Maybe I unlocked a bonus perk. I glance at the core. Impatient. The anticipation is killer. Let's do this. But the second the power hits me. Wait. Something's off. This doesn't feel right. It's nothing like the last time. Theoretically, jumping from level 2 to 3 should be 10 times more painful than 1 to 2. But this virus energy? It's not fighting me at all. It's flowing smooth as silk. Zero resistance. My face heats up. It's pure euphoria. I lean back, letting the sensation wash over me, drifting into total zen. Then the nightmare hits. I see Huyen right there beside me. The city is a war zone, bullets flying everywhere. Then boom, a massive meteor crashes down, turning the whole block into a raging sea of fire. I jolt awake, heart hammering against my ribs like a drum solo. What the hell? Wasn't I in the middle of a power-up? Did I seriously just nap through it? Hold on. I look down at my hand, a perfect condensed flame dancing in my palm. No leakage. I actually did it. Welcome to level 3. In my past life, I couldn't pull this off until I maxed out the level. Now, I've mastered it right out of the gate. All that grinding on my foundation finally paid off. Time for a test drive. The silent night suddenly explodes in a cloud of dust. The guards nearby start freaking out. Yo, what was that? Is that Thien Than showing off a new move? Let's go check it out. Cue the epic soundtrack, this is gonna be good. I find Lamsa. She places a hand on the giant tree. Ready when you are. I nod. She whispers, Dad, lend me a hand. Suddenly, the ground starts shaking like an earthquake. What is happening? The massive tree trunk shudders violently, tearing up the earth and sending rocks flying. Lamsa calls out over the noise. This wood is incredibly dense. It's as tough as black demon armor. Back in the day, you'd need a full meteor charge just to scratch it. Yeah, I smirk. Not anymore. She blinks, surprised. Really? I thought level 3 meant you'd sprout wings or something. Wings? Please! Black particles start swarming my blade. Cao Phi's jaw drops. No way! The armor is fusing with the sword. That speed is insane, Lamsa gasps. Check it, I say. New trick armored transfer. The black shell coats the blade completely. I can shift the armor anywhere I want now, I explain confidently. Stack defense where I need it, or strip it to boost other stats. I tested it earlier. The meteor blade accepts the armor perfectly. Melting that meteor shard into the sword, best decision I ever made. It didn't just save my life once. The virus energy inside syncs perfectly with mine. This thing, it feels alive. Watch this. Swoosh. One clean stroke. The massive tree trunk slides apart, the cut perfectly smooth. The trio in the back just stand there, mouths wide open. Lamsa and Cao Phi are stunned. They didn't expect the power gap to be this huge. Even Little Two looks up, brain totally fried by the shock. I stick the landing. Not bad. I check the blade. I can work with this. The smoke clears, revealing a massive crater where I struck. The peanut gallery whispers, savage. Totally OP. Cao Phi nods. That hit harder than an anti-tank round. Lamsa agrees. Definitely. The armor buff is real, Luke Xuyen notes. I nod. The kid was right. With the plating, the explosive power and penetration stats just skyrocketed. I didn't even use the energy control skill, so no AoE damage yet. But for a single target nuke, it's solid. Best part, it's versatile and doesn't drain my stamina bar. I can keep this up for 2 minutes straight. Easy. Next time I face a tanky zombie like a black demon, I won't have to play with my life. If I go full throttle max energy output, I've got maybe 10 seconds before I burn out. Anything under level 4 is toast against me now. Finally, I've caught up to Huyen. No more being the dead weight. I'm coming for you. Hang tight, Huyen. Next morning, it's go time. Everyone gathers to see us off. I turn to Lamsa. You sure about this? You could stay here with Uncle La. She doesn't blink. I'm sure. I need to roll with you guys. It's the only way I'll get strong enough to bring my dad back. Plus, this trip to So Chau. We're finding Huyen, but we're also hunting that red demon, right? That witch destroyed my father. I'm putting her down myself. I ruffle her hair. Good answer. Then I turn to the crew. I taught you the breathing technique. Stick to the training. And while we're gone, guard that ancient tree with your lives. They pound their chests. Don't worry, boss. We die before the tree does. I hand over the puppy. This little guy can sniff out zombie flowers and crystallize them. He's safer here. Take care of him. Onion picks up the pup. We should give him a name, something catchy so he listens. The suggestions are trash. Big Cat, Dog 2, Pancake. I cut them off. Stop. Look at his left eye. Looks like a runny fried egg, right? They squint. Hey, yeah. All right, I decide. His name is Yoke. The pup wags his tail and jumps on me. He digs it. Listen up. When Uncle La tamed the tree, he left a patch of zombie flowers in the northeast corner. Don't wipe them out. They're resources. Just keep them in check so they don't spawn a mother host. Use Yoke to farm high-quality crystals from them. It'll level up the base and boost everyone's stats. Onion nods. Got it. I pat his shoulder. You've got potential, kid. Keep grinding, and you'll be a heavy hitter someday. Onion turns beet red. Thanks, boss. I won't let you down. With the flowers as fuel, this base is gonna thrive. Just play it smart, I warn. Don't be heroes. The tree comes first. 3 Petal steps up. Count on us. You and Uncle La saved us. We owe you everything. Peace out. I ain't the type to bite the hand that feeds me. Di-Fi sent his regards, wishing them safe travels and guaranteed onions or whatever the heck that slang meant. Relax, big bro. I got this. Thien Than finally felt cool enough to hit the road. Awesome. Catch you on the flip side. 2 days later, they were chilling at a highway rest stop, faces buried in a map. If we keep burning rubber like this, we'll hit the So Chau burbs by tomorrow night. Lam Sa was being way too quiet, so he poked the bear. Hey, shrimp, you good? She snapped back. Yeah? What's up? Nothing, just finish your food. He played it cool, but the worry was real. She'd been moping around for 2 days straight, probably still haunted by the Uncle La drama. 15 is way too young to have seen this much garbage, but Lamsa's power levels and emotional stability were actually leveling up. She looked a bit emo lately, but honestly, that passed for normal these days. That moody vibe was actually helping her grind XP for her rank. Suddenly, Cao Phi flagged him down. Yo, Thien Than, get over here. We got some weirdness. Thien Than's radar went up. Weirdness? Cao Phi pointed at a patch of sunflowers. You see that? They aren't dead, but they're swaying left and right like they're drunk. Super creepy. Aren't these things supposed to fanboy over the sun? It's a clear blue sky, so why do they look like they're having a collective nervous breakdown? Yeah, that is freakish. Thien Than moved in for a closer look, waving the others back. He checked the stalks. The roots were bleeding, a nasty shade of red. Is the virus jumping to plants now? No way. According to his New Game Plus memory files, plant infection wasn't supposed to be a thing during this phase of the outbreak. This was a symptom of the transition era. Was the apocalypse speedrunning itself? This didn't add up at all. Lam Sa's face went ghost white. Brother Thien Than, she pointed, shaking. Look! He spun around just as a Godzilla-sized sunflower loomed over them. The thing towered over his head and was lunging straight for them. Thien Than backflipped, screaming, Fall back! Cao Phi's jaw hit the floor. What the hell is that? Mutant Daisy? Thien Than grimaced. Clueless. Probably the virus messing with them. We are toast if we stay here. Move. The trio scrambled, hauling ass out of there. The zombie flowers watched them flee like hungry wolves. By sunset, they were still power walking. Lam Sa whispered, What's eating Thien Than? He's been twitchy for hours. Zip-lipped. Cao Phi shrugged. Who knows? Dude's got issues. Thien Than was deep in the tank. Nope, something is definitely glitching. The red demon could explain the zombie flowers, sure, but the virus hijacking plant biology? That is physically impossible right now. In the early game, the virus doesn't have the juice to mutate things this hard. That's a 3 years later kind of event. Wait, 3 years. The red demon, zombie flora, plant infection, these are all features of the 3-year mark. That number isn't a coincidence. Memories of Nuok Huyen from his past life clicked into place. Thien Than face-palmed. 3 years. How did I forget that? He spun on his heel. Phi, map, now. He snatched the map and tore it open. Cao Phi blinked. Yo, what's wrong? Is our route busted? Thien Than ignored him. Do you guys know about an astronomy tower near Sochao? Rings a bell? Phi scratched his head. Pretty famous. Supposed to be the best stargazing spot in the country or something. Totally, Lam Sa chimed in. I went there on a field trip in elementary school. She tapped a spot on the paper. It's right around here. If we're heading to Sochao, we pass right by it. Thien Than's eyes narrowed. Change of plans. We're taking a detour. She frowned. Why the sudden interest in stars? Cao Phi nodded. Yeah, aren't we supposed to be rescuing Big Sis Huyen? Is a scenic route really the move right now? Negative. It's mandatory, Thien Than said, voice grim. There's something I need to check. If I don't, we're walking into a death trap in Sochao. That shut them up. Let's move. Double time. Cao Phi grabbed his shoulder. Hold up, boss. Why don't we split the party? I know you've got your reasons. You go do your space nerd stuff. Me and the shrimp will push to Sochao and back up Big Sis. Thien Than blinked. Why the rush to leave? Phi grinned. Isn't she hunting a red demon? That's heavy. Having us there as backup seems like a no-brainer. Thien Than sighed. I think I mentioned this. A psychic type needs to hit tier 3 to really change the game. If Huyen is still tier 2, going solo in Sochao is risky. But she is tier 3. Huyen is probably treating Sochao like her personal playground right now. Lam Sa's eyes went wide. Playground? Meanwhile, downtown Sochao, Nuok Huyen scowled at a mob of evolved zombies. Their screams were tearing the sky apart. It was a civil war. Black demons were slicing through the evolved horde like butter. Huyen stood on the sidelines, locking eyes with the boss, the red demon. It was a stare down. The monster saw her and immediately noped out of there. Huyen raised an eyebrow. Oh, you're running? Cute. She blasted through the horde after it. The red demon was sprinting for its life, huffing and puffing. Huyen whistled, and her puppet zombies flanked hard, cutting off its escape route. Huyen stepped up. Nowhere left to run. Ugly. The red demon shrieked a signal. Suddenly, 2 shadows blurred past. Huyen froze. She saw things clinging to the zombies. Parasitic zombies. They latched onto her black demons, sinking their teeth in. Huyen felt her psychic tether snapping. Her control over the 2 monsters was fading fast. The black demon's eyes cleared. They were back on Team Monster. Huyen grit her teeth. Didn't know you had an ace up your sleeve, you filth. Smash! Both monsters slammed their fists down, but Huyen was already gone. Over here! She appeared behind them, grabbed their skulls and whispered, boom. The puppets detonated in a gory cloud of smoke. Huyen stuck the landing, but sighed. Great. Wasted 2 high-level toys and let the main witch get away. She etched the grudge into her mind. Just you wait, I'm coming for you. Next morning, sunlight hit the mountain trail. At a fork in the road, Cao Phi pointed right. According to the map, this path snakes up the mountain, but this map is trash. The observatory icon is just a blob. We'll have to wing it once we get higher. Thien Than didn't break stride. Climb first, figure it out later. Phi finally cracked. Dude, spill it. You've been acting paranoid since last night. Lamsa nodded. Yeah, what's the deal? I'm not ready to say, Thien Than muttered. I'm tracking a possibility, but I'm not 100% sure yet. The other two exchanged looks. A possibility? Thien Than knew the only way to prove his theory was to hit that observatory. Suddenly, swish. The tree line rustled. The whole squad snapped their heads toward Lam Sa. Cao Phi cocked his head. Do we investigate? My gut says zombies. Thien Than raised an eyebrow. Seriously? Even out here in the boonies, the undead are really getting around. Let's roll. They crept forward, finding a full-on zombie mosh pit in the forest clearing. Hunkered down behind a massive oak, they watched the chaos unfold. Lam Sa lowered her voice. Jackpot. 2 Tier 2 zombies playing general with a squad of minions. Judging by the ragged uniforms, I'd say we found the observatory staff. Guess we're in the neighborhood, Cao Phi muttered. Thien Than didn't smile. This is bad. Tier 2s don't infight. Not unless a big bad Tier 3 is pulling their strings to start a zombie tsunami. We're talking at least 2 Tier 3 puppet masters on this mountain, maybe more. The observatory is probably toast. If everyone up there is dead, this whole road trip was for nothing. Thwip, thwip, thwip. 3 arrows sliced through the air before he finished his sentence. Bullseye. 3 zombies dropped instantly. Lam Sa grinned. Company's here. Cao Phi almost jumped. Already? Do we jump in? Hold your horses, Thien Than signaled. Let's watch the show. A squad charged out screaming battle cries, swinging bats and hammers like maniacs. Talk about perfect timing, Lam Sa whispered. Thien Than nodded. The herd scattered. They're picking off the stragglers. Boss man looks like a Tier 2 evolver, Cao Phi gauged. Thien Than squinted at the leader. Confirmed. He's in the range. Watch him work. That guy, Long Shuyen, just parried 2 zombies at once with a glorified walking stick. You don't tank a double frontal assault like that without Tier 2 muscles. He's got moves. Blink and you miss it, he sidestepped behind a trapped zombie. Whoosh. A sharpened log launched from Long Shuyen's hand like a javelin. Eat dirt! He yanked his weapon free and bellowed. All right, boys, wipe 'em out. 15 minutes of carnage later, the clearing was silent. A lackey jogged up. Chief Long, 0 casualties. But we didn't find the artifacts. Long Shuyen sighed. Whatever. Clean up the mess. We're bouncing. Then, he locked eyes with their hiding spot. Show's over. You guys hiding back there can come out now. Thien Than shrugged. Well, that's our cue to say hello. The trio strolled out of the brush with Thien Than in the lead. The survivors started murmuring. Check out the hardware on that kid's back. That a sword or a helicopter blade? Thing looks heavy as a truck. He's got to be a pro. Pfft, don't let looks fool you. Probably just a hardcore cosplayer. Long Shuyen sniffed the air. No scent of evolution. Just civilians? But they were staring at a pile of zombie corpses without flinching. These weren't rookies. They'd seen blood, and if they crossed the city to get here alive, they were resourceful. Good recruit material. He stepped up, hand extended. Name's Long Shuyen. This is my crew. Thien Than kept it polite. Pleasure. What brings you to the middle of nowhere? Get lost on a hike? Long Shuyen asked. Something like that, Thien Than replied. What about you? Setting up a clubhouse in the jungle? We're the observatory staff, Long Shuyen explained. When the world ended, we had enough supplies in the research center to sit tight. Thien Than's eyes widened. Staff? Perfect. He leaned in, intense. Tell me you know about C1521X. Long Shuyen blinked. The comet number? Yeah. Why? I need the data on that star. The specific trajectory. You logged it, right? Thien Than practically grabbed him. Long Shuyen recoiled from the intensity. Whoa, ease up, kid. Personal space, Long Shuyen exclaimed. We track thousands of objects at the Institute. I don't keep an encyclopedia in my head, especially class long-period comets. That stuff is buried deep in the Institute's mainframe. You'd need a login. Is that so? Thien Than mused. Long Shuyen laughed, misunderstanding completely. Didn't peg you for an astronomy nerd? Coming all this way to stargaze? Thien Than realized the situation. Just finding the staff wasn't enough. He needed access to the observatory up top. But to get past the security and get the files, he needed these guys' help. Time to play nice and make friends, Thien Than thought. Long Shuyen looked them over. You guys look beat. Not from around here, obviously. Why don't you crash at our base to rest up? Don't mind if we do, Thien Than said, turning on the charm. Lead the way. As they walked, Cao Phi whispered, This is about the comet, isn't it? Thien Than glanced back. You remember how the apocalypse started, right? Cao Phi nodded. Duh. Hard to forget. Meteor smashed down, broke into 1,000 virus bomb fragments. Thien Than smirked darkly. Who told you there was only one meteor? Cao Phi stuttered. Wait, more than one? Thien Than dropped his voice. That's exactly what keeps me up at night. Signs point to round 2 dropping any day now. Thien Than's mind drifted to his past life. 3 years into the end of the world. Just as things were shifting from infection to mutation phase, the second rock hit. That's when the zombies went on steroids. Global evolution skyrocketed. Survival mode went from hard to nightmare. The zombie flowers, the red phantoms, the mutated flora. None of that belongs in the infection phase, Thien Than explained. One anomaly? Maybe. But we've seen 3 different advanced mutations. The timeline is broken. If the mutation phase just started early, we can handle it. But if the second meteor hits early, we're screwed. Cao Phi's jaw dropped. So this comet? That's the second meteor? Lam Sa chipped in. How are you so sure these geeks have the file? You confident? 100%. Thien Than knew because in his last life, this exact observatory in So Chau broadcast the warning to the entire world about the second impact. Huyen was a Tier 3 powerhouse now. She could handle So Chau, but an early impact changed the math entirely. The scavenger pounced again, desperate to rip Chen apart. Another blade strike connected, spraying neon green gore everywhere. He backflipped to safety. Damn. This thing heals faster than I thought. Must be linked to the red demon. Can play with this thing all night. He thought, time to speedrun this boss fight. Chen swung for the next snick. The bug controlling it was severe. It hit the ground, pulsed for a second. Then, boom, black gas erupted everywhere. Honmine ducked behind a wall. Explosion. What's the status? He peeked out. You gotta be kidding me. That ugly thing is still standing. Chen's blade hissed, smoking from the acid blood. He stood across a pool of slime, facing down the beast. The spectators gasped. Dude is legit. He actually heard it. Honman and Old Lu practically hugged each other. We made it. We actually gonna live. With Chen tanking, we untouchable. A veteran scavenger slapped them down. You idiots, the nightmare is just starting. That's not a wound. He saw this thing fight 3 Tier 2 masters back in the day. It's charging its ult. It releases every parasite in its body. The second they touch living flesh, kaboom. Faces went pale, every single one. That's thousands. Even Chen can T-dodge a blast radius that big. Chen's voice cut through the noise ice cold. If you know what S coming, why are you still standing there? Run, morons. The crowd scattered like roaches. Move, move. Dunty looked back. The scavenger whirred, eyeing the fleeing prey. It raised a claw. Chen stepped in, blade ready. Hey, ugly, you worried about snack time or saving your own house? The scavenger realized too late that it had made a fatal error as smoke billowed from its lair. Celestial rushed in from the blind spot, blade raised high, the monster's jaw dropped. Game over. Celestial drove his blade deep into the beast's vitals. A nasty swarm of bugs burst out as the scavenger collapsed in a heap, dead on impact. Those creepy crawlers bloated up and went boom, sending goo flying everywhere. The crowd scrambled like headless chickens, barely making it to safety before collapsing on the ground, gasping for air. Screw this, I'm tapping out. Judge me all you want, but I'm going home. They figured they were finally in the clear. A cold muzzle pressed against Honmin's temple. Quitting already? Wrong answer. I run this table now. Honmin, and you replaying whether you like it or not. A lackey chimed in. Boss, we re-outnumbered. Honmin snapped. Dragon 5, what's your angle here? The guy shrugged. Cool as ice, no angle. Just need some info. Is Celestial inside or not? Honmin played dumb. Maybe he is. Maybe he isn't. Dragon 5 fired a warning shot. Whatever, just watch the show. He let out a chilling laugh. The real fun starts now. Acid smoke hissed and spiraled up as a goon reported Boss Dragon, the evolved punks are neutralized. Anyone resisting got tied up or hamstrung. We stripped the civilians of their weapons too. We own this place. 0 chance of a comeback. 5 smirked. Perfect. Now it is just Celestial left in that pit. After a blast that big, he has basically roadkill. This city belongs to the Dragon family now. Smoke's clearing. Go check the body. They stepped into the haze. The acid stench was strong enough to melt Nose hairs. He's gotta be dead. Dragon 5 muttered, shifting nervously. But what about that blade? Did the acid ruin it? A minion shouted, Boss, look, S stuck in the ground. Totally scratch-free. 5 sprinted over, grinning like a maniac. Yes, that acid didn't even dent it. That is some top-tier loot, and now it's all mine. Suddenly, a blur of motion cut through the air. The blade vanished. 5 blinked. What the hell? Yo, little 5. Celestial's voice echoed from above. He smirked, looking down at them. Rude to touch stuff that doesn't belong to you. Don't you think? 5 went pale. Impossible. The bug swarmed him. How is he still breathing? And he doesn't even have a scratch. 5 forced himself to breathe. Chill. Stay cool. Nobody walks away from an explosion like that. He must have dodged it. Kid's got speed to match his muscle. Doesn't he matter? He is fast. But that last fight had to have drained his tank. I've still got my ace in the hole. I am winning this, Dragon 5 shouted. Not bad. Celestial survived the fireworks. The hero shrugged, and Cao Phi's voice crackled in his earpiece. We re-clear, linked up with the group, 0 casualties. Solid, Celestial replied. Scavenger S-Toost, take Bucky and secure the loot. I'll handle the trash out here, watch it back. Coffee warned. 5's face turned purple. Counting your chickens already. Do I look invisible to you? 5 snapped his fingers. Bring him out. Honmin and Old Man Liu, trussed up like turkeys, were dumped on the ground. I know what you're rethinking. Celestial, you think I'm weak because my 4 top guys aren't here. right? And yet without them, you'd kick my ass. But did you ever stop to think why I showed up anyway? 5 clamped his hand onto Honmen's skull. The man's face started shriveling instantly. No, stop. Celestial blinked absorption. Honmen turned into a dusty mummy while Dragon 5's muscles bulged, ripping his shirt. Oh yeah, that's the stuff. His torso expanded like a balloon. Honmen was a strength type, famous for explosive muscle bursts. Now all that power belongs to me. Celestial's mind raced. In my past life, this guy was a low-level scrub. I had no idea his tier 2 ability was absorption. He can steal powers to buff himself. It's a massive power spike in seconds. The only downside, once you start, there's no going back. The victim dies, obviously, in the future. Anyone with this power gets labeled public enemy number 1 and hunted down by the entire server. Old man Leo's eyes nearly popped out of his head as 5 turned his gaze toward him. Stay back. While Liu panicked, Celestial made a call. This guy had to go. 5 laughed. Take me out, you're gonna regret looking down on me, kid. 5's palm slammed onto Leo's head. No. Dantius, the scream died as Leo withered into a husk. His bonds slipping off his shrunken frame, crackling blue lightning sparked around 5's legs. Arcs of electricity danced across his roided-out body, converging on his fists with a dangerous buzz. Ivy wanted this thunderstrike power for ages, he roared. The bystanders gasped, holy crap, feel that pressure? Is that really Dragon 5? Who takes it now, Celestial or the Dragon? 5 cackled maniacally. I broke through, I feel invincible. Netch Hein radioed in. I'm picking up a tier 3 signature. What's going on over there, you close? Celestial asked. Almost everything S set. How's the safe zone? Celestial asked. Packed, she replied, sounding excited. The VIPs are here, the audience is seated. They were just waiting for your performance. Good, Celestial said, cool as a cucumber. The opening act is over, time for the main event. The 2 fighters locked eyes, the crowd murmured. You guys feel that static? 5 feels way stronger than Celestial right now. Who's gonna drop first? Old Chin started praying. Celestial better win this, or we all dead meat. Dante, you get it. 5 is absorbing powers. If Celestial goes down, we just juice boxes for that guy. Panic set in. What do? We pray, idiot. Celestial winning is our only ticket out of here. Across the field, Dragon 5's eyes glowed crimson. Celestial watched the transformation. Genuinely curious, 5 scowled at him, vibrating with stolen power. More energy. 5 dragons drooled as he felt the aura pulsating around Angel. That energy, that is the good stuff. Once I suck you dry, I'll be a god. He didn't wait. He lunged. 5 dragons cocked his fist back. You mine, Angel, boom. A dust cloud swallowed them whole. The survivors held their breath. That hit was nuclear. Did the kid make it? Sizzle. As the smoke cleared, Angel stood there, totally unbored. 5 dragons sneered. Think you can dodge forever, you slippery little rat. Angel narrowed his eyes. That mark in his eye. Is it connected to the red demon moon? Meanwhile, the villain went full junkie. Red veins popped all over his skin as he screamed. Feed me. Sparks flew off Angel's blade. You want juice? Choke on this. One blinding slash lit up the night. The crowd gasped. Did he just... From the sidelines, Xuan watched 5 dragons slide apart like a wet puzzle. Black smog poured out of the pieces, but Angel spotted the red demon mark. It wasn't fading, it was spreading. Gurgle, gurgle. The corpse didn't stay dead, it bloated, skin stretching tight like an overfilled water balloon boiling from the inside out. He got 2 big pop, a blinding flash, then total detonation. Angel frowned through the debris. That wasn't my blade's doing. Little 5 was dead the second I cut him. Did the virus lick-fay him? Wait, was he infected before we even threw hands? Angel turned to his crew. Dean, clean up 5's goons. Boss is dead. No mercy for the leftovers. Crush him, Dean roared. The enemy panicked. Fall back, the 4 tigers hold the safe zone. We just gotta get there. Move. Dean's squad gave chase. Dunn let him walk as the goons screamed about safety. 4 objects whistled through the air and slammed into the dirt right in front of them. A thug froze. That's the tiger's gear. Why is it? Swen stepped out of the shadows. Do I have to spell it out? Those 4 just checked out of existence. Their jaws dropped. It was Susan, the baddest scavenger in So Chau City. She zeroed the tigers. She's rolling with Angel now. No wait. She's a solo act. Why is she teaming up with him? It clicked. Angel recruited the scavenger queen. No wonder the 5 family got wiped. She smirked. Hands up, you live. Step up, you die. Tick-tock, boys. The goons panicked. What do? Shut it. You wanna die? Xuan glanced at old Dean. You gonna stare all day or cuff these idiots? Right, bag him up. Dean yelled to his crew. Xuan strolled over to Angel. Congrats, boss. Just like you planned, right? Not everything. Angel muttered. Look at little 5. She looked at the crater. Whoa. What happened there? It's messy, Angel sighed. My psychic game isn't strong enough to scan for the virus yet. But yours is. Xuan's eyes widened. Wait, you think others are infected? It's the nightmare scenario, Angel said grimly. The whole city, all of So Chau, the red demon virus is already inside them. You're kidding, she gasped. Keep it down. Angel whispered. Let's lock this place down before we start a panic. Reality sank in. She grabbed his arm. Got it, but Angel, if I turn into one of those things, put me down. The air got heavy. Angel didn't answer immediately. Like hell, I'd let that happen. Back at the hideout in Vinelac, Angel dumped a sack on the table. Loot from the zombie horde. 75 level 1 cloud crystals, 30 level 2s, 10 level 3s. That's enough to buy a small army. Angel noted. Bao, here's your 40% as promised. Bao looked at the pile, terrified. Nah, man, keep it. Big money brings big targets. I love cash, but I like my head attached to my neck. You hold it just safer besides. Bao leaned in. I know you didn't just take this city for fun. Boss, I want to roll with you officially. Bao slid a clipboard over. Here's the inventory. We snagged 25 rifles and 2,000 rounds from the 5 Dragons stash, burned through 500 rounds, but we bagged 115 cloud crystals. We got 2,011 new recruits instantly, plus 187 prisoners we flipped, 32 evolved humans in the mix. 29 rookies, 3 heavy hitters. Better numbers than I thought. Angel mused. Swan nodded. With the dragons and tigers gone, there's a massive power vacuum in the city. It's yours for the taking. Everyone saw you slice that zombie titan and the 5 boss like it was nothing. Bao chimed in. Hype is at an all-time high and done forget Sister Swan. Half these guys signed up just because the scavenger queen is involved. I've already drafted a plan to split them into 3 squads led by the elites. Just say the word, boss. Angel slammed the clipboard down. Whack, you know why you're here. Bao, I need talent. I'm a fighter, not a babysitter, but you're a manager. Bao stammered. Boss, you mean? Angel grinned. Before, that cash was a target, now it's your paycheck. We're rebuilding a new sanctuary here in Vin Lac. I need you to run construction and manage the refugees coming in from the old zones. Done deal. Bao jumped up. I'll get on it right. Hold up. Angel cut in. He glanced at Swan. Checking him, Angel said. Swan stepped forward. Freeze Bao, just a quick checkup. She tapped his forehead. Red veins pulsed under his skin. Swan nodded gravely. You read good. Bao, get to work. Angel said. As the door closed, Angel's expression darkened. What's the count? 15, she whispered. You guys are clean, but the locals were all ticking time bombs, including me. You were right. The whole city is carrying the virus. Angel clenched his fist. Then we don't have time. Operation Red Demon starts now. Suddenly, Little White scrambled in, squeaking frantically at Angel's boots. Phil and Sam burst in after it. Angel scooped the creature up. What's his deal? Angel asked. I don't know, Phil panted. We were treasure hunting like you said, and he just went psycho and bolted straight here. Thien then realized he'd hit the jackpot. He told Hyen to sit tight and stepped outside, with Lamsa tagging along for the drama. Any updates? Thien then asked. Dead serious, less gawking, more working. Cao Phi smirked. Not bad, kid. Little White led them to a wall, leaving Thien then stunned. Right here, he signaled Lamsa. Phi and I are way too big for this squeeze. You're up. She nodded, sliding into the crevice. Copy that. Instantly, a stench hit her like a truck. Lamsa gagged, pinching her nose shut. Then she froze, staring at the thing in front of her. A bug egg. She dragged it out. This had to be the prize Little White was sniffing for. Is that a scavenger egg? Lamsa asked, curious but grossed out. Cao Phi grimaced. Disgusting. Can we just torch it and call it a day? Thien then inspected it closely. Wrong, that's no egg. It's a venom sac from a scavenger, loaded with high-grade corrosive acid. This stuff is potent, way stronger than what runs in their veins. We need to handle this with kid gloves. Dangerous, sure, but a total game changer if we time it right. Go grab some glass jars. We rebottling this and watch it. 1 drop on your skin and you can kiss that hand goodbye. Lamsa stared at her palm, my whole hand. Brutal. Cao Phi muttered. Thien then exhaled, relieved. Lucky I didn't push that beast too hard during the fight. If it had unleashed this, I'd be toast. I'm out. Got business to attend to. You two handle the toxic sludge. Thien then took off. Lamsa raised an eyebrow. Our glorious leader seems in a rush. Doesn't he? Obviously, Cao Phi grinned. Time is money when you've got a date. Or in his case, teaching Hyen that special breathing technique back in the room. That breathing method isn't just for calming down. It refines virus energy and boosts mental resistance. And man, she's a natural, definitely worthy of the boss' attention. Phi and the kid took 20 minutes to get it. Hurt nailed it on the first try. Back in the day, Uncle us spent a whole afternoon drilling it into my thick skull. Guess I can compete with born geniuses. Once she masters the breathing, she should be able to keep that red demon mark in check. Her combat stats are climbing, but if we want to neutralize the red demon threat, just grinding through zombie nests with an army 1T cut it. I need an ace up my sleeve for the showdown. It's time to upgrade the meteor blade. I need that energy coating to be perfect. Cao Phi returned with 2 jars. That's it. The sack looked massive, but we only got 2 bottles of juice. Thien then nodded. That's plenty. If we had this earlier, that giant zombie would have been a cakewalk. One of these jars could melt the bottom half off a tank. You two keep a bottle each. Use it as a last resort. Lamsa eyed the pile of dust on the table. Why are you grinding that space rock into powder? The radiation from this meteor mineral is kryptonite to high-tier zombies, he explained, smearing dust on his blade. I am coating the edge. She frowned. Why so stingy with it? Didn't we have half a boulder left? Thien then shook his head. This stuff is rare, gotta ration it. Besides, a pinch is enough to drop almost anything out there. Even the red demon would feel the burn. There's enough here for your weapons, too. Let's get the whole squad leveled up. The dude cheered. Yuri the man. Suddenly, a loud hiss erupted from the blade edge. They spun around. Smoke was pouring off the meteor blade. What the hell? Cao Phi asked. The energy. It feels different, Lamsa noted. Thien then grabbed another handful of dust. Let's double the dose. The blade hummed violently. Thien then paused. I've felt this vibration before. It's exactly like the first time I plated the meteor blade. It's like the weapon is waking up, responding to me. Is it because I forged it with a shard of the original meteorite? I thought it was just a sharp, durable hunk of metal. Turns out that shard unlocked a massive upgrade tree I didn't even know existed. Did the mineral dust trigger a hidden potential? Thien Than's eyes narrowed. Go big or go home. Lam Sa gasped. Thien Than, don't tell me you're about to. That's way too risky. Cao Phi yelled. Ignoring him, Thien Than slammed the entire chunk of mineral onto the blade. Heat surged, smoke billowed, and in seconds the metal devoured the rock whole. Cao Phi and Lam Sa stared, jaws on the floor. It fused. Thien Than watched glowing veins of fire converge on the steel, a blood groove. The blade cooled, returning to its original form, but now sporting a deep crimson channel down the center. That's it. Cao Phi blinked. Seriously, what was that all about? Thien Than gripped the hilt, closing his eyes. The strange pulsing energy was gone, like nothing had happened. We burned half our supply just for a cosmetic upgrade. Cao Phi stepped up. My turn. He pressed his throwing knife against the dust. Nothing. Well, that was a bust. Lam Sa tilted her head. Strange. Sister Lam Vi forged Phi's gear too, using the exact same alloy. Why is the meteor blade the only one throwing a party? Because I forged a meteor shard into the core. Thien Than mused. Plus, I synchronized with its energy while I was unconscious. It's in a league of its own. There has to be a new ability locked in here somewhere. I guess I'll have to find out the hard way. On the battlefield, Bao stormed in. Boss, mission accomplished. I split the new recruits into 3 squads, each led by a tier 2 evolver. We also inventoried the Vinlac warehouse. We've got enough chow to last 2 months. Thien Than smirked. Excellent. That means we can launch the offensive early. Bao blinked. Thien Than slapped a map onto the table. I confirmed the intel with Hien. There are over 20 zombie hives in So Cha. I plan to exterminate every single one of them. In 2 weeks, Bao's eyes bugged out. Every single one, boss. I knew you dreamed big, but this is insane. Getting cold feet, Thien Than asked. No way. Just didn't expect to go nuclear so soon. I mean, everyone wants those hives gone. They know if we clear them, surviving in So Chao becomes a breeze. But historically, poking a zombie hive is a suicide mission. A few major factions teamed up to try it before, but their rear guard was weak, and they got ambushed and looted by raiders. Lam Sa gasped. Ambushed? Who has the guts to do that? Aren't they afraid of retaliation? Bao spat on the ground. Who else? The Engu faction. Thien Than didn't flinch. Makes sense. Those vultures only know how to profit from chaos. Bao clenched his fist. Exactly. Wiping them out would be a public service. But after that disaster, nobody dares to whisper about attacking a hive anymore. Raiding zombie hives usually means body bags. Doesn't matter how famous you are, you can autograph your way out of a funeral. God thought to himself, no wonder the early days of the apocalypse were the Wild West. Back in my past life, 10 years post-fall, backstabbing a safe zone during a raid would get a hunter blacklisted and executed. But here in So Chao, panic rules the streets. Getting these guys to play nice is like herding cats on meth. The kid piped up, so you were saying if I lead the charge we get the glory without the gory, 0 casualties. The thug nodded eagerly. Totally, with a rep like yours. Boss God, we could launch a raid or 2 easy. Everyone knows you read the real deal. God flashed a satisfied grin. Piece of cake. Then I actually have a playbook that wipes out the nest without costing a single drop of blood. He circled a spot on the map. This hive is right on Vin Lac's doorstep. To keep the cribs safe, we smash it tomorrow. Consider it a field trip. Brother Bao was sweating bullets. Since when is a suicide mission practice? They crept up on the hive, watching the undead stumble through the shadows. Bao peeked over the hood at a walker shuffling past. He signaled the crew, listen up. I'm only gonna say the battle plan once. Burn this into your brains. The trash mobs out here are just the bouncers. The real VIP party is in the underground garage out back. The play is simple. We kite the small fry back to Vinlac and flatline M. That clears the lane for Boss God to rush the heavy hitters inside. The crew looks shaky. There's gotta be 1,000 biters in there. How do we handle that math? Dragging them to base sounds like a death sentence. Quit whining. Bao snapped. If God says it's doble, it's doble. Besides, he promised the first wave gets a 60% cut of the loot. That 60% figure lit a fire under them. Bao saw the greed and doubled down. That's 60% of the whole haul, boys. And even if we screw the pooch, the boss gets us out alive. It's all profit, 0 risk. Let's roll. The hesitation vanished. Bao racked his slide. The boys lined up, and the night erupted with the sound of popping skulls. The horde shrieked and surged forward. Bao didn't wait. Move your asses. Pull him back to base. Over the comms. God got the signal. Game on. Team move out. Bao's crew was practically vibrating. Man, what a rush. I've never had a mosh pit this big chasing me before. His buddy was gasping for air. Save your breath. I am tapping out. The other guy grabbed him. You stop. You relunch. Run. They hit the Venlac perimeter. Panic set in. We only have a handful of shooters here. How are we supposed to drop 1,000 Zeds? I don't care how smart the boss is. This is suicide. Bao cut him off. Shut it. Watch and learn. Bang, a zombie's head exploded. Bao looked up to see a squad raining hellfire from the walls. Cavalry's here. They on cleanup duty for the stragglers. Titan formation. Dawn gets separated. Bao barked. Team 2 flushed them into the tall grass. Coral him up. God radioed in, chuckling. Look at Bucktooth go. Kid's got wheels. The runner wheezed back. Less jokes, more running. Get to the trail. Suddenly, 2 massive hordes collided. Grolls ripped through the air. It wasn't a reunion. It was a turf war. It was absolute bedlam from the ridge. Cao Phi watched the carnage. Boss called it. Undead or not, they re-territorial beasts. Put 2 hives together, and they tear each other apart. Time to crash the party. Cao Phi leveled his weapon and squeezed the trigger. Boom, a massive explosion rocked the field, sending a mushroom cloud sky high. The crew watched, jaws on the floor. That was intense. That's the boss master plan, one guy muttered. That ain't strategy, that's just being broke and resourceful. Work smarter, not harder, right? The dust settled, leaving only a few dazed walkers. Clear the field. Let's finish them. Lamsa led the charge, farming XP like a pro gamer. They mowed down the survivors and snatched the loot. The zombies looked like they wanted to die a second time, just to escape the beating. Amidst the smoke and fading screams, Cao Phi lowered his gun. Trash mobs are toasted. Boss God should be wrapping up the main event by now. Meanwhile, at the observatory, furious typing echoed in the lab. Long Jian paced nervously. Well, talk to me. Just punched in the new variables, sir. Results incoming. Little Titch tugged a sleeve. Uncle, what's everyone looking for? We retracking that rock from space, kiddo. The numbers have been acting weird the last few days, so we rerunning the trajectory. Another big rock falling, she asked. Long Shoyan's face darkened. It's a catastrophe we can stop. All we can do is crunch the numbers and brace for impact. Red lights flashed on the dashboard. Collision imminent. What the hell just happened? The analyst turned pale, sir. The object accelerated 20 minutes ago. Revised impact data. 7 days. 7 days. Panic filled the room. Long Xuan grabbed his coat. God is still in So Chau. I have to warn him. Cut to the underground garage. God wiped black blood off his blade. That the last of him. Nuok Hyan nodded. Clean sweep. Nothing left breathing. God narrowed his eyes. Any sign of our target? She closed her eyes, sensing the area. The red demon isn't T here. 0 viral signature. It wasn't T hiding in the boss. Slippery bastard. God muttered. But it spent energy building this hive. We burned down a few more of its clubhouses, and it'll have to come out and fight. She paused. Hey, I have a question. You were covering me back there. Where in TU? God shrugged. Is that a problem? Yeah, it is. She shot back. I noticed you were funneling the lightweight zombies into my lane. You managed the flow perfectly to match my skill level. But I never told you what I can do. So, tell me, how exactly do you know my moves better than I do? Listen, your powers look flashy, but it's really just basic telekinesis. You match your brainwaves to their physical frequency, vibe check them until they sync up, and boom, total structural collapse. That's exactly how I pop zombie skulls like overripe melons. And let's not even get started on your little puppet master act with the undead. I bet you didn't unlock that little trick until you hit tier 3 and actually learn some control. The stronger your mind gets, the more hacks you figure out. She smirked. What else do you know about me? Honestly, I lost track. Too much to list, and I'm out writing a biography right now. Just call Little White back home. She switched gears fast. Lamsa said your blade is acting weird. Everything okay? I felt it when I was slicing through those high tiers earlier. The damage output spiked a little, but it was subtle, hard to pin down. Hey, an upgrade is an upgrade, right? Though if we torched that entire ore chunk for a 1% buff, that's a total rip-off. Maybe the blade has hidden potential we haven't unlocked. Wait a second. All these questions, are you actually worried about me? She spun around. Dante, flatter yourself. Mission accomplished. We hit the next nest tomorrow. She walked off, leaving me shouting her name. 5 days later, she was staring at a nightmare. It was a tidal wave of undead swarming toward Dong Un Gai from every direction. A literal flood of rotting flesh, every make and model included. They were swallowing the city whole. She shot up, screaming, the horde. I jumped. Whoa, what's wrong? Just a nightmare. We were safe on the roof. I frowned. You were supposed to be practicing breathing techniques. How did you pass out? She rubbed her temples. Burned too much mental energy lately. My brain is fried. We've wiped out 12 nests and still haven't seen a single hair of the red phantom. Are we chasing ghosts here? What if it's not hiding in the nests? I nodded, crossed my mind. But even so, we have to scrub these pits clean. We need to gear up fast, naturally. A nest takes 2 years to form. The apocalypse started 6 months ago. These aren't natural. The red phantom is force-feeding them. Spawning a nest burns a massive amount of viral energy, and we just bulldozed 12 of them in a row. That's insane, she paused. So you're saying if we keep wrecking its property, we'll force a reaction. Exactly, it'll have to show its face. I did the math. We hit 12. Today we hit 15. That's 70% of its assets gone. No way it sits back and watches that happen. Cao Phi spotted Bucktooth returning. No horde on his tail. Did the bait plan flop? I watched them roll in. No zombies. Weird. Hey, Bao, what's the deal? Did they not take the bait? He shook his head. No, it's empty. There's nothing there. We froze empty. Like actually 0 zombies. Bao looked rattled, not just the perimeter. The inside is barren. It's a ghost town. Cao Phi chimed in. Think the red phantom packed them up and moved. Lamsa frowned. Is it dodging us? I shook my head. If it knew we were coming, it would have set an ambush. Running away isn't the red phantom's style. She narrowed her eyes. Unless it's already started its endgame. That, I said, is very likely. I barked orders. Bao, radio the other teams, have the evolved squad scout the other locations. Everyone else, rally up. We're rechecking that empty nest ourselves. If the phantom is making a play, it left a trail. We rolled out to the lair. Cao Phi scanned the area, confused. Oh, this stuff is thicker here than the last place. Covers the whole floor. I turned to her. Pick up anything. She nodded. This nest. It feels off. There's a bizarre viral energy hanging in the air. Powerful presence. It's fresh, too. My grip tightened on my blade. Is it the Phantom's signature? It feels like it, but way more aggressive. If it is him, his power levels have skyrocketed. Suddenly, she stopped. Wait, I found something. She pointed at the ground beneath our feet underground. I felt it too, a weird static. I missed it before. Whatever is down there is jamming our mental scans. With your power level, it's basically invisible unless you're looking for it. I didn't hesitate. A few swift slashes, and the ground collapsed into a deep pit. Cao Phi stepped up. I'll take point. Lamsa pushed past him. I'll go. I'm the fastest. I stopped them both. No. Hyen and I are going in. You guys hold the perimeter. We dropped into the darkness. I looked around. Surprised. Didn't I expect it to be this clean? Hey, look at this. I spun around and felt my stomach drop. It was a grotesque gallery of the elite. Razor claws, black demons, split jaws, 10 high-tier nightmares, all wired up to a shattered egg sac. I looked closer. They were shriveled husks, drained dry. She stood there paralyzed. The Red Phantom did this. I nodded grimly. Most likely, I scanned the corpses. These things were peak tier 3, maybe even tier 4. It's cannibalizing its own army. Is it trying to break through to tier 5? If that monster actually evolves, we are in serious trouble. Let's get back to the Rendezvous point. At Camp Bao had bad news, boss. We swept the other 2 nests. Same story. Completely empty. Looks like our offensive forced its hand. She kicked the dirt. We were still too slow. If we'd been faster, it wouldn't have had time to absorb them. No, I corrected, we were fast. That's exactly why it panicked and rushed the absorption process. The strongest husk down there was only mid-tier 4. That's nowhere near their evolutionary cap. It cut corners because we put pressure on it, but there's one thing that doesn't add up. It ate the elites, so where did the thousands of low-tier zombies go? How do you make an army vanish? I checked the perimeter. There's nowhere to hide that many bodies. You can't just tuck a swarm under a rug. Bao raised his hand nervously. Boss, hate to interrupt, but we've got maybe an hour until sunrise. I blinked already. He nodded. We burned too much time tossing those nests. The main force can make it back to Vanglak in 60 minutes. Let's regroup at the safe zone first, Celeste muttered, the words tasting like ash. Safe zone. Really, the doubt gnawed at his gut. The whole reason I set up shop in Vinlak was because this old sanctuary felt wrong, like ancient cursed burial ground wrong, bad vibes 24/7. But the main force is stuck, marching a massive convoy at dawn. Suicide, he barked the order. Get everyone to the safe zone. We reorganize now. We move out at nightfall. 3 hours later in Chau, sun's up, guns out. Rage dragged 2 guys over for a meet and greet. Boss, meet the local legends, big shots. They actually own this skyscraper. Silas nodded, keeping it cool. Sorry to crash your pad. The duo waved it off, crash away. Place was a ghost town anyway, having the Celeste crew here. It's a party, seriously. You realist celebrities in Chau right now. Total honor, man. Celeste cleared his throat. The universal signal for cut the crap. Rage caught the drift immediately. Right, the boss and I have strategy talk private. You guys do your thing, the locals said. Backing out, holler if you need us. Once they were gone, Celeste raised an eyebrow. Fanboys want in on the gang? Yup, Rage confirmed. Tier 2 mutants, they command 50 heads. Back in the day, they were the mafia of Chau. Even the Wu clan didn't mess with them. And it's not just them. Everybody wants a piece of the action. We've got 7 different warlords begging to sign up. Coming here was a power move, boss. Perfect chance to buff our numbers and expand the empire. Fine, draft them, Celeste decided, but only the killers. I need loyalty and lethal skills, not dead weight. Rage saluted loud and clear on it. Celeste knew the score. The Red Demon was making moves. A war was brewing, and he needed soldiers. Logically, it tracked. So why was his spider sense screaming danger? What am I missing? The door burst open. It was Celeste. It's Whitey. The little guy is glitching out big time. Celeste frowned. White Ace nodded, breathless. Ever since we crossed the perimeter, he's been acting psycho. He shaking like a leaf. Never seen him like this. I thought maybe he was leveling up, but there's no energy spike. He hasn't eaten any junk either. It's not sickness, Celeste. It's terror. Pure terror. Celeste's blood ran cold. Whitey is a radar for death. If that creature was scared the apocalypse wasn't coming, it was here. Bam. Hyen kicked the door in. Celeste code red. Zombies. A tidal wave of them. Breaching the safe zone, the room froze. Zombies. Celeste sprinted to the roof edge and looked down. It was a sea of rotting flesh. The streets were paved with the undead. Cao Phi gasped. How the hell? With a swarm this size, how did our sensors miss it? How did you miss it? Celeste stared at the black mass. My God, how many are there? 100,000 minimum. Celeste gritted out. He remembered the old timeline, so Chau fell to a fraction of this horde. If we get boxed in, even a tier 4 god dies today. He spun around. They breach in 30 minutes. Tell the main force to bail now. Rage looked confused. But how? This is the safe zone. It's supposed to be impenetrable, right? Every other sanctuary in the city got wiped out ages ago. This is the only spot that never gets hit. It's legendary. Exactly, Kuang added. The swarm never comes here. Silas grabbed Kuang by the collar, eyes wide. Repeat that. The swarm never comes here. Kuang stammered. Common knowledge. Boss, that's why it's the safe zone. Zombies ignore it. The realization hit Celeste like a freight train. Idiot, there was no magic barrier. There is no safe zone in Chau. It doesn't exist. He screamed, evacuate, get everyone out. Suddenly, the floor lurched. Boom. The skyscraper swayed. Earthquake. Rage yelled. yelled. No, Hien pointed to a pillar of smoke. Look at the street. The earth was cracking open like an eggshell. Crack, snap, the fissures spread everywhere. A massive sinkhole yawned open in the city center. What in the world is that? There's another one, Cao Phi shouted. Give me the scope, give me the damn scope. Through the lens, it was a nightmare. Zombies to the southwest, zombies to the northeast. Every exit road was choked with the undead. They were everywhere, Hien whispered. The horror sinking in, we retrap. Rage dropped to his knees. It's real, it's actually happening. A soldier behind him started hyperventilating. The dream, it wasn't a dream. We re-dead, we re-all dead. Silas snapped, shut up. What dream? Rage looked up, eyes hollow. I dreamed this exact moment. It wasn't a nightmare, it was a prophecy. We all die here. The panic spread. I had that dream too, meat. Same here. Silas grabbed Hien. She nodded, pale. Yes. Cao Phi looked around frantically. We didn't dream anything. What's going on? Celeste roared, it's the red demon mark. Everyone in the zone is branded. That wasn't a dream, it was a psychic broadcast. Rage scrambled up. Boss, look at the skin. People are breaking out in red blotches. The streets are going insane. Red marks. One guy pulled up his sleeve to reveal glowing crimson runes. Like this. Ivy got them too. Hysteria exploded. Am I turning? I don't want to be a zombie. Please, not a zombie. Boss, save us. I can die like this. Hien touched Celeste's arm. Celeste, she pulled down her collar. I marked. Celeste's face flushed. Bad timing. But Hien ignored it. I can feel it spreading. My energy is going critical. When this tattoo covers me, I turn. Simple as that. She locked eyes with him, intense and tragic. You remember what I asked you to do. If I turn into one of those things, she whispered, her voice shaking, you have to put me down. I pulled Nuok Hien close, gripping her tight. No way in hell. Not on my watch. Zombie tsunami, red demon. I don't care what they throw at us. I finally found you, and I'm not losing you again. We take out the big bad, and this nightmare ends today. The undead horde was rolling in like a tidal wave, wall-to-wall rotting flesh. Meanwhile, that massive crater in the city center was hiding something nasty in the dark. Trust me, I said, looking her in the eye. Have you got this? She hesitated, then asked, with your skills, you guys could still make a run for it, right? I can feel the red demon down there. It's pulsing. Take Lamsa and get out of here. I'll handle the cleanup solo. We're practically strangers, and you've already risked your neck enough. Don't be a hero for me. I grabbed her shoulder, cutting her off. Hien, listen. No matter how crazy this gets, I am not ditching you, ever. We smoke the demon, the curse breaks. Simple, we can do this. I radioed Bucktooth. Yo, Buck, you trust me? Those red marks on your squad, same infection Hien has. It won't turn you instantly, but wait too long and your body's gonna crash hard. The only cure is killing the source, the red demon. Yeah, the big uglies we mentioned earlier. We were going in for the kill, but I can solo this, boss. I need you to rally the troops and organize a defense. You down? Poor guy was sweating bullets. Then he snapped out of it, returning to his voice. Don't worry. Then I got things covered up here. I smirked. That's what I like to hear. Let's roll. Down on the streets, it was total pandemonium. Move it, they recoming. It's a freaking swarm. People were losing their minds, screaming, I don't want to die. I don't want to look like that. Help me, one drunk guy was just chugging beer amidst the chaos. We were screwed anyway. Might as well go out buzzed. Others were throwing punches, panicked and angry. Get out of my face, you jerk. Lamsa watched the madness unfold. Yesterday this was a safe zone. Now it's hell on earth. It was never safe, I said grimly. The whole safe zone thing, probably a trap from day one. We kill the demon, we end the game. My earpiece crackled. Then it's Buck, what's your status? Everyone's freaking out over the infection marks. I couldn't round up many guys. We lost about 100 civilians who ran for it. But the good news, most of the evolved stuck around. Solid work, I replied. Hold your position on the roof and wait for my signal. Copy that, he said, but hurry it up. Man, the horde is closing in fast. Hien looked wrecked. Sis, Lamsa started, but Cao Phi cut in as he dashed past. Checking his gear, save it, she knows the score better than anyone. Right now, they didn't need pity. They needed faith. This wasn't a skirmish. We were walking into a death match. And for the first time, even I didn't feel like I held the winning hand. All we could do was have their backs. We skid to a halt at the edge of the massive crater, staring into the gloom. It's too quiet, someone whispered. Is the demon really down there? Hien nodded grimly. It's there. I can feel it. I lit a flare grenade and dropped it into the abyss. The pit was bottomless. As the flare spiraled down, it lit up the dark. Lamsa peeked over the edge and gasped. What the? Cao Phi went pale. It's massive. For the first time, I felt a genuine chill run down my spine. It was a cocoon. A pulsating titanic red cocoon suspended in the dark. Cao Phi raised his rifle and unleashed hell. Bang, bang, the explosive rounds struck the shell and did nothing. It's useless, he yelled. Not even a scratch. How is that physically possible? I gritted my teeth, shaking with adrenaline. Tier 4. Peak Tier 4. No, the energy coming off this thing was insane. It's way past Tier 4. It's got enough juice to hit Tier 5 right now. But it's not hatching, it's waiting, hoarding power. Why? What is it waiting for? Suddenly, a heavy thump-thump echoed behind me. It was coming from the meteor blade strapped to my back. I unslung the weapon. The blade was vibrating, pulsing like a heartbeat. Was it reacting to the demon? I unwrapped the cloth binding. My hands trembling slightly, the steel glowed with an ominous crimson light. Hey, Lamsa asked, stepping closer. What's going on with your sword? It's draining the viral energy right out of me. I grunted, fighting the pull. I can T-control it. It once stopped, my hand felt glued to the hilt. I can T-let go. This was new and bad. The blade was drinking my energy faster than I could regenerate. I was barely holding it together. If this kept up, I'd be too weak to fight. Hien stared at the glow and blood groove on the blade. Is it charging up? Charging, maybe. The blade was forged from a meteorite shard. The red demon was born from the same cosmic debris. There had to be a link. The sword, sensing the demon, triggered this thirst. It was feeding on me to match the monster down there. I could feel the weapon fusing with my own biorhythm. It was alive, and the red demon wasn't just an enemy. It was the fuel this blade needed to evolve. Bucktooth's voice screamed in my ear. Then, you good, the swarm is here. It's here. A deafening rumble shook the ground behind us. Crap. We were so distracted by the glowing sword we forgot about the tsunami of rot heading our way. If that wave hits us, we're lunch. Phi, I yelled. Clear a path. On it, he shouted. I did the math. Phi's grenade launcher could pump out 40 rounds in seconds, enough to carve a hole for our escape. But if we run, we can T-kill the demon. Suddenly, Bucktooth shouted again. Then something's wrong. They aren't T-attacking us. What, not attacking, I swear. Buck yelled. I'm standing right in the open. It's like I'm invisible. They were just rushing past me, heading straight for the crater. Hold your fire. Something's weird. I watched the horde approach. Copy that. We froze as thousands of zombies sprinted right past us, ignoring our fresh meat, and hurled themselves into the abyss. It was a lemming suicide run. Lamsai and Cao Phi watched in horror. They were literally lining up to die. Phi muttered, why? Suddenly, a massive tentacle shot up from the dark, snatching a cluster of zombies mid-air. I watched the tentacle crush them, draining their essence. It hit me. It's feeding time. The red demon called every zombie in the city here for a buffet. It's eating them to finish its evolution. Hearing that word hit makes C Hien like a truck. Evolve, evolve. She kept mumbling it like a broken record, eyes glazed over, sleepwalking right toward the edge of the pit. Join us. Evolve. I yanked her back just in time. Whoa, easy there, Hien. That was way too close, she gasped, blinking rapidly. I swear I heard someone telling me to jump. The scary thing is, she was actually gonna do it. I checked the red mark glowing on her chest. Definitely the red demon playing tricks. That infection is spreading fast. Jumping from tier 4 to tier 5 takes a massive amount of juice. Even if the red demon pulls it off, it's gonna be drained and vulnerable for a while. Since we torched its main zombie buffet, it lost the premium fuel. Now it's going for quantity over quality, trying to fast-track its recovery and skip the burnout phase. Worse, it's eyeing evolved humans now. If that mark takes full control of Hien, she's just another snack for the beast. We have to take the red demon out like right now. The virus readings down in that pit are off the charts, and the terrain an absolute nightmare for a fight. Jumping straight in is a suicide mission. We'd never make it back out. We need a backdoor to get to that cocoon. Yo, Bucky, is there another route into this hellhole? He grinned. Subway tunnels. Boss, turns out our crater sits right on top of the Socho Central Plaza station. 3 major lines intersect down there, and lucky for us, there's an intact entrance right inside the safe zone. It's just 3 stops away. Then it clicked. I did see a stretch of tracks earlier. All right, listen up. Grab your gear, lock and load, and meet at the subway entrance. Move. The squad mobilized to the subway entrance. The whole place was buzzing with nervous chatter. Bucky marched up with the head count. Yo, big boss, we got 15 evolved and 73 regulars. I talked him into staying, but the vibe is pretty grim. I get it. I looked over the exhausted crowd. They'd been through hell and back just today alone. Just choosing to stay took guts, but fighting in this condition, that's a recipe for a massacre. Listen, I shouted. We repassed the point of secrets. Truth is, I spotted those marks on you guys a week ago, the crowd gasped. Even my crew looked confused. Why drop that bombshell now? That brand comes from a monster-class zombie, the red demon, and it's waiting for us right underneath that pit. The marks are active. Eventually, you'll turn into zombies and basically become protein shakes for that thing's evolution. Panic exploded. Nutrients. You mean we were gonna die? But Bucky said there was hope. I don't you want to die? Bucky stepped up, veins popping. Shut your traps. Let the man speak. The crowd went dead silent. One guy stammered. Boss, there's still a chance, right? You said if we kill the beast, we survive. Yeah, I admitted, but it's a long shot. I raised my sword. This is the meteor blade. To make it work, I gotta constantly pump it full of energy. Until it's fully charged, I can T-fight at max power. That's why I need you guys. This subway line leads straight to the demon's lair. I need a squad to escort me down there and clear a path so I can face that thing one-on-one. I'm not gonna lie. It's a death trap down there. People are gonna die. I'm not forcing a single one of you to come. We're running out of time, so I'll skip the motivational speech. Any evolved fighter willing to ride into hell with me, step forward. It's the only shot at survival you've got. I knew that staring death in the face was the only way to unlock their true potential. Taking down the red demon wasn't gonna be a walk in the park. If they weren't ready to lay down their lives, we'd already lost. Dragging them down there against their will would be pointless. To my surprise, Bucky, The guy who usually runs away screaming was the first to step up. I am with you, boss. He turned to the crowd screaming, are you guys dense? Why do you think he's dragging us to the zombie nest? He tracked down the monster for us. Everything he's doing is to save our sorry skins. Hearing that actually warmed my heart a bit. Bucky kept preaching. What are you waiting for? Even a slim chance is better than rotting away as a mindless zombie. Tonight we go all out against these freaks. The evolved group roared, hype levels rising. Damn right, better than turning into zombie Cho. Kill 'em all, boss. I am in, me too. Let's go slaughter those things. I looked at Bucky with new respect, who knew the buck-toothed loudmouth was the inspirational leader we needed. I couldn't help but grin. Good. Leading the charge down the stairs, I commanded, let S turn that thing into hamburger meat. The ground was pulsing with gross, vein-like structures. Man, this place has really gone downhill. It reeks, smells like straight-up blood. One guy glared at a pulsing vein on the wall and blasted it. It was Bucky again. You think a little rotten meat scares me? Come on. He turned to the squad attack team. Listen up. The lives of every person upstairs rest on our shoulders. Rear guard, seal the entrance. Doan Chau, let us get flanked. Point team, your only job is to get the boss to the bottom of this pit. Cao Phi nudged me. Status report. It is speeding up. I muttered ever since we got underground. The energy drain is getting intense. I'm using the cloud crystal just to keep up with the absorption rate. But hey, the bar is filling up fast. I'll be battle ready in no time. Thien whispered. Does it feel too quiet? We've been down here 5 minutes. There's no way the red demon doesn't know we here. She eyed the fleshy walls. The deeper we went, the thicker the veins got. Definitely not a good sign. Suddenly, the darkness shifted. A zombie burst right out of the vein-covered wall. Contact, open fire. Someone screamed. Then a voice from the back. We got movement back here, too. I watched in horror as the walls themselves started spitting out monsters. Is the subway station actually breeding zombies? I didn't know the red demon had that trick up its sleeve. It's not just controlling them. I realized aloud the red demon is using its own body as a biological hard drive for zombie 9. Once it has enough juice, it can 3D print special infected on the fly. We might even see tier 3 or 4 elites popping out of the woodwork. Nuwak Hyan clocked it immediately. The formation was cooked. They were getting overrun. I got this, Bao roared, blazing away at the undead. Don't freeze up on me. Tighten the ranks. Get behind my back. You want to breathe? Move your ass. If we all get bit, nobody walks away. Stick together or die alone. One shot at survival. Cover the team so they can gut that red phantom. And hey, Sky God, mark this down on my tab. Bao grinned. Boss, we'll hold the line. You guys split. Cao Phi hesitated, looking sick. Bao, look at the swarm. You're gonna get buried under that meat tide. Then run faster. Bao shouted, that red freak wants to drain your clock. My life's bargain bin anyway. He won, take care. Too bad for him, this bargain bin fights back. Go. Thien Than flashed a thumbs up as he blurred past. Bucktooth, you're a legend. Then he was gone. A walker lunged, bam. Headshot, eat lead, ugly. Bao thought as he fired. Back in the day, the 5 families treated me like street trash. To this red phantom, I'm less than dirt. Hell. Before the world ended, my boss treated me like a used napkin. After the fall, the elites looked at me and saw garbage. I've been a nobody my whole life. Only the boss ever looked at me like a man. Bao screamed, trigger finger locked down. Not today. Today I ain't trash. I'm the damn hero. The squad sprinted like hell. Cao Phi checked the nav. Checkpoint in 100 yards. 2 stops to the boss. He glanced back, sweating. Think Bao's crew can hold. That red freak doesn't have infinite mana. Thien Than said we crash his party now. He can focus on spawning more creeps. They skidded to a halt. Writhing tentacles blocked the path. Cao Phi blinked. Tell me I'm tripping. Please tell me I'm tripping. It was a mess of vines and claws, crowning a massive, unbloomed bud. You gotta be kidding me. Someone gasped, a zombie flower, and it's a queen. Vibes off. Thien Than muttered. Lamsa squinted at the base. Look at the roots. That's an ancient tree structure. What are we looking at? Same as before. Thien Than scowled. Red Phantom raided his gene bank for a mashup. It's a fusion. Zombie flower meets divine tree. Final form nightmare. Fuel. Cao Phi's jaw dropped. He has divine tree. Nah. How stacked is this guy? Wait, Lamsa panicked. Flower plus tree. Doesn't that make it a tier 5? They must have clashed a million times for him to get that data, Thien Than guessed. He snatched the genetic code, sure, but Red Phantom doesn't have the juice to print a true tier 5 yet. This thing's peaking at T4. HP is lower than the pure flower boss, but the skill set, pure tier 5. Worse, it's got the ultimate, tentacle bulge birthing a shape. Oh, you sick bastard, Cao Phi swore, the flesh molded into a familiar face. There you are. The thing smiled, arms wide. Come give daddy a hug. Lamb soft rose dad. Nuwak Hyan grabbed her. Don't that is not him. She spun around, eyes wide. What the hell is going on? Why is Uncle Law down here? Thien Than explained grimly. The flower steals genes and memories through blood during combat. Uploads it all straight to the Red Phantom. That thing wearing your dad's face, it has his memories too. We're fighting a near-perfect clone. Come let Papa see you, the clone wheezed. Cao Phi raised his launcher. I'm blowing this freak into chunky salsa. Stop, Thien Than barked. No explosives. The roots have compromised the tunnel structure. You toss a bomb. You bring the whole ceiling down on us, we'll be buried before the phantom even lifts a finger. Lamsa stepped forward, blade drawn. You guys run, this one's mine. Kid, are you sure? Cao Phi asked. Her eyes narrowed. That bitch wore my dad's face to rattle me. Well, joke's on it. It wants a piece of me. I'll show it who owns these street. I'll handle the rear. Go. They squeezed her hand for a second. Doan Chau die on us, Thien Than said softly. Then they turned and bolted. Leaving so soon, the clone shrieked, tentacles lashed out, severed instantly by Lamsa. Hey, she yelled, eyes on me, ugly. The fake sneered. Fine, let's see what you learn, daughter, she smirked. More than you can handle. As they ran, Thien Than sighed. I know what you're rethinking, but we can T-baby her forever if she's gonna survive this apocalypse. She needs to fight her own demons. Man, I don't know, Cao Phi panted. Tier 4, Divine Tree Armor. And Uncle Les combat experience, that's a tall order. She's not the same kid anymore, have a little faith. Suddenly, Hien skidded to a stop. Heads up, trouble at 12 o'clock. They froze, vines were slithering across the floor. Flower vines, Cao Phi went pale. Wait, this feeling, an illusion flickered. Lamsa being devoured. Get off her, Cao Phi roared. Losing it. Phi, wait, it's fake. Hien yelled, but he was already charging. He drop-kicked the girl, and the illusion shattered, revealing the one-eyed mutant. Well, Cao Phi scoffed. If it isn't Cyclops, small world. Careful, Hien warned. Red Phantom buffed him. His illusions even fooled me. He's out of your league, nah. Cao Phi cracked his knuckles. This one's personal. He put me in a coma back at the convoy. Payback time, he looked back. You two are the heavy hitters. Go smoke the Red Phantom. Don't waste mana on trash. Thien Than noticed the orbiting blades. 4 flying daggers. His control stats have leveled up. Relax, boss. I done fall for the same trick twice. Thien Than gripped his shoulder. All right, finish it. As the others vanished, Cao Phi smirked at the mutant. You let him walk. You smarter than that flower bitch. The daggers hummed. Now, die. Blade sliced into the mutant's flesh. Against Cao Phi the Great, you read just a rookie. Suddenly the world warped. The subway tunnel dissolved into a dark hallway. The hell? Cao Phi spun around. This is my front door, he panicked. Why am I home? I was just in the tunnels. I gotta save Thien Than. Wait, no. Cao Phi froze, his hand hovering over the doorknob. Right, home. I need to go home. Click, the door swung open, flooding him with warm, golden light. His jaw hit the floor as he scanned the room. It was exactly the same, every poster, every chair, preserved perfectly, just like the snapshot in his memory. A voice he knew better than his own cut through the silence. Look who finally decided to show up. We almost started dinner without you. Park it, kiddo. Cao Phi slumped, dazed. I think I just had the craziest nightmare. It feels like it's been forever since I saw you guys. Am I losing it? His dad laughed, shaking his head. Listen to this guy one late night, and he is speaking in riddles. His mom's hand cupped his cheek, soft and warm. She cooed, little Phi, you re-exhausted. Aren't you? Relax, we were right here. We were not going anywhere. Tears welled up in his eye. Yeah, he stared at the steaming food. This is real. They were staying. We were a family again. Suddenly, his dad piped up. Look at the time, honey. Grab my coat, would you? Cao Phi blinked. His gaze locked onto the watch on his wrist. Wait, Dad, this watch. The memory hit him like a truck. That was the day my dad blew himself up. Pain shot through his skull as he clutched his head. The illusion of his mom looked panicked. Sweetie, what's wrong? He muttered. Right, zombies. What about the undead? Did the virus stop spreading? The parents exchanged confused glances. His dad frowned. The virus that spread months ago, son. Why are you bringing up ancient history? Besides, his dad continued, didn't Biggie wipe out the horde in our neighborhood ages ago? His mom nodded in agreement. Exactly, I know we had our beef with him over business back in the day. His dad admitted, but I gotta hand it to him. We owe this peaceful life entirely to that man. Big was the first to spot the outbreak. He rallied the whole city together. He's the reason we're living a normal life right now. Cao Phi rubbed his temples. Is that true? So we were actually safe. That means Lai and Thien Than are okay too. His dad clapped a hand on his shoulder. But listen, little Phi, to keep this family paradise intact, you've got to take out one last target. Cao Phi blinked. One more. Who? The two illusions spoke in unison. A villain. He wants to ruin everything Bigga built and destroy everyone's peace. The Phantom Father pressed a cold gun into Cao Phi's hand. I know you two are tight, but do this for your mother and me. Okay, you have to end him. Cao Phi stepped back, horrified. Dad, who the hell are you talking about? A voice shouted from outside. Cao Phi froze. No way, bang, bang, bang. The door shook. Cao Phi's eyes widened. Is that? Meanwhile, Lamsa was in the fight of her life. Barely dodging a barrage of strikes, she glared at the Lahan clone, fuming. The flower zombies' offensive lines were airtight, 0 gaps. Unbelievable, it copied my old man's moves perfectly. So much for a quick win. Fine, I'll whittle this annoying wooden statue down to size before I finish it off. He might have my dad's skills, but he can't match my sonic speed. Suddenly, the Lahan clone's hand clamped onto her wrist like a vice. Lamsa froze, a fist slammed into her gut. She went flying backward, her entire body shaking from the impact. A memory flashed, Lahan screaming, You idiot, how many times do I have to teach you? You think speed is everything. You can't even nail the basics, get up. Back then, she had pouted and stayed down. Damn old man, I quit. Why do I have to learn this garbage anyway? He roared back, because you were my daughter, your footwork is sloppy, your core is weak. and your blade is sluggish. Have you learned nothing from me? You were giving up over a little pain. Are you really my kid in the present? Lam Sa's face darkened as she scrambled to her feet. Shocking the clone, she gripped her dagger tight. Dealing with a nagging old man really is a pain in the neck. Elsewhere, as Thien Than raced toward the objective, Nuach Hien voiced her doubts. Based on the energy spikes ahead, the red demon has definitely hit tier 5, but it's still absorbing zombies instead of breaking its cocoon. Why? It's all part of its plan. That monster is smart. We wrecked most of its nest, but it figured out a hack to bypass the vulnerability phase of its evolution. We need to strike at the root, force it to hatch early so we can fight it while it is still weak and disoriented. Didn't he look convinced? Weak or not, it's still a tier 5. He nodded. I know, but popping that shell early is our only shot at winning. Nuach Hien stopped dead in her tracks. Thien Than level with me. What are odds? He sighed, admitting the grim reality. 30%. Her shoulders dropped. 30%. He caught her look. I know what you're rethinking. The odds suck. That's why I have a plan B. If this goes south, I'll use the Cloud Star convergence to wipe the red demon mark off you. We might not win the fight, but we'll make it out alive. The Cloud Star acts like a battery. I'll use myself as a conduit, drain the viral energy from your system, and dump it into the device. Once it's done, the mark is history. Nuach Hien stared at him. Batch Tran, that will kill you, won't it? Being a conduit causes irreversible damage. You're gambling with your life. He smiled softly. Yuri overthinking it. Worst case scenario, I drop a rank, I can always retrain. Besides, we don't have a better play right now. It's our only option, Nuach Hien whispered to herself. Our only option. Back in the simulation, Cao Phi's nightmare shifted gears as Thien Than banged on the door. You in there, man, it's me. Thien Than open up. Cao Phi recoiled. Thien Than, Mom, Dad, surely the villain you want me to kill isn't he him? This isn't a funny joke. How could it be him? Tell me I am wrong. What is going on? Why would you make me kill my best friend? Why? His father dropped to his knees. Little Phi, please, for our family's peace, I am begging you. Cao Phi went cold. Are you kidding me? Do you realize what you were asking? That's not just anyone, that's Thien Than. Cao Phi screamed, tears streaming down his face. He's my brother? A slow clap echoed through the room. Wow, brotherhood that moves the heavens, how touching. Cao Phi froze. The illusion shattered. His parents were tied up. Biga held a leash attached to a snarling zombie dog, which lunged at the image of his mother. She shrieked, save me. Biga sneered, I want to see who you pick, kid, your brother or your parents. The father illusion pleaded, save your mother, please son, or she's going to die. The air filled with desperate cries. Help me, little Phi, please, think about this. Cao Phi's knuckles turned white around the gun. Shut up, the three figures watched, waiting for the trigger to snap. I'll do it, Cao Phi decided, steeling himself. Outside, the Angel clone hollered, Phi, you in there, buddy? Cao Phi ignored the noise. Hey, Angel, he asked out of the blue, how long have we been riding together? About 2 years, I guess, the voice replied. Why the sudden nostalgia trip? Tears carved tracks down Cao Phi's dusty cheeks. 2 years? Damn, time flies. His mind flashed back to high school. Cough up the lunch money loser. The bully had sneered. Back then, Cao Phi actually had a spine. You want it? Come take it, tough guy. The bully laughed. Ooh, the boarding school brat thinks he's scary. Feeling lucky, go ahead, take a swing. That's when Angel's foot introduced itself to the guy's face. High-definition impact. Screw talking, just punch the guy. Angel grinned. The bully folded like a lawn chair right in front of Cao Phi. Angel rested a baseball bat on his shoulder like a boss. Name's Angel. Your roommate for the next 3 years. Cao Phi smiled at the memory. That was day one, first meeting, first brawl, a classic bromance origin story. If Angel hadn't stepped in, Cao Phi would have been broke for the semester. Later, he found out the bully was the homeroom teacher's kid. Angel knew the whole time and still threw hands to save him. Didn't you worry about the heat you catch? Cao Phi had asked. Angel shrugged. So what, worst case? I get a vacation from school. Angel, if I had to trade you to save my own skin, would you be cool with that? The clone outside answered. Bro, if you want it, take it. What's a life between bros? Cao Phi nodded. Got it? His expression darkened into something terrifying. Thanks, man. Meanwhile, on Lamsa's front, the battle was raging. Daggers clashed against steel, sparking like fireworks. Clang, clang. Too slow, kiddo, Yuri lagging behind. The Lahan clone taunted as he knocked her flat on her back. Dust and smoke billowed up, swallowing the scene. Lamsa grit her teeth. Every time she went supersonic, this old geezer predicted her landing spot. Even her combo chains weren't making a dent. Just give it up. He lectured, Yuri stronger now. Faster too, but I taught you every move, you know. Using my own playbook against me, you never stood a chance. This clone wasn't he just wearing her dad's face. He had downloaded his memories and combat experience to total cheat code. His stats might be lower, but his battle AQ was god tier. Plus, he had that freaky zombie flower running assist. If this kept up, she was toast. Chill, she told herself, breathe. What would Angel do in a mess like this? Flashback to 3 months ago. Angel's voice was ice cold. I thought you trained in close combat with your dad. Is this it? You fight like a rookie brawler with level 1 strength. You could even handle a basic level 2 zombie like this. Lamsa had pouted, crossing her arms. Yeah, but I'm fast. He ruffled her hair. Stop making excuses. If your dad taught you close quarters combat, didn't he teach you how to handle someone stronger than you? The only play here is a surprise attack. Back in the present, Lamsa smirked, time to test the theory. The Lahan clone sighed. Those same old moves again. I told you, sticking to the script 1T work. Suddenly his eyes widened. She was gone. Sonic boom. She reappeared instantly on his left flank. He sidestepped effortlessly. Pointless. I know your rhythm before you even throw the punch. Speed doesn't matter if I know where you're going. She blitzed around him, a blur of motion. The clone was losing track. Suddenly, shockwave. She triggered a double speed boost mid-air. How the hell? Before he could finish, she rocketed past him and slammed into the giant tree. The clone realized too late she wasn't aiming for him. She was fusing with the host plant. She laughed maniacally. If you were just a flower monster, I'd be screwed, but morphing my dad into a giant tree. Big mistake. Pale. I done just merge with trees. I hijacked them. The zombie flower let out a confused, guttural growl. Crack, snap. The clone watched in horror as she forced the tree to reject the parasite. It was forced separation. The entire zombie flower was ripped clean off the trunk. Boom, the Lahan clone collapsed like a puppet with cut strings. Lamsa panted heavily. That massive separation move had drained nearly all her viral energy. But she wasn't done. Her fusion ability let her tap into the ancient tree's reserves, alright? She thought, I'll use the tree's own power to crush that flower. Time to borrow some firepower. Meanwhile, Angel clocked it. If his gut was right, the red demon was hiding just up ahead. Natch C. Hine felt the curse mark burning. The closer we get to the red demon, the faster this mark spreads. She warned, we're running out of time. We'll have to charge up while we fight. Angel said, I am not at 100%, but with you backing me up, we've got a fighting chance. Hine, listen to me. Do not go all out. Do not sacrifice yourself. Our only job is to force that thing to bloom early. Once the meteor blade is fully charged, it'll hit a whole new level. It might actually be enough to take the red demon down for good. After we kill it, I'll get you out of here, and we'll figure out how to bring Uncle La back. Suddenly, she touched his shoulder. Angel froze. He couldn't move. My psychic energy. He realized, you paralyzed me. I figured this trick out after you taught me that breathing technique. She confessed. Makes sense you wouldn't know about it. Your plan is to force the red demon out while it's weak and kill it. And if that fails, you're replanning to burn your own life force to save me. That's your grand strategy. The success rate is barely 30%, isn't it? But you were going to try anyway. There's a better way. My psychic energy versus the red demon. Seeing his confusion, she explained, don't you get it? This curse mark was designed to absorb humans. If I walk right up to it, it won't say no to a free meal. And while it's busy trying to eat me, I'll trigger a psychic resonance and blow it up from the inside. Even if it doesn't die, it'll be crippled. And a crippled red demon, that's an easy win for you, right? This plan has a 100% success rate. Angel's eyes went wide with panic. No, absolutely not. You'll die. Let me go. Hine, release me right now. Stop struggling, she said softly. The meteor blade is draining your energy. In your condition, you can break my psychic hold. You've been lying to me this whole time, haven't you? You didn't have a clue how to kill the red demon. And saving me, the price wasn't just losing some power. You were going to take the curse onto yourself. You always do this. Pitch a terrible plan where you pay the ultimate price just to keep everyone else safe. I seriously, Dante, get it. Why does he have to be so freaking adorable right now? Angel was practically on his knees, begging, no way you can to leave. Seriously, Dante, do this. She shut him up with a soft kiss, turning his face 50 shades of pink before pulling away. As she walked off, he kept screaming after her, come back. Seriously, get your butt back here. Angel screamed, barking orders at Hien like a drill sergeant. Get back here right now. But Hien, she was already gone, marching forward without missing a beat. Blazing sunlight spotlighted the massive egg sitting at the bottom of the crater, just a lonely little doomsday device in the middle of nowhere. Hien crept closer and called out, hey, Red Phantom. She wound up and threw a haymaker right at the shell. Your executioner is here, ugly. The impact made the blood veins on the egg spark like fireworks, mirroring the glowing red lines popping up on Hyen's forehead. Boom, she whispered, but the Red Phantom just commanded, chill, human. Hien froze, jaw-dropping as a perfect copy of herself walked out of the shadows. Tentacles sprouted from the copy's back, covered in gross little lumps. Let's chat. The fandom said Hien knew this was the real deal. Just how jacked up on evolution steroids was this monster? Hien scoffed, pass, we have zero to talk about. The creature smirked. You humans love that saying, don't you? No forever friends, just forever benefits. I put on this pretty little skinned suit just to make you comfortable. Consider it a VIP courtesy from your future god. And since I'm such a gracious host, I suppose I should give you the grand tour, right? Human manners and all that. Welcome to my crib, my dimension, and check out the garden. All these lovely fruits are mine. Hien stared at a weird glowing pod. Yeah, the thing nodded. You've already met my pets. They were keeping those two heavy hitters busy right now. Hien raised an eyebrow. You mean the zombie flower and Cyclops? The Red Phantom waved a hand. That's what you call them to me. They re my babies, special fruits with special names, meat fusion and spirit. Wait, so those monsters are just extensions of you? Aren't you worried my friends will turn them into salad? Please, your friends are tough, but they can handle my harvest. But I am offering you a golden ticket here. I've got 4 empty slots in my collection, and I need a scavenger hunter, fill those slots with the missing powers, and I level up to God mode, and you darling feeling are a masterpiece. Your mental energy puts my fruits to shame. You're sitting on a goldmine of potential. Join Team Phantom. I'll even let you drive the spirit fruit. We're talking higher plane of existence stuff. Infinite upgrades. Forever. Just take a bite. Become part of the future. Hien started drifting forward like a zombie, eyes glazed over. What the hell? My legs are moving on their own. I really want to eat that thing. The Phantom whispered, feel that etch. That's your Dina screaming for an upgrade. Done fight it. Your biology wants this. Eat up and ascend. Suddenly, Angel's voice flashed through her mind. I won't let you lose yourself. Hien snapped out of it slightly. Hey, if I eat this, will I be stronger than you? The Phantom smirked. Nice try, we'll sync up, but I'll still be the boss. Hien's expression went cold. Is that a fact? Bam. She slammed a fist right into the Phantom's chest. Then I guess I don't need your stupid snack. I'm just here to put you in the ground. She blasted energy into the creature. The clone melted back into goo. Evolution is the ultimate goal. Yet you reject it. Humans really are weirdos. The ground beneath Hien started quaking violently. Something massive pushing up from the core, cracking the earth like an eggshell. A gigantic flower burst from the rubble. The red Phantom bellowed. If you want to evolve, you don't deserve to exist. Hien stared up, wide-eyed. What the hell is that thing? The true red Phantom rose from the debris, towering over everything. It stood atop the zombie flower like a queen on a throne, glaring down at Hien. Time to die, little girl, the Phantom hissed. Hien threw a punch at the flower stalk. Thud. Nothing happened. She landed back on the ground, grimacing. The Phantom laughed. Cute trick, but you hit like a toddler. Hien gritted her teeth, dodging a massive vine whip and sprinting straight up the flower's stem. Are all humans this brain dead? The monster scoffed. You can scratch me, you can control me. You just rushing to your funeral. Maybe Hien grinned, or maybe you just clumsy in that new body. Before the Phantom could process the insult, boom, an explosion rocked its core. The monster reeled. She kept hitting that same spot. She was planting energy bombs. Hien dusted off her hands. So, while we were dancing, how many charges did I set? 10, 20, who's counting, you brat? The Phantom roared, slamming a limb down. Hien backflipped away as the monster's body started popping like bubble wrap. Chunks of the giant flower flew everywhere. Half of the red Phantom's face got blown clean off in the blast. Hien watched warily. Damn, it heals just as fast as the zombie flower. I'm gonna have to vaporize the whole thing to kill it. The Phantom's face knit itself back together. Okay, I'm impressed. Waste of talent to kill you. Last chance. Merge with me. The red seal on Hien's neck started pulsing. The monster grinned. Now Hien gasped, trying to trigger the last charge. Explode. Come on, the Phantom laughed maniacally. Useless. I have infinite regen. You can kill a god. Accept the gift. 3 massive vines shot from the flower's maw, snatching Hien up by her arms and legs. Let your genes join mine. Trussed up like a turkey, Hien started glowing with raw power. The Phantom shivered. Yes, I can feel it, that pure, delicious evolutionary energy. I'm leveling up. Once I slurp her down, I'll go snack on her friends outside. They look tasty too. Gotta remember not to kill them too fast. Wait, the Phantom paused mid-meal. Something feels off. Power surged backwards through the vines. Hien smirked, eyes crackling. Took you long enough to take the bait. I've been waiting for you to open the front door. My energy is already in your bloodstream. Ugly, let us see how you handle a total system overload. She turned into a living lightning bolt. The Phantom screamed as its body started melting into sludge. Why? The monster shrieked. You'll kill yourself too. If you have a death wish, just give me your body. It makes no sense. Hien sneered, electricity arcing off her skin. That's the thing about you zombies, you don't get loyalty. The red Phantom howled, trapped in the lethal connection. No way. She cranked her power levels through the roof. The red Phantom's head started fading out like a glitch. Hien knew she could chill, yet one slip, and it's game over. If I slack off now, I'll never be able to pay him back. Suddenly, Thien Than popped into her head, flashbacks hitting her like a movie trailer. Where the hell is this? That's Thien Than. I remember him dragging me down the street. Don't be stupid, he said. I'm getting you out of here. Then it clicked. Wait a sec, that's us. Hien spirit watched Thien Than sprinting toward someone who looked exactly like her, whose twisted memory was this. She saw him shaking her lifeless body. Hey, wake up. Come on, snap out of it. She was totally confused. What is going on here? It's definitely us, a memory, but why is my brain drawing a blank? The scene cut. A man asked her, when do we leave? She answered, tomorrow. It's humanity/shot. I'm out of options. The guy asked, can I come with you? She shook her head. You're only tier 3. You can handle this fight. He looked crushed. So I'm just a burden to you now. Hien panicked. Is this a hallucination? No way, the red Phantom isn't strong enough to mind game me like this. So what is this? A memory, but Thien Than and I have only known each other for like a month. Wait, that older guy, that's Thien Than. But middle-aged. She grabbed him tight. Promise me, stay in the city. Dante, go anywhere, okay? Wait for me here. If we win this, we get a normal life. No more looking over our shoulders. Thien Than looked at her. And if you fail, then I die. But we out of options. This is the end game. Watching this play out, Hien was freaking out. What the hell is happening? This isn't my memory. Is it someone else's? A zombie screech pierced her ears. She whipped around and saw one charging. Thien Than smashed its head in, furious. Can't a guy say goodbye to his girl before you come looking for a beating? He stood high above a tsunami of undead, screaming, "Let's all go to hell together, you mutts!" Nuoc Hien gaped. It was Thien Than. He was actually fighting them. Hold up, didn't I tell him to stay put in the city? Where did all these zombies come from? These memories are a total mess. Thien Than's body hit the ground hard. Her spirit screamed his name. The zombies swarmed, but stop, she frowned. Why aren't they attacking? Something erupted from the ground. The zombies froze, staring as a small, glowing orb shot into the air. Nuoc Hien couldn't look away. She watched, stunned, as it blasted a beam of pure energy straight up, piercing the heart of the storm. The light swallowed her whole. What was that? Snap back to reality. Was the red phantom showing me that? The monster roared, furious human. What did you do to me? Where did you get that data? Tell me where. She realized it saw the memories too, so the red phantom didn't because the creature kept demanding answers. What is this? How is this possible? What did you do? Nuoc Hien paused. Wait, its defenses are dropping. Now, she unleashed a shockwave, shredding the vines binding her. The flower monster took a direct hit, blowing a hole in its side. It was backed into a corner. Fine, human, if I can't absorb you, I'll just delete you. Nuoc Hien felt a massive pull. Her spirit energy was being drained. That's it, my last drop of power. I guess this is where I check out. She closed her eyes. Goodbye, Thien Than. Detonate. A massive explosion ripped through the air. Nuoc Hien plummeted to the ground. Half the red phantom was gone. But it wasn't dead. It tried to force its spirit into her empty shell. Lucky I ejected my spirit just in time. This girl, she was actually willing to die just to take me out. Suicide tactics, stupid choice, but a comatose human can fight back. Come here, let's evolve together. Vines shot toward her, hungry to merge. Slash. A blade cut through the air, severing them instantly. The red phantom recoiled. Thien Than was back, keeping his promise to protect her. He looked dead serious, eyes cold as ice. He planted his blade in the dirt and gently patted Nuoc Hien's head. Classic you, Thien Than whispered, still reckless as ever in this life. He pulled her close. Rest now. I'll handle the rest. The red phantom stared at him, drooling. Those genes, incredible. He's even more evolved than the girl. If I consume him, I'll reach perfection. The zombie flower pulsed, bloating up before spewing a jet of slime skyward. Vines latched onto nearby zombies, draining them dry to refuel. The flower erupted with thousands of tiny tentacles. Thien Than opened his eyes, grip tightening on his hilt. He swung. A single, devastating slash aimed right at the beast. He felt it immediately. That strike was twice as strong as usual, but it barely cost him any energy. Just holding the weapon felt like tapping into infinite power. This blade was a beast. The red phantom watched in horror as its flower head split in two. What is that weapon? It actually hurt me. It felt its power draining. Is he stealing my evolution? No, that's mine. Give it back. Vines lashed out in a chaotic wave. Thien Than analyzed the spread. Too dense. No way to dodge. Fine, then I'll cut through. He unleashed a flurry of slashes, shredding everything in his path. The red phantom roared as its energy was siphoned off. He is stealing it again. I am the master of evolution. It belongs to me. The vines fused together into a giant mass. The monster went berserk. Give it back. Thien Than braced himself, struggling against the creature as sudden power surge. The massive tree trunk came crashing down right on top of him. His blade caught the trunk. Holding the weight, the phantom waited for him to break, but he held his ground. With a primal scream, Thien Than pushed back. Crack, a fissure appeared in the wood. Snap, he sliced the massive branch cleanly in half. He didn't stop. He drove the blade straight down. The phantom froze as the steel sank into its chest like butter. Its energy drained instantly, and half its face dissolved into nothing. The red phantom panicked. It couldn't let him take any more. It had to kill him now. Thien Than's vision went blank. He tipped backward, falling just as the colossal zombie flower collapsed into the abyss below. Thien Than clocks the danger behind Hien and sprints. He catches the massive carcass of the zombie flower midair, playing linebacker, so Hien does get flattened. No way. The red phantom goes down like a sack of potatoes. Something's fishy. Then the radio crackles. Boss, big problem. The zombie horde just quit. They retreating into those gross tentacles. A nasty theory hits him. The horde isn't retreating, they're being eaten. The red phantom screams, my evolution stops for no one. Come back to daddy. Thien Than realizes the play. The freak is absorbing the dead minions to force a power-up. Boom, a shockwave ripples through the cave, and the red phantom crashes to the dirt. Thien Than is still reeling, trying to figure out the script. The monster struggles to stand, wheezing, my harvest, my precious fruits, ruined, gritting his teeth. Thien Than shoves the dead weight aside. The giant zombie flower corpse lands with a heavy thud behind him. Thien Than blinks. What's this psycho planning? The evolution flopped. But the red phantom is obsessed with its lost snacks. Hien snaps awake. The fruits, they were the zombie flower in one eye. Thien Than helps her up as she adds, and they definitely toast. The boss is vulnerable, end it. Thien Than grins. Little lie, and Cao Phi actually pulled it off. Meanwhile, over at Lamsa's position, the zombie flower blasts a wave of energy. Lamsa frowns. The strain is on steroids compared to the Liho variant. Her control over the ancient tree, completely useless here. No matter how hard she hits it with the tree, it regenerates instantly. Worse, the weed is trying to hack into the tree and boot her connection. It almost worked too. The thing screeches, give it back, human. Lamsa grunts. minutes, fighting the headache. Here we go again. Tentacles dig into the bark. Mine all mine. Lamsa clasp her hands, channeling the tree's mana. The monster shrieks. Eviction notice. Human. Get out! Fat chance ugly. Suddenly, a flower bud pops open on the trunk. Lamsa's eyes widen. Multiple blooms are sprouting. It's fully integrated. The zombie flower hisses. Once I reclaim my vessel, you're at lunch. She smirks. Keep dreaming. Fertilizer. Yuri so loud, it's just a stupid tree, right? Fine, take it. The zombie flower goes feral with joy. My precious returns us. Lamsa severs her link and lands opposite the monster. Immediately, the creature starts sizzling like bacon on a grill. Dump both bottles. Not bad. She notes coolly. She flashes back to when they held hands and Cao Phi slipped her his stash. Thien Than had coached her. Take Phi's poison vial. That scavenger toxicity destroys zombie flora. Wait for the perfect shot. And Dante miss. Lamsa taunts that rot poison is lethal, but usually you could just chop your roots and bail. Too bad you cinched up so perfectly. I pump that toxin through every vein in the trunk. Think you can run? Congratulations. You just played yourself. The monster screeches in helpless rage as its body dissolves into sludge. Lamsa sighs. She's too drained to back up Thien Than now. Cut to Cao Phi. He is unleashing hell. Bang bang. Gunshots echo sharply through the gloom. Finally, Cao Phi collapses, his piece hitting the floor. The illusions around him flicker and fade. He struggles up. Fake, all of you. My real parents would never tell me to hurt Thien Than. A voice behind him calls out, Phi, you good. I killed the red phantom. We re-safe. Thwack, a throwing knife buries itself in the imposter's skull. WY, the fake stammers. Phi sneers, you don't know jack about me. And you definitely don't know Thien Than. Memories flood back. The schoolyard. Thien Than getting shaken down for lunch money. Hey, pick on someone your own size. Or are you scared of the boarding school kid? Bam. A boot to the face sends the bully flying. Enter Cao Phi. Hell yeah, I punched him. Name is Cao Phi. I'm your bunkmate for the next 3 years. Get used to it. Back in the present, Phi lights a cigarette. I was the hero back then. You got the script wrong. Thien Than used to be a wimp, always getting shoved into lockers. Guy could even ask his crush out, but that kid is dead. Something changed him. Now he's a beast, decisive, lethal. He used to need me. Now I need him. I don't know what turned him into a warrior, but he's my brother. Nobody knows him like I do. You can mess with my head, fake the visuals, fake the audio. But you failed the vibe check. Sacrifice yourself for the greater good. The real Thien Than would never say that to me. Phi unleashes a barrage of knives, slicing the one-eyed monster into sushi. He takes a long drag of his smoke. Meanwhile, the red phantom drags itself across the ground. My fruits give them back. The monster moans. Thien Than steps up, blade ready, your turn slash. Black blood sprays the walls, but Thien Than frowns. That felt way too easy. Hien cops weakly. Thien Than drops the tough guy act and rushes to her. Hey, you okay? She manages a smile. Not dead yet, you worry too much. I'm getting you out of here. He scoops her up princess style. Hien frowns. Thien Than, it feels wrong. Are we missing something? Forget it, we need to move. She pushes his chest. Put me down, I am okay. He narrows his eyes. Psychic adrenaline. I can T-fight, but I can shield myself. You have to finish this. Thien Than gets serious. Listen to me, run, Don T. Look back. No matter what you hear, keep running. She pulls him into a tight hug. Promise me you'll be careful. Ivy got this. He holds her for a second, then pushes her gently. Go now as she flees. Thien Than pivots to face the darkness. The air is thick with viral energy. He was so focused on the red phantom he missed the real threat. The cave is pulsing, and it's all coming from that bizarre alien flower. Guess I am finally seeing the red phantom's true colors. He tightened his grip on the saber, raised it high, and brought it down in a vicious arc. Clang, the blade bounced off like it hit a tank. Celestial's eyes went wide. Seriously, a flower that tough? My meteor saber usually slices through armored steel like butter. No way, not happening. He unleashed a frenzy of slashes. Bam, bam, bam. Sparks flew everywhere, lighting up the pit like fireworks, but nothing. Celestial lowered his weapon, panting like a dog. Total bust. He tried to drain its energy. Zero zip. The flower had some weird vibe. It wasn't he, just blocking the meteor saber. It was completely immune to the blade's lethality. I could hack at this thing 1,000 times and not even leave a scratch. Bao's voice crackled in his ear. Celestial, it's me. We cleared the tunnel. Celestial cut him off. Save the chatter. Kinda busy right now. Bao interrupted. Wait, someone's looking for you. He asked at the Sojo outskirts. Celestial frowned. Sojo outskirts. Then a new voice cut in. Long Cyan, hey, kid, it's me. Chief Long, the news dropped like a bomb after Celestial left. The comet had accelerated. Impact was set for today. Accelerated. Celestial shouted. How much time do we have? Can T give you a precise number? Long Cyan admitted. Atmospheric variables are messy today, but we need to evacuate. It's still too far out to see with the naked eye, but by the time you can see it, you're already dead. Once you see the sky light up, it's entered the atmosphere. That gives us maybe 2 minutes before impact. Celestial clenched his jaw. The third meteorite. It was early. How is this happening? And what about the red phantom? Suddenly the giant flower shuddered. Celestial watched, paralyzed, as bright crimson veins on the petals began to pulse and shift. The red veins slithered off the flower like snakes, crawling across the floor and creeping up the walls. At the same moment, the tethers controlling the zombie horde snapped. Bodies rained down, zombies plummeted into the pit with sickening thuds, piling up at the bottom. Celestial's mind raced. This viral energy is massive. There's no way the Red Phantom has the juice to pull this off alone. Then it hit him, a cold realization. Wait, is it siphoning power from the second meteorite? The blood-red veins webbed across the pit floor, the flower petals darkened to a deep, bruised charcoal, making the glowing red arteries pulse even brighter. If this freak is actually tapping into the meteorite's core, I am about to go toe-to-toe with a fully evolved, level 5 Red Phantom. He tapped his comms. Cao Phi, where are you guys? I'm with Little La. Cao Phi replied. We regrouped and heading your way for backup. Negative, Celestial shouted. Do not come here. Get out of Sojo max speed. You need to be gone before that rock hits. Head to Longhua and find Zhang Dingyu. No deal, they argued. We can just leave you. Celestial's voice was steel. I'm not leaving. The Red Phantom is still alive. It's using the meteorite to force its final evolution. I have to end this thing. Lambs tried to bolt. I'm coming to help, but Cao Phi grabbed her arm, holding her back. Wait, Celestial knows the stakes better than anyone. If he says go, we trust him. She slumped, knowing he was right, her fist clenching in frustration. Let's move, Cao Phi said. Celestial killed the connection. All right, he muttered to the empty air. Just you and me now. From the center of the monstrous flower, a hand slowly rose up. The Red Phantom's voice was a gravelly growl. Evolution, complete today. You all burn. It tore itself free from the flower. And I will be reborn. Celestial didn't hesitate. He swung his blade with everything he had. The monster blocked it with a forearm. What? Celestial's eyes widened. Black demon armor. The creature's arm morphed into razor-sharp claws, swiping it. Celestial scrambled back just in time. Suddenly, the ground beneath them erupted in flames. He clocked it immediately. Black demon durability, razor zombie claws. The Red Phantom wasn't just controlling them anymore. It was using their powers. Vines plunged into the earth, then shot up like spears, aiming straight for Celestial's heart. He hacked through the vines, slice, then a shadow loomed. He looked up. The Red Phantom was charging a massive sphere of pure energy. Celestial braced his blade against the blast. Boom. The impact rattled his bones, son of a. He gritted his teeth. It's even got the Fallen's elemental powers, the monster shrieked, maniacal about its perfect evolution. One more step, it screamed. Celestial ran the numbers: black demon armor, razor claw offense, zombie flower crowd control, plus Fallen elemental magic. Unbelievable. It is stacked with every ability in the book. And worse, every single one is stronger than the original. I have to keep the meteor saber at max output. Anything less, and I won't even scratch that armor. The creature sneered. Humans, I'll never understand your stupidity. You re-evolve less, you re-weaker, and you can hurt me. Why fight a battle you've already lost? Celestial lunged. Why? Because I want you dead. The monster shifted form again, twisting into something even more grotesque. Pointless, it scoffed. You re-inferior. Shing. Celestial's blade cleaved right through it. The Red Phantom froze. What? How is this possible? A lower life form, shouldn't he be able to touch me? Then it saw the blade, that weapon. It's made of my evolution. You stole my power, and now you dare use it against me. Thieving human, that power belongs to me? It went berserk, lashing out wildly. Celestial danced around the attacks, barely dodging. A glancing blow grazed his shoulder, smoke rising from the wound. Celestial glared. What now, ugly? The Red Phantom hissed. Only I deserve the apex of evolution. Elsewhere, Lamsa kicked the door open. Panic in her eyes, Little White. She felt a knot of dread in her stomach. Cao Phi hurried after her. Did you find him? We have to go now. If we see the flash, we retoast, but she ignored him, scanning the room frantically. He's not here. Little White isn't here. She furrowed her brow, fighting back tears. I could sense him 10 minutes ago, but now, it's like he blocked me out. What do we do? Where would he go right now? Cao Phi couldn't wait any longer. He grabbed her hand. We re out of time. We leaving. But Little White, she cried, seeing her distress. Cao Phi paused for a second to calm her down. He's smart. He's fast. He's got better instincts than both of us combined. He'll be fine. When she didn't argue, he yanked her arm. Move. She let him drag her away, but her eyes stayed glued to the door. Where did you go, you stupid furball? Meanwhile, back in the pit, Celestial's blade slammed into a tentacle, but the rubbery flesh refused to break. The tentacles clashed against his blade, screeching like a banshee. Angel grit his teeth, sweat staining his eyes. This thing is tough as nails. My meteor blade usually slices through anything, but this freak won't even crack. He lost focus for a split second. Big mistake. The tentacle smashed into the ground, relentless, hunting him down the moment he dodged. Eyes darting, he frantically mapped out an escape route. Suddenly, Angel planted his feet. Eyes blazing, he caught the strike, roared, and yanked the tentacle with everything he had, whipping the red demon forward like a rag doll. The grip on his sword finally loosened as the monster crashed down. Angel narrowed his eyes, watching the creature. That chain wasn't just a weapon. It was a living, breathing limb acting on its own. Great, my blade is useless against the style. The creature stared back with empty, eyeless sockets, its voice grating. Your weapon, unique. Your evolution is impressive. The red demon stomped, shattering the pavement. The ground beneath Angel erupted, morphing into a massive, gaping maw. He launched himself skyward, barely clearing the zombie cauliflower-esque snap. The demon watched him struggle, sneering, "Nowhere to run, kid. Hand over that evolution power. Give it here." A tentacle shot out, locking onto his blade. Angel frowned, trapped. "Screw it. All or nothing." He kicked off the wall, using the momentum to rocket straight toward the monster for a counterattack. Purple flames danced along his blade. Boom, the explosion was deafening, ringing in his ears. Angel roared, veins popping as he put every ounce of strength into the strike. The red demon's weapon snapped cleanly in two. The monster's eyes bugged out in pure disbelief. In a flash, the red demon was sliced in half. Angel hit the ground, knees buckling, lungs burning as he gasped for air. He bit his lip, body going limp. That one move didn't just drain the blade. It completely emptied his own tank. Gotta recharge before that thing heals. He fumbled for an energy stone in his pocket, but a blur cut through the dust. The red demon's weapon whipped out at insane speed. It lunged at Angel, forcing him to scramble back. Too fast, he barely raised his sword in time to deflect the lethal blow. The red demon stepped from the haze, a twisted grin on its face. It was just a shadow in the thick smoke. "Evolution belongs to me, human. You can take it." It laughed maniacally, eyes wide with madness. The energy swirled back into it. Angel stared, horrified. "You've gotta be kidding me." Tentacles sprouted with a sickening clack-clack sound. The red demon waddled forward. Belly distended. Angel froze, watching the beast. It was using the tentacles in the pit to siphon leftover virus energy. Everything the meteor blade had released was feeding that gluttonous stomach. The red demon cackled, tentacles erupting from its hands. "Your power is mine." "Boy," it lunged, claws extended. "Give it to me." Suddenly, a blur intercepted the strike, slicing the tentacle clean off. Angel blinked, confused, while the demon recoiled in shock. It was Little White. The creature narrowed its eyes, standing protectively in front of Angel, letting out a defiant squeak. Angel's jaw dropped. Little White Man and Mouse stood united against the beast. Angel rubbed his eyes. No way. He gauged the enemy. The red demon was holding its form, but it had burned a lot of juice. It couldn't keep this up forever. Still, it was a tier 5 monster. Little White couldn't take it head on without getting crushed. Angel leaned down, whispering, "Buy me some time, buddy. Just keep him busy while I recharge." The mouse squeaked and darted forward. Little White moved like lightning, creating afterimages that left the red demon spinning. The monster's glowing eyes narrowed, pupils shrinking. "Fast little pest." A blinding light flashed. The red demon vanished, thinking, "Not my kind, but that evolutionary trait. If I eat it, I become perfect." Instantly, it morphed into a giant, stomping the ground and snatching Little White's ankle mid-air. It slammed the mouse into the dirt, carving a trench in the earth. Little White groaned, grimacing in pain. The massive beast crouched, staring down like a kid with a magnifying glass. "Let's get a good look at you." Little White glared back, defiant. Meanwhile, Angel was frantically absorbing the energy stone. The stone dissolved into his palm, fusing with his blood. Angel gritted his teeth, forcing the process. Come on, come on." He kept his eyes glued to the fight. "Hang in there, buddy." The red demon was lethal fast, every strike a death blow. Little White was barely dodging. "I'm at my limit, but I need that power." The red demon roared, "You are mine," and a tentacle speared straight through Little White. Angel screamed, "Little White." The tentacle pulsed, pink veins spreading as it began draining the creature's life force. Greed flooded the monster's eyes. "Become part of my perfection, little rat." Little White shrieked in agony. Angel pushed the absorption to the brink. Faster, faster. But his heart sank. It was too late. The demon was winning. Suddenly, a fist slammed into the red demon's face, launching the beast into the air. It looked down, stunned. Little White lifted its head weakly. Angel squinted. It was Thien. She clapped her hands together and screamed. Boom, a massive explosion ripped through the air, swallowing the red demon in fire. Angel didn't move. "What are you doing here? I told you to run." Thien ignored him, crouching by his side. "Did you forget what you promised? Leave." And Doan Chau looked back. When she didn't budge, he roared, "Get out of here." Instead, she reached out and squeezed his hand tight. "I told you." Doan Chau take handouts. Her gaze was steady, piercing through him. "You've done enough saving. The only thing left for me to do is stay and fight right beside you." Thien smiled softly, tears shimmering in her eyes. "I've made up my mind. If we die today, we die together." Angel stared at her, the words stuck in his throat. Thien. Thien scrambled to her feet, blocking the path. "Heal up, pretty boy. I got this." She glanced at Whitey. "You good to go?" The creature nodded, so she barked the order. "You take left, I got right. Let's follow this freak." Red Demon's body was already knitting itself back together. "Oh, look who's back for the party," he sneered, morphing his arm into a mass of writhing tentacles. Jackpot, 3 snacks in 1 wrapper. Red Demon didn't waste breath on a villain's speech. He lunged straight for her. "Mine." "Move." Angel's voice cracked like a whip from behind. Thien and Whitey spun around just as he vaulted past, brandishing his new toy and bringing the hammer down hard. He unclenched his fist, revealing a pale pink crystal. The villain's eyes bugged out. "No way." Red Demon drooled over the power source. "Listen, kid." The monster scoffed, breaking the silence. "You think a shiny rock makes you a god? I'm evolution incarnate." Angel smirked, tossing the gem in the air. dare, is that a dare? He slammed the crystal straight into his chest. How's this for a power trip? Red Demon's jaw hit the floor. Hien screamed over the noise. Angel, you re-spiking off the charts. He flexed and the shockwave nearly knocked Hien over. She shivered, terrified. That's raw viral energy. No human survives that kind of juice. She couldn't look away. A single streak of blood trickled down Angel's cheek, making him look absolutely feral. Red Demon narrowed his eyes. The math wasn't teammating. How was this ape catching up to a supreme being? I will not be outclassed by a hairless monkey. Absolutely not. The monster lashed out with a thicket of tentacles. Hien shrieked, Angel, but the kid just swiped. Clean cuts, like slicing butter. The monster scowled. Dame human, what the hell are you? Angel kept his eyes shut, calm as a bomb. How did you get this strong, this fast? Angel ignored him, tuning out the noise to sense the vibration below. Deep down, a flower was pulsing, a mystic bloom guarding a core gem. Angel locked onto it mentally. Hien crept closer, watching him like he was a ticking time bomb. His psychic footprint expanded, scanning the entire cavern. Seeking, Hien reached out to snap him out of it, but he clamped onto her wrist. Oh, she winced. Angel, you re-hurting me. He wasn't just holding her, he was draining her. Let go, you can absorb the red mark. It's suicide. Angel's face contorted in pain. She cupped his cheek, tears welling up. Why are you doing this? Doan Chau be a hero, idiot. Memories of their past battles flashed through her mind. Was he throwing it all away? Why did she let him go this far? Her vision blurred. Angel, stop, please. She blacked out, her last thought terrified for his life. Angel caught her before she hit the dirt. Whitey, he commanded, get her out of here. Red Demon laughed a nasty, grating sound. You think stealing my mark gets you a free pass? 3 fresh tentacles sprouted from his back. They whipped through the air like lashes. That power is mine. Nobody takes what I own. Angel stood there, stone-cold statue. Wum, the tentacles slammed into Angel's blade, sparking like crazy. Red Demon's veins bulged. He looked at Angel like a starving dog looks at a steak. Give me back my upgrade. The monster charged, twisting his tentacles into a massive, spiraling drill. It bored through the air, aiming for the heart. Suddenly, crack, the monster shrieked. Angel gritted his teeth and shattered the construct. Boom, the cave shook as the explosion kicked up a dust storm. Red Demon squinted through the haze, ears twitching at a sizzling sound. Angel was gone, vaporized. The beast threw his head back and cackled. Stupid ape, you hit your limit? I'm the only one crossing the finish line. Joke was on him. Angel materialized directly behind him. Swish, the monster's drill arm hit the floor. Red Demon's pupils shrank to pinpricks. Impossible. I saw you disintegrate. He stared at the teen standing tall against his massive form. This wasn't happening. The monster scrambled backward, desperate for space. The core gem pulsed once, then dissolved into Angel's skin. His eyes snapped open. Pure fury. In a blink, he was in the monster's face, blade ready. Too fast. Before the beast could twitch, his other arm was sliced clean off. Panic set in. How was he this fast? Angel didn't answer. He just grabbed the monster's face and slammed him into the dirt, pinned and helpless. The creature sputtered. You, human. Angel silenced him by driving the sword straight down. Purple energy surged, twisting the monster's face in agony. You stole my evolution. Angel ignored the whining. He was in the zone. This was it, the power he chased his entire past life but never caught. Tier 4, genuine, unadulterated Tier 4. He could feel everything. The dust settling, the heartbeat of the cave, the very flow of energy coursing through the air. The ambient viral energy was his to command now. He looked down at the pathetic, wreathing monster. Oh yeah, he could kill this clown. Angel's eyes flared. He ripped the sword out, eliciting a blood-curdling scream. But then, resistance. Is this thing regenerating again? Seriously? Angel froze. He looked up. Oh, hell, a meteor shower was raining down. Boom, the impact sent Angel flying, groaning in pain. Meanwhile, Red Demon was soaking up the chaotic energy. Yes, the monster glowed, spikes bursting from his shoulders. The source is here, infinite power. Baby, he glared at the teen. Game over. Kid, you re-obsolete. Angel didn't flinch. He charged ice cold as ice. The only trash here is you. He swung at a new tentacle, but it bounced off like rubber. Red Demon laughed. Cute toy, he grinned. Now check out mine. The Red Demon tossed him like a rag doll, but the kid stuck the landing without breaking a sweat. Classic video game logic. The closer that space rock gets, the more juice this red freak drinks up. He checked the sky. Showtime. Then he dropped a line that totally threw the monster off his game. Yo, cardio session over yet? He smirked. How about we bet it all on one last shot? The demon eyed him, suspecting a hustle. Nice try, meatbag. INT some glitchy fusion you can scam. Your little mind games, Doan Chau. Work on the alpha. The beast morphed its arm into a jagged blade. Only thing guaranteed here is you on my dinner plate. It roared. The kid just flashed $1 million grin. Keep dreaming, ugly. Today's your expiration date. Boom, they collided at max speed. Sparks flew, and the demon's blade scored a nasty hit across the kid's chest. It looked bad. The kid hit the dirt hard, blood spraying like a bad horror movie. His eyes started fluttering shut. Game over. Nope, the monster whipped around, eyes popping, just in time to feel its own body slide apart into 4 neat slices. Thud, but the freak just started cackling. Not bad, kid, but I'm an immortal. A blinding light screamed down from above. This evolution energy heals me faster than you can blink, but that impact coming down, that's a different story. That's a total party wipe for you, and just like that, the demon stitched itself back together. Your run ends here. I am the only one leveling up today, fully healed. It stood up, dusting itself off before glaring at Little White. The little guy squeaked, sensing the boss was back at full health. Suddenly, the underground flower pulsed with neon purple light, wrapping Nuwak Hien in a protective cocoon. The red demon twitched. Hey, hands off the merchandise, that's mine. The kid stood up, wiping blood from his lip with a wicked smirk. You realize you lagging, right, in a flash. Little White dove straight into the glowing stamen. The demon lost it, face twisting in rage. It dive-bombed the flower, screaming, "Get out, squatters' rights," until a blade slammed into its path. The monster blinked. The kid was standing there, fresh as a daisy. Wait, you reset your XP, you rehacking the evolution source. The kid didn't answer, he just asked, so, still betting on my funeral? Flashback time, 10 minutes ago, he was crouching next to the girl. Little White, she's your cargo now. Before the critter could protest, he tapped its shoulder. Don't talk, just listen to my brain waves. We re on the clock. The kid projected his thoughts. I messed up the math earlier. Red and ugly isn't he the dungeon master, and he isn't the flower either. He's just a glorified parasite mooching off the plants, wifey. See that glowing bud? It's chugging all the virus energy. It tosses the demon some scraps, but keeps the main course to warp the magnetic field. Check the radar, that meteor incoming. This flower is basically a magnet for space rocks. We re about to catch a massive one right in the teeth. Back to reality, the kid smirked. You knew the sky was falling, but you stuck around waiting to pop your ultimate move, Huv. I bet that indestructible flower is your panic room. Plan was to turtle up inside while everything else burns, right? The demon's eyes went wide as dinner plates. It screamed, totally rattled. Impossible, who leaked the patch notes to you? The kid shrugged. You did. Genius. He tapped the gem on his chest. This mark, yeah, you control it, but it's a two-way street. It's since to your Bluetooth. When I ripped that mark off the girl earlier, I downloaded your whole playbook. You think you the only one who can binge-eat cosmic energy? The kid flared his aura, lighting up the cave. Welcome to level 4, baby, as long as we reconnected. I'm drinking your milkshake. You sip, I sip. The demon flashed back to the kid, melding with the floor. It wasn't a glitch. He was siphoning the update directly from the source. While the monster was buffering, the kid smacked him into the wall. Too slow. He checked the sky. Impact in T-10 seconds. He flashed a predator's grin. 10 seconds. Think you can outrun me? The red demon roared and charged, going full berserker mode. Die. The demon swung. The kid parried. 10. Over in the corner, the flower petals started sealing shut. 9. The sky was on fire. 8. Blades clashed. 7. The demon realized he was losing the deep's race. 6. The kid pinned the monster down, eyes narrowing. Suddenly, the kid collapsed. Little White shot out of the flower like a bullet. 4. The furball grabbed the kid. The demon groaned, trying to reboot, but Little White drop kicked it back into the dirt. 3. The hamster dragged the kid to safety. 0 honor, pure survival. The flower locked tight. 2. The countdown echoed in the chaos. 1. The ground shattered. Hellfire erupted from the cracks, swallowing the red demon whole. No, my upgrade isn't complete. It screamed at the sky, defying the script. No, a pillar of pure energy vaporized him instantly. Deleted. Debris rained down like artillery fire. Far away, a tank rumbled across the wasteland, engines roaring over the blast. Inside, Lamsa's crew watched the mushroom cloud. Sweating bullets, big bro. The little girl clasped her hands. Please done be dead. The smoke cleared, leaving a crater the size of a stadium. The flower hummed, glowing with alien code. Then came the snow. Seasons turned. Years drifted by in a blink. A blanket of white buried the crater. Then a shift, the snow slid off, revealing the flower. And suddenly, eyes snapped open. The kid looked around, totally dazed. The spirit realm again. Man, I gotta stop waking up here. Just as my brain was trying to process the chaos, a low buzzing sound cut through the air, where a red energy orb materialized out of nowhere, followed by a swarm of them drifting in slow motion. I instinctively reached out, snatching one of the floating spheres. What the heck are these things? I muttered. Feels like I can command them. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to tap into the power. Nothing, no energy surge. Just a weird, creepy vibe radiating from deep inside. Hold up, wasn't I just throwing hands with the red demon like 2 seconds ago? Last thing I remember, Little White rushed in, scooping my exhausted body up like a rag doll. Pretty sure he dragged me inside that giant flower, which means the meteor must have smashed into Earth by now. So am I still stuck inside the flower? I let out a long, dramatic sigh and flopped down onto the ground. Wait, why is the snow freezing my butt off? Being trapped inside my own mental space disconnects me from physical pain, but these transparent fireballs definitely have a connection to that flower. Great, priority 1, get the hell out of my own head. I sat cross-legged, a statue amidst the white void. The rule is simple. Until you hit level 5 evolution, you can just walk in and out of your mental space whenever you feel like it. Usually, this would be prime time for an upgrade, but I'm on the clock. I need to wake up and see if the world has ended yet. Boom, silence shattered as I blasted out from under a snowdrift. There I was, hair looking like a bird's nest, cradling Nuwak Hien in my arms. The biting cold instantly turned my cheeks beet red. Holy freeze, it's winter. How long was I out? Time really flies when you're unconscious. I scrambled to find shelter for her. I put everything into that punch to escape, thinking the flower was still armored like a tank. Turns out, the thing had turned brittle over time, shattered like glass. I looked down at Nuwak Hien, still out cold, Hien, wake up. Come on, Hien. I paused, checking her temp. Pulse is steady. Breathing is rhythmic. No weird mental spikes. She's physically fine, so why is she sleeping like the dead? My teeth started playing a drum solo against each other. Clack, clack, clack. This cold is no joke. Even an evolved human can tank this temperature forever. I peered into the gloom ahead, no sign of Little White or the meteor blade. Finding them has to wait. If we don't find a headout now, we gonna turn into popsicles. I spotted a fissure in the rock face. Without a second thought, I tightened my grip on her and leaped into the darkness. Touchdown, I crept forward, scanning the area with narrowed eyes. Suspicious, a meteor crashes here. And it's this quiet. I surveyed the wreckage. By all logic, a crash site this big should be crawling with zombies. It should be an undead mush pit. But since I woke up, nothing, zero zombies, not even a whiff of virus energy. It is too clean. I replayed the memory. That meteor fragment was on a collision course with the crater. Yet, looking around now, it's like it vanished into thin air. I spun around Little White. Gone the blade, gone the giant space rock. Also gone, just great. Hien is still in dreamland. Seriously, what did I miss while I was napping? Suddenly, my nose twitched. Sniff, sniff, is that instant noodles? I peeked over a ridge. Survivors. A whole squad of them huddled around a pot of ramen. One guy grumbled, "We've been sitting here for 3 days. Where are these VIPs?" "Maybe we missed them." Another chimed in. "We should bounce. We way outside the safe zone and pushing our luck." Little Lou, looking flushed from the frost, turned to the leader, Boss Dung. "Make a call." Dung just slurped a mouthful of noodles. "You think I don't know it's dangerous out here, but the guy's headquarters sent us to fetch Aaron T. Average Joe's. Suck it up and wait." Feng Tiat blew on her steaming cup of soup, her face glowing from the heat. "I don't mind waiting," she said, "but our supplies are running on fumes. We stay much longer, we starve." She's right, chances are they ghosted us. 3 days is plenty of loyalty. Dung looked at his shivering crew. "Fine, one more day. If nobody shows by dawn, we bail." He glanced toward the horizon and froze. "Wait." Shadow at 2 o'clock, he pointed at the darkness. Contact front. Instantly, guns snapped up. Safety's off. When nobody moved, Dung shouted, "Hey buddy, unless you want to get shot, step out and say hello. Sneaking around is rude." "Whoa, easy." My voice squeaked a little as I poked my head out, putting on my best innocent puppy dog face. "Done to shoot. Just lost, just looking for directions." Dung glanced at Feng Tiat. "Is that our guy?" She shook her head. Intel said, "2 dudes, that's a boy and a girl." "And why are they dressed for a beach party in the middle of a blizzard? Probably refugees looking for scraps," Dung muttered. "Let's check." He stepped forward, eyeing me up and down. "You will work for the Third Master." I shook my head vigorously. "Third Master? Never heard of him." Feng Tiat immediately jumped in. "If you not with him, what are you doing out here? And seriously, what is with the summer outfit? You trying to freeze to death?" I paused, realizing I needed a distraction. "It's complicated," I stammered, feeling the heat rise in my cheeks. "Actually, can I ask something weird? What year is it?" The entire squad dropped their jaws. Feng Tiat's eyes bugged out. Did he seriously just ask that? Does the kid have brain damage? Dung nodded sagely. "Could be. Look at the long hair, the rags, probably escaped a lab or an asylum." Feng Tiat nudged him. "Your call, boss, but strangers with no memory, sketchy." Dung stepped closer, sighing, "Relax, I'll handle the kid." Hearing the tone shift, I mentally exhaled, hook, line, and sinker. A whole year, I thought, what the hell happened while I was out? I kept up the clueless act. Dung looked at me with pity, convinced my memory was stuck in the past. "Wild," he muttered, "must have taken a nasty hit to the head." A gust of wind whipped my long hair across my face, emphasizing the homeless look. "Here, kid," Dung said, digging through his pack. He tossed me a bundle. "Put these on before you turn into an ice sculpture." I pulled on the jacket, grinning. "Much better." "Fit okay?" he asked. "Perfect, thanks, man." As the warmth returned to my limbs, I glanced at Nuok Hien. They'd already tucked her into a spare thermal sleeping bag. Thank God these guys raided that old shopping mall for winter gear. Without them, Hien and I would have been permanent fixtures in the snow. Deblenja glanced at Hien, then barked at Tight, "Get them fresh gear." He turned the big guy. "Tubby, you on patrol?" "Back before sundown." 2 nods. Copy again whipped out a photo from his jacket, looking intense. "Hey, kid, you see these faces on the road?" I squinted at the mugshots for a second before shaking my head. "Total strangers." I gave him a look. "Let me guess. You the welcoming committee for some VIPs." "Is that them?" He sighed, frustrated. "Yeah, heavy hitters. We were supposed to extract them, but looks like we ghosted the Rendezvous." My brain was still booting up. 5 years gone, the world is a meat grinder now. Escorting VIPs through this hellscape, the odds of success are basically zero. Whoever these guys are, they must be the crown jewels of the base to justify a suicide mission like this. I blew out a smoke ring, frowning. Weird, in my last life, I never saw top-tier players looking like those jokers in the photo. Thien saw I wasn't lying. "Look, kid, you homeless. Stick with us tonight. We bounce back to base at first light. Deal." "Your turf, your rules." I shrugged, but internally I was plotting. Hien is defenseless. Priority 1, reboot my powers fast. I dropped to the dirt, crossed my legs, and focused sweat started pouring off me like I was in a sauna. Diagnostic check, system failure, I should be tier 4, theoretically. My viral energy recharges on autopilot even without the breathing hacks. The tank was empty when I woke up, but I've been running the recharge cycle for ages. Why is the refill bar crawling? Screw it, I'm not quitting. I slammed the accelerator, forcing a full system override to max out recovery. Time flew. 5 hours later, I was gasping like a dying fish. A pathetic spark flickered on my finger. 10%, you gotta be kidding me. My face twisted in agony, forcing the engine didn't help, it just overheated the whole machine. I am totally toasted. Bizarre. My knuckles turned white as I made a fist. Fine, until I fix the battery issue. I'll have to solve problems the old-fashioned way, punch in them. The virus juice is for finishers anyway. My base stats are solid, equivalent to a tier 3 brawler. Unless a tier 4 boss shows up, I can at least tactical retreat. Suddenly, the shadows ahead started moving, a lot of them. My eyes snapped open at the noise. Little Letty C was freaking out. Boss, mutants at 12 o'clock. Tubby's already engaging. Deedon ground his teeth. Damn it, Deeping bolted forward. Tight yelled back, I am holding down the fort. You two stay behind me. On it, D-Gun shouted. Reinforce the big guy. Tight glanced at me. I was a statue she stomped over, clearly annoyed. Armory pile is over there. Grab a piece now or you re-zombie Chow. No time to be picky. I didn't say a word. The silence pissed her off. What's wrong with you? Brain freeze before the fight even starts. I ignored her. My gut was right. I'd been running a sonar sweep. My detection range just expanded past 100 meters. Up front, DNG and Letha Key joined the fray. I could mentally visualize every move Tubby made. I had a front row seat in my head. A claw slash down scatter. I watched them dodge. My brain dissecting the creature instantly. Watched the talons, that S tier 2 elite sharpness, kited to DNG. While they shouted, I closed my eyes, analyzing the mutated perfection strain. Only 5 years into the apocalypse and they already here. Evolution is moving fast. Once a basic Zed hits perfected status, it doesn't stop. It starts morphing, mimicking high-tier traits. It is a chaotic biological lottery. They are basically high-tier rejects, but they hit hard. And the worst part, they travel in packs. Individually trashed together, a nightmare. Tubby scrambled back, yelling, Boss, we got a Slacer incoming. Deepingy tilted his head, clear the lane. As the thing lunged, he landed a critical strike. Bam, the zombie dropped like a sack of potatoes. He cracked his knuckles. Keep pushing, funnel the elites to me, the squad roared. Roger that. My eyes widened, an elemental evolver. I stood there, recalibrating my assessment. Mutated perfection enemies, elemental allies, even the grunt is peak tier 1. I missed a lot during my 5-year nap. I glanced at High in the sleeping bag. If I want to keep her breathing, I need my mojo back yesterday. Her lips twitched. Meanwhile, the horde kept coming. Lepsy spotted a fresh wave. Hey, Tubby, UV got company. Tubby slapped his hands together, muttering a prayer. Thwip, thwip. Wires exploded from his hands, weaving a steel web. Gotcha, he grinned. Ain't he nothing getting through my lard web, not even Mr. Scissor Hands. He looked back. Boss, clean him up. DB Dun launched himself into the air. Solid work. His fist turned into a magma rock hybrid. Eat this, you rotting freaks. Boom, the shockwave rattled the air. I slowly opened my eyes. Okay, credit where it's due. These guys aren't total scrub. I gave them a serious look, good synergy, specialized roles, and that leader, DMG, that blast was peak tier 2 energy, easy. He is the anchor. The whole squad's playbook is built around setting him up for the slam dunk. My analysis was cut short by cold steel. Tight shoved a pistol into my hand. Here. Try not to shoot yourself while protecting your girlfriend. I'm going in. Watch yourself. I shook my head and patted her shoulder. Save the ammo. I looked back at Hein, eyes soft but dangerous. Watch her back. Thien Than yanked the weapon off. Fung tie its gear. I'll handle the perimeter. She flinched. Total deer and headlights look. Hey, hold up. Dude didn't stick around for a thank you. Blinked once and poof, he vanished. Insane speed. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad was screaming. Weapons raised, charging into the fray. Push forward. Doan Chau let up. Reload the nets. They were so focused on the front, they missed the rotting freak sneaking up the rear, jaws wide open. He whipped around, screaming, Fatty, look out. Fatty just froze, staring death in the face as those claws swiped down. But right before impact, swoosh, the zombie's head popped off like a cork. Everyone gawked at the guy who just saved Fatty's bacon. Blade buried deep in the undead guts. He stood there, absolute statue, cool as ice, while the rest of them were too stunned to speak. That speed, his eyes were glued to Thien Than. That spear traveled a mile in a millisecond. That's not normal. That's gotta be peak tier 2 evolution, easy. Little loose crew dropped their jaws. Peak tier 2, that's on the same level as the legendary MANHWA gang. A guy like that is a top dog back in So Chau, an elite anywhere he goes. Suddenly, another gull screeched, launching itself straight at the rookie. His eyes bugged out, an armored variant, yes, toast, and Dung grimaced. Those things are walking tanks, bad news for pure strength fighters. Panic mode engaged, he sprinted over. Dun T tried to muscle it. I'm coming to back you up. Dung burst into flames. Literally, he reached Thien Than's blind spot, shouting, flank left, I'll take right, we hit it Toj. And he was talking to thin air. Again, Thien Than had the monster pinned one-handed, face in the dirt. Dung stood there blinking, watching the tank get flattened like a pancake. He mumbled, barely audible. No way. Beast mode. Staring at the crumpled carcass, Dung realized the kid used raw power to insta-kill a variant. That wasn't Tier 2 stuff. No chance. That was Tier 3 minimum. A pure strength powerhouse. Dung stared at the kid's clenched fist. Just who the hell is this monster? Thien Than's nose twitched. Something was up. He spun around, scanning that vibe psychic energy. His gaze cut through the dark. It was Hien. He locked onto the derelict building where she was hiding. They had her surrounded. Get lost. He growled. Meanwhile, Feng Tiet was screaming into her radio. Boss, base is under siege. We re-overrun. I can hold him off. Dung barked back. On our way. Click. She glared at the horde. Come get some, you freaks. She slashed a path through the mob, dropped dead. She took down a few, gasping for air. When suddenly, silence, the zombies just froze. One gull opened its mouth, cheeks puffing out like a balloon, and splat. Head exploded, then the next one. Pop, pop, pop. Feng Tiet stood there, covered in gore, totally clueless. What the? She spun around to see Nuok Hien walking out, a terrifying aura swirling around her hand like a living thing. Feng Tiet's eyes almost popped out. Did the quiet girl just brain blast an entire squad? Is she a psychic type? Suddenly, Thien Than blurred into the frame. Hien, he dashed straight to her, hype written all over his face. Something was off. She looked checked out. He gently brushed her hair. Hey, you okay? Can you hear me? Talk to me. Nothing. Glazed over. Hien. He stared into eyes that were looking at nothing. What's wrong with her? Lights are on. Nobody is home. Psychic feedback. Thien Than grabbed her wrist, pulsing his own energy to check. His eyes widened. Zap. In a split second, he dove into her subconscious. Is this her mindscape? He scanned the void and spun around. There, floating in the ether, was her avatar. Her psychic essence, stuck right in her forehead, was a glowing core. A psychic core? Did she try to absorb the thing? He drifted closer. No, that's not it. In his past life, they were soul linked. This fog. This is her raw power. Usually it's messy, but this core is pulling everything in, creating a mini vortex. It's weird. She has to eaten the core, but it's not killing her either. They in perfect equilibrium. I've never seen this glitch before. What the hell happened? Suddenly, the core flared up, blinding light swallowing her avatar. Panic surged. He screamed into the void. Hien back in reality. Thien Than gasped, air rushing into his lungs. He looked dazed, but he forced a calm face. I don't have all the answers, but yes, definitely absorbing that power at S slow, but yes, stable. He frowned, pulling her into a tight hug. Dawn, worry. I'm sticking to you like glue. Nothing touches you. Not on my watch. She stared blankly off in the distance. Dung squad finally caught up. Tiet, you good? She shook her head, clearing the cobwebs. Yeah, I'm alive. She pointed a thumb back. Lucky she showed up, popped those zombies like bubble wrap. I think she's a high-level psychic. A psychic. Dung's jaw dropped, stealing a glance at the weird couple. I thought the kid was a tank, but the girl's a nuke too. If they re-so-op, why do they look like they just crawled out of a dumpster? Probably running from something nasty. Dung sighed, shaking his head. End of the world, man, it's rough all over. Thien Than dragged Hien over. Dung, tell your crew to pack it up. We need to bounce now. Dung blinked, caught off guard by the order. Thien Than wasn't asking. We made too much noise. Every dead thing in a 5-mile radius is coming to dinner. We need a safe house to regroup. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers. Hey, you guys know Vin Lac. I used to crash there. If it's still standing, that's our play. Feng Tiet grinned, totally ignoring the question. Looks like you re-stuck with us, handsome. Dung chuckled, suppressing a laugh. Vin Lac. What are the odds? He struck a superhero pose, hands firmly on his hips, straight out of Eternal Joy. Baby, my eyebrow twitched involuntarily. Eternal Joy, seriously? Seeing my right face, D and G launched into a flashback. Back in the day, this place was just a glorified snack factory. Then came the Corpse Eater, big, ugly, and bulletproof. A lot of tough guys from So Chaw tried to play hero and ended up as lunch. The world wrote us off, but just when we were ready to check out, 7 heroes showed up out of nowhere. 3 days of non-stop brawling later, we got our home back, but wait, there's a plot twist. The Corpse Eater was just a minion in a way bigger game. The real big bad was the Red Demon, classic villain stuff, wanted to use our city as ground zero to blow up the planet. Just as the doomsday clock was hitting 0, the 7 heroes saved the day. If not for them, we'd all be toast. Back in the real world, the crew in the truck looked gloomy. Bad news, the heroes pulled a disappearing act after the win and never came back. Now all we have are rubble and cool stories. I listened to this epic saga and thought, is this guy for real? The Apocalypse Battle of the 7 Heroes sounds like a bad comic book title. I rubbed my chin. Wait, me, Hien, and Kidla, that's 4 who learned math from a zombie. DB broke my train of thought. By the way, we re-picking up 2 of those legends from Long Ho today. I blinked. Long Ho. Heroes from there? I asked. He shrugged, looking confused, while Deemed frowned harder. I just know one as a sharpshooter who never misses, and the other slices people up with daggers before they even blink. My brain started spinning again. That sounds exactly like Phi and Kid Law, but if they re-following that bad sketch, good luck. Suddenly, a shout cut in. Yo Dieming, we re-here. We rolled up to a fortress buzzing with armed guards and party vibes. Deeng hopped out and waved us in. Not bad, right? Eternal Joy is booming. After So Chao got wiped off the map, everyone with half a brain migrated here. Biggest base in the region now. I've been here since day 1. I walked behind him, staring at the graffiti on the wall. It actually looks legit. Hard to believe this used to be a dump. Life moves fast. You take a nap, wake up, and the whole world's rebooted. Weird feeling. A lookout on the wall spotted us. It's DB. Open the gates, boys. The guy at the gate grinned. Took you long enough, DNG. The two heroes are already here. We rethrowing a huge bash. D, mind you froze. Wait, DNG glanced back at us. Guess we missed the welcome wagon. Come on, let's head inside. I walked in, heart racing. Phi, Kidla, wonder how you guys are doing? Finally gonna see the squad. Inside, two guys were patching up a wall. Watch your step. Got smashed up last month. One said further in. A guy jogged up to DNG. Boss, Carrot Harvest team is ready for tomorrow. DD got nodded. Cool, that's SR Farm Zone. Started it 2 years ago, so we done starve. He pointed to a lush green garden. In my last life, after the meteor hit, this place was a wasteland. Now they're regrowing veggies. Talk about an upgrade. Suddenly, loud shouting erupted. You idiots, you had one job. How hard is it to pick someone up? It was leaky and loud and obnoxious. If I hand T stepped in, the big three would be been insulted. You want that on your head? Digi stepped forward. You found them. Lee smirked, obviously. Was I supposed to wait for slowpokes like you? Lee eyed me and my girl with disdain, so you couldn't get the vips, but you dragged these two nobodies back. Pathetic. DG stiffened. Watch your mouth. These two are evolved. They saved our butts from zombies on the way here. Lee scoffed. Evolved? Big deal. He pointed a finger right in my face. Listen here, rookie. I'm the one who brought in the big three. We re-tight like that. They already promised to make me captain of the new scout team. D-Bin grit his teeth but stayed silent. Lee raised his hands to the sky, face twisted in a manic grin. The one who will make eternal joy great again is me, the great Leek Scion. He snapped out of his trance and glared at D. Anyway, chop chop. The heroes are waiting. Central Square. Done TB late. I watched him strut away, tight with the heroes. Please. This clown is barely a level 2 weakling. My friends have better standards than hanging out with trash like that. Shaking my head, we followed the crowd. Central Square was packed. Whispers flew everywhere. Did you see them? I saw the heroes at the gate. Total badasses. My heart literally stopped. Legends, man. An MC jumped on stage, hyping up the crowd like a game show host. All right, everyone. Let's get this party started. He pointed to a giant screen. We've had a rough couple of months with those metal eater attacks. We lost good people and good metal. But dry those tears, folks, because the heroes have returned. The crowd went wild. Heroes! Heroes! The big three rule! In the crowd, Four Eyes glanced at me while Li Shuyen smirked from the back. You got lucky, kid. Stumbling upon our base right before the main event. Word is you and your girl are evolved. Stick with me. I'll take you places. I ignored him, but he kept buzzing in my ear like a mosquito. Real talk, Doong is a dead end. I'm the future. After today, I'll be the hero's right-hand man. I tuned him out, thinking, metal eaters? They don't eat flesh or drain power. They hunt metal. That's a rare breed of zombie. The MC's voice boomed. Give it up for our saviors. The heroes are here to save eternal joy once again. A silhouette with a massive gun stepped into the spotlight. You've heard the legends. The marksman who never misses. The unstoppable force. They call him the gun god, the third master. And right behind him is the blade master. This guy wields dual daggers like he's conducting an orchestra, slicing through the undead faster than you can blink. Clomp, clomp, clomp. Cue the dramatic entrance. Let's hear it for our heroes. As soon as they hit the stage, boom, confetti cannons everywhere. Down in the pit, Third Master and Master Kwong are screaming their heads off. Heroes! Meanwhile, Thien Than is twitching, eyes rolling back. These two clowns are the saviors? The crowd is losing its mind. Third Master! Third Master! Bucktooth steps up, voice dripping with fake sincerity. My people, brothers and sisters of So Chau, you've suffered enough. He bellows, mouth wide open. For years, not a moment went by where we didn't dream of restoring our home. The second we heard you guys were building a paradise here in Vinlac, we came running. Now, a new threat looms. Could I call myself a hero if I didn't stand tall and fight? No! Bucktooth whips out his piece. I make a solemn vow right here. Bang! Bang! He fires into the air. I'm gonna turn those iron eaters into scrap metal. They killed our kin, but this time, we protect our turf, the mob screams. Third Master, it's total hysteria. So manly. We love you. Bucktooth soaks up the praise, grinning like he just won the lottery. Thank you. You're too kind. Rome wasn't built in a day. He clears his throat, getting down to business. I'm not just here to squash a bug and bounce. Once the monster is toast, I'm forming an elite action squad, commanded by me, trained by me. I'm talking top-tier skills and survival secrets. Whatever you need, I'll haul it straight from Longhua. We're gonna make Vinlac the ultimate fortress for humanity. The crowd is vibrating with hype. Wait, a hero squad personally trained by the Third Master? Does that mean we have a shot at being his apprentices? Pick me! Pick me! Meanwhile, Li Chuan is smirking in the corner. Dream on, losers, he mutters. He's laughing inside, knowing the bribe money already cleared. That squad spot is mine. My crew only. The hero's right-hand man? Yeah, that's got my name written all over it. The host passes the mic back to Bucktooth. After careful consideration, I've made my choice. The chosen ones are. He points a dramatic finger into the crowd. Every single person holds their breath, following his aim. Then Bucktooth locks eyes with a familiar face, Thien Than. Bucktooth squints, eyebrows knitting together like he's trying to buffer a memory. His eyes bug out. Pure terror washes over him. His knees turn to jelly and thud, he collapses right onto the stage, tears streaming. God, Mr. God. Kwong and the host are clueless, while the crowd starts murmuring. Third Master is on his knees. Why is he kneeling? Oh my God, oh my God. Bucktooth is still blubbering a name. God, God. Thien Than is standing there, sweating bullets. God who? Kwong follows the finger, eyes popping, glasses sliding off his nose. Thien Than sees the recognition and frantically signals, "Zip it!" Bucktooth immediately slaps a hand over Kwong's mouth. The host stammers, two heroes. What are? Ignoring the mic, the two phonies huddle up. Mr. God said keep it on the down low. He's undercover. We gotta spin this. Well, what do we do? Just stay cool and follow my lead. Bucktooth grabs Kwong's head and forces him down. On your knees, idiot. The crowd drops their jaws. Master Kwong is kneeling too? Holy mother of pearl, is the sky falling? The host looks like his brain just short-circuited. Both legends are on the floor. What is happening? What's going on? Bucktooth ignores the chatter and goes full method actor. You call me Third Master. You call me a hero. But in my heart, I'm just a regular guy who loves his hometown of Jiangwu, he says, while aggressively smashing Kwong's head into the floorboards. I kneel today for the people. For you, who believed in us. For your hard work in the fields. I'm no hero. You are the heroes. Kwong wheezes. Easy, man. You're gonna snap my neck. The crowd is stunned. Wait. Is Third Master being humble? Does he really care about So Chau that much? Thien Than stays silent, poker-faced. The host looks like he's about to burst into tears of joy. He starts hyping them up again. Do you see this, folks? The host's voice cracks, getting louder. A true hero isn't some arrogant king looking down on us. A true hero is brave enough to humble himself, to reflect. They aren't just heroes, they're family. Bucktooth furrows his brow, looking deadly serious. Listen up, this special squad is step 1 to making Vinlac great again. He stands up, flashing those buck teeth. I swear on my life, mission accomplished or bust. He starts walking off the stage, scanning the faces. To carry this weight, I need a right-hand man I can trust with my life. Li Chuan sees the hero looking his way. This is it. His heart is pounding. All that fanfare just to promote me? I'm gonna be the king of this town. But Bucktooth walks right past him and stops in front of the kid. Hey buddy, how'd you like to be the captain of the Special Action Squad? He extends a hand. Thien Than just stares at it. The crowd, including Brother Zeng and Feng Shui, drop their jaws. Li Chuan looks like he's been slapped with a wet fish. What? His eyes are bloodshot. Since when does that brat name know the Third Master? The people behind him start whispering. Who's that guy? Never seen him. Think Brother Zeng brought him in today. Why him? Why'd the master pick a nobody? I heard Chuan was a lock for that spot. She asks, totally confused. Does Thien Than know the Third Master? He shakes his head. Beats me. I don't know, but if Third Master picked him, there's gotta be a reason. Bucktooth stands there, sweating, waiting for an answer. Thien Than is internally cackling at the performance. This Bucktooth clown is still as dramatic as ever. Time seems to freeze. Then, he shakes the hand. I'm in. Bucktooth almost collapses with relief. Excellent. We'll announce the rest of the squad later. Meeting adjourned. The crowd is left scratching their heads, buzzing with confusion. Party's over already? I thought there was an after party. Who is that guy anyway? The Third Master is treating him like royalty. The crowd disperses. 10 minutes later, Hu Yen is still a statue next to Thien Than. Suddenly, the two goons wail like babies, tackling Thien Than in a tear-filled bro hug. Boss, you're alive. 5 freaking years, boss. We knew it. We knew you wouldn't kick the bucket. Thien Than grimaces, shoving a snot-covered face away. Gross. Get off. All right, chill out. Quit the waterworks. Someone outside might hear you screaming like banshees. He fishes a pack of smokes from his pocket. Here, boss, take a drag. Seriously, where have you been hiding? Kwong Tu pauses, glancing at the girl frozen in place. And what's up with Hu Yen? What's the deal? Thien Than lights up, taking a long drag. I was buried, deep under that massive crater, pinned by the meteor this whole time. Me, Hu Yen, and Little White, evolution coma. I only woke up yesterday. Little White was gone, probably woke up early and dipped. He pauses, eyes shifting to Hu Yen. As for her, he stares into her vacant eyes. She's not done cooking yet. Incomplete evolution. That's why she's zoned out. Her consciousness is still deep in sleep mode. He sighs, shaking off the gloom. Enough about me. How have you guys been surviving? Where's Phi and the kid? Not with you? The duo explains. We've been holding it down in Long Hoa for 5 years. They launch into the backstory. Back then, Phi and Sa listened to you and went to find Zhang Tingyu. That guy pulled some strings to get us established. We've been living the good life in Long Hoa thanks to him. They never stopped looking, boss. Every single year, Phi goes back to the crater in Sochao to hunt for clues. They swore you couldn't be dead. Back to the present, he scratches his head with a sheepish grin. But, this year, they got tied up with some business. Couldn't make it. Then Vinlac sent an SOS, so we stepped in for them. Who knew we'd run into you? Crazy luck. Thien Than falls silent, processing. Phi and the girl are safe. He raises an eyebrow at the duo. So, what about you two? I assume you didn't come all this way just to polish my tombstone? I know you, Bucktooth. You don't get out of bed unless there's profit involved. What's the real play with this special action team? Quang Tu grins like an idiot. Mom gave birth to me, but only you truly get me, boss. His expression darkens, turning serious. Real talk, killing the metal-eating beast is part of it. But the main game? We're here to unify Vin Lac. He stares at the ceiling, brooding. Since the meteor hit, this place is a mess. More chaotic than So Chau ever was. Right now, Vin Lac is split in two. One side is led by that guy A. Xuan, the one standing next to you earlier. Leaning back in his chair, he continues, he wants to ride my reputation as a hero to boost his clout. I'm just using him to take over the city. If I hadn't found you, I might have let him be my deputy. Now, he's lucky if I let him be a grunt. Thien Than narrows his eyes, voice cold. What's A. Xuan's full name? Li Xuan, Quang Tu replies. The name rings a bell. Thien Than remembers him from his past life. That traitor, the hat he was wearing earlier threw him off. Memories flood back. In Sochao, Li Xuan worked with Bucktooth for a bit. He wasn't a big shot back then. He was famous for one thing, being a coward. Seeing Thien Than staring daggers, Bucktooth's eyes go wide. During the zombie wave, Li Xuan abandoned his post at the critical moment. The infected broke through his line. That's why Bucktooth died in that timeline. Irony is a bitch. In this life, Li Xuan is Bucktooth's lackey. Thien Than exhales, closing his eyes. Li Xuan is a snake. I'm picking a new special action team. Ignoring their confused looks, Thien Than presses on. The squad that brought me to Vinlac? Good soldiers. I watched them. That kid Dung has potential. Bucktooth looks puzzled but nods anyway. Huh? If you say so, boss, we roll with it. He pushes himself up. Actually, there's a second reason we came here. It involves you, boss. He leans in, whispering, that metal-eating beast? It's linked to your blade, the meteor blade. He pulls a scrap of metal from his jacket. Check it out. Found this after a skirmish with the beast. Showed it to a blacksmith named Lin Wei. She says it radiates meteor blade energy. Thien Than squints, grabbing the scrap. Weak virus energy. Messy, impure. Nothing like the raw, domineering power of the real blade. After a moment of silence, he speaks up. So, what's the game plan for the beast? We're stocking up on gear and bodies, he answers confidently. Rolling out in 3 days to hunt it down. Thien Than stands, nodding. Good. Gives me time to monitor Huyen. Go get ready. Yes, sir. Meeting adjourned. Thien Than turns his gaze back to Huyen. Phi and the kid are safe in Long Hoa. Got a lead on the blade, just missing Little White now. His eyes soften, but Huyen, she's the real worry. It hurts just looking at her. Wake up soon. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Sohai's shrill voice cuts through the air. Say that again? He was in the third master's office for 2 solid hours? Sohai crosses his legs, puffing on a cigarette. Fresh change of clothes. Who the hell is this guy? Why does the master rate him so high? His lackey, Xiaoshan, grits his teeth, nodding. Exactly. Some random newbie just gets lucky? Sohai takes a drag, then snaps, Shut up. We don't question the third master's calls. Bottles clutter the table. He pours a drink. Doesn't matter if it's dumb luck or if he's the master's bastard son. My spot as the hero's right hand was never guaranteed anyway. The wine glass reflects his twisted, scheming face. I'm currently dead even with that bitch. But if this new hero joins the squad, the balance tips. He's in Vinlac now, which means he has to pick a side. Sohai swirls his drink, barking orders. Watch him like a hawk. Where's he going? Who's he seeing? Report everything. Yes, sir. The next morning, as the first rays of dawn break, Thien Than is still a silent sentinel beside Huyen. Eyes closed, he exhales slowly. A whole night and barely any progress. He looks at his hand. Even with the recovery, his virus energy is sitting at a pathetic 20%. Looks like I'm stuck doing things the hard way, brute force style. He leans over to check her vitals. Knocked her out yesterday and she hasn't twitched since. Good news is, Huyen's stable. Better news? She's actually listening to me for once. Her eyes snap open. Boom, she locks onto him like a heat-seeking missile. He smooths her hair, whispering, "Welcome back to the land of the living." Just as things get cozy, knock knock. Yo, left, it's me! Thien Than rolls his eyes. That's Dung's voice. He gently pulls away. Gotta handle this. Stay here and don't wander off, all right? Huyen turns beet red, silent. The door creaks open like something out of a horror flick. Thien Than steps into the hall, face to face with the intruder. What do you want? Dung salutes. Boss Tam's orders. I'm your babysitter for the next 2 days. Thien Than smirks. Yesterday, Tam was hyping this guy up. Today, he dumps him on my doorstep. Fine by me. This place has changed too much. I need a scout. Show me the sights then. Dung beams. You got it, boss. I know this town like the back of my hand. Cut to 1 hour later, inside a rowdy dive bar. Bottoms up, he slams a shot. Pretty sweet, right? Our little Vin Lax got the works bars, karaoke, 5-star dining. Well, sort of. Word on the street is they're building a massive bathhouse on the east side. Thien Than nods. Not bad. But he tunes out, lost in thought. Sure, the party scene is popping, but the armory? Stacked. Supplies? Overflowing. Can't believe they built this empire in just 5 years. That warehouse tour actually blew my mind. Suddenly, a smoky voice cuts through the noise. Well, look who the cat dragged in. On Dung. Tutu struts over in a dress that's basically painted on. What brings you to my playground? Dung jumps up like a golden retriever. Miss Tutu, long time no see. Boss Tam put me on babysitting duty for Mr. Left here. Official business. She arches a brow. So this is the hotshot Tam handpicked yesterday. Thien Than finally locks eyes with her. His brow furrows. Tutu. A flashback hits him like a truck. In his past life, she was the queen bee who built So Xiao's entertainment district from the ground up after the base was built. She had a monopoly on every casino and dive bar in town. People used to call her and Jiang Vo the power couple of the apocalypse economy. Snapping back to reality, Thien Than whispers, "She the boss?" Dung blinks. "How'd you know?" Wild guess. Dung flashes a goofy grin. Sharp eye, but buzz wrong answer. She ain't the boss. Boss's wife then? Thien Than takes a sip. She taken? Dung nods vigorously. You bet. The next line makes Thien Than do a literal spit take. Her boyfriend is Boss Tam. Thien Than wipes his face, looking absolutely done with this timeline. What the hell? Since when is Jiang Vo dating her? Seeing Thien Than's shocked face, Dung explains, actually, Tutu showed up in Longhua 5 years back. That's when she met Tam. Dung gets that misty-eyed look. 3 years ago, a massive zombie wave hit So Chau. Even our place was crumbling. Right when we were toast, Tutu ran to Longhua for backup. Boss Tam personally led the cavalry to save our butts. Love at first sight, cue the romantic music. They've been attached at the hip ever since. Thien Than raises an eyebrow. Intriguing. If you guys met him, what's with the fake photo? Dung scratches his head, laughing nervously. Nah, see, barely anyone survived that zombie wave. Most of us here are newbies. Like me, I've never actually met Boss Tam or any of those legendary heroes. The photo was just a mix-up. Honestly, I didn't know post-apocalyptic heroes used beauty filters. Dung gets starry-eyed. I'd kill to meet that legend, though. He one-shotted the red demon with a giant blade. Total badass. She struts over, cutting the bromance short. You're Thien Than, right? Tam wouldn't shut up about you yesterday. Since we're all family here, tonight's on the house. Dung's jaw hits the floor. Tutu's treating? Is it my birthday? Before Thien Than can react, Dung whispers, Mr. Left, you don't say no to this. A free pass from the queen bee? Rare stuff. Thien Than studies her smile. So Chau's 2 biggest sharks are dating now. Fate has a twisted sense of humor. Meanwhile, So Hai hears the news and flips out. Say that again? That witch Tutu invited Thien Than over? Little son nods. Saw it with my own 2 eyes. They went to the VIP room. So Hai grinds his teeth. Damn it, she beat me to the punch again. She already steps on my toes everywhere in this town. If she snags Tam's new golden boy, I might as well close up shop. He can't sit still. He storms out. Back at the bar, Dung is belting out tunes with a squad of models. If you're good, you get hurt. If you're bad, you get punished. He's screeching off key. Big city boy. The girls swoon fake hard. Oh, Dung, you're such a rock star. The girls are draping themselves over him. Big city boy. Dung shoots a look at Thien Than. Yo, Left, don't be a buzzkill. Grab a mic. Tutu cuts in with a smile. You focus on the ladies, Dung. I'll handle our VIP guest. Fine, I'll leave the business to you. Ladies, round 2. She side-eyes the silent Thien Than. This guy's tricky. He's got that stay the hell away from me vibe locked down. Those girls have seen it all, but they're terrified to even touch him. Tutu steps up. Scram, ladies. I need a word with the Iceman. They leave. She slides into the booth, takes a long drag, and winks. Mr. Left, you're awfully quiet for a guy with a full glass. Maybe I'm not showing you enough hospitality. He cuts her off. Spit it out. I don't do riddles. Thien Than isn't playing along. The only reason I haven't walked is because the whiskey's decent and my friend is an idiot. Tutu forces a laugh. My mistake. I'll take a penalty shot. Dung is still murdering the microphone. City never sleeps. Tell me what you gonna do. She smiles through a cloud of smoke. All right, since you're in a rush, I'll be blunt. I want you on my payroll. Thien Than raises a brow, unimpressed. I'm special ops. Doesn't that already make me one of the good guys? Hearing that, she shut her eyes and let out a heavy sigh. Vinlac wasn't exactly a happy family right now. When her eyes snapped open, Tutu's gaze was pure chaos. Look, this base is a snake pit of complications, but there are really only two heads that matter. I run the entertainment district. AY handles the underground trade. And that guy, Shuyan, you've met. You're the one who stole his spotlight at the welcome party. She poured a drink, a smirk playing on her lips. Mr. Ta, the genius. I think you get the picture. You're the new blood. Sure, Boss Tam likes you, but if you want to survive the streets of Vinlac, you need a sponsor. Tutu slid the glass toward Thien Than. Bottoms up, drink this, and we're family. He gave her a half glance and a smirk. That was it. The rejection hit Tutu hard. She didn't get it. He ignored her stunned face, stood up, and turned to walk out without a second thought. Hey Dung, let's bounce. This place is dead. Seeing him bail, Tutu panicked. Hold on! She jumped in front of Thien Than to block his path. Where's the fire, Mr. Ta? Let the hostess show you a good time first. She clapped her hands. Girls, get in here! A squad of stunners sashayed into the room, oozing charm. I know what you need. These triplets have been crushing on you since yesterday. They're dying to get to know you. Don't leave a lady hanging, all right? Tutu leaned in, whispering into Thien Than's ear. Don't worry. They're fresh, clean, and top-shelf quality. Guaranteed. With looks like that, how could you say no? The three girls struck their most provocative poses. Come play with us, Mr. Ta. Suddenly, a roar from outside shattered the mood. Freeze, dirtbags! Tutu looked up to see Li Shuyan storming in, face like thunder. Tutu, playing your dirty little games again? She chuckled like she just heard a joke. Just doing my job as a hostess, darling. Li Shuyan grit his teeth so hard they almost cracked. Hostess. He pointed a trembling finger at the girls and screamed. You call this hosting? It's bribery. Cheap, trashy, sexual bribery. Tutu covered her mouth, bursting into laughter. That's rich. The guy running a black market casino calling the madam trashy? Her smile vanished, voice turning into ice. We play our cards, we take our wins. Don't hate the player, Shuyan. Hate yourself for being too slow. Fine, you asked for it. Realizing he couldn't win an argument with her, he blocked Thien Than's path. Mr. Ta, don't fall for her trap. It's all smoke and mirrors with her. Listen, real business is handled by men. I don't need you to join my crew, and I don't even need a public endorsement. Straight business deal. I need 6 spots in the boss's special ops squad. You make that happen, and I cut you in for 20% of the casino profits. For life. Tutu's purple eyes narrowed. 20% for 6 slots? Since when did this cheapskate get so generous? She did the math fast. That squad only has a dozen guys. 6 spots means owning the team. Add the cash, and even a neutral guy like Thien Than would be stupid to say no. He's not just buying an ally, he's hijacking half the military power. Seeing the silence, Shuyan slapped Thien Than's shoulder. Buddy, you literally can't lose. It's a win-win. Thien Than's vibe turned dark. He hated being touched. He brushed past them coldly. Shuyan stared, confused, until Thien Than slapped his hand away. Hands off. Dung whispered to a lackey. Go get the boss. Now. He glanced at Shuyan's murderous face. Oh boy, Mr. Ta really doesn't give a damn about Shuyan's status. With his attitude, this was going to get ugly fast. Thien Than took 2 steps, then stopped dead. Tutu-san marched in with a gang of thugs, blocking the exit. Angel boy, you don't walk out of here until you explain yourself. Tutu stepped up to intervene. Explain what? Exactly? I thought he was crystal clear. Your pocket change isn't enough to buy a seat at his table. Shuyan grit his teeth while Tutu sized up the situation. Good. Thien Than didn't bite. They had both been too desperate. They needed to play the long game. Build a relationship first. She leaned in close. Mr. Ta, let's not let this clown ruin the vibe. We can talk elsewhere. Thien Than's patience bar hit 0. Get lost. Her smile dropped. The mood in the room plummeted. Thien Than finally spoke, voice cold and slow. Point 1. I don't collaborate with trash or morons. Point 2. You two aren't even qualified to tie my shoes. Tutu snapped. Thien Than, I only tolerated your attitude out of respect for the boss. Don't push your luck. And you, Suyen, Suyen roared. Damn right. I show you respect. You show it back, punk. Thien Than's expression went from bored to terrifying. 10 seconds. Get out of my sight. Clock's ticking. Shu Yen's eyes bulged. Still acting tough? Kill him! Everyone! The mob rushed him, screaming for blood. Thien Than just sighed. He didn't even lift a finger. Suddenly, an invisible force blasted the goons backward. Li Suyen's jaw hit the floor. Tutu's eyes popped. The small fry dropped like flies, and Shu Yen looked like he'd just seen a ghost. What the hell just happened? He didn't even move. My eyes couldn't even track it. How is that possible? Tutu finally got it. This angel wasn't just talk. No wonder Boss Tam wanted him. Thank God she kept her temper in check, or she'd be on the floor like that idiot Su Yen. A booming voice echoed from the hallway. Stand down! Both faction leaders whipped their heads around as the boss strode in, looking confused. Boss Tam! Tutu immediately switched to her helpless damsel act. You have to listen to me. Inside, she was calculating, strike first, control the narrative. Boss Tam cut her off. Save it. I want the truth. You, he pointed at Thien Than. What went down here? Shuyen started sweating. Just who is this guy to the boss? Thien Than shrugged casually. Nothing major. Just your underlings forming cults and dividing your empire. Your girlfriend there is leveraging your reputation to build her own kingdom, and since I'm the new star player in Vin Lac, naturally, they tried to recruit me. When I said no, they decided to jump me. Pretty standard stuff. Li Shuyen listened, his chin practically scraping the pavement. Holy crap, this guy has no filter. Who talks to the supreme leader like that? He stared him down. Base politics were one thing, but causing a scene? That was a rookie mistake. Tiao panicked. Angel, are you crazy? Watch your mouth around the boss. Just because the boss likes you doesn't mean you call the shots. Whack! Bao slapped her mid-sentence. Zip it! You don't know, Jack. Tiao stood there, stunned, cheek burning. I told you to quit the high school drama crap. Look at this mess you made. Get out of my face and go reflect on your life. She looked up, betrayed, tears welling up in her eyes. You actually hit me? Last night it was forever and always. You liar, she sobbed and bolted. Men are such trash. Angel shot Bao a look. Little harsh, don't you think? Bao sighed. You don't know her. If she keeps yapping like that, she's gonna dig her own grave. I had to shut her up. He glanced at the whispering duo in the back. So, what's the play with Li Chuan? He's your guy. You handle it. Why does the boss treat Angel like royalty? Bao's voice cut through the air like ice. Li Chuan, walk with me. The guy's pupils shrank in terror. It was over. The rumor mill was on fire. Did you hear? Li Dui got kicked from the special ops squad. None of his boys made the cut either. Seriously? Li Chuan's taking a massive L on this one. The whispers were relentless. Word is, Angel handpicked the entire roster. Looks like Paradise Base is getting a third power player. The boss dropped the hammer. Li Chuan, you're on casino duty. Stay in your lane. We're cleaning up the entertainment sector. Li Chuan's empire was crumbling before his eyes. He replayed the private chat in his head. Li Chuan, I know it sucks, but I can't spill the beans just yet. Keep your head down and stay put. Consider this a loyalty test. It'll make sense later. He wanted to scream but choked on his words. But, damn it, Li Chuan punched a hole straight through the drywall. Son of a, he ground his teeth. Why me? Yesterday I was slated for captain. I was gonna be number 2 in Paradise. Then that Angel shows up and flips the whole board. Li Chuan scoffed. Loyalty test? Yeah, right. He's stripping me bare. It's blatant favoritism. His eyes narrowed into slits. Screw them. If they won't give me the throne, I'll take it. Meanwhile, Bao was groveling to Tiao. Babe, come on. Frowning gives you wrinkles. Don't you babe me. We are done. He dropped to his knees, looking pathetic. Tiao, please. I messed up. Never again. She rolled her eyes. Oh, you weren't wrong. The boss is king, right? I'm just a lowly hostess, totally beneath you. Bao shook his head frantically. No way. Tiao, you know you're my one and only. He made a face that really begged for a fist. True love, baby. Her face twisted in disgust. True love? Bite me. You don't deserve me. She glared. Remember your pickup lines? You're my only sunshine. Blah, blah, blah. Get lost. I never want to see your ugly mug again. Bao hung his head and sighed. Guess I gotta come clean. He shuffled closer to her legs. Look, Tiao, Angel and I, we have a special connection. I panicked today. I didn't mean to hit you. She paused. Special connection? Her eyes went wide. Wait, are you in love with him? Bao, are you cheating on me with a dude? He yelped. What? Hell no. Angel isn't my boyfriend. He's my superior. He's way stronger than me. Honestly, he's the real top dog here. Future king of paradise stuff. When you started mouthing off to him, my heart stopped. I wasn't hitting you. I was saving you. She stuttered. Saving me? Tiao covered her mouth. Wait. So all my bribing and snarky comments were directed at not some rookie, but a heavy hitter? She paled. Oh my God. I'm dead. I'm so dead. Bao hugged her shoulders. Relax. Angel's chill. He won't hold a grudge. His hands started wandering. By the way, big mission in 2 days. Hunting an Iron Eater. Kwang and Angel are rolling with me. You're sitting this one out. Tiao frowned. Why? Kill the beast. Get the loot. I want my cut. Bao pushed her back onto the couch. Nope. You stay. Someone needs to hold down the fort while I'm gone. I only trust you. You're my ride or die wifey after all, Tiao snapped. Piss off. Who's your wifey? I'm still mad about the slap. He ignored her shoving and leaned in. Oh, hush. Give me some sugar. 2 days flew by. Kwang stared at Bao and the boss. Bao stumbled out of the car, cigarette dangling, clutching his lower back. A real man never retreats from the bedroom battlefield. Kwang grimaced. You look wrecked. You sure you can handle the erosion zone? Bao snapped, offended. Watch it! You're talking to the Iron Stallion of Paradise. I could go 3 more rounds and not even break a sweat. Just get in the car. Angel chuckled from the back. Guess things worked out with Tiao. They peeled out of the base. 3 hours later. Almost there, Bao said. So, Angel, you back to 100% yet? Angel patted Nuoc Huyen's head gently. It's crawling. I'm capped at 30%. My energy just isn't refilling. Don't worry, though. Unless a level 4 infected pops up, we're golden. Bao grinned, turning around. Good to hear. But heads up, the erosion zone is nasty. Used to be a mine until some weird energy nuked the soil and air a year ago. Anyone under level 2 gets fried just standing on the perimeter. That corruption eats you alive. Even elites struggle deeper in. And naturally, our target, the Iron Eater, is nesting way down in the tunnels. I've been digging up intel on this beast all week. Kwang rolled his eyes. Yeah, right. I did all the paperwork. Bao kept talking. It started with a break-in at the warehouse. Just some scrap metal and old blades, so nobody panicked. But the corruption didn't just bring bad terrain. It kicked off a wave of raids. The casualty list, it was getting longer by the minute. Every victim got stripped clean. Armor, weapons, if it was metal, it was gone. That's when the brass finally connected the dots between the supply depot heists and these freaks. Here's the weird part. Out in the wild, these attacks are total slaughters, 0 survivors. But when they hit the Vinlac armory, ghost mode. Grab the iron, vanish, nobody gets hurt. Thien Than sat in silence, digesting the intel. Murderous rampages 1 minute, non-violent cat burglaries the next. These Iron Eaters had a serious consistency problem. Maybe they're just crowd shy? Above, the sky turned an ugly shade of black as both trucks slammed on the brakes. Boss Tam, Boss Kwang, this is the kill zone. The crew hopped out, followed closely by the rookies, Feng Tuyet and An Dung. This place gives me the creeps, she muttered. Bao turned on the charm offensive. Chill out. With us on the clock, nobody's getting scratched. You guys are level 2s, so you won't melt immediately. But don't play hero. If you start feeling wrong, holler. They nodded enthusiastically. We're solid. We can take it. They looked at him like he was Superman. Was this that hero aura everyone talks about? Being this close, you really realize just how far out of our league these guys are, right? Hearing the bosses talk makes the monsters seem less scary. Meanwhile, up ahead, Kwang and Bao were busy kissing up to Thien Than. So, big bro Than, we're counting on you. But hey, toss me a bone so I can look cool, okay? We've got fans watching. Thien Than looked at the sycophant with pure exhaustion. Just tell me the plan first. They scrambled. Our strategy is garbage compared to yours, obviously. But basically, we want to go fishing. It's a bit rough. He pulled out a warhead. Simple concept. Those Iron Eaters are metal addicts. We send in some live bait, covered in scrap metal. Solo mission to lure the beast. The second it peeks out, boom. Anti-air intercept, dead on arrival. He mimed, catching the falling debris with his mouth. This display of stupidity made Thien Than's eye twitch. They huddled like conspirators. Big Bro is going to torch this lame plan, but if he comes up with a better one, we just ride his coattails to victory. He wasn't the petty type. He nodded. Solid. Do exactly that. Both of them froze. Huh? Bao started stuttering. Wait, Big Bro, that was just a brainstorm, a baby idea. No problem, really. You don't have any notes? At all? Thien Than paused. Actually, one note. The beast's power level is unknown. The bait needs to be someone who can take a hit. A wicked grin spread across his face. So, I'm entrusting this glorious mission to you. Superhero. The guy looked like a deer in headlights. Engines roared and tires chewed up the asphalt. A truck barreled down the road. Up on the wall, 2 lookouts squinted. What the? That's Li Shuyen's rig. What's his play? Inside the cab, a minion was shaking in his boots. Boss Shuyen, this feels wrong. Third Master grounded us. Screw right and wrong. They booted me from the ops team without a word. You think I'm gonna swallow that insult? He lit a cigarette, eyes locked on the horizon. If someone else bags that Iron Eater, our comeback chances hit 0. Power doesn't wait for an invitation. Li Shuyen barked orders. I'm stealing that kill. Back at the site, Bao was radiating false confidence. All right, people. I'll be the live bait. Just be ready to jump the second that freak shows its face. Feng Tuyet and An Dung stared with pure adoration. Classic Third Master. Volunteering for the suicide mission without hesitation. Only a top-tier player has the guts to face an Iron Eater solo. He turned back, face practically leaking tears. Big Bro, knock him dead. With Thien Than's encouragement, Bao marched into the dark. Behind him, Kwang and the MC took cover. Think Boss Tam's plan will work? Doesn't matter. Win or lose, we'll get our lead. Thien Than studied his hands. Hallucination? No. Since entering the tunnel, his energy recharge rate had spiked. Bao dragged his feet deeper into the gloom, trembling. Suddenly, a shadow torpedoed toward him. Bao snapped his weapon up. It was the Iron Eater, but before he could squeeze the trigger, Smack the gun was slapped out of his grip. Bao shrieked, "Son of a, you stole my piece. Give it back!" He squinted at the thief and his eyes bugged out. The perp was Little White, Brother Boo. From the back, Thien Than recognized that familiar shape immediately. Little White? The clueless squad behind them started hollering. "Guys!" Third Master flushed it out. What a legend instant aggro. "Let's get him! Roger!" Ondung blinked. Mr. Ta was already past him. When the hell did he move? He shouted, "Mr. Ta, I got this. Fall back." But the MC stood frozen, eyes full of emotion. "It's really you." Little White's eyes welled up. Squeak. It shrank instantly and launched itself into Thien Than's chest. The charging mob slammed on the brakes. Bao stood to the side, a mess of snot and tears. "Never thought I'd live to see this again. Like the good old days." Kwong wiped his eyes. "My youth has returned." A confused grunt yelled out. "Third Master, what gives? Why is that monster?" Bao repeated. "Monster?" Then he clocked the guy. "Who gave you permission to use the M word?" "Address him as Lord Boo." The grunts trembled. "Lord Boo." Bao educated the peasants. "This is one of the 7 heroes of the apocalypse, the Blood Claw Berserker, Little White." Their jaws hit the floor. The legendary Blood Claw Berserker, was a hamster? Andung raised a hand. "Wait, if Lord Boo is the Berserker, who's Mr. Ta? They look way too cozy." Bao started coughing aggressively. Kwong took the hint and dragged him away. "If it's Lord Boo, this is obviously a big misunderstanding. Let's roll, Dung." Dung blinked. "Already?" Thien Than cut in. "Hold up. It's a little early to call it a day." He gently stroked the mouse on his palm. "Little White has some serious firepower, sure, but he isn't a cold-blooded killer. This whole setup feels sketchy." Then grabbed the beast, stared him down, and asked, "Hey, Little White, there's a monster out there jumping innocent people in patrols near Vin Lac. You know anything about that?" Boom. A force field bubbles up around the creature, lifting Little White straight into the air like he's defying gravity. "Yo, boss, check it out. The furball is flying," Bao screamed, totally freaking out. "Say what?" Then spun around. "Wait, is Huyen doing that?" Then opened his hand. Iron filings. He looked dead serious. "I need you guys to see this." He stared at Huyen, completely floored. Moving objects with her mind? She's actually manifesting psychic energy? Feng Tuyet shook her head in disbelief. "It's not just that. Those shards are microscopic. You couldn't even grab those with tweezers. And she just scooped them up with her brain," Dung said, giving a thumbs up. "Who knew the sick girl was secretly a powerhouse? God really loves playing favorites, huh?" Getting the silent treatment, then turned back to the pet. "You know where this scrap came from?" The creature nodded and zoomed off like a rocket. "Lead the way, buddy." Then took off running, shouting back over his shoulder, "Dung, keep the boys posted at the entrance. Watch our 6. Dung nodded. "You got it." Bao sprinted to catch up, looking confused. "Hey, Than, you got a lead or what?" Than didn't break stride. "Just follow me." Inside, Than's mind was a total mess. "The deeper we go, the faster my power comes back," he thought. "Just a few minutes, and I'm already at 40% capacity, and it's still climbing." After a short run, the creature stopped at a dark cave mouth. "We're here." Then stepped in slowly, his eyes glowing with excitement. Bao followed, wheezing like a broken engine, then looked up and froze in pure terror. "Whoa! Look at that!" Below them was a mountain of corpses, and smack in the center stood a blade, blood-red edge, planted arrogantly in the ground like it was waiting for a king to pull it out. The meteor blade. The whole crew stood there with their jaws on the floor, staring at the legendary weapon, then closed his eyes, rewinding his memory. Last year, after the meteor hit, that blade should have been locked down outside the perimeter. With that kind of impact, the meteor blade should have been dust. But look at it. Not a scratch. It's actually stronger, angrier. Even I feel threatened by it. "What the hell happened while I was in a coma?" Then shot a suspicious look at Little White. "You did this, didn't you?" The creature hopped onto Than's head and started channeling energy. Than shut his eyes, focusing, then snapped them open. No way. Little White just activated a mental projection? The scenery warped. Reality dissolved into raw spiritual energy, and suddenly he was standing next to a gigantic flower, then realized it instantly. He's sharing his memories. He watched the creature sneak into a container, grab something, and bolt. Judging by this, Little White woke up way before Huyen and me, but even he didn't see the meteor actually land. Did the rock just vanish? Suddenly, Little White popped out of nowhere in the vision, making Than jump. A massive version of Little White appeared, sniffing a weapon handle. That's the hilt of the meteor blade, so when the meteor crashed 5 years ago, it destroyed the decoy blade outside. Is he trying to help me recover? Abruptly, the scene shifted, snapping him back to the present. The memory was from inside this very mine. Then watch the blade closely. It's self-repairing. It's literally sucking the essence out of all this metal. That explains why Little White was stealing metal around Vin Lac. He was feeding the sword. And that corrosion zone outside, just radiation leaking from the blade? In the vision, the memory version of Little White sensed something and glared into the dark. His face went dark. Bam! He slammed into something, creating a massive shockwave. Something fast was crawling in the shadows, then shouted, "Heads up, there's something in this mine strong enough to go toe-to-toe with Little White." Right on cue, an ugly monster came panting out of the dark. Than looked serious, glancing at the pet in his hand. That was an Iron Eater beast. "You've been working hard, buddy. Hu Yen, hold him for a second." He handed the pet over. "I'm going for the blade," then scrambled up the pile of junk, eyes locked on the prize. He reached out, fingers barely grazing the hilt. BZZT! Lightning exploded everywhere. A massive wave of pressure slammed into the room, then grinned like a maniac. I knew it. My energy wasn't refilling because I was missing this. He poured everything he had into controlling it. Boom! Virus energy is already past 50%. My level 4 power is back online, baby. An infinity symbol burned onto his hand and chest. Bao screamed over the noise. "Hey, you looking a little unstable there, boss." Bao watched in horror, then was wrestling the blade, veins popping like they were about to burst, looking like he was about to explode from the energy overload. "That's too much juice. Even Than can't tank that. He's gonna burn out." Suddenly, something happened that made everyone's heart skip a beat, then gripped the blade, fighting through the pain, whispering a name over and over. Hu Yen! A blinding orange light erupted, forming a sphere around him. The raw power was shaking the whole cave. Through the glare, he saw her Hu Yen was helping him wrestle the energy. That surge almost fried me. Now the overflow is channeling to Hu Yen. We're in perfect sync. Equilibrium. If I absorb all this, I won't just heal, I'll level up. He stabilized. All right, let's finish this. Somewhere else, a green slash tore through the air. Die! Cut to Li Shuyan and his crew. He just finished dusting some monsters. So these are the Iron Eaters? Pfft, amateurs. His lackeys came running up, kissing up to him. "Boss Shuyan, you're a beast. Took him out solo. You're the real hero of Vin Lac. Can't believe the other guys got wrecked by these scrubs. Pathetic." Li Shuyan looked around. "Hey, you guys noticed the corrosion zone is clearing up?" The minions nodded eagerly. "Yeah, that creepy energy is gone. Air feels way lighter. Looks like the Iron Eaters were causing the corruption. I killed them. I saved the day. 2 birds, 1 stone." The crew cheered. "Best news all day. Wiping out the metal munchers and purging the corrosion zone? That is a god-tier flex. Even the big 3 would kill for that kind of street cred. Seriously, what is that angel clown gonna throw at Brother Suyen now? A stern look? Rumble. The ground jerks beneath his feet. Weird. Li Shuyan snaps his gaze toward the pitch-black void. Something is coming. A thunderous stampede echoes out, sounds like a monster rave heading this way. Then it hits him. A massive swarm of those fanged Iron Eaters. Screams erupt. More of these freaks? They flood out, tail to snout. Shuyen squeezes his eyes shut, ready for the game over screen. But then he peeks. Wait, what? He watches the metal munchers breeze right past him. Rude? They aren't even trying to attack. Is the main course somewhere else? Meanwhile, back at the Angel Showdown, boom, the meteor blade unleashes a massive energy spike. Kwang Tu grins, totally vibing with the power. Man, I have never seen energy fusion this gnarly. Brother Bao hypes it up. You bet. And that is just the aftershock. With our level 3 skills, we would be toast if we got any closer. They watch Nuok Huyen and the boss sync up perfectly. 5 years, and it is not just Boss Than and Sister Huyen leveling up. Even the meteor blade got an upgrade. Just the radiation from that blade turned this whole mine into a toxic wasteland. If Boss Than actually masters that energy, he is going to be unstoppably broken. He grins. Call it a hunch, but I think Boss Than and Sister Huyen just took the top spot on the leaderboard. His smile turns wicked. Our backup just got a whole lot tougher. We are about to rule this world. Suddenly, a frantic scream cuts in. Boss Bao, Boss Kwang, we got a situation. The Iron Eaters, they are swarming us. It is a sea of monsters. We are trapped, Brother Bao jolts. Iron Eaters? Are you kidding me? Kwang Tu, he does not need to be told twice. Got it. Nothing gets past this line. Not a single paw. The beasts bare their fangs and roar, trying to act tough. Elsewhere, An Dung powers up his fire abilities, deep in the fray. He torches a few beasts, dropping them instantly. He grits his teeth, scanning the chaos. Individually, they are weak, trash, level 2 at best, but there is just too many. How many of these things are hiding down here? Then he sees it, the beasts tearing into their fallen comrades. Dung screams, his skin crawling. What the hell? They are eating each other? The squad starts freaking out. These things are psychos. Brother Dung, what do? We can't hold back a wave this big. Dung bellows, chill out, hold the line until the bosses get here. They will have a plan. But while Vuong Mok is distracted, a beast lunges, sinking its teeth into his leg. Help! Brother Dung, save me! Vuong Map screams helplessly as the pack drags him into the shadows. He didn't even have time to react. Flash! A blinding light rips through the darkness. Dung looks up, stunned. Boss, Kwang? Through the smoke, Kwang Tu steps out like a total tank. He crouches, muscles flexing so hard his shirt shreds to pieces. All right, you ugly freaks. Daddy is home. Boom! Kwang launches forward like a missile. He catches a beast mid-bite and slams a fist into its face. The impact shakes the entire cavern. Vuong Mak stares, eyes wide. Is that the legendary final form? Suddenly, a beast sneaks up. Boss Kwang, watch your six. Zap! The monster's head goes flying, trailing sparks of electricity. Slow pan to a smoking gun barrel. Good work, staying alive, boys. Brother Bao's voice rings out. Relax. We will take it from here. The mood flips instantly. The Electric Prince? The bosses are here! Little Luke cheers. So strong. Totally invincible. Now this is what a real hero looks like. Vuong Man chimes in from the back. Bosses for the win. Top tier. An Dung lets out a breath. We are good. With these two monsters on our side, we are getting out of here alive. After transforming, Kwang's stats are off the charts, speed and power way beyond any standard level 3 fighter. And Boss Bao? The guy is wielding an elemental railgun. His damage output is basically the ceiling for his class. Boss, let's blast a hole and bail. Brother Bao fires around while shouting back, Negative! Boss Than is still in the tunnel. Nobody leaves until he is out. We hold! Dung's crew watches the endless tide of monsters. Hold? Against an army this big? For how long? Bao smirks. Why the panic? These are just level 2 scrubs. Sit back and let me teach you the definition of hero. Kwang Tu, clear the lane. On it. Kwang scoops up the wounded. Blue light gathers at Bao's muzzle, humming with power. Then bam! A beam tears through the air. The beasts screech as the blast hits. A massive boom echoes, leaving glowing blue particles drifting in the air. An Dung stares at the aftermath. A giant crater where the monsters used to be. What kind of insane firepower is that? Bao casually blows smoke from the barrel. Courtesy of Brother Phi's custom rounds, plus a little of my own juice. Packs a punch, huh? Bao checks his clip, sweating internally. Damn, only brought 5 rounds. And triggering Brother Phi's tech drains my battery like crazy. An Dung cheers, oblivious. Maybe they can actually wipe them all out. Hey, look! Someone points. The monsters stop attacking and tilt their heads back, screeching in unison. What are they doing? Dung freezes. Not good. That is a dinner bell. Hundreds of glowing eyes ignite in the dark tunnel. Little Luke panics as a massive wave of Iron Eaters rolls in. There is. Hundreds of them. They are everywhere. Where are they all coming from? Bao spins around, chest puffed out. Cut the noise. With me and Kwang Tu here, these shrimp are on a one-way trip to hell. Truth is, Bao is sweating bullets. They are swarming because they sense the energy spike from Boss Than's side. I have to buy time until he pulls that sword. He fires a shot to boost morale. All right, boys, light them up. The squad roars, charging back into the fight. Kill. Suddenly, a massive ice pillar erupts from the ground. Brother Bao grimaces. Last bullet. We are cutting it close. Just then, Feng Tuyet gasps, pointing excitedly. Look, is that Ah Shuyen? Everyone looks up, hope flooding back into their screams. It's Suyen. That's definitely Suyen. The cavalry is finally here. The guy frowned, looking totally confused. Wait, why is he here? Dung stood to the side and screamed his lungs out. Yo, Shuyen! Perfect timing! Get over here and lend a hand! Behind him, Shuyen's crew started faking concern. Boss 3 is pinned down. We gotta go help him. But Shuyen just stood there, dead silent. After a second, he turned his back cold. Let's bounce. Little Sun looked dumbfounded. Say what? Shuyen snapped back, annoyed. Are you deaf? Boss 3 is toast. Anyone who wants to die with him can go right ahead. I'm out. He turned and walked away without looking back. Move out. The guys left below watched them leave and started raging. Shuyen ran. He ditched us. What a scumbag. Bao started cursing up a storm. Motherfucker! I thought even with our beef we were still brothers. Bam! He smashed his fist into the wall in pure rage. Everyone froze, totally stunned by the outburst. Bao roared at them. What are you staring at? Keep fighting. Who needs a coward like Shuyen anyway? Never wanted those losers here in the first place. Bao frowned, calculating their odds. Looks like God was right. Shuyen is unreliable trash. We're on our own. Suddenly, a massive boom shook the entire cave. Bao looked up sharply. Was that dynamite? Outside, Shuyen's crew had collapsed the cave entrance. One guy asked, Boss Shuyen, Isn't that a little too harsh? Nah, don't worry about it. They were heroes, and we just... Xu Yan cut him off instantly. Quit talking nonsense. Boss 3 was killed by the Iron Eaters. Those two losers, Dung and God, dragged him down and got him surrounded. Boss 3 didn't want the beasts escaping and hurting the city, so he begged us to blow the exit. Xu Yan looked at the crowd and continued his act. We are the inheritors of their will. We protect the peace of Vinlok. We carry the grief of losing our heroes. I will lead Vinlok to glory. Inside, he was smirking. Dung is dead, God is toast, and the hero is just a stepping stone for me now. Starting today, I am the king of this city. Inside the cave, hope hit zero. We're done for! The exit is blown! I don't want to die! Suddenly, a gun appeared. Bao aimed straight at the blocked rocks and fired his last bullet. Bang! Immediately after, he screamed, "Quit whining about dying! Keep fighting!" The crew looked up, seeing a spark of hope in his crazy eyes. Boss 3. Bao pointed at them, his voice booming. Listen up! 6 years ago, the Red Demon wiped out So Xiao, and I didn't even flinch. These metal-munching rats are nothing. Just follow my lead, and I guarantee nobody dies today. He was hyping them up, reigniting their will to fight. Brothers, follow me and let's smash these freaks! The mood shifted instantly. Hell yeah! Boss 3 is still standing. We still got a shot. Boss 3! Boss 3! Let's kill these things! Quang Tu turned and whispered, You fought the Red Demon? Since when? Bao frantically shushed him. He whispered back urgently, I'm out of bullets, genius. If we want to survive the next wave, I gotta hype them up somehow. Can't you tell? I'm literally ripping off God's speech from the Red Demon fight. Fake it till you make it, baby. Quang Tu nodded casually. Got it. Then he pointed at the wet spot on Bao's pants. But God didn't wet himself back then. The smell is hitting me right in the face, bro. Bao panicked and covered his crotch. Shut the hell up. Little Luke sniffed the air, confused. What is that funk? Where's it coming from? Dung suddenly cheered. It's Boss 3, he explained. Legend says when Boss 3 goes max power, his blood boils with rage. It releases a musk like a wild beast. That's his ultimate move. Boss 3 is in his final form right now. It was a ridiculous explanation, but they bought it. Whoa, that's awesome. Suddenly, a howl ripped through the air. The Iron Eaters swarmed in, surrounding them. Here they come! Even more than before! Quang Tu hesitated. Can we actually handle this? Bao barked. We don't have a choice. Quang Tu eyed the pack of monsters nervously. Maybe we should bail. These things can't beat God. If we team up, we can get everyone out, Bao yelled. No, are you gambling with his life? Bao got serious. We know God is strong, but in a mess like this, what if he takes a hit? How do we explain that to Phi and Sa? Quang Tu still hesitated, but if we stay, we can't stop them. As he spoke, sparks started flying around Bao. Who says we can't? Watch this! Quang Tu realized what was happening and tried to stop him. Electron mode? You're crazy! Ignoring him, Bao charged forward. Stay back! I got this! Lightning exploded from his body, wrapping around the Iron Eaters and frying them in a massive radius. Feng Tuyet's jaw dropped. Is this Boss 3's real power? We aren't even in the same league. Dung shook his head in awe. No wonder he told us to back off. I would have been vaporized. Quang Tu spoke up. Grim. It's his ultimate technique. Electron mode, he explained. He burns all his stripe energy to hit Tier 3 peak power instantly. He pumps electricity through his veins to overclock his muscles. In this state, his speed and damage match a max-level Tier 3 evolver. Blood started leaking from Bao's eyes and nose. But the price of admission is death. The blast fried the monsters in Bao's own body. He was charred black. Already hit my limit? Damn, I'm too weak. But hey, dying a hero isn't so bad. Boom. A massive explosion rocked the center of the horde. The shockwave startled everyone. What the hell? Through the haze, Bao saw it. In the center of the crater, a familiar blade stood tall. The Wyvern Blade. A figure grabbed the handle. Bao grinned. God. The crew behind gasped, totally freaked out. It's God! That hit was insane! Way stronger than Boss 3. And check out that sword. That was totally badass! Feng Tuyet squealed, eyeing the wild fighter. Did you see that move? The guy himself looked like he was still processing the awesome. Damage-wise, it's on par with the third master, but the range, dude, it's double. One hit and every single Iron Eater in the zone just got deleted. Andung stared at Sky and the Berserker, totally starstruck. I used to think the third master only treated Sky well because he was some kind of prodigy pet project. Turns out, we were all dead wrong. After crunching the data in his head, he hit the bottom line. Sky is a legit monster. Quang Tu rushed over, sweating bullets. Boss, Sky, is the wild guy okay? Sky shot back. Okay? He was knocking on death's door. Sky's voice dropped into scolding mode. That little stunt nearly drained his entire life bar. Lucky for him, I pulled the meteor blade and healed him to level 4, or nobody could have saved his bacon today. Sky smirked. I can't help it. He patted the Berserker's shoulder. Good job, though. Sky sounded a little proud. That attack was unhinged. But hey, the results speak for themselves. Next time, dial it back, or just magnetize a limb so you don't short circuit. Once you hit the peak of level 3 or 4, maybe then you can go full Magneto without dying. Listening to the feedback, the guy nodded like a bobblehead. Makes sense. Suddenly, Sky had a flashback. Come to think of it, last year you were just a level 1 rookie. You've leveled up huge. The Berserker beamed. Boss Sky gave him pointers and a compliment. Total win. Suddenly, a screech echoed through the cave, putting everyone on high alert. Another Iron Eater popped up, howling loud enough to make everyone cover their ears. What is that noise? My eardrums are about to blow. Quang Tu snapped into combat mode. This Iron Eater ain't like the others. The Berserker chimed in. Yeah, I feel the pressure too. This thing is at least a level 4. Sky stared it down, frowning. That's the boss of the Iron Eaters. He quickly scanned his memory files. Based on Little White's memories, this has to be the one. This alpha's evolution is maxed out, but it looks like it's been stuck at level 4 too long and wants to steal the meteor blade's energy to break the cap. It led a swarm of minions, screeching constantly. The team looked at the horde and freaked out. Are you kidding me? More of them? Is there no end to these things? Sky stepped up. Orders, get everyone back to the bunker. I'll handle this mess, Quang Tu replied instantly. You got it. Sky gripped his blade, analyzing the battlefield. That alpha controls the hive mind. It usually hides, but since it's out here, this is definitely the final wave. A streak of light flashed past, making Sky pause. In a split second, the front line of Iron Eaters got vaporized. Sensing a familiar vibe, he looked at the source of the psychic blast in surprise. Hu Yen was awake. She stood silently before Sky, walked over, and suddenly gave him a bear hug. Feng Tuyet gasped. That psychic girl attacked without a single warning, and it was an instant kill. Back then, she wiped mutants in a blink, which was scary enough. But these are level 3 and 4 threats, and she still deleted them like spam mail. What level is she even at? An Dung suddenly remembered something. Remember when I went to Lahua District 2 years ago? There was a super strong psychic user there. A solid level 3 starter. He continued. That pro told me the only way to measure a psychic's true power is by how many enemies they can control. The higher the count, the stronger they are. And that guy could solo control 50 peak level 2 zombies. Feng Tuyet was floored. 50? Watching Sky gently hug Huyen, she couldn't help but feel jealous. That girl just wiped out nearly 100 Iron Eaters in one go, and each one was roughly a peak, level 2. So, what's her rank? High level 3? Sky rubbed the girl's head comfortingly. It's okay, I'm here, he thought to himself. She wasn't awake when I left. The emergency must have triggered her. I didn't expect her to reboot so fast. Did she burst out just to get my attention? Thinking back, Sky was a bit surprised. I'm shocked that the Alpha Iron Eater tanked Huyen's mental blast without a scratch. Looks like AoE attacks don't really threaten level 4 infected creatures. The Iron Eater roared in rage. Seeing Sky's look of disdain and its dead minions, it got ticked off and started transforming right there. Quang Tu watched and yelled, Dude, that Alpha Iron Eater has a second phase? The Berserker took a different stance. That's good news. He had zero doubt in Sky's power. Doesn't matter how strong the Alpha gets, Sky is stronger. Let it transform. Better yet, let it level up. Fatten it up before they kill more loot for us. However, Sky didn't wait. He dashed straight at the beast, leaving the Berserker confused. Seeing the blade coming, the beast cursed in rage. Son of a, you cheap shot, slash. The Iron Eater was cut down in one hit. Behind him, the team's jaws hit the floor. Say what? One-shotted? I thought we were fattening it up for the slaughter? Sky hopped back to them and explained, Not every infected creature is worth farming. He held up a tiny ant. This is the Iron Eater's true body, the duo gasped. An ant? Sky lectured. This bug is a Crimson Devourer ant. It's a mutated termite that ate a high-level infected corpse. That beast mode you saw was just an exosuit made of shells to fight enemies. The transformation was just it, recalling all the other ants to buff itself. This thing was already peak level 4. If it could evolve, it would have done it ages ago. 10 minutes later, Sky sat on the ground in fresh gear, Huyen sleeping beside him. Looking at Little White, he crunched the numbers. My current stats are totally stable at level 4. I thought forcing the upgrade with the meteor crystal would mess up my energy flow, but turns out the crystal merged perfectly with my body. Energy-wise, I'm probably twice as strong as a normal level 4 pro. Usually, a forced breakthrough stops your growth. But I not only leveled up, I got a massive mana boost. Guess crashing in that mystical flower with Huyen actually came with some serious perks, huh? Suddenly, Quang sprinted over, looking like he'd seen a ghost. Yo, Chief, you gotta see this. I raised an eyebrow. Chill. Hand the girl off to Feng Tuet and tell her to babysit for me. She nodded instantly. You got it. I turned back to my panic-stricken sidekick. All right, spill it. What's the drama? Kwong didn't waste a second. Look at this thing. He pulled out a cloth bundle and unwrapped a glowing, jagged rock, a meteorite shard. My eyes went wide. Whoa, where did you snag that? Straight from the Iron Eater's nest, Kwong replied, breathless. We torched the place and found this bad boy sitting in the ashes. I pieced it together instantly. No wonder that Queen Ant was so jacked she evolved to level 4 by juicing on the radiation from this space rock. We cleared the rest of the mine, right? Nothing left behind? Then let's roll back to Vinlac. I nodded firmly. The Alpha is dead. Send a squad to mop up the stragglers, and we're good. On it, boss, Kwong said. The crew is beat from fighting all day. I'll get some guys to clear the exit, the one that scumbag Su Yan rigged with explosives. I froze. Hold up, did you say Su Yan? Kwong's face twisted in anger. Yeah, Li Su Yan, the guy you beefed with the other day. He shadowed us here, hiding in the dark. We thought he came to back us up, but the coward bailed the second the fighting started. And to top it off, he blew the exit to trap us inside. And to think Boss Bao actually trusted that snake. I shook my head, disgusted. Rally the troops. Now, we need to move. Vinlac is in serious trouble. Meanwhile, back at the base, the assistant asked, Miss Tiu, you've been stressing all week? Still thinking about that divine guy? It just doesn't add up. Someone stronger than Boss Tam? Who is he really? The girl giggled. Come on, Miss Tiu. Maybe Tam just made that up to keep you from worrying. Tiu frowned, shaking her head. No way. Tam does crazy stuff, but he never lies to me. If he says this guy is a beast, then he's a beast. She paced the room. We run intel for the whole region. If a heavy hitter like that existed, we would have known about him ages ago. Unless, is he an old war buddy of the boss? From like 5 years back? The girl's eyes widened. Wait a second. You don't think he's one of the 7 heroes, do you? Tiu gasped, the realization hitting her like a truck. The 7. If he's one of the legendary 7, it all makes sense. He's not just an ally, he's elite. Probably top tier among them too. Bam! The door flew off its hinges as Lai Shuyen stormed in. Hey, witch, get your ass out here. Open your eyes, Shuyen. Do you know where you are? Who do you think you're screaming at? Shuyen just sneered. You really are clueless, aren't you? You think being Tam's girl makes you untouchable? Those days are over. Starting today, I own this city. She laughed in his face. You've lost your mind. Did Tam sign off on this little power trip? He stepped closer, his voice dripping with venom. Still living in the past, huh? You can't go 3 words without mentioning him. Too bad it doesn't matter anymore. He leaned in, enunciating every word. Listen closely. Tam is dead. I am the king of Vinlac now. Tio looked stunned, refusing to believe it. But Shuyen didn't give her time to process. Boys, grab her! Tie this witch up! 30 minutes later, the town square was packed. Confusion rippled through the crowd. What's happening? Why the emergency assembly? Looks like Shuyen has big news. Shuyen stood on the podium, wearing a mask of fake grief. My fellow citizens, it breaks my heart to tell you this. We have suffered a terrible loss. Our leader, Boss Tam, along with Boss Kwong and the Special Ops team, they have fallen. They died heroes, fighting for our future. The crowd gasped in disbelief. No way! Tam can't die! They were part of the 7 heroes. How could they fall? Su Yen forced out crocodile tears, his voice cracking. I led a rescue team, but I was too late. The Iron Eaters. There were thousands of them. Even Tam couldn't hold back that tide. To save our city, Tam blew the mine entrance, trapping himself inside to stop the swarm. His last words to me were, protect Vinlac. Protect the home we built. Shuyen dropped to his knees, looking utterly defeated. Citizens, I saw it with my own eyes and I still don't want to believe it. I couldn't save him. I failed him. And I failed you all. The crowd fell silent until a planted stooge shouted, It's not your fault, Shuyen. It's those monsters. You did what you could. We have to honor Tam's legacy. We need to rebuild with Shuyen leading the charge. Make Vinlac strong again. Who's with me? The crowd, manipulated and scared, started to turn. Yeah, he's right. We stand with Shuyen. He's our only hope now, they chanted, completely missing the twisted smirk on Shuyen's face. Long live Shuyen. Remember, Tam. Long live Shuyen. He stood up, wiping away the fake tears. If you trust me, I will lead you. I won't let you down. But first, we need justice. Tam didn't just die to beasts. He was betrayed from the inside. We have a rat in Vinlac. He signaled the guards. Bring her up. Tia was dragged onto the stage, bound and gagged, forced to her knees while the crowd whispered, Wait, isn't that Tam's girl? Did she kill him? A traitor in the family? Seriously? Suyin pointed a condemning finger at her. This woman conspired with an outsider named the Divine to feed Tam false intel. She led him straight into a death trap. That outsider died in the pit with Tam, but she's still here. Tu struggled furiously against the ropes, but the gag muffled her screams. Shu Yan kept the momentum going. The law of Vin Lac is clear. Death to traitors. Today, we execute the woman who betrayed our hero. A blood sacrifice for Boss Tam's spirit. The executioner raised a massive blade. Tu's eyes widened in terror. Shu Yan looked down at her with a sick sense of satisfaction. See what happens when you cross me, Tu, he gave the signal. End her. The blade slammed into the dirt, but the girl? Gone. Poof. Su Yan freaked out. Where the hell did she go? His lackey pointed, shaking like a leaf. Boss! Look! Su Yan whipped around, eyes popping out of his skull. There was Thien Than, dragging Tu to safety and staring daggers at him. Thien Than? No way. You're supposed to be dead. The crowd gasped. It was like seeing a ghost. That's Thien Than. Didn't the corrosion lands kill him and the third master? Thien Than stepped up, cool as ice. Get her out of here. I'll handle the trash. On it. Meanwhile, Shu Yan stood there, brain frozen. How? How is this guy even breathing? Wait. If he's out, that means the seal is broken. Shu Yan panicked, barking orders. Meeting adjourned. Emergency protocols. Now. Vin Lac is under siege. All hands on deck. Get to your battle stations. The mob wasn't buying it. Say what? What's going on? Why are we prepping for war? Shu Yan pointed a shaking finger right at Thien Than. Ask him. Ask this backstabbing coward. He's alive because he blew the seal. The one third master died to protect. Now the Iron Eaters are gonna swarm us. He doomed us all. He killed our heroes to save his own skin. The crowd turned, panic spreading like wildfire. If the Iron Eaters are loose, we're toast. Game over, man, game over. Shu Yan switched to savior mode. Chill. Before they pass, the masters put me in charge. I'll defend this city with my last breath. Get him. Grab the traitor. The crowd was foaming at the mouth. Shu Yan smirked. Hook, line, and sinker. Listen up, Thien Than. We've got a crisis here. I don't have time for garbage like you. Surrender now, or we make it messy. Shu Yan puffed his chest out. You're just a tourist, kid. This is my town now. Suddenly, a voice boomed from the back. Move it! Dung stormed in, and the crowd went nuts again. Dung? He's alive too? First the kid, now him? What is this? A reunion special? Shu Yan's jaw hit the floor. How isn't he dead? Shu Yan glared at Thien Than, wheels turning. Something's wrong. Did that punk set me up? Am I the one in the trap? Dung marched right up to Thien Than to set the record straight. Everybody chill. The Iron Eaters are history. We're standing here, aren't we? Thien Than wiped them out. He saved us. He's not a traitor. He's a freaking legend. The crowd started murmuring. A hero? But Shu Yan said he sold us out. Nah, man. I trust Dung. Look at Dung's face. Dude never lies. I'm with him. They ignored Shu Yan sweating bullets. But all the monsters? Gone? How is that even possible? Shu Yan wasn't losing his grip that easy. He stormed forward. Shut up. He saved you? Please. That's a fairy tale. I was there. I didn't see him do squat. That's because you ran away like a chicken. Dung snapped. Don't listen to his lies. The real traitor is standing right there. He saw trouble and bailed. He blew the tunnel to bury us alive. He's the one who deserves the rope. Shu Yan ground his teeth, veins popping. Busted, but he wasn't going down without a fight. Shut your mouths. You think just because the masters are gone, you can take over? Keep dreaming. He leveled his gun at the kid. It's a coup. You and that girl Tutu planned this whole thing. I won't let this city fall to you, punks. I'm the chosen leader. I'm the heir. I am the savior. Dung couldn't take it anymore and lunged. A hand stopped him. Thien Than smiled, calm as a bomb disposal expert. Relax. No need to get mad at a dead man. Shu Yan blinked. Dead man? Shu Yan cracked, laughing like a hyena. We'll see who's dead. He aimed his gun at the sky. Click! Boom! A red flare screamed into the clouds. Shu Yan grinned, cocky again. I knew you rats would show up. My private army has this whole square surrounded. He threw his arms wide. Kill them all! Silence! Crickets! Nobody moved. Dung burst out laughing. Where's your army, tough guy? This is hilarious. Shu Yan started sweating. What the? Why aren't they shooting? Is the radio broken? Then, a voice cut through the air. Save your breath, kid. Out of the shadows stepped Bao, battered but standing, with Kwong right beside him. The crowd went wild. Third Master! Master Kwong! They ignored the noise, marching straight in. They're alive! The legends are back! Our heroes are safe! Shu Yan looked like he'd seen a ghost. Third Master. How? Bao glared at him. How? You think we'd let a rookie like you take us out? You thought your cheap tricks would work on me? You're still wet behind the ears, boy. Rewind 3 hours. The big guy was spilling the tea. They were just vibing with the sky god, yeah. That means Thien Than suspecting that Shu Yan guy was about to pull a fast one. Spoiler alert. He was. The dude read the room instantly. If Xu Yan had just bailed before the fight, he'd be a coward. But blowing the cave entrance? That wasn't panic. That was a hit job. It was cold-blooded murder. The plan was simple. Use the chaos, wipe us out along with the Iron Eaters, and then waltz back to Eternal Joy Base as the sole survivor. We needed a counter-strategy. Fast. Back to the present. The flashback ends, but the body count is very real. Corpses are scattered everywhere like discarded toys. Boss Bao keeps the pressure on. That little hit squad of gunmen and mutants you hired? Yeah, we turned them into fertilizer ages ago. His eyes are pure ice. Now it's your turn, sunshine. Listen up, everyone. When the Iron Eaters had us cornered, the traitor who kicked us while we were down was none other than Li Shuyan. The crowd goes feral. You're the rat? You tried to frag a hero? The mob swarms him like angry hornets, ready to tear him apart. Shuyan is busted, but still screaming his head off. I don't accept this. He points a shaking finger at the boss. Tell me, what does this guy Thien Than have that I don't? I bled for eternal joy. I gave everything. Thien Than just stands there, cool as a cucumber, listening to the rant without batting an eye. Why? Why do you side with this outsider? Boss Bao doesn't argue, he answers with a haymaker that drops Shuyan like a sack of potatoes. Bao spits on the ground. Fairness? Effort? You think you're even in the same league as him? When it comes to sacrifice for eternal joy, Thien Than is the G-O-A-T. You want to know why? Because he led the charge in the Great War 5 years ago. He's the savior of eternal joy, the architect of Long Hoa Base, the leader of the 7 heroes, the sky god himself, Ta Thien Than. The crowd gasps. The realization hits them like a truck. This guy isn't just some random heavy hitter. He is the legendary leader of the 7 heroes. Holy crap, the hero of So Chau was right here the whole time. Even Brother Dung looks like his brain just short-circuited. The Grandmaster who saved the whole province. Is him? Dung thinks. I knew the kid had skills, but I didn't know he was a living legend. Xu Yan drags his battered face off the dirt, denial written all over him. The leader? No way. Absolutely no freaking way. He points a bloody finger at the legend. You're scamming us. How could this outsider brat be the hero from 5 years ago? I call bull. Boot to the face! Boss Bao stomps him out mid-sentence and keeps the combo going. Who are you calling a brat? Watch that finger! You point at the sky god again. You lose the hand. Bao catches his breath and delivers the verdict. Traitors get the death penalty. No trial. That's the eternal joy code. For a fraud plotting a coup? Brother Dung, what's the standard procedure? Dung grins grimly. Snap his limbs. Feed him to the zombie horde. Xu Yan's eyes bulge out of his head. No, please, not the zombies. Anything but that. Gone is the arrogance, replaced by pure terror. Boss Tam, Boss Kwong, Sky God, I messed up. I swear I won't do it again. Bao kicks him away like trash. Get him out of my sight. Drag him down and break his bones first. You got it, boss. No, have mercy. I don't want to be zombie Chow. His screams fade as they drag him off. Thien Than turns to Bao. Finish up here. I need to check on Huyen. Roger that. Cut to a quiet room. A comb glides through silky hair. It's just Thien Than and his girl, Huyen. He holds up a small mirror for her. So, haven't lost my touch, have I? His eyes soften, lost in memory. In our past life, she always made me brush her hair. I guess this is the first time in this timeline. Huh. He squeezes her shoulder gently. Don't worry, babe. I'll figure out a way to heal you. He steps out of the room, mind racing. Cleaning out that Iron Eater nest paid off. Found a new meteorite shard. Didn't expect that. It's top-tier loot, but useless right now. Huyan and I are already level 4. The others are hitting level 4 too. We'd only need this shard to break through to level 5, but that's a long grind away. Unless I head back to Long Hoa to forge a weapon or feed it to Little White. A light bulb goes on in his head. Wait, at level 4, I can appraise the energy signature. Evolving to level 4 is generic, but after that, you get to pick your path. Every shard buffs a different stat or power. Gotta identify the stats first. He activates it. The rock glows, and he gasps at the energy reading. Dual colors, blue and gray. That means elemental and psychic types mixed together. Hybrids don't have the raw spike of a pure shard, but the stats are way more balanced. This usually only drops from the second meteor shower. Too bad nobody in the squad has unlocked elemental powers yet. Guess it's destined to be a sword handle. Suddenly, a soft voice beside him. Give it to me. He spins around. Huyen, you're lucid? She doesn't answer, just locks eyes with the stone. She reaches out, trembling slightly. Give it to me. He hesitates, confused by her intensity. You want the shard? Her finger grazes it. Boom. Energy erupts, engulfing them both in a blinding aura. Thien Than's jaw drops. She's devouring the energy, and she's brute forcing it directly. That's impossible. I never saw this technique in my past life. What is going on with her physiology? The fog lifts from her eyes, replaced by sharp clarity. He rushes in. Huyen, She looks at him, fully present. Thien Than, I'm back. She didn't catch a word he said, her mind still rebooting. Then, it clicked. Wait. Hold up. This isn't right. Nguyen snapped, screaming at the top of her lungs. Why the hell are you here? I told you to stay away. Get out. Thien Than tried to calm her down. Hey, chill. The red demon is dead. It's over. It's been 5 years, okay? We're in Vinlock. We're totally safe. But she just looked at him with glazed eyes. Red demon. 5 years? What are you talking about? Boom! A flashback hit her like a freight train. She collapsed, clutching her head. It burns. Thien Than panicked, rushing over. Huyen! Stay with me! Huyen. She was fighting through the agony, grabbing his arm. Listen to me. You can't stay in that city. And whatever you do not go to the North Flower War. You'll die. You're gonna die. Thien Than froze, completely blindsided. North Flower War? How do you know about that operation? Flashback time. 10 years into the apocalypse. The era of extinction. North Flower, the country's biggest fortress, got absolutely wrecked by the largest zombie horde in history. We're talking 10 million zombies led by 10 level 7 infected monsters. Once that city fell, the whole Central Plains turned into a playground for the freaks. Humanity had to stop the bleeding. They couldn't let their best base turn into a graveyard. Captain Lam Than sounded the alarm, calling every high-level Evo to the front lines. It was the ultimate showdown, humans versus the infected, the biggest brawl since the world ended. Back then, Huyen was a level 4 badass, so she joined the fight. I stayed back in the small city like a chump and got eaten, only to respawn in the present. But wait, that's info from my previous life. How does Huyen have my save file? He couldn't hold it back anymore. Huyen, look at me. You remember the North Flower War? What happened after you got there? Her voice cracked, barely a whisper. Dead. Everyone's dead. The terror on her face was real. We didn't stand a chance. Humanity. It's game over. Another wave of pain hit her. She screamed, clutching her head as raw energy started leaking out of her body like a broken reactor. Thien Than saw the sparks flying. Crap. Her mental stats are redlining. If this keeps up, she's gonna fry her brain. No choice. He delivered a sharp chop to the back of her neck. Whack. She went limp, falling into his arms. Thien Than looked down at the girl, a heavy pit forming in his stomach. This isn't just about the energy core. She's downloading data she shouldn't even have. This is gonna take a while to fix. Bang, bang, bang. Someone started pounding on the door. Yo, boss! It was Bucktooth yelling from outside. I cleaned up the mess out here. You need anything else? Thun smirked. He knew that voice. Bucktooth. Perfect timing. The door swung open. Thien Than walked out, already barking orders. Pack my gear. We're hitting the road to Long Hoa at dawn. The guy blinked, confused. Already? Damn, that was quick. Thun didn't hesitate. I've been here long enough. Vinlock is stabilized now. With you running things, I can leave without worrying. In the last 5 years, you hit level 3 and became a regional warlord. Not bad. I need to go see if Phi and Little La have manned up. Cut to Long Hoa, a frozen wasteland buried in white. Thun was fighting through the howling wind, standing over a twitching corpse. He looked deep in thought. Red-clawed rippers, fast little buggers. They're evolving at double the speed compared to the last timeline. A squeak from Little White snapped him out of it. He turned around. Huyen was holding the creature, but her face was blank. Zombie mode on, lights off. Seeing her like that messed with him. Ever since she absorbed that shard, she got her sanity back for a second, then poof. Unstable as hell. She's physically better, sure, but mentally, she's just buffering, or reacting to things that aren't there. Vroom. The sound of an engine tore through the silence. A truck came skidding across the snow and screeched to a halt. Survivors. Luffy hopped out, swagger on max. He gave a condescending slow clap. Not bad, kid. You wiped out a whole squad of uglies in one breath. Impressive. His lackey behind him gasped. Boss, those are mostly level 2s. That would have taken us all day to clear. Luffy sized them up. The girl looked like a civilian, but the guy, he dusted those monsters without a scratch. Definitely a level 3 Evo. Time to turn on the charm. He put on his best fake smile. Pleasure to meet a fellow warrior, he said, stepping forward. Our camp is nearby. We were supposed to clear this trash, but you beat us to it. Solid work. Thien Than scanned the group. Full tactical gear, all level 2s. Not terrible. Looks like humanity leveled up over the last 5 years. Even the random NPCs are getting stronger. Thun ignored the handshake and kept walking. He didn't have time for small talk, but Luffy wasn't used to being ignored. He stepped in front of Thun. Whoa, what's the rush? Thun didn't break stride. Busy. The guy turned red, rejected. He forced a laugh to save face. Kids these days. So much attitude. If you weren't a heavy hitter, I'd have already dropped you for the disrespect. The minions chimed in like a chorus. You clearly ain't from around here. You know who you're talking to? You got some skills, sure, but don't act tough in front of the boss. Lu Fei posed dramatically while his hype squad did their job. Our leader is one of the legendary 7 heroes, the invincible, Cao Phi. Thien Than froze. Cao Phi? Thun started shaking, trying not to burst out laughing. The goons smirked, thinking he was terrified. Look at him trembling. He's scared stiff. Cat got your tongue, kid? Thien Than stared at the poser, suppressing a grin. Well, damn. Little Phi actually made a name for himself, famous enough for clowns to steal his identity. He glanced up, shot her a look, and gave a single, ice-cold syllable. Oh. Lu Fei didn't drop the act for a second. He waved a hand like royalty and swaggered over. Listen, Cao Phi here sees experts like fish in the river dime a dozen. Usually, I wouldn't give a scrub like you the time of day. But hey, I like your vibe. I'll make an exception. Total silence. The kid ghosted him right to his face. Lu Fei snapped, his cool facade cracking. Hey, I'm talking to you, genius. Where do you think you're going? Thien Than stared at the vehicle for a beat, then turned back with a nod. You know what? I've decided this ride is actually pretty sweet. Lu Fei's crew stood there, brains buffering, completely missing the point. Huh? While they were busy processing, Thien Than hopped into the driver's seat and cranked the engine. Tires screeched as the car peeled out, leaving them eating dust. One of the minions scratched his head. Boss? Did he just jack our ride? That was actually kinda slick. Smack! Lu Fei slapped the guy upside the head. You moron! It's not slick. He Grand Theft Auto'd us right in front of your face. Get the crew. After him. Now. Inside the stolen whip, Thien Than was cruising next to Huyen and Little White. He steered with one hand, glancing over to chat with her, actually smiling for once. At this clip, we can hit Long Hoa in 48 hours. Once we link up with the squad, we'll get the lowdown on those meteorite shards. Maybe we can finally fix what's wrong with you. After that, we find a nice spot, settle down, the retirement plan. Just peace and quiet. That was always the dream, right? Silence. Her face was still a blank slate. He let out a heavy sigh, the mood dropping. Knuckles turning white on the steering wheel, he hardened his resolve. Don't worry, I'm bringing you back, I promise. Suddenly, a voice boomed from outside, killing the moment. Screeching halt. Lu Fei pulled up on a bike, a military truck hot on his tail. He stood up and pointed a finger like an anime villain. Stop right there, carjacker! Lu Hong leaned out of the truck cab, absolutely fuming. You got some nerve-robbing Cao Phi in broad daylight. You really think you can just drive off into the sunset? Thien Than checked the rearview mirror. A whole mob. Wow, he muttered. This cosplaying bandit actually has a fan club. He slammed on the brakes. He turned to the back seat. I'm stepping out for a sec. Little White, guard duty. Watch Huyen. He stepped out and was instantly circled. The goons thought they had him cornered and started talking trash. What's the matter? Forgot how to run? Nowhere to go now, buddy. Too late for apologies. Lu Fei leveled his gun straight at Thien Than's chest. Okay, I got sloppy. Let my guard down. But stealing from the great Cao Phi? Do you have a death wish, or are you just stupid? A goon named Muscle Boy stepped up from the back. Boss, save your bullets. Let me school this punk. Lu Hong shouted a warning from the side. Muscle, watch out. He's clocking a level 3 at least. Muscle Boy didn't flinch. He grinned like a maniac. Level 3? Even better. My blade's thirsty for some high-level blood. Tough luck, kid. You messed with the wrong legend today. Muscle Boy swung his blade with a roar. Eat this! Clang! Thien Than caught the strike with one hand like he was catching a baseball. The goon's eyes popped out of his skull. Crack! The steel blade couldn't handle the pressure and shattered into confetti right in front of his stupid face. Lu Fei's jaw dropped. Crap! Muscle's out of his league. He screamed at the mob. What are you staring at? Rush him! Everyone at once! But before anyone could throw a punch, a banshee scream ripped through the air. The horde, infected, were swarming in. And these weren't the babies, these were full-grown nightmares. Lu Hong panicked as she watched them close in. Great job, idiots! All that noise rang the dinner bell for the infected. Panic set in among Lu Fei's crew. Screams echoed from every direction. How many are there? We're totally boxed in. Thien Than stayed icy calm. Something's off. That's not just a mature horde. Boom! The snowdrift exploded nearby, and a massive beast stomped onto the scene. It was covered in heavy natural armor, faced like a gargoyle, growling low enough to rattle teeth. Thien Than squinted at the new arrival. Armored iron claw. Great. As soon as the tank showed up, the rest of the freaks followed its lead and charged. Total chaos erupted. It was a mosh pit of mutants and monsters, claws clashing against steel, screams filling the air. Lu Fei and Lu Hong looked like they were gonna puke. An armored iron claw? Talk about bad luck. They just walked into a buzzsaw. Lu Fei tried to rally the troops anyway. Don't wet your pants. Follow me. We're big damn heroes. For the glory of humanity. Let's mess them up. The speech actually worked. The minions got hyped. Brother Phi is a beast. Death to the infected. Charge. Thien Than watched from the sidelines, shaking his head. These guys were delusional. He turned his back on the suicide mission. Morons, he thought. You see an armored iron claw in the wild, you run. Unless you can one-shot it, you're dead meat. That thing isn't just a level 4 apex predator. Its presence means there's a zombie nest right around the corner. If that nest empties out, it's not a skirmish. It's a tidal wave of death. He hopped back into the driver's seat. I could take them, he calculated, but Huyen's condition is a ticking time bomb, not worth the drama. One of the minions saw him bailing. Hey, we're out here bleeding and that punk is cutting and running. Lu Fei sneered, thought he was tough. Turns out he's chicken. Lu Hong kept firing into the crowd. Forget the loser. Focus on the monsters. If we wipe these things out, the loot will be insane. She gritted her teeth. All right, time for the ult. She blasted a psychic signal to rally the group. The mob swarmed around Lu Hong. Psychic energy washed over them like a drug. They went berserk, eyes glowing red, charging the infected with zero fear and zero brains. Thien Than felt the ripple in the air. He slammed on the brakes again. Skirt. Hold up. His eyes widened slightly. That pulse. That was spirit guidance. It was a rare ability controlling emotions, manipulating the will to fight. A true master of psychological warfare doesn't just beat you. He wrecks your mind, digging up your darkest nightmares until self-destructing feels like a public service. Tien Chen kept one eye on the rearview mirror, analyzing the carnage unfolding behind them. That girl back there. She didn't just boost their morale, she injected pure adrenaline into their veins, pushing them past their limits. That kind of psychic control might be exactly what Xuan needs to keep from losing her mind. The squad in the back was high on battle lust but low on actual firepower. They were bouncing off the beast like rubber balls. The Razor Claw took 0 damage, but these guys, they were too hyped to care. This shell is thick as a bank vault. We can't crack it. One screamed. Screw it. We rush him. I don't buy that this ugly freak has infinite stamina. Lu Fei realized they were biting off more than they could chew. Hey, forget the small fry. Everyone pile on the Razor Claw. Now. Copy that. But before backup could arrive, a second wave of monsters crashed the party. Oh, crap, Lu Hong thought, her psychic confidence crumbling. They were stuck in a grinder. They couldn't scratch the boss. And the infected horde was multiplying by the second. At this rate, we're gonna gas out and become lunch, she panicked. Then, out of nowhere, whoosh, a blade wrapped in terrifying energy tore through the air. It slammed into the Razor Claw's armor like a railgun. One hit. Bam. Punctured straight through. The beast flopped backward, dead. Lu Fei's crew, who had been sweating bullets trying to scratch it, just stood there, jaws on the pavement. Tien Chen strolled over and yanked his blade out. Not bad, he mused, inspecting the edge. Used to take focus to crack these armored crabs. Now, a casual swing does the job. With level 4 strength and this blade, he was basically untouchable against anything in this weight class. Meanwhile, Lu Hong's squad was still rebooting their brains, whispering, "Did you see that? He just deleted that thing. Am I hallucinating?" Lu Fei was sweating buckets. He thought they'd bumped into a tough guy, but no, they had just headbutted a nuclear warhead. Who the hell one-shots an armored Razor Claw? What is this guy? Tien Chen looked at the slack-jawed idiots. Yo, you guys gonna pose for photos or fight? The big ones are still moving. Snapped back to reality, he barked orders. Right, stop staring, kill the freaks. 15 minutes later, the ground was a mess of monster guts, and the squad was huddled together, gasping for air. One of the lackeys eyed Tien Chen. We were busting our humps for hours, and he just watched, he whispered to Lu Fei. What's his angle? You don't get that strong without being crazy. Ignoring them, Tien Chen was running mental math on Lu Hong's abilities. Decent, he thought. Simultaneous mental link with 5 targets. Solid mid-level 2 psionics. She's got enough juice to stabilize Xuan. Decision made, he started walking toward them. Lu Fei instantly tensed up. Incoming. The trio huddled, panic rising. Boss, think he's holding a grudge? If we jump him, do we win? Maybe? Tien Chen ignored their pathetic huddle and looked straight at the girl. Your power. It's psychic guidance, right? Yeah. Perfect. You're hired. I need a favor. The 3 goons looked like confused puppies, but nobody dared squeak. Cut to an hour later. Inside a heavily fortified steel camp, Lu Hong was channeling her energy into the unconscious Xuan. All right, cut it, Tien Chen ordered. Lu Hong stood up, wobbling. With your current limit, 20 minutes is the max. Any more and you'll fry your brain. Nodding, she headed for the door. I'll give you some space. Appreciate it. Outside, the welcoming committee was waiting. Big boss? What are you doing here? Lu Fei asked. Heard there's a monster slayer in town. Came to look, the leader replied. So, what did he want with you? The girl with him is sick, Lu Hong explained. He needed my psionics to stabilize her. Lu Fei blinked. Wait, Since when can you heal people? I couldn't, she admitted, still shaken. He taught me a new technique to reorganize chaotic mental waves. I didn't even know I could do it. And that girl? She's a psychic too, way stronger than me. I almost got my mind eaten just trying to help her. Serious? Lu Fei turned to the boss. What's the play? Wang Xiaobao rubbed his chin. A guy who teaches secret techniques and a girl with god-tier psychic power? This duo wasn't just strong, they were a goldmine. We need them on the payroll. Clear out. I'll handle the negotiation. Lu Fei hesitated. Boss, watch out, this guy's sharp. He didn't flinch when I dropped the 7 heroes' name. Xiaobao smirked, adjusting his collar. Please, I'm the leader of the 7 heroes, the legendary Zuo Tianchen of Longhua. He wouldn't dare disrespect the king. Inside, the real Tianchen placed a hand on the unconscious girl's forehead, diving into her mental landscape. Good, he noted. Her psychic energy is condensing. She was regaining control. It was a slow burn, but the treatment was working. He opened his eyes and sighed. Without turning around, he called out to the peeping Tom at the door. You enjoy the show? Wang Xiaobao strutted in. Busy with the lady friend? Tianchen instantly recognized the face. Wang Xiaobao. He remembered this clown from his past life, the guy who used to brag, you know brother who? Yeah, we're basically brothers, tighter than family. Recognizing him instantly, I almost laughed. This clown used to be a low-level lackey for Ho Fong back in the day, a total fraud who gets his kicks, impersonating famous people to feel tough. Guess he's the mastermind behind that fake Cao Phi outside. Looks like he's upgraded from solo scams to running a full-blown organized crime ring this time around. Oblivious to the fact that his cover was already blown, Little Bao kept puffing his chest out, sticking to the script. Heard we had VIPs, so I came down personally, he announced, trying to look mysterious. I run this camp, and let's be real, you've definitely heard my name before. Bao stomped the ground and pointed skyward like a bad anime villain. Leader of the 7 heroes, commander of Longhua, slayer of the Red Demon, the hero of heroes, Thien Than. I knew the guy was a serial identity thief, but I never thought he'd have the guts to impersonate me right to my face. Bao didn't break character for a second, pivoting straight to business. Word on the street is you need a healer. Lucky for you, I'm in the market for some muscle. As a legendary hero, obviously I can't just stand by and watch the weak suffer. Not my style. Tell you what, you two stay here for treatment. Room, board, everything's on the house. Don't sweat it, that's just how a big boss takes care of his people. I just brushed his hand off, ice cold. Seeing my lack of interest, Bao switched tactics, thinking I was just playing hard to get. Listen kids, stick with me, you won't regret it. You know the saying, roll with Thien Than and even a stray dog becomes a god. Restore the Longhua spear. I cut him off mid-speech. Drop the act. I was done listening to this garbage. Wang Bao, if you're gonna commit to a role, at least be consistent. Or did you get tired of playing Ho Fong's lapdog? He froze, sweat instantly beating on his forehead. You know me? His brain scrambled. Played it cool my whole life, and this kid busts me in 2 seconds? Whatever, plan B. He straightened up, voice hardening. Listen here, Junior. I didn't build this empire just by borrowing names. Bao clenched his fists, flexing every muscle as he unleashed a massive wave of energy, letting it flood the room. He smirked, arrogance returning. Still think I don't have what it takes to make you submit? I barely glanced at him. Honestly, his power had jumped since the old days. I watched the energy pour off him Wang Tuabao's signature ability. The flex. It artificially inflates his aura, tricking people into thinking he's way stronger than he is. Basically, it's a god-tier bluffing skill. Before, he could only fake 1 level up. Now he's boosting it by 2, masking a peak level 2 weakling as a level 4 powerhouse. Bao, clearly high on his own supply, grinned. Feast your eyes on that. That is the raw power of a level 4 elite. I might borrow the name, but even the real Thien Than would have to show me some respect. Seeing I wasn't impressed, his tone dropped. Well, cat got your tongue? Want to rethink your attitude? I just smiled. This was getting entertaining. I walked up and gripped his shoulder. He froze, a giant question mark practically floating over his head. Then I dropped my real aura. A suffocating, crushing wave of pure energy slammed into him, instantly shattering his confidence. I'm dead. He stared at me, panic racing through his mind. My ability makes me look 2 levels higher. Nobody ever sees my aura without wetting themselves. But this guy, he's a legit level 4 monster. And he knows my dirt. If he talks, my whole empire crumbles. Bao's face went pale as he played his final card. Screw dignity. He instantly dropped to his knees with a thud. Bro, no, boss. He bowed so low his forehead hit the dirt. I messed up. Look, we're all just hustling to survive out here, right? Brothers in arms? Please, just have mercy on a little guy. I stood there, lighting a cigarette, calculating. With his fake aura, he made for a perfect decoy, the ultimate meat shield. Having him around would save me a headache. I don't care who you pretend to be, I said through a cloud of smoke. As long as my girl gets treated, you can do whatever you want. Bao beamed, relief washing over him. Done. Consider it done. We'll get our best specialists on her immediately. I promise you, too, will get the royal treatment. VIP access, 5-star service, the works. Even though he was safe, Bao still tried to salvage his ego. Hey, big boss, since you're staying, maybe you'd want an official title? How about vice commander? You know the slogan, stick with Bao, and you'll never take a bullet. Stick with Bao, and you'll live to be. He saw my glare and pulled a 180 instantly. Kidding. Totally kidding. A powerhouse like you? You're way above that. I was just trying to break the ice, you know? Don't take it personally. I cut through his babbling. 2 things. Healing and food. Otherwise, stay out of my way. That includes you. Loud and clear, boss. Thank you. Just then, a grunt burst through the door, panting. Boss! Bao jumps out of his skin and screams, You have a death wish? Who told you to barge in here? This room is off limits, got it? The grunt, dripping with sweat, shook his head. No, boss, we got a serious situation. There's this huge guy with a beard outside, and he's calling you out by name. Bao blinked, confused. Calling me out? Bearded guy? Outside, a mob surrounded the intruder. Whispers rippled through the crowd. This dude's a tank. He just dropped a level 3 guy like it was nothing. Get him. Don't let him bother boss Thien Than. The intruder stepped forward, sneering at the pile of beaten bodies. Pathetic. Is this really the best you clowns can do? Waste of my time. The massive figure crossed his arms, his voice booming. You're all trash. Tell Thien Than to get his ass out here and fight me like a man. The mob bristled. You think you're worthy of the boss? You're leaving in a body bag. Suddenly, a voice cut through. Stand down. Bao rushed onto the scene. The crowd parted like the Red Sea. The boss is in the house. He strutted in, blowing perfect smoke rings like a total pro. Xiaobao struck a posed cigar in one hand, the other jammed in his pocket, trying to look ice cold. His crew went wild, acting like they just saw a rock star. Oh, it is on! Boss is gonna wreck this guy. Teach that foreigner a lesson he won't forget, chief. Long live the king, ruler of the streets. Xiaobao waved them down with mock humility. Cool it, guys. Keep it classy. Don't embarrass me. Xiaobao sized up the towering wall of muscle. This guy just flattened 4 of my best men without breaking a sweat. High level 3, easy. If I can get him on my payroll, I'm set. Time for the old charm offensive. He flashed his best salesman smile. Man, popular day today. We're just rolling out the red carpet for everyone. Didn't know my humble abode was on the international tourist map. But hey, a guest is a guest. We treat visitors with respect around here. But here's the thing. Guests gotta follow the house rules. You break them, we break you. Simple, right? The big guy didn't even flinch. He just curled his lip. Weirdo. Xiaobao blinked, totally thrown off his rhythm. That wasn't in the script. Then came the dagger to the heart. I don't like you. You give off bad vibes. You're not a good guy. The fan club behind Xiaobao lost their minds. You got a death wish, punk? You watch your mouth when you talk to the boss. The audacity of this guy. They surged forward, but Xiaobao spun around, playing the benevolent leader. Stand down. Stop screaming like a bunch of banshees. The mob fell silent, awestruck by his command. Xiaobao turned back, keeping the grin plastered on. Straight shooter. I like that. You got skills. Why not join the winning team? We share the loot. We share the glory. Brothers in arms. Brooks wasn't buying what Xiaobao was selling. I'm here for Zuo Tianchen. I don't waste breath on clowns. Xiaobao decided to drop the bomb. He puffed out his chest, basking in his own imaginary hype. Well, lucky you. You're looking at him. I am Zuo Tianchen. Brooks didn't hesitate for a second. Liar, you're a fraud. The insults came like machine gun fire. Beady eyes, loud mouth, stubby legs, ugly, dumb. Brooks finished the roast by flipping him the bird. Definitely not Tianchen. And the biggest tell? You're weak. Xiaobao froze, his soul leaving his body. He had no comeback. The emotional damage was critical. Xiaobao literally coughed up blood and stumbled back. The minions panicked. Boss, talk to us. Are you okay? They turned on Brooks, eyes blazing. Our leader showed you mercy. He offered you a spot and you spit in his face? We aren't letting that slide. The boss might be a saint, but we're the sinners. Get him. No more talking. The whole squad charged. You asked for this. No rules now, boys. Let's show him what happens when you mess with the best. Xiaobao snapped out of his daze. Wait, stop. Don't be idiots. Too late. His men flew backward faster than they ran in, bouncing off Brooks like rubber balls. Lu Fei watched from the sidelines, impressed. Damn, that foreigner is a tank, taking on 3 level 3s without even drawing a weapon? He's on par with our resident monster. The real Tianchen strolled out, looking bored. What's with all the racket? Check it out, Lu Fei pointed. Big guy over there crashed the party, says he's looking for our leader. He's got a mouth on him, but he backs it up. He's juggling 3 of our elites like it's nothing. Look familiar? Brooks, Thien Than muttered. 5 years. Kid got swole. He's hit peak level 3, just one meteorite shard away from breaking into level 4. Give credit to the trio, though. Taking hits from a tank like that and staying conscious? Not bad for entry level 3s. Thien Than glanced at Xiao Bao, who was still trying to look majestic while terrified. This camp is crawling with talent. I've counted 7 heavy hitters so far. And Wang Xiaobao, gold medal in acting tough. Thien Than turned to his companion. Yo, little Bai. Meanwhile, Brooks was unleashing a combo from hell. The 3 minions ate every punch. Their lights went out, and they hit the dirt. KO. Battered and broken, they dragged themselves toward Xiaobao. Boss, forgive us. We failed you. He's a beast. We aren't worthy to tie your shoes. Xiaobao stood there, frozen, stiff, mouth shut. The trio was sobbing now, full-on waterworks, treating this like a Shakespearean tragedy. We just wanted to be like you, boss. We trained so hard to stop being average nobodies, but no matter how hard we try, we're just background characters. Only you shine like a god among men. They completely missed the look of sheer terror on Xiaobao's face. Brothers, we may be trash, but we can't let this guy disrespect the legend. Cheer him on, watch the master work. Boss, don't hold back on our account. Even if your power level blows us away, we'll die happy. For the glory of the hero, no regrets. Xiaobao wished he could teleport to another dimension. But the chanting got louder. Get him, boss. Destroy that arrogant punk. Who am I? Where am I? What is happening? Brooks saw the confusion and nodded. Yep, I knew it. You're a fake. I hate liars, and I really hate identity thieves. You're done. He charged like a freight train, while Xiaobao stood there like a deer in headlights. Aw, hell. The beaten trio grinned through their bloody teeth. Look at that idiot attacking the boss. He's toast. Let's hear it for the king. Long live the boss. Unbeatable. Xiaobao watched the fist coming toward his face and accepted his fate. Well, there goes my street cred. First, it was that martial arts pro. Now it is a foreigner. I have got a fist inches from my face, and I am still standing here whining. The universe really wants me dead today. Suddenly, boom, a massive shockwave hits. But surprise, it is Brooks flying backward. The guy looks completely shook, having zero clue what just hit him. The posse behind them starts buzzing immediately. Yo, what just went down? That foreign dude got wrecked. Was that the boss? Classic boss move, one hit and it is lights out. Meanwhile, little Bao is standing there, eyes squeezed shut, striking a cool pose but totally clueless. Wait, what is the deal? He peeks open an eye, spotting something weird. A tiny silhouette with massive ears stands in front of him. Bao stammers, that is the expert's hamster. Little White's body is all roided out, tanking that last hit like it was nothing. The beat-up trio nearby just gawks, eyes popping out of their heads. Rook seems to catch on to something, watching the scene unfold in silence. Lu Fai is just as flabbergasted as the rest. This is insane. A literal rodent is stronger than their level 3 fighters? Sky just smirks without a word. Little White might be fighting, but he still looks adorable. Squeak! It is a tiny little fluff ball versus a hulking giant. The crowd immediately erupts. Hey, is that not the other guy's hamster? Did it seriously just block that massive dude's attack? No way. The trio cannot believe a hamster could beat him. They shout in unison, what kind of plot twist is this? An explosive hamster? The group looks at Little White and connects the dots. It is Zuo Tianchen's pet. Mouse here means master here. The thought makes Brooks manic. He starts laughing wildly and powering up. Oh my god, come on, let's throw down. Instead of being scared by his aura, the crowd gets hyped and starts cheering him on. Holy crap, looks like physical reinforcement. I saw a pro use that once. It boosts everything, stats go through the roof. He could easily crush someone a level above him. Who cares if he can punch up? Even if he gets stronger, he is no match for the boss. That is right, the leader of the 7 heroes is unbeatable. Little Bao's face goes totally dark. He is helpless, but the mob just keeps singing his praises. Look guys, I have never seen the boss make a face like that. He is about to get serious. Boss rules the world. Boss is invincible. Hearing this makes him stiff as a board. He screams internally, "Invincible my butt!" Bao glances at Little White, realizing the expert's rat just saved his life. If not for that fuzzball, I would be toast. Then it hits him. Wait a sec, the expert is helping me? He knows my secret, but he is still covering for me? He must be on my team. What a solid dude. Well, I cannot let him down now. It is just one guy. Time to show you what real style looks like. Little Bao unleashes his ultimate technique, super bluff mode, and starts screaming to fake a power-up. The act is convincing enough to look like a violent outburst. The crowd goes nuts. The boss is on fire. Is he finally gonna make a move? Haven't seen the boss unleash this kind of terrifying aura in ages. So cool. Get him, boss. The squad watches, totally confused about what is actually happening. Little Bao puts on a wicked grin, feeling smug. I am set. The rat blocks the hits, and I provide the intimidation. I am going to be the coolest guy here today. He stands safely behind Little White, dancing like a maniac in pure joy. Suddenly, the hamster backs up, leaving Little Bao exposed while he is still mid-dance. Bao looks down, bewildered. Little White, being a polite creature, gestures for the senior to take the spotlight. Squeak! Little Bao's jaw hits the floor. He looks like he is about to burst into tears and snot right there. Watching the little guy waddle away breaks his heart. You are leaving? How am I supposed to act cool without my meat shield? You traitorous hamster! You cannot do this to me! Little Bao has no choice but to face reality. He slowly turns around. Brooks is staring daggers at him. A heavy silence hangs between them. Little Bao hesitates. Do I seriously have to fight this guy myself? But then he clenches his fist, faking resolve. Let's do this. I don't believe it. With my aura, only a bona fide level 4 expert would dare challenge me head on. Brooks feels the energy and is actually impressed. Powerful aura. But contrary to Bao's hopes, Brooks does not back down an inch. He just smiles slightly. You are strong. Acknowledging his opponent's strength, he charges in. I like strong opponents. Wait, I'm fighting you? It is happening. Real combat. The crowd chants, Boss takes the win. Boss is invincible. Little Bao is frozen like a statue, mouth wide open in terror, praying internally. No, please, don't come over here. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna get exposed. Suddenly, a massive pressure crushes Brooks, forcing him to his knees right in front of Bao. Bao has no clue what is happening. Brooks is baffled, unable to move a muscle. From the outside, it looks like he surrendered, so the mob starts screaming. That foreigner lost! God Bao is terrifying! God Bao didn't even lift a finger and took him out. I told you that guy was no match for our god. Little Bao stands there, totally bewildered. What the heck? I didn't do anything and he just dropped? Brooks grinds his teeth, trying to stand, but fails. I can't move. Why? Then it hits Brooks. There is an invisible force crushing him from above. Spiritual pressure. It is too strong. He realizes he is helpless against this mystery expert. At that moment, Sky stops hiding his presence and steps out from behind Little Bao. He walks straight toward Brooks. His imposing figure, carrying a massive blade, comes into full view for everyone to see. The crowd assumes he is just there to ruin the moment and starts jeering. It is that guy. What is he doing here? Does he think he can just waltz in whenever? If he gets hurt by the shockwaves from God Bao's fight, that is on him. Only Little White seems happy to see him, cheering enthusiastically. Squeak! Sky keeps walking and says calmly, he is a friend of mine. Little White immediately launches itself onto his head. He walks past Brooks and orders, let's go. The two help each other up and walk off, leaving the crowd completely confused. What just happened? Why did the boss let that loser take the foreigner away? You're kidding, right? That's a wrap? The big boss barely lifted a finger today and it's over? Damn, I didn't even get my popcorn ready. Only Xiao Bao seems to get what's going down, though he looks just as confused, brooding in silence. How does our top-tier ace know this foreign dude? And wait, did he actually throw a punch earlier? Because he was standing, like, a mile away. How is that even physics? Back inside the barracks, the god hand is still gripping Brooks's arm like a vice. Inside, the guy starts groping him. Yeah, weird, checking him out like a prize horse. Hair's longer, muscles are harder, legs are thicker. Brooks gets right up in his grill and whispers, Zuo Tian Chen. Zero personal space. Thien Than shoves his hand into the guy's face and pushes him back hard. Looking totally bored, he asks, So, you came all this way just to pick a fight? The guy starts rambling, getting more hyped by the second. You left. I needed the win. I trained like a maniac, sleeping 3 hours a night. Heard Long Hoa was going under, heard your name, so I came to tell you. But outside? Nothing but scammers. I hate scammers. Makes me so mad. All right, zip it. Thien Than, defeated by the guy's broken grammar, takes over. So you want to beat me. You spent the last year training on 3 hours of sleep. Then you heard Long Hoa was in trouble, so you rushed back. You heard my name, ran to this camp to fight me first, but realized everyone outside is a total fraud. He cuts to the chase. Is it dangerous? With Lil Luo and Cao Phi there, Long Hoa should be impenetrable. Brooks doesn't elaborate, just says, the variant. It's there. Thien Than's face drops at the word. A variant? Meanwhile, in the camp classroom, Xiao Bao and Lu Fei are holding court. The 3 fanboys down below are getting restless. Boss, we've been stalling the Long Hoa rescue mission for a week now. Are we going or what? If we keep dragging our feet, Long Hoa is toast. Then what? Don't worry about us. We're the minions of a hero. We're ready to sacrifice everything for Long Hoa. Just give the order and we'll lead the charge. Me too. Xiao Bao sits there like a statue, ignoring the rallying cries. Boss, let's roll out. We can't wait any longer. Long Hoa needs you. We're with you all the way. Me too. Lu Fei steps in, snapping. Quiet down. Can't you see the god is deep in thought? He covers for Xiao Bao, who is currently staring at the floor, trying to look mysterious instead of terrified. Long Hoa is the god's turf. He's the most worried one here. He wouldn't just watch zombies destroy it. If we aren't moving, it's because the timing isn't right. The trio looks blank. Timing? What timing? We've been sitting here for 7 days. Xiao Bao finally speaks up. You guys leave. When the time is right, you'll get your answer. The three nod and shuffle out without another word. The door clicks shut. Xiao Bao's eyes snap open, and he slams his face onto the desk, wailing, I'm dead. I am so dead. I can't hide it anymore. Lu Fei sighs. The distress call from Long Hoa came a week ago. We're out of excuses, man. I know we're out of time, but if we actually go fight those mutants, we'll get our heads knocked off and our guts spilled everywhere. Maybe we sneak out tonight? We looked cool enough today. As long as you have your powers, we can con people somewhere else. No good. That worked before, not now. Xiao Bao explains the snag. Xiao Sei agreed to treat the High Roller's girlfriend. We can fool the others, but hide from him? Besides, he knows our whole deal. If he gets ticked off and exposes us, our career is over. He lifts his head. Right. What's the High Roller doing? Lu Fei answers. I was about to tell you. I just saw him. He said he's heading to Long Hoa tomorrow with that dark-skinned guy. Xiao Bao's eyes light up like Christmas lights. The High Roller is going to Long Hoa? He shoots up, grabbing Lu Fei's shoulders and screaming, totally shocking him. Is the time now? Xiao Bao points dramatically at the wall. The time is ripe. Tomorrow we follow the High Roller to Long Hoa. He's blooming with joy. Problem solved. That guy is at least level 4. As long as we stick to him, our trip to Long Hoa will be a breeze. Scene shifts to a sky that isn't snowy. Meanwhile, at the fortifications, a heavily defended city comes into view. This is the Long Hoa base city. In the center stands a massive circular tower, dwarfing everything else. On the roof, 3 figures loom. It's Ding Vu's crew. He's scanning the horizon with binoculars. Ngunat stands next to him. Still no movement? Through the lenses, a dense army of zombies is visible. Ding Vu analyzes the field. These infected are smart. They've rallied 3 kilometers out just beyond our gun range, but close enough to rush us quickly. Once they charge, they'll hit the wall in 10 minutes max. The woman with the long black hair is Lin Qing. She notes, I remember the last wave. The infected just charged blindly, didn't they? The scarred man, Li Wuyi, jumps in. Not only have they learned formation, but they've calculated the exact range of our heavy artillery. Since when did the infected get a brain? Finally, the dark-skinned man, Zhang Ding Vu, speaks. He lowers the binoculars, voice grim. The variant controlling them has evolved. The zombie waves led by this thing get bigger and nastier every time. Their tactics are getting specialized. It proves the thing isn't just getting stronger, it's getting smarter. Zuo Tianchen told me once that infected creatures, level 5 and up, possess near-human intelligence. Qing, anxious, suggests, we should strike first, find the variant. We need to hunt it down. But Zhang Dingvu shuts it down. No good. The base is completely surrounded. An attack could come from anywhere. Splitting our forces now is a suicide mission. He points at the tactical map. Look, the infected have gathered at 4 symmetrical points, east, west, south, north. Wu Yi looks closer. A 4-front siege? This difficulty spike is insane. We simply don't have the manpower. Dinvu knew the mission was a suicide run, but he kept his poker face. Listen, we plan smart. The east and north walls are fresh out of repairs, locked and loaded with ammo. 2 of you head over there, it'll be a walk in the park. Thien Than and Newknot exchanged looks. The east sector was solid. They had enough bullets to paint the town red. Long-range defense is easy. Even a rookie could hold that line. That lets us dump the majority of our evolved fighters into the southwest grinder. But while the team was sweating bullets, Vu dropped the real reason he wasn't panicking about the formation. Scratch that. No extra backup for the west. I just got the intel. Cao Phi is back in town. The gloom in the room instantly evaporated. Cao Phi? Seriously? Hell yeah, that kid has impeccable timing. Everyone remembered the guy's stats he'd broken through to tier 4. His explosive rounds alone could wipe out 90% of the infected before they even cleared the horizon. Add in his 10 flying daggers, and nothing was getting within 100 meters of him without turning into Swiss cheese. The image of him dual-wielding guns inside a tornado of blades was enough to calm everyone's nerves. The west flank was practically a fortress with him there. Newknot slapped the map, hyped up, sweet, so we just pile all the elite troops onto the south face. But Thien Than wasn't celebrating yet. I don't know. The situation down south is looking grim. That wall had eaten wave after wave of zombie attacks. It had been patched up a dozen times, and the heavy cannons were toast. To put it bluntly, the south face wasn't a defense line anymore, it was just a pile of bricks waiting to crumble. Vu nodded, his expression darkening. She's right. Facing tens of thousands of infected with just low-level fighters? I don't care how many bodies you throw at it. It's just feeding the meat grinder. And the enemy isn't stupid. That mutant leader is going to smell our weakness and hammer that spot with everything it's got. We'd be overrun. New Knot shifted gears. What about Thien Than? Didn't Gyang Vo send word they found him days ago? Yeah, shouldn't he be back by now? Vu let out a frustrated sigh. Thien Than. Man, if he were here right now, we wouldn't be playing 4D chess with broken pieces. Suddenly, the radio screamed with static and an alarm. Boss! The Horde is acting weird. I think they're about to rush us. The three of them froze. Below, the sea of infected surged forward, a tidal wave of rotting flesh roaring in a way that made the ground shake. The base of the wall was instantly swarmed. It looked like a horror movie come to life. Vu snapped into commander mode. You two, get to the northeast defense line. Double time. What about the south? I'll handle it myself. But a voice cut through the tension like a knife. No, I'm going. Vu's eyes widened as he saw who spoke. It was Lam Sa, the kid with eyes that could stare down a hurricane. Vu immediately shut her down. Absolutely not. Your job is guarding our backs against the assassin types. If you reveal your position now, you're painting a target on your forehead. Lam Sa walked forward, not backing down. You know as well as I do, stacking bodies at the south wall is useless. It'll just drive up the casualty count. Besides, I can sense Little White. Vu blinked, looking totally confused. Little White? Lam Sa closed her eyes, tuning into the signal. Little White is with Thien Than. They're heading this way. They'll hit the battlefield in 2 hours. Tops. The math clicked in Vu's head. Thien Than is back. So, we just need to survive for 2 hours. Sa grabbed the radio, her voice ice cold. That's why I'm going south. For 120 minutes, not a single infected steps over that wall. Before anyone could argue, she keyed the mic. All units on the south wall, this is Lam Sa. Fall back behind the inner perimeter and wait for orders. I'm holding the south solo. Vu grabbed her arm, panic rising. Are you crazy? You're not built for crowd control. You can't take on an army that size by yourself. The girl didn't even flinch. Who said I'm fighting the army? She gave him a smirk that was equal parts cocky and dangerous. I'm challenging the boss to a duel. Below, the wave of zombies crashed against the outer defenses, clawing their way toward the wall. Click! A zombie stepped on a landmine. Boom! The explosion turned the front row into red mist, sending shockwaves through the horde. On the walls, the soldiers unleashed hell Molotovs and gunfire raining down. Reports started flooding back to Vu's command post. Boss, defense is holding. North wall is stable. East wall is solid. Copy that. Reserves, hold your fire. Wait for the southwest signal. A laid-back voice crackled over the comms. Relax, boss. I got this. Cao Phi stood amidst a mountain of fresh corpses, looking bored. West side is a ghost town, totally under control. Vu checked in. You got enough ammo, kid? A zombie lunged at Phi from the smoke. He tilted his head, confused. Ammo? Slash. In a blur of motion, the zombie was diced into cubes before it hit the ground. Phi casually shoved his hands in his pockets. Haven't even heated up the barrel of my gun yet. Vu exhaled, finally relaxing. Good. East is safe. Now it's all down to Lam Sa. On the south side, the girl walked out, eyes locked on the prize, ignoring the growling ocean of monsters. The noise was getting annoying, so she shot the horde a glare. Just one look. The front line froze, jaws dropping. One zombie actually started whimpering. Then, the impossible happened. They backed off. The soldiers on the wall watched in disbelief. Hey, look at that! They're scared. They aren't pushing. What are they waiting for? Lam Sa hadn't even lifted a finger yet. Were they seriously too terrified to attack? Vu watched the monitor, holding his breath. What is she doing? That energy signature feels familiar. It reminds me of last year when Mr. La saved Thien Than's butt from the horde. But now, it's Lam Sa unleashing that power. Her version has a twist, though. It is not just raw killing intent. She is channeling the divine tree's aura. That ancient energy strikes fear into the lower-level infected, making them freeze in their tracks. She must have leveled up significantly during her trip back to Lohoa district. The divine tree gave her a serious buff, but watching her, I can tell she is anxious about something. The intimidation tactic has a time limit. Eventually, the mob will snap out of it and attack. It looks like Lam Sa is just stalling, trying to bait the big boss into showing its ugly face. Right on cue, a massive, mutated zombie hand bursts from the battlefield soil. It takes a wide swing, wiping out the entire crowd of lesser zombies standing there. Friendly fire isn't a concern for this thing. The city defenders on the wall gasp. They recognize that profile immediately. It is him. The monster emerges, flashing a jagged, rot-toothed grin and screeching something in a language that sounds like grinding stones. The dust settles, revealing the nightmare in full HD. It is gigantic, with limbs twisted into unnatural, horrifying shapes. A biological disaster area. It is the variant. As soon as it spots Lam Sa, it cackles with glee, mocking her. You again? The little brat returns. This time, I am going to crush your tiny skull like a grape. The girl does not even blink. She ignores the trash talk completely. Suddenly, she releases a shock wave of pure energy that ripples through the air. The ground beneath the beast cracks and shatters with every step. Up on the defensive walls, the soldiers have to cover their ears and shut their eyes against the overwhelming pressure. It is a sonic tempest, Lamsa's signature move. In a blur of motion, a tiny silhouette dashes forward and slices the giant in two. The monster, arrogant just a second ago, collapses behind her like a sack of bricks. Two observers watching the feed are stunned. They have no idea what just happened. All they see is the girl holding her dual blades, standing over the bisected torso of the monster while the soldiers cheer. She won! It's over! But down in the arena, Lamsa glares at the corpse. Cut the act. Get up. I know you aren't dead. The mangled mess on the ground laughs, the sound wet and gurgling. So, you figured out you can't kill me? Smart girl. From the severed torso, disgusting red and green tendrils shoot out, weaving together like organic wires. In seconds, the variant stitches itself back together, looking brand new. It roars, I'm going to eat you. I'm going to devour this whole city. Lamsa does not attack. She just stands there, watching it regenerate, cool as a cucumber. She is buying time. Cut to a flashback. A survivor is shaking as he tells his story. That thing is a cheat code. It does not die. Longhua City has top-tier heroes like Cao Phi and Lamsa, veterans of the Red Demon War, but this thing? At first, it was just a level 2 scrub. Nobody paid attention to it. Then came that day. I saw it with my own eyes. Little Bao shudders, remembering the trauma. His squad was on the ground, bleeding out, begging for help. Brother Bao, save us. But the monster just squeezed. The pressure was insane. Skin tore, bones snapped, and the soldier's body just exploded from the force. It was brutal. The survivor's eyes go wide. One hand. It wiped out my entire search team with one hand. That is when I knew this thing was a walking apocalypse. It's a monster, a freak of nature. I couldn't stay in Longhua anymore. Even now, safely in the car, the memory makes him sweat. Thien Than asks from the back seat, so you saw the beast, got scared, and ran? It wasn't just fear, man. The thing is immortal. And I heard rumors, terrifying rumors. Every time you beat it to a pulp, it respawns with better stats. If you can't kill it, you are just power leveling it. It gets stronger with every death. Who messes with something like that? The car speeds down the highway. The passenger turns to the driver. So why are you crazy enough to go back now? Because I have a pro with me this time. Look, my knees are shaking just thinking about it, but my gut tells me this guy is stronger than that freak. I'm betting it all on you, big guy. Thien Than does not respond to the hype. He sits in the back with Nuak Huyen and Little White, analyzing the intel. Immortal body, he thinks. Sounds like an extreme regeneration mutation, high-level evolution. But biological regeneration burns calories. It costs virus energy. With the devouring power of my cloud blade, draining it dry should be a piece of cake. However, the part about getting stronger after recovery? That is new. There is a hidden mechanic here. Meanwhile, in a dark, villainous lair, a mutated snake man kneels before a shadowed figure. Master, your grand design is a success. The human city is on the brink of collapse. They will all be sacrifices for your glory. The shadow extends a tentacles, plunging it straight into the Cobra Man's head. The minion does not scream. He accepts the blessing with twisted joy. Divine power, Master's power. This is an honor. Through the connection, he receives new orders. I understand. Your power is too holy. That mindless zombie is trash. It is unworthy of inheriting your gift. The Cobra Man's eyes glow with resolve. I will go retrieve your power immediately. Back on the battlefield, Lamsa is going full blender mode. She rushes in, chopping the monster into sushi. She dashes back to create distance. But the damage is meaningless. The monster heals instantly. Lamsa stops attacking and just watches. The variant finishes regenerating and flexes. You can't kill me. Nothing can kill me. Before he can finish his monologue, a blade slices through his brainstem, then another, and another. A flurry of slashes turns him into confetti. His body falls apart like a crumbling statue. Lamsa sighs, looking annoyed. You are so noisy. Even in pieces, the chunks of flesh are still alive and talking. Good, very good. You have gotten stronger. The meat chunks slide back together. Eating you will give me a massive upgrade. The regeneration speed is insane. He is back to full health in a blink. You are dead meat, little girl. Lamsa stands her ground, unimpressed. Is that so? I don't think so. She raises her hand and snaps her fingers. Snap. Suddenly, wood bursts out of the monster's skin. Branches erupt from his chest, his arms, his face. In seconds, he is completely wrapped in a prison of thick, gnarled roots. Panic sets in for the first time. What? Why can't I heal? Lamsa walks forward with a smirk. That is the Divine Tree's parasitic energy, a little souvenir I picked up in La Hoa. Once I trigger it, those seeds go wild. They don't just grow, they feed on your life force. Congratulations. You are fertilizer now. You think I'm slicing and dicing just for kicks? Please. Every cut was just setting the stage for this little surprise. She shot him a look that screamed, game over. Sit tight and rot. Ugly. Boom. Parasitic vines tore him inside out, nothing left but a confetti of blood and leaves. But then, the hairs on her neck stood up. She scanned the horde. Logic dictates that when the big bad croaks, the mindless drones should scramble. Chaos, right? Wrong. The infected stood frozen like statues. Suddenly, a voice from the comms shattered the silence. Yo, Lam Sa, you copy? It was Truong Din Vu. Northeast sector is lighting up. These freaks just got a major power boost. What's your status? Her eyes went wide. Oh, crap. In front of her, a lone chunk of spine started wiggling, knitting itself back together. Son of a... He's not dead. Meat and muscle slapped back onto bone as the thing cackled. I am eternal. The great god fuels my engine. Limbs shot out, snapping into place, fully formed. He flexed a finger, and the whole ground quaked like a cheap motel bed. Lamsa surfed the tremors, sizing him up. He leveled up. New skin, denser energy signature. The pressure was crushing. Totally different league. Evolution. Just great. When the boss upgrades, the minions get a buff too. That explains the zombie rage mode. The Northeast crew is toast. Meanwhile, back at the main gate, the squad was barely hanging on by their fingernails. Nunyat sprayed bullets into the crowd, screaming over the gunfire. Hold the line. Nobody gets past this wall.